while his peers were still sipping bubble tea instead of eating real meals. This guy was so dedicated he could knock out 1,000,000 push-ups in one go, in a bizarre twist from his past life. When the fake martial artists were clashing, Wong Shang was no more than a tiny fly that accidentally got caught in crossfire and met its doom. In this life, he secretly vowed that in his past life, he was just a weakling who did not even realize when he was harmed. Now that fate has gifted him a chance to be reborn, he can't go out like a loser again. This time, he had to live up to his name and truly be someone. At 4:24 p.m. today, the rocket had successfully launched. The time and place felt eerily familiar, just like in his memories from the past life. This meant he really had been reborn at the age of 57, according to rumors from his past life. The rocket brought something back from the surface that became a powerful artifact, restoring itself over 1,000 years in silence, leading the world into an era of universal cultivation. If he could be reborn now, he had to seize this opportunity. Unfortunately, the pathetic techniques from his past life could only slightly enhance his physical strength now. If Senza wanted to change his fate in this life, he had no other choice. Just as Wang Sheng was lost in thought, his parents came home. Indeed, having air conditioning is a matter of life and death. The ice cream has arrived. Seizing the moment while his parents were in a good mood, Wang Sheng suggested he wanted to go to Wudang Mountain to become a disciple. After a chaotic night, Wang Sheng finally convinced his parents to let him go to Wudang to learn from a master, even if the price he had to pay was a bit dramatic. Wait, it is not about being bored. Why is little Sheng thinking so negatively? Don't he worry, dear. Little Sheng has already said it is just a year off from school. Wang Sheng's dad reassured. Yeah, he knows it is just a year off from school. Look at him hitting the kid. Wang Sheng's mom was so furious she physically made his dad plead for mercy. After that, both of them, feeling uneasy, decided to follow their son to Wudang Mountain. The reason Wang Sheng wanted to go to Wudang was that it held a significant place among the top cultivators in the heavenly ranking. In his previous life, he could not find a master, so this time, he had to grab the chance. But unfortunately, the master he wanted to learn from, Daoist Gao Shuixing Dao, was not at the mountain but performing abroad, and would not be back for months. Master Gao was ranked top 3 on the heavenly ranking in the future, and before the revitalization of the heavenly essence, he was considered the representative of Wudang martial arts. Now, during this period, he and several other masters were away. Should he choose another sect to learn from? Wang Sheng, carrying his luggage, just stepped out of the temple when he encountered a Taoist selling books at a stall outside. Inviting him over school is meant for students after all. Hey there. Do not get dazzled by those stories and novels. If you really want to learn Kung Fu, I can hook you up with some secret techniques from Wudang. Each technique is only $300. This is the real inheritance of Wudang martial arts. It will absolutely allow you to dominate the world, standing proud in the universe. If you need inner strength, you can even join my speed training class. Little disciple, today you are really destined for martial arts. Do not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You baby. Master, take me as your disciple. I am willing to follow you in search of the path to immortality. Ving Thun clasped his hands and bowed deeply, secretly rejoicing. Yep. This is my chance. This person is not just any random Taoist. It is the legendary Thangon Ti. Is not in his past life. This was one of the top 5 Daoist masters in the renowned heavenly ranking. Talk about hitting the jackpot. Thangon Ti was taken aback by Vang Thung's words. Little Bung grasped the situation. If you were talking about martial arts, that might be more believable. But when you open your mouth about mastering the Tao, have you ever met someone with real power? I believe the Tao is a kind of spirit, a unique perception of the universe. I could not find the master I wanted to follow on Wudang Mountain, but I knew this Taoist was not just anyone. You are quite interesting, constantly babbling about the Tao and being picky about your master. I am just a person with a reputation on Wudang Mountain, not much else. Over the years, I have only taken on one disciple, and I hardly pay attention to her. You must want to be my disciple, right? Plus, are your parents aware of this decision? My parents are with me here. Taoist, I genuinely want to follow you to cultivate. Thangon looked at Ving Thung with satisfaction. It seemed like he was sincere. Not just some kid running away from home after binge-watching dramas. 3 questions. Answer them satisfactorily, and then I will let your parents discuss it. First question. What is the Tao? From my understanding, the Tao is the natural order. It is the law of action. Second question. What is the 5-source Tao technique? Men. Ti Lying. Duan is the Daoist magic. Y is Daoist medicine. And Men is Ving Thung's confident answers made then En Non Ti nod in approval. He seemed determined. Now, for the third question. After becoming my disciple, if you and your father fell into water and were about to drown, who would you save first? Saving my master first would be infilial to my parents. The Tao has a saying, a disloyal child will never become a true person. Saving my parents first would mean I do not respect my master. A master is like a parent too. After a moment of contemplation, Vig Thung decided to respond. I would save my dad first. Thanangon T accepted this answer and decided to take Vig Thung as a disciple. The next morning, I have already spoken with your parents. Right now, you are just my trainee disciple. Let us see how you do during the assessment before I officially accept you. This is my place. Usually, it is just me and your senior sister here. For now, spend time with everyone.
Yep.
Master. Ving Thung replied, secretly wondering what the master said to his parents to convince them to let him stay on Wudang Mountain. No matter how you look at it, I have successfully become a disciple. Just then, Gonda called out from the yard. Little Hyen, are not you excited to see your new trainee junior brother? Hurry up and come look. A girl dressed simply stepped out from the house. Then Nenganda patted her head and introduced her as Mastace Quan Hyen, your senior sister. She is usually afraid of strangers. But surprisingly, she is not scared now. Hello. Senior sister. I am Ving Thing. Looking forward to learning from you, Ving Thung said, feeling a bit odd with the surname Mess. It is quite rare Quan Hyen. Got it. Mansi Quan Hyen. My senior sister is really named Mrs. Quan Hyen. Then Ngondi was slightly annoyed. Wasting words. This name is what I gave it. Is there something wrong? Calm down. I need to keep my cool. But the silent master then gone and the silent fairy Mess Quan Hyen. Why did not I think they were master and disciple? A top 10 powerhouse in the celestial rankings. He is going to be a real force to be reckoned with later on. As Viring Thung pondered and chuckled to himself, Mess Quan Hyen looked confused, pointing at Vikring Thung and then to her head, as if to ask Thangon, is there something wrong up there? Thangon fell silent for a moment before laughing and replying, if we were all just ordinary kids, who would bring their child up the mountain to suffer as your senior sister. Remember to take care of your junior brother. After a while. Then Ngon led Vong Thung into the main hall and then seriously instructed him, even though you call me master, we still need to take some time for assessment. Before I can pass on the teachings, you need to prepare yourself mentally. If you can handle it, I want to force you to stay on the mountain. Got it. As long as my master does not kick me off the mountain, I want to give up no matter what, Ving Thung replied with determination. Alright. Have you seen the grinding stone? Once you are done resting, go and grind those 2 bags of wheat into flour. Ving Thung instantly obeyed. And as he focused on grinding the wheat, Dangon could not help but feel satisfied. Then called Mefsi Quan Hyen out to train together. Ving Thung was diligently grinding the wheat, taking breaks now and then to glance at the master and disciple duo. And indeed, even with a lack of spiritual energy, their cultivation heritage remained unbroken, even during the process of meditative focus. This kind of cultivation accumulated over many years was incredibly daunting. Once the natural energies of heaven and earth were restored, the cultivation speed of these practitioners would definitely surpass that of ordinary people. After I pass the training and become a disciple, my master will surely teach me some cultivation techniques. Standing under this great tree is the coolest. But nothing is more important than my own strength. Even if I can't match my senior sister, I can't let myself fall behind either. With that thought, Ving Thung continued grinding the wheat, full of energy, completely unaware that his master, while practicing, was keeping a close eye on him and silently evaluating him, each step firm on the ground. Not rushing or hasty. His mindset was quite good. Finally, the task of grinding the wheat was complete. Although Ving Thung had trained his body for months before, doing this for the first time was still quite an adjustment, and feeling sore was unavoidable. At that moment, Missy Quan Hyen brought a bowl of water to Ving Thung. Thank you. Senior sister. V Thung smiled as he accepted it. Inside the room, Than Ungana's voice rang out. Once you are done, go tidy up your master's room. After that, he led V Thung to his own room, which had 2 bedrooms in the main house. One for him and one for little Hyen, each having their own space. My room is on one side. If you need anything, feel free to come find me. After sleeping, go down the mountain to see your parents to ease their worries. A little later, while Messi Quan Hyven was playing a game, Dan Ngon peered through the door of Vuv Thing Thung's room and suddenly waved her over. Curious, Messi Quan Hyen quietly approached, and as she and her master peeked into V Kong Thung's room, they found him sitting there in meditation. And of course, your junior brother is also putting in the effort. Just as Thangona to finished praising, he heard a girl's voice coming from the room, making him awkwardly scratch his head. It is not really a compliment. Haha. After resting, Viting Thung descended the mountain to meet his parents as instructed by his master, returning with a big bundle on his back. My senior sister's foot massage equipment is so outdated. I asked my parents to buy her 2 new sets. Surely master won't blame me. Right. I went to great lengths to get up the mountain, and I must have worried my parents. Even though I do not know what to say, in this age of restoring vitality, everything is uncertain. I need enough strength to protect them. But Vidring Thung looked confused at the 2 bags in his hands. After all, There is spring water on the mountain for us to use. Why did Master specifically tell me to go down the mountain to buy the cheapest spring water? Forget it. Master must have his reasons for this. So I will just follow his orders. The truth is, Vithung overestimated his master. He watched as Master painstakingly labeled the holy water from the martial arts mountain on each bottle he brought back. Utterly speechless. This is the side hustle of Yes. Specially made for those laymen going up to the Fortune Mountain. Each bottle sells for between $20 and $100. And he can sell over 10 bottles a day. Alright. Let us head to the backyard. I will perform a set of martial arts for you all. Consider it an initiation benefit. Vithung Thung immediately grinned and followed Master out to the backyard. After a while, Vithung Thung practiced the moves Master just taught him, and could not help but feel amazed. As he performed the entire set, his body felt heated, as if a stream of energy was flowing through him. Although the martial arts set that Master taught me is simple, it unexpectedly contains profound principles. I can believe I am already learning such exquisite techniques as a beginner. I have to master this set of moves today. By the time Vithung Thung finished practicing, it was already late at night. At that moment, he noticed a sleepy girl dozing off at the door, so he gently woke her up, saying, "Senior sister, go to." "Okay," she replied dreamily, then walked inside. Turns out, senior sister is not just someone who says, I heard Master say she had a serious illness when she was little, which caused her to speak like that. I am supposed to take care of my senior sister from now on. Just as Vithung Thung thought this, a shirt flew straight into his face. His senior sister was laughing while tossing it. "Senior sister, go change in your room." Vithung Thung quickly pushed her into her room and shut the door, then ran back to his own room to rest. In front of me, my senior sister had no defenses at all, but as a standard junior, I can take advantage of her. However, she is so different now from the ethereal image I had of her in my past life. As Vithung Thung moved a bit, a sharp pain shot through his arm. Training is not as simple as it seems. I should just meditate instead. After meditating for a while, a drowsiness began to creep in. In his Vithung Thung seemed to hear Master calling him. "Are you awake?" Vithung Thung rubbed his sleepy eyes and was startled to see Than Nungan T. As he saw her enter the room, his sleepiness vanished instantly. He quickly sat up and softly called out, "Master." Than Nungan T smiled and said, "Lie down. Do not sleep just yet. The newbie is a bit stiff. Their meridians are blocked, and their body is too tense. Relax. Just let the master help you open up those channels." Hearing this, Wong Shing obediently lay down. Seeing this, Master King Yen rolled up his sleeves, and a stream of green energy appeared in his hands as he pressed it against Wang Sheng. During this process, Wang Sheng clenched his fists, thinking to himself that his master's hands seemed to carry a mix of hot and cold energy for transformation. Could this be the inner strength that martial artists are always after? Right now, the Earth's essence has not fully recovered, and the master has reached this level through hard work since childhood. So he must have endured a lot. The master is using his precious inner strength to help me. If that is the case, I can let the master down. The next day, Wang Xing got up early to practice. In his heart, he wondered if it was just a psychological effect. Today, after waking up, he felt so light and his spirit was much stronger than the day before. Watching from the side, Master King Yan nodded and smiled, saying, "Not bad. Not bad. You are looking good. Yesterday was just to help you adjust. Today, there won't be any more breaks. You need to be mentally prepared." And so, a month passed. Wang Sheng was now sitting cross-legged in his room, surrounded by swirling black energy. Even though the master said he would increase the training intensity, he did not push him beyond his limits. Just enough to leave him exhausted without overdoing it. Every 3 days, the master also helped him open up his meridians, so a part of his energy remained within Wang Sheng's body. After 2 or 3 sessions, he could roughly sense the locations of the meridians. Seizing the opportunity, he also tried to practice the basic techniques he had learned from the previous master. Although there were still no visible results, the frequency of blockages and the quality of the energy within him had clearly improved. The only thing that was crystal clear was the effect of the murky energy. Lost in thought, Wang Sheng suddenly noticed a familiar figure blocking their nose. Peeking into the room, embarrassed, he exclaimed, "Why is the junior here? Sorry. I will open a window for ventilation right away." Outside, Master King Yan smiled to himself and thought, "Little Sheng is a good seed." He then waved at Wang Sheng. "Master, did you need something?" Wang Sheng asked as he rushed over to Master King Yan. Master King Yan stood up, smiling. "Little Sheng, you have been here for a month now, and your training has shown good progress. Tomorrow, I will invite a Daoist master to come over as a witness and to pass on the teachings to you. Tomorrow morning, I will wake up, get clean, and by noon, it will be time to officially join the sect." Wang Sheng exclaimed joyfully, "Master, by noon tomorrow, a feast has been fully prepared." Under the watchful eyes of Master Li, Kun Nuanzi looked seriously at Wang Sheng and said, "Step forward." Wang Sheng, one of the disciples responded, and Wang Sheng moved forward, kneeling respectfully before them. Kun Nuanzi brought a wooden box in front of him and said, "Once you join the sect, you must inherit the teachings of our esteemed masters, the founder and the great sages. After you join, you will take on the name and title of your senior sister, which is Buyu, and your title will be Fei Yu. Today, I will pass on to you the foundational scripture left by our sect, S Divine Son Immortal, giving you half a month to transcribe it. From now on, your cultivation will fundamentally rely on this text." Wang Sheng respectfully accepted the wooden box with both hands and said, "Thank you, Master. The ceremony is over, and I will go have a meal with Master Li. You two, please clean up this place thoroughly." After bidding farewell to the master and the senior, Wang Sheng turned to his side with a smile and said, "Senior sister, let us go grab some breakfast." However, he noticed that there was no trace of a bustling tavern next to him. When he turned back, Wang Sheng's jaw dropped at the sight of her happily devouring the offerings laid out on the table. He thought to himself, his senior sister's skills are truly outstanding. No wonder she is ranked in the top 10 of the celestial standings. But honestly, her current appearance has nothing to do with the refined image of the immortal Bu Yu. After a while, once Wang Sheng finished tidying up, he could not wait any longer and immediately pulled out the scripture to examine it. Those with 5 bloodlines. The way has 5 elements. The energy condenses into spirit. As he was reading, a bustling figure approached with a plate of grapes. She gestured for Wang Sheng to open his mouth and fed him a grape. Wang Sheng scratched his head and smiled, saying, "Thank you, senior sister." Then, he continued to read the scripture. Divine is destined. The valley is destined for peace. The way of the immortal is one-handed. From this, one becomes eternal. Sitting behind him, a bustling figure clenched her fists in determination. At the same time, she recalled the words her master once advised her. If all that is here are ordinary kids, who will endure the hardships of the mountains? As a senior sister, you must care for and look after your junior brother. 2 more months passed. After the ceremony of joining the sect, Kun Nuanzi began teaching Wang Sheng the cultivation techniques and scriptures. Among them, the current focus of cultivation in the sect was martial arts. Martial arts, to put it accurately, is a method of cultivating protective techniques. When there was still heavenly energy, aside from cultivating the path, cultivators would also practice martial arts, protecting the great way with oneself, acting with righteousness. Magical techniques, the mysterious arts, the 8 trigrams, the great formations of the sect, talismans, alchemy, and weapon refinement. These arts were once incredibly glorious. However, as the earthly energy gradually depleted, magical techniques became mere formalities. Cultivators without energy had to rely on their skills, bringing forth their martial arts in combat. This is martial cultivation, also known as the way of martial arts. At this moment, Kun Nuanzi sat on a chair and cheerfully said, "Xiao Huan, your junior brother has been in the sect for 2 months now, so you should check on his progress for me." In the middle of the courtyard, a bustling figure made a gesture inviting Wang Sheng. "Senior sister, I seek your guidance." Shouting loudly, Wang Sheng quickly dashed towards a nearby opponent. The opponent smirked, gracefully dodging Wang Sheng's attacks with agile footwork. Then, seizing the opportunity, they grabbed his wrist, while their other hands swiftly jabbed at his throat, lifting him into the air. For half the day, Wang Sheng doubted life itself, stifling tears in the corner, thinking, I have trained so hard, yet I can't even touch the hem of my senior sister's clothes. Is there really this much of a gap between me and those high-level masters? With a pitiful look, he said to the opponent, "Senior sister, I swear, if I ever get bullied, I will definitely demand justice." The opponent smiled back. The teacher stood up and chuckled. "All right. Come here. Today, I will teach you a technique that can match your senior sister's skills. This sword technique is called the 7-star sword formation, emphasizing shifting movements and changing one's center of gravity. If mastered, you won't even see the opponent. The sword will be at your heart, ready to take down demons." Then, he took a branch and used it as a sword, demonstrating the technique for Wang Sheng. Watching closely, the swordsmanship left behind a blur of images. Just step into the 7 stars. Fight and shift without fail. Is it because of the heavenly essence's energy flow? Isn't the heavenly essence still not restored? How did the master pull that off? Quickly, the teacher finished demonstrating. He placed the branch in Wang Sheng's hand and said, "If you practice this sword technique, achieving even a minor accomplishment in 3 years would already show great potential. No need to rush. Just start with the basics." Wang Sheng was initially ecstatic. Then he shouted loudly, "I won't let my master down as long as I keep pushing myself. One day I will be able to touch the hem of my senior sister's clothes." The teacher gave him a light smack on the forehead, scolding, "Look at that clueless expression on your face." Wang Sheng covered his forehead and chuckled. "That is just my short-term goal. I am still way behind my senior sister. But I won't let that happen in the future. After all, with a senior sister as lovely as her, I will definitely protect her. The teacher smiled and said, well, if you put it that way, I can accept it. Time passed. And with 10 years of experience in his previous life, under the guidance of his master, Wong memorized more than half of the sword technique in just one afternoon. A smile spread across his face as he thought, in my past life, I struggled due to not having a cultivation method. But now, everything is right in front of me. If I do not give it my all now, I would really be wasting this second chance at life. However, when he glanced over at the opponent practicing swordplay nearby, he sighed, thinking, moreover, compared to my senior sister, I still have a long way to go. I will just have to train hard. As winter's chill approached, despite the cold early morning, the opponent and Wong continued their training in the yard as usual. While practicing the sword, Wong thought to himself, I wonder when it was that I started cultivating on the mountain. It has been over half a year now. The longer I stay here, the more I learn about the silent master and the speechless fairy. The more I feel like a careless guy who stumbled into a fairyland. The pure spirit of my senior sister, untouched by the mundane, has her understanding of the Tao almost etched into her very bones. If a commoner like me can only chase after the Tao without actually practicing, she is the one walking among mortals. But she just does not grasp the difference between men and women. But compared to my senior sister, my master is even more extraordinary. When it comes to scripture interpretation, talismans, weapons, exorcism, and alchemy, my master is a master of them all. I really do not know how my master, in just over 40 short years of life, has managed to master so many skills. For me, aside from meditating and studying the Tao scriptures every day, and listening to my master's teachings, I dedicate all my remaining time and energy to practicing the 7-star sword formation. After half a year, I have become proficient in the 7-star sword formation, but in front of my senior sister, I have no right to feel proud. In order to keep up with my senior sister and not let her leave me behind, I have had to be relentless with myself. Just then, Master spoke up. Pretty good. Pretty good. In just half a year, you have made some progress with the 7-star sword formation. It seems your talent is even greater than I thought. The weather's gotten cold, and before the snow melts, starting tonight, you and the little girl should sleep in the same room. Wang Xing kept waving his hands, saying, Master, it is fine for my senior sister to sleep alone. I am. Master rubbed his chin and leaned in, looking at him. What is wrong? Can't you even let your senior sister have her space? Wang Xing forced a smile, saying, how could that be? I am not that kind of person. Master did not poke fun at Wang Xing any further. He patted Wang Xing on the shoulder and said, just be a little simpler. Young man, this is a good exercise for your character. And remember to get new bedding for you and your senior sister. The one on that girl's bed has been used for 7 or 8 years. It is definitely not warm anymore. That night, in the bedroom, Wang Xing wrapped himself in his blanket, turning his back to the little girl and not daring to look at her. Was his master really trying to set him up with his senior sister? While he was lost in thought, the little girl poked him in the face with her finger. Clearly unhappy that he was ignoring her, Wang Xing quickly sat up, smiling at her. Senior sister. It seemed like his senior sister was really looking forward to him moving in here. His reaction was definitely not appropriate. Thinking of this, Wang Xing awkwardly scratched his face and laughed. It is just a bit embarrassing. That is all. Hearing this, the little girl suddenly had an idea. A few minutes later, she brought a chessboard and set it on the bed. Wang Xing thought to himself. Indeed, his senior sister was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. She completely had no concept of this. Then he looked at the little girl and said, we can only play for half an hour. Otherwise, I will definitely be yawning all day tomorrow, and Master will scold us again. Time passed like this until January 15th. Tonight is the Lantern Festival, but Wang Xing is still in the courtyard, diligently practicing his sword. Deep down, he thinks, with a great master here, my progress during this time has made me much stronger than in my past life. I do not even know when it started, but the essence of heaven and earth is finally recovering. At that moment, a voice called out from the room. Little Shuang, the sweet rice balls are ready. Hurry back after you finish your sword training. Wang Xing chuckled and replied. Strange. From inside the room, the voice called out to the courtyard. That day, the Tao name given for the new year should be Sword Enlightenment. Outside, Wang Xing continued his sword practice, thinking to himself, according to my memories from my past life, today marks the day of recovering the essence. I must stay alert and not let my master or senior sister miss this opportunity. Not long after, it seemed like the voice sensed something, and its eyes widened. At the same time, Wang Xing in the courtyard had also sheathed his sword. He smiled up at the sky, whispering, the essence of heaven and earth has arrived. Master. Senior sister, he exclaimed joyfully. Just as Wang Shang was about to turn back to share the good news, he suddenly found the voice right behind him. The elder placed a hand on his back, his expression serious, saying, "Calm yourself. Do not miss this chance. Meditate and circulate the core techniques. Senior sister's meridians have long been unblocked and are now stable. I will borrow your strength to open up the meridians throughout my body." Wang Shang felt a surge of emotion and softly said, "Master." But he did not say anything more and obediently sat cross-legged on the ground, quickly circulating his core techniques. At the same time, he thought to himself, the first essence restored after 1,000 years is invaluable for a cultivator. If I let this slip by, I am afraid I won't get another chance in this lifetime. How will I repay this later? The flow of my meridians has accelerated 10 times faster than before. Is this what the essence of heaven and earth brings to elevate a cultivator? It seems that after today, the world will usher in a new era. Moments later, as Wang Shang opened his eyes, he saw a familiar figure smiling at him. He quickly asked, "Senior sister, have you completed your meditation?" The familiar figure put a finger to his lips and pointed in a direction. Following her gaze, Wang Shang saw the voice sitting cross-legged, cultivating, and he realized that the elder's realm was rising rapidly. He exclaimed joyfully, "Master is gathering his spirit." In reality, he is about to break through to the Dan stage. At the same time, he could not help but sigh. Though the essence of heaven and earth is good, it is only slightly purer. An ordinary cultivator can't rely on it to break through realms. Those who can rely on it to break through must have been cultivating for over 10 years to accumulate the strength they have today. Master's accumulation is indeed terrifying. A night passed just like that, and when dawn broke, the familiar figure and Wang Shang diligently practiced. After running through the 7-star sword formation, Wang Shang looked at the wooden sword in his hand and thought, "Senior sister's innate talent is undeniable. Upgrading is a given, and my own cultivation has also risen a level. In just one short night, the true essence in my body has become several times purer, yielding even greater results than my previous life. With the help of the essence flowing through my body, I have stepped into a whole new understanding of the 7-star sword formation. The wooden sword used for practice can no longer withstand the true essence and sword intent. As for Master, the essence he awakened 3 days ago has stabilized." 3 nights later, as Wang Sheng was on duty, watching over the disciple who had dozed off leaning against the door, a soft voice called out, "Little Sheng, wake up." Wang Sheng groggily opened his eyes. When he realized it was the disciple, he joyfully exclaimed, "Master, you are awake." The disciple smiled and said, "You have all worked hard these past few days keeping watch over me. Go get some rest in your room. I have something important to discuss with you all later." After resting, the disciple began to recount the world of cultivation from 1,000 years ago to Wang Sheng and a friend, while also warning them. He said, "The world will change, and turmoil is inevitable. As cultivators, we naturally bear great responsibility." Time passed, and after a short exchange, they returned to their previous training routines. Everything seemed unchanged. However, thanks to the healing energy, they had indeed made real progress. In the courtyard, Wang Sheng demonstrated a failed love sword formation for the master to see. It was clear that its power had improved significantly. The master smiled and remarked, "Your failed love sword formation has made steady progress. Not bad." "Not bad." A disciple sitting nearby clapped joyfully. Wang Sheng humbly replied, "It is all thanks to the master's guidance that I achieved this," he said, feeling a bit shy as he scratched his head, pointing to a large hole in the wall, and jokingly asked, "But master, this does not count as destroying the property of Mount Wudang, does it?" The master chuckled and replied, "Not all." Then the three of them exchanged amused glances and laughed heartily. As time flew by, spring turned to autumn, and Wang Xing had spent 3 years on Mount Wudang. Today, what once were ordinary training days were shattered by the arrival of the Taoist master Lai Shuigu. From a distance, Lai Shuigu rushed in with a worried expression, shouting, "Master, you have to help us, master. The sect is in trouble." The master invited Lai Shuigu into the room. As soon as he sat down, Lai Shuigu exclaimed, "No matter what, you have to help me with this." The master poured Lai Shuigu a cup of tea and smiled, saying, "Take it easy. Have a cup of tea first, and then we can talk." Then, as Lai Shuigu recounted, it had been 3 years since the recovery of the original energy, and most sects had regained their heritage, so there was no shortage of people. Not long ago, over 20 prestigious sects planned to hold a meeting at Mao Mountain to discuss their internal matters. It was because of this meeting that Lai Shuigu sought out the master for help. He sighed heavily, lamenting that from the head of the sect to the 2 elders, they all said cultivation was important and pushed everything onto him. "But my cultivation is low. If someone tries to investigate us, I won't be able to handle it. I have to ask my master for help." The master replied, "If you want to find someone at the nascent stage to solve this, I might not be able to go." Lai Shu, hearing this, anxiously asked, Has your cultivation level been lowered? How could that be? The master chuckled and said, it is not that it has been lowered. A few months ago, I broke through to the Void Dance stage. So it might not be appropriate for me to go this time. Upon hearing this, Lai Shuigo silently cursed. Oh man. Come on. A Taoist like you should not play dumb. Just because your level is high does not mean you are invincible. The old Taoist was still only at the spirit gathering stage. Could he really understand my feelings? At that moment, the master continued. Even though I can't go, my 2 disciples fit your requirements quite well. Lai Thoingo gasped and exclaimed. Wait. Have Biang Ying and Fai Ying really broken through to the pregnancy phase already? Genzi. Trying to play it cool. Responded. It is not a big deal. Little bro here broke through to the pregnancy phase a few months ago. But when it comes to the sword path, my skills are a bit lacking compared to my senior sister. And I am still just in the late stage of the spirit gathering phase. Lai Thoingo could not help but cry inside. Do you really have to show off like that? If it were not for the fact that your cultivation is lower than mine, I would genuinely want to have a life or death duel with you. Meanwhile, outside the room, Wong Sheng chuckled to himself, thinking, Master's jabs are getting sharper by the day. When night fell, Lai Thoingo took his leave. Then Ngenzi and Wong Sheng accompanied him to see him off. As he reached the door, Lai Thoingo turned around, clasped his hands, and said, let us settle this matter. We will set off tomorrow morning. I bid you farewell for now. Then Ngenzi clasped his hands and said, take care. Junior brother. Wong Sheng also clasped his hands and added, safe travels. Master Lai. Not long after, then Gunzi had Wong Sheng deliver a package to Lai Thoingo for the exchange event. Compared to him, who grew up in the mountains, it was only natural that the package would come with then Gunzi's careful instructions. After descending the mountain, remember that your phone should never leave your side. And if the battery is low, make sure to use a power bank. Yep. Do not talk to strangers. And definitely do not get into someone else's vehicle. Yep. Men down the mountain are not to be trusted. Always keep an eye on your junior brother, no matter what happens. Yep. On the side, Wong Sheng gathered his things while thinking, people's hearts are treacherous. Nothing down here compares to the purity of the mountains. His senior sister's innocent nature, just as beautiful as a goddess, makes her easy prey for deception. But in the past few years, I have leveled up quite a bit myself. Now I can help my senior sister pack her clothes and even change my realm. Suddenly, he accidentally grabbed something that made his face flush, quickly stuffing it into his luggage. He kept muttering to himself, focus, focus. Early the next morning, Wong Sheng donned his Zhang martial arts uniform and carried 2 large pieces of luggage into the yard. Then Gonzi approached and asked, are you all packed up? Wong Sheng replied with a smile, yep, I can leave at any time. Then Ngenzi placed a hand on his shoulder and said sternly, little Sheng, this time when you are out, do not bully the weak, and do not flaunt your abilities everywhere. Remember to stay humble. Got it. Wong Sheng patted his chest confidently. Don't he worry. Master. Being humble is my specialty. Then Gunzi nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Then called into the house. Xiao Xuan. We are about to set off. Are you ready? From inside the room, Xiao Xuan's voice rang out. Yep. A few seconds later, she stepped out. Wong Sheng was immediately captivated by her current appearance. His face turning beet red. Then Gunzi nudged Wong Sheng playfully and laughed. Quick. Step over there and take a picture of the 2 of you. I will post it online. Wong Sheng, feeling shy, protested. Master. But we said we would be humble. Moments later, the yard echoed with Thangan's laughter. Ha. Smile big. It is clear that Xiao Xuan's beauty is anything but ordinary. Wherever she goes, she turns heads, making Wong Sheng a bundle of nerves. Worried that some punk might get smacked down by his senior sister. Enough with the chatter. Over here, Le Shuigu is standing by a bus, waving them over with a buff. Wong Sheng and his friends greet their master. No wonder he is the disciple of the great Cheng Nuanzi. His politeness makes him well liked. All right. Let us get to know each other a bit. Le Shuigu smiles kindly and gestures toward the 3 people beside him. These 3 are disciples from the Wudang Sect. And they are all on the same level as the other 2. Sword Cultivator Long, Body Cultivator Chi, and another powerful body cultivator introduced themselves one by one. Greetings to you all, my senior brothers and sisters. I apologize if I stumble over my words. If you need anything, just let me know. Wong Sheng responds, secretly assessing them. Clearly, they have reached the spirit gathering stage. The power of Wudang is indeed not to be underestimated. However, the Wudang teachings, which belong to the true martial lineage, mainly revolve around martial arts. Now that the teachings are revived, I fear the martial way will be looked down upon by other sects. All right, let us get on the bus and hit the road. Following Lai Shuigo's lead, the 5 of them board the bus one after another, with a friend choosing a window seat, eyes glued to the outside, making Wong Sheng chuckle so eager. A friend grabs their phone, excitedly showing Wang Sheng the screen with a new chat sticker. This is their new way of communicating. Got it. Wang Sheng replies with a smile. This is the phone he just bought with his earnings from his magical gigs after upgrading from a brick phone to a smartphone. This friend has taken their meme game to the next level. Now, battling with them. I bet everyone else here is just a noob. In my last life, I only made it to 31. And there was so much I had not truly experienced. This time, everything is about to change. Moreover, Wang Sheng could not help but glance at his friend, determined to protect those close to him. Before long, the bus takes them to the hotel at the foot of Mount Mountain. The Dao assembly starts tomorrow. During this time, everyone should rest well and feel free to explore the surroundings. But do not overdo it. Le Shuigo gave a few instructions before leaving. The next morning, a friend sat outside Wang Sheng's room. Gaming. Wang Sheng steps out just as she loses a match. Waiting for me. Senior sister. A friend does not bother to respond. Are you mad? Friend shows off her phone screen, quickly plastered with stickers. She remembers the hurt look on her face yesterday when she had to share a room with Chi. Wang Sheng sighs, explaining. Senior sister. It is not like on the mountain anymore. Sharing a room just does not feel right. How about we go for a stroll instead? It is not every day we get to visit Mount Mountain. We should grab some local specialties for Master. Just then, the group from the martial sect arrives. The sword cultivator laughs. What are you buying? We should bring something back for Master too. A friend sees them and quickly hides behind Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng politely greets. Good morning. Senior brother. Senior sister. The master affectionately drapes his arm around Wang Sheng, the junior disciple, and says, we are planning to take a stroll and soak in the beauty of Mao Shan. How about you and your senior sister? Interested. Wang Sheng happily agrees. On the way, the group chats joyfully. Mao Shan is pretty easy to climb. After all, the red spirit says, and the master nods in agreement. The main peak of Mao Shan is several hundred meters high, but the temples are peaceful and easy to find. If the mountain were not high, how could it be spiritual? Wang Sheng glances over at a bustling stall, indulging in some delicious pastries. Thinking how, honestly, for his senior sister. Whether it is spiritual or not does not really matter, it is all about the food. Just as their group is about to move on, a few people approach to strike up a conversation. May I ask which sect you all belong to? I am Liu Wenji from Maoshan. Pleased to meet you. Fellow Taoists, I am Zhu Yinglong from Wudang, here to pay my respects to you. Fellow Taoists, Liu Wenji replies with a smile. So you are the Taoists from Wudang. Feel free to relax. If our hospitality is lacking or we seem rude, please forgive us. While both sides are exchanging pleasantries, Wang Sheng notices an unusual glint in the eyes of two people accompanying Liu Wenji. What are these Maoshan folks trying to pull? Is it really just a casual greeting? Just as Wang Sheng thinks this, the group bids farewell, and as they pass by, Wang Sheng inadvertently overhears them. Aren't we all cultivators now? What brings the Wudang disciples here to stir things up, bragging about their swords and fighting? I see. So they are just looking for a brawl. Wang Sheng muses. Isn't senior brother Wenji looking for the prodigy from Longhu Mountain to spar with? Guess he went home after a loss. Suddenly, the guy with the blonde hair, who was just talking, gets hit right on the back of his head by some object, leaving him in pain and furious. Who just attacked me? Wang Sheng immediately turns to see a bustling stall using internal energy with a piece of food. Realizing it is his senior sister, he grabs her hand and pulls her away. Hurry up. If you are doing something shady, why are not you running away? Staying here means you want to fight. Right. Meanwhile, the blonde guy is still frantically looking around, cursing, wondering who did it. How can you sneak attack and not have the guts to show yourself? If you see the disciples from Maoshan, come out and teach us. One of his companions shouts. If it were not for you two badmouthing behind our backs, we would not be in this mess. Liu Wenji calmly scans the area before bending down to pick up a piece of food that fell where the blonde guy had just stood. This cultivation level is way better than that arrogant Longhu Mountain guy. No wonder Wudang has such formidable talents among the youth. In the afternoon, at the square in front of the Maoshan Palace, Lu Shuling leads 5 young disciples, laughing and chatting with members from other sects, making some people roll their eyes. Wudang, with their swordsmanship and martial arts, thinks they can just waltz in and stir the pot, and they are even bringing out pretty female disciples to attract attention. They probably paid them to come. Wang Sheng, standing not far off, hears these remarks and can't help but feel annoyed. The Taoist sect is just starting to recover. I can understand that Wudang is not really respected, but come on. Can the noise from you Taoists be a little quieter? If not, I am afraid I won't be able to eat my senior sister's cooking. The Vingthung turned to look at the bustling crowd, who clearly heard the gossip, and were holding up their phones with the message. I want to hit 10 times. Lo Thuyengi spoke up, and by now, Everyone understood the situation. The sects are probably gearing up to make us look foolish. Later, during the Taoist exchange, I bet someone will suggest you all practice some cheap tricks. With that, Lo Thingyanji's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the bustling crowd, silent but determined. If they could just give a little shake later, we could enjoy the show without a hitch. But master, our teacher has warned us. Before Viglingthung could finish his sentence, he saw the lively crowd nodding happily in agreement with Elutha Yangyuv. He could only curse silently in frustration. Good luck to you all. Soon, everyone gathered in the center of the arena, and the referee announced loudly, "Let the grand event begin." Today, the prestigious Taoist sects have gathered here at Mao Mountain, all legitimate practitioners with their own unique teachings. Next, I invite you all to showcase your skills, discuss cultivation, and engage in some lively exchanges. Vivthingthung chuckled bitterly. This exchange event was really just a showcase of who knows the most about Taoism. Right. Thinking this, he turned to Lo Thinash and cautioned, "Sister, if it comes down to it, do not show off too much, just display your cultivation level." Xichelin, unable to hold back, teased him. "Looks like the newbie is the big shot here." Just as the three were laughing, a voice rang out, "If that is the case, let Mao Mountain take the stage first." Hearing this, both the bustling crowd and Vegthung turned in surprise to the speaker. Immediately, the person who spoke made their way to the stage to showcase their talent. He pulled out a piece of yellow paper from his chest that looked just like ritual offering paper, then channeled his inner energy with a polite tone. "Let us expose some flaws." As he pulled the paper, it quickly glowed, surrounding him with a golden aura. Suddenly, those beams of light converged like cotton candy, forming a solid sword. He started to wield it with fluid, powerful movements. Once he finished, he merely raised his hand and muttered something, causing the sword to dissolve back into the paper as it was before. The bustling crowd and Vazung Thung looked at each other. Stunned. Was that really it? It seemed a bit underwhelming for a competition, did not it? Vigthing shook his head in disappointment. Indeed, no one wanted to share their sex techniques openly. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. "Is this really the renowned Mao Mountain technique? Impressive?" Indeed, the crowd around heard the sarcasm in the voice and began to look around, murmuring, "Where's that coming from? Who from Mao Mountain is talking?" The voice continued. "Back when I was little under the bridge, I could watch performances for a penny and even earn some pocket money." It seemed like the bustling crowd had figured out where the voice originated. As she gently tugged at his sleeve and pointed in that direction, he lay back, soaking up the sun, chattering away. "Seriously, this guy is really putting on a show for our Tam Tong," Wong Xing pondered, the talisman of the three schools. This person must be the heir of either the Longhu Mountain or the Jizao Mountain, given his attitude. Could there be some bad blood with the master? The referee felt a bit flustered. Each of the three schools has its own strengths, and of course, they each have their shining points. Let us invite the next master to showcase their skills, and the next performance belongs to the fiery swordplay of Wudang. The crowd was buzzing with excitement. Wudang's swordsmanship is indeed exquisite. But today, everyone is showcasing their magical arts, so swordplay might not be the best fit. Doesn't Wudang have a way to control his sword? Right. Before, there was no heavenly energy, so of course, Wudang would not be able to master sword control. Hearing the crowd chatter about his sect like that, Ung Long felt a bit anxious. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Jin Zhang continued to tease. "You guys better watch what you say. Be careful, or senior brother Wudang might just whip out a sword and take you all down." Everyone could not help but burst into laughter at this. He then asked, "Which Daoist friend is up next?" Just then, Wang Xing interrupted. "Hold on. Senior brother." Ung Long turned around to see him approaching. "Let me handle this," he thought to himself. Master had said that the swordsmanship of his senior brother is profound. If he were to take the stage, it would definitely be more suitable than himself. Hearing this, Ung Long sincerely raised his sword in front of him. "My skills are not up to par. I am sorry to trouble you, Master." Wang Xing bowed his head humbly and said, "Your sword technique is deep, not easily understood at first glance. It is just right for showcasing some intricate sword patterns, perfect for a performance." As he finished speaking, his figure swiftly dodged through an opening. Wang Xing lightly recited, "Sword launches the spirit, sword transforms the bright moon." As his swordplay danced elegantly, the crowd was left wide-eyed and in awe. The referee watched in shock as his sword technique left everyone speechless. There he was. Wang Xing seemed like a celestial being mastering the arena. He was astonished. This does not exactly conform to magical arts. He observed the radiant light continuously emanating from him, certain that this was the enlightened sword heart, definitely the enlightened sword heart from ancient texts. Wang Xing moved like a dancer in the sky. His presence intertwined beautifully with the sword in his hand. Next, he pointed the sword straight up to the sky, his face serious as a storm. Then, He launched himself, dodging with the treasured sword in hand, twisting left and right, his body flowing seamlessly. Wang Sheng aimed the sword skyward once more, his internal energy surging, creating multiple illusions of himself and the sword. Chen Zhang was so amazed he stood up, glued to the performance, not daring to blink. The crowd was left agape. What realm was this? Such astonishing comprehension of swordsmanship. Is that person a sword immortal? Isn't he a third-generation disciple with a cultivation level in the spirit-gathering realm? Wang Sheng gradually lowered the sword, and the light around him slowly dimmed, the sword fading from view. As the glamorous display settled, he slowly opened his eyes. The sword play had concluded, and Wang Sheng proudly introduced, "The enlightened sword heart is my magical art." After finishing, Wang Sheng happily handed the sword back to Eng Long. "Senior brother. Your sword." Seeing this, Eng Long felt a bittersweet smile forming inside. Wang Sheng. "Junior brother." He covered his mouth and whispered, "Well, let us change how we address each other. Is it still too late to call you senior brother?" Wang Sheng was at a loss for words. "Senior brother. You have said enough," the referee declared loudly. "The 7-star sword of martial arts is legendary, and the techniques from the various mountains leave a deep impression on others. Today is about correcting each other's mistakes. A great opportunity for verification. Next, there are no more restrictions. Feel free to consult with one another if you want to spar. We should probably stop here. We do not want anyone getting hurt." Hearing this, the onlooker's eyes sparkled with excitement. Seeing her so flustered, he could not help but ask, "Senior sister, do you want to join in?" She glanced around, searching for a moment before locking eyes with Wang Sheng and pointing in that direction. It is, the one she mentioned is Qian Zhang, who has been sitting there with a dark expression, watching them all along. Realizing he had been discovered, he did not hide anymore and directly stood up. Heading toward them, Wang Sheng immediately felt on edge. This guy had bad intentions toward his senior sister, but something felt off, because his gaze had been fixed on him the whole time. Wang Sheng thought to himself, "Wait, is he looking for me?" Just as he was about to approach, someone else dashed over to Qinjiang first. That person respectfully introduced himself. "I am Mao Shansliu Yunji, and I would like to seek guidance on the great Tao of Long Huchen Sect. Would Qian Zhang like to spar with me?" Chen Zhang looked confused, then smirked and sighed. He scratched his head and said loudly, "What? You are still not satisfied after losing to me last time? Anyway, I am not afraid of that sword-wielding buddy from the Martial Mountain running away now. It won't take much time." Wang Sheng stood there, confused and angry, thinking, swordplay. Soon both of them quickly stepped onto the fighting stage. Chen Zhang spoke up. "All right. What are we battling over this time?" Lu Zi drew his sword, and golden talismans surrounded him, obviously his talisman techniques. Hearing this, Chen Zhang could not help but chuckle loudly, his laughter echoing throughout the arena. He held a talisman in his hand which quickly ignited, looking at his opponent with disdain. Using talismans. Then he pulled out a small, compact talisman from his pocket that looked like it had been upgraded. He then looked at Liu Ji with a boastful expression. "I am not backing down from anyone. Just so you know." Wang Sheng watched from a distance, bit surprised, thinking, what kind of ridiculous thing is this? He has such a powerful talisman. It is no wonder Liu Ji has been cultivating since childhood and has a major sect backing him. It is not strange for him to have mid-level spirit gathering abilities. But Xinjiang has already reached late-stage spirit gathering. Right. Meanwhile, Chen Zhang spoke up. "Come on. I will let you make the first move." Wang Sheng could not help but wonder. The Kwai of heaven and earth just recovered. Any young cultivator who can enter the spirit gathering realm is talented. If that guy does not have incredible talent, perhaps Longhu Mountain has some divine techniques. At that moment, Lu Zi also began to draw his sword, his gaze sharp and resolute. The moment his hand touched the blade, a brilliant golden light erupted. The talismans around him also appeared and continuously flew around the sword. Lu Zi quickly got into a combat stance, politely requesting guidance, his attitude cautious and completely contrasting with Qian Zhang. After finishing his words, he raised his sword straight up to the sky and shouted, "Heavenly order. Thunderbolt command." The talismans were quickly sucked into the clouds above, which then emitted a brilliant golden light, and from that place, a massive surge of power slammed down toward the target on the ground. But it seemed like Chen Zhang was unfazed. He easily dodged, thinking, again with this move. How original. But Wen Ji was not done yet. He unleashed his long sword with a thunderous flash of power. At the same time, two talismans, the Divine Action Talisman and the Fiery Leap Talisman, were activated, enhancing his strength and attack. Qian Zhang, while dodging, taunted, "Is your Mao Shen Heavenly Order Talisman any good? Can the Thunder technique pack a bit more punch? Same old tricks. How boring." Finally, he made his move, still not admitting defeat. Little Willow. You thought I would let this slide. 2 talismans were used. The Spirit Serpent Talisman and the Transforming Crane Talisman. Qi and Zhang, feeling smug and teasing, could not help but ask, what would a woman in those clothes look like? Yeah. I think I will call you Willow Sister from now on. It seemed like Wen Ji was slightly flustered as both talismans launched their attack simultaneously. Then Xinjiang pulled out a series of 4 talismans and looked at Wen Ji with a sly grin. He laughed. I have not even shown my true skills. And you have already lost some tattered talismans. If you force me to use over 100 talismans today, can we call that a win for you at this point? When Z seemed so provoked he was ready to explode. He shouted in frustration, grabbing his pouch. Those 4 talismans attacked all at once. And the situation did not look good for Wen Ji. He began channeling a plethora of golden talismans from his side to counter the fierce attacks from Qi Han Zhang. A powerful golden aura surrounded Wen Ji, blocking those talismans. Qi and Zhang, crouching down, launched a few more talismans. Willow Sister, you can hold back any longer. The real show is just getting started. 2 black talismans were quickly transformed into tiny black butterflies. They formed a swarm of hundreds, continuously surrounding Wen Ji, catching him off guard. They did not just appear in hundreds, but in mere moments. Thousands of black butterflies completely enveloped Wen Ji. At that moment, a rush of golden energy burst forth from within him, and Wen Ji successfully pushed the black butterflies away from his body with ease. Wang Sheng was left stunned. That robe is a magical artifact. Meanwhile, the onlookers were intently watching the fight. He assessed the situation, noting that although the quality of that robe was not high, it required a substantial amount of true essence and spiritual energy to sustain. But witnessing a true Daoist magical artifact, this trip was worth it. Qi and Zhang, with his extraordinary skills, was passing down a 1,000-year-old artifact to a disciple at the spirit gathering stage. Talk about shameless, but hey, our old master from Mao Mountain is just as shameless. He looked at Wen Ji with a smug smile. Not looking good for you. They handed me something like this before too. The disciples on Wen Ji's side were fuming, while the elders on Chen Zhang's side nodded in satisfaction. Grinning, Qin Zhang glanced challengingly at the opposing side. What? Does everyone just throw caution to the wind now? Van Tri was on high alert. Even though he did not know what it was for, that piece of jelly clearly was a magical artifact. I have already pulled out my trump card. There is no way I can lose this time. Then it is best to strike first. With that thought, Van Tri quickly channeled his inner strength and launched an attack toward Thien Truong. He sent a powerful wave of energy, a celestial force that could shatter illusions. Up until now, Thien Truong had not shown any signs of hesitation. He smoothly dodged the attack, completely unaware of his own limits. Now it was my turn. The moon-shaped stone quickly found its place on his forehead. Thien Truong began to chant. His magic talisman clutched tightly in my hand. Invoking the 6 mystical techniques, listen to my command. Suddenly, from where he stood, that brilliant green light burst forth. Thien Truong was surrounded by a shimmering barrier of inner strength. Like a crystal cocoon, he conjured a flurry of black talismans, smirking at Van Tri. Sister, you are about to lose. As soon as he finished his taunt, the talismans shot towards Van Tri like arrows. Sensing the dire situation, he swiftly propelled himself into the air, channeling his inner strength. At that moment, Van Tri was also enveloped in a dazzling sphere of light. The black talismans flew towards him, suddenly dripping fresh blood. Who knew what kind it was? The blood continuously fell into Van Tri's glowing circle. The power rapidly faded. He had not expected Thien Truong to use such a tactic, leaving him momentarily stunned. The crowd erupted in anger. Horrified, was he really resorting to blood magic? What a disgrace. Suddenly, one of the black talismans swooped past Van Tri's face, leaving a trail of blood. He halted, raising his hand to touch his face, his eyes growing hollow. Finally, the sword in his hand slowly dropped. Van Tri, with a heavy heart, bowed his head and whispered, I have lost. Wang Sheng, watching from the sidelines, could not help but sigh. This disciple of Mao Mountain was truly something else. A familiar voice from behind caught the attention of the 2 sisters. That Thien Truong is not simple at all. Surprised, he replied, do you know him? Master, I have heard of him 5 or 6 years ago. He was trained at Mao Mountain before the world's energy returned, mastering the basics of talisman magic. After the energy returned, he quickly grasped the advanced talisman techniques in no time. Despite his young age, he had already created more than 10 unique talisman spells. Now he stood at the forefront of Mao Mountain's youth, directly mentored by the old master. He pondered, if Thien Truong had such potential, why had not anyone heard of him before? Was it possible he faced some calamity that cut his life short? If not for his personality and sharp tongue, how could he remain so unknown? Meanwhile, Thien Truong was feeling cocky. Using this magical artifact is not as easy as it looks. Suddenly, he shouted, "Hey, kid with the sword from the martial arts mountain, let us have a little duel." Caught off guard by being called out, He pointed at himself. Dumbfounded. Remembering his master's advice, he realized he should not boast about his skills and needed to stay humble. Got it. You are struggling inside because your master told you to be humble before leaving. At this moment, Yinglong and everyone else are staring at you, and he exclaims in surprise, "What the heck?" You are thinking. If you back down without fighting, you will only leave a reputation of cowardice for the martial arts world. Forget that. Then Wang Tang stands up and says, "Yinglong, can I borrow your sword for a moment?" The audience is buzzing. Like, seriously? Climbing onto the stage just to borrow a weapon? How much do you really underestimate the legendary swords of the future? Who cares if they think it is a big deal? Right now, that kid still got a long way to go, and he can't let go of the sword. It is going to be tough to win this one. I mean, the opponent can throw dozens of talismans at him. There is no way he is not at a disadvantage. Quan Haing pulls your sleeve without saying a word, but his eyes betray his worry. Wang Tang senses her thoughts and reassures her. Don't worry. It will be fine. It seems like his words really touched her because the girl's cheeks turned a bit rosy. Quan Haing quickly regains his composure and gestures for you to stay strong. Everyone swiftly stands up, and Yinglong hands the sword over to you. Be careful. Junior brother. Thank you. Senior brother. Wang Tang replies, you apologize first. Senior uncle. I want to take this chance to test my limits. If I can win, it would ruin the reputation of the martial arts. He does not care and advises you. Just make sure to watch your safety. This kind of reputation is not worth it. So the two fighters quickly step onto the stage, and Tian Zhang's face is filled with confidence. Silin is worried. Senior brother. Do you really think you can beat Qin Zhang? Yinglong is anxious too. It is hard to say. He analyzes. The highest level of talisman mastery Qin Zhang has is not ordinary. Plus, with that jade talisman at his disposal, he can boost his spiritual energy, enhancing the power of his talismans. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian introduces himself. I am Xiao Dao Qinzhang. My master is the master of the Longshan Heavenly Sect. Yinglong realizes that fighting this guy won't be an easy feat. On the other hand, you quickly introduce yourself. I am Wong. My Taoist name is Fi Yu, and my master is King Hunzi. Qianzhang gets straight to the point. Brother, can you give me a way to contact your senior sister? How about we make a bet? If you lose later, you give me a way to contact your senior sister. Deal. Your face remains calm, but inside you are screaming. This guy knows how to fight. He won't be easy to beat. Qianzhang, feeling cocky, quickly summons his talismans. Alright then, it is a deal. Right after that, he launches all his talismans toward Wang Tan. As those talismans approach you, they erupt into huge fireballs. You effortlessly sidestep, dodging the first attack with ease. Suddenly, a massive shadow appears above Wang Qian, catching your eye. A giant crane is furiously flapping its wings toward you. That is the talisman he used against Yun Jie earlier. Its gigantic feet slam down toward you. But you are not phased. You smoothly evade it. Your feet keep moving, leaving a trail of glowing orbs wherever you go. It seems this is not just a coincidence. The villain has his own schemes in mind. The crowd below is buzzing. Look. The spot he is passing through is where the heartbreak begins. In no time, he stands right in front of Qianzhang, leaving him momentarily stunned. Qianzhang thinks to himself, this guy has some skills. I need to lure him away first. Then hit him with a curse to finish him off. But before he can think too much, the guy is suddenly right behind him, moving so smoothly and quickly that it catches Qianzhang off guard. Sensing danger, he quickly spins around to evade. All around him, there are images of the villain. He is confused. Is this guy really that strong? It is at this moment that the villain finally draws his sword, his expression remaining calm as he faces his opponent. The tip of the sword is pointed directly at Qianzhang's throat. He is so bewildered that he can't even comprehend what is happening. The villain's face remains calm as he looks at his opponent, clearly in control. This scene leaves everyone in the audience breathless, especially his brothers, who are all in shock. Qianzhang speaks up. Big bro, do not get worked up. I absolutely have no intentions toward your sister. As his opponent raises a hand in surrender, the villain does not press him further and quickly sheaths his sword. The villain sheathes his sword with a flourish, praising the skill and depth of the encounter. Suddenly, for some reason, Qianzhang shouts for him to turn around. Wait a second. The guy hesitates. Wait. I am feeling a bit unsatisfied here. Can we have another round? If not, I will be like Liu Yunqi, coming to the Wudang Mountains every day to find someone to spar with. Hearing this, the villain frowns and turns to look at Qianzhang helplessly. Why are you guys from Longhu Mountain so obsessed with this guy? Seeing him silent, Qianzhang tries to butter him up. Come on, from now on, you can be my older brother. Okay, let us have another match. And if I lose quickly again, I swear I won't bring up this rivalry again. The crowd stirs. Only the winner can claim victory. You can't let others win. That is just savage. Come on,
Bro.
let us pull back a bit. Another round will just make us look worse. Seeing him so earnest, the villain finally agrees. All right then. Chang jumps up in excitement.
Yep.
He quickly begins to form seals, his heart racing, channeling the elements, calling forth the tiger and crane, summoning his energy. Zhang thinks, if I do not let him lose convincingly, he will keep sticking to me. I will let him go all out first. And then I will douse him with a cold bucket of water. At that moment, Zhang excitedly calls out, Army. This time, he summons 3 beasts. A crane, a tiger, and a lion, all exuding an impressive presence. But just like that, the villain slashes once and simultaneously cuts off the limbs of all 3 beasts. This has never happened before. Zhang is left dumbfounded, gaping at him. The 3 beasts, representing fire and water, attack in unison. It looks like the villain is standing still, but none of their attacks can even touch him. At this moment, Zhang's mind was in turmoil. Panic-stricken, gasping for breath. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind ripped through, tearing his bag apart and sending all his talismans flying. No one could tell how he had moved. But somehow, Wang Sheng was now right behind Chen Zhuang, and the wind barrier moments ago was actually his sword energy. The elders below were wide-eyed. Just moments ago that was solid sword energy impossible. He is so young. How could he be this powerful? But then, the sword could not take it anymore, and shattered into pieces at the tip. He felt a pang of regret. Who would have thought even Master Chukshu's sword could not withstand his true essence? Then he remembered to glance over, finding Chen Zhuang sitting sadly on the ground. He approached with humility, bowing respectfully, and Tian Zhuang understood he was conceding. He felt sorrowful, addressing Master Shu, apologizing for ruining her treasured sword. She, being generous, waved it off, saying there was no need for such formalities. If this sword ended up in someone else's hands, it would not matter. It was exciting to see him beat that brat Tian Zhuang. Truly impressive. Then he walked over to the tavern where she was still watching him. Wang Xing smiled warmly at her and said, Master sister, I won last time. She beamed, holding her phone screen up, showing the message. That is great. He laughed joyfully, thanking her for the support, thinking to himself that he had shown off a bit today. But he would still need to focus on training in the mountains in the coming days probably. All good. Suddenly, she noticed a pair of eyes staring intently at him. The tavern owner glared fiercely, shielding Wang Sheng, causing him to be taken aback. Master sister, Tian Zhuang, with a dark expression, held his torn bag and looked at him as if he were about to cry. Everyone tensed up, on high alert, and Wang Sheng spoke up. Daoist of Mao Mountain. What more do you want? Wang Sheng stepped in to mediate. Everyone, just leave this to me. He then moved directly towards Chen Zhuang and asked, Daoist, is there something else? The moment he saw him, Tian Zhuang charged at him with the ripped bag. Everyone gasped, thinking he was about to seek revenge, and Wang Sheng anxiously warned. Be careful. Contrary to everyone's expectations, he started wailing. Big brother, why did not you just chop me up already? Wouldn't that be easier? Why'd you have to ruin my talismans? Wang Sheng stared at him, wondering if his reaction was reminiscent of a kid throwing a tantrum. Chen Zhuang continued lamenting. These black talisman papers are super expensive. A whole set cost me nearly 30,000. Suddenly, a foot stomped down on him, cutting him off. The man, irritated, said, All right, stop embarrassing yourself. Go back and I will make it up to you with twice the materials. Just behave. Wang Sheng was taken aback. Master Uncle, Tian Zhuang, unfazed, said, How about you give me 10 pieces of golden talisman paper instead? He punched the surly disciple. Dude, I have not even used that yet, let alone for you. Just go back and act nice, or I will take all your magical tools and disband you. Chen Zhuang cried out. If it is about sword skills, I will bow to you. Big brother, the figure had already disappeared, but the voice still echoed. Add me as a friend. Let us grab a meal later. He sighed in relief, thinking that after 3 opening matches, this exchange event had finally moved on to the main topic. After countless times on stage, I have finally regained my reputation in martial arts. Just like my master said, the arena is calm again. Now, all I need to do is watch quietly, and I can truly experience the peace of the tournament. The 2 people behind are buzzing, saying that their master has reached the pinnacle stage already. And instead of rushing to challenge the little sword fairy for a bit of glory, one of them chuckles bitterly and walks away, feeling small, while the other is feeling 10 feet tall. Hearing that, Wang Sheng finally gets it. Maybe that is exactly how it is. Meanwhile, a fierce green whirlwind sweeps through like a storm, It turns out it is the showdown of the tournament. And her opponent is getting caught up in it. The power so terrifying that is making the others lose their minds. Mouths frothing, but Guanyuan's face seems a bit melancholic. It is hard to tell what she is truly feeling. In the audience, a man is grinning ear to ear. The headmaster of the Lashan sect. Eager to train with her, Wong Shang is filled with pride. Indeed, a master at the pinnacle stage is no match for his senior sister. Finally, as the whirlwind subsides, the other person is flung away. Just as Guanyuan turns around, she hears a loud thud as they hit the ground. She slowly walks down from the stage, all eyes on her. Filled with admiration, Wong Shang quickly rushes over, flashing her a bright smile. Senior sister, you are amazing. Her sad gaze meets her junior brother's. And then Guanyuan lets out a deep sigh, as if releasing all her pent-up emotions. She smiles at him. Just like the worries in her heart have turned into mere whispers in the wind. Around them, people are whispering, amazed that someone so young has reached the pinnacle stage. Now that is what I call a true master. At this moment, Guanyuan walks forward with an air of confidence, unfazed by the chatter around her. Remembering when they first arrived together, he held up a sign that said, "Keep your distance. If anything happens, contact her junior brother." Wong Shang feels a bit guilty. Knowing he has put her in a tough spot, he walks behind, thinking about how today, the sects have found their own paths. As long as the essence of heaven and earth sustains, the age of cultivation will return. But I fear this prosperous era won't last long. The sect can bind its disciples. But rogue cultivators or demonic beasts stepping onto the path of transformation could easily stray. But how should one deal with the competition in this world? Lost in thought, he trails behind Guanyuan. She feels something's off with Wong Shang and glances back. He quickly hurries to catch up, shaking off these heavy thoughts. Do what you can, and if the sky falls, there will be someone to hold it up, no matter what. This path of cultivation, as long as I can walk it with my head held high, that is what matters. He watches everyone laughing and chatting, reflecting on how far he has come despite the challenges. Ultimately, the Jia Liao tournament wrapped up beautifully, and he indeed gained a lot from this experience. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, "Shang, wait up." Startled, he feels his shoulders tense. Wong Shang smiles wryly, wiping the sweat from his brow, and turns around. "What is it?" Tenzing excitedly pulls out her phone. "A friendly super idol. We talked about this before. We are definitely going to see each other more from now on. So let us look out for one another." He is cheerfully rambling about how we should head down the mountain together. But let us be real, the chance to actually talk is just a tease. Wong Shang reluctantly agrees, saying it is fine. But those talismans are a bit too much for me to handle. Chanzhong is generous, saying it is all good. All good. Just let my master help me gather some materials, and I will fake the numbers. Aren't those talismans worth a few $1,000 each? Wong Shang can't help but sigh. What a villain. Just as everyone's getting ready, someone calls out, "Wait." Dao Huiying, slow down a bit. Wait for me. When Z steps forward softly, saying she is grateful Dao Huiying took the time to teach that scoundrel a lesson today, which really brightened her mood. So she needs to thank him. Wong Shang happily bows and responds. Isn't Huiying being a bit too polite? Chanzhong rolls his eyes, saying, who are you trying to impress with that polite talk? What era are we in? Stop with the Huiying this and Huiying that. Wen Zi retorts sharply. Better than your rude remarks. Xinjiang's patience is wearing thin, saying, Ru, my defeated subordinate dares to cause trouble in front of me. The two of them shoot each other deadly glares, and Wang Sheng stands in the middle, coughing a few times to break the tension. He quickly chimes in to ease the situation. You both must be hungry. Right. Let us head down the mountain and grab a bite. My treat tonight. Qianzhong immediately perks up, thanking him and asking, Wait, do you know any good places to eat around here? Wenji looks like she is about to breathe fire, but Wang Sheng reassures her. Calm down. Calm down. At the conference, everyone represents their sex, so of course, there is a bit of formality, but once they get to the dining room, it does not take long for everyone to warm up to each other. Wang Sheng naturally serves food to his senior sister. He introduces Qianzhong, who is about his age, but because of his childish personality, his family sent him to Mao Mountain for discipline, with exceptional talent and talismans. He has become what he is today. As for Wenjie, he is no stranger after all. In his previous life, he was one of the 36 key figures in the Daoist sect. Since childhood, he trained with his master on the mountain and, with his exceptional charisma, gained a huge fanbase online. A few years ago, Wenji went to Longhu Mountain for training and got knocked out by Qianzhong, which led to their rivalry. After some martial achievements, he wanted revenge but faced many challenges, leading to the situation we are in now. My senior sister and I have managed to extinguish the jealousy among many sects at this conference. Their mission here is to build connections, which makes sense, but I won't let that get to my head. After all, in today's world, it is important not to be arrogant. Steady cultivation is the real way to go. Meanwhile, a voice calls out from over here. The Mao Shan sect has sent over the footage from those 10 hours. Quickly sift through the useful information in there. A girl stands in front of the screen, speaking up while still sipping her hot tea, her eyes glued to the monitors. Suddenly, a female staff member can't help but curse. Clearly triggered by something, the girl asks, "What is going on?" The other girl looks extremely serious, fingers still typing away. Exclaiming, "Look at this." Miss Tua was taken aback again by the battle scene of Wong Shang, thinking to herself, "Who is that?" The legendary sword master. This sword technique is something you would only see in a movie. She glanced around and calmly sipped her tea. Wondering who he really was, the person behind her quickly reported. This guy's name is Wong Shang, a master of the Dao. And based on the intel we overheard, his master's title is the Pure Word. Rumor has it he has already reached the advanced stage. At this, the teacup in her hand suddenly fell and shattered. She asked, "Who is his master?" The day after the exchange conference ended, Wong Shang returned to the mountain, worriedly advising, "Sister, take it slow and watch your step." Remembering back home, he could not help but smile when he saw Haiyan. "You have become so beautiful," his dad chimed in. "Little Shang, so how far along are you and your sister? When are we going to prepare the betrothal gifts?" he asked playfully. "Don't you worry, Dad. While I am still around, I will make sure to give you 2 grandkids." This playful banter was happening because after the conference, Master Li had specifically given him a few days off to go home, which was meant to ease his parents' worries. But unfortunately, remembering that terrifying night, he was bombarded with messages like, "Hey Shang, where do you live? Have you made it home yet? When are you coming to visit us at Tiger's Den?" The more he ignored them, the more frantic they became. Thinking about it made him roll his eyes. He even received some crazy messages from someone on the way. The people around the mountain could not help but chatter. "Isn't he that the master of the Dao and his sister?" I heard Brother Yinglong mentioning that they were quite impressive at the exchange conference. According to his story, Brother Yinglong and the others returned to the mountain a few days ago. The news from the conference has spread all over Wudang Mountain now, and all the sects know about his and his sister's cultivation levels. But I won't let it go to my head. After all, we are all practitioners here. Yuan-Zi was waiting for them, and his gaunt face was clearly showing signs of stress. As soon as they arrived, Wong Shang and the sect brother bowed. "Master, we are back," he replied. "You too." Pausing a bit, Yuan-Zi frowned. "Didn't I tell you to be humble on this trip to Ma Shan?" The sect brother quickly huddled behind Wong Shang in fear, and Wong Shang helplessly explained, "Master, there is a reason for everything." He had a serious look, but at that moment, he could not help but burst into laughter. Yuan-Zi looked at him with satisfaction. "Well done. Even though we are guests of Wudang Mountain and do not belong to the true martial lineage, we are still practitioners of Wudang. This time, you did not embarrass me as your master. But you should still head home and focus on your cultivation in the mountain. Yesterday, Master Lai brought some items for you, including 2 things that are quite nice. As a reward for your trip, since I have to go to Tai for a meeting, I will bring back food for you too." Wong Shang shouted after him. "Okay, Master." Watching Yuan-Zi's retreating figure, he could not help but be amazed. It has only been a few days, but it feels like Master is on the verge of a breakthrough. You look completely normal, but you are actually incredibly talented. If it were not for this second chance at life, I probably would not have noticed my master's skills. As I glance at the pile of gifts, I can't help but think it is probably to thank me for my hard work at the exchange conference. My master has gone out of her way to prepare quite a few presents for me and my senior sister. Among the gifts prepared for me, it is clear that a lot of thought went into them. My senior sister really seems to love the new outfits. I quickly pull out a sword to test it. This ancient sword looks pretty ordinary, but once you wield it, you can sense its true essence. It is clearly crafted for a true swordmaster. It does not have the exquisite allure of the mystical liquor, like Liu Yunji's jade garment, or the stunning elegance of the thin Tridang's attire. Although it is a precious item, it is not top tier. If this is the reward for our trip to Mao Mountain, I guess it is not too shabby. After trying on the good stuff, I quickly bring it to show my senior sister. She examines the sword closely. She picks up the sword and scrutinizes every detail. Her fingers glide gently over the blade, but despite her interest, she shakes her head, signaling that this weapon might not be suitable for me. I quickly grasp her concern and reassure her. "Don't worry. I am not planning to use it for anything violent." I can tell she is worried that this sword might affect my moral integrity. She cheerfully hands me a piece of jade. I am taken aback. "Senior sister, I already have this sword. This jade pendant from the spirit guard is obviously for you." It seems she is quite determined to gift it to me. Tapping away on her phone, "I am the undefeated champion." I awkwardly decline. "This is a gift from our master for you. How could I possibly take it? My senior sister looks at me with misty eyes. And it seems those tears are having an effect. Without hesitation, I dash. Wait for me a moment. Senior sister. She watches me. Bewildered, I quickly return, hiding something behind my back. My face flushed with embarrassment. I had originally planned to wait until my senior sister's birthday to give this, but I decided to bring it out early. I shyly offer it to her. If you are giving me a gift, then I have to accept this one for you too. My senior sister happily presses the gift against her cheek. Clearly delighted, her face turning a shade of pink. Fast forward a few days later. Once everything has settled down, our lives in cultivation have returned to normal, and now it is time for me to focus on what is next. Within a year, I have managed to elevate my cultivation to the second stage, but it required some serious fasting. After returning to the mountain for less than a month, a certain Taoist priest, looking quite worn out, arrived at our little courtyard. Flashback to a peaceful morning. When suddenly, a loud scream pierced the air. My master burst in, panic written all over her face. Yelling. Senior brother, demons are attacking. Please help us. Hearing about demons, both my and my senior sister's faces went pale. The scene at our sect was incredibly quiet and serene, with the mountains and clouds intertwined beautifully. I was sleeping when I suddenly woke up groggy. Turning over to find my senior sister lying next to me, I sat up in shock, my face flushing uncontrollably. What on earth is going on? Why is my senior sister sleeping here? There she was, still clutching Wong Shang's shirt tightly, when he suddenly sat up, waking her up in the process. Startled from her sleep, she could not help but furrow her brow. Wong Shang, feeling guilty, asked, "Did I wake you?" Senior sister, outside. The wind howled through the window, creating loud noises that made Quan Hoyan instinctively pull back. Wong Shang, brightening up, teased, "Did the wind scare you?" Senior sister. He then wrapped the blanket around her for comfort. "Don't be afraid. Sleep now. We have to get up early for our journey tomorrow." At that moment, Quan Hoan's brows relaxed a bit, and he gently patted her back to help her drift off to sleep. The reason she was like this was that after their master arrived during the day, senior sister had been on edge. I really did not expect that. I remembered how excited master was, thanking everyone for helping catch the ghost, while Quan Hoan had cowered behind him in fear. Back to the present, Wong Xing could not help but smile wryly. How can a cultivator at the nascent soul stage be scared of ghosts? He recalled master saying that years ago. He had to coax senior sister into speaking by using ghost stories as a form of therapy. The result? Senior sister almost became mute and ended up with a phobia. What kind of intense remedy did master use back then that could scare her so badly? But at this moment, comforting his panicked senior sister was a responsibility he had to shoulder. The next morning, they quickly set off, with a large car parked right outside, ready to roll. After a while on the road, the car finally stopped in front of an old wooden house that exuded nostalgia. Master looked at the place. Emotions stirred, thinking about how many years it had been since he last returned. Ying Long glanced around, feeling that the preparations were quite thorough. This time, he was sent to replace that ghost-fearing girl. Wang Xing opened the large door, taking precautions just in case there were foreign ghosts lurking about. Remembering all this was thanks to Quan Haiyan's efforts, he felt bewildered. Senior sister, how could you invite Jesus and the Buddha to such a serene place? Thinking of this, he could not help but sigh in helplessness. But this represented senior sister's care for him. How could he dare to toss it aside? The door slowly creaked open, and a voice echoed from inside. "Old man, you have finally come back." The tired old man stepped out, worn down from dealing with the ghostly disturbances. Master spoke up. "Big brother, did not I just come back?" Ying Long's eyes widened in realization that this was indeed Master's mundane home. Wang Sheng thought to himself. No wonder Master had kept this a secret. There seemed to be quite a bit of intrigue and power dynamics at play here. Wang Sheng introduced. "Before we set up the altar, we should know that Master's older brother is named Lithai Thian because he had been investing in Wuzhang all these years. Wuzhang also accepted their ghost hunting endeavors." Meanwhile, Master began to stand before the altar, forming the special seal, calling upon the southern deity. With heaven and earth as witnesses, he watched the old man in curiosity. What intrigued him most was why Master, having such a large fortune, chose the path of cultivation. Had he encountered some calamity, leading him to be so indifferent to the worldly matters? Meanwhile, Master was still focused on his task, tossing the sword into the sky. A brilliant golden light illuminated the surroundings as he chanted loudly. "Guardians of the law, hasten the pace to exorcise the malevolent spirits here." The altar glowed brightly thanks to his power. He remembered that before chasing the demons, his master had already discussed everything with them. It was just about setting up the altar ahead, but he and Elder Yang Long were the true masters of demon slaying. The arrangement was mainly to help those around them realize that cultivators are just characters in movies, even though everything was done by the disciples. The achievements and honors belonged to the master. As soon as the door opened, a wave of dark purple energy rushed out. Wang Sheng's expression turned serious. Something was indeed up. The demonic aura from that room intensified. Almost like a swirling storm, from the dark room, 2 fierce red eyes appeared, staring him down. Wang Sheng quickly formed a seal and chanted, 5 stars steady the earth, illuminate the mysterious light, 5 heavenly demons, annihilate the body and soul. Instantly obeying, a powerful aura shot from him straight into the room. His strength swept through like a gale, pushing the dark purple shadows back wherever it went. In just a moment, the room was completely purified, and he stood there, fearless. After resolving the situation, he walked out and closed the door, not forgetting to say, Infinite heaven preserve. Yinglong quickly met up with him and said, I encountered over 20 wraiths on my round. Wang Xing replied, Yeah, sounds about right. Yinglong wondered. Strange, unless the feng shui setup backfired. Or there is someone else here. Wang Sheng was on guard. Contemplating. There might be someone behind the wall. He decided to keep this quiet for now and find his master first. No matter what, this is also master's place. If there really is someone pulling strings, we can just stand by. It seems like this place is hiding some kind of unspeakable mystery. Over here, his master was still performing the rituals, and everyone stood silently observing. He thought, isn't it just about exorcising demons? Why is it taking so long for them to come back? Are those two trustworthy? He pondered, leaning his sword against the sky until his hand trembled. Suddenly, a servant shouted from afar, They are back. From a distance, Yinglong and Wang Sheng hurried over. Seeing that the last person had returned, his master let out a sigh of relief. He turned and said, Elder brother, please prepare a quiet room for the 3 of us to recuperate. Shuishan quickly responded. Got it. I understand. Night fell quickly, and the 3 were arranged in a cozy, quiet room. He spoke. Master, we encountered dozens of wraiths during our round, and I suspect there is another cultivator at play. His master stroked his beard in silence, pondering. Another cultivator. This is getting complicated. He thought seriously. My knowledge now surpasses my master's a bit, so I am aware of some dark corners in the celestial realm. As for today's events, it might be due to some property of Lai causing unwanted attention from certain parties. Or perhaps it is because Lai Shuitian offended someone, leading to this retaliation. His master asked him in confusion. What do you think we should do? He calculated, suddenly exposing a thought that might make their opponent anxious. The dragon spirit presented the challenge. And we should just go with it like this. Wang Sheng was excited, realizing it was like that. What a clever way. Also, that night, half an hour later, the surroundings were still shrouded in darkness. The 2 disciple brothers were walking in the courtyard. He asked cautiously, Brother, over the past few years, have you made any enemies? Shushan replied, I have mostly been at home lately. I have not offended anyone. The elder disciple pressed on. Think carefully. Someone is trying to harm our whole family. But he still insisted. Absolutely not. You were meditating in your room and accidentally overheard this conversation. As Shuishan continued, in my entire life, I have never done anything shameful, except for that incident years ago. You wondered, what happened back then? Did Lai really do something shameful? Wang Xing opened his eyes to think. Considering the feng shui of the estate, the elder disciple brought this up. These are all things from years ago. Could they be connected? The next morning, everyone quickly prepared to leave. The elder disciple said, Brother, if the ghost has been dealt with, we should return to the mountain. If anything comes up, let me know. Shuichin was relieved, grateful to have someone this time. Later at night, the scene shifted to the elder brother's house. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Back at Li's estate, the dragon spirit whispered, How much longer do we have to wait? The younger one replied softly, Maybe until midnight. That was when the yang energy was weakest, and also when the evil spirits were most confident. Shuichin's career was significant, with nannies and security, plus a comprehensive camera system with no blind spots. You recalled. If that is the case, then the ghost we dealt with today must be around 70 or 80. Clearly not something that can be achieved in just a day or two. If someone from the outside is causing chaos, there should be some traces left behind. Thus, releasing the original evil could likely be an inside job. The dragon spirit quickly understood. So that is how it is. That is why we pretended to leave during the day. At night, we wait for the rabbit. But even saying that, the intentions of the one releasing the evil are undeniably cruel. The kind that uses ghosts to siphon off life force, annihilating entire families. Truly, heaven won't forgive that. The dragon spirit murmured. Are we waiting here for any purpose? If it is indeed an inside job. You calculated. It is hard to avoid a long night filled with dreams. And they might strike tonight. Quickly. You adjusted your posture and focused on channeling your inner energy. You thought, let us see who among us can endure longer. Soon, your power began to radiate throughout Lisa's estate. The dragon spirit was stunned, not expecting the spiritual sensitivity of the spirit to cover the entire courtyard. Don't even mention your cultivation level now. Even at the same level, you would not stand a chance. With that in mind, you quickly drew your sword, deciding to protect the spirit at all costs. Before long, you sensed a strange presence, and Wang Sheng was on high alert. You saw a shadow moving forward. There was the place where Lekuxi was resting. A guard was stealthily shining a flashlight around. Looking incredibly cunning, seeing no one around, he pulled out a tiny bronze vial from his pocket. He drew blood and began chanting. Evil spirit, do not rest in this place. Life shall not be born. Heaven watches over. Retribution will not be easy. As he read on, he quickly dripped blood onto that thing. And immediately, a shadow began to emerge from it. He glared fiercely towards the room of Mir. Lithoithian. Who would have thought you would have 10 martial artists coming to your rescue now? His face twisted with aggression. He thought, if that is how it is, do not blame me for wrapping this up quickly. With that, he and the green demon slowly stepped inside. He quickly stood before the Ithian's door. As the green demon lunged at him, a flash of golden light appeared, causing the demon to hesitate in fear. The guard recognized immediately that the talisman was from the martial arts sect. Indeed, Lithoithian had prepared for everything. He cunningly pondered. While the talisman could fend off demons, could it protect against someone alive like him? Just then, Ving Thing rushed in from behind, sword drawn. Startling him, he quickly leaped to dodge, and the demon behind him charged toward him. Ving Thing's sword shattered the wooden door of the courtyard. The demon aggressively tried to strike him down, but Ving Thing vanished in an instant. At the same time, Ving Thing soared into the air, swiftly slashing at the demon. Suddenly, a flash of light flickered in his mind, causing Ving Thing to halt. Not good. The sword swung through but failed to affect it at all. He clenched his fists in frustration. Suddenly, a shuffling sound came from Thien's room, startling Ving Thing. An alert flashed in his mind, and he quickly kicked toward the demon. Ving Thing used the momentum to leap towards Mir. Tiengter's room. Inside, Lulu had just woken up from a deep sleep, and when the guard saw him, he glared fiercely. Lithoithian, he yelled, lunging to grab the old man's throat. Just then, swords from outside pierced through the attack. Leaving the guard stunned, he quickly dodged. But before he could react, Ving Thing stood at the door. At the same time, he shot 3 hidden darts straight toward Thien, who was still recovering, but luckily for him, Ving Thing had just in time knocked those 3 darts away. Glancing over, he realized those darts were laced with deadly energy. Just a small hit to lower It's face, and not even a deity could save him. He quickly formed a seal and shouted, "Martial disciple, do not meddle in this if you want to stop me," he said, rushing towards Wudang Thing with a menacing look. The guard struck while chanting loudly, 5 heavenly demons, vanish and destroy, obey my command." As he finished speaking, the green demon charged into the room. Its target was not Ving Thing, but Thien. What had he done to earn such hatred? He wondered. This person was clearly trying to hold him back, wanting to let the demon take Thien's life. What kind of grudge existed between them? He shouted loudly, continuing the incantation to command the demon. 5 stars. Tremble and shine. Illuminate the dark. Heavenly angels, protect me, he cried. As he said this, the demon swiftly rushed past. Ving Thing quickly raised his sword to shield Thien. The overwhelming force made him instinctively cover his face. You calculate it. Just now, I noticed something unusual, so I came here first. It seems my senior brother has also detected it, and is on his way here too. If that is the case, before he arrives, I will hold this blind demon back. He gestured with one hand and shouted loudly, "Martial disciples, if you want to get involved in this filthy business, then I will send you to your doom first." With that, he quickly commanded the demon to attack. You would not back down either, swiftly leaping forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes toward it. 5 stars. Shockwave. Radiant shadow, the heavenly angel of all saints, protect my spirit, as you chanted while striking barehanded. It left the demon struggling to keep up. Then, Chang Chen shouted loudly, raising his sword high, 5 heavenly demons, vanish and obliterate. The commands were issued instantly. Meanwhile, the bodyguard over here held a jar and chanted, "Revenant of the angry spirits, capture." At that moment, the ghost had already been sliced in half by Wang Sheng. Its body now quickly split open, revealing a deep glowing path. Simultaneously, the jar in the bodyguard's hand shattered, causing him to panic a little. Wang Sheng operated with the mindset of kill the roots, quickly launching 3 shadow arrows toward him. That guy quickly fell to his knees. And his demon could not withstand it either, vanishing in an instant. Although you had defeated him, he was not dead yet, so Wang Sheng remained cautious, blocking his path. His whole body radiated a thick aura, and he muttered, "Offer your soul to me. Merge with my body." With that, he invoked a spell, and the demon seemed to grow even more ferocious. Wang Sheng sensed something was off as he did this and silently cursed. "Oh no." The bodyguard laughed manically. "Lai Shuiqian, I want your entire family to die without a place to bury them. Father. Brother. After over 10 years, I have finally avenged everyone." From the demon emerged countless human skulls, looking eerily sinister. Wang Sheng was taken aback. How many souls had this dark practitioner used to forge such a demon? Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him. "Get out. Get out." You quickly gathered the bodyguards outside, shouting, "Get out. Get out. Is everyone okay?" You swiftly grabbed Shuiqian and leaped out through the window. "Senior brother." Right after that, Wang Sheng told them, "Protect Li the scholar well, and keep your people away from here." Yinglong quickly grabbed him while reminding, "Got it, but be careful." At this point, Wang Sheng slashed a few times at the demon to test it. However, it barely scratched the surface. He thought to himself, this sword technique is not effective against demonic spirits. The effectiveness against this type of demon soul is minimal. It does not compare to using talismans like the heavenly exorcism. Thinking of this, he quickly remembered. Right. The talismans. While dodging the demon's attacks, you glanced over at Yinglong, shouting, "Senior brother. The talismans from Master." Shuiqian recalled. "Yep. The talismans. Quickly go grab some from somewhere else." You exhaled deeply, thinking, if I can't kill it, then I will wear it down instead. Immediately, you began to leap forward, executing a swift and agile advance. First love sword. Heartbreak strike. The Vingthung continues to weave through the chaos with agility, evading the menacing spirit. He is feeling the pressure. Heartbroken, and ready to unleash his attack. He thinks to himself about using the spell to drain the spirit's energy. A powerful aura erupts around him, enveloping the ghost. And at the same moment, he swiftly tosses items at it. Ready to strike, he quickly moves to grab the talisman in his hand, calculating his next move, then unleashes the ghost-repelling talismans. Golden talismans shoot out of his pouch like a torrential downpour. It is as if a rain of spells has begun to fall around Vingthung. Vingthung expertly combines his sword energy with the ghost-repelling talismans, sending them hurtling towards the malevolent spirit. All the talismans stick to it, igniting in flames, creating a massive fire that engulfs the creature, which thrashes about in desperation. Seeing the demon writhing and screaming like this, he thinks to himself, the talismans are indeed effective. The dark mage has lost their sanity. Otherwise, the spirit would not have let its guard down like this. If that is the case, all he needs to do is keep draining it, and the malevolent spirit will surely be vanquished. Outside, onlookers can grasp what is happening inside. All they see are talismans swirling in the air, glowing continuously. Suddenly, a loud voice booms from outside. "Where's the killer?" The police rush in, saying, "We received a report. Someone is threatening Mir. Where's the suspect now?" Vingthung panics and shouts, "Brother. Block them. Don't let them get involved in this. Give me 15 minutes. This thing won't hold out much longer." Thithin steps forward, insisting, "Officer, there really is a ghost. I am not joking. The police think he is just an old man rambling. Wait, what century are we in? Where do you think ghosts come from?" Meanwhile, Yinglong glides up to the police, and the officer jumps, aiming his gun at him. With a charming smile, he says, "Officer, my junior can handle that ghost in just 20 minutes. He looks like a con artist straight out of a gangster movie." The officer feels uneasy, thinking he is being duped, and orders, "You lot, guard the door. The rest of you, come with me inside. Do not let his accomplices escape." Yinglong darts forward like the wind and says, "Officer, just listen to me." The officer pauses, raising his hand to signal, and the other cops quickly train their guns on Ranglong. The Quithin steps up to explain, "Comrade, this guy really is the Taoist from Mount Wu." The officer still does not believe him. "Old man, some people can just be believed on a whim." Yinglong persists. "My junior said no one else can go in. You need to stand firm. My junior is exorcising a ghost in there. And as the older brother, I need to handle this, seeing that he is becoming a hassle." The officer does not want to argue further and pulls out his gun. Pointing it directly at Donglong's forehead, he coldly commands, "Block the operation. Arrest him now." The officer quickly shouts, "Explain quickly." "It is because of the energy restoration. The Chinese government has mandated that police must carry weapons, and in special circumstances, they are allowed to use them. The police quickly cuffed him, and as he helplessly contemplated, he thought, let them in and see for themselves. The whole group hurried inside the throne room to start their investigation. Suddenly, as he entered, he saw soldiers sitting on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Confused, he asked, what is going on? Why is everyone shaking? Following their gaze, he noticed the prince fiercely battling a ghost. He was stunned. Was there really a ghost? The fierce ghost let out a terrifying roar and hurled a massive rock at the police. He and his soldiers could only stand there, frozen in disbelief, watching the rock come hurtling toward them. Out of nowhere, a figure charged toward the police. It was the prince, who quickly slipped off his handcuffs. In an instant, he stood in front of the police. Channeling his inner strength to brace against the giant rock, the prince skillfully reached out and gently caught the rock. Then, with a swift motion, he hurled it far away in the blink of an eye. The prince glanced at everyone and instructed, listen up, officers. This ghost is volatile. I hope you all do not provoke it. The police and court soldiers were left wide-eyed, mouths agape at this spectacle. One of them whispered to him, Captain, this is beyond our control. What should we do? He remained stoic. Don't worry. Just report to headquarters and update them on the situation. The rest of you stay here and coordinate with the Taoist inside. To deal with the ghost, we need to open fire. But wait. Regular bullets won't hurt it. They might even provoke its rage. Since the ghost is of the underworld, we need to find something with positive energy to defeat it. Can we get some rooster blood here? Preferably from a black rooster. One of them exclaimed, sure. I will go get it right now. Just then, the ghost charged at him again. The prince quickly leaped aside, maintaining his distance. But now, a serious problem arose for the prince. He had exhausted all his talismans. At that moment, the prince urgently tossed blood bags while shouting, get out of the way. Hearing this, the prince swiftly turned to dodge. The blood bags flew straight into the ghost. It quickly began to dissolve, and the ghost screamed in agony. The police erupted in cheers. The rooster blood truly worked. Right after, the ghost turned its focus toward the prince. Panicking, he thought, we're dead. The ghost is coming straight for us. He quickly raised his sword, channeling his inner strength for a protective spell. The martial arts of the righteous shall shield my body. He calculated that the ghost was severely wounded from the rooster blood. If he could just block this one attack. The prince firmly believed in his disciple. He was sure they had a way to defeat this ghost. After that close combat, both the prince and the ghost were sent flying. The police chief and court soldiers quickly caught him. The prince, after the clash, was gravely injured, his body trembling. Disciple, next, it is all on you. He swiftly leaped forward, positioning himself in front of everyone with an unwavering expression. Leave it to me. The prince raised his sword, reciting the spell, heaven and earth, heed my righteous will. Let this chaos be subdued. Lower the flute to summon the music of the heavens. Raise it to invoke the sun. At that moment, a burst of light flashed, causing the demon to shield its face in agony. Then, he pointed his sword at it and continued the incantation, stepping into the celestial realm, transcending the heavens, summoning the divine, and wielding the heavenly fist. The demon was bombarded with relentless attacks, leaving it no time to react, and a wave of pain surged through it. Ving Thung descended like a shooting star, breaking the waves, unleashing the sword to pierce through the dark maelstrom. In that moment, his eyes gleamed with fierce determination. When facing such monsters, Ving Thung was always serious and intensely focused. His body was covered in wounds from the sword energy he unleashed, making it twitch and stand there, dazed. Eventually, its body could no longer withstand the assault and exploded, lighting up the entire sky. Its remnants scattered like confetti, forcing everyone to shield their faces in shock. At last, the battle came to an end. The soldiers helped each other, while the chief officer busily organized everyone to clean up the aftermath. Their gazes fell upon him in admiration, praising him. You did great. Ving Thang. He did not respond. His sword suddenly slammed down into the ground, as it seemed he had overexerted himself, and he could no longer hold on. Gradually collapsing, Dong Long, worried about his injured brother, rushed to support him, shouting in panic. Ving Thang. His eyes slowly closed, and Xing Long kept asking frantically, are you alright? Ultimately, Ving Thang could not hold on any longer and fainted. He recounted that the demon had been vanquished, but he had collapsed from exhausting his inner strength. Though he did not stay unconscious for long, when he woke, he still felt a bit drained. After regaining his composure, he gradually felt better. This epic battle had surprisingly yielded great rewards. Now standing at the threshold of a new stage, it seemed this journey had not been in vain. While focusing on channeling his internal energy to restore his health, suddenly, his door burst open. Ving Thang quickly stepped out to see what was up. asking, "Can I help you too?" The girl blushed shyly and said, "Yung Thang. I am a member of the special investigation team here to deal with the demon menace." The rugged man beside her was Yi Nungyu, also a member of the special investigation team. He was puzzled. "You two are here to ask about the demon. Wait, could we talk privately first?" He did not refuse. "Sure." Moments later, the Veng Thung was starstruck. "I can't believe I am meeting a living sword master. This is wild. Can I see you wielding your sword?" "No kidding. Can I get your autograph? Can we take a picture together? Can I put my hand on your shoulder?" He straight up asked. "You two came here just to take pictures." Realizing she had been a bit too forward, she cleared her throat and shifted to the main topic. "Actually, our team leader wants to talk to you. Someone will video call you shortly. I will wait outside. And after you are done, just let me in." The video call began. And Jong Thung could not help but wonder why the team leader of the special investigation team was reaching out to him directly. As he picked up the call, the person on the other end surprised him so much that he shouted, "What? Master? Master?" Wang Xing reflects on the past. Back to the first Chongyang festival when he went to the mountains, and his master dragged him to drink. At that time, the master said to him, "Little Shang, if you want to marry, go ahead. If you want kids, have them. I am very open-minded. Just be devoted to your wife." He was extremely curious and asked seriously, "Master, why are you suddenly bringing this up?" In a moment of melancholy, the master reminisced. "Years ago, I fell in love with a girl, but my own master opposed it. I had planned to become a master, but that girl was quite straightforward. Then she disappeared for decades, leaving no trace, and she has always been the one to accept my fate. This is a letter she had someone send to me last year. By then, my master learned that I actually have a child, nearly the same age as you guys. A girl who has been out there for years. I can only imagine the hardships she must have endured." Remembering this, he gazed blankly at the person on his phone screen. Then he quickly regained his composure and called her master's wife. The woman sighed, as if the memories of the past flooded back, and she spoke, "What can you call me? I have something I need your help with. Can you relay a message to your master for me? Tell him that if he still cares about his daughter, he should come meet me soon." Wang Xing wasted no time and jumped right in. "Master's wife. Is the little junior sister being pursued by some monks? I will call the master right away." At that moment, he quickly grabbed his phone and made the call. Remembering to put it on speaker, Wang Xing cunningly thought, if he just talks directly, the master will surely find a way to save the soul of the master's wife. But life is not that easy. On the other end, a robotic voice chimed in. "Sorry. The phone number you dialed is not reachable." Wang Xing hesitated. "Master's wife. Maybe the master has poor signal. I will reach out to senior sister instead. Do not worry." She gently agreed. "Sorry for the trouble, little Shang," he quickly replied. "Master's wife. No need to be polite. I will video call you shortly." On the other side, he immediately messaged Quan Han. "Senior sister, where did the master go?" She replied, "Left a letter and just vanished without a word. I will take a picture of the letter for you." The content of the letter read, "Little Shang. Little Huan. The master is about to advance to Golden Elixir, and has to seclude himself in the southeast mountains for a while. When he returns, he will teach you again." He sighed, thinking, "Master, is this your lonely fate? The timing for advancement is way too coincidental." Wang Sheng sighed and then recounted the whole situation to Quan Huan. "Senior sister, that is what happened." A moment later, he stepped outside, and Mo Yu quickly approached. "Daoist Wong, have you finished your conversation?" Wang Xing replied. "This time, my senior sister will also join the operation. We are heading back to Wudang Mountain to pick her up." Upon hearing this, her excitement surged. "Even the Fairy of Immortality is joining. That is fantastic. When will we set off?" Wang Xing pondered. "There has been some trouble with the master's wife and daughter. Of course, senior sister one, just sit back. But since the master's wife actively reached out to us, this seems to be a bit complicated. No matter how dangerous it gets, I will rescue my junior sister." The two forest police officers in front talked with Ma Ngayat for a while. Then she updated him, saying that the rogue cultivator and the evil one have been restrained by us, and they won't have the chance to hurt anyone anymore. Next, we are heading to Wudang Mountain to pick up the immortal beat Nining. Speaking of the grudge that rogue cultivator holds, based on the intel provided by Ma Ngayat, the bodyguard and the eldest brother who died long ago had targeted Li Sijex for revenge because that area belongs to the Li family. Suddenly, Ma Ngayat panicked, saying he is dead. Wang Sheng was puzzled, asking, "What happened?" She continued, "Our colleague just contacted us. Like, Just now. That scheming bodyguard is dead. As she spoke, she passed the phone to Wang Sheng. Looking at his corpse was both chilling and bizarre. Wang Sheng examined it closely, noting the cause of death and the type of poisonous insect. Could it be? Then he noticed a glowing yin-yang sigil near the guy's wrist, and Wang Sheng realized just as suspected. It is speculated that the bodyguard might have died from a yin-yang blood-sucking insect. This type of poison works with both yin and yang, so they resonate with each other. As mentioned in ancient texts, they can boost the poisoner's abilities or even kill from 1,000 miles away. Mangacap was alarmed, asking, "Is that real or fake?" He zoomed in on the photo, noticing this mark too. At first glance, it looked like a Taiji pattern. But it was not really that. It could very well be the insignia of the organization behind Liang Han. Everyone could investigate from this point. Wang Sheng analyzed ancient yin and yang, Taiji patterns, and the magical artifact I destroyed earlier. All three are enough to prove it. That tattoo organization has grown significantly. We need to quickly get in touch with the major sects. Mangacap urged. Wang Daozong. Hold on a moment. I will notify my colleagues right away. Wang Sheng frowned in thought, realizing that this was finally connected to the secret of the previous mission. I can't lay it all out completely, but I hope we can be prepared this time. After all, we are facing something serious. In the previous mission, the tattoo organization aimed to topple the entire world. It was the Yin-Yang cult. The next day, everyone quickly drove into the city, surrounded by towering buildings. On the way, Mangacap could not help but admire. The immortal Ba is truly beautiful. Her figure is stunning, and her skin is so fair she has no angles to hide. Wang Sheng smiled brightly, explaining, "Sister, she is the junior disciple of our master, not a bad person." While driving, he learned the true identity of the special investigation team from Mangacap. "Has your team made any arrangements yet?" the girl murmured. Feeling hurt, Wang Sheng recalled that in ancient times, alliances prohibited violence, while immortals used the law to overturn things. In the present world, the flourishing secular sects naturally need special organizations to maintain order. Mangacap replied, cutting off his train of thought. "There are not any specific orders yet, but from the intel, it seems reasonable that our sect's cultivators are involved in this incident. From what you have told me, this is a special investigation team led by our master, and it is one of the privileged divisions established by China to target the cultivation world, in charge of overseeing the cultivation community, resolving conflicts between the spiritual world and the mundane." At this moment, the elder spoke up, and it also involved the daughter of our group leader. "It would be better if the two of you do not pay attention to it." Wang Sheng replied casually, "No worries. This event is personal for us too. After all, she is not just the group leader's daughter, but also our junior sister." The elder was taken aback. Could it be that the group leader and the elder's words? Mao Yu's eyes sparkled. "No way. Oh my god." Wang Sheng felt a bit anxious. "You two drive safely." After a while, everyone arrived. Mao Yu introduced. "Elder Wong. This is the mission site we are assigned to. Don't be too formal. Just relax." Yu and Guanhuan quickly got out of the car, and from here, leave it to us. Wang Sheng explained that according to the intel, there are cultivators tucked away in the university, spreading their techniques through hidden channels. And our junior sister is one of the students lured in, Mao Yu instructed. "Elder Wong, we will do our best to ensure everyone is safety. If you find yourselves in any dangerous situation, please protect yourselves." Wang Sheng quickly replied. "Got it. I understand." As you see it, the heavenly energy is just starting to recover. Cultivation is still a secret to the outside world, and if we expose our cultivation now, it is hard to say it won't attract unwanted attention. Their current mission is to disguise themselves as a couple to infiltrate the school, investigate the whereabouts of the enemy cultivators, and rescue the junior sister. At the same time, Guanhuan sent a message, asking for updates. "Reply when you get this." Wang Sheng quickly replied. "Is there any news?" She said, "In the room of our junior sister, I found residual energy, probably from a talisman. What should we do next?" Wang Sheng thought it through. "For now, let us not cause a stir. If possible, let us create an opportunity to get to know our junior sister better." He looked at the photo in his hand. His senior sister had also entered the scene. This could be fun. Guanhuan received the message and left a note. "Stay low. Sweet potato, just a heads up, our junior sister's name is Chiwan. A sophomore. According to the information from Ma Ren, seems like cultivators are sneaking into the university to spread their teachings. Our junior sister was one of those deceived, causing a rift with her mentor and severing their relationship. Perhaps that is why her mentor had to reach out to the master, hoping he could help bring her back." At the school, Wang Sheng leaned closer and whispered to her, "How's the plan to strike up a conversation going?" Guanhuan nodded, perhaps feeling a bit uncomfortable with so many eyes on her. Wang Sheng reassured her, "Don't stress too much. She is the master's daughter. Just treat her like a friend. As soon as Wang Sheng caught sight of Qi-Wan, he was taken aback. The aura of true energy was radiating from her. This kind of true energy was quite similar to the one he cultivated in his past life. It seemed things were more complicated than they appeared. He quickly stood up. Should we change the plan to make contact with our junior sister? Guohuan happily nodded. Immediately, he approached Qi-Wan, who was happily chatting with her friends and did not notice him. Just as he was about to speak, a voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this, Vivug Thunga looked so shocked that his phone slipped from his hands. He quickly turned around to see who called his name, and he was utterly surprised to find it was the Thin Lam, his senior from the upper class. She set her tray down on the table and rushed over to hug him. Is it really you? What are you doing here? Her action sent the cafe buzzing, and all the boys nearby were stunned. Who is this? Even Senior Thamem has time for a little romance. Jealous glares shot his way. I swear I saw that kid with a girlfriend earlier. I can't take this anymore. Someone should take him down. The Vuvog Thung remembered that his senior from the previous year had become disabled after an accident, after he was reborn. He helped her escape danger. And now she seems so healthy it is about time. He lightly tapped her shoulder. Senior, I can't believe I ran into you here. Ving Thing thought to himself. The energy coming from her seems connected to that little junior. Thien Lam blushed and said, Yep. That is right. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation. Hey. Your phone's ringing. Ving Thing flustered. Replied. Thanks. He quickly seized the opportunity to chase after her. Hey. Could you let me borrow your phone? To say thanks, I will treat you to a meal later. But she waved him off, saying, No need to be polite. Thien Lam teased. What is it? You did not drop your phone on purpose. Did you? He forced a smile. Senior. Let us sit over there first, so I can introduce you. The atmosphere in the cafe was tense, and she suddenly felt a bit wary of the girl in front of her. Ving Thung introduced. This is my senior Tham Thien Lam, my classmate from high school. She nodded, acknowledging her. As soon as Thien Lam saw the girl, she could not help but exclaim. She is stunning. Is she your girlfriend? For real or just for show? Meanwhile, the girl's face darkened. A flurry of questions raced through her mind. Isn't he supposed to be checking up on his little junior? Who is this girl? Who has a higher status? The senior or the junior? How should I interact with her? Ving Thing noticed the girl's dark expression and felt awkward. Senior, let us chill a bit. You and Thien Lam can catch up, she said. Confused. So that is how it is. No wonder when we were contacting each other. You were still up on Mao Mountain. Now you are here. Ving Thing laughed. Just think of me as a temporary cop investigating some shady characters around school. Ving Thing pondered. After he saved his senior, their relationship became pretty close. Although she knew he was up on Mao Mountain, some details were better kept secret. She questioned. Shady characters. Are there really people like that in school? He chimed in. Senior, have you been invited to join any strange societies recently? You know, like those related to martial arts, magic, longevity, or even immortality, Lin said. I once saw a poster that seems to relate to what you mentioned. Let me send it to you. It talks about a supernatural inspiration society. Do you have any doubts about this world? Do you really understand this world? Are you willing to settle for a normal job? Or do you want to reach the pinnacle? It is time to break free from this fake world. He pondered. What is this supernatural inspiration society? After reading, he stood up and said, Sister, that is enough. I will send someone to discreetly protect you. Just pretend you have not seen me or my senior sister. Quinlan quickly grasped the situation, saying, Got it. As she watched the two leave. So that is the senior sister he often mentions. No wonder he is so happy on the mountain. If it were not for meeting your senior sister today, I would have thought you would go off and become a Taoist priest. He remarked. Night fell quickly over a deserted river in the city. A group of people sat in a circle. The guy in the middle shouted grandiosely. Don't skimp on membership fees. Everything worth doing requires investment. Right now, we are investing in ourselves. This is the only way we can truly walk the path to greatness. Let us start cultivating. Suddenly, he felt something off in the nearby bushes. So he stared intently but found nothing. Wang Sheng had caught everything. Wondering, are they really trying to cultivate? Because those two have levels that can hear everything clearly. Wang Sheng observed that the leader really had some cultivation power. If it was just cultivation, these people were not breaking any laws. He decided to take some pictures and send them to Mu Yu for investigation. Wait. Something's up. He gasped as he saw the guy talking to a girl. Can you really play by the rules while cultivating? He instructed his friend. Sister, stay here and keep an eye on things while I check this out. She happily agreed. And soon after their cultivation session, the night deepened. The guy was leading the girl down a secluded path, sweet-talking her. If you follow my lead, I promise you. Not only will you get the membership fees covered, but I will also share all the cultivation techniques and alchemy beyond the regular limits. The girl hesitated, but suddenly a booming voice interrupted. Shut it. You are just ruining the vibe. He quickly quieted down. Sorry. Elders. This is someone I just met. I thought you would like to be introduced. A voice suddenly echoed from the wind. Who knew the Supernatural Inspiration Society was so sneaky about their underground rules? The elders shouted. Who's it? As soon as he finished speaking, a figure swiftly emerged from the shadows, dashing across the area. Several bursts of energy shot toward the girl and the old man, tearing the talisman from the old man's hand apart. That guy shot me, and our master got taken out in no time. Right after that, he panicked. The newcomer did not look friendly, so he had to bail. But before he could get far, Wong Sheng had his sword pressed against his throat, demanding to know where their hideout was. The next morning, he swiftly dealt with that jerk by beating him to a pulp. Inside the courtyard, a bunch of old folks were sitting together, enjoying a lively meal. One of the old ladies said, "This porridge is delicious today. Add some more meat." Just then, Wang Xing rushed in, sword in hand, and casually greeted. "Good morning, esteemed elders." The elders exchanged glances, and one of them shouted, "Take care of that guy." Just as a table flew toward him, Wang Xing sliced it in half effortlessly. His skills were on fire as he danced with his sword in the air, fighting all three old men at once. When it was the old lady's turn, she quickly launched a fiery attack at him. Warning. Little brat, do not blame me for being cruel. But as her attack whizzed past, Wang Xing dodged with incredible speed, leaving her utterly shocked. What the heck? Before she could even think of countering, Wang Xing swiftly moved behind her and struck hard at her back. In just a blink, he took down all four elders. Meanwhile, at the university, the morning was remarkably quiet. Wong quickly called to update him on the situation. Master Wong, those rogue cultivators have spilled everything. The creator of that rogue group calls himself the Holy Harmonizer. They recruited several rogue cultivators to act as guardians, and now they have made quite a name for themselves. As for Vine, due to her wealthy family background, she is just a small-time leader, like a lucky charm. Wang Xing replied. All right. Could you send me some of their documents? I will keep an eye on their movements. He pondered. Holy Harmonizer. Rogue group. An organization like this is definitely a criminal gang with a cultivation background. But what are their real goals? Do they just want to get big and hoard wealth? No matter what, I need to get my junior sister out of this mess quickly. Otherwise, things are only going to get worse. While he was lost in thought, a playful hand poked his cheek. Wait. Deep bro. Do not go off fighting. He cheerfully fed her a piece of cake. Grinning. Sister. It is time to go find our little junior sister. Switching scenes. At night in a tall building, a voice rang out. What nonsense are you all talking about? Chi Vin retorted. My dad passed away 20 years ago. Where's the brotherhood in that? Wang Xing handed her a photo. Take a look at this first. Chi Si Vin's face paled. No way. He explained. This is a photo my master kept hidden. He has really missed you two over the years. Quan Haiyan nodded. Agreeing with him, Wang Xing continued to present evidence. This is a message from your master, who is also your mother. It says, Little Vn. Wang Sheng and Quan Han are my disciples, and I trust them deeply. You should leave school with them. I will be there in 2 hours. Hearing this, she could not believe what was happening and dropped her phone, shouting, You guys are all frauds. Fraudsters. Quan Han had no idea how to comfort others, and seeing Chi Vivin crying like that left her completely flustered. From a distance, everyone was focused on the girl, unaware that an arrow was aimed straight at Chi Ven. The moment the arrow was fired, Quan Haiyan quickly sensed something was off. She held Chi Ven tightly in her arms while channeling her energy to deflect the arrow. Right after, the masked figure dashed away, telling Quan Haiyan, Senior sister, protect the master. Before sprinting after him, Yung Thang, the brave one. The masked guy finally could not take it anymore. He bolted at the fastest speed, disappearing into the nearby bushes. Everyone in the room was buzzing. At Wudang Dao's location, something was off. He was a cultivator, and likely discovered a high-level member of the Super Spirit Society. Mao Mountain quickly mobilized her teams, preparing for battle, and immediately sealed off the entrances, determined not to let the enemy escape. Meanwhile, he was hot on the heels of that stranger, kicking Ada in the back, sending him tumbling to the ground. The blow made Ada spit out all his super spirit. Right after, she launched 2 throwing daggers at Vevring Thung, but against such cheap weapons, he just flicked his hand and dealt with them effortlessly. 2 streams of purple smoke appeared from his hands. If he looked closely, Vivring Thing recognized the poison in those needles. The guy was trembling at the sight of his power, asking, "Who are you?" Ving Thing did not respond. Silently thinking, half a step more and I could seal her ability to act. This woman's tenacity was no joke. He had to capture her to extract intel. With that thought, he swiftly moved behind her, grabbing her by the neck in no time. "A cruel person who takes lives, how could they be spared?" she gasped loudly, pleading, "Please, spare me. I will give you 3 rolls of divine medicine." At that moment, he released her, and the woman collapsed to the ground, drained of strength. Ving Thing calculated. Her meridians were destroyed, her cultivation was wasted, and the rest he would leave to his master. Suddenly, he sensed a hostile aura, which clashed with his Taoist technique. The stranger spoke up. "This woman has mixed in our stuff." They slowly approached him, asking, "Can we have her? We promise you won't be at a loss." Ving Thing carefully observed and noticed a mark on the man's neck, similar to the one on the bodyguard. It was from the Yin-Yang sect. Instantly, he positioned himself protectively in front of the girl, coldly stating, "No way." He did not expect to be flat out refused like that and retorted, "Do you know? Today, you have crossed paths with an enemy you should not have." With that, both of them radiate a thick hostile aura. A fierce purple cloud surged towards Wudang Thung. He remained unfazed, coldly replying, "I said no, and I mean it." Then, Wudang Thung lifted his sword in front of him, channeling his inner power. As he focused, his figure radiated light, pushing back that massive black cloud. The tall guy in the mask charged forward, yelling, "Feel my pain. I am going to deal with that old brat." The punk thought he could win easily, but he was just facing a clone of Wudang Thung. He quickly shifted his target. Striking from the side, there was no escaping this one. Ving Thung was a bit surprised. This guy could actually keep up with his 7-star technique. Looks like he is not just all talk. He actually has some real skills. If he were not unarmed against me, I would seriously be in trouble right now. Both of them soared into the air, exchanging a flurry of blows. But neither had gained the upper hand yet. Ving Thung noticed something unsettling. The guy's magical energy was forming swirling rings around him. He shouted, "Kid, your cultivation level is not high enough to play around with forming energy into a sword. You are so arrogant." Ving Thung quickly changed direction, diving straight toward the little guy who was trying to grab the girl. Wudang Thung fiercely unleashed his inner strength, forcing the little guy back. The punk carefully dodged his attack while Ving Thung swiftly grabbed the other guy. Ving Thung thought to himself. During this stealth phase, he already had a master-level opponent. This yin-yang sect's power is no joke. But that woman is a crucial lead in investigating the supernatural society. I can't let her die here. And that skinny guy has had enough fun. Then he drew his sword from its sheath. It seemed like he wanted a finishing blow. He held the sword in front of him, channeling all his inner strength, ready for a quick victory. With that, the skinny guy swung his sword through the air, and from the sword emerged gigantic snakes, their mouths wide open, revealing sharp fangs. Ving Thung was taken aback. This attack was going to be lethal. Just as he was processing this, another strike came swiftly. Ving Thung raised his sword to counter, but a thunderous explosion echoed, sending both him and the female snake spirit flying. The fat guy laughed mockingly. "Kid, you really do not know your limits. You are going to pay for this." The skinny guy swung his sword fiercely towards him, catching Ving Thung off guard. He felt triumphant. Next life. Stay out of other people's business. Suddenly, a sword-shaped burst of inner power struck, helping Ving Thung block that attack just in time. The one who arrived was Quan Hein, and he was lucky she made it in time to save him. Both masked guys were caught off guard and quickly retreated while shouting, "Who are you?" Upon seeing Quan Hein, Ving Thung cheered. Sister. The dry branch she had used to channel her energy spun around in the air before she firmly grasped it. Ving Thung stepped forward, looking straight at the two guys, saying to her, "They are the bad guys." Hearing this, Quan Hein did not need to know anything else. She frowned, her face dark with fury, ready to fight. At that moment, Chi Vin had regained consciousness, sighed, and said, "First, you carry me all the way, and then you drop me halfway. What exactly are you two trying to do?" She had just mentioned this when she saw everyone in front of her fiercely battling each other, so she momentarily paused her aggression. Over here, Quan Hein was fighting against the short guy, unleashing her Taiji punch towards him. Her hand swiftly moved, spinning in the air to block his relentless attacks. Meanwhile, from behind, that guy with the sword was sneaking up on her, thinking, "Little girl, are you looking for trouble?" At that moment, Wong Thing immediately charged in, yelling, "Your opponent is me." As he turned around, he swung his sword towards her. But what could he really do? Wong Thing was now leaping from one spot to another, trying to distract the skinny guy while shouting, "Senior sister, do not let them escape." She let out a sound and then unleashed a flurry of strikes towards the short guy. He could not react in time and ended up taking a series of blows from Quan Haiyan. Finally, unable to hold back, he spat out a mouthful of blood, panicking as he thought, could this junior really be a master at the void refinement stage? No way. I can't linger here. I need to get out fast. Suddenly, at that moment, from Chi Van's direction, a dark aura of internal energy surged towards her. Chi Van, startled, covered her head and cried out in distress. At the same time, Quan Haiyan quickly concentrated her internal energy, and both of them were rapidly enveloped by her circle of power. Quan Haiyan boldly swept her hand, executing the yin-yang harmony formation. The short guy leaped up and shouted, "Let us go quickly. If we do not leave now, we will die here." Meanwhile, the guy with the sword was still trying to finish another strike towards Wong. He quickly dodged to the side, easily avoiding the blow. Before leaving, he could not help but add, "Kid, your swordsmanship is not half bad. One of these days, I will spar with you for 300 rounds. Immediately after, Quan Haiyan charged forward. It seemed these two were not her match, but Wang Sheng quickly interjected, "Sister, our crucial mission is to protect junior sister. I hope we have gathered enough intel. Now it is their turn to act." Quan Haiyan tugged at his shirt, tears streaming down her face, as if to say, "Sister, I'm used. I clearly could be held them off. Master is definitely going to scold me." Wang Sheng seemed to understand her thoughts. "Sister, not only did you defeat the enemy, but you also protected junior sister. That is impressive." The branch he used as a weapon quickly vanished from Wang Sheng's mind. But after this battle, junior sister should understand what is going on. Right. Over here, Z still seemed unable to regain her composure, sitting on the ground in silence for a long time due to Liz's chaotic antics. The special investigation team has started responding to the yin-yang sect. Even so, they have still failed to capture those two rogue cultivators, only managing to take down one of them. The female cultivator they caught, named Dojiwu, was originally an outer disciple of the medicine god Valley. 6 months ago, she accepted a mission to retrieve a secret manual, but after it was exposed, she was hunted down to silence her. Cornered, Oziwu was rescued by the Holy Fire and joined the Super Spirit Society, leading to this feud. However, for Wang Sheng and his crew, the real trouble is just beginning. Switching scenes to the master. She was reprimanding Ji Wen. "How could I have given birth to such a foolish child? Are you really this dumb? Or are you just pretending to be for my sake? After all these years of training, it has all gone to waste. If it were not for those two, you would be dead by now. Do you understand?" Wang Sheng stepped forward to hold her back and said, "Master, please calm down. Junior sister was just enchanted." Hearing this, the master could not help but purse her lips, forcefully pulling her hand away from Wang Sheng. Then the master quickly left to assign tasks to her subordinates. "I am in charge of Zi Wen. You have 2 hours to gather results for me." The subordinate quickly accepted the mission. Yep. Team leader, Wang Sheng sighed, knowing that both the master and the mistress share responsibility for this situation. He then approached with a bright smile. "Junior sister, once we sort things out, let us head back to the mountain together, experience some real cultivation, and maybe even visit your dad." Transitioning to Wudang Mountain, on the familiar path they often took, the sky was clear today. They quickly returned to their sect. Wang Sheng introduced, "Junior sister, these are your senior brothers and sisters from the Wudang sect," who greeted her warmly. "Welcome. Since we are all schoolmates now, let us spend more time together." She shyly introduced herself. "Hello, senior brothers and sisters. I'm Z. I guess this is to keep junior sister away from trouble." Master Niece quickly agreed to my proposal. The spiritual energy of Mount Wudang is pure, and with the warm hospitality from my fellow disciples, Master Junior's mood started to brighten up. We all worked together and shared meals. And the little spirit fox was really looking out for her, encouraging her to eat a bit more. The food on the mountain is quite light, but very beneficial for beginners in cultivation. And Ziwen felt a bit shy. Thanking senior sister, Wang Sheng exclaimed loudly, "No need to be polite. Everyone dig in." As night fell swiftly, Ziwen suddenly approached him. "Senior brother, when will my sister's dad come back?" He did not know for sure but replied, "That is hard to say. The breakthrough my master made into the pill stage is related to the heavenly sword cultivation. It is not easy to reach this level. Well, is something bothering you? Just talk to me and senior sister. We are here for you." Ziwen looked downcast. She wanted to atone for her mistakes, and did not want to burden her mother or interfere with her work. If possible, she wanted to quickly learn some skills and join the special investigation team. Wang Sheng felt a sense of satisfaction. Master Junior's determination showed that our efforts to protect her were not in vain. He quickly chimed in. "In cultivation, the first priority is to focus on moral cultivation, then on the mind. And only after that can you delve into the Tao and the techniques. Your father once taught me that cultivation is the pursuit of the Tao's realm, not just about powerful techniques. The essence of your own Tao is fundamental. Do not mix up the priorities and lose your focus, he thought to himself. Even though they had escaped danger, Master Junior still had not resolved the knot in her heart. He hoped Master would return soon and warm her with love. He also wondered how things were progressing with the special investigation team. As night fell over the city, the lights shone brilliantly around the dormitory. This young man was intensely focused on playing a game, his eyes glued to the screen. Back on Mount Wudang, matters from the outside world had temporarily come to a close, and he did not have much involvement. The next day, he resumed his training, pushing towards the pill stage. And at this moment, nothing else bothered him. Now that Wong Sheng had returned to the mountain, the first important thing was, besides continuing his training, to soon step into the pill stage. He entered the spirit gathering stage, beginning to comprehend the connection between heaven and earth, starting to merge himself with the universe. In the pill stage, if one can grasp the connection with the heavens and earth, they can draw on the primordial energy from the cosmos. The internal and external energies must align. Achieving the pill stage would be a great success. How to complete the internal connections without errors is now Wang Sheng's focus. Suddenly, a voice snapped him back to reality. Fei Yu, are you there? Wang Sheng quickly opened the door to find a familiar face. Senior brother Zhu. What brings you here? He asked with a smile. This time, an elder of mine wants to meet you. He quickly introduced. This is my master uncle, a great practitioner. The elder looked at him. You must be Fei Yu. Right. Wang Sheng quickly recalled that this was his master uncle, the great practitioner, and stepped forward to greet him. Pay my respects to master uncle. He got straight to the point. Can I take a look at your sword? Wang Sheng bowed and said, please guide me. Master uncle, remember that year on Mount Vinandi, when I wanted to take master as my teacher. But fate had other plans. And that is how I met master and my senior sister. As Ving Thing bought his sword, he pondered life is like this, full of gains and losses, not just a simple word like loss. After a bit of wandering thoughts, the afternoon training session finally wrapped up. He assessed the depth of the swordsmanship of that person truly profound. And since we are on different paths, I can't offer any pointers. The Vihair Mountain is passing down the 7-star sword technique, which is quite different from your 7-star sword formation. Take a good look at it. Watching him buy that exquisite sword, I quickly realized this technique shares some similarities with the 7-star formation. But it is not quite the same as a traditional sword technique, purely honing the central path, the subtle essence of the 8 directions. It is no wonder he has been a master of swordsmanship for 20 or 30 years. Compared to him, my understanding is still so shallow. The Theon asked me, how do you feel about this? Ving Thing thought. Learning from master is too complicated. He did not pass on the same path. Master's disciple took the path of divine sword cultivation. With his guidance, I can definitely progress. Deep in thought, Ving Thing bowed, asking his master to guide him in his cultivation. He suggested, let us practice together. Your current swordsmanship might even surpass mine. Let us give it a shot and see. I did not hesitate to pick up my sword. While Vian, watching from the room, could not help but look confused. Wow. Is he really that strong? Quan Haiyan, who was all too familiar with this scene, did not even bother to look over. She just smiled brightly and said boom. After that, master would come to train with me every few days. Our sword paths complemented each other. And in these past few days, Vivthing Thung had gained a lot, until one day, a loud, cheerful laugh rang out from the doorway. You guys are fine practicing, but if it is a spar, just do not hurt anyone. When Thian saw him, he was surprised. Master, what brings you here? The elder rubbed his beard happily and said, your masters have all been talking about you. That kid from the clan was lucky enough to find a legendary sword. Of course I want to come observe and assess it. Vivong Thung quickly stepped forward to bow and pay his respects to the master. Inside, he was screaming with excitement, master of my master. Is not that the highest authority on the mountain? This person is the head of the sect. After he approached to pay his respects, the elder quickly smiled warmly. No need to be so formal. Then he began to lecture us. You both have become too obsessed with swords that you have forgotten the way. Practicing is practicing, but do not let it hurt either side. One careless move could injure the other's path. He then sat down at a nearby table, looking at Ving Thung. All right, let us start. I thought to myself, here's a renowned expert listed on the Daoist rankings. Yet like master, he rarely shows his face. Of course, he would not be on the list. To receive his guidance is truly a stroke of luck for a junior like me. He stroked his beard leisurely, saying, the heavens and earth were never mine. Find a place to stand. The world should have me, to house the spirit of this body. I listened intently while sparring with Huiyan. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged before Vug Thung, strong and unyielding. Those waves of power flowed into his 7 apertures. You quickly absorb all of that into your body. Not long after, Wang Sheng was able to reach the embryonic stage, achieving a minor breakthrough. You feel dazed, your spiritual energy continuously growing, and your essence becoming purer. This is indeed the embryonic stage. You must immediately solidify your foundation and prepare to break through to the golden elixir stage. On the side, the girl standing behind the disciplinary elder is taken aback. Her senior brother is injured. Both elders silently watch as you continue to strengthen your internal power. The disciplinary elder channels energy into the top of Wang Sheng's head. Shuexing is surprised and speaks up. Master. But upon seeing the disciplinary elder's gaze, he quickly understands. Shuexing then bows deeply, saying, disciple takes their leave. He sees that the master intends to stay and guide the flight technique. He then looks down at Wang Sheng, collecting his spiritual energy, calming his mind, and offering enlightenment. The old master has wielded a sword for many years and today wishes to pass on this wisdom to you, hoping you will comprehend it. Hearing those words fills you with gratitude. He begins to elaborate on sword forms, sword intentions, sword stances, and the path of the sword. The top three are sword forms, sword intentions, and sword stances, with the path being foundational. However, most sword cultivators realize these three steps before progressing further. The fourth stage, sword control, requires a sword embryo, day and night. You must nurture it with your spiritual energy, leading to mastery of sword techniques. The fifth stage, heart sword, means sacrificing one's sword for the sword itself, where form becomes formless, and sword intention can stretch infinitely, all extremely sharp. The sixth stage, sword inscription, uses the heart sword as the soul of the sword, with the body of the path as the sword's core. Once the sheath is drawn, it will protect the world. Wang Xing quickly opens his eyes. But the disciplinary elder has already soared away with the wind. You rise, realizing that the 6 stages of the sword path, taught by Master Da, are likely not the end of the sword path. But they have clearly illuminated your long journey ahead, which you will gradually comprehend. Before leaving, he offers a few words. I bestow upon you a portion of sword intention. May you comprehend it well. Wang Sheng stands in shock. This is the inheritance of the sword path from Master Da. From behind, Guan Huan, who had arrived without notice, tightly hugs you. Perhaps exhausted from learning the sword path inheritance, you fall asleep in Guan Huan's arms. She does not wake you but silently watches you sleep for a while. Ziwen steps in and calls out, Senior sister, you are back. Guan Huan quickly gestures for silence. The golden hues of the sunset are gradually descending as Guan Huan quickly pulls you in closer. Ziwen excitedly exclaims, Senior sister is hugging Princess Nai's senior brother. This is a rare sight. This is the image of some little junior sister gradually being transformed by the words of wisdom. That day slowly passed, transitioning to the scene behind Wudang Mountain. After stepping out of 2 realms, the insights gained had made him sleep the entire day. But what surprised Wong Thang was that a sword intent casually mentioned by Master Day turned out to be the duality sword intent. Strong and gentle, yin and yang, spring and autumn, and transformations could all be called duality. Master Day only passed down the sword intent because he had stepped into the realm of swordsmanship. Normally, acquiring such profound duality sword intent meant understanding the path of the sword to come. And in just 20 short days back on the mountain, his swordsmanship had advanced significantly. From now on, the sword would be his treasure and protective spell. This way, it made Wong Thang rely further on the universe, as he looked up to enjoy the morning air in the mountains. After that, Meng Gaiet called out to him, saying loudly, Vong Dao Trafeng. Something's wrong. Wong Thang sensed the urgency in her voice and asked, What happened? She quickly recounted. A few hours ago, the Holy Fire Master used a secure internet connection to announce nationwide they want to auction 2 upper-middle-level Celestial Master secret texts from Mao Mountain. Hearing this, Wong Thang could not help but exclaim in shock. What? He anxiously asked. Where are they selling the Celestial Master texts? How much? Is it just upper-middle level? Meanwhile, Quan Hon was only focused on food. Meng Gaiet was taken aback by his frantic words. Vong Dao Trafeng, realizing he might be overreacting, he cleared his throat and continued. Has there been any response from Mao Mountain? Have you contacted them yet? Long reminded himself to stay calm. These were not the simple days of past. What use was the Celestial Master text now? Meng Gaiet, sitting amidst a pile of documents, said, That is right. Plus we have confirmed the identity of the Holy Fire Master. The Holy Transformation Master is a disciple abandoned by Longhu Mountain, with the title Celestial Walker, and his master is the Celestial Righteousness Master of Longhu Mountain. Year ago, he was caught stealing secrets from the Celestial Master's archives, and after injuring one disciple, he fled. You start to think. Celestial Walker, with the master being the Celestial Righteousness Master. Could he be the senior brother of the Thin Train Trama? Meng Yu continues. Now the Celestial Righteousness Master has sent people here, but other sects might also be sending their own. Wang Xing remains calm. Not surprised. The Celestial Master's secrets are bound to attract many sects. Meng Yu adds. Once this situation spirals out of control, the entire cultivation world might face trouble. So to be safe, we have to ask for Master Wong's help to stabilize things. You furrow your brow, realizing this is a big deal. Let me think of a plan. Wong Xing calculates. If the masters of the sects intervene, there is nothing my senior sister and I can say. If it comes to that, we can only rely on our master to step in. Meanwhile, at Zhongnan Mountain, it is quite far from your location, but everyone here is still fellow cultivators. An old man passing by bursts out laughing. So you are the disciple of that guy. Zine. Right. Wong Xing replies. That is right. Have you met my master? Zine. He picks up his phone. Has he arrived at Zhongnan Mountain yet? I will help you ask. The old man quickly gets busy. Have any of you seen the fellow cultivator King Nuanzi, his disciple? Wang Yu is looking for him. A voice on the other end responds. Akun Nuanzi has finally reached Zhongnan Mountain. He still has not finished discussing the last Dao teachings he gave. I have not heard anything about fellow cultivator King Nuanzi returning to debate Dao recently. He has not come to my place. Wang Yu is indeed the beloved disciple of fellow cultivator King Nuanzi. Right. Where is he staying now? I will go check it out. He has come to our Zhongnan Mountain. I love practicing the sword. You break out in a cold sweat, thinking about how each mountain has its own unique atmosphere for cultivation, and the rules are quite strict. Zhongnan Mountain, however, surprisingly reveals many flavors of human connection. The conversation continues. It seems that fellow cultivator King Nuanzi is at Tuvan Vane and Dao Master's place. Finally found him. He is at my place. Where is Wang Yu now? Wang Sheng is taken aback. A woman's voice replies. Tun Ven Dao Master is a wise Daoist. That is a respectful title for female cultivators. You feel a bit anxious, sensing an aura of satisfaction coming from the side of the great master. You quickly head over to find your master. Excuse me. Is Tundra Ven Dao Master here? Wang Xing ponders. Having heard that 10,000 Van Dao Master's cultivation and talent are extraordinary, why is not this person listed on the heaven ranking? But if my master has chosen to stay here, then Tundran Van Dao Master must be a very reliable fellow cultivator. A voice in your head chimes in. Is Wang Yu here? Wang Sheng looks around. This is a sound transmission. They have been walking along a small path in the western part of the garden, and it can reach his location. The two quickly enter, and you are surprised. Is this really the place where Tundra Van Dao Master cultivates? Wang Xing swiftly finds a cave, blocked by rocks, yet it continues to radiate light. You think about it. Inside the cave is the breath of the master. It seems he is in seclusion here. Suddenly, a voice echoed, a sharp tone. The person who stepped in gently said, breaking through to Golden Core is very dangerous. You absolutely cannot disturb senior brother Thangon right now. Why did you come to find him? After a while, Atan Vevanin quickly understood what was going on as he recounted his story. So that is how it is, given the situation. You two seniors really have a hard time convincing those elders from the other sects. But, suddenly, she frowned. Initially, only Lang Tu wanted to leave, and senior brother Thangon was unhappy because of her and the baby in her womb. Now she wants senior brother to exert himself for her. What kind of reasoning is that? Ving Thing silently lamented in his heart, looking at Tun Van's expression. Could it be that she has feelings for the master? Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from the sky, illuminating the night. Vei Thing Thong and Tavan could not help but look up. Astonished, is this the heavenly tribulation? Has master broken through to Golden Core? She stepped forward. Don't be scared. Senior brother's Golden Core has formed. Next, he needs to undergo comprehension after the breakthrough. So we must not disturb him right now. I guess I will have to go in his place. Coincidentally, I also want to ask Qi Long Tu a few things. Back then, what made you leave like that? Causing the father and son of Thangon to be separated for over 20 years. Ving Thing Thung could not help but break into a cold sweat. Feeling trapped. This trip is bound to be full of challenges. Everyone quickly went down the mountain together, and a car soon picked up him in Tundra Varan. Amun Guite spoke up. Daoist Vigong. Sorry to trouble you again. Ving Thing replied. No problem. Let us hear the specific situation over there. He continued. Among these organizations, only the Five Divine Sect seems to have some scale. What about the Yin Yang Sect? The Five Divine Sect is the top organization on the Daoist leaderboard, and I never expected to encounter them again this time. Emuguite said. The Yin Yang Sect does not have any leads, while the Five Divine Sect has a large number of skilled practitioners infiltrating the city. They even claim they will definitely seize the Heavenly Master's mansion. Ving Thing forced a smile, actively helping the Yin Yang Sect draw fire. Should I commend them for that? Tovanovim remarked. Although they are not on a large scale, they are still just a bunch of rogue cultivators. She suggested. Let us go take a look later. If we encounter any evil cultivators harming people, we must deal with them. He could not help but marvel. He never expected his senior aunt to have such a cold exterior yet a warm heart, possessing a sense of justice. Vifengthung said. He could not help but marvel. He never expected his senior aunt to have such a cold exterior yet a warm heart, possessing a sense of justice. Vingthung continued. Senior aunt. I have a friend who has been paying attention to the happenings around here. I will check with her. She was surprised. A friend. Turns out the person you are talking about is Thine Lam. The moment she looked at Tumpa Van, her eyes sparkled. Is this really your senior aunt? She looks so young. Ving Thung introduced. Yep. This is my master's junior sister. The childhood friend Tun Van and Chun Nanan. Tun Vevanan cheerfully greeted. Nice to meet you. So you are the senior sister of Fienju. Wang Sheng quickly got to the point. Senior. Is there anything unusual happening at school right now? She raised her phone. I do not know if this counts as unusual. But check it out. The content read. Based on what? Only cultivators can practice. While we have to settle for being ordinary people. These are all schemes from those so-called righteous sects. Even if you do not have the talent, can you at least live longer? Stay healthy, and not suffer. Everyone deserves a shot at cultivation. Why should all the techniques and innate energy be monopolized by cultivators? Wang Sheng skimmed through it, and immediately understood there was clearly someone trying to fan the flames. And it might be a heretic. The Super Spirit Society is auctioning off techniques and now tempting ordinary folks. What is this guy up to? At that moment, a Tin Van quickly alerted him. Watch out. There is trouble. Wang Sheng turned to see a guy walking with a girl. But the problem was the overwhelming murderous aura radiating from him, another heretic. The scene shifted to a large hotel in the city, where a sly voice echoed. Master. Are you satisfied with this? Inside the room, the old man was eyeing the girl Wang Sheng had encountered earlier at the cave. Not bad at all, her essence was hardly depleted. Much better than previous merchandise. Wang Sheng and Tun Van had managed to track them down. And of course, they could hear the conversation inside. The old man slyly said. Master. You have no idea what these women are like. The old man then instructed. All right. Head over to the next room and wait. Once my master is done, I will share some benefits with you. As he spoke, he reached to unbutton the girl's shirt. At that moment, the main door was kicked open with a loud bang. The old man jumped, shouting, Who is there? At the same time, Tin Van rushed in to attack him. With her internal energy flaring, she shouted fiercely, Don't let anyone escape. As soon as she finished, Tin Van charged at the old man, delivering blow after blow. The young man panicked, shouting, Master. Simultaneously, a powerful force struck the young man's pressure points, causing him intense pain. Wang Sheng only needed to use one move to take down the opponent. Once done, he announced loudly, Senior uncle, I have handled my end. Meanwhile, Tun Van was still fiercely taking down the heretics. Shouting, Good. Protect that girl, Wang Sheng observed. Senior uncle usually cultivates in the mountains and lacks real combat experience. Right now, she is just relying on suppressing her cultivation level, which could cause issues if it drags on. Realizing this, he shouted, Senior uncle, use your strength to overwhelm them. Do not hold back. Just then, Tin Van threw a punch straight at the old man's chest. He could not brace himself and was sent flying. He flew out the window like a small bird, furious at being interrupted. He shouted, You have ruined my plans. I will kill every last one of you. Hearing this, Wang Sheng guessed it was a desperate attack. The old man continued spewing filth. I will humiliate the women related to you until they die. Wang Sheng gritted his teeth, eyes blazing. You are asking for death, are not you? Unable to hold back his anger at the old man's outrageous words, he charged out with his sword drawn. You hold on to your conviction that your path of cultivation and swordsmanship is all to protect your family. If you can't even do that, what is the point of asking for another chance? With that thought, you resolutely point your sword straight at that old man. The old man suddenly panics, forming seals while pondering. This kid is just a young pup who has barely entered the stage of forming a fetus. Yet he is not afraid of my spiritual attacks. Who the heck is this kid? He is tougher to deal with than that illusionary Dan. Right after, thousands of sharp, aggressive hands erupt from the old man, slashing toward Wang Sheng. But you are not even fazed. Instead, you continue to charge forward, your hidden sword facing him, your heart balanced like yin and yang. In the end, you successfully stab the old man right through his chest. Meng Yu and the others below watch in shock as the old man falls from above. They can't help but panic. He is impaled right in the soft spot of his belly by your sword, but the blade has snapped in half. Falling from such a height, your legs are now covered in blood. Wang Sheng picks up the broken sword, his eyes filled with sorrow. He gazes at the sword, and two words echo in his mind. During the investigation, Meng Yu quickly reports back. Team leader, we have confirmed the identity of that dark practitioner. He was wanted for numerous crimes and has killed dozens of people. Once the energy of heaven and earth is restored, he will use the dark arts to become a powerful master. Recently, he has become an elder in the 5 divine sect. known as the Wudang god, the heavenly flower Daoist. Hearing this, just Lang can't help but sigh. If we have found the whereabouts of this dark practitioner, then we have over 100 ways to deal with him. You really took responsibility. Jumping straight from the 18th floor to stab that guy. Wong Sheng chuckles awkwardly. Honestly, I was not thinking that much at the time. Kun Yun grumbles loudly. If you had not come down the mountain to help her, how would she have gotten hurt? The two women exchange glances. And you panic, quickly trying to explain. Master. Senior uncle. In the end, the two of them choose to face each other head-on. Wang Sheng lets out a sigh of relief, thankful that they did not end up fighting. A soft voice chimes in at the same time. Don't worry about others anymore. You are injured. You should rest a bit. I have to go back to school tomorrow to make a pot of soup for you. Wang Sheng does not hold back. Thanks. Senior sister. Quine Lin smiles brightly. No worries. Taking care of my little junior is what I should do. Shortly after, Quine Lin heads home alone. On the quiet road, a car waits for her. Sensing something, Quine Lin quickly approaches, and a man in a suit steps forward. We have been looking for you very hard. At the same time, an old lady in the car speaks up. Young master. The elder can get out of the car to pay respects. Please forgive us. Quine Lin is shocked. Grandma, why are you here? The old lady replies. We are worried. So we came to protect you. Young master. It seems like there is danger tonight. The initial auction tonight will take place at midnight. You can trade with cash or exchange for techniques. The Celestial Master's talismans belong to the top-tier techniques. So of course, they will attract a lot of cultivators. They wanted to obtain the deadly techniques, leaving countless innocent people injured. Wang Sheng, still nursing his wounds, could not make it there just yet. But thankfully, Master Tin Van stepped in to help stabilize the situation for his master. With Tin Van here, the special investigation team and our cooperation are running smoothly. The message was sent to you, Meng Yu. And now we just wait for the Fire Master to show up. Master Wong. The trap we have set is sure to catch him. By the way, what date is it today? Meng Yu, curious, replied. It is October 18th. Wow. Wang Sheng pondered. What had he done on this date in his past life? It felt like this whole event had something to do with him. Suddenly, he remembered the Holy Fire Master. Could it be? Just then, a familiar voice boomed from outside. Brother Shang. Brother Shang. It was Qian Chang, crying and clinging to his legs. Brother Shang. I feel like I am dying. Brother Shang. Wang Sheng jumped. What are you doing here? He quickly signaled Meng Yu to leave them alone in the room, then he forced a smile. What is with all this drama? Wanting to live or die over what? You are a disciple of Mao Mountain. Do not let anyone laugh at you. Qian Chang wiped his tears. Brother Shang. Please stop lecturing me. Wang Sheng cut to the chase. You are worried about the Holy Fire Master. Right. Quach Qin Hang just showed up, did not he? Wang Sheng was not surprised. I guessed your connection. But I did not expect the Celestial Master's legacy to be passed on to him. Qian Chang recounted. He said he wanted to do something big and told me not to look for him, but I really had no idea he was making such a big mess. Nor do I know how many people will die tonight. I have a way to find him, but I am scared because he is my best brother. Brother Sheng, please tell me what to do. I am so lost right now, Wang Sheng replied. For the sake of the sect, you must protect our teachings. You have to go save your brother and stop his mistakes. The initial wave is about to begin, and if you hesitate any longer, it might all be beyond saving. Qian Chang felt the weight of the situation and finally made up his mind. Brother Sheng is right. I need to find Qin Hang and stop him before he causes any more chaos. Wang Sheng smiled brightly at Qin Chang. Glad to see you figured it out. Suddenly, Wang Sheng sensed a strong, ominous energy approaching. A warning shot through him. Instinctively, he pulled Qian Chang close and shouted. Be careful. Outside, Mongite was already knocked out in a corner. The door burst open, and a man named Mat Tien entered with a wicked grin. Master Shen Hang, the big job is done. You all should just back off. Qian Chang stood protectively in front of Wang Sheng, fiercely on guard. Who are you guys? He studied the trio for a moment. The young guy seemed inexperienced, but the two followers were at the peak level. Looks like we have run into some trouble today, said the guy with a grin. Master Wong, if you have slipped away, you really should not get involved anymore. We just want to have a little chat with Master Qian. The nurse next to Teen reported. Young master, the special investigation team has sent someone here. He let out a sigh of relief. With that, he could only hope Dao Truong would take a step ahead. Two guys beside him lunged toward Thien Truong. She aggressively twirled the two knives in her hands, positioning them right at Thien Truong's throat. He quickly summoned his inner strength, creating a diamond shield around him, deflecting the deadly blades. You think your unbreakable diamond can hold? Let me slice a few more times. He sprang into action, dodging the lethal attacks with agility. Thien Truong swiftly leaped through the window, determined to escape. He could not let others get dragged into this mess. The young master ordered, "Don't let him leave this hospital alive." Both men chased after him. Wang Xing observed. They only aimed to eliminate Thien Truong. As long as he did not get involved, he might just survive this ordeal. But deep down, he felt a wave of anxiety. Could he really just watch someone die without stepping in? Lo! Thien Truong quickly unleashed a swarm of black butterflies to counterattack the two assailants. But the masked man was no pushover. He easily countered Thien's deadly move. From above, the nurse swiftly landed on Thien Truong's shoulder. "Just a spirit realm level. Yet you have held out against us for so long." Impressive? He was taken aback. This was bad. Each knife was about to stab into Thien Truong's eyes, and he could not help but break into a sweat. Suddenly, a wheelchair came flying from nowhere, crashing straight into the nurse, sending her tumbling away from Thien Truong. The masked man also got slashed, his anger boiling over. The wheelchair landed near Thien Truong, and a familiar voice rang out. "Even though Thien Truong and I are not close, I can let him die here," Wang Xing said, gently lowering himself down. The young master spoke up. "Daomaster Wang, it seems you do not want to accept my proposal." Wang Xing drew his sword, ready for battle. "Come on. Let us see what you have got," he thought, sizing him up. This guy had not made a move yet. So what was his true strength? Immediately, he snapped his fingers, ordering, "Dao slave, Daomaster Wang, it is all on you." The guy quickly agreed. "Got it." In an instant, he charged at him. "Let us settle the score from last time." He calculated. His legs were injured, making it impossible to use the 7-star sword formation. But he knew he had more tricks up his sleeve than just this formation. His attack was a scornful jab at the Dao slave, dismissing it as nothing serious. Wang Xing confidently raised his long sword and asked, "Is that?" Then he lifted his sword to the sky. Yin and yang. The weight of 4 ounces can move 1,000 pounds. A powerful beam shot straight at the Dao slave. This attack left him momentarily unable to withstand it, causing him to buckle onto his knees, feeling the pressure bear down on him. But Wang Xing was not done. He continued, "Yin and yang, the 4 symbols. The 8 trigram stance." Meanwhile, the nurse was fiercely battling, clearly confident in her abilities. Thien Truong was struggling to keep up against someone so much stronger than him. You quickly activate the serpent talisman. And at that moment, an aggressive yellow snake lunges towards the nurse. She contemptuously creates a clone to battle the snake, dismissing it as just a game. The nurse swiftly dispatches the snake, slicing right through it with ease. Her blade then darts toward Chen Zhang, catching him off guard. What a nightmare. Chen Zhang quickly leaps to dodge, performing a quick maneuver. As the elements dance around him, she charges at him with all her might. "That damn girl. I want your life." The blade zips past his throat. Just then, Wang Xing shouts, "Senior Tai, use your sword technique." A powerful aura suddenly shields Chen Zhang. I was momentarily stunned. It was just sword energy, not the sword technique. Chen Zhang smirks, grateful that Wang Xing distracted the enemy. "My protective barrier is back up, kid. Let us keep this going for another 300 rounds. Suddenly, a burst of golden light surprises Qian Zhang, and he wonders, what is happening? That black-haired brat smugly sends a blow towards you, catching Qian Zhang off guard. He boasts, "Sorry. Time's tight. We are not wasting any more of Master Tai's time." Wang Xing rushes over, worried. "Are you okay?" Chen Zhang trembles but keeps his composure. "I did not get in a lethal spot." Quickly, the investigative team arrives to back him up. Surrounding the target, they must capture the enemy. The nurse reports, "Young master, the special investigative team is here." He looks calm. "I got." Then, the young master gives Wang Xing a sly look. "Looks like it is our turn." At the same time, the Dono guy mechanically moves forward. Wang Xing glances over and realizes this guy has completely lost it. Dono suddenly walks away. The nurse calls after him. "Young master," he said, "our goal has been achieved. Let us go." They quickly disappear into the dark alley, leaving Dono to fight on. Once they leave, Dono, bloodied, raises his sword and strikes forward. But quickly, long chains lash out, wrapping tightly around him to restrain him. The special investigative team works in perfect sync. The chains tighten even more. At the same time, one of them delivers a powerful strike towards him. In no time, Dono collapses under the pressure. Wang Xing watches them go. Hearing that the special investigative team has previously organized our patrols, it must be them. The team quickly reports over the radio, "We have subdued one dark cultivator, but 2 others have escaped into the hospital." The voice on the other end issues commands. Team 1, seal off all exits. Team 2, search the premises. Anyone who resists, shoot to kill. One of them approaches you. Master Wong, do you need our help with treatment? Wang Xing looks over. This is Dao Master Thatin Trung from Long Lake Mountain. There is a way to find the Holy Fire user. Let us rescue him first. After this, Wang Xing ponders seriously. Now I understand why I never heard of Thatin Trung before. Right after that, the Thin Trung was quickly helped by thieves who bandaged his wounds. Ving Thing pondered. Tonight's bidding event for the Holy Transformation could expose the martial arts world to the public. And it would definitely shake society to its core. The more chaotic the situation gets, the more benefits the Yin-Yang sect will reap. The Thin Trung holds the key to the alchemist's whereabouts, directly determining the success or failure of the enemy's plan. Naturally, the Yin-Yang sect won't let him survive for the sake of the alchemist's plan. Meanwhile, the Thin Trung gritted his teeth in regret. The Yin Hen, I am sorry. Next time, I will be your horse. I swear. With that, he released a bird carrying his blood into the sky. The special investigation team began to spring into action, with Class 1 staying behind to protect the two Daoists, while the others followed. Immediately, they notified the headquarters to use all means necessary to lock down the talisman. Ving Thun looked up at the sky, releasing a breath of relief. He was safe now. Tears streamed down Thevan Trung's face like a rainstorm, and he tried to bite his tongue to suppress his sobs. Ving Thing simply said, "After you cry, let us wait for the results together." Finally, they caught the suspect. Daoist Vigong. The alchemist has been netted. We are getting ready to question him. Viv Thingvung said. Could you please take me there? Inside the room, he sat alone while everyone else watched from outside through the glass. He coughed a few times. Ask me what you want to know. I am severely injured. There is not much time left, so you do not need to waste your energy on me. Just tell us the schedule for the auction of the Celestial Master Talisman. He took out a cigarette from his coat pocket and lit it, basically saying there was no auction at all. Even though I am a trader from Mount Long Hung, I would not hand over the Celestial Master Talisman to evil cultivators. The secret techniques I intended to trade, I have already entrusted to someone trustworthy. Next, they will use the internet to spread these techniques around. The investigation bureau quickly notified, immediately contacting the internet department to monitor the two websites Heighten, Me and Heightens. Tot. The Yin Hen spoke up. The vital energy returns to Earth. Why can't everyone cultivate? He continued. I am just a trailblazer. There is definitely more behind me. At that moment, a True Long suddenly shouted, cutting him off. Enough. Quickly escort him and keep a stern watch. The Yin Hen remained calm. No need to waste energy. My time has come. In his final moments, he worried about his friend. Thivin Trenching. I hope you are okay. Earlier, he had sent his talisman. Why did it come back with blood? Just as he thought of this, the talisman in Thin Han's hand fell, and he bowed his head in silence, never to speak again. Trabalong stood outside, angrily punching the wall. That damn bastard, she quickly ordered. Spread the news that the alchemist is dead. We need to return everything to normal as fast as possible. The cultivators are still gathering outside causing chaos. Whoever needs to be caught, catch them. Whoever needs to be locked up, lock them up. The subordinates quickly complied with the orders. Ving Thong looked at him with a hint of sadness on his face. The cultivation technique from his past life was indeed leaked by the purifiers, stealing the purification and giving it to the suffering world. Quoch Thin Hen truly lived up to the title of purifier. The purifier may be dead, but the chaos he created is far from over. However, under Vineng Thung's united suppression, those cultivators attempting to stir trouble based on this did not cause much of a storm. In contrast to this battle, Master Tun Ven expressed his disapproval, aligning with the filth of the real world, and thus returned to wait for his master to emerge. Meanwhile, he stayed in the city to recuperate, hoping to seize this opportunity to refine his physical body. Switching scenes. At the Special Investigation Team, the researcher of the Dao inheritance, Achia Long had made other arrangements for himself. Returning to Ving Thang, he awkwardly apologized for making her drop all her work to accompany him on such a trip. I hope Mingguide enjoys herself. It is no trouble visiting with Elder Viong here. This is practically my only break this month. Hearing this, the Ving Thing felt a bit awkward. So it is a hassle for you. Suddenly, a message notification from him chimed in. The sender of the message was Quan Hein, and he was quite surprised. The message read, "Wait there. I will be over shortly," followed by a series of threatening emojis. He broke into a sweat. Previously, the senior sister and junior sister had replaced Master to assist their master in descending the mountain. Master must have just returned to the Zhongnan mountain and told them about his situation. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling him. Elder Viong, we have arrived. An old man among them spoke, a disciple of Wudang Mountain. It had been a long time since they last met. These people included representatives from Longhu Mountain, Mashan, and Sekchi To Mountain. The Ving Thong lowered his head. Younger disciple greets all the elders. He thought to himself. Even the disciples of the three sects have made it here. A man stepped out of the room. If young Elder Ving is here, then let us get started. The main topic today is the secret of the heavenly energy of the world's restoration. Hearing this, he could not help but feel astonished. His heart racing. What? Inside the room, that person began to elaborate. Year ago, we initiated a search for the dark side of the moon. This could be said to be a monumental endeavor for a nation. We have encountered an unbelievable discovery at the initial stage of our search. Next, we invite you to watch this confidential video. This video was recorded the night before the restoration of the original energy. On that fateful night, locked away in the ship's compartment. It is also what we obtained from the dark side of the moon. That beautiful girl appeared out of nowhere. All alone, a mysterious presence that was simply captivating. People were stunned and began discussing it. It seemed that the girl was emanating original energy. Even through a screen, one could sense her cultivation frighteningly powerful. The woman wore heavenly garments. Who on earth is she? He continued. This celestial figure was discovered during our search on the dark side of the moon. She has been in a state of coma. Later, we went to the moon to study, surrounding her for examination until we brought her back to Earth. After Wang Sheng left that room, he could not stop thinking. On New Year's Eve, nearly everyone in the family is paying respects to the heavens and the earth. Could it be that this celestial prince awakened and tapped into the Earth's energy? Because of that, what exactly is hidden on the moon? How could this celestial prince channel the energy? Also, why do I feel like this celestial prince and my senior sister are so alike? Suddenly, a voice pulled him back to reality. Little Wang Daozhang. Wang Sheng was surprised. Professor Ma, you came. I have been waiting for you for ages. Let us head to my office and talk. He rummaged through some papers. I heard Ling is your master. My wife has been best friends with her for decades. Since you are here today, as an elder, I should definitely give you something nice. I got this sword from a classmate of mine. Take a look and see what you think. Wang Sheng looked over in astonishment. A sword. He explained that it is one of the projects we have been working on. Unfortunately, it is too expensive. We can't upgrade it. He continued. The materials we used are pretty solid, but it costs 3,000 per unit. Wang Sheng was taken aback. 3,000 per unit. Am I really plucking the feathers off the nation's goose here? Right after that, he was utterly amazed when he opened the sword's case. The sword lay on a plush red cushion. Incredibly striking and beautiful. Wang Sheng quickly picked it up, carefully evaluating every detail. He remarked, this sword, the essence flows through it so smoothly, the craftsman even considered the growth potential for a cultivator's essence. Unfortunately, it has no spiritual resonance. It is only good for fighting, he asked. Professor Ma, what is the name of this sword? He replied. It does not have a name yet. Why do not you name it? Wang Sheng admired the sword for a moment before saying, let us call it Volandi. Meanwhile, at the airport, a plane was slowly landing in the city. Meng Yu's eyes sparkled. She could not believe the immortal fairy had come personally to take care of Wang Daozhang. How sweet. Hearing that just made him chuckle. Wang Sheng was astonished. He never expected his master Tun Vine to arrange a flight for his senior sister. What on earth was she planning? Was she trying to win over her junior sister to strengthen her bond with their master? That is actually a brilliant move. From a distance, a young girl quickly approached. Her long hair flowing and her figure stunning. Quan Hyun shone like a movie star as she walked in, radiating a dazzling light. As soon as she spotted Wang Sheng, she rushed over. He waved enthusiastically. Senior sister. Her face was as dark as the bottom of a pot as she scrutinized him closely. I am really fine. Who knows? Maybe by tomorrow, the wound will heal. Quan Hyun turned to Meng Yu, thanking her, and waved her off. No need for formalities. It is the least I could do. Wang Sheng chuckled awkwardly. Senior sister. Have you started putting on makeup? My instincts are screaming. It seems she is still mad. I should lighten her mood a bit. Suddenly, a loud yell echoed. Flying Daoist. Is that really a person? The ancestor has truly manifested. Hurry. The old man yelled as he walked. Return to me. Saving the mountain is like saving a life. A girl chased after him. Master. Wait for me. The bustling crowd quickly took notice, blocking Viding Thung's path. Politely, he asked. Excuse me. May I ask if this master is? Viding Thung silently guessed, judging by the accent. Could this be the master from the Shuk Suan sect? He cheerfully saluted, too excited to introduce himself. I am the disciple of the Shuk Suan sword sect. Here specially to find you. Viding also bowed respectfully. I greet you, esteemed disciple. But Vijong Thong could not help but wonder why the sword sect was looking for him. Soon, everyone hopped into the vehicle, and the disciple seemed very intrigued by him. He happily said, our team leader from the sword sect is counting on you. Ving Thing forced a smile. You are just joking. Right. After a brief exchange, Thing finally learned the reason the disciples sought him out. Before the energy of heaven and earth was cut off, the Sword Sect aimed to establish a trial called the Sword 72. Once the energy of heaven and earth was restored, the trial would reopen. According to the Sword Sect's records, if one can pass the trial, they could learn all the sword techniques. But the problem is, not a single disciple has passed this trial yet, not even stepped foot inside it. Thing scratched his head. So that is it. But, esteemed disciple, my skills are still lacking. I am afraid I won't pass the trial. He was full of confidence. Why not? You are the leading figure of the new sword cultivation era. You truly are a sword master. Hearing such flattery made Thing's head spin. His face turned pale and stiff. He remained silent for a long time, gripping his knees tightly, deep in thought. Finally, he spoke up. I really can't refuse this. But I could give it a try, maybe in 2 days. My leg injury will heal, and I can head to the Sword Sect, he thought. The sword techniques of the Sword Sect have been sought after for 1,000 years. I can't let this opportunity slip away. The disciple was pleased. That is easy. I just happened to bring the holy relic from our sect with me. Thing replied. I appreciate the master's good intentions. Honestly, this injury of mine is not too hard to recover from. My legs look serious, but healing them should not be a problem. I just need to use this opportunity to strengthen my bones and ascend to a higher level. The bustling crowd suddenly jabbed him playfully, as if to say, are you really going to keep talking about your legs? Thing, feeling embarrassed, replied, I. Senior sister, the girl following the master mischievously whispered. Master, are you saying that the disciple and the immortal lady are? Hearing this, he chuckled. Get it? The vehicle continued to move through the city when a loud voice interrupted. What did you say? Guide hurriedly asked. Master, can your legs really recover now? I just received news. Part of our team was ambushed by dark practitioners. There were serious casualties. Thing frowned. What? The scene shifted, and everyone quickly moved by helicopter. Guide reported. Master Zhang. Those dark practitioners are from the Five God Sect. They have now fled to the Sea Islands. They think they have over 100 hostages, and want to negotiate the order of the cult with the government. You furrow your brow. It is the Five Gods Sect, so they probably have other demands. After receiving the report, Guide was furious. They demanded that you and the team leader go negotiate, or else they would start killing a hostage every 3 minutes. They are already taking action against the hostages. Thing frowned. Get it? He quickly had Quan Haiyan apply ointment to his leg. Thing calculated. With a dead spirit in my hands. They let me go over there. Unless they want revenge to keep coming, I will protect Master Nong to buy us some time. Everyone just do your thing. You speculate. If the fake purification is just a troublemaker, then this is the cult's challenge to the government. The Five God Sect is not afraid. After all, I was taken by a group in my past life. You instruct Quan Haiyan. Sister, just release all your power. Your legs will heal completely. Later, you will be at the camp waiting for me. You do not need to take action this time. Chot did not say anything, just stood there silently. Thing looked confused. Sister. Quan Haiyan opened her mouth to say something, trying to speak slowly so Thung could understand. You focused on her. Thing understood she meant, I am going with you. You knew you could not stop Quan Haiyan, so you decided to go together. Meanwhile, everyone was discussing the plan. The entire High Zelo was on lockdown. The elite team was preparing to fight, and could arrive in 15 minutes. With the advantage of numbers and external firepower, we can definitely capture the enemy. The enemy is easy. But we still need to ensure the safety of the hostages. You ponder. The cult holding hundreds of hostages clearly has a well-thought-out plan. But according to the principles of our combat team, we can't retreat. We can't let them escape from here either. At the same time, you and the others quickly arrived at the scene. Thing called out, Sister Nenzung, and upon hearing his voice, she quickly turned around. Little Thung, you anxiously asked, what is the situation like now? And Shilang briefly explained, not as we hope. The other side has a few illusions and hundreds of cultists. The main issue is they still hold hostages. Saying we should tread lightly or risk breaking the vase, you hurriedly said, let me go there alone. I have cultivation power and can figure out a way to buy us some time. She replied, this is not the time for emotions. The enemy wants us to come over. If sacrificing myself can ensure the safety of the 2 hostages, then my sacrifice would be worth it. A subordinate rushed in breathlessly. Reporting. The team and the intel team have responded. The evil practitioners have agreed to video call with us. The prince quickly said, all right. Let me see what kind of trick they want to pull. Have we identified who they are? The subordinate quickly reported back. Confirmed. Based on the documents, the person speaking with us is the leader of the 5 deities sect. The water goddess. A voice came from the other end. You really did not just pick anyone to deceive me. Did you? Prince. I was thinking. If it were not for the person appearing in this video. After a brief pause, he continued. We will kill everyone here. You maintained your composure, saying, if you truly have the confidence to face us, why do you need to hold innocent people hostage? He retorted, you are mistaken. Humans are the ones burdened with sin. Dying at my hands is merely fate, he said, showing no sign of remorse. The prince glanced at his watch. I will be there in 3 hours. But you must stop the senseless slaughter of innocents. He added, if I do not show up in 3 hours, I will be in front of you, kill them one by one. Now, I must meet the audacious swordsman who killed my 4 brothers. The prince stepped forward. That bastard was killed by me. If you seek revenge, come at me. Do not unleash your wrath on others. Not only am I audacious, but I also have a good heart. How about I do a free ritual for you later? He laughed heartily, full of bravado. If you have killed my brothers, and you are scared, it is, I will find you later. You casually said. Scared? Not really. I am just going there empty-handed. Are you trying to drag me over there? I am also a swordsman. If I accidentally injure you. As you said this, you exhaled and blew on your nails. Perhaps you want to even have the face to continue in this path of cultivation. He scoffed. You little brat. Is that all you can do? Talk big. Bring your sword and take 2 people with you. I am not afraid at all, the master said. Stepping forward. The sword spirit will definitely learn from you later. While the mysterious figure was already in position, ready for battle, he continued, in 3 hours, if you do not show up before me, today I will wipe you out. Anyone who dares to meddle in the affairs of the cultivation world, consider this a warning. The sword spirit praised you. Nice taunting. Good job, Prince. You scratched your head, relieved that the master reacted quickly, bringing 4 more people to the island. Just a quick reminder. Everyone, get ready. I just added another half hour, which should be enough for the combat team and the major sects in the city to prepare. The combat team and the major sects are not those the senior cultivators in the void refinement stage. These rogue cultivators are not fools. They will just reach for their weapons. Wong Sheng said that the previous seniors who attended the exchange event happened to run into this. But do we have a chance of success if we use experts for a surprise attack? He exhaled deeply. Even a golden core master might struggle to take down so many cultivators in an instant. Not to mention, if they can advance to golden core now, their understanding of the Tao must be a bit freakish. You feel a bit embarrassed. Master Phalian is absolutely right. I was way too naive. Wong Sheng has good taste. We do have golden core cultivators on our side, but he probably won to arrive in time. The scene is shifting to Zhongnan Mountain. At the peak of Mount Wuming, at this moment, Tin Van and Chi Van are sitting outside the cave where your master is in seclusion. She is keeping an eye on things through her phone. Is not the 5 gods sect the Daoist sect from before? Isn't Fei Yu and Bu Yu in danger? Suddenly, a languid voice rang out. Smells great. Did my junior sister finish cooking for me? Tin Van jumped. Senior brother. Why did you go outside without saying a word? Nguntu Van did not even know why his enthusiasm had suddenly interrupted the enlightenment. He was just stepping out of seclusion. He glanced at Chi Van, who looked a bit dazed. Where did my junior sister find this disciple? But as he looked closely, he could not help but be surprised by her resemblance to his mother. His whole body felt like it turned to stone as he stood there, staring at Chi Van. You are. Instantly, Nguntu rushed towards her. Little Van. You are Little Van. Right. Seeing Chi Van looking confused, he suddenly remembered he might have been a little too rude. Nguntu quickly released her and said sadly, Little Van, I am your father. You probably never met me before. He felt awkward. Wait for me to take a shower. I will come see you once I am all cleaned up. Tin Van stepped forward. Senior Hyan, I think you do not have time to talk to Little Van right now. Bu, Fei Yu, and even sister-in-law Chai Lang are already in trouble. Hearing this, both father and daughter could not help but panic, asking in unison, What? The scene shifted back to Wang Sheng's group. As 3 aircraft quickly landed, everyone hurried inside the island, each person looking extremely serious. At the same time, 2 people stepped forward to greet. Greetings. Esteemed seniors. Hello. Team leader. They were Yan Zhengnan and Zhang Zikang. The old man stepped forward. I am just here to support the battle. I will follow your arrangements. Wang Sheng thought about it. These cultivators seem to be experts in the void refinement stage. He silently observed the 2 for a long time, deep in thought. The handsome young man stepped forward. You are Fei Yu. Right. The plan is simple. Everyone just needs to show up as scheduled and distract the enemy. Don't worry. We will keep you all safe in secret. Wang Sheng and the team politely bowed. Thank you. Esteemed seniors, Zhang Nan drew the sword from his back and presented it in front of him. Fei Yu, I heard your sword was destroyed before. This sword is a gift for you. Ving Theng felt a bit shy. You are being too polite. Senior, just take it as a gift from me. If not, that brat will definitely bug me about it. Hearing this, Ving Theng dropped the formalities. Thank you, senior. He awkwardly smiled. Realizing this senior was an old friend of his master, the sky on the island quickly turned dark, and the surroundings fell eerily silent. Everyone had started gathering at the meeting point, just waiting for Lung Long and Phi to lure out Taoist expert from the void refining realm. The strike team would launch a quick rescue operation to save the hostages. Although it felt a bit forced, we still needed to draw Tato to our location. He continued. Got it. We can buy some more time. Leonid was worried. What if we accidentally kill Tato? Aren't we afraid they will come after us? Ving Thing explained. They have said everything in the cultivation world is handled by practitioners. The less we care about the hostages, the safer they will be. They quickly arrived at the designated spot. Let us get closer to the shore and stick to the plan. He instructed. As everyone set foot on the ground, countless energy waves surged around them. From the shadows, a voice boomed. Good. You are the one who killed one of our elders from the Five Gods sect. Right. He swiftly drew his sword and answered confidently. Yeah. That is. What about it? The guy went wild. You better surrender now, or those hostages will before he could finish. Blood gushed from his throat. Ving Thung declared boldly. You think you can intimidate me with regular folks? You are talking to a cultivator here. If you want to kill someone, go ahead. I came here to exterminate evil. If I spare you, who knows how many lives will be lost. Just then, a voice rang out. Anyone from the sect who kills this guy gets a decade of cultivation rewards. Take out the three of them and bring Lung to the island. Right after that, he smirked and charged alone into the fray against those evil cultivators, his sword radiating like a shooting star. His overwhelming presence left the group momentarily stunned, fear creeping into their eyes. Levent could not help but stutter. I did not expect Phi to be this terrifying once he cut ties. Just by looking at this scene, it was hard to tell who the real powerless mortals were, and who the ruthless cultivators were. One of them charged forward fiercely. Let us work together and take him down. Ving Theng felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed like they had fallen into the trap. Next, we needed to gradually increase our advantage to lure even more evil cultivators out. He dashed towards them with lightning speed, and none of them noticed Vang Thang's figure. In an instant, he was standing on the shoulder of one of their leaders. They were discussing their next move, but at that moment, using magic to kill him seemed like a petty challenge. Could they really escape? Just then, a beam of light shot through, and Leanda quickly chanted a spell, preparing to counter with his sword. The wandering spirit is like the wind. My sword energy surges like clouds in the sky. As you land, I cheerfully ask, how do you find my sword mastery? You smile brightly, saying it has truly opened your eyes. Suddenly, they quickly retreat into the dark bushes. Exchanging glances, Wong speaks up. Dare the Taoist join me in this battle? Luanzi flies over. All right. You keep your distance from me and do not underestimate the enemy. At this moment, only the tavern keeper and Zi Lang remain on the boat. Both of them observe in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Luanzi quickly joins the fray, forming seals with one hand while rushing into the midst of those dark practitioners. One of the dark practitioners, frightened, hides behind a large tree. Who is that Taoist? The legendary sword mastery has appeared. What else could there be? Before he can gather himself, you shout loudly. Attack, you add from outside. This is the Five Divine Sect. The matters you speak of should be dealt with by the cultivators in the Dao world. So you are telling us to draw back a few dark practitioners, to shake our resolve and lead us into the demonic path. The investigation team panics and immediately reports. Retreat now, there is a team of experts coming our way. The other side's Void Dan realm has not made a move yet. Everyone, protect yourselves. If they truly plan to keep the hostages, we will launch a strong counterattack. The group quickly gathers together. Luanzi feels a bit worried troubles are coming. Stay alert, Wong reminds the tavern keeper. Senior sister, no holding back later. She replies with a firm yes. They whisper to each other. Let us strike together. If we do not kill Wong Pinju today, it will be a threat to us later. Luanzi anxiously warns. Pinju, be careful. These are all cultivators from the second realm. Each of them is filled with a menacing aura. Some of them may have really cultivated demonic arts. Wong is alert. I understand. At the same time, the tavern keeper channels her internal energy, soaring into the air. Yin and Yang unite. The primal essence converges. The yin-yang formation breaks open, and she rushes swiftly towards those dark practitioners. Then, Luanzi and Wong exchange glances, silently understanding each other, and they charge into the fray together. The Tavern Keeper's internal force creates a massive vortex sweeping through the dark practitioners, sending them fleeing in fear. She remains undeterred, continuing her advance. One of them realizes he can tap into his energy as the heavenly essence has been disrupted. Terrifying. What level of cultivation does this little girl have? Meanwhile, deep within the island, a group is gathering around. The girl in the center emits a powerful internal force. Speaking up. These useless ones can't even handle a few juniors. How about we work together to capture Lang? Then make our escape. She is Shuiroi. The Iron Eagle Taoist speaks up. It is easy for us to leave. But what about those disciples? The nearby group is the Kongming Sect. Rui flips into the air. Once we capture Lang, we will flee immediately. Just hold them off to distract the guards. The chaotic times are coming. Those with real strength need not worry about recruiting followers. Over here, the whirlwind of chaos is growing more intense, expanding and swirling violently in the air. The dark sorcerers are gathering their strength. This one is truly formidable. Let us get out of here fast. At the same time, a stream of purple light came flying through, carrying a skull. Whoever runs gets killed, no mercy. Wong Sheng quickly stepped in front of her, fiercely brandishing his sword toward that skull. But it seems this attack did not even scratch that skull. Wong Sheng taunted. While the cold-hearted woman could not deal with the 3 methods we had to counter, we still needed to use the Hakudan to keep her from falling. The group of sorcerers had just arrived, and she spoke up. Listen here, kid. Today you are going to die right here. The leaders of that group quickly charged forward, announcing loudly, tonight is the night for you all to achieve great things. They were determined to capture Lang at any cost. And as for the others, she shot a sly smile, pointing at Wang Xing's group, coldly ordering, kill them all. On the other end, a quick message was sent to Lang. Captain, the rescue team has set off towards the central area of the sea island. The battle has entered the second phase. She replied sternly. Understood. I am on. Immediately, Lang spoke up with a serious tone. Everyone, let us do this, from the water. The team surged up, and he ordered, you all fall back. We will handle the rest. Nu Thun did not expect this twist. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Are they really ambushing us? The big guy charged forward, scoffing. War does not play nice. Let us see what this righteous fool can do. With one swift strike, she panicked. Damn. This guy's cultivation level is off the charts. I can deal with him right now. Realizing this, Nu Thun quickly yelled, hey, let us catch Lang fast. Lumini quickly got defensive. Be careful. This tough guy is coming up. Suddenly, a delicate hand tapped on the shoulders of both, revealing Quan Haiyan, who tossed the 2 men behind her. Wang Xing gasped. Sister. Right now, Quan Haiyan is facing a giant who is way stronger than her. Meanwhile, the old strategist took a puff from his pipe and released a thick cloud of poison towards the 2. The left-handed guy mocked. You are not training on the mountain anymore. You came here to take me down. Not gonna happen. Killing you will prove that so-called noble clans are nothing but a name. As he spoke, he gathered his inner power, preparing to attack the 2 Taoist priests. They also quickly gathered their energy, ready to counter the chaos of dark sorcery. Naturally, I had to step in to show them what true righteousness is. Just then, a massive force slammed towards the Iron Hawk, startling him. Under the onslaught from the 2 Taoist masters, he was sent flying like a tiny bird. The 2 old men stroked their beards, and the dark sorcerers were reckless, thinking they could rely on their own strength to conquer the ocean's depths, not realizing the jester was actually them. Today, your fate has come to an end. With that, a beam of green light enveloped him. He quickly used Thunder Fire, the 5 Waters Lightning Talisman. In a hurry, like a lawful decree, he just finished reading that the whole sky here is almost shrouded in that wicked power. Over here, the sorceress and the metal god are facing off against each other. He looked at her and could not help but admit, she is really strong, but just a mere puppet. Blocking him is too foolish. Today, she must die. As he said this, he quickly drew upon his inner strength and charged at her. The sorceress, however, was not backing down. She leaped up and began chanting her spell. Yin for Yang for motion, yin and yang at will. The spell's framework set, and right beside the sorceress appeared a fierce green dragon. The dragon then opened its mouth wide toward the metal god, who scoffed. Too slow. Too weak. It was nothing to worry about. With that, he lunged at the sorceress, seeing her so small before her opponent. Yet, she showed no fear and quickly gathered her energy for a powerful strike. Unleashing her might, the petite figure of the sorceress swiftly glided down, her hand decisively delivering a strike against the metal god. His eyes widened in surprise as he could not help but praise. This girl is quite formidable. Outside, the practitioner was stunned. He had heard tales of the immortal maiden's formidable power. astonished that even the metal god could not do anything against her. The master praised her, saying, "What a remarkable talent." The practitioner added, "I speak from the heart. Dealing with the metal god is enough for her. We should focus on protecting our captain instead." Everyone was so engrossed in watching the battle that they did not notice a dark shadow creeping up behind the captain, but Wudang Thung quickly noticed and shouted a warning to the master. "Be careful." While leaping back, furious at missing his target, the assailant growled, "Kid, you are asking for trouble. Do not blame me." His face was bleeding from the attack. But luckily, Wudang Thung managed to hold his ground. The practitioner shouted urgently, "Hurry. Get the captain out of here." He then slipped his arm around her waist. "Master, I have offended you." Looking over, he saw that Lao Tam had failed again. The opponent seemed to only be at the second stage. If he could just stretch this out a little longer, he would definitely capture Chart along. Disrupting the focus of these people for a moment would buy Lao Tam some time. Just as she thought this, the man charged at her fiercely with a painful cry. He yelled, "The 5 gods will slaughter all those criminals here, leaving none alive." At that moment, a voice rang out, announcing that all hostages on the island had been rescued. The 3 of them were shocked. What? Everyone began implementing their plan into the second phase, unifying all strategies to eradicate the evil cultivators. Special forces. Surround the evil cultivators, leaving no one to escape. Meanwhile, everyone was still splitting up to deal with the leaders. And the announcement rang out. If they let even one escape, everyone must give up their cultivation. At the same time, Wudang Thung brought Trelong to safety and instructed, "Master, I will go help over there." Trelong crawled out of the box, unable to hold back her nausea. She reminded him, "Be careful." "Okay." He opened the box again. Light flashing, and Wudang Thung smiled resolutely. "I got Master on this side." That guy is grinning smugly. The horse technique of the sword sect looks interesting. But, he continues, just a tiny little scene, and he dares to block the path of Master So. Doesn't he know his own limits? Right after that, he quickly unleashed a surge of power towards everyone. Loon was thinking, I must get my hands on that flying sword control. Otherwise, I will just end up getting killed by him, let alone stopping him. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared in the sky, catching his attention. Wudang Thung finally descended from above, driving his sword down with all his might, ready to take down that monster. The dark sorcerer stood there, looking down on them. "Come at me. Let us see how tough you really are." With that, he quickly transformed, his body enveloped in armor. Wudang Thung stabbed down, but the sorcerer remained utterly unfazed. "Is that all you have got?" Suddenly, something made the dark sorcerer halt. No way. The tip of Wudang Thung's sword plunged fiercely into his chest, sinking deeper and deeper. A fierce glint appeared in the sorcerer's eyes, just as an explosion echoed outwards. Wudang Thung was thrown back, quickly stabbing his sword into the ground to regain his balance. Seriously injured, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Kwon Hyman looked over, worried, fearing that his sister would be distracted. He shouted. Hearing him say that, Kwon Hyman quickly regained her composure. The dark sorcerer shouted fiercely, "I am going to kill you. I absolutely will kill you." Lion T approached him. "Surround the special task team. Let us work together to catch him. Do not let him escape." Hearing this, he quickly stood up, gritting his teeth. Got it. On the other side, everyone was still divided, fighting against the group of soft-shelled beings. Lion T looked at him. "You good kid, leave this to us. Go take a breather. We will make sure to credit you." Wudang Thung charged forward. "Thank you, Senior." Seeing the situation was dire, Nathun calculated. The situation has turned. Let us retreat quickly. But in the middle of their escape route, they were blocked by a massive yin-yang formation. She panicked. What the heck is this? Could it be from this side? Thithun roared and charged at Kwon Hyun. "You little brat." Kwon Hyun calmly extended her hand, using her inner strength to deliver a powerful punch to Nencha Thun's chest. Whoa, I am shocked. Is this little girl really just at the fetal stage? At the same time, Chivi Nam, with a fierce expression, shouted, "Evil will be punished. Beware." Just as he said that, he thrust his sword straight at Nun Thun, catching her off guard. Finally, Chi Nam succeeded in eliminating the evil, and she lay motionless on the ground. Breathless, he raised his sword to the sky and shouted, "The Nine Thun is dead. Everyone, unite to annihilate the battlefield. Tonight, the dark sorcerers shall not escape. We will fight to the end." Everyone rallied, their spirits high. Understood, and that night, The Nine Thun was slain. The tides had turned, and all the dark sorcerers could no longer resist. As for the leaders, they too were killed by the combined forces. Among them, Honthit Thun was trapped, and the 8 masters surrounding him met a grim fate, their bones shattered. their protective energy obliterated. On the other hand, due to the ambush to rescue the hostages, a powerful Chain Realm expert cleared the path, and all the hostages were rescued. The task force had arrived, and the aftermath was being handled efficiently. As for Yuan Hoyan, after the match, Wong Thing, exhausted, leaned against her, the moonlight shimmering over the sea. Xiao Thing. Tu Hoyan. Luckily, the two of you are here to gradually wake him up. Just to continue. Everyone, can you stay at the special investigation team for a bit longer? After all, the serious guys mainly focus on border protection, and the team needs your help. Hoyan looked at him, and he quickly understood. She wanted him to decide. Wong Thing spoke up. Master, we should wait until we discuss this with our teacher, and then decide. Plus, I have already promised the senior from the alchemy sect that I would pay a visit. She sighed at his refusal and continued. All right then. What do you all want as a reward this time? The serious guy laughed heartily. No need for words. Everyone here. Luckily, we have two people. That guy Thangon is always talking big on the broadcast. He claimed to have taken in 2 genius disciples. At first, I thought he was just boosting. But meeting them today, the reputation holds up. Wong Thing was taken aback, and Tu Kong laughed. Let us skip the useless chatter and get straight to it. Are you two interested in joining the combat team? The serious guy snapped. What are you doing? Trying to steal them. They are the advisors for the special investigation team now. Tu Kong replied calmly. A talent like that, you can let them slip away. Their master is Than Ingon. What level is he at? Better let him have a go at me. Whoever wins gets them both. Wong Thing sighed. Seniors, please calm down. Watching the two seniors bicker, he could not help but think about the legendary dishes of Long Hu Mountain, and he felt a wave of nostalgia. Long Hu Mountain sure has its quirks. Suddenly, everyone noticed someone in the central area. Panic spread among them. Commands were quickly issued. Stay alert. The orders came fast. Anyone under the Dan realm, get out of here. It is a master at the Dan realm. All units, prepare for battle at any moment. The serious guy was tense. Damn it. When did the 5 gods Sect start having Dan realm masters? Tu Kong quickly got the weapons ready. Wong Thing raised his hand to interrupt the two seniors. Up there. It seems like my master. Hearing this, only Langya felt a bit flustered. She silently stared at the moon for a long time. The voice of the sword-wielding figure echoed down from the sky. Where do I practice? Wong Thing shouted back. Master, all my cultivation has been wiped out. Master, why did not you come down first? He replied. Looks like I came for nothing. It is even better that the demon has been eliminated. Tu Huan said. Are you too hurt? Your cultivation is quite low. Do not cause trouble for others. Tu Kong was surprised. Those two still have low cultivation. The serious guy added. That makes sense. Their master is a Dan realm elder. Seeing the figure still hovering up there, the serious guy looked up and shouted. Dang Dao Hoan. Why do not you come down and meet us? The figure replied. I came in a hurry. My clothes are not tidy. It is not appropriate to show myself. Xiao Thing. Xiao Hoyan. If you are both fine, come over and talk to me. They quickly made their way to a secluded spot and then spoke up. Master. He turned around and said. You two have not caused any trouble out there. Have you? I heard from Sister Tyne Van that you ran into some trouble, and I flew here immediately. As soon as Wang Sheng saw his appearance, he could not help but stifle a laugh, turning pale with embarrassment, while Quan Huan stood frozen. Speechless, he felt a bit shy. His clothes were torn from the wind while flying, but it was nothing serious. Right after that, he quickly lowered his head, thinking, Iza is such a useless disciple that my master has to worry. Yuanzi saw this and covered his face, scolding the kid. Why do you have such a misguided mindset about your master? Your senior sister is so beautiful. Why does she have such a weird hobby? Wang Sheng was puzzled. Indeed, master was still master. Raised his hands. Master must have met Sister Mai. Right. Master Niang, the mother of Sister Mao, is here. Yuanzi could not help but sigh. Forget it. We will eventually meet again. His face took on a somber expression. Master will change in front of you. You should step back a little. Shortly after, he mischievously winked at Quan Huyan. Quick, go call Master Niang here. She obediently rushed off. The couple exchanged glances from a distance after so many days apart. Yuanzi, dressed neatly with his hair tidy, radiated an otherworldly aura. Ah Lang. Qi Lang raised his brow. I still have so much to do. If you have something to say, keep it simple. He then rushed forward and hugged her. You have been avoiding me for 20 years. You have tortured me to madness. I do not want to lose you again. Qi Lang's expression shifted from shock to gentle acceptance. She hugged Yuanzi tightly. Back then, I left without a word. I truly owe you. Please do not treat me like this. Hu boy. She sighed. Right now, I can't focus on anything but work, Yuanzi said seriously. Do you know if the special investigation team is still hiring? I do not want to be apart from you anymore. And we might be able to get some resources for the little ones. Chai Lang quickly agreed. Okay. I will make sure you get the best treatment. I won't let you run errands anywhere else. The little ones, according to their strict standards, will receive medicine and spirit stones every month, Yuanzi asked. What about you? Qi Lang aggressively pulled him closer and whispered. You have to work for me for free. Yuanzi quickly compromised. Fine. Fine. Working for my wife for free is totally fine. Wang Shen could not help but marvel. Is that all settled? Master truly is master. A booming voice echoed from afar. Who is your wife? How can you be so annoying? From the bushes behind, a group of senior men emerged. I told you so. Usually, the disciples call Qi team leader Master Niang. There must be something going on here. Wang Xing cried inwardly. You guys are really something. He then looked towards his master and Master Niang, thinking, but maybe this is good. Chai Lang was still questioning. Mind your image. Now, you are my superior. You have to call me team leader. Yuanzi happily replied. There you go. Team leader. Wang Sheng is over the moon too. His master's longtime wish has finally come true. A few days later, in Shuxi, Zhan Wan and Luan Ziyu are feeling shy. This time, Fei Yu really worked hard for you. Wang Xing continues. It is my duty to help Luan Ziyu. He is feeling a mix of emotions. At last, our sword sect has been saved. His disciple shouts out. Master, what an honor. After wrapping up the business with the 5 divine sects, he heads to Shushan with Fi Yoli. Although he came to help the sword sect, it is actually a crucial part of his own cultivation journey. He remembers that in the past, Wang Sheng had come to the sword sect several times in search of opportunities. Little did he expect to come back again in this life. This time as a helper. As soon as they arrived, a group was already waiting for them. The old man smiled cheerfully. Fei Yu. Sorry to keep you waiting. That is none other than the Grand Elder of the Sword Sect. He praises him, saying, in your youth, you carry 2 sword intents. Fei Yu, truly the genius of the sword path. Wang Sheng bows respectfully. Thank you for the compliment. Senior, the dual sword intent I possess is a gift from Master Yuan Fakuang, Elder Ninga. I did not expect him to have such insight into the sword path and even share it with others. Lun Ziyu clears his throat to remind everyone. Shouldn't we focus on the main topic? The sword sect chuckles warmly. No rush. We should prepare a bit first. Fei Yu, take some time to rest. And once we are settled, we will discuss the competition. As he channels his internal energy, he reflects. The sword sect focuses primarily on swordsmanship, and the path of martial arts has its own nuances that seem to guide him. Thinking that, he wears a thoughtful expression. How should he draw his sword from now on? After all, coming here this time, he realizes he has been rather reckless. Recalling the words he once said, I will fight with everything I have got. His injuries still have not healed, yet he pushes himself to save others. Arrogance is often a young person's nature, but in cultivation, the heart must be the first to be tamed. To become an immortal, one must first be a good person. The sword path has its own opportunities. I can't stop you. But after the trial ends, I want you to return to the mountain and meditate for 3 years to refine your heart and cultivation. Focus on summarizing what you have achieved in this time, and write a strong character in your heart. He seriously introspects. Since going down the mountain, he has indeed been quite conceited. Ultimately, he still lacks the original essence of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a loud sound jolts him awake. It is a bell. Something feels off. Wang Xing analyzes. That is the sound of meditation. Alongside the sword sect, there is also the Buddhist temple here. The next morning, he and Luan Ziyu practiced swordplay together. Hearing Wang Xing mention it, he is a bit surprised. You are talking about the Zion temple. Right. It has been around for over 1,000 years and is already declining thanks to a complete legacy of Buddhist teachings. After the vitality of heaven and earth was restored, it has gradually returned. Hearing this, he can't help but wonder. So why does not the sword sect let them relocate? Luan Ziyu exhale. I have asked the Grand Sect. They say they have suppressed quite a few demonic heads for 1,000 years. Now that the vitality of heaven and earth has returned, we do not know if those demonic heads will resurrect. Wang Sheng looks skyward. There are too many secrets in this world. Whenever there is a chance, I should broaden my horizons a bit. Suddenly, he comes up with an idea and tells Luan Ziyu. Master, could you take me to the Zion temple? He smiles happily. This morning, I originally wanted to take everyone on a tour. But later, we should change into new outfits and head into the temple to check out the Buddha statues. Wang Sheng figured that the whole situation with the sword master had already delayed them. So he needed to inform his master first before heading to the Ziyan temple with Master Lion. Once he made up his mind, he called his master. No worries. As a guest at the Heavenly Sword Sect, one must never be disrespectful. At Ziyan temple, there is a monk named Ru Feng, who has been able to pass on pure teachings for the past 20 years. Hearing this, he felt a bit taken aback. His master was always so serious. Of course. I am just joking with you, he said coolly. But Ziyan Temple is not far from the Sword Sect. If you have time, why not go and pay a visit to Monk Feng? He chuckled, feeling a mix of joy and disbelief. Even in the Buddhist world, his master had connections. Making friends really is a talent, is not. On the other end of the line, the scent of romance was in the air. How's the wife holding up? Just a casual question. But Wang Sheng could practically smell the dog food being served. He ended the call but could not stop thinking. After regaining his energy, the Daoist sect's strengths would quickly rebound. The Buddhist world is nothing like just a few small temples with a couple of monks. He did not know what to expect from Ziyan Temple. Could it be a hidden gem? Or something else entirely? Soon after, he and Lion Zi arrived at their destination, and a lively voice rang out. You must be the one known as Fei Yu. Right. I have heard quite a bit about you from the young monk. This man was Monk Rufeng. He cheekily squinted at him and asked, have you found your master's wife yet? Wang Sheng laughed heartily, thanking Monk Rufeng for remembering. Just a few days ago, his master and mistress had finally reunited. Upon hearing this, Rufeng could not help but laugh heartily. It is great you found her. It means his devotion was not in vain. But you two arrived at just the right time. Then he continued, if that is true, the Sword Sect might get dragged into it as well. It is rare for Master Lion and Fei Yu to come here. Why not let them take a look? The old man behind him sighed. This is the abbot of Ziyan Temple. Xuan Ku. It is fate that you two have come today. Follow me to the back courtyard. Hearing this, both he and Lion Zi felt a bit tense. As soon as they arrived, the abbot explained. This place is called the Wind Demon Chamber. It is said that it conceals a grand formation that suppresses a 1,000-year-old demon. Before the natural energy of heaven and earth recovers, one could see a cave beneath this chamber. Lion Zi, confused, asked, what does the abbot mean? Rufeng quickly continued. After the natural energy recovers, the formation in the chamber will open, and that cave will disappear. However, last month, something changed here. He paused for dramatic effect. Just look. You will see right away. Wang Sheng's expression darkened as he recognized this was demonic energy. That is right. He continued. The formation has endured for 1,000 years. It is no longer stable. At any moment, it could be destroyed. When that happens, the ancient demon that has been suppressed will likely awaken, causing chaos across the world. He could not help but feel shocked. This ancient demon had been suppressed for 1,000 years and still had not perished. A golden core cultivator, in a situation with abundant natural energy, has a lifespan of just over 800 years. Given the situation where the energy is running low, how has this ancient demon survived for 1,000 years? What level of power does it possess? If it really manages to escape, it would be a massive disaster for Tranla. After discovering that the Lord of Tsunem holds a 1,000-year-old ancient demon in check, Wang Sheng immediately contacted the Special Investigation Team. Meanwhile, the Phi Luan sect also informed the elders of the Sword Sect to assist with the investigation. Although the ancient demon has not awakened yet, nobody dares to provoke it lightly. After all, we are dealing with a 1,000-year-old demon, and even the Special Investigation Team can only adapt as the situation unfolds. In the end, the Special Investigation Team invited high monks to help support the Grand Formation, purifying the demonic energy, while they also conducted geological surveys around the area to devise a battle plan. On the other hand, the Sword Sect promised that if the ancient demon showed any signs of movement, they would rush to assist immediately, making this trial of the Sword Sect the most important event for them. After all, the more they have in their arsenal, the better equipped they are to deal with the ancient demon. Transitioning scenes. We find our protagonist standing amidst a crowd, where an elder speaks up, declaring that the Sword Sect's trial ground is a place of fortune. There are a total of 8 levels with 70 doors. As long as one can reach the 7th floor, they can obtain the treasure that establishes the foundation of the Shushan sect. The elder advises his disciple that starting today, everyone in the Sword Sect will support Fai Eng, helping him perfect his sword intent and smoothly break through. The Sword Sect's trials have been passed down for 1,000 years, focusing on whether one can achieve perfect sword intent to increase the chances of success. Wang Sheng knows he must refine and master his sword intent first. That night, after clashing with countless sword intents, he was nearly drained of all his spirit. According to the Sword Sect's methods, this was the moment when comprehension and breakthroughs come the easiest. Beads of sweat poured down his face uncontrollably, revealing his exhaustion. Noticing it was getting late, the Grand Elder told him that today would be enough. Fiang needed to return to contemplate for a day before continuing the training tomorrow. Wang Sheng stood up, his whole body trembling, and bowed his head respectfully, saying, "Then, I humbly take my leave." As he walked away, the elder sighed, regretting, "What a shame. Why is not that king treasure sword one of ours?" The elder chuckled with satisfaction, knowing that the sword techniques passed down by the founder were right before them. Meanwhile, Wang Xing sat in meditation, pondering. Although the sword sect's master infused his own sword intent into the 7-star sword formation, what exactly does their perfection mean? Could it be the highest level of swordsmanship? The 7-star sword intent was shifting. But what if this is just one of the realms, not the pinnacle, starting from the 7 stars with the Z-Way star as the center of rotation? The sword formation is fundamental. But what if at the position of the ZY Emperor star, I could control the formation? Then, I could move the sword formation at will, carefree and unbothered. But how would I execute the heavenly earth sword with such a formation? Ving Thing was focused on training. But it seemed there was a shadow in the distance watching him. After using the heavenly and earthly sword, an aura emerged. Stunning him, the Ving Thong thought of the sword as a weapon. No matter how much he had yet to master it, using a sword was simply about wanting to kill the enemy. But if the transformation of the universe was all set aside, he could only preserve the sword intent. The Ving Thing raised his hand to the sky, and the 7-star sword formation appeared powerfully, shining straight up. Everyone on this side could not help but be amazed at the bright light. The sword intent was strong. But that direction was where Fianju resided. Could it be that he, in the end? The light faded from the sky, leaving only shimmering rays. You realized, being in the cosmos, commanding the 7 stars. This was the real 7-star sword formation. You understood now. You finally got it. Soon. Lin and Kim Tong arrived in a hurry. Fianju. What just happened? Wang Sheng scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. My 7-star sword intent seems to have reached perfection without me even realizing it. He shifted his gaze and, to his surprise, thought, what the heck? The 7-star sword array can actually work in reverse. Remembering the call he made earlier, Wang Xing pondered. Master, this is the real 7-star sword array, is not? He went on to recount everything, and the old man felt a bit pleased. Surprised that Wang Xing figured it out on his own, pretty impressive. At this moment, he contemplated whether the sword array was actually modified by the ancestor based on the 7-star sword array. The old man thought as he pulled out an item from his bag, wondering if he should wait for little Sheng and little Huan to finish refining their golden pills before opening their sect's treasured item together. Now, he was eager to see what the ancestor had left behind back then. The scene shifted to Wang Sheng, where dawn had just broken. The 7-star sword array was designed for those who had reached a first-class level. Just yesterday, his sword intent had reached perfection, and its power had obviously leveled up after a night of refining. Wang Sheng immediately opened his eyes and struck forward with his sword. Having fully grasped the sword intent, the sword master approached from behind and remarked, "Not bad. You have really grasped the 7-star sword intent. Today, we have discussed this for a whole morning. It is best to let you decide for yourself. Are you planning to enter the array now? Or would you rather consolidate your power from 2 months ago before making a move?" Wang Xing bowed respectfully and asked, "Man, Senior, does the 13 sword techniques only refer to sword Dao levels?" The sword master replied, "That is right. Our cultivation is effective only within the array." Upon hearing this, Wang Xing fell silent and thought, if that is the case, then today, I will break through the gate. Wang Xing leaped to a high mountain nearby. He entered alone and began to observe everything. Is this really the 13 sword techniques? Inside the mountain, there was a stone door, and he stood still, watching. A character glowed, and just by that one character, he could probe the level of the sword intent cultivator. Even a cultivator could reject the sword Dao's cultivation. And he slowly gathered his inner strength to proceed inside. Wang Xing realized that indeed, each sect's legacy was meant for others to see enough. He was not sure if he could complete this commission. The stone door opened gradually as he channeled his inner strength. Wang Xing quickly entered. Here, perhaps, was the first level. He walked slowly, observing his surroundings. Above, there were records of the sword clan's sword techniques. It was said that those who entered before him found this level to be merely basic techniques, with weak sword intent refinement. And the challenge lay in the stone door ahead, which continued to emanate power, was guarded by 2 warriors wielding swords. As soon as they spotted him, they charged forward to attack. Wang Xing calmly drew his sword from its sheath. He swiftly slashed through the flames of the 3 warriors with his sword, moving so fast that they did not even have time to react before being taken down. Soon after, all 3 fiery figures dissipated. He sheathed his sword. Although it was only the first level of sword intent, it felt as if the 7 stars had reached perfection. Receiving all of it was not as easy as it had been earlier. Next up, there is the 7th floor. As you push that stone door open, a beam of light bursts forth. You continue battling the soul swords inside the 2nd floor, then the 3rd, moving on to the 4th floor. The 5th seems to bring even stronger opponents. On the way here, your sword intent has been a sweeping force. But it has got its limits when it comes to leveling up. Therefore, the monarch seizes the opportunity to hone his mastery of the duality sword intent. which has not just stopped at the level of the duality beasts. Behind him, he is particularly concealing the sword intent, using only the duality sword intent to handle the trials, gradually deepening his understanding of it. The duality sword intent allows for both offensive and defensive moves, creating a perfect balance. Finally, he grasps the techniques of that sword intent. Despite some injuries, he ultimately takes down all his foes. Afterward, he sheaths his sword, focusing his internal energy. His duality sword intent has leveled up, and it might be tough to handle the trials ahead, but he takes a moment to steady himself. Next, upon entering door 54, he can move on to the next floor. Immediately, he steps into a chamber lit brightly by flickering torches. Inside, a powerful aura of internal energy makes him pause in shock. A voice echoes from within, and he wonders, who is paying attention to the sect of Shushan now? The voice continues, I am the Sword Sect's Grandmaster. Daoist King Feng, Keeper of the Great Formation. You are no disciple of Shushan. Why are you here? He respectfully introduces himself. I am Wong Shang, a sword cultivator from Mount Wudang. Here at the invitation of a senior from Shushan, I have come to seek the lost sword control techniques of Shushan, which have been missing since the energy was severed 1,000 years ago. How could those fools let it slip away? The elder before him, the Sword Sect's Grandmaster, replies, do you have any evidence to prove that the spirit energy has been gone for 1,000 years? Wong Sheng steps forward, smiling. Senior, let me share the story of what happened many years ago. The elder thinks back. When I fell into a deep slumber, the essence of heaven and earth indeed began to wane. Go ahead. Tell me what you have. Wong Sheng begins recounting the tale from the start. Wong Sheng chuckles, truly admiring those protagonists who time travel to ancient eras in online tales, able to remember everything so vividly. Because of that, the teachings of Shushan have been relatively well preserved over the past 1,000 years. The Sword Sect's Grandmaster says, you are the heir of the lonely traveler. But why are you not wielding the pure young sword, but instead the heavenly sword? Wong Sheng is momentarily taken aback. If you get hurt, do not blame the disciples of Shushan. Wong Sheng, without hesitation, leaps up, thanking the elder for his support. He then jumps forward towards him, saying loudly, I seek your guidance. The Sword Sect's Grandmaster does not back down and immediately unleashes an illusory sword intent. He spins around and strikes a blow toward Wong Sheng. Not bad, but if you have entered the 72nd Sword Mastery, your talent is already in the top 10. Right after that, a fiery clash ignites between you and the Sword Master of the Spirit Realm. He could not help but praise. Good. If you were a disciple of my sect, you would have passed the test ages ago. Too bad you are not. Wong Sheng swung his sword, thanking the elder for his guidance. But I still have one sword left. Today I am feeling bold, daring to challenge the elder. Saying that, he lunged forward, the Zhuai sword fiercely charging ahead. The Sword Master of the Spirit Realm squinted and shouted, come on, let us see your limits. The earth around them could not handle the force of their clash, sending debris flying everywhere. He struck while maintaining focus, using the sword mastery techniques from levels 61 to 63, totaling 3 strikes. To master it all, you will need to put in some serious effort. Soon after, he reached another threshold, and Wong Sheng could not help but sigh. Finally made it here. The 7th trial level hides the door to the sword mastery. The voice of the Sword Master of the Spirit Realm echoed again. If the disciples of my sect agree, you can practice freely. Why not stay with me a while longer? He appeared as a beam of light, advising that once you grasp the sword mastery, trying the 9th door behind you will be very beneficial. He hesitated. But elder, the disciples of King Feng True Man are still waiting for the sword mastery to be revealed. Before he could finish, the elder charged forward. Who says they are useless? He quickly unsheathed his sword, chuckling bitterly. Did they really want to fight again after that last round? In the 72nd Sword Mastery, the difficulty of the later doors is obviously higher than the earlier ones. The strength that each door of the Spirit Realm Master exhibits is based on the maximum limits set by the Grand Formation. You possess 3 aspects of heaven, earth, and man, with man being the foundation, and earth using the sword as the path. Your Zhuai sword belongs to the sword path, transformed by the powers of heaven and earth. Not only does he frequently point out the flaws in your sword techniques, but every time Wong King is pushed back, he also offers tips or jokes around with you. Just after a battle, he smirks. That move you just pulled off was not bad. Keep going. A kid like you can handle this. Do you really need me to go easy on you? As the saying goes, a sword reflects its master. Seriously wonder if the dragon ancestor has a tendency to be a bit tough on you. If he did not bring the sword out, how could he find joy in pushing others around? Time flew. And before you knew it, a whole year had passed. That stone door gradually opened, and Wong King burst into a bright smile. Finally out at last. From within, the voice of the sword master of the spirit realm rang out. Good. You forgot to take your prize. He quickly reacted. Catching it, Wong King paused. What is this? He quickly appeared, saying, how could a young person like you pass through without a reward? Here. Take this. It is a finished sword from the sword completion technique. The sword completion is a type of sword that embodies the essence of swordsmanship, formed by using precious materials as a foundation to forge the sword. Usually, this is collected into the Dao zone for nurturing, as it can help draw enemies closer. You are such a polite kid. Thank you for the treasures bestowed by the senior. This battle spirit senior gave me a tremendous gift. But the temper of the elders is so hot. He glared right after, telling me to scram, saying I am not mature enough yet. Over the past year, I have been locked away, and back then, every disciple had to stay for 3 to 5 years. The senior is absolutely right. I am just a slow learner. Honestly, it feels like they just want to keep putting me through the ringer. Does not it? 6 months ago, I had already released all my sword techniques. And then I locked myself in the sword hall for a year. Now that I am out, Wang Shengju will definitely spill the tea on what the battle spirit senior said to the other elders of the sword sect. I think that in the future, more young disciples will rush into battles, and the battle spirit senior will no longer be bored. The moment the great elder saw me, he burst out laughing. Finally, you are out of your cave. If you do not come out in another year, I will dig a mountain to find you. The great elder continued. This time you have helped us tremendously, and we have decided to gift you something. Seeing the shiny gold token, Wang Sheng's expression turned serious. It is an honor to receive such a reward. He worried I would turn it down, so he spoke up first. This is just a token of our appreciation. Do not refuse it. Since I know how things work around here, I quickly bowed and said, from now on, I am considered part of the sword sect. And if there is ever trouble, I will be there in a heartbeat. With the exam over, I am not sticking around any longer. It is time to bid everyone farewell and leave the sword sect. Everyone came to see me off, wishing me well. Take care, elder. And if there is nothing urgent, come back and lock yourself away again. Transitioning to Mount Wudang, in the small courtyard of Kunuanzi, Wang Sheng pondered. After all, I have got a cozy little place in Mount Wudang, where I have lived for several years. Along with my master and senior sister, who shared this life with me. It has been a year since I last returned. I wonder how my master and senior sister are doing now. I quickly text my innkeeper and start tidying up my place. The message read, Senior sister, I am back at Mount Wudang. The surprised expression she sent back caught me off guard. I hurriedly explained. Senior sister, I was in seclusion. My phone died so I could not keep in touch. I thought to myself, my senior sister is really upset about my year-long radio silence. I need to change the subject quickly to cheer her up. The innkeeper's face was lit up, and I continued texting that I learned so many new skills at the sword sect. I will show you soon. In the past year, my master has become quite the celebrity with a government title of Demon Crusher, and he spends most of his time cultivating or with his wife. In comparison, my senior sister at least goes out 3 times a month, which must be exhausting. I can see she is even more annoyed with my master, but because of that, my innkeeper earns decent rewards every time they complete a task. My cultivation speed has not slowed down at all. In fact, I might even break through to the void pill stage in the next 6 months. You sit there lost in thought. At this pace, your senior sister truly embodies the legendary prowess of the heavenly rankings. Who knows when I will ever catch up to her. Plus, with that sword made from quintessence metal, if I manage to cultivate it successfully, maybe I won't even need to chase after the flying sword before I reach the immortal realm. Right, but even though the heavenly sword and those top-tier flying swords are valuable and powerful, they are just means to an end. The pure Yang immortal technique is what will genuinely support my journey to becoming an immortal and pursuing the Tao. I should just focus on my cultivation for now. This time when you returned to the mountain, you were surprisingly humble, not drawing attention to yourself. If it were not for that incident, when you went to retrieve the item for the special investigation team, no one would have even noticed you were gone. When the two saw you, fully kitted out, they could not help but be surprised. When did you come back? After a year apart. It is hard for everyone not to gather and catch up a bit. Besides, Wang Sheng usually keeps to himself and follows his master's orders to meditate in seclusion. Another year has passed, and it took a phone call from his master to finally stir him up a bit. That night, when the message came through, Wang Sheng was shocked. Master, are you saying that over the past 3 days, the Daoist relics of the 5 major sects were stolen? The messenger continued. Well, you have faced something similar before, so I thought you might have a lead on this. Upon hearing this, you quickly responded. Master, I think this is related to the Yin-Yang sect. Then, Wang Sheng recounted a series of past events, and the messenger reassured him. Do not overthink this. Focus on your cultivation and follow your senior sister's example. You quickly replied, I get it now. So if I do not reach the golden elixir stage, I want to leave the mountain. Just as you finished speaking, he added, that is not it. I still have something I need you to do. The very next day, You were feeling frustrated. Why do I have to attend this preliminary meeting for the first Daoist Immortal Conference? On the other end of the phone, Mao Yu chimed in excitedly. Wong Daozang is online. Mao Yu quickly leaned in close, her face practically pressing against the screen. Junior brother, come over here, or else the baby is going to be upset. Wang Xing chuckled. It has been a while since I have seen you. Senior sister, on this side. Mao Yu hurriedly calmed everyone down. Everyone, please be quiet. If we have all the participants here, let us get started. Yu began. First off, over 2 years ago, we were reminded by Wang Daozang to pay attention to this organization, although this meeting was convened for the first Daoist Immortal Conference. The recent actions of the Yin-Yang sect have stirred up so much noise that it is hard not to mention them in our discussions. Wang Xing felt that his master's intention to eliminate the Yin-Yang sect was the real reason behind organizing this conference. The messenger spoke up. We will borrow the strength of the righteous to suppress the evil. This has always been our policy. Let us see if we can draw them out. After some time, the day turned to night, and Wang Xing sighed. After a day of torment, it finally came to an end. From what Master said, it seems like the Yin-Yang sect might have fallen into the trap this time. Suddenly, everyone became frantic. Oh no. Oh no. The Daoist monks are in trouble. Hurry and put out the fire. One of our disciples is injured on guard duty, and the documents are missing. Quickly seal off the mountain and investigate. We have a disciple who has been hurt, and even killed. If anyone has a way to save them, come help now. You rushed over. And oh, the Yin-Yang sect has indeed made their move on Mount Vikrzing. Over here, everyone is in an uproar, desperately trying to track down the thief. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Wang Xing's mind, making him stop. Something's off. This big fire is just for creating chaos. The thief clearly knows Mount Vikrzing is full of experts. They must be using the confusion to disguise themselves and blend in with the crowd. Thinking this, he looked up at the sky and shouted, Masters, wait, we can't let them escape like this. We must stop them. Shuixing quickly approached him, asking, do you have any leads? Wang Xing replied urgently, Master, we need to stop those disciples chasing after them right now. The enemy could be hiding among them. His face turned serious as Shuixing said, let us split up and chase them down. Wang Xing kept pursuing the target while trying to assess if it was the person he suspected. But neither this side nor that side was right. Wang Xing thought to himself. He had run into several groups without finding any trace of the thief. He wondered how things were going with his senior. Suddenly, he turned around and sensed a wave of energy his senior. The two intruders whispered to each other. The Taoist is calling for backup. Hurry. Kill him now. The people from Mount Vikrzing are coming. Just then, a voice boomed from above. You dare harm my disciples. How can Mount Vikrzing let scum like you threaten us? The two men froze in fear, looking up at the sky as a massive hand appeared. Clearly visible, the head disciple commanded, seize these two. Everyone else, assess the damage to our sect's treasures. Also, the elder who was in seclusion should come back to discuss this catastrophe. Although the head disciple took action to restrain the thief, there were still losses. Not only did Mount Vikrzing suffer theft, but 4 guards were also killed. Meanwhile, Senior Zhu Yinglong narrowly escaped a deadly poison attack, but his external injuries were so severe that even with help, he could only barely cling to life. Wang Xing held up a pill, saying, Master, I have some medicine that can stabilize my brother's injuries. In this critical moment, we can take life lightly. The actions of the Yin-Yang sect tonight have deeply affected Mount Vikrzing. Soon, a meeting was called as the enemy had killed, stolen documents, and burned down our treasures. The time frame was alarmingly short. If it were not for Shuixing's quick response, those 2 thieves might have escaped amid the chaos. Shuixing spoke up, Master, the documents are not with those thieves. They must be hidden somewhere else. The head disciple analyzed. The thief clearly plotted this for a long time. They have a detailed plan. If they do not have the documents on them, then they must have someone waiting to help them escape in the shadows. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Are you implying? The head disciple continued. There is a spy within Mount Vikrzing. The man with glasses was furious, saying, we are going to catch that traitor right now, force him to talk, and make him pay. Senior brother, do not lose your cool. Moments later, the sect leader asked him, Fiyu, you and the investigation team are close. Do you have any intel? Wang Xing reported. In recent years, the Yin-Yang sect has been mixing up the records of various sects. Their methods might have been figured out by now. The missing records are likely hidden on the traitor. But how will we turn this around? As long as senior brother wakes up, the enemy won't be able to escape, he said. By morning, everyone had gathered, and one of them wondered why the sect leader had called them to this place. Someone next to him spoke up. There has been a theft on the mountain. They probably want to calm us down. Wang Sheng sat in the room, listening to the endless chatter, and heard that a spy had appeared on the mountain, wanting to investigate a dead disciple. I wonder how Brother Yinglong is doing. He thought. The master said Yinglong's injuries were not too serious, but he might be unconscious for a while. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed from the large room. What? Yinglong is awake. He knows who the spy is. Good. I won't let him off easy. Wang Sheng watched the movements of the disciples. Among them, one guy was nervously glancing around, and he guessed it was definitely him. That guy then panicked and pulled out a knife from his sleeve. Pressing it against the neck of the person in front of him, a flash of a sword suddenly slashed fiercely at his hand, causing him to stumble back in fear, blood gushing out. It was Wang Sheng, who quietly sat there and had already identified the spy, striking him down with a sword technique. Soon after, the spy was captured, and the Taoist leaders from Mount Wu immediately began the interrogation on the spot, without any hesitation. It turned out that after he brought a few cultists up the mountain, he had been hiding stolen records there. The two cultists took advantage of the chaos to escape, but only to fire smoke bombs. In reality, part of the stolen records was on the spy, ready to be smuggled out once the job was done. Although the spy was handed over to the special investigation team, this seemed to be over. However, with 4 prestigious disciples from Mount Wu dead and Brother Yinglong severely injured, the aftermath would definitely be significant. Luckily, they managed to save him just in time. Yinglong finally escaped the danger zone. The sect leader added, "We have contacted the Raging Divine Valley. We are asking them to assist us. Fiyu. You do not need to worry." He sighed in relief. "All right. I will join the special investigation team right away." Wang Sheng could not help but think that given the influence of Mount Wu, Raging Divine Valley probably would not refuse. If that is the case, then I can focus on the upcoming Daoist conference, he thought. At the same time, a girl approached cheerfully waving. "Daoist Wong?" she asked. "Are we heading straight to Mount Sanking now?" Wang Sheng hurriedly replied. "Yep. Let us get going. Just need to prepare a bit." He looked somewhat fatigued. This Daoist conference, on the surface, seemed to unify the teachings of various sects. In reality, it was the Yin-Yang sect making its move, and it seemed like a storm was brewing. Suddenly, a wrapped snack was handed to him. "Here you go." Wang Sheng, still lost in thought, mechanically replied, "Thanks." When he heard a familiar voice, he turned and was surprised to see senior sister. Moonlight smiled, saying, "After hearing about Mount Wu, I decided to follow you here. You just grabbed a piece of cake while thinking, my master is worried about me." Which is why she hurried over. Then, Wang Sheng could not help but smile brightly, thanking his master for checking in on him. In the bustling place, someone pulled out a yellow cloth bag and handed it over to you. As soon as you opened it, a mountain of snacks tumbled out, all prepared by your master for the winners later. That brocade bag is actually a newly researched magical artifact, yet your master treats it like a snack bag. Wang Sheng could not help but be amazed. He had no idea that during his year-long meditation, his master had successfully broken through to the Void Pill realm. The biggest perk for your master is that she can munch on snacks while playing on her phone. A decade ago, during the first 10 years of energy recovery, every year saw a significant change in cultivators rising to power. Even though the selfish ambitions and tricks of the dark cultivators have gotten worse, the government is starting to crack down harder. You quickly made your way to a towering mountain, the headquarters of the Daoist Association, known as Mount Sanking. This Daoist convention is the government's first proactive strike against dark cultivators, mainly to lure out the Yin-Yang sect. Master Liang has prepared even more enticing bait. You looked up at the sky, where a hovering aircraft was present. It is the same one that discovered that stone tablet on the moon years ago. Legends have recorded the supreme arts of the immortals, all aimed at luring out the Yin-Yang sect. Master Liang is indeed sparing no effort. You wore a sullen expression, wishing someone could help resolve the misunderstandings before this. A murmur spread through the crowd as a suspicious Taoist entered the hall. Taking note that they were now in section D3, it was confirmed that the target was likely a dark cultivator sneaking in, so they needed to be cautious and report combat strength. Mao Yu was getting frustrated, shouting, "What do you mean? You guys have all the info in your heads." That is the junior brother of the Silent Fairy, the second disciple of the Silent Daoist, and the top advisor of the investigative team for this convention, Daoist Wang Fiyu. Hearing Mao Yu's long-winded introduction made your head spin. It sounded oddly familiar. After a few days of preparation, Mao Yu and the others had made ample arrangements for the Daoist convention, and it was quickly approaching. Wang Sheng was given the task to announce, "Fellow Daoists, please do not step on the grass we have placed outside." He thought to himself, isn't this a job for the common folks? If he runs into a lazy author, they might just skip the introductions altogether. From afar, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and Master Lianzi joyfully shouted, "Elder Fiyu, I thought you were a goner. You helped the Sword Sect reclaim their terminology." And this time, we are definitely going to support you. Wang Sheng burst out laughing. Master Lianzi, you are too kind. Shu Xing had also arrived, looking pleased to see him. Elder Fiyu, you are in good spirits. Wang Sheng stepped forward. Master, you are here. What is the situation with Brother Ying Long? He recounted. Fortunately, the special investigation team invited a senior from the Medicine God Valley to help. And now Ying Long is awake. Before I left, my master asked me to deliver this to you. He quickly opened the box, thanking the person who had done everything for the martial arts community. This sword is called Banglai. It is a 1,000-year-old legendary sword. And I trust you won't bring shame to it. You carefully grip the sword, noticing a hidden chill within it that even your own blade seems to respond to. This sword, with its high-grade craftsmanship, can be called a magical weapon. A treasure forged to last. It is a great sword. But it may not suit the techniques of Phi language or the changing styles of martial arts. So perhaps it is time to trade it for another. Thi Han counters, saying this sword is merely a tool, extending the mind, and is essentially an external object. To hold the sword and consider oneself a sword cultivator is rather inappropriate. Ti Luan chimes in, arguing that is not quite right. While the sword is indeed a weapon, it resonates with the self, which is essential to achieve the realm of sword cultivation. Cui Han responds, firmly stating that if swordsmanship is one's true calling, then wielding a sword must not harm the wielder. Ti Luan replies, even if it can hurt others, it still allows one to grasp the essence of swordsmanship. Cui Han retorts, what if the myriad things in heaven and earth are all outside the sword? Isn't he that the true heart of the sword? Lunata stands firm, agreeing that indeed, everything in heaven and earth is within the sword, and the sword resonates with oneself. Ving Theng watches the two of them debate, utterly baffled. Master, Senior Daoist Linet. The Kuei-Yan, frustrated, exclaims that in the end, it all comes down to a lack of evidence. Our cultivation levels are so close. Why not just spar a bit? Luyan T, of course, is not afraid. In fact, I was just thinking it might be good to find a secluded spot, so we do not cause any more trouble for Phi language. You can see the sweat beading on his forehead as he chuckles. You two are just sparing. Right. Please do not actually fight. Ving Theng feels helpless. Even though they are not going to fight, he should still inform Mogite. The crowd murmurs. The two Daoist masters from V Gang and Kim Tong are going at it. Don't misunderstand. They are just training. It is just like watching a movie. Ving Theng glances at the sword. The Ice Lotus sword, while it boosts the effectiveness of true energy, is not a significant upgrade for him right now, since senior sister does not have a weapon. This sword should go to her. Just then, a piercing scream startles him. Brother. Upon hearing that voice, Ving Theng breaks into a cold sweat. No way. From a distance, the Trumpa rushes in like a whirlwind, shouting incessantly, how can you be so heartless? You did not even come to check on me last time I was hurt. Ving Theng is taken aback, wondering how he got here so quickly. Suddenly, a long chain flies toward the Entropo. Hey kid, could you keep it down for a second? Ving Theng steps forward respectfully. Junior greets you. Senior. The newcomer waves dismissively. No need for such formalities. The Ian Harbing chuckles cheerfully. Hey. Thanks for last time. This time I have brought you a little something to show my gratitude. He explains that while the path of cultivation values elegance, it does not mean cultivators do not care about reputation and honor within their sects. To surprise the inner disciples, establishing a public path is the best opportunity to widely showcase their sect's teachings. As a result, many sects are eager to participate in the Daoist conference, and the cultivators are all quite enthusiastic, even going out of their way to pay respects. It has been a while since Phi language has seen them. Continuing on, let us not forget that this Daoist conference is a grand event since the recovery of the natural energies. The importance of this conference lies in the strength of the young disciples, as points will be accumulated through competitions, ranking the sects based on their scores. Finally, the sect has accumulated enough points to qualify for the top 8, where one of the rewards is the right to participate in the Immortals wine ceremony. Although this proposal is somewhat risky, your master arranged it, not just to deal with the yin-yang sect. The hope is to borrow the power of the immortal path to make further progress in analyzing the secrets of the border. The source stated that having you all here today was not easy, especially for those wanting to obtain the magical artifacts to showcase their skills. But this opportunity is a chance to intimidate the thieves and demonstrate the might of the immortal path. And I hereby declare it. The first Immortal Path convention officially begins, and the crowd buzzes with excitement below. Who is this referee that must discern the righteous from the evil? Here stands Moon Gu, right next to me. He points to a monk casually munching on a pastry. Moon Go looks over and realizes this is a Buddhist monk who has not entered seclusion. What is the problem with that? Wang Sheng analyzes that only the elderly face difficulties with food. It is a situation similar to the Han. Either they have been in seclusion for too long without eating, or it is that the vegetarian dishes from the Orthodox Buddhist sect lack fat. Right after that, Wang Xing quickly approaches this person, who enjoys eating. Just now, your opponent delivered the judgment on the match. May I invite you to join me for a moment? The monk who enjoys eating responds cheerfully. Not a problem. Please lead the way. Wang Xing inquires. May I ask where you are from? He replies. I am just a little monk who was abandoned and taken in by my master, raised in a temple since childhood. Meanwhile, Moongu quickly nods in agreement, her eyes sparkling with interest. The two head to a secluded spot, and Wang Xing probes. Buddhism values saving all beings and also participates in the secular world's conventions. The monk responds. I am just here on the orders of the host. But before he can finish, a sword flies past. The monk swiftly spins around, dodging the attack with finesse. Wang Xing observes how he turns the situation around effortlessly. Realizing his suspicions were correct, Moongu quickly adopts a defensive stance. At this moment, he decides to unmask him, not expecting that in just a few short days, the monk who enjoys eating would be so reticent. By the time he breaks through from the spirit gathering stage to the void stage, I genuinely bow in admiration. He palms together, and a radiant halo shaped like the Buddha shines brilliantly in the center. Wang Xing quickly forms a seal. The beads around his neck emit a powerful force, striking against his back, causing blood to flow incessantly. He still maintains his internal energy. While the Taoist sect continues to suppress my Buddhist sect like this, it is just too much. Moongu remains silent, continuing her assault towards him. Wang Xing smirks. At this point, you still can't resist provoking the two sects of Buddhism. It seems you are underestimating the great monk of the Buddhist sect quite a bit. Just as he finishes speaking, Moongu dispatches him swiftly, and he lies motionless on the ground after her attack. Wang Xing then removes the mask from the fallen figure. It is said that those who serve in the yin-yang sect for many years can sell their masks wholesale. The final product just received a new update. You told Quan Hoyan, the senior sister, to contact Emu and Guide and have them come over to strip this guy down. Hearing this, she could not help but be a bit shocked. Her mind felt like it was hit by lightning. V-Thing hurriedly explained. What I meant was to investigate whether he has any symbols of the yin-yang sect. Not to, do anything weird to him. Inside the interrogation room, the guy mumbled. Yin and yang transform all things. This body is bound to the spirit, thanks to the newly researched truth serum. Everyone found out that this rogue cultivator is named Ven Lamu Qian, a minor leader of the yin-yang sect. With the evidence from him, we have gathered quite a bit of intel on the yin-yang sect. Lamu Qian continued. All things are born of yin and yang. The yin-yang sect is divine. Soon enough, our sect will dominate the entire cultivation world. To give you a brief overview of this organization, the yin-yang sect, officially known as the Yin-Yang 10,000 Return Sect, has two leaders, one for yin and one for yang. Besides the 9 elder leaders under the sect chief, we have experts like Vivine Lamakan who joined in recent years. To gain a position in the yin-yang sect, you need more than just cultivation. You must be loyal to the sect. Meng Guite pondered. Realizing the scale of this organization, the yin-yang sect is indeed terrifying. Ving Thing spoke up. Isn't the classic tale of Mount V getting mixed up? Who is behind this? He said. That is the matter Elder Chitaziki is in charge of. Because we need to uncover the yin-yang secrets that the Daoist sect has mixed in. You were surprised. Yin-yang secret. Could it be the inheritance from 1,800 years ago of the yin-yang ancestors that the Daoist sect chased all the way to the ancient stronghold? Meng Guite was startled. Realizing the yin-yang sect had such deep roots, we definitely underestimated them. You added. I can't believe they have been hiding for 1,000 years. If Sengza wants to overthrow the yin-yang sect, they must rely on two sources of power from the government and orthodox sects. On this side, Ing Nt quickly realized that the yin-yang sect is indeed the yin-yang ancestors, chased to England by the old patriarch. But earlier, what was the name of the classic text the yin-yang sect has always been searching for? Vithingthung said, it seems to be the yin-yang secrets. Master, if we let the yin-yang sect run free, it will definitely cause huge trouble. Yin said, wait a minute. Suddenly, he shouted, we are in trouble. Little Thungamo, go call the senior sister here. You were momentarily confused. Not understanding what was going on, he presented a book, explaining, this was given to me by the old senior from Mount Trung Nam before Lam Am Trung. The yin-yang techniques that the senior sister originally studied are recorded in here. Hearing this, you could not help but gasp. What? Quan Haiyan was quickly called over. She silently surveyed the surroundings, while the other two remained quiet. Vingthingen and Nganti paced back and forth in the room. And you sat in the middle, watching these two masters for a long time. You shook your head, deep in thought. The yin-yang techniques the senior sister uses are actually the yin-yang secrets. If this gets out, the yin-yang sect will send their top fighters to fight for the texts. And they might even kill the senior sister. Thinking this, the Ving Thing suggested, Master, maybe we should temporarily stop the senior sister from using this technique. Nguyen chimed in. In recent years, your senior sister has been going down the mountain frequently. Who knows? She might have already attracted attention. You are really tall. How about letting the senior sister head up to the Gun Mountain for a few years? Once we wait out this bunch of evil cultivators, can they still pop up from the ground and cause us trouble? I am dead serious. I will call along first and ask just how big this yin-yang cult really is. Worst case, I will trick the other sects into teaming up against them. At this moment, Kwon Ho was lost in thought. His master and junior brother were terrifying. Why did not he understand what they were talking about? He knew he was pretty smart too. He could help figure things out. Man, he was so hungry. It was driving him nuts. After finishing the call, Nguyen-T's face tightened even more. This was a real mess. Ving Theng was anxious too. Master, what did the senior sister say? He recounted. Right now, the yin-yang cult has almost pulled in half of the dark sect's experts. The senior sister wants to deal with them. But we need a chance to rally the sects together because the master was thinking about writing a piece on the yin-yang secret scriptures. But doing so could still implicate to Yu Hoon. If we could connect the yin-yang secret scriptures with the immortal monument, maybe we could lure the yin-yang cult out. Right. Kwon Ho, confused, hurried to find his phone. As the two were busy searching for their target, a notification pinged at the same time. Kwon Ho texted, Master, if my cultivation technique is targeted by the evil cultivators, let me face them. My junior brother is still young, and your family just reunited not long ago. I have nothing to worry about. Plus I understand what it means to eradicate evil and establish the righteous path. Inginda patted Kiko Sejong Turtranen on the head, assuring him that it was not a big deal, his master could still handle it. Suddenly, Ving Thing awkwardly said to her, But, senior sister, could you explain something? Where exactly is my little junior brother? She quickly focused her internal energy, rolled up her sleeves, and flashed a sly grin, looking at him as if to ask, Want to try? Ving Thung started to sweat. This was not good. The next day, everyone quickly gathered at the competition arena, and the scene was incredibly lively. Levanti saw him and could not help but wonder. Why are you carrying the lifeless sword? Fai Inja. What is up with that? Ving Thung said. If the big dark sect sees the immortal ranking and gets too many wishes, it will be a total joke. Nguyen resumed his position as a judge. Addressing everyone after yesterday's intense martial arts competition, the disciples from each sect did not underestimate their own teachings. Today's strengths do not define future strengths. Over here. Lynta looked at him, saying it was not his turn to compete, with so many experts. What could a kid like him contribute? Takion added, That is right. This is not just about you. You should not put so much pressure on yourself. Ving Theng showed he was receptive. You both make valid points. I will pay more attention. Meanwhile, Nguyen was still speaking. Each person's path is their own. There is no ranking of high or low, although rules are rules. The immortal monument and techniques should only apply to the top 8. But if you are passionate about it, my path should also share a bit of what is above without affecting your cultivation. The essence shifts between yin and yang, completing the transformation of matter. Hearing this, he smirked slyly, his lips curled down. It was time to see if he could bite the bait. The more cunning conceal the sun and moon. This path follows the mysterious and the yellow, from the darkness. A mysterious figure listening to Nguyen read this knew right away it was the prologue of the yin-yang secret scriptures. The matchmaking process for tomorrow's competition, while claimed to be random, actually involves some behind-the-scenes maneuvering. If even a few suspicious participants are involved, they will be assigned to top-tier fighters, ensuring that any unworthy challengers do not slip into the top 8, securing a chance to meet the legendary fighters. Meanwhile, Master and his disciple have prepared plenty of backup plans, as this is the only way to ensure the fishing plan goes off without a hitch. The referee speaks up. Alright everyone, please take 10 steps back. This time, stepping onto the stage is none other than the monk Wai Jing from the Heavenly Dragon, Sect of Yunnan. Wong Shang has heard that he has been training in the Heavenly Dragon sect since childhood, and he is considered a top candidate for the Buddhist order this time around. Long before, he had participated in investigations into the background of this kid. On the flip side, the other contender is from the Tantu clan. Famed for his prowess under 35 years old, his weaknesses are already glaringly obvious. The referee's voice rings out. Get ready. Suddenly, a voice cuts in. Hold on. That Tantu guy is aiming straight down into the ground. He speaks up. The match does not prohibit the use of bows and arrows, but we can charge them up beforehand otherwise. Won't the opponent just become a human target? The referee is annoyed. What kind of logic is that? I can prepare my strategy, but I can use my resources. Wang Sheng then channels his internal energy to overpower him, questioning whether the referee doubts his professionalism. Of course, this guy is not a match for him. The moment Wang Sheng unleashed his energy, the referee could not handle it. He continues. As the match goes on, Remember not to use bows and arrows to charge energy. Thinking back. You told me to play the black whistle. Showing no sportsmanship whatsoever. Meng Yu chimes in. If we do not fix these tattoos, our plan can go ahead. Thinking about it. He smirks cunningly. This is plan B for fishing. Pretending to have a black layer. Wang Xing glances over at Huai Jing with a look that says, "Goat. I have got your back." While he raises his eyebrows. What is going on here? To move further with the tattoo reveal. His group allows 16 strong contenders from tonight's top ranks to engage in the part about the legendary fighters. Including 2 suspicious individuals we have specifically set aside. Meng Yu then announces. This treasure is too precious. Please keep a distance of 5 meters. Wang Xing remarks. Ding Heving is getting involved right now. With the main goal being to lure the Yin-Yang sect into action. The crowd murmurs. The artifact above really is a legendary fighter. Not just some worldly object. The inscriptions on it seem far from ordinary Yin-Yang scriptures. This is truly bizarre. Luan T is suspicious. This guy is calm. Does he really have a plan? He smiles brightly. I have definitely checked it out before. But this stone tablet does not record any sword techniques. It is useless to me. He sighs and frowns in thought. Counterfeit artifacts can be high quality too. Besides, what is above is just a makeshift piece. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approaches, and a voice calls out. Amitabha. I am the little monk Huai Jing from the Heavenly Dragon Sect. Wang Xing quickly recognizes the familiar face and respectfully steps forward. What can I do for you? Master. Huai Jing dives straight into the matter. Grinning slyly. During the day, the Daoist secretly assisted me. Though it is against the rules, I still want to express my gratitude. You are not hiding anything either. Hoping that new Gaiet will say it is the mage who has been tirelessly traveling for the investigation. This is what needs to be done. After a few hours of discussing death, can you all not discuss this so openly here? There are outsiders around. And strangely, you both seem to get caught off guard at the same time. As you observe the crowd, you spot someone sneaking out their phone. Wong is secretly pleased. Thinking, great. They have taken the bait. It is already the 3rd day of the Immortal Gathering, and Zilang tells everyone to stay sharp. Our job today is not just to protect the Immortal Tablet. While pulling out of here, everyone chimes in. Got it, one of the girls reports. Captain. Over 10 low-level evil cultivators have appeared at the foot of Mount Sanking. And there are also more than 10 fleeing experts from the dark arts heading this way. As long as the scent is strong enough and we add a bit more weight, we won't be able to hold out for long. Finally, the Yin-Yang sect has surfaced. It is time for us to make our move. Outside, helicopters and tanks from the military are already on standby. Wong thinks to himself that as long as they get the Immortal Tablet to the designated location, the mission will be considered complete. But this journey won't be easy. We might need to ask the Grandmaster to go up the Golden Bell and handle things a bit. Jing sighs. Absolutely avoid getting played by that scam game. People in the Buddhist sect are no pushovers. Our Lord Heavenly Dragon has the renown of the 6 Veins Divine Sword. So you could say we are like the Aches. Wong is surprised. Wait, even mages play games. Hui Jing scratches his head. I only play a little now and then. The little monk on the mountain gets bored sometimes. Luanzi admits. Honestly, I also came down from the mountain to hit up internet cafes a lot at first. Suddenly, Luanzi and Huai Jing exchange glances filled with scrutiny. He pipes up. You walked 10 mountain paths. And after barely playing, you got caught and locked up. What kind of spirit is that? Luanzi retorts. I am just a net junkie. Who dares to go to an internet cafe nowadays? I will fly my sword and cut all their cables. The Immortal Tablet is carried overhead by the helicopter, with a convoy escorting below. Suddenly, a powerful external force slams into the vehicle, causing it to crack. The convoy immediately plunges into chaos, colliding with other vehicles. You and everyone inside are jolted by the shock, causing you to sway back and forth. Quan Hai quickly channels his inner strength to pull you out of danger. Both of you land safely from the vehicle just as Wong shouts frantically. Not good. The Immortal Tablet. He is screaming mad. The investigation team is such a bunch of losers. Shoot it down for me. He yells, kicking the container holding the Immortal Tablet violently. At this moment, from a distance, a knife filled with internal energy is flying toward the cliff. He sees the Immortal Tablet falling and rushes over, shouting, that tablet belongs to us. Luanzi watches from afar. Evil cultivators. You think you can hide? Wong shouts. Priest, take out those evil cultivators first. Don't let a single one of those evil cultivators escape. Even if this is not the full strength of the Yin-Yang sect. We have to leave them injured. The command is given. Units open fire and shoot freely. It will take 3 minutes for reinforcements to arrive. Meanwhile, that evil cultivator is laughing loudly as he searches for a way to destroy the box. He is immensely satisfied. Thinking, my 1,000-year wish has finally come to fruition today. But in response to his expectations was a sword aimed right at his chest. Inside was not a fairy baton of Vian, who had sneaked in to trap him. Ving Thing fought the enemy while keeping an eye on the situation across the way. He marveled. Who would be thought his master's disciple was hiding in the open? His master's security was top-notch. The evil cultivators quickly realized who he was. They whispered among themselves. That is the princess of Wudang Mountain. If we do not take out this brat, we will have a hard time winning this battle. It is just a little setback. Let us team up and eliminate him. So they all charged at him together. But of course, Quan Hai could not just stand by. She quickly recited a spell. Ho Mein Tefia. Dimi Tai Tem. The gate of duality. A million lifetimes of relentless pursuit at that moment. A powerful surge of inner strength surrounded them. They were a bit scared now. The Ahongain Tron was a real game changer. My true energy is stuck. At the same time, Ving Thing plunged his sword down. The heavens began to turn, and the path of death was revealed. Right then, the sword formation he summoned encircled the evil cultivators. In that instant, they were blown apart by his overwhelming power. Ving Thing could not help but marvel. His sister disciples Wudang Hoko Ungain Tron truly was a pivotal skill that turned the tide of battle. He thought of that reluctant friend. If Thitha were here, knowing his sister's technique, he would say the family's secret arts really do work wonders. Meanwhile, Atan Ven was still battling that evil cultivator, and he did not seem like a pushover. At this moment, everyone split up to fight. The main battlefield had Vikung Thung and the others, while Tundra Ven was with Elder Than Long. Over here, they fought with Hodi Kine, who said, "Come on, there are so many of us. We can crush them. Leave a few weaklings to hold back those experts. And let us take out the other prisoners." Lona chimed in. "We can hold the front line much longer. Let us team up and wipe out these punks." Ving Thing quickly agreed. The two coordinated perfectly. A sword style without limits. A sword name without bounds. Ving Thing raised his hand to the sky, chanting, "Et seen Vusis. Susan Ven Troi Fong." At that moment, a storm arose, and his sword sliced through the crowd like the wind. Loni cheered. "This is awesome. With this, the front line can breathe a little easier." Suddenly, a voice rang out. Ving Thung shouted, "Oh, they are trying to steal the bounty. We can let them take it." He thought, "Sneak attacks can only work on the weaker ones. We have to stop them. I need to step in." He then dashed out. "You go hold off the evil cultivators for a bit. I will be right there." He agreed. "Okay. But you be careful out there." Ving Thung called out loudly. "Hui Kin. Are you brave enough to face them head-on with me?" Upon hearing this, Hui Kin's eyes lit up with such confidence. Why not take a risk today? But seeing Ving Thung dart like a shooting star left him gaping. "Wait. How are you faster than me?" Linny worriedly reminded him. "Be careful of the evil cultivators. You need to watch out." Ving Thung confidently replied. "Leave it to me. The time for my true skills has come. The sword will protect those I love." Right after that, he swiftly swung his sword upward, blocking with the 7-star blade. Sending a massive sword shooting straight into the sky, a surge of immense power shot forth. And the group of evil cultivators could not help but tremble as it echoed far and wide. The water element also surged. And the swift-moving Fiang took the chance to recover. "We need to hold off these evil cultivators." Hui Qin joined in, saying, "Gee. Today this little monk is really looking forward to a bloody showdown." Meanwhile, dark power spiraled up into the sky. On this side, Tun Ven was fiercely battling the evil cultivator from earlier. Suddenly, his entire body shook, and bright water marks quickly appeared. Tun Veven observed and immediately gasped in shock. "This is not good." She quickly jumped back to maintain her distance, while the other guy was now flexing, with trails of pink water swirling around him. Tun Ven hastily began chanting a spell, Divine Spirit Huan Min, from the former North Water Realm. Incredible. The original rule of the Bud. With that, 2 waves of ferocious power shot out on either side. The evil cultivator was not backing down. He flexed and shouted, and a dark circle surrounded Tempra Vown's energy sphere. He yelled out, "What a joke! Just a puny Huan Min thinks he can trap me." It seemed this time, Tun Veven was no match for him. Her mouth was dry, and blood had already trickled down. He glared down at the crowd below with scornful eyes before launching himself downward. Rocks and debris flew wildly into the air. Many could not withstand the shockwave and had to retreat. Ving Thung and Quan Haiwen grew more alert after he revealed his power. The water cultivator quickly flew towards him, urging, "You all need to move fast." Hui Qin called out, "The Buddha's law knows no bounds. Rise to the heavens." At that moment, the evil cultivator charged his inner strength, causing the water cultivators to suffer severe injuries and spit blood. Lonity quickly struck, but he just scoffed. "You think your little skills can hurt me?" Ving Thing clenched his teeth. After what just happened, the reckless evil cultivators had revealed their true power. Could it be the result of some forbidden technique? He calculated quickly. "I have the 7-star footwork, but my senior sister won to easily push him back. I must stop him here." He saw that your attack did not even come close. Just child's play. Yung Thang. Worried about Quan Hein. charged in. Senior sister, his sword successfully slashed across the cultist's neck, leaving a long gash. This only made the evil cultivator furious. He roared, "You little brat. That sword of yours is so annoying." As he spoke, he unleashed a powerful punch that sent Vthung flying, blood spewing from his mouth. After taking that hit, Vthung was thrown far away. He was a bit taken aback. That punch was brutal. He needed to recover immediately, or he would blow up from the pressure. Just as he prepared to channel his inner strength, a hand gently pressed against his back. Vthung turned around. Senior sister, on the other side, the evil cultivator shouted, "By order of the Yin-Yang sect, kill them." But at that moment, a fierce sword strike swept through their ranks. Tunharn Venin quickly stood in front of her two juniors to protect them. The strongest evil cultivator shouted, "Another woman. I will make sure to take you down." From above, the military helicopter swooped in fast. Reinforcements were here. They closed in on the enemy, making sure they did not escape. The rogue quickly realized it, with a golden core master hiding by the divine monument. And with those reinforcements. Damn it. Turns out the monument was just a trap. The reinforcements shouted, forming up for battle, preparing to take out the rogue and protect the righteous cultivators. Everyone quickly joined forces to strike at that rogue. The rogue was surrounded by a dense swarm of talismans. Hundreds of sharp energy blades rushed toward him, leaving him no time to react. He slammed his weapon into the ground, channeling his internal energy. His body began to swell. The special investigation team quickly gathered their strength. Realizing his intention was he planning to self-destruct, he poured all his energy into a final strike, unleashing a torrent of blades aimed straight at the rogue. The long, sharp sword sliced through the air, impossible for the rogue to defend against. Dozens of swords finally pierced through the rogue's body. He stood there, dazed, blood beginning to ooze out everywhere. In the end, he could no longer hold on, gradually breathing his last. In this first battle, the rogue from the Yin-Yang sect was annihilated, though the righteous factions also suffered significant losses. Perhaps this is the brutal reality of a righteous battle. Luanta spoke up, "Zhang Dao, after this battle, when will we launch a full-scale attack on the Yin-Yang sect?" Tixipam replied, "It is complicated." The investigation team still had not pinpointed their base in Anirecap, and due to international circumstances, it was not easy to act, but this debt could not go unpaid. He then whispered, "Wait for me to break through to Golden Core. I will definitely settle things with him." And Luanta lowered his voice, "Your thoughts are quite dangerous. I have decided to keep an eye on you." Hui Qin chimed in, "The Buddhist teachings will save our neighbors from the rogues." I won't refuse. Over here. Quan Hien handed you an icon of a cherry blossom, and Vingthun quickly replied, "Yep. This is Anzio Qua. Why are they so fearless in the face of chaos?" Hearing this, her eyes lit up, and Vingthun chuckled. Almost forgot, his senior sister loves to debate. The first major battle concluded. The divine monument was successfully transported, and the Yin-Yang sect had lost an arm. From today on, they would become enemies of the righteous. Mao Mountain was ambushed. The millennial Daoist temple burnt to ashes. The righteous cultivators escorting the divine monument survived but were injured. The righteous factions displayed terrifying strength against the Yin-Yang sect, reaching a consensus to eliminate them. After this incident, Hui Kun excitedly asked Vthung if his team was short on members. He forced a laugh. "Of course we are short." On another note, Hui Kun officially joined Vthung's crew. Pondering. Great Master. Being addicted to the internet is a sickness. It has to be treated. After all, teaming up with him, you and Kuna Hyven gained the fighting power of Golden Core experts. A few days after the Great Battle, at the central South Mountain, in the cheerful province, he said, "During this time, everyone should focus on their closed-door training here." Quan Hyun nodded in agreement, then glanced at Vgrong. "I will help you carry that rock for Aing Yunzing line. But why are we hauling that up the mountain?" Ving Thing persisted. "Master Uncle, this is something the seniors of the Sword Sect lent me for cultivation." Van speaks, saying that cultivation should align with nature. Forcing it is just wrong. Quan Hoen agrees with this. The Ving Thing does not argue back. The elder is right. Right after, he quickly sits down to cultivate. Once you reach the retirement stage, a cultivator can continue to gather true essence but can condense it. Plus, once you level up to the retirement stage, all the true essence transforms into magical power, making it even harder to condense. The Sword Sect lent him a magic sword stone, wanting him to use it after condensing his true essence to help himself. This way, once he levels up to the spirit pill stage, his magical power will be even purer. Just as he is lost in thought, a cough snaps him back to reality. Looking at Chivan, he is surprised. He did not expect his junior sister to have reached the spirit gathering stage. She playfully teases him, asking if he still has not found a master yet. Vigthung feels a bit helpless. It is just a level up. But she is starting to resemble their master more and more. He quickly waves her off. Among cultivators, when their eyes meet, they know what each side needs. I need to try this magic sword stone. She does not stop saying, can you really do it? Senior brother, Vigthing continues to channel energy into the magic sword stone. According to his training method, once he infuses his true essence into the stone, he needs to condense it with the intent of the sword. It is time to test its effectiveness. He grabs the sword and starts practicing quickly while Chi Van observes intently from a distance. Ving Thing is sweating all over. Just a few simple steps have nearly drained a part of his true essence. But the greater the drain, the more clearly the effectiveness of the magic sword stone is revealed. No matter what, before he even realizes it, he has fallen flat on the ground. Seeing the ground crack beneath him, Chi Van rushes over. Senior brother, are you okay? He lies there, feeling like he is screaming inside. Realizing he just drained all the true essence in his body in the blink of an eye. This magic sword stone is indeed powerful. Practicing the sword can be risky, and he should not force it with improper techniques, or he will end up in tears. Even though the process was brutal, his true essence has indeed become much purer. That is why Viding Thung keeps the magic sword stone close. He will repeat this or prepare to be forced again. Watching him get crushed by the stone like that, Quan Hoing can't help but feel worried to the point of tears. But with all that, his endurance has increased too. He grunts through push-ups while reassuring Quan Haiyan. Don't he worry. Senior sister. A month later, the true essence in his meridians has clearly leveled up, and Vig Thung himself has reached the peak of the embryo stage. Just one opportunity away from entering the retirement stage. Suddenly, on that snowy day, he gets a call from his dad. Ving Thung is a bit surprised. Hey dad. Is there something you need? On the other end, his dad coughs a few times. Little Thung. Something big just happened at home. I need to ask for your opinion. After hearing this, Ving Thung can't help but feel a bit anxious. Ving Thing keeps texting while on the phone, chuckling to himself. Chi Van can't help but glare at him. Senior brother. Are you overtraining? Are you going insane? Quan Hoing quickly shows her a picture of an adorable baby all wrapped up in a blanket. Chi Van gasps. What? Senior brother is about to become a big brother. In the past, your parents often talked to your master to improve the living conditions of the three masters. Later on, the family source that joined the investigation team frequently sent medicinal pills to them as a thank you. Although these medicinal pills are not exactly treasures, they can still help enhance the body and improve longevity. Perhaps that is why, in the end, your mother got pregnant for the second time. Wang Sheng was overjoyed. He knew that his past life did not have such an event. Clearly, this life of his had changed fate. Now, his sword would protect another person. Thinking about this made him so excited that he soared into the sky, doing flips like a kite. He was even more eager to train, knowing he had to work hard to strengthen his sword skills. After all, when he was weak, he had his master and sister to protect him. Later on, there would be a younger brother or sister to look after. Wang Sheng was determined. As an older brother, he had to shield the entire sky. Unbeknownst to him, the new year had arrived, and the warm sunlight of spring was pouring down, melting away the cold of winter. Back at their cozy home, Wang Sheng burst in, calling out, Dad, I am home with my sister. His father, cheerful, quickly rushed to the door to let him in. His mother sat nearby, beaming like a flower, while little Xuan had eaten a bit more than usual, polite as always. With the new year approaching, his master took his junior sister to find their master. While he brought his sister home for the celebrations, he joyfully ate and observed everyone. His parents' attention was no longer on him, and he did not fear them misunderstanding anything. Thankfully, they still cared for his sister just like before. But the situation on the other side was a mix of laughter and tears. Remembering 2 days ago, when he went to the sword sect to return the sword stone, he was met with cheers from the disciples as soon as he arrived. Elder Phi has gone home for the new year. Someone shouted nearby. What is all this chatter? Elder Phi brought the elder mistress home for the festivities. Back in the present, his father was serving food while reminding him. Xiao Shang. Tomorrow bring out the ancestral tablets to help your dad. Now that you all can cultivate, it is about time 8 members exist, he said happily. I know, Dad. Just then, Wang Sheng's phone buzzed. It was a message from Mao Yu, and the whole family leaned in to see what it was. Looking at the announcement board, his father could not help but exclaim. Xiao Sheng, you have become a full-time employee now. After all, your master's identity is quite significant. Wang Sheng said nothing, just nodded in agreement. He read the announcement carefully. The government had started managing the cultivation system now, and this was probably part of that big push. He glanced at the heavenly rankings and could not help but frown. His master was not in the top 5 of the first department. In the 6th position, there was the Silent Path Master, a disciple of the Liu clan. At the mid-stage Golden Core level, he looked through the list and felt happy for his sister. She had indeed made it onto the rankings. Wang Sheng excitedly praised. Sister, you are amazing. You really made the list. She happily showed him her phone, where Fai Yu's name was also listed. After a brief explanation, he learned that the Silent Path Master was ranked 33rd on the heavenly rankings, and his master was the Silent Path Master, using the Divine Yang technique to control the yin and yang energies, an exceptional talent, an astounding understanding, with low cultivation but fighting power like a golden core cultivator. Speaking of him, Master, the disciple of Master Bu Yan, is the junior of Fairy Bu Yu, practicing the pure yang heavenly technique, and his swordsmanship has caught up with the legends and ranking 101 on the celestial chart, the first on the lime dye board. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng felt like a heavy stone had dropped on his heart, a ranking that still allows for some leeway. His buddy beside him could not help but chuckle. At the same time, his dad walked over and asked, "Little Sheng, I just saw the heavenly talents earlier. Are you two really that dangerous?" He picked up the phone, standing up to reassure his dad with a smile. "Don't worry, Dad. We are just nobody special." Hearing this, his dad let out a sigh of relief and then reminded him, "Little Sheng, you are grown up now. You need to take charge of your own life." At this point, he looked firmly at his son and said, "But your mom and I just want you to be safe. That is all." He looked back at his dad and gave a light smile. "Don't worry, Dad." Just then, his phone buzzed loudly with incoming messages. Hua Jing grinned mischievously, congratulating Fai Yu for making it onto the heavenly chart. "How much did you spend to get this?" "And practicing the true essence of the heavenly technique. Congrats Fai Yu. On the celestial chart. Keep it up." Wen Ji was thrilled for him, congratulating Fai Yu for making it onto both heavenly charts. Of course. Without missing out on the heavenly spring. "Sheng, that is amazing. You did great." And then a flood of congratulatory messages came pouring in from others. Wang Sheng then looked over at his friend, who was happily mopping the floor. Ever since he brought his senior sister home for the first time, his parents had accepted her as family. To let his mom rest well, his senior sister had been actively doing chores these past few days. His dad chuckled. "Little Huan, let me handle these small tasks." Switching scenes back to Wang Sheng's bedroom, let us recap what he has been up to lately. He lay on his bed, propping his chin in his hand, pondering. "I have reached the pinnacle of my cultivation, my spiritual essence is intact, and my soul is fine. Why do I still feel so drowsy?" His eyes fluttered, but his mind was racing. He remembered his master saying that starting from the void realm, when there is a breakthrough in cultivation, most people experience some kind of phenomenon. With that thought, Wang Sheng quickly closed his eyes. But it is hard to avoid strange occurrences while sleeping. Suddenly, in the living room, Huan was working when a strange sensation made her jump. Her whole body felt uneasy, and she stared intently at his bedroom door. Seeing her react strangely, his mom, still munching on snacks, glanced over at her husband and asked, "What is wrong with little Huan?" He stopped singing, puzzled as well. Without waiting, she set the mop aside. That uneasy feeling made it impossible for her to focus on anything else. Huan rushed over with lightning speed to his room. As she opened the door, tears spilled down her face. Huan anxiously surveyed the room, thinking, "What should I do? My junior brother is about to break through to the void pill stage, and the spiritual energy here is murky, which could hinder his advancement." Meanwhile, Wang Xing remained motionless, surrounded by a swirling cloud of dark energy. The situation looked dire, and Huan bit her lip, trying to think of a solution. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and lifted his legs. Her face grave, she concentrated her internal energy, and a circle of yin and yang quickly appeared. This was the essence of yin and yang, the protective barrier against chaos. Just as Kun Haoin finished reciting the incantation, she stood in the center of her own yin-yang formation, channeling her energy. Her face was serious, hands expertly forming seals, drawing on her inner essence for self-extraction. With the gathering of Kai, the air around her solidified, and as Kun Haoin reached this point, Ving Thung's body swiftly lifted off the ground. Just moments ago, he had been in a deep slumber, but now his eyes shot wide open. It felt like he was on the brink of a breakthrough, his hands clenched into tight fists, ready to unleash his power. Time flew. And outside, night had fallen, enveloping everything in a serene silence. After successfully breaking through the barrier, Ving Thung slept soundly until now, slowly opening his eyes. Slightly dazed, he sat up, taking in his surroundings with confusion. Hearing the presence of another, he turned to see Quan Haiyan still meditating on the chair, her head drooping slightly from exhaustion. How long had he actually been asleep? A flush crept onto his cheeks at the sight before him, and Vidung Thung could not help but wonder why his senior sister was here. Her intuition was sharp. She had woken up almost as soon as he had stirred from his sleep. Ving Thung approached her gently, saying, "Senior sister, you should take a little nap. I will keep watch here." Quan Haiyan, still battling drowsiness, nodded in agreement with a soft mumble. Without hesitation, she lay down on Vidung Thung's bed. Surrendering herself to sleep, he quietly placed his foot down, feeling a pang of concern thinking about how much energy she had sacrificed to help him break through. She had helped him absorb energy this whole time, which was incredibly taxing on her spirit. Vivung Feng felt grateful. She had cared for him so much. He then sat in the chair, focusing his inner strength as his Kwai swirled, directly connecting with the heavenly essence. This level of ascension was typical for a void pill. But he could not help but wonder what the golden pill would be like. As his inner strength gradually built up, the Vingthong thought about the months ahead. He needed to slowly cleanse his spirit of impurities, to transcend the mundane and reach the extraordinary. He realized that once he reached complete mastery, he could push for the golden pill realm. But the most important thing was, with a sly smile, Viv Vingthong thought about how he was now training in the sword control technique of the void pill realm. He could not wait for his senior sister to wake up. He would take her soaring through the skies. He envisioned the beautiful scene of him and his senior sister riding a sword, freely gliding through the air. And just like that, time flew. And it was New Year's Eve. A cheerful reporter greeted everyone. Hello, everyone. His father was in high spirits. Good evening. Taiyu Thung. Taiyu Hyman. Do you two have any wishes for the new year? With a smile. He replied. My wish is for our family to stay safe and sound, that all of our masters and sisters can successfully cultivate. His mother chimed in as she handed over an envelope. Taiyu Hyman. Do not be too polite. Take it. She nodded in acknowledgement. His aunt smiled brightly at her. And how about you? Taiyu Hyman. You are not like Tu Thung. Are you? She held her phone screen up for her aunt to see, wishing for the safety of her junior brother, for everything to go smoothly, and for his cultivation to increase, ensuring he would never fall into the dark path. May Master defeat the evil cultivators soon, and may my sister ascend the mountain to cultivate. I will work hard to protect my junior brother and sister. As a responsible senior sister, seeing her mother so happy, he mischievously whispered to her. Senior sister, you really are a pro at this. Naturally. He ended up getting scolded for saying that. Ving Thing burst out laughing. Senior sister, you just hit my funny bone. That is against the rules. Your phone is buzzing like crazy. Wang Xing chuckled while saying. Senior sister, I need to take this call and admit defeat. After calming down, he answered the phone. Hello. Why are you calling to wish me a happy new year at this hour? I am serious. The voice on the other end. Meng Yu said urgently. Wang Daojing, we need your help. The female corpse we brought back from the moon has suddenly come to life, and is out of the lab. Hearing this, Wang Sheng immediately thought of the girl he had heard his master and the investigation team mention, before she was currently soaring through the sky. Meng Yu continued. She is flying towards you right now, and should be passing by your area soon. Wang Sheng was taken aback. What? She added. That corpse is probably heading towards some archaeological site. It should be passing by your place in about 20 minutes. His ride is on the way now. And he jumped to his feet. Got it. I am leaving right away. Wang Sheng quickly reminded Meng Yu. Senior sister, stay home with mom and dad. I will just take a quick walk. His mom wondered. Little Sheng, where are you going at this hour? His dad was worried. Are you going to deal with those pesky spirits again? Wang Sheng hurried to his room to get ready, with Meng Yu following him in. As he put on his jacket, he told her. There is an archaeological site where they are unearthing some magical artifacts. I need to keep it under wraps for now. She did not say anything, but the worry was written all over her face. Meng Yu guided him outside, where the investigation team's vehicle was already waiting. Wang Xing glanced at her. Her expression was deeply thoughtful since that phone call. It was clear that the senior sister was still shaken. They quickly got into the car. The investigation team reported. Wang Daojing, the combat team leader, is heading directly to the archaeological site as well. We might arrive at the same time as the target. We have already secured the surrounding area. Meng Yu looked at him. Anxious. This might cause some issues. Wang Xing quickly replied. I understand. The driver chimed in. The target showed up earlier than expected. Guess where? The target has entered Wang Daojing's house. Hearing this made him extremely anxious. What? Meng Yu looked equally worried, her surprise evident on her face. Wang Xing, feeling the weight of the situation, quickly called his family. How are mom and dad? Is everything okay? His dad, sweating nervously, replied. Little Sheng, we are fine. But we have a guest. It is a celestial being, he said. They are looking for little Huan. Apparently. They said she is hard to find. Not a spirit. But they really like her. This is the celestial maiden everyone's been talking about. Wang Xing felt uneasy and instructed. Dad, please convey to that senior. We will be home soon. He shut his eyes, his mind racing, recalling the ancient texts that mention celestial beings who left behind their legacies. After 1300 years, Most cultivators had followed the celestial beings into the void, severing the connection to the cosmic energy, thus halting their spiritual cultivation. Thinking about it, he sighed warily, leaning back in the seat, his mind spinning with calculations. For now, let us set aside where the celestial beings are gathering. This celestial maiden might not be the last survivor, but she is a divine being, and she probably won't pose a threat to senior sister. You open your eyes and observe. While the lady is staring at you with a fierce look, Wang Sheng quickly assesses the situation. But with a familiar face like that, senior sister Fairy Xiafan must have some hidden agenda. The carriage carrying you and the lady swiftly returns home. But the elders have already arrived before you, surrounding Wang Sheng's house. Since the opponent is a fairy, they momentarily hold their ground, but the tension in the air is palpable. He hears the sound of the carriage outside and quickly glances down, his expression remaining unchanged. Wang Sheng rushes inside, anxiously asking, "Master, what is the situation?" Even though he knows it is dangerous, he still reassures his two young apprentices. "Little Sheng, little Haiyan, do not be afraid." Without knowing when, the fairy had appeared behind the mute elder. Wang Sheng shouts in alarm, "Master, be careful." But it seems like the warning comes too late. She swiftly raises her hand dismissively. The elder barely has time to catch a glimpse. Her speed is so quick that no one can react. And just like that, a surge of bright power erupts from the fairy. Her robes flutter dramatically in the air, just like the celestial beings described in tales. After taking care of the elder's group, she gently lands in front of the lady, while Wang Sheng anxiously steps in front of his senior sister. At this moment, everyone is under her control, and the elder can assist. He can only watch the situation unfold with concern. The lady shrinks back behind him, while Wang Sheng eyes the fairy warily. The girl slowly opens her eyes, and the face of this so-called fairy exudes an indescribable chill. She extends her hand toward the lady, making Wang Sheng sweat with urgency. He politely speaks up. "Senior, you just entered the house of Wanbu. If you want to meet an old friend, why not sit down and talk with my sister?" The fairy does not say a word, just stares intently at the two of them, but a voice suddenly interrupts. "Excuse me." Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng is taken aback. This is a sound transmission. His face stiffens as he observes the girl, silently assessing her. The dark energy at her forehead seems to be emanating from her. Could it be that this fairy has not fully recovered? Following that, the three of them quickly move to his room. Wang Sheng takes the lead in the conversation. "Senior, is there something you want to discuss with my sister?" "My sister does not speak much. If she wants to express something, she has to use writing or images." The fairy looks at the lady, noting that her spirit is damaged, and her reincarnation is not complete. Meanwhile, the lady is still scared and hurriedly hides behind him. Hearing this, Wang Sheng can't help but wonder. "Senior, how did my sister's spirit get injured? Did you meet her in her past life?" She pauses for a moment before saying directly, "Asking too many questions won't benefit you." The lady shyly holds up her phone, displaying a message that reads, "Who? Where?" Seeing her like this, the fairy seems to hesitate for some reason, remaining silent for a long time. Finally, she speaks up to explain. "Those who can return here might just find fellow practitioners returning too. But my time is running out. I am not sure if I will find others." Wang Sheng is astonished. Is this an illusion? Why does it feel like the fairy has become gentler? After saying that, she stood up, her robe flowing gracefully in the air. The goddess flew closer to the tavern, and I unlocked the celestial seal. Realizing that my spirit still had traces of the path. "From now on, you can focus on your cultivation. This world is momentarily at peace." Wang Sheng glanced at his phone screen, asking on behalf of his senior sister. "Senior, is it possible for you to recover to your original state? Is there anything I can do to help?" She gently extended her hand, revealing the divine figure of the goddess Bang Kinju. While this one was the tavern keeper. That soft hand touched the tavern keeper's cheek. The goddess observed quietly. A sentence of the sage rang true. The past is gone. Old friends have left. And this moment has arrived. Immediately after, the tavern keeper sat cross-legged, focusing on her energy cultivation. She continued to guide them, saying, "You have just stepped onto the path of cultivation. For now, pursue the answers you seek. The Moon Palace can resolve all your questions. But if you do not become a sage, you will never find the Moon Palace." The goddess flew up while reminding Wang Sheng to use the heavenly sword of destiny to protect her. "There will be no lack of benefits for you in the future. The wish has been fulfilled. And I must search for the reincarnation stones left by this world. Perhaps there is still a chance of survival. Do not let her remember me. If she asks, just say I have gone into reincarnation." Wang Sheng stood there, watching her figure gradually fade away. After the goddess left, those outside hurried to chase after her. Wang Sheng's parents were protected by the battle team and instructed to move during the night. "The window of your room shattered after that unexpected visit from the goddess. For your parents, leaving here this time meant abandoning their current lives. But they were thinking of their safety. This was purely out of necessity. Your dad, worried about your anxiety, reassured you. Little Shang, just focus on your cultivation. Your mom and I won't let anything affect you. Now. Aside from the tavern keeper being in a state of enlightenment, only one person remained by your side, none other than Mao Yu, who looked like a lost soul at that moment. Wong Daozong. Where do you think the goddess will fly off to? Wang Sheng could not help but be startled by Mao Yu's expression. She described herself as a wandering soul, wanting to reincarnate to see if she could find a chance at survival. If she followed the path, she might be heading to Mount Pingdu. Upon hearing this, Mao Yu analyzed. Mount Pingdu. But there are no teachings passed down there. Just remnants. The image of that mountain quickly flashed in her mind. It was quite a peaceful place, but on this side, as soon as she mentioned cultivation, she immediately slumped over and fell asleep on the spot. Mao Yu had been drained by the goddess event, and Wang Sheng could not help but feel helpless. If she was tired, she should just go home and sleep. Hearing this, Mao Yu perked up, her energy suddenly rising. No need, I can take medicine. He knew he could not persuade her to eat, so he sighed in resignation. As long as she could endure it, that was enough. As for the tavern keeper, she was still sitting in meditation. Wang Sheng observed closely. After encountering the goddess, his senior sister remained in a state of enlightenment. Though it sounded a bit unbelievable, it seemed like his senior sister had truly broken through. You can't believe it, your master is actually going to become a legendary figure. Right, a master over 20 years old. And if those other cultivators find out, they might just give up on life. After you provided the intel from that celestial maiden to the investigation team, you focused on protecting your master. Meanwhile, the state of enlightenment at the temple, after a few days of maintenance, stabilized at the peak of the healing elixir stage. They were both really happy, and fireworks lit up to celebrate the new year. And of course, the biggest surprise. Speech impediment that plagued the temple has improved significantly. She watched the fireworks, excitement bubbling over. Junior brother, look at the fireworks. Together, Wang Xing chuckled. One word turned into two. This is great. After that, not long after the Lantern Festival, they had to set off back to Wudang Mountain. And thanks to the gifts from the Celestial Maiden, you unlocked a new skill. At this moment, they stood on the second floor of your room. Wang Xing happily glanced over at the temple. Master, are you ready? She eagerly nodded non-stop. Everything was set. Wang Xing raised his hand to form a seal and recite a spell, unable to suppress a faint smile. Then, as soon as he finished speaking, they both swiftly mounted their swords and soared into the sky. Finally, he had fulfilled this wish. Wang Sheng was so happy he could cry. This is the romance of a sword cultivator. From now on, we will wield our swords freely. A pair of brother and sister cultivators who can fight and fly together. He savored this moment deeply, while the temple held him tightly. Wang Sheng thought. Even though this position felt a bit familiar now, a few hours later, night fell quickly, and the moon began to rise. From afar in the sky, Wang Sheng moved as gracefully as a shooting star. He was enjoying the music when suddenly, something made him halt in his tracks. He turned around to look at the temple, whose cheeks were flushed with tears. Wang Sheng quickly understood her meaning. Master, let us land and take a break. We can recharge your energy while we are at it. He pointed down. There. That village below. We should circle around it, so no one sees us. But at that moment, Wang Sheng spotted something unusual that made him curious. A green vortex appeared in the sky across from them. He looked closer, sensing a flow of spiritual energy. Wang Sheng quickly informed his master. There is someone cultivating demons here. To explain briefly, after the heavenly and earthly energies restored, plants and beasts opened their spiritual awareness. But without generating karma, they focused solely on cultivation. As far as he knew, if they were tainted by human energy, it would spell disaster. Those would be demons. Wang Xing flew closer to observe. And right in front of them, a demon was absorbing the essence of the moon. Without hesitation, Wang Xing quickly descended to the place where he sensed the demon cultivator. Before they got any closer, Wang Xing advised, Master, if we have found them, we should not just stand by and watch. If we should aim to capture them. The temple nodded in agreement. Both of them hid behind a window, silently observing the situation inside. To their surprise, this place was filled with many captured creatures, and several figures in black outfits armed with weapons were patrolling back and forth. Among them, a black dog was barking furiously, unleashing its rage. The fierce guy was pounding on the iron cage, barking about how even if the police showed up, they would all be chopped down, one by one, saying they had some humanity. But all they did was cause trouble for me. Ving Theng entered the bustling pub, observing for a long while, then texted Mewun Guide, saying someone was raising a demon. My senior sister mentioned that the demon already had a grudge attached to it. And the address is this, she replied shortly, giving me 10 minutes. And exactly 10 minutes later, the police rushed in and nabbed these guys. An investigator quickly reported the situation. Advisor V. Jiang. The initial questioning has wrapped up. These folks claim they were hired to do some farming, But there is a boss behind them, he asked. Where's this boss? The investigator replied. He probably drove here about 10 minutes ago. We were chasing him while handing over a bag. This was found at the scene. He immediately put on gloves and examined the collected object. On the sticky note, it read, Ving Darfeng. Check your phone. Unlock the code 4396. He picked up the phone, thinking to himself, maybe I did not fly high enough earlier, and the cult minions spotted me first. They must think I came to wipe them out. So they took off. He pondered as he pressed play on the video. His face was tense. Both of them listened in silence to the content. It was the young sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect, boasting while riding his sword under the moonlight. Romantic. Ah. Looks like we meet again. Ving Darfeng. Ving Thing thought in surprise. The young sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect did not expect to see him here too. He seemed to pick up information quickly. It seems his senior sister's teachings were the Yin-Yang secret records from the Universal Sect. Right now, in our sect, there are some experts who might pose a threat to both of you. I greatly admire you too. So why do not you hand over the Yin-Yang secret records to me? Viveng then glanced at her. Senior sister, give me an emoji that says heaven and earth. The most vicious kind. The bustling pub quickly agreed. While the video continued, I could give rewards, but I can also stop those emotional old ladies. He typed just one word. Hello. Ving Darfeng. The young sect leader quickly replied, perhaps realizing something, and the bustling pub promptly sent a superhouse icon. A notification popped up. The young leader opened friend verification. You are not her friend. Please enable friend verification. After verification, chatting is allowed. Meanwhile, he quickly called his master to report the situation. The master was taken aback. Is that? Then let us provoke them a bit, and see if we can lure them into a trap. Ving Thing asked, Master, does my senior sister have any ideas? The master replied solemnly. She has always been erasing the roots of the Yin-Yang sect. But bringing them out again is not that simple, Temp said. Unless we can find something to provoke them. But last time they already knew part of the content of the Yin-Yang secret records. So this time it is hard to make it work. Hearing his master say this, the Ving Thung recalled the well filled with dark energy from before. He quickly asked the master, Master, do you still remember the ancient demon of the cursed tomb? The master stood up and walked toward the window. I understand now. I have already instructed them to get to work on this. You do not need to worry. But the previous architect might need another 2 or 3 months. So just be patient and wait. Wong answered quickly on the other end. Get it? I hope Master can announce the news. Tell her that my senior sister and I will go out on a mission. After all, we both need to return to Wudang to enter seclusion and avoid causing trouble for the sect. He paused to advise you. Little brother, I am proud that you can think of these things. However, your senior sister is quite innocent. So you need to take care of her more. Do not let her be deceived. At this point, he cleared his throat. Do you understand what Master Wong means? Wong felt a bit uneasy. Beads of sweat trickling down. Master, did I do something wrong? Am I too familiar with my senior sister? The man on the other end replied. It is. Just enjoy your cultivation. Do not be too ambitious. Then he quickly said goodbye and hung up. You looked at the busy scene and thought, could it be that he is trying to set me up with my senior sister? A few days later, at Mao Mountain, the scenery was still as peaceful as ever. Inside, the training was like a raging fire. I can't take it anymore. Who is practicing that explosive technique behind the mountain? The door to your place remained tightly shut. No one inside came out. At that moment, Wong rushed in. Senior sister, did it? I succeeded. His face was dirty, clothes torn, but he could not hide his excitement as he quickly presented a gift. It was a sword, and he joyfully said, Senior sister, this is the flying sword I just forged for you. At that moment, your face lit up with happiness. After dealing with the love affair, you and your senior sister returned to Wudang to focus on cultivation. The first thing Wong did when he got back to the mountain was to forge the flying sword for her. Remembering all those times he had explosions and now seeing his senior sister's happy face, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Her joy made the failures of the past few days worthwhile. Shortly after, he brought out some food, still lost in thought. The path of cultivation is promising. Let us walk this journey together. Waiting for me in this lifetime is not too bad. If my senior sister does not mind the whole guy-girl thing, then I will continue cultivating with her. They happily shared a meal together, and Wong made a resolution. If one day his senior sister comes around and truly feels something, he will strive to ensure she never feels lonely. Indeed, on the mountain, the night scenery was incredibly serene. After finishing dinner, he lay on the couch watching his phone, while he and his senior sister focused on meditation. Master S' fishing plan was progressing smoothly. Following Wong's suggestion, the investigation team was building a fake temple to trick the trickster. Once the fake temple was completed, all kinds of rumors started circulating. He browsed through the news. Frowning, the article even included tattoo images, showing someone meditating by a well. These reports seemed to draw people's attention to the fake temple, while ignoring the real sect that was over 100 miles away. Meanwhile, the fake temple now had a large group of martial artists present, with the team preparing for battle and occasionally showcasing their strength, even some golden elixir experts. There was also a special task force from the government monitoring the network. It was truly a mix of reality and deception. On the other hand, the master leading the special investigation team continues to apply pressure on the yin-yang sect. After all, only with enough pressure can the opponent become desperate and unleash dark forces to seek help. And just like that, 2 months flew by. Meng Yu quickly called him, saying, "Master Wong." Before she could finish, he eagerly replied, "Time and place. I can head out anytime." Hearing him say that, Meng Yu could not help but be surprised. Did he know everything already? Meng Yu continued seriously. "It is. The Fairy of Silence is still dealing with the Golden Core. Right, just protect her." "Master Wong, this can be handled by someone else too. The opponent is not that strong." Hearing this, he was a bit taken aback. Is the opponent really that weak? Is the investigation team getting a bit too confident? He then looked at the eager training of the martial sister. If the sister is not in seclusion yet, the time for alchemy has not come. Besides, in this battle, I do not want anyone to take my place. Meng Yu happily replied from the other end. "All right, I choose you for this. I will send someone to pick you both up immediately." After hanging up, he turned to the martial sister and said, "Sister, pack up a bit. We have to go fight the Yin-Yang sect now." She happily responded, "Okay." Soon after, the two quickly packed their bags and hit the road. Both looked ahead, their eyes full of determination. Wang Xing said, "Finally, this day has come." Just then, his phone rang. Wang Xing was surprised. "Meng Yu. Did she arrive that quickly?" Meng Yu shyly asked. "But, Master Wang, did you understand what I just said?" He replied matter-of-factly. "The temple has its secrets." She sighed, knowing he had misunderstood. That plan is not ready for action yet. Actually, it is about Master Dao, Ka Lan, Jint. The three of them plan to come to our great Ho kingdom for a cultivation exchange. Do you need to come over? I heard Master Dao is quite arrogant. Wang Xing could not help but sweat. An international exchange. Why had he never heard of this before? He joyfully greeted an old acquaintance. "Huang Jing, long time no see." He smiled widely. The little monk has made some progress in his training, and is still looking for a chance to prove himself. As he said this, he was surprised. I did not expect him to have broken through to the Void Dance stage already. He glanced at the martial sister. Using the spirit stone to forcefully level up, he still needs time to stabilize his rank. Forcing a promotion can come with some repercussions. At this point, he was curious. "Meng Yu, did not you say there were 2 other people attending the exchange?" She looked a bit down. "Yeah. But it seems they went to settle some personal grudges." The martial sister quickly pointed. "Over there." Yunzi cheerfully approached and bowed. 3 masters. Forgive me for my rudeness." Behind him was Chen Zhang, tangled up in leaves. As soon as he saw him, Chen Zhang cried out, "Help!" Wang Xing sighed in exasperation. "Come on, let go. We do not want others to laugh at you." Meng Yu, seeing the scene, felt a bit flustered. "Let us go inside first. Then I will explain the details of this conference to you all. Once in the classroom." She reported, "The restoration of Ki is beneficial not just for our great Hua. Every ancient country had its own way of practicing asceticism, but due to their management issues, overall development was not as peaceful as ours. That is why, in recent years, there has been chatter about the intimidation tactics of the Great Harmony monks, primarily aiming to make us reveal our practices publicly. To put it bluntly, they are just desperate. This time, the opponents are really here to dig into our secrets," Chen Zheng excitedly whispered, and Quan Huan could not help but lean in, curious to listen. "Brother Shang, according to the news, some practitioners are starting to get cocky, only to be slapped back into reality by Master Than Yungan. That is why they have toned it down," Meng Yu Chen exclaimed passionately, saying if we win this exchange event, there is no need to throw it to them. After all, this is not table tennis. It is not even about that. "Master Wong, you usually keep a calm demeanor, so a little pride this time won't hurt." He chuckled bitterly. Meanwhile, Quan Huan over here had leaned his head on his shoulder and was fast asleep. Chen Zheng piped up excitedly. "Don't you worry. This showcase is my specialty. If Brother Sheng has any questions, just ask me." He could not help but smile at the enthusiastic guy in front of him, thinking to himself, "Get it?" The scene shifts to a grand hall where everyone has gathered. The elders are seated together, and Tian Zheng's master and his disciples sit side by side. Quan Huan, Qian Zheng, and Wang Sheng are all seated together. Next to them are Huai Jing and Van Qi, all eyes glued to the stage above. From outside the door, the guests are finally entering. 3 representatives from different countries, each in their unique attire and style. The first one is the representative from the Galleon team, dressed in royal attire. Following them is the representative from the British Isles, showcasing a Japanese-inspired outfit. And last but not least, the representative from the Golden Tower team. This time, Imsen, teen, who steps forward and proclaims loudly, "The youth are the future." The hope. Today, the three countries visiting our China will engage in a cultural exchange. His presence is incredibly dignified. Continuing, I hope everyone can support one another, progress together, and contribute to the stability and peace of the world. The representative from the British Isles quickly steps up, still feeling regret from yesterday's loss to Than Ngon. He declares, "Let us have our top disciple face off against Master Than Nungan's disciple first." Without delay, Wang Sheng is called up to compete. The other person steps forward, eyeing him sternly before introducing himself. "I'm Jiaboma back, here to learn from you." Wang Sheng smiles lightly and bows, responding, "I am Wang Sheng, ready to learn." Wang Sheng then gently draws his sword and takes his stance. For some reason, when facing him, Mabak finds himself sweating bullets. Without hesitation, he gathers all his strength, gritting his teeth as he charges forward with his sword. Mabak's fierce gaze is locked onto Wang Sheng, as if he is staring down a longtime rival. And just like that, he swings hard at Wang Sheng, releasing a powerful surge of energy. But what shocks Mabak is that his attack feels like a mere breeze to Wang Sheng. Mabak could not believe his eyes. He stared in disbelief, gritting his teeth at Wang Sheng. The sword strike came crashing down, only to be effortlessly blocked by Wang Sheng, as if he were simply practicing. But even so, Wang Sheng's face showed not a hint of emotion. The girl following the representative of the island whispered, "The demon's power is incredible." Pausing briefly before continuing. The demon had just put all his energy into a single strike, a desperate move. Really? He observed the boy's technique with surprise, as if this flowing figure had easily dodged with just a small sword. A little more force would send the demon flying. Too little, and he would be crushed. It was clear the gap in strength between the demon and the boy was vast. Even while under attack, he remained unfazed. The boy's hand seemed powerful, yet he held the sword lightly, expertly ready to counter his opponent. Wang Sheng swept his sword, causing the demon to gasp in admiration. The boy had controlled his power so skillfully. It was truly astonishing. The outcome was evident. Wang Sheng respectfully clasped his hands and told the demon, "I concede." His eyes betrayed a sense of unwillingness as the demon shot him a sideways glance. Almost immediately, he launched a sneak attack at Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng could not help but sigh, then raised his sword defensively. Reflecting, to cultivate the Tao, one must first cultivate the heart. The concepts of integrity and honor were essential. With that thought, his gaze grew resolute. Almost instantly, thousands of sword energies shot toward the demon. Wang Sheng radiated a brilliant glow. While on the other side, the demon found himself unable to move. The representative of the island felt utterly humiliated, gritting his teeth and shouting loudly. Meanwhile, the demon, still unwilling to accept defeat, clenched his jaw and bowed his head. He truly could not accept it, but had no choice but to sadly turn and leave. Qianzhang covered her mouth, stifling a giggle. With this level of shame, resorting to a sneak attack. How thick-skinned can you get? The cultivators of China could really learn something from that. Huijing chimed in. You can't dismiss it like that. It is a kind of indomitable spirit. Never yielding, he replied slyly. The Zen master is not wrong, but we should not follow suit, or we might get kicked out of our sect. Let us be humble. And to the young disciples who rebel a bit, do not take it to heart. Everyone here is a guest. After all, as for us in China, we should maintain our dignity. Your humble disciple was fortunate to win this match. Do you wish to continue? At that moment, Wang Sheng stood tall on the stage. The representative from the island stepped forward disdainfully, saying, "This kind of swordsmanship, so transcendent, does not align with the strength and speed we pursue." Wang Sheng cheerfully offered his sword forward, humbly saying, "Please, enlighten me." Immediately, the girl glared, raising her sword with her inner strength. Her power lit up the entire arena, while Huijing remained unfazed. The state of heightened power was evident, and Tianzhang put on his glasses, saying, "I recognize this form." Excalibur. On this side, Quan Haiyan remained calm, thinking that she might as well relax since she could not beat her junior. Meanwhile, the girl raised her weapon high, the sword of justice shining brightly, and at that moment, a blinding light burst forth everywhere. Wang Sheng could not help but stifle a laugh, internally mocking, "Why does it sound so chaotic?" Just then, the representative from the island fiercely slammed his sword down. The sword energy was just about to strike you, but Wang Sheng kept his focus. Right after that, he gripped his sword tightly, channeling his inner power straight up into the sky. Wang Sheng's sword emitted a brilliant light that was second to none. The sword of the representative from the Caroline nation shattered, causing her to lose grip and send it flying. In the end, she could not defeat him. The Caroline representative fell with just one blow. Her sword danced in the air before flipping over several times. Then, with a powerful impact, it plunged straight down into the ground, nearly sealing the fate of the little girl. She could not help but gasp in shock. Zhang cheered from the sidelines. I did not expect you to be that tough. You just directly took down that night girl. Fan Fayat. He understood that while the flying technique needed the 7-star steps, the opponent could not counter it in time. But hold on. He continued. To think you could face your opponent head-on like that, this is the most accurate way to fight. The Caroline representative raised her finger in admiration. I have learned my lesson. My strength is nowhere near yours. But one day, I will challenge you again, cultivator of the great Ho nation. Wong Shang. He did not let his victory get to his head, and respectfully clasped his hands together in readiness. Next up is the third match. The man stepped up. We have arrived at the Golden Tower Nation. It has not been long since both sides stood in silence, when a sharp sound sliced through the air. Zhang removed his glasses and asked, what just happened? Did it seem like the flying technique unleashed a sword attack? The two of them looked at the person lying on the ground, wondering if he had already won. Wei Jing explained that the opponent used a mysterious technique to attack, but it got countered by the sword intent, which is why it looked like they were just standing still. As he spoke, he pretended to cough. The cultivator from the Golden Tower Nation specialized in mysterious techniques. The other two felt a bit uneasy, so that is how it was. After the match ended, he returned to where the disciple was sitting, humbly saying, Master, your disciple is fortunate not to have disgraced your name. His master looked at him with satisfaction. Good job. After speaking with his master, he returned to his seat, where his companions were watching intently. She winked, signaling for applause. You did great. As soon as Wang Sheng saw her, he broke into a bright smile and pointed back. Thank you. Senior sister. At that moment, the disciple spoke loudly. Just now, the underperforming disciple made a mistake. Today, if we are going to have a duel, how about this? A young male disciple will step up. You all can choose one person to face off against me. What do you think? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang grinned slyly and raised his hand. About that, Daoist Master Bugu, can I introduce myself first? The other four were taken aback, looking at him in disbelief. What was this guy planning? The disciple turned to Tianjing. Do you have something to say? Go ahead. He hesitated, pretending to clear his throat a few times. After a brief pause, sensing he might have misspoken, Tianjing quickly corrected himself. I just wanted to say that the seating arrangement of the 5 of us has its reasons. You can choose your opponent based on your own strength. This is a bit of consideration from our great Hoa nation. Tianjing starts explaining, getting a bit metaphorical, saying, I am the tough guy, plain and simple. Then he gestures to Van Chi, whose flawless skin stands as proof beside me as the tough guy. Usually, Van Chi glances over, clearly annoyed, looking like he wants to smack this loudmouth right in the face. Next up is Hui Kun, the celestial master who thinks he is the tough guy. And then there is Wong Thing, the dashing sword cultivator, whose extraordinary martial prowess just now was also the tough guy. In hell. Finally, we have Quan Hoyan, the fairy next to him who is the tough guy. Heaven's Gate. Like she could easily lead you all to paradise. While she casually munches on pastries, completely unfazed by the world, he starts bragging, claiming that even your masters would probably get their butts handed to them by the fairy. And the last 2 lines. Let us not translate those. Slip-ups happen. Slip-ups happen. Ho Kin can't help but feel frustrated, thinking that Little Thing must team up with Tianjing Dao to settle the Dao debate later. Van Chi is no exception. He shoots a glance at Tianjing, thinking, don't forget me. Because it is clear he wants to ramp up the heat on us too. Van Chi wonders why anyone would dare challenge Tianjing. It is the ultimate madness, but plans never go as expected. Tianjing's face turns pale, like his skin is about to peel off. Do not say a word. And just like that, a guy with a cocky face struts forward, wielding a sword. He quickly steps up to the stage, saying he is the weakest contestant in our representative team. He looks at Tianjing with clear disdain, thinking it would be better to spar a bit with you. You and I could prove ourselves to each other. Tianjing, feeling combative, grabs the talisman, saying, I welcome your teachings, while secretly thinking, this script is off. Is not this supposed to be a direct showdown? Behind him, Hui Kinton hold back his laughter, mocking, Amitabha. Tianjing the immortal, goat. Van Chi is also shaking with suppressed laughter, finding it amusing that he has been handed an easy level. And hearing these words, he can't help but get annoyed. The guy then swiftly draws his sword and strikes first. He yells aggressively, this one's mine, and charges in. But just then, Tianjing's talisman flies gently through the air, The guy is taken aback. A loud explosion quickly follows. Next, a pair of golden wings materializes, lighting up the whole area. Qian Zhang, grinning with pride, flies up and asks, "Am I really just on an easy level? How could you be so clueless?" He says, making hand seals. At this point, the opponent looks a bit shaken. He is at a loss for how to respond. Simultaneously, Qian Zhang unleashes a fierce blast of fire. The guy never expected Qian Zhang's power to be this terrifying. He can only look up, eyes wide in horror. The protective barrier the guy built was ruthlessly shattered by Qian Zhang. His flames rained down like arrows. The representative from England saw this scene and panicked, fearing his men would perish at the hands of Qian Zhang, so he shouted, "We concede." Just then, Qian Zhang swiftly landed, declaring, "This technique of mine can't be controlled perfectly. And besides, I am nowhere near your level." The thick-skinned guy explained, "Thing could have gone easy, but I can't hold back this move. If I injured you, I am really sorry." The other guy lay flattened on the ground, his head spinning. Even though winning or losing is part of the game, the young hero can always try again. "If I can't even pass this simple level, my friend, maybe you should just start over with your life." And in the second match, Qian Zhang could not help but scoff. What a warrior. Boldly lamenting about his tragic life right in front of him. That is just asking for trouble, is not. This match was hosted by the champion, her expression giving nothing away. The armored guy looked tense and incredibly cool. Ho Jing could not help but admire. A level 1 boss is just wrecking the place. And the little monk has nothing left to say. And of course, it goes without saying what the outcome was. The champion seemed like a celestial being, effortlessly defeating her opponent with just one move. Qian Zhang covered his mouth, chuckling slyly. "I told you, the difficulty level is heavenly." After a few rounds, the morale of the English team began to fade. They were no longer as proud as they once were. Wong observed them quietly, noting that the English team seemed to be holding back from the start. What on earth were they plotting? Soon after, the English representative took the stage, and the interpreter relayed, "Today, we have the rare opportunity to meet such a talented young practitioner. This chance is extremely precious. Although it goes against our principles, we have an outrageous request." His target was Wong, hoping that the sword master could step up again to compete against our two contestants, who specialize in unique techniques. He secretly chuckled to himself. "So that is why they want to play this game." The interpreter continued, "We do not care about winning or losing. Even if we win, it would not mean much. We just want to test our skills a bit. Can we gain any advantages against the sword master?" And Qian Zhang laughed aloud. "Are you really throwing away your dignity?" Wang Ji could not help but curse. Shameless. Remained silent. Quickly stepping forward to place a hand on Wang Thang's shoulder, he gently advised, "Little thing, why not see how many opponents you can handle at once? Let them all come at you together. If they want to embarrass themselves, then let us oblige them. Use the heavenly sword technique against them." He quickly responded. "Yep." Right after, the English representative brought two girls onto the stage, and Wong Thang swiftly stepped up as well. He immediately drew his sword, eyeing the opponents. "It is just a steel sparring match. No need to be overly formal. You all do not need to worry about age or rank. Let us do this." As he spoke, he slashed through the air, targeting the core. The sword swept through, causing the two girls behind him to instinctively cover their faces. He stood firm, calling out, "If that is the case, please give some pointers to the two young ones behind me." The English representative was taken aback. His fists clenched tightly. This young man's strength was surprisingly formidable. The Chinese practitioners were certainly not to be underestimated. Wang Sheng remained silent, observing his opponent, realizing he could not underestimate them. The three stood still, locked in a tense stare. The two girls radiated a fierce energy, beginning to gather their internal strength. Suddenly, the two quickly removed their discreet clothing. The bold outfits beneath gradually revealed themselves, complete with hidden weapons strapped all over their bodies. The expressions of the two girls sharpened, and they quickly took their stances, asking him for guidance. Qian Zhang, upon seeing his fierce opponents, could not help but exclaim in admiration, "Just keep your cool. Do not embarrass us." Hui Jing chimed in, "It is just pink bones." Nothing more. At that moment, all three were startled as someone exuded a blazing aura directed at the opponents, like a demon. They glared at the two girls, tempting their junior brother, shamelessly wishing to take them on, wondering if they could switch places. Wang Sheng, with a confident look on his face, stared at the two fiery opponents. Meanwhile, the two pink figures swiftly vanished, leaving only a faint trace of their internal energy behind. Both charged at him aggressively, launching a flurry of attacks. But of course, these were merely illusions created by Wang Sheng. One of them quickly pulled out a shuriken and hurled it directly at him. Wang Sheng effortlessly dodged it, but could not shake the feeling that he would encountered their technique somewhere before. Suddenly, he recalled the intense battle back at the hospital. It was that nurse, No doubt about it. It was. Wong Sheng swiftly pieced it together, the yin-yang sect. They were indeed connected to the higher-ups of the island. He steeled himself, thinking, if that is the case, I won't hold back any longer. Looking at the two girls, Wong Sheng felt a burning desire for revenge, old grudges. New grudges. Today he had to settle the score. Their so-called skills were nothing but this. Surely, they had something more profound up their sleeves. This little footwork was just a simplified version of the Grand Ho's teleportation technique. He began to expand on this. You all in Grand Ho have followed many paths of cultivation. But all that has been lost to time. The representative from the island maintained a stoic expression. Aren't you a bit too arrogant? He then stepped forward to introduce himself. Hikawa. I am here to learn from you. Meanwhile, Zheng could not hold back his irritation. In the dark of night, after beating the kids, will you even come out? Before he could retract his words, the conversation was interrupted. Little Sheng was not one to flaunt his talents like that. Why was he acting so aggressively today? The man observed silently, wondering if he had discovered something. Wong Sheng spoke up. Please. Go ahead. He then shouted loudly, launching himself at Wong Sheng with all his might. Naturally, Wong Sheng quickly spun around to evade, using his bare hands like a sword. He swept across Hikawa's neck, making him cry out and stumble back. Just as Hikawa's feet hit the ground, over 10 streams of sword energy surged forward, momentarily catching him off guard. Wong Sheng covered one eye with his hand. The technique he just employed was the 7-star sword art. The sword waves he unleashed struck hard at Hikawa, who, caught off guard, received a deep cut across his shoulder. Zheng cheered him on. Wong Sheng, show that old fool what is up. Meanwhile, Yunji excitedly turned to Huaijing. Master, what do you think? He laughed loudly and replied nonchalantly. If he wanted to take the life of the young master, he would have been down for the count long ago. This guy's swordsmanship is on point. If we ignore the top-tier flying sword of the young master, the odds might not be great, but it should not be this disastrous. At this moment, Hikawa's disheveled hair showed his disbelief. How could this young man be so formidable? But he wondered, sadly, why the young master was not using his swordsmanship, which is the signature technique of his style. Wong Sheng glared, saying, I have not even unleashed half of my true power yet, so why do not we all go at it together? If you can force me to use my strongest sword technique, I will gladly admit defeat today. How about that? Right after, the group from the island charged forward, ready to fight him. Outside, the crowd was going wild, yelling, What? You think you can bully us just because we are outnumbered? Someone had to calm him down and tell him to chill. Wong Sheng reflected that dark arts were meant for killing. Being merciful in a deadly game is a no-go, even though China pursues peace. The grudge between the island nation and China can't be forgotten. Personally, I have to check on who from the island nation is here. Are there any members of the Yin-Yang Academy? Right now, I represent China, standing for the predecessors who stepped into this battle. The essence of heaven and earth is restored, and so is the martial spirit. Do you think you have got what it takes? You are all just itching for trouble, showing off your wicked sides. Today, you will learn your lesson. The true heroes of Vietnam are the real powerhouses standing on this earth. Allow me a moment to express my patriotism. He drew his sword, pointing it directly at Hikawa with a face full of challenge. Wong Sheng closed his eyes to feel the energy. His opponent was darting around him, and danger lurked everywhere. Some guys with swords charged it, while others threw darts at him. Even though the enemies were fired up, he remained still, showing no signs of movement. Suddenly, it felt like electricity surged through his body, causing Wong Sheng to pause for a moment. Then, he quickly swung his sword in a graceful arc, sending his opponents flying. At the same time, he unleashed a wave of internal force that surged forth around Wong Sheng. A powerful circle of blue light enveloped him. Anyone who got too close was sent reeling. He scoffed at the swordsmanship of the islanders. Their techniques were nothing to write home about. Go ahead. Show me what else you have got. Hikawa quickly pointed, and at that moment, a bunch of masked assassins charged at him again. Meanwhile, on the outside, Zheng could not hold back his anger any longer. He rushed in, fuming. These little punks are so shameless. Wong Sheng, let me handle it. Wenzi and Huaijing had to team up to rein in this wild horse, saying, This is not your fight. Just sit tight and wait here. But bless. The young master has his own thoughts. Do not mess things up. Zheng was going wild, and out of nowhere, a slender hand patted him lightly, making him dizzy. Quan Hoyan, looking unfazed, made Wenji and Huaijing feel a wave of fear. She did not say much since her speech was not very fluent. Just reassuring. Trust me. Junior brother, over here. The others are getting louder, cheering each other on. Come on, no backing down. There is only one opponent, and we are destined to win. The monk from our side, the strongest in the world. You are fighting while keeping an eye on Haikawa, who is just standing there like he is watching a play, while Wang Sheng is getting frustrated, still not making a move. Finally, he takes a step forward. Just a young sword cultivator. Yet his power is overwhelming most of us. The Taoist world in China is indeed strong. We must stand firm against our enemies. It seems like he is finally able to suppress them. This sword formation is so powerful that it is distracting him from using that strange sword technique. If it is like this, we are bound to win. With that thought, he finally decides to charge forward. At the same time, a silver-haired assassin sneaks up behind you with a sharp blade. But it seems Wang Sheng can see his move. A sly smile creeps across your face. Just then, the sword technique, the Death Star sword, is unleashed. You strike fast and fluidly, so quick that no one sees what you are doing. The power behind this attack is so immense that both the old man behind you and Haikawa are momentarily stunned. The internal energy shoots out like a rocket, blasting through the city walls, followed by a massive explosion. Haikawa does not even dare turn around. If he got caught in that blast, he would be toast. But it is not just Haikawa. Everyone, including the source of death, is stunned by this attack. Wang Sheng then speaks up. I am still too young. My swordsmanship is not enough in the end. I did not even unleash my full power. According to the rules, I have lost. With that, he lets out a deep sigh. Then Wang Sheng continues. Congratulations. You have won. While Haikawa is still reeling from the shock. Meanwhile, the three from our side are stifling laughs, with Qin Zheng's straightforward personality shining through. This is the highest realm of defeat. Have you learned anything yet? This loss of yours, Wang Sheng, is indeed something to ponder. With that, you turn away, leaving the stunned members of the Cherry Blossom group behind like statues. You approach your master, bowing in respect. But really, you have already sent a voice message to let him know. Just as Wang Sheng sits down, your phone buzzes, messages flooding in. Turns out, they have formed a group called the Fixed Taoist Team, and the little monk Hui Jing is inviting Liao Yun from Mao Mountain to join the chat. Little monk Hui Jing is also inviting Qin Zheng from Longhu Mountain to join the chat. Jing says, Amitabha. Those young ones from the Cherry Blossom group are probably going to be haunted now. Qin Zheng replies nonchalantly. Even if Wang Sheng dug a pit, no one pushed them to jump in. It is shameless to play the surround and attack game and still get hit. What is so pitiful about that? Wenji responds. That makes sense. The Cherry Blossoms have a grudge against us, no need to save face. Qin Zheng starts to mess with everyone. Wang Sheng is amazing. Wang Sheng is Vipro. I want to have his babies. Right after that, the Tianzhen Zheng from Longhu Mountain gets silenced, and Hui Jing wonders, why is the language today so focused on the Cherry Blossoms? You explain. I suspect they are linked to the Yin-Yang Everything sect. Like those clowns over there. Their movement style is kinda similar to a nurse from the Yin-Yang sect who once tried to take out Thien Trung. Hearing this, Thien Trung glares at you, utterly confused about what is going on. You continue. I intentionally injured them earlier, and I reminded my master about it. Now, he wants to use the excuse of healing them to dig into their techniques. Over here, the guy chuckles. Do not take it to heart. The young one does not get it. You are not hurt in your bones. Are you? I have got potions here. My disciple is a total sword zealot. Strikes without restraint, he has made some enemies. Quan Hyman asks. Then why not just catch them and use the beating as an excuse? Why make it so complicated? After hearing her, everyone is momentarily speechless. Ving Theng Thung looks at his fierce senior sister, and can't he help but chuckle to himself. A moment later, he texted again. I just got news that Okamoto Nishikawa learned some techniques from the Yin-Yang sect. For now, let us let them go and gather intel first. We might organize an exchange trip to England. So keep it under wraps, Pure King replied. Even though the gaming scene in England has not been great these past few years, the AG experience is worth it. You should check it out. They have some interesting ancient architecture to enjoy. Someone jumped in, pointing out a character. Shortly after, the leader of the sword cultivators, Qian Zhong, was kicked out of the group by his peers. And everyone really agreed with this decision. Time flew, and the grand event finally ended at the hotel. Everyone was playing cards together when Wen Zi spoke up. Wang Sheng, are you and your senior sister heading back to the mountain for training, or what? Chan Zhong cut in. If you are going to find some evil cultivators to fight, count me in. Hue King continued. Do not mess around. Why is Qin Zhong a bit unsatisfied? Be careful, or a group will sweep you away. He quickly got angry, saying, Buddhist monk, what nonsense are you spouting? Wang Xing chuckled. Let us see what the master has planned. If Wei Kung is not in a hurry, let us wait a few days. We have a great movie in the works. Chen Zhong grinned slyly. What movie is that? Wang Sheng's face darkened. You are so clueless. It is a secret. At that moment, a knock on the door sounded. Is Elder Wang here? Meng Yu came to report. The matter with Lord Ziyan is settled. Although Elder Shi and Elder Liu were not originally on the plan, Their masters are involved. So it is fine for them to listen in. Through the plan, we have uncovered many scenarios about the ancient demons' battle with Lord Ziyan, making the evil cultivators believe that righteous cultivators suffered serious losses from the battle, pushing them to take action. According to the plan, in the coming days, we will launch a national crackdown on evil cultivators. And at this crucial moment, chaos will break out on Lord Ziyan's side. By then, you will receive news for reinforcements to rescue Lord Ziyan and kick off the plan. The plan was originally like this, but due to some reasons, it will change a bit. Elder Wong, I truly apologize. Although the leader has always helped to block the research institute, this time, the institute has found a higher-up. You might run into you and the immortal maiden. He sighed. Get it? Whatever's coming can be avoided. He quickly sat down at the meeting the next day. Xiao Shang. The reason for gathering everyone here is mainly to focus on the wishes of Immortal Maiden, number 001 from before, and regarding what they have encountered. Zen and, do not worry. Uncle Ma. I will definitely share everything I know. The false elder coughed a few times. Regarding that Immortal Maiden, it is not like my two disciples said. That immortal does not even know some of the news, can add more. But I hope that after you hear this, you won't be too pessimistic. Master. Is not this the secret treasure that our ancestor passed down to us? Inside the golden tablet, a voice echoed. Is there anyone else? Half an hour later. The professor was stunned. That is the immortal ancestor. What is this footage? Why can we see him speaking but can't understand his language? The source speculated. This must be a communication talisman used by the immortal. It can only be activated by someone at the golden elixir stage. Our ancestor likely used an ancient divine tongue, and I have prepared a translation. The letter says that the world is unpredictable, which truly tugs at the heart. Who would have thought our immortal ancestor would leave a testament one day? I will recount the whole story, hoping that in the future, when you immortals leave this world, you won't bring disaster upon yourselves because of language barriers. Long ago, the universe was a chaotic mass, pulled by the great Tao, and the immortal realm gradually took shape. Consequently, the beings of various races came into existence, and the first immortals emerged to drive the aberrant races out of the immortal realm, hundreds of millions of years ago. The Celestial Emperor, after uniting the immortal realm and the star realm into the immortal world, intended to harmonize the universe with the great Tao, but unexpectedly faced a massive obstruction from the Tao, leading to countless immortals' demise. Chaos erupted among the immortal races, and many strong beings, having been driven out, seized the chance to retaliate, ultimately destroying the immortal world. The leader of the immortal race at that time, the Celestial Emperor, and the immortals of the heavenly court protected the Celestial Emperor's offspring and took them to a forbidden realm. The professor exclaimed in shock, saying that these so-called immortals represented a super civilization. After being defeated, they fled to Earth for refuge. But hold on. Let me finish what I was saying. Initially, on Earth, there was a branch of the same lineage as the immortals, called the Xiao Dan. Once the immortals discovered Earth, they immediately cast a concealment spell and imparted their teachings to the Xiao Dan tribe. This led to the Great Tao community, where although the teachings were passed down, the immortals were unwilling to fade away like this. Additionally, time on Earth flowed 100 times slower than in the outside world, making it even harder for them to wait. Thus, 1,300 years ago, the immortals decided to break out of their forbidden realm and restore their former glory. Before they left, they completely sealed off the Earth's original energy to prevent enemies from finding this place. Once the aberrant races learned that the immortals had resurfaced, they immediately banded together to wipe out the immortal race. The immortals suffered heavy casualties, and 13 princesses died on their way back to Earth due to severe injuries. At this point, he could not help but sigh, as our ancestors' final battle brought this box back to Earth as a warning to us. If we have someone who can ascend, we must keep the location of Earth hidden to avoid disaster. Wong Sheng questioned. Isn't the pursuit of the immortals supposed to be eternal life and freedom? Why do they have to control heaven and earth and the creatures within? People discussed. That female corpse was actually a princess of the heavenly court. What is the deal with the ratio of Earth's movement speed to the outside world being 1 to 100? Wang Sheng speculated that the Celestial Emperor's personal ambitions led to the collapse of the heavenly realm, and the outcome for the celestial beings was likely tragic. The heavenly court is not as glorious as we think. By the time everyone wrapped up their discussion, it was already late afternoon. Seeing you staring blankly, what is it? Did the meeting's content shake your resolve? His words startled you momentarily, and he continued, saying that the master originally planned to reveal the legacy of the ancestor when you were ready for ascension. But becoming an immortal is not an easy task. Just focus on your training. The elder quickly patted your head in reassurance, and you smiled brightly. I understand now. Master. Elder made a gesture to talk with you, and you asked in surprise. Senior sister, are you suggesting we both attempt ascension together, and then check things out? You started to worry. Your senior sister had connections with the princess of the heavenly court, so her status must be quite high. And she definitely had talent. This senior would not face any obstacles. But here I am, just a mere mortal. What if tomorrow she ascends? And I can't keep up. It is all so vague. I have got the legacy of the great emperor and the ancestor, plus my master and senior sister guiding me. Thinking about it, you smirked mischievously. If I can become an immortal, then I might as well just knock my head against my senior sister's heart. But before you could even finish that thought, you received a light punch to the head. Why suddenly I feel I do not want to become an immortal anymore. That evening, everyone started getting ready. Chen Zhang complained. We are about to start. Where's that guy? There is not a shred of safety here. When Zi chimed in, if you are scared, take a few steps back. Me and Master Huaijing can handle this. Qian Zhang clicked his tongue. I am a proud disciple of the Central Heavenly Master at Longhu Mountain. Why would I be afraid of those rogue cultivators? Huaijing spoke up. You two do not need to be tense. Tonight is just a minor scene. In no chaos broke out. Those inside fell to the ground, while the police pursued the dangerous criminals. Naturally, the rogue cultivators would not cooperate. They took down the officers, and for each one killed, a reward of 5 spirit pills was offered. Meng Yu reported the situation. The main culprit had slipped out of the warehouse amidst the chaos. Drones quickly locked onto their targets. Team 5 and Team 6. Heads up, they are heading your way. Meanwhile, the rogue cultivators were cursing in frustration. Damn it. These government dogs are too sharp. Huaijing quickly stepped in. Everyone, let us attack at the same time. The Buddha's compassion will forgive you. Shortly after, Huaijing shouted, channeling his inner power, boosting his defenses, increasing his capacity, and doubling his attack rate. He recited an incantation. Great Jin. The hand. Buddhist radiance. 100 left won't falter. The 3 rogue cultivators exchanged startled glances. There is an ambush. Take down this monk. Quickly. But of course, Huaijing was not going to let them have their way. He quickly drew his weapon and struck fiercely at one of them. The radiant light surrounded him, catching that rogue off guard. He stood there dumbfounded. The talismans enveloping Huaijing continuously emitted a brilliant glow, sending the rogue flying. At that moment, Yunzi was not about to back down either. He quickly gathered his inner strength and executed his techniques, summoning the rules of the upper purity and the thunder of Tardi. The protective circle they used to shield themselves began to show long cracks. One female dark sorceress is completely cloaked, not saying a word as she silently channels her energy. Her aggressive attack hurtles toward Van and Qi, who is also charging forward with all his might. Seeing Van and Qi in danger, Tianzhuang quickly comes to the rescue, saying, Don't worry. I am here to save you. 2 powerful talismans are quickly placed on Van and Qi to boost his strength. But the guy ready to strike ends up hitting him right in the gut. Van and Qi, fueled by rage, yells out, Damn it. I am going to have a showdown with you for 300 rounds. Tianzhuang chuckles mischievously and replies, Come on. Little buddy. You do not understand people at all. The 2 team up to face the dark sorceress together. One blow from Van and Qi sends her running in fear, but she ultimately gets struck by a lightning bolt, crying out in pain. Below, another guy is trying to escape but gets hit unexpectedly, unable to react in time. At the same moment, another attacker charges fiercely toward the 2 of them. Both of them glance at the sharp blade of energy racing toward them. Their hearts racing. It is too late. At the same time, a powerful surge of energy lunges toward the dark sorceress, stabbing fiercely into her back. The dark sorceress also takes a hit to the neck, and the chubby sorcerer, witnessing his comrade fall, feels a twinge of fear. Spotting Vingthung standing confidently, Tianzhuang cheers. It is Thung. He quickly descends and asks, Why is everyone here fighting the dark sorceress? Where are the rest? Hui-kun explains. Tonight's squad is a bit thin. Just hold your ground while we regroup inside. Vingthung smiles brightly. No need. My senior sister is already in there. At that moment, loud crashing sounds echo from within. Quan Hoyan single-handedly wipes out a group of dark sorcerers with just a casual wave of her hand. What did you do? Even the walls are cracking. Tianzhuang gasps. Thung, do we need more backup? Thung sweats a little, thinking, maybe we won't need to cover the repair costs after all. A meeting is held shortly after, with Meng reporting that the captured dark sorcerer is just a lackey. The male sorcerer killed by Vikayo Trainjung is the real deal, connected to the powerful Unan Ungain Tian with intel from the Yin Yang sect. Hui Qin wonders how operations are going elsewhere, and Meng flips through her documents. 3 out of 4 teams completed their missions smoothly. Let us share some of tonight's successes. So far, we have captured 32 dark sorcerers and killed 642 people. Thung sighs. Sometimes being too quick is not a good thing. Quan Hein pats him on the head reassuringly. Meng continues. mainly because we did not mention needing to keep live witnesses before. Especially since we are short on people right now. The yin-yang sect's demands for the Anangayan fairy no longer focus on cultivation level, but on whether the person is quick-witted. Din Qianqing ponders. So that is how it is. As long as you are sharp-minded, you can be an Anangayan fairy. Ventry confirms. Exactly. Cultivation can be improved. But opening up your mind is a lot harder. Hui Qin chimes in. Clearly, the yin-yang sect is starting to weaken. Meng Guite continues to check the stats, noting over 260 people from the yin-yang sect, most of whom are at the pregnancy stage. The Yincheng glances over. Pregnancy stage is not that impressive, is it? Some of those folks risked their lives to reach that level. The Ving Thing is focused on his research. And it looks like tonight's haul is pretty good. I think he has exhausted all the intel the investigation team has gathered up till now. Quan Haoen thinks. Can T play on my phone while studying? So I will just mess with my master instead. You speculate. The yin-yang sect probably has some new plans up their sleeves. It is just, they must be different from the plans these two have. The Yin Chung is hyped. Ziho dares to mess with my brothers. Gathering troops. Ready to go all in against them. Hui Qin chimes in. Our sect has suffered heavy losses. We need to preserve our strength. Hurry and invite the 8 banners, big shots. Entrad looks downcast. Why am I being dragged into this role-playing game? Ving Thing sighs heavily. Whatever. As long as you guys are having fun. Meng Guite stifles a laugh as she reports. All right. Everyone. We have discovered a new base of dark cultivators. Let us get ready to move. Everyone quickly finds the dark cultists heading out. Hui Qin murmurs. This time it is a bunch of dark cultivators using yin to enhance yang. Then Shang sighs. Why do not we see any female dark cultivators using yang to enhance yun? Ventry sparks up, wanting to be the one who gets limited. Then Chung excitedly recounts. Come on. If I had not been so wild back then, I would not have stumbled into this pregnancy stage mess. Hui Qin is curious. Could it be that the actions of the Heavenly Master and the Heavenly Scholars were all just the mischief of some clueless youths? That day, I was stuck in a loop of 3 meals a day without a break. The Special Investigation Team's convoy rushed over in a frenzy. Meng Yu hurriedly announced. Everyone, we have an emergency situation. Quick. Wong Sheng, get in the car. What is going on? Meng Yu passed along the intel. At the Winecliff Temple. Something has gone down. We just received word that the ancient demon is making moves. Right now. We have dozens of masters suppressing the demonic energy. We need you all to come help. Wong Sheng urged. Quickly notify a few more experts. That'll give us a better shot at this. Meng Yu quickly replied. Don't worry. Master Wong. We are mobilizing people. He felt anxious. The plan had begun. But for some reason, he could not shake this feeling of unease. A few hours earlier, a seductive voice echoed through a hidden lair. The sect leader has lost 14 Chaos Origin cultivators. Either killed or captured. We have already suffered a 15% strategic hit. Another voice chimed in. Sect leader. The Great Hua Kingdom has been preparing for a long time. They will definitely continue their assault. It will be hard to find a place to hide. The sect leader cautioned. Tell all divisions to continue hiding. And elders. Keep maintaining your cover. I have reliable intel that the Great Hua Kingdom just wants to lure us out to unleash our power. Lay low. Remember, no matter what happens, do not make a sound. He ordered. The 2 figures bowed their heads, obeying the sect leader's command. Just then, his phone rang. And the voice on the other end got straight to the point. I have changed my mind. What if we use their strategy against them? Take out a few of their righteous forces, and prepare for our future plans. The dark sect leader inquired. You want to make a move? The caller responded, this is a decent opportunity, even if we fail. It won't drain too much of our strength. I have been to the Winecliff Temple before, scouted the arrangements there. Right now, the ancient demon might have regained some strength. All I need is to find a chance to unleash it. And those righteous folks will come rushing to their doom. The dark sect leader quickly agreed. If you have made up your mind, then let us go for it. Meanwhile, everyone on this side was fighting tooth and nail against a female ancient demon. The senior disciple of Tainjing shouted. Everyone below the Void Dan realm. Retreat. We can't let this ancient demon harm the innocent. After giving the order, the senior disciple quickly focused all his internal power. Activate the demon suppression formation. The ancient demon was swiftly pinned down by his internal energy, struggling to prop itself up with both hands. The image of the demon quickly flashed across the screen. Somewhere in a corner of the fake Winecliff Temple, Huijing could not help but marvel. Amitabha. This effect. This atmosphere is perfect. Yunzi chimed in. On our way here. This is already the new video. The production team really put a lot of effort into it. Tainjing added. My senior disciple has another line too. Is the handsome male lead not running away? Meng Yu replied. This is the video we intentionally leaked out. If this can stir up those cultivators, We might just have to accept some bad luck right now. The entire mountaintop is set up with the main formation. There are plenty of people lying in wait both on the mountain and below. Once the yin and yang elements come in, we will activate the formation immediately. At that point, they will be stuck between a rock and a hard place, and we will all have to pretend to be dead. Tianzong said. To lure me into cultivation. Not only did they build a fake temple, but they went all out like this. This trap must have cost a pretty penny. But the real question is, will those cultivators fall for the bait? Wong Xing replied. If the plan fails, then at most, the other side just won. Take the bait. Can't let our guard down with the Ziyang temple either. Meng Yu chimed in. Rest assured. Daoist Wong. The team is gearing up for the upcoming operation. And those high monks are not to be underestimated. He fell silent, deep in thought. Since coming up the mountain, he still could not sense his master's presence and had no idea where he had gone. In the depths of the false Ziyang temple, Yinzi observed and then asked, what is the current situation? An employee reported back, Daoist Buguan. Do not worry. We have detected over 60 fake cultivators appearing under the mountain. They are gathering at the back, and have already begun their assault on the mountain. He wondered. But there are not any golden core cultivators among them. Could they be hiding among the crowd? Just then, the employee's loud voice rang out. Daoist Buguan, from the direction of the wind demon. The demonic energy suddenly surged, catching him off guard. What? Immediately, Yinzi ordered. Everyone stay here and continue with the plan. Recently, I have been researching a bit on the 5-element movement technique, and I am going to try using Earth element to shift. Hearing him say that, Ten Van felt a bit anxious and cautioned. Senior brother. Be careful. He turned to look at the old monk. Feng, your Buddhist powers can suppress demons. Come with me. The monk smiled cheerfully. I am not worried about bothering you, my friend. Then, the two quickly used the earth element to scout the situation, switching scenes to inside the false Ziyang temple. The atmosphere here was eerily quiet. At the well, the monks were sitting in a circle, joining forces to prevent the ancient demon from escaping. As Yinzi approached and observed, he speculated that the ancient demon was about to break the seal, probably at the fullest moon tonight. He then moved closer to the well, taking his time. I will just dip a little of this well water to test. At that moment, the eyes of the monk Nu Feng gleamed with a fierce light. Suddenly he lunged toward Yinzi. From behind, it seemed like Yinzi sensed something unusual and quickly gathered his internal energy. But the attack was too sudden for him to react in time. This is bad. The plan has already fallen apart. Before he could finish his thought, blood gushed out as Yinzi was ambushed by someone no one could have expected. A deep voice echoed. Buguan. I did not want it to come to this either. Yinzi had been stabbed straight through the heart. Nu Feng continued. It took our whole sect a year and a half to find the sword that can break your pure yang power. You can rest now. Yinzi glared, his voice filled with rage. Feng Hu. Immediately, the old man quickly gathered his internal energy and shot away. Shouting, looking ahead, the high monks were gradually distorting and going insane. In the blink of an eye, all that remained were white skeletons. Nothing more, and blood quickly stained the ground. The words bit down hard. Not good. Like Feng, he had already poisoned the high monks. Seeing the news being trampled, they had to follow his plans, and the words exploded in rage. Like Feng, right after that, he charged straight at Master Feng with lightning speed. But he had already prepared for this. Sensing the threat from the words, he leaped back to let the two left-behind fighters regroup. They teamed up and rushed toward the words. But he would not back down, charging forward alone, the sword on his back still intact, along with his serious injury. The words were sent flying. Yet his strength was still enough to take down the two guys. But of course, it did not stop there. Two long swords came flying from behind. The words looked back in surprise. There was still a second ambush. Immediately, he dodged while striking at the two guys, where the swords pierced through, creating a huge hole. The words leaped up, thinking, even though our focus was always on the false Tom, we could not let our guard down on the false portrait. Surprisingly, the enemy exploited this oversight. Facing his momentum, the masked guys showed a hint of fear. Feng shouted. This guy, the silent pathmaster, has been injured. Right now, he is an easy target. You all have pushed him to the brink. I am going to unleash the ancient demon. Right after that, the black-clad group roared, obeying their sect leader's command, and charged at the words. At this point, his mindset had calmed a bit. Feng, today I must help you. The false tome quickly reported. There is a disturbance at the false tome. Master Feng is the young sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect. Currently, he is on the verge of unleashing the ancient demon. Golden core cultivators need to rush for support. We must stop the enemy from breaking the seal of the demon well at all costs. The remaining cultivators stayed behind to activate the protective formation. standing by for orders. On the other side, the source of demonic power was surging fiercely. The sect leader spoke up. You all invited us here with such effort. And now you want to leave before the show is over. That is not how it works. Right, then he ordered. Keep them here. Buy time for sect leader Yang. Do not hold back. Wipe them out completely. Over here. Wang Sheng was worried. Meng Yu, how is my master? I did not expect Master Feng would be part of the Yin-Yang sect. What about Master? Meng Yu quickly reported. Elder Silent was ambushed. Severely injured. Currently fighting alone at the false tome. Which made him deeply worried. Immediately, he gathered his sword energy and said to Quan Huan. Senior sister, let us go help Master. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them jumped on their swords and flew swiftly toward the words to assist. Everyone scattered into action. Those at the Void Core stage and above followed Elder Fei Yu to support the false tongue, while the Yin-Yang sect shouted, block these people. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder of the Sword Sect and Tianjing's master are fully engaged in battle, with him shouting, "Wait! You guys, come over here." At the same time, Wang Sheng pulls out 2 talismans, the footing talisman and the returning talisman. You spoke to the shopkeeper in a hurried tone. Master, please give me the essence. You did not directly agree, and you blamed yourself in anger. If it were not for my plan to use the ancient demon to lure the evil cultivators, we would not be in this situation today. Master, the shopkeeper seemed to sense your worry and softly said, Master, it is I. Hearing this gave you more motivation. Master, I won't give up so easily. Over here, the enemy was laughing triumphantly. He said, today you are definitely going to die here. He was struggling against his soldiers while heavily injured. Blood splattering everywhere. The enemy was focusing his energy to set up a formation. This was the yin-yang harmony formation. He could not help but bitterly laugh at himself. Who would have thought that as a master? I would end up learning my own disciple's secret moves. His power shot up to the sky, fiercely charging at those masters. In that moment, it seemed like he was giving it his all. Just like the wind, sacrificing everything here. He was terrified. His body heavily injured, yet he could still force us to this point. The killing intent rose. As long as this enemy exists, we will never have peace. Right after, he dashed quickly to dodge the attacks from the 2 masked men. He dove straight down, surprising them. And Feng could not help but wonder, is that the earth escape technique? The minions were about to chase after him, but Feng stopped them, saying there is no need to pursue. Our goal is to release the ancient demon. The 2 elders should go deal with the righteous side. The rest gather the blood of those monks and pour it into the well. He began channeling his energy and instructed them. Move quickly. And the group swiftly obeyed and disappeared. Shortly after, a powerful wave of energy surged forth. I am preparing to activate this demon formation, shifting the scene to him. He had safely escaped and had to quickly return to target point number 2, the dead lava temple. He needed to inform the others. But just thinking about it made him cough up another mouthful of blood. From a distance, a familiar voice rang out. Master. As soon as the name Xiao Shang was uttered, his vision started to blur. He quickly took him to a secluded place to heal. And with a hoarse voice, he said, it seems I have embarrassed you too this time. His body still weak, he could not help but cough once. And you worriedly interrupted. Master, do not talk, just hold on. He did not care about his own safety. Xiao Shang, you go notify the others. We must prevent the ancient demon from emerging. Using modern weapons to solve anything. Inside the temple at the dead lava temple, there is a relic. Master, reinforcements are arriving soon. Tell them, don't mess this up. We will leave the rest to your masters. The government will surely handle it. If we let the ancient demon out, Feng might just leave right away. I won't let him escape, even if I am not a match. I will hold them back to create more opportunities for the seniors. The shopkeeper cast her spell. A surge of blue light filled with energy emanated from her hands towards Wang Shang. Surrounding him was a bright light, and a giant yin-yang symbol appeared beneath Wang Shang's feet. At that moment, Inquini stood behind the tavern, staring at him in shock. It seemed the injury had taken quite a toll on him, as he coughed for several minutes. Pausing, urging him not to push himself, his brows furrowed, his face showing clear signs of exhaustion and confusion. The monk was not going to die easily. Viveng then quickly replied, his head barely turning towards his master. The sword just a hair's breadth away. The blade had grown even larger, and his master's heart was already breaking. He sighed in frustration, his brows knitted, teeth clenched, his eyes now distinctly bloodshot. The one who guided him on the path of cultivation, his parents, his master, and even his senior sister, none of them could be harmed. Kun Haivan looked at his junior brother in astonishment, his hands never stopping their incantations. Ving Theng continued, his power surging stronger than ever, shattering the rocky ground around him, breaking the spirit barrier. Decades of seclusion could be compensated for, but if his master were to die, Where would he search for him? Master. Today I must fight as a mortal without any cultivation. An eye for an eye if the wind does not die today. I will chase him to the ends of the earth tomorrow. After finishing his sentence, he soared away, riding a bizarre green creature. Leaving his master and senior sister standing there with stunned expressions, Ving Thung shot into the sky. His demeanor serious and filled with an unwavering determination he had to kill him. Massive explosion erupted in the sky, sending helicopters spiraling. The Dark Sorcerer conjured huge fireballs, hurling them toward the helicopters. The Dark Sorcerer gathered his energy, forming a gigantic dragon that charged straight at the helicopter, causing it to explode. Debris from the helicopter rained down against the blue sky. Ving Thung finally reached the Dark Sorcerer, who turned to glance at him, saying as he approached, "Just an illusion." Ving Thung wasted no time pointing his sword directly at him. Glaring menacingly, the Dark Sorcerer erupted in rage, flames engulfing his body, his eyes sparking with electric fury as he shouted, "You want to die?" He advanced, grabbing the blade of Ving Thung's sword, causing the light surrounding the sword to vanish. At that moment, Ving Thung unleashed his technique, sending beams of green light slicing towards the Dark Sorcerer. He tried to use his powers to push the Dark Sorcerer back, but he was blocked by the Sorcerer's own techniques, who struck repeatedly with fiery fists toward Ving Thung. As the infinite sword pierced through, Ving Thung did not hold back either, using the boundless sword to counter. Ving Thung frowned, struggling to break past the Dark Sorcerer's flaming punches, stabbing at his finger. Each thrust pierced through his torso, and the Dark Sorcerer let out a cry of pain, seeing his comrade get stabbed. A massive figure rushed in, shouting as he swung a fist at Ving Thung's back. "Kid, prepare to die." Two members of the investigative team rushed in, creating shields to protect Ving Thung. The man beside him spoke up, "Go get them. You guys are causing a ruckus, just like the Phantom Demon Sect," the man said while casting a spell against the Dark Sorcerer. "Go take care of them and stir up some chaos, just like the Phantom Demon Sect for me." Upon hearing this, Ving Thung descended into the forest below. Surroundings fell eerily silent, leaving only his painful groans ringing out. Blood spilled from his mouth as Ving Thung leaned against a tree, looking utterly drained. Propping himself against the trunk, he checked his wounds. Spitting out clotted blood, the injury had healed, his bones unbroken. "You were so anxious that you bit your own finger until it bled." And Ving Thung shot a suspicious glance with his golden eyes. He thought to himself, "The next person I want to eliminate is a golden core cultivator. I must stay calm and maintain my best state." To validate his suspicions, Ving Thung decided to cast a spell for a check, only to accidentally hit one of the henchmen. Realizing he was surrounded by a group of others, he thought to himself, "I can finally take revenge for my master." In the control room, Chi Ha Long was monitoring Ving Thung while reporting his situation to those around her. The silent Taoist was on his way back, and now he had escaped life-threatening danger. In 3 minutes, reinforcements would arrive near the Phantom Well. The others in the room listened attentively to her and followed the large screen, where 2 effective reinforcements were 2 golden core cultivators. In just a moment, they would arrive. The peak near the illusory volcano had activated the protective array, and it could hold for at least another hour. Chi Long's face turned serious as her eyes locked onto the large screen, saying, "Temporarily abandon the Phantom Well and redirect 80% of the firepower toward the second target, the illusory volcano." As the bombers struck the target area, additional heavy firepower was deployed, using air-to-air missiles to attack the golden core tattoo. If one shot missed, then 5, 10 shots would follow. She turned to the man beside her, saying, "I need to request authorization from my superiors to use the Heavenly Sword system." He responded threateningly, "The Ghost Organization's forces far exceed the tattoo." Was team leader Chi Long's arrangement too reckless? A group of very modern-looking missiles appeared on the screen, their tips glowing as if ready to unleash fire at any moment. Team leader Chi Long continued, her expression growing more serious, saying, "All the risks fall on me. It is my responsibility that the enemy spy infiltrated the investigation team. I am prepared to resign and accept all punishments from the organization." But then, a group of people appeared, led by 2 individuals in cloaks, surrounded by flames. Above them was the yin-yang symbol, and she continued, "We must capture all the tattoos of the British Dao nation that appear in our Grand Flower." Suddenly, a woman spoke up. "Team leader, the drones have spotted a large group of enemy ninjas gathering near the main entrance of the illusory volcano." Another reported, "Team leader, the Taoist priest has arrived at the illusory volcano and is being surrounded and attacked by ninjas." Chi Long frowned helplessly, pinching the bridge of her nose as she thought, "These masters and disciples." A beam of azure light flashed through, creating stunning cuts. As Ving Thung surged forward, moving incredibly quickly, he created an arc of light, trying to evade the henchmen. Chi Long thought again, why can't anyone let the others be at ease? Ving Thung tried to knock the henchmen away, but they quickly jumped to evade his strikes with practiced ease. 2 of the henchmen attempted to restrain him with swords infused with dark light, failing to subdue him. He broke free and unleashed his techniques to knock the two henchmen back. Then, Thung expanded his techniques, creating countless beams of light that sent the crowd flying away. That beam of light erupted like a blue flame, and he stood before it, looking incredibly solemn. Wong Xing pressed his earpiece, and the voice on the other end spoke up. Master Wong, Master Buguan has been brought back to base. He glanced over at the mountain. Below it was a house with a strange green light glowing from its roof. The other person continued. The silent fairy is still transmitting the essence to him, and his injuries are now stable. After hearing this, with a serious expression, he responded, Good. Then I can go all out. How's the situation on your end? Meng Yu replied with a smug smile. No need to worry about us. We just received news. The monsters kept attacking the mountain, and one of them spoke up. Haha. What they call righteousness is just turtles hiding in their shells. Chen Jing warned. This time, the government has really messed up, pulling a stunt like this. It is like they are just setting up a trap. I wonder how that guy is doing. Wei Jing sat meditating with his eyes closed and said, The dark cultivators are not idiots. They will probe the government too. He slowly opened his eyes, his brows furrowing. They are using him as a distraction to stir up trouble. This might just be their covert action against us. Chen Zheng jumped off the house, making a loud crash. All right. After this, we will take him down in one shot. Wen Ji raised a finger to signal the two to be quiet. Listen, he said. Both guys went wide-eyed as Qin Zheng asked. Did it blow up already? Luzi, too long. Seemingly advanced planes ignited and shot off at incredible speed, he said. Just now, a large aircraft flew by, Huai Jing sighed, responding to Wen Ji, and not a single paratrooper. Are they just coming here to take pictures? The investigation team immediately reported. The first bombing run is complete, but 70% of the dark cultivators are still alive, and they are starting to flee everywhere. Just then, Zhang looked at the large screen and said, But they are only holding off the bombings with their realm. Their essence won't last long. She looked up and said with fierce determination, Initiate the second bombing run immediately. We absolutely cannot let them escape. They all complied without hesitation. Yep. The blue sparks flickered and covered the entire fortress. The ground shook violently, creating puddles as debris flew everywhere. This fortress was truly a hellish battleground. Master Xu Feng's eyes lit up as he unleashed a technique that intensified the light, sending the crowd flying and scattering their beads all over. After wiping them all out, with a proud tone, he ordered his followers to toss the corpses into the demon abyss. Upon hearing this, the followers immediately complied. Xu Feng continued to cast his spells, creating a massive pit surrounded by the body parts of the unfortunate victims. The followers pulled those remains down into the hole with all their might, chanting, Amitabha. The followers swiftly tossed the remaining body parts into the pit while Yang Zong Master was casting his spell. He said, At this moment, the elder has yet to break through. His face was serious, brows tightly knit, as the body parts were immediately sucked into the deep pit, seemingly never to return. Deep within the pit, a fox is sealed by golden threads wrapped around its body, standing on a pedestal. Below, the skulls of the unfortunate souls who met their doom are piled up, and a grotesque hand suddenly emerges from somewhere. Fox opens its eyes, and they emit a brilliant purple light. A wave of purple energy radiates outward, shooting straight up into the night sky. The sheer force shatters the surrounding earth and sends a group of people flying with a laugh of triumph. Ha! It worked. A man among the entourage suddenly exclaims, Boss, the enemy's reinforcements are about to strike. Nu Feng stands there, not even turning to face the man. Continuing, You all better run. Find a chance to escape. He sheathes his sword while speaking to his subordinate. After this, I will use the blood to assist our senior in breaking the seal. Those self-proclaimed righteous folks will surely disrespect our senior. It is a pity that I am too weak. Can't do much. A beam of light suddenly appears, and someone rushes forward, calling out his name. Nu Hu Feng. Vong then quickly approaches Nu Feng, eyes filled with resentment. He casts a spell, pointing his sword at him, and from that blade, a beam of blue light emerges. Aiming straight for the monk, Nu Feng also unleashes his technique, gathering his internal energy until it forms a giant resembling a deity, just as Vong Theng attempts to strike him. He looks at Vong Theng and smirks. I quite like you. But since you have drawn your blade against me, I can spare your life. The giant suddenly blurs. Nu Feng commands the giant to unleash a powerful strike directly at Vong Theng. He shouts. Vong Theng quickly dodges behind the statue and casts a spell against Nu Feng. Nu Feng glances at him, holding a glowing orb in his hand that contains a lotus flower. Vong Theng swiftly uses his technique and swings his sword toward Nu Feng. Two giants behind Vong Theng suddenly reveal themselves, unleashing a flurry of attacks on him, thanks to his quick reflexes. Vong Theng swiftly counters, causing devastating impacts that shake the ground around him. Seeing the situation worsen, Nufeng thinks, I can't waste any more time with this kid. He conjures a lotus flower and begins to flee, continuing to think about finding an opportunity to escape quickly. At this moment, Nufeng has lifted off the ground, while Wong is still struggling against the two giants. He thinks, as long as the ancient demon awakens, the purple light continues to beam into the sky, surrounded by tiny glowing specks. As debris flies everywhere, Nufeng is taken aback and panicked. He can't even comprehend what is happening. The waves of purple-black light dissipate, revealing only the fox that was sealed earlier, its face starting to show signs of moisture. The fox's once empty eyes now gleam with spirit, its black pupils surrounded by a strange red hue. Purple light surges forward once more, and Nufeng thinks, everyone here will die. The light emanating from the pit illuminates the sky, causing the surrounding earth and rock to shift and warp. Nufeng has now flown quite a distance, high above the ground. In an instant, the beam of light sucked in everything around it like a tornado, growing larger and wreaking havoc in its path. Thung paused and looked up at the whirlwind. As the ghostly figure devoured the essence of heaven and earth around it, he stared at it with a serious expression, suspecting that the ancient demon had broken the seal. While battling two henchmen, Thung thought to himself, the ancient demon was breaking free, and that giant was roaring uncontrollably, admiring his creation. Nifeng could not help but feel elated, declaring that his grand plan had come to fruition. As Nunfeng soared higher and higher, he shouted, today marks the end for all you self-proclaimed righteous ones. Thung stood on a pile of rubble, looking up at Nunfeng. Suddenly, Thung's expression turned serious, his eyes blazing with intensity as he unleashed a spell that struck his cheek. He furrowed his brow, his expression tight with irritation. As the massive beads around his neck shattered, blood spurting from his cheek, Thung continued casting spells, multiple beams of blue light erupting simultaneously, creating cutting arcs. Thung deliberately manipulated the cutting beams and the giant lotus flowers. The flowers shattered, causing Nunjifeng to lose balance and plummet downward. Nuntifeng, enraged, had bloodshot eyes and veins bulging on his face. The celestial master spoke. You want to die here with me? As he spoke, he landed lightly on the ground, facing Thung from the opposite side. He continued, hands clasped behind his back, a dangerous glint in his eyes. This ancient demon was unleashed by me. It has absorbed 3 drops of my blood essence, so it can't kill me. Thung recalled his master. Clothes tattered, pierced by a sword in the left shoulder, blood flowing profusely, the fire within him boiling, his eyes filled with vengeance. Teeth clenched, blood streaming down his jaw, he recited the incantation with determination. I will kill him. I will kill this demon. Countless powerful beams of light shot towards Nunfeng. He held a sphere containing the lotus while skillfully dodging Thung's attacks. He said, you really think you can kill me? Suddenly, the sphere of magic power in Nunfeng's hand was drawn into the whirlwind. Nunfeng was taken aback, staring at the whirlwind in shock, thinking to himself, this is bad. The ancient demon is absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. He pushed his body upward, thinking further, and now my own power is being devoured. Nunfeng was consumed with rage, muscles bulging, a shield forming around him. He thought, I can't waste time with this kid anymore. I need to kill him quickly and get out of here. With that, he roared, you want to trade lives with me? You think I am afraid? I have been cultivating since I was 3 years old, and now I have reached the golden core stage. Thung frowned, glaring at him. Nunfeng continued, with countless treasures in my grasp, the yin-yang 10,000 beasts sect has reached the peak of power today. Dark purple beams twisted and coiled together, forming an incredibly bizarre creature in the sky. Nunfeng lamented as he lunged at Thung. A little lucky priest like you thinks you can exchange lives with me. At that moment, he completely overlooked the beams that had gathered into a 9-tailed fox. Nunjifeng looked up in horror, and Thung, now equally astonished, gazed upwards as the fox suddenly opened its eyes wide, its enormous mouth gaping open. The massive monster charged swiftly towards Nunfeng, looking utterly terrifying. Dark purple beams of light quickly surrounded the monk. Despite his desperate attempts to fight back, the fox spirit kept pouring its energy into attacking Nunfeng, who cried out for help. Senior. The blow was so powerful that he spat blood, saying, it is my fault, I let you down. Blood splattered everywhere. Nunfeng was barely hanging on. He collapsed instantly, blood pooling around him. And Thung stood there, stunned, watching in shock. Suddenly, a flash of golden light burst across the sky, dispersing the dark fog. The fox lifted its strangely glowing eyes to the heavens. Thung widened his eyes in disbelief, realizing how massive the situation had become. A beam of orange gold light shot straight down, shattering the ground beneath it. Thung gritted his teeth, squinting his eyes, trying to keep his balance. That powerful light emanated from a spaceship hovering above. It continuously fired those beams at the colossal monster, sending shockwaves that shook the earth violently due to the overwhelming force. Viveng Thung lost his footing, falling to the ground, struggling to push himself up. Thinking, that heavenly sword is way too strong. Once it erupts, I want to stand a chance. The fox was still restrained by the beams from the spaceship. At that moment, Vithung unleashed his magic, darting through the chaos, aiming to dodge this sharp attack first and find an opportunity to strike later. Smoke billowed from somewhere, and Vithung Thung stood at the edge of the pit, gazing upward. Suddenly, a beam of light shot down onto him, and he looked up in astonishment as that massive ray illuminated the entire night sky. In the pitch blackness, the head monk of the Tam sect kept calling out to Ving Thung. Little friend. Little friend. He groggily opened his eyes, realizing he must have been trapped after falling into the ruins of the ancient ancestors. Little friend, the monk asked. Are you a disciple of the Shushan sect? Ving Thung jolted awake, staring at the round figure speaking to him. Whoa, something this big. Then Ving Thung noticed the massive relic in front of him looked oddly familiar. Could it be? It reminded him of the ancient words exchanged between him and his master, leaving him in awe. Is this the relic my master mentioned? The Ving Thing immediately presented his token, stating, I am half a disciple of the Shushan sect, as noted on my token. An honorary elder for life. Dao Hu Ving Fi Hao. Then he slowly explained how he received the token, saying, this was gifted to me by the Shushan sword sect back then. This left the head monk utterly astonished, muttering, an honorary elder for life. You say? The monk nodded, exclaiming, Shoshin has really caught up with the times. Ving Thung cupped his hands and bowed, saying, Senior, we must deal with the evil spirits first. That is the priority. The monk, a bitter, replied, you are the real evil spirit. That is a celestial beast I am nurturing. He added, of course, it is not in the best state right now due to some issues. But rest assured, I have placed the relic here to comfort it right now. How many years has the spiritual energy of heaven and earth been recovering? After the two, we finally reach the dim realm. And this little guy dares to confront our double-layered He Lin. But your sword intent is not half bad. Hearing this, he felt utterly speechless, thinking to himself, this guy must have been quite the chatterbox when he was alive. After a while, he could not help but wonder, was the reason you risked your life to fight that fake monk to avenge that golden pill master? Wong Sheng nodded. Because he was my master, the head monk replied. A true master values his teacher. Admirable qualities. The important thing is having the guts. At just over 20, with 6 years of spiritual energy, you could already form a virtual pill. Saying this, he flew into a triangular form in front of him, implying praise. And your heavenly sword intent is not too shabby either. Wang Sheng, overwhelmed by the praise, had no idea how to respond. He thought, Senior, you are not really looking to recruit a sidekick here, are you? The relic quickly emitted a golden light, and the head monk casually said to him, consider this your lucky chance. Then, in an instant, he transformed into his original form in front of Wang Sheng, stating, your power is not weak, and you certainly can be looked down upon by He Lion. With that, the head monk pointed at him and made a request. Come on. Young friend, make a promise. Switching scenes back to the battlefield. Things were not looking good for Helion. The commander's voice from the group was ringing out continuously. Lock onto the targets. Lock onto the targets. The heavenly sword has over 70% energy left. In 3 minutes, the cooling will be finished. Right now, smoke is obstructing our view, making it hard to assess the situation of the target accurately. Aline slowly rose from the rubble, bloodied and battered, as the announcement came through. Target detected. The target is heavily injured. Its bloodied hand suddenly regained its original state, and one of the group gasped. Wait! Its wounds are healing. Helene quickly adjusted above, locking onto the target and providing precise coordinates for the heavenly sword. One of the group asked, Team leader, do we need to use the last resort? The leader replied, let the cultivators buy time for the heavenly sword. We are not at the point of needing to resort to that yet. Then she continued, if by the end we still can kill this ancient demon. Looking at Helene, now surrounded by 3 groups, it was being pushed to the brink. The leader confirmed, that is true despair. Cornered, Helene was filled with rage, gritting its teeth as it glared at them. After that, Helene howled, releasing a surge of rage that blasted away all the attacks directed at it. One of the group shouted, everyone, aside from the defensive spells, get out of here. The surrounding area dispersed. I fear this beast has ascended. A nuclear bomb might not even take it down. Everyone present gasped in shock. Some even considered backing down, from a distance. They could all feel a powerful presence approaching, and a voice continuously calling out the name. Helion. He Lion, Wong Sheng appeared, radiating the aura of the first master of the Xiang Temple's 3 sects, leaving He Lian utterly stunned. Upon realizing it was him, the others in the group let out a sigh of relief, muttering, "This kid really has 9 lives if he is not dead. Why run straight into the jaws of danger?" He then faced He Lion directly, gently advising, "He Lion, do not make a huge mistake." With her wide eyes, Wang Xing continued, "I waited to meet the main character just to reveal the truth to you." Upon hearing this, she bowed her head as if she understood. One of the group members, just a tad anxious, said, "Senior, please subdue the celestial beast quickly. Times are different now. If the country truly acts, this mountain will be flattened in an instant." Upon hearing this, he reassured him, "Don't panic. It has been asleep for so long, and its resentment has faded quite a bit." Wang Xing told them, "I will comfort it myself." As soon as he finished speaking, He Lian transformed into human form before their eyes. She knelt down, hands together, bowing her head as if acknowledging her mistakes. Wang Xing placed a hand on her head, saying, "Don't be afraid. Do not be afraid. They are just protecting the peace here. He Lion, do not be scared." Then he explained to everyone, "I am the first master of the Xiang Temple's 3 sects. This fox is not a demon. It has never harmed anyone." Finally, in front of everyone, the master earnestly said, "I kindly ask you all to treat it with care." Now, the image of the master appeared within him, radiating a brilliant light around him. Wang Sheng gently stroked He Lian's head, thinking to himself, "My deep affection for her is due to the burden she carries. I have tried to rid her of it for over 300 years, but it remains. To me, she is like a daughter. I would even sacrifice my own power to protect her in the form of the master." Wang Sheng held a glowing orb and thought further. Soon, this relic will be placed inside He Lian, allowing her to unite with the Great Seal of Life and Death. If her demon nature rises again, the one who holds the Great Seal can control her soul and prevent her from causing harm to others. With that settled, Wang Sheng reminisced about the conversation he had with the first master of the Xiang Temple. "Are you really at ease about me?" The master looked at him sternly, saying, "With your mindset, that is all I need. Let us make a vow together." Said, "First, do not force He Lian to do anything she does not want. Second, if she can become a celestial being, do everything you can to help her eliminate her demonic nature and restore her true form. Third, if He Lian succumbs to her demonic side again, do everything possible to help her regain her sanity, without directly destroying her soul." With a fierce expression, filled with determination, he raised 3 fingers in a gesture of oath, replying, "I understand." The master smiled, raising his hand, a beam of light appearing in his palm. Amitabha. "Follow me." A stream of light sliced through the air, filling the space with warmth and brilliance. In the blink of an eye, both Wang Sheng and the master had transported to another place. Surrounded by clouds of pink, he asked the master, "Where are we?" He sat down and responded calmly, "This place is the heavenly abode of Hechiline, also a sanctuary for souls. A realm where those still lacking cannot delve deeper." The host smiled gently at He Lian nestled in his arms while petting the little fox. He Lian was curled up tight. The little fox shifted slightly, its eyes still shut as if in a deep, sweet slumber, letting out a soft sound. The host continued to remind Wang Sheng, "Follow this Wang Shan Shi, and in time, he will shed your demonic roots." He looked down with a serious expression, stating that it was time to search for the whereabouts of Qing Lin. Wang Sheng gazed at him in astonishment, thinking, "Qing Lin? Could it be one of the ancestors who accompanied the immortal back then?" The host continued, channeling his energy into He Lian while looking at her with kindness. "In my lifetime, I have met countless people. I won't mistake this. Unfortunately, the time has come." His tone tinged with regret. The little fox's round eyes widened in surprise as the host conjured a sphere enveloping He Lian. He went on, "Back then, the 3 of us roamed the world and formed bonds with King Lin." He handed the sphere containing He Lian to Wang Sheng, who reached out eagerly to receive it. The host spoke. Elder King Lin, burdened with leading the sect of swordsmanship, could not respond. "It is truly a pity." Finally, Wang Sheng touched the soft pink sphere containing the little fox, and the host continued. "Later, the immortals decided to eradicate the demon clan, and King Lin was left with no choice but to seal them away. The light from the sphere was blinding, casting numerous beams that made Wang Sheng squint. The host continued. "Before he left, he kept reminding us that the sphere emitted blinding light, enveloping the entire space. He added, 'Once the storm passes, we will release you, regrettably. In the end, I could not rid you of your demonic nature.'" He Lian, who had transformed from a little fox, now knelt before Wang Sheng with her hands clasped and head bowed respectfully. The host's words echoed in the air, as if He Lian's spirit had returned to the sphere, filling him with lingering regret. Wang Sheng looked at the sphere with sadness in his eyes, holding it in his hands, his expression blank. The image of the host appeared full of sorrow, Wong Sheng looked up at him with a respectful expression, filled with determination, while he lion below also gazed up at him. The team investigating was desperately trying to communicate, while those rogue cultivators had retreated, needing to be stopped. Everyone launched their full force. Below, a massive shield took the shape of an arch, and countless beams of light lit up the night sky. The investigation team fought fiercely against the grotesque monsters. With beams of light shooting from behind them toward the creatures, the monsters did not back down either. They retaliated with their own attacks against the investigation team. One of them shouted, "Didn't the head of the Yang sect say he wanted to release the ancient demon?" Another chimed in loudly, "Why are these righteous ones still ignoring us?" Suddenly, Qianzhong's master and the man beside him changed their expressions as a gigantic red symbol appeared in the sky. Casting a glaring light directly down onto the shielded area, a massive beam of red light descended, wreaking havoc and sending rocks flying everywhere. The eerie red flashes kept appearing and disappearing, creating a bizarre spectacle. Compared to the shock of the previous light, the spot where the man and Qianzhong's master were hiding was now shrouded in thick smoke. And they were both battered and bruised. The man asked, "What is going on?" Qianzhong's master replied, "Just now, I saw someone in the sky." The figure of a celestial performer was revealed, channeling her internal energy, with Wang Sheng floating beside her. She spoke to Wang Sheng with a serious expression, her eyes scanning below. "I have subdued these minor cultivators, but my own inner demons are still not dealt with. If we make a move, we might lose control of the demonic energy and fall back into darkness." Wang Sheng responded gratefully, "Thank you, Senior, for entrusting the next steps to us." She looked at him sharply and said, "My life is in your hands. No need to be polite." He chuckled awkwardly, scratching his cheek while thinking, "Just look at her calm exterior, her voice is so soft and gentle. How can she handle all this?" The Daoist Master King Lun's mental fortitude is truly extraordinary. Finally, the sky cleared up, revealing a starry night and the serene peace of the outside world. Inside the house, the celestial performer sat upright in the center, while Tianzhong and Huaijing sat in a corner, both looking troubled as they glanced at her. Wang Sheng stood to the left, observing her while thinking. After just a moment of care, she has subdued hundreds of cultivators. A half-immortal, half-demonic being, she is like a human nuclear bomb ready to explode at any moment. Wang Sheng stared intently at the celestial performer, thinking further. The life and death of such a powerful figure rests in my hands. What a mountain of pressure. Suddenly, surprise flickered across his face, and his golden eyes widened. Quan Hoyan had just stepped in, looking up at him with equal surprise, letting out an ah. Wang Sheng opened his mouth to say something, but was quickly interrupted as Quan Hoyan rushed over and hugged him tightly, calling him senior brother. Wang Sheng looked down at her with affectionate eyes, exuding warmth. Quan Hoyan's face was now wet with tears, and she tightly shut her eyes. Wang Sheng gently patted her shoulder and said in a tender voice, "It is okay now, senior sister." He held her close, comforting her while gazing at her with deep affection. He promised, "There won't be any more incidents like this in the future." After this battle, aside from the main villain and some rogue cultivators who fell into the trap, all the wrongdoers have been swiftly captured. Thanks to Ichelin, the process of catching the rogue cultivators went smoothly. Everyone was on guard during the transport of the criminals, but figuring out how to handle Shilin had become the biggest headache for the investigation team. Aline had reached a semi-immortal state, and the government certainly would not overlook such a powerful strategy. Wang Xing struggled to explain. "Everyone, I have taken on the path of self-cultivation and won't force the senior to do anything she dislikes." At this point, his face darkened with a bitter smile, realizing he could not just pass the ball to someone else. Suddenly, a soft sob from behind startled Wang Sheng. Little Sai sat half on the ground, dressed in a tattered shirt, tears streaming down her face as she looked at him. "And right now, I can only rely on you, so even you do not need me anymore," Wang Sheng thought to himself, sweating nervously. "Senior, we do not really know each other that well," he slumped, muttering that saying this was not a good idea. At that moment, the barista from the cafe walked to the door, looking at him with a smirk. Huai Jing, standing nearby, chimed in. "Let it be. This really does not need to be dragged out." Wenzi added, "Yeah, this senior really needs someone to take care of her right now." Qian Zhong, seeing the beautiful girl in front of him, got excited and ran over, raising his hand. "I volunteer." Brother Shang, noticing the murderous look on his face, Qian Zhong quickly played it cool. "You know, the weather today is not half bad," he said with a goofy smile. The next morning, everyone got everything sorted with the senior. Ang Sai Lion temporarily stayed with him and his master at a villa in the suburbs, preparing for the challenges ahead. The plan to lure the demonic cultivators seemed to be going quite well, but as the demonic cultivators were defeated, everyone became more convinced of the connection between them and the island nation. Meanwhile, The various sects were filled with righteous anger, planning to chase after the island nation for revenge. But it seemed the Greater China government had advised against it, and their actions were indefinitely postponed, leaving Cao Lion surprised. The island nation is actually Ho Nation. Right. Speaking of magical artifacts, she exclaimed, isn't he this phone of yours really special? Plus, everyone can have one. The barista showed her the camera function. After all, Xiao Lion was from a generation that was quite familiar with these things, but soon after, she got excited seeing her own image on the camera, seeing her beautiful face. Xiao Lion's eyes sparkled. Instantly, she and the barista started taking endless selfies, striking all sorts of poses, while Wong Sheng sat across from them, internally warning himself, here we go, another person getting lost in this. Fast forward to the morning. Wong Sheng hurried to the hospital to visit his master. The barista and Xiao Lion followed but stayed outside. Peeking in, the elder looked at him with a soft smile. Puzzled. Xiao Sheng, why is not that Zen Master Santong giving you any benefits? He handed over an apple humbly, saying, with Senior Hun Lion here taking care of me, that is a pretty big benefit already. The elder nodded in satisfaction. Good. If my master gets bullied in the future, I will send you to bring this great spirit along. His face looked a bit haggard, as he continued, my disciple might soon resign. Finally, I can relax a bit. Wong Sheng voiced his concerns. Master, I am afraid my senior won't resign after all. The government has set up a new department to supervise each other. Really just a facade to strip some power from her. In truth, the elder was not unaware of this. But hearing it from him made it even more certain, and he sighed deeply. Then, holding a piece of orange, he let out a long sigh, watching the happy life slipping away, while Wong Sheng offered a bitter smile of consolation. Master, you work so hard. Not many in the cultivation world can pay attention to both their cultivation and love life. Hearing this, he sighed wearily, leaning against the pillow. Besides, my disciple can tussle her life for the country her whole life. Why wait until she weakens? I will take her deep into the forest. And then there is the kid. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone. And at the same moment, your phone rang too. It is a message from Gonzi. He told you to check your phone. You see, he felt that discussing things in front of a senior was risky. So we should talk here. Gunzi could not help but get curious and asked you, because this senior, is he single or what? Wang Xing recounted. Right now, it is still unclear if Daoist King Lin is alive or dead, making this conversation tricky. At this point, you felt a bit uneasy. But your master reminded you to delete the records later. Then asked, when are you planning to tell her about what happened after the heavenly realm left? Wang Xing decided, maybe once you are a bit closer, you can share more. After all, Daoist King Lin's status is still uncertain, and Gunzi can't help but worry. What if this guy with money takes advantage of her weakness, and then runs into Daoist King Lin? Because this guy is hopelessly in love. This is not something you can just shake off. You replied straight up. Then just cheat on him. And Gunzi could not believe her own ears hearing you say that. Wang Xing scrolled up the messages. From your master's words. Because this guy is definitely a lovesick fool. This is not something you can just shake off. And then you executed a quick move. Your phone notified you. You have recalled a message. Then Wang Xing replied. Senior sister will always be by my side. Master, do not think too much about this. My feelings are absolutely unwavering. Seeing those words, Gunzi could not help but pause for a moment. Immediately after, he chuckled, patting your head. This kid has finally come to his senses. Outside, the shopkeeper overheard the laughter inside and was momentarily stunned. Wang Xing thought, it seems master really had the intention of setting me up with senior sister. All right. Now I guess I am also on a mission to win over senior sister. I need to consider her future plans. Speaking of the recent battle at the Dead Lava Pit, Elder Hylian took action to minimize our losses on the battlefield, and as a result, the government awarded a Mountain View villa registered under Wang Sheng. Little Lion may have changed her environment, but she remains unfazed. Everything is just a matter of compatibility. After all, misunderstandings can linger for 1,000 years, but now her demonic nature is completely suppressed. Her inner thoughts are clear as day. Wang Sheng glanced over and thought, when it comes to love, it is not that complicated. But who can truly understand someone whose cultivation is close to that of an immortal? He pondered, wanting to genuinely eliminate her defenses. But, thinking of this, he remembered the shopkeeper. He could only invite the secret weapon that has an interest in Elder. Little Huan was sending her a pile of links about the latest stories and messages. Elder Hyun, suggesting the most romantic comics he had ever read. At this moment, thanks to the shopkeeper, she had learned to use the phone, and Little Lion excitedly replied, this is fun. No need to call me Elder. Just call me by my name. I am not that strict. I am not that strict. After that, Little Lion quickly finished reading, and she went looking for Little Huan. Hylian sweetly messaged. Little Huan, are you still there? Send me more. These stories expressed through comics are really interesting. When she sent more stories, Hylian replied with a happy emoji and a message. Thanks. Big shot. For the resources. Wong Shang accidentally received a call from his senior sister. And after reading the message, he smiled wryly. Indeed, senior sister had made her move, handling everything beautifully. But after that, he continued his calculations, launching secret Operation No. The following night, everyone gathered for a light party to say goodbye. Long cheerfully raised his glass, saying, Brothers, you have to leave tomorrow. So tonight, no holding back, Wang Xing was also in high spirits, probably worried about everyone, insisting no one could use their energy to sober up, just drink up. Soon after, the two young men raised their glasses joyfully, shouting, Cheers, down it all. But Qi Ling, worried, reminded them, Senior brother just recovered. Take it easy on the drinking. Meng Yu could not help but shed a tear, sorrowfully saying, Those two priests, this wine is so precious. After Long and Qi Ling left, Wang Sheng got so drunk he did not know up from down, and the innkeeper quickly took him back to his room. As she stepped out, Meng Yu asked, The immortal maiden, has Priest Wang fallen asleep already? The innkeeper just grunted in response. At that moment, Meng Yu revealed a sly grin. The immortal maiden indeed. At this point, Little Lion had already slumped onto the table, fast asleep. While the remnants of the party lingered around, Meng Yu hesitated before speaking to the innkeeper, asking when she could cultivate with Priest Fiang to achieve enlightenment. Upon hearing this, Little Lion perked up, ears twitching. She was not sure what she had typed on her phone, but Meng Yu excitedly exclaimed, When will you become an immortal? There is still a long way to go. To achieve enlightenment, it takes time. I am talking about the relationship between men and women here. Right now, you two are considered a couple, are not you? The story was heating up, and Little Lion groggily sat up, unable to hold back. Little Lion chimed in. Are you two childhood sweethearts or what? Did you ever have any romantic feelings? Innkeeper. The innkeeper handed over her phone. Is my relationship with junior brother not good enough? And at that moment, Meng Yu started to tease, hinting they could take it a step further. Isn't he being a Taoist all about having a partner? A partner's relationship is definitely closer than a senior-junior relationship. Right? The innkeeper asked. Aren't my ties with junior brother already the closest? Closer than senior and junior. Sisters may fight, but we do not. Meng Yu covered her mouth, laughing mischievously. Of course not. It seems like you two have not even kissed yet. Not the closest at all. The lion rested her chin on her hand, looking over. Innkeeper. You are just born to be a Taoist. She won't understand these things. But given the current situation, it seems Little Lion might be falling for him soon. The innkeeper asked again. Can you be more specific? Little Lion absent-mindedly lifted her glass. I can't really explain since I have never truly experienced it. It was just chaotic, and when feelings hit, they burned bright. Meng Yu could not help but get excited, her face betraying her eagerness. Little Lion took a sip and continued. For example, there were days I did not see King Lin and my emotions would go wild. After seeing him again, I would think all sorts of crazy things, and yet he just saw me as a nuisance. She slammed her glass down on the table, saying, in today's terms, if I could do it all over again. Pausing for a moment, Little Lion gathered her courage and shouted, I would definitely be bold enough to sleep with him. Meng Yu was fired up after hearing this, cheering her on. Senior, you are so fierce. The innkeeper listened in silence, then began tapping on her phone. She could not help but ask, Senior, have not you ever held a grudge against that person? Little Lion explained. The source of all my angst was just my frustration with myself. Why am I not human but end up possessed instead? It is only after discovering my feelings for Than Lam that I truly understand. Then, she tilts her head back and continues to drink. If you think you can resolve the deep-seated grudges in your heart this way, you must be dreaming. Meng Nugayat, scared, hides behind the bar and quickly explains. It is just that I feel like the senior has faced so many hardships. I wanted to cheer you up a bit. We were too abrupt. Xiao Lian shrugs it off, saying, let us just share a drink and talk about romance. Honestly, this is my first time drinking, and I feel so much lighter now. Meng Gayat smirks. Alright, let us keep the topic going. She eagerly looks at the barmaid. Do you like your junior? The barmaid, innocent and confused, quickly responds. I do. Meng Gayat pulls at her hair. Not that kind of like I mean. Have you ever thought about kissing him? Hearing this, the barmaid is suddenly taken aback, feeling her whole body heat up. The blush spreads across the young girl's face, and she falls silent for a long moment. Meng Gayat stares at her phone, wide-eyed. Here it is. She is about to get a crush. Xiao Lian chimes in. She has had a crush for ages. It is just that Xiao Hai seems a bit oblivious. The awkward atmosphere around the barmaid suddenly shatters as a loud yell from the drunk guy breaks through. I am going to be the greatest swordsman under the stars. He continues to lose control, yelling about spirit wine. Xiao Lian furrows her brows in doubt, thinking, this guy can't be like the last time. Can he? Xiao Lian immediately places a hand on the barmaid's shoulder. Sister. I have been around the block. She leans in seriously. You have to seize the moment while he is tipsy. Tonight's your chance. The barmaid looks intrigued. Seize the moment. Then all three quickly head into the room where Vijing Thung is still drunkenly sprawled on the bed. Xiao Lian playfully says, leave it to the big sis. Hurry. Call out to him. The barmaid whispers. Big sis. Xiao Lian bursts into laughter. The guy's face is flushed from the alcohol, mouth agape as if he has seen a ghost. His eyes are tightly shut, but he senses something unusual. Vingthing Thung slowly opens his eyes to find a pair of luscious lips right in front of him. But he wonders why he can't move. A gentle kiss lands on his cheek, and Vijing Thung is baffled. Sister. Wait. What? Turns out it is Manganga. She is kissing him to show the barmaid, then turns to her. This is the simplest way to kiss, just like how many places around the world do it. Inside, Vingthing feels like he is falling into an abyss, screaming in his thoughts. Why her? But at this moment, he chooses to pretend to be asleep, his face stiff with contemplation. Well, we are already this close, so a little touch from Maoguite is fine. Right after that, Colleen pushes the barmaid forward. It is your turn. Xiao Hai. Go on. Kiss him on the lips. Don't worry. I have used a binding spell on him. He won't bother us. Hearing this makes him chuckle bitterly inside. Sister. What have you done? At this moment, the barmaid is filled with determination. Her fists clench tightly. Vingthing thinks in his mind as they reach the climax. But as things heated up, Quan Haiyan began to climb onto the bed. Inside, his mind was screaming as she drew closer. Could it be that tonight? Just tonight. They might. Just as their lips were about to meet, a loud crash echoed through the room. Quan Haiyan froze, her heart racing, her ears buzzing with excitement. Meng Guite blushed as she spoke up. But is not this a bit awkward? The first kiss with a girl is a big deal. You know. Tiu Lian nodded. Yeah, totally gets it. With that, Helene stepped in, saying she was just here to give Taiyu Haiyan some tips for tonight. Remember what I said? Helene smiled over at Meng Guite. You really have more experience than I do in this sort of thing. Meng Guite turned crimson. Wait, a little shy. Helene laughed. Come on. It is just the three of us here. Tu Fi Ung is still in dreamland. You tell me first. How do women feel about men? And how do men feel about women? Meng Guite cleared her throat. What do men like about women? We need to pay attention. By midnight. Feeling exhausted, he sat up, his mind a jumble of thoughts. Frustration boiling over. Finally, the spell he was under wore off. He glanced around. But when he saw the three girls in disarray, he felt helpless. They were way too relaxed around him. Vingthing looked over at her, warmth spreading in his chest. Quan Haiyan was sleeping right next to him. Completely unguarded, Vingthing gazed at her, realizing that after drinking, his older sister had truly passed out. She was not waking up anytime soon. He could not help but feel a strange thrill as he saw Emma Nu Guite's revealing outfit. Shocking, he guessed that even Hevline had taught her a thing or two. With that thought, Vingthing smirked mischievously. If that is the case, he definitely needed to thank them all properly. Moments later, clothes flew everywhere. And what happened next? Nobody knew. As dawn broke, a loud scream shattered the silence. Tu Levin, now fully dressed, was blushing furiously. We have ruined Tiu Fiayi's innocence. Meng Guite felt overwhelmingly guilty, repeatedly banging her head against a post. It is my fault. My fault. My fault. Quan Haiyan, all wrapped up in her blanket, stared blankly at Vajing Thung. He was lying there, completely exposed, sleeping like a baby. Taiyu Lian lamented. Who did this? If it was Tiu Haiyan, then fine. But I am definitely guilty. Wong Guite cried out. It is definitely me. Ving Drewo Travung is way too handsome, and here I am, swooning. And I may have had a bit too much to drink. They were so caught up in their conversation that they did not even notice V Young Thing waking up to the ruckus. Tu Levin, ever the knight in shining armor, spoke up. It is. I will take the blame for this. It is not a big deal. I am not scared. Quan Haiyan decisively said. If it comes to it, I will confess to my junior brother that I was the one who came on to him. Hearing this, Vivthing Thung could not hold back his laughter, nearly rolling on the bed, while the three girls stared at him in confusion. Meanwhile, he was still rolling around, clutching his stomach in fits of laughter. The three girls were on fire, clearly miffed at being teased. He did not need to guess what would come next. A fierce battle was raging, and Wang Sheng had to face the storm all on his own. The next morning at Mount Wudang, Ying Long hurriedly stepped out with respect. as several Taoist friends approached from afar, apologizing for their lack of hospitality, while Wenji flashed a bright smile, waving them off. We just wanted to meet that senior who sells the fairy tales. But we are a bit anxious. Sichling chimed in. That senior is super approachable. Just like us young folks, no stiff vibes at all. After the greetings, Ying Long led everyone inside, cheerfully exclaiming, Wong shitty. Let us see who has arrived. As soon as they opened the door, the sight before Yang Long left him shocked and astonished. Wenzi felt the same, while Xichling could not help but let out an embarrassed squeal before covering her face and turning away. Over here, Sai Lion was casually munching on fruit, channeling her inner power to whip Wang Sheng with a vine. He was hanging upside down, drenched in sweat from the beating. Sai Lion coldly ignored him, recalling what her master used to say. The more handsome a man is, the more of a playboy he becomes. She shot him a frosty look, not expecting that even the little fluttering guy could be so cunning. Meng Yu tried to mediate. Sai Lion, why do not you ease up? Wang Dao's friends are watching. Meanwhile, Guang Xuan was pouring her energy into him, tears welling in her eyes. Big sister, I am worried. What if Shudi gets hurt and his Dao heart is shaken? Wang Sheng is going to get hurt. And people are still watching, seeing her sister so heartbroken. Xia Lion could not bear it any longer and stood up. She put on a fierce face to warn Wang Sheng. Remember this. If you dare bully Xiaoxuan again, I will make you pay. Inside, she was secretly chuckling with delight. Wang Sheng smiled bitterly. Senior, of course I would not bully my sister. That was just a joke. Please let me off the hook, he thought to himself, wanting to keep his Dao heart steady and his face thick. Just then, Sai Lion raised her hand. I will let you go this time. And the vine was quickly loosened. Wang Sheng landed lightly and respectfully said, Thank you, Senior. I will go tend to my friends now. Guangshuan dashed over with a jacket. Sichling cheerfully approached. Senior, I came to hang out with everyone. Xiaolian grinned. Great. Let us play our game. Forget those guys for now. After saying that, the girls moved to the side. Wang Sheng, drenched in sweat, made his way back to Yang Long and the others. Wenzi, who was usually quiet, could not help but chuckle at his predicament. Only Qinzhong remained unaffected, lying on the ground laughing uncontrollably. Wang Sheng, the number one on the local leaderboard, got turned upside down by a senior, a young prodigy from the great Daoist world of Dahua, and here he was, laughing so hard he could barely speak. Qinzhong wiped his tears, laughing loudly. What did you do? Wang Sheng. To get hung up like that? Wang Sheng felt a bit embarrassed and cleared his throat. It was just a little joke. When Z spoke up to break the awkward atmosphere. For the sake of your reputation, let us just pretend today did not happen. Just then, Ying Long suddenly gasped. Wait. Wang Sheng approached with a dangerous smile. Cow Master, can I borrow your phone for a moment? Ying Long broke into a sweat, stammering. I forgot mine. Huai Jing looked at him with a sly grin. Too late. A few minutes ago. The 2 steps we sent off have already been taken care of. Hearing this, the smile faded from Wang Sheng's face. Turning pale as sweat started to pour down. Right after that came a flood of comments. All for the sake of the Sect's security. Not letting their guards down. We really respect that. If the master is looking for more powerful practitioners, he might consider my senior sister. If Master Hein can handle it, I can share the load. Wang Sheng held back tears of frustration, thinking about his lifetime of reputation. This time, the Wang Sheng crew was heading back to the martial world. And today, some of the Zhou and Long clans, including Haoying, came to send them off. The crew from Huai Jing planned to say their goodbyes and head back to their mountains. Taking the chance to chat a bit, Huai Jing spoke up, saying that after this recent battle, the Yin-Yang sect would not be making any moves for a while. But their base in England was still gathering strength for a counter-offensive. Ying Long chimed in. If it were not for the government's orders, all the sects would probably be up on Mount Fuji admiring the cherry blossoms right now. But I think we should follow the government's steps, keeping things under control instead of being reactive. Yun Ji nodded in agreement, raising his cup to take a sip, adding that international relations are not just about grudges. We need a comprehensive approach. Qinzhong was munching on an apple, feeling excited. After all, heading to England for a fight definitely has my name written all over it. Once I am back in the mountains, I will go into seclusion to train hard, making sure I won't be the odd one out for Brother Shang. Wang Sheng awkwardly chuckled, saying, well, you have matured a lot lately by about 3%. Yin Long looked at him seriously, saying, for this trip, we might not have many chances to meet again. Wang Sheng smiled brightly, pointing out that they could not just sit in the mountains for 100 years. There would definitely be chances to meet again. Qinzhong sat quietly on the side, feeling down only 3%. Yunji then suggested, how about this? In a few months, the Daoist sect will need to go to England to deal with some rogue practitioners. As long as we are not in seclusion, we can go together. What do you think? When that time comes, we can gather together and fight those rogue practitioners. Wang Sheng and Yinglong seemed to agree. He continued, today we meet at Wudang, and tomorrow we will deal with the evil in England. What do you all think? Jing and Zhang did not object. The 5 of them were pumped, raising their cups and cheering loudly. Let us do it. The very next day, everything kicked off again. Meng Yu introduced him. Master Wong. This is the special accommodation arranged for the 3 of you. Wang Xing looked around happily, saying, great. Thank you. He excitedly soaked up the sunlight on the balcony, exclaiming, following senior high has really been a blessing. I feel like I've leveled up by at least 1 tier. With the heating system and all the protective measures in place, we have got it all. Most importantly, there is internet. Suddenly, his face went pale at that thought, and Wang Xing could not help but let out a sigh. Meng Yu whispered, we have set up parental control privileges, so Master Wang, you can cut off their internet anytime. He dejectedly asked, do you really think I would dare to cut off their internet? A moment later, the house was empty, and Wang Xing heard laughter. So he curiously went to check it out. Not knowing what he had seen, he hurriedly ran back inside, mumbling, don't he look? Do not look, do not look. In the distance, a small hot spring was bubbling away, creating a picturesque scene. Quan Hoyen and Sao Lion were soaking in it, while Meng Yu stood on the shore with a small telescope, saying cheerfully, looks like I win. I told you. Based on my understanding of Master Wang, there is no way he would spy on us. He Lin stood up and walked towards Quan Hien. All right. She really does have a personality just like Master Than Lam, with the body of a nimble fox. She slowly moved closer to Quan Hien. She lifted Quan Hien's chin and said, little Hien, make sure to hold your nose tight. To which Quan Hien let out a soft Meanwhile, Meng Guite felt a bit left out, touching her own chest and wondering why there was such a big difference. Right after that, He Lian set up a barrier, worried that Viding Thung might sneak a peek. Her sly voice rang out. I did not expect little Hien to be so well endowed. Comparing it to Tiung Guite and Guite, Meng Guite blushed and exclaimed, if you say any more, we are cutting ties. And of course, Ving Thing heard every bit of it. Ving Thing was talking to himself to distract his thoughts. Realizing it had been ages since he could meditate like this, he mentioned that his senior sister had been stuck at the peak of the Xu Line realm for a long time, and he wondered when she would finally break through. Before he could finish his thought, He Lian shouted, little Phi is about to break through, so get ready to guard. Ving Thing was still a bit dazed, thinking this could easily be discussed later. Soon after, he dashed out through the door, forming a golden core, knowing that danger was unavoidable no matter what. He had to protect this place so his senior sister could break through smoothly. With that thought, Ving Thing quickly flew far away. While standing guard, he could not help but wonder. It was strange. His master directly condensed the essence of heaven and earth before forming the golden core. From high above, Ving Thing looked down at the hot spring, pondering why his senior sister was advancing to the golden core, while the surrounding essence of heaven and earth remained undisturbed. Could it be that Ving Thing seemed to realize something, and his expression turned serious? According to his speculation, his senior sister wanted to take this opportunity to completely switch to the yin-yang, Tai Chi path. Then, based on the foundation of pure yang, she would use the secret yang techniques to form her golden core. And at that moment, Quan Hien had begun to gather her inner power. Ving Thing could not help but feel anxious. He quickly took out his phone. He thought, this is still dangerous. He needed to contact his master immediately. But the source of his worries was still at the hospital receiving treatment. Hearing Ving Thing recount the situation, his master could not help but question. Does little Hien want to follow the yin-yang path? Why did not this kid consult me? Well, let her try. If she fails, I will step in to help her. But it seemed that V Kong Thung still did not get his master's point. He quickly asked back, Master, could you explain that more clearly? His master was ready to clarify. The foundation of you all is the pure yang technique. If little Hien fails, you must immediately transfer your essence to her, giving her a chance to return to the pure yang technique. Ving Thung's gaze grew more resolute. He firmly replied, Yep. I understand. At the same time, He Lian leapt closer to him, saying, Hoen wants to pursue the Tai Chi path. I can't hold back. You need to protect her. She updated him on the situation, saying Meng Guite had returned to the villa. I will guard you all and 1T let anyone approach. Ving Thing held his sword, respectfully clasping his fists. Thank you, Senior. He quickly descended near Quan Hien, his mind racing. The two forces of yin and yang cannot harmonize. This time, his senior sister was indeed taking quite a risk. He then sat cross-legged beside her, silently resolving himself. But I have to protect my senior sister at all costs. Just thinking about it makes Wang Sheng relax a bit. He sits down across from the shop and reassures her. Don't worry. Senior sister, you are safe here. The shopkeeper is meditating with her eyes closed, but she still hears Wang Sheng's words and smiles softly. Feeling reassured. Time flies. And before they know it, night has fallen. But the shopkeeper still has not finished her task. Wang Sheng observes intently, his worries growing. For cultivators, if one fails to condense their core the first time, their chances of success drop significantly. First, it leaves a mental scar. And second, it can deplete one's strength and damage their foundation. He watches the shopkeeper as she concentrates, channeling her sword intent. But he can't shake off his worries. That is why Master entrusted this to me. If she fails to condense her core, I need to immediately transfer my true essence to her, so she can quickly solidify her golden core of the Divine Sun path. With that thought in mind, he keeps a close eye on her. The dualities of yin and yang surrounding the shopkeeper continue to glow. The process has not stopped. Watching the power radiate from her, Wang Sheng is taken aback, not expecting these two energies to swirl around her, almost making him lose his balance. His hand touches the sword, thoughts swirling in his mind. Yet the yin and yang energies are proving that she is on the right path. All they need is for the core to solidify, and once it does, she will be ready to face the tribulation and transform into a golden core, just as he is lost in thought. Suddenly, the shopkeeper raises her hand toward the sky. A pure, overwhelming power continuously radiates from her, making the shopkeeper look like a celestial being, her robes fluttering gracefully. Wang Sheng is momentarily stunned by this power, his eyes wide as he gasps in surprise. He can't help but stare, his mind racing. Does she feel that her core is ready to solidify? It is not just any golden core, it is a solid one. From the shopkeeper's body, a shadow separates from her and soars into the sky. Another pure silhouette emerges, resembling the shopkeeper's soul. Ascending gently, this version slowly opens her eyes. Her face no longer the innocent one of the shopkeeper, but rather sharp and defined. Wang Sheng watches in amazement, unable to hold back a loud gasp. The soul continues to rise, heading straight for the lightning in the sky. It seems the shopkeeper is getting closer to that lightning, her soul like a magnet drawn in. Wang Sheng watches every move closely, guessing, is this the core tribulation? The power surging from her leaves him momentarily speechless. Wang Sheng feels a wave of anxiety. Internally, he is screaming, this is not good. Right now, the shopkeeper's core is balanced, but if the tribulation disrupts that balance, her core could shatter at any moment. He struggles to keep his eyes open, observing the shopkeeper's soul while calculating his next move. At this moment, her soul is very close to the lightning above, and the tribulation is getting fiercer. Wang Sheng starts to tense up, gripping his sword tightly. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper in front of him is still channeling her energy, pouring strength into the yin and yang. The soul of the shopkeeper is now even closer to the lightning, her expression unchanged. At this point, her soul has completely merged with the path of the tribulation, and a brilliant light radiates out. After a while, her soul gradually descended in peace. Ving Thing sat there watching, too scared to speak, fearing she might go off the rails. Finally, her soul and body merged together. She floated above the water, but at this moment, she was still in a state of enlightenment. Ving Thing let out a quiet sigh of relief, startled but not in danger. He calculated that if he could get through the tribulation, his master could condense the golden core. Suddenly, he jolted. Looking at her, she was undergoing a strange transformation. A glowing circle appeared on her belly, and Ving Thung was surprised, thinking, wait, is that a pastry? He gazed at it, puzzled and guessing, is that the golden core? No way. Did she actually succeed in forming it? As soon as Ving Thung returned to Huicha Lin, he asked, did it work? He said, it worked. But senior, does the golden core have to be spherical? He Lin explained, the golden core of the Tao is just the essence of the universe, not fixed in form. Similar to the practices of Buddhism, where they do not even need to form a golden core. Knowing that there was nothing dangerous about her, he sighed. All right, I am off to share the good news with my master. Then I will keep an eye on my senior while she is in seclusion. He delivered the good news to Engan and T. Master, my senior succeeded, but her golden core is a big pastry with extreme yin and yang forms. He advised, do not worry. The golden core reflects the true Tao. A round pastry also carries the essence. As long as it is not a stick, there is nothing to stress about. At this point, he could not help but ask, stick? Nguyen inquired back, are you scared that when you form your core, it will turn into a sword? Ving Thing told himself. Master said not to worry. But how can I not, if my senior's golden core has issues? It could affect her entire future path in cultivation, impacting her later stages as an immortal. Well then, if this path is what my senior chose, I can say much more. If we really hit a snag, I will do my best to help her break through to the next level. while Quan Haowen is still in seclusion. He sat across from her, beginning to channel his inner power, hoping for her to rise. After a long while, Quan Haowen successfully overcame her tribulation. The only thing left was to attain enlightenment, and he had nothing to worry about, so he calmly entered seclusion too. Grasping the balance of yin and yang that his senior possessed elevated his understanding of the duality sword intent. And this lasted over 20 days before Ving Thung slowly opened his eyes. He Lin was thrilled. That is right. Anxia Hanhain. Just like that. After reaching enlightenment and leveling up, Quan Haowen's appearance changed slightly. She looked more ethereal and pure than before. Helian happily celebrated for her. Anxia Hanhain. With your golden core upgrade, you can now ride objects to fly. This white dragon artifact is my gift to you. It will look way better than just stepping on a sword or a dagger. Ving Thung stepped in to congratulate his senior sister on reaching the golden core stage. Now she has officially become a golden core cultivator. Quan Haowen stood with her hands on her hips, looking at him resolutely. She thought, she is a master. And soon I will be feasting and drinking well under her protection. Ving Thung cheerfully asked her. Senior sister, what do you want to eat today? And thanks to Helian for helping us. Let us whip up a celebratory feast. As soon as Quan Haowen heard the word food, her eyes sparkled, her face lighting up with joy. Meanwhile, Helian felt a surge of annoyance. Her expression darkened as she glared at Ving Thung. Then, Helian cracked her knuckles threateningly. You still dare to call me senior? You better watch it. He quickly understood the situation and corrected himself. He live in. Big sister. What do you want to eat? She suggested. I have knotted bamboo shoots in ages. Let us try making some. At that moment, Quan Haowen was also landing nearby. Excitedly, she grabbed her phone and started typing the menu. Spicy stir-fried choy sum, egg-filled pastries. Fried dough with egg and vegetable filling. Ginger stir-fried mushrooms with spare ribs. Spare ribs with fermented black bean sauce. Honey-glazed spare ribs. Fried radish with salted egg. Smoked meat with shiitake mushrooms. And fish soup with winter melon. So many dishes. Yet Ving Thung happily agreed, exclaiming, sounds great. Switching scenes to another location. The atmosphere here was extremely eerie. A flash of green light darted quickly, then shot straight into the house ahead. Instantly, a powerful aura was released, and within the purple mist, there seemed to be a silhouette of a person. This was the little underworld. Now back at Ving Thung's villa. It was already evening. He had just finished cooking, still wearing his apron, and with both hands full of utensils. He called out, Senior sister. Dinner's ready. Let us. A table overflowing with food was quickly set up. Ving Thung felt a wave of happiness wash over him, thinking how strange it was to feel like he was starting a family with his senior sister. He chuckled bitterly as he watched He Line, who was excitedly eyeing the feast. Laughing loudly, let us dig it. He could not help but glance at Efri Lion's outfit, and thought to himself, I heard she read some kind of romance manhwa. Is she playing dress up now? With that in mind, Ving Thung asked her. He live in. Big sister. Are you comfortable here? She replied casually. Much more relaxed than your little courtyard. People nowadays really know how to enjoy all kinds of TV shows and movies. Ving Thung fell silent. Glancing over at Quan Haowen, Helian looked at her and said, Little Haowen, remember to send me more next time. I have finished watching everything you sent. Ving Thung continued serving food, lost in thought. After a moment, Ving Thung asked again. He live in. Big sister. Have you figured out how to purify the demonic energy? Helian poured herself a glass of water and replied, As long as I do not use any spells or get angry, I want to attract demonic energy. I might just need to talk to Dao Tra Trong Than Lumram again. Perhaps my demonic nature will fade away. Hearing this, Ving Thung's mood turned serious, and he set down his chopsticks. Ving Thung said earnestly, Big sister, if you are starting to control your emotions, I will share all the information we have about Dao Tra Feng Than Lum with you. Immediately, her expression darkened. No longer the cheerful girl from before, her messy hair was quickly pulled back, shimmering like delicate white silk. The modest outfit was swapped for a revealing dress, and the enchanting aura of the fox returned swiftly. She looked at Wong Shang coldly and said, Speak. After confirming that Sister He Lion would not easily fall under the spell, he revealed the contents of the Elder's will, which included the difference in the flow of time on Earth versus the outside world, tales of celestial beings venturing forth, and the ensuing peril. Fortunately, aside from the initial shock, He Lion did not take long to regain her composure. Seeming to find it all rather unremarkable, Wong Shang anxiously asked, Sister, do you know about this? Contrary to his expectations, He Lion cheerfully responded, Of course. Which is why I am uncertain if I can find Master Ling to dispel the demonic energy, but once your cultivation can completely suppress mine, I won't have to worry so much, Guawan said. Looking at her with intensity, Wang Sheng pondered, feeling he might be overthinking things, But as that thought crossed his mind, he gaped at He Lion and exclaimed, "Come on. Let us drink." Quan Huan quickly raised her glass. "All right." He Lion was cheerful as if nothing had happened, hugging Quan Huan tightly and laughing. But a hot tear that she tried to hold back lingered at the corner of her eye. Wang Shang, not daring to expose her, could not help but feel a pang of sadness in his heart. "Sister, are you really okay?" Time passed gradually, and a month flew by. Quan Huan was still practicing her internal energy, while Xia Lion lay on the couch, fiddling with her phone. Suddenly, Wang Shang rushed in, breathless, shouting, "Sister! Big sister!" His eyes sparkled as he pointed to his phone. "Quick! Come look, my little sister, my own flesh and blood." He Lion looked at the adorable photo on the screen, exclaiming, "So cute. Totally different from someone I know." The three of them quickly joined a video call, and He Lion asked, "What is her name?" Wang Shang replied, "Wang Xia." He grinned widely at the baby on the screen. "Xiao Yao. I am your big brother." The two girls giggled along. His mood was as bright as spring, and he silently vowed to work even harder in his cultivation from that day forward. No matter how you slice it, being a brother who his sister can rely on is the bare minimum he expects from himself. As night fell, he began to reflect on everything. Speaking of which, it has been over a year since he moved into this villa, and his master had reached the mid-stage of Golden Core. Although his cultivation could not keep up, he had reached the peak of the Void Pill stage, and at that moment, he and Quan Huan were training together. According to what was said, it was his master's yin-yang great Tao that significantly boosted his cultivation speed. To prove this theory, the master had specially suggested they meditate together in one room. Quan Huan slowly opened her eyes and glanced at Wang Shang. Then, a gentle kiss landed softly on his cheek. Wang Shang opened his eyes wide, while Quan Huan quickly pulled back to her sitting position, realizing the situation. He blushed, looking at Quan Huan with a dazed expression. "Sister." He did not dare to meet her gaze directly, only offering a soft acknowledgement. Seizing the moment, he leaned closer to take her hand, his words stumbling out. "Sister." Suddenly, a loud noise crashed through the romantic air between them, causing him to jolt in surprise. Both of them turned their heads toward the source of the noise, feeling a sense of unease. In the windowless place, a brilliant beam of light shone down, and Wang Sheng gazed in that direction. Bingdu Mountain, a powerful surge of energy shooting straight from the ground to the sky. That night, Wang Sheng and the others gathered together, and he anxiously called Miao Yu. As soon as he dialed, she picked up, and Wang Sheng quickly got to the point what had happened there. Miao Yu reported the situation, saying that Bingdu Mountain had experienced an energy disturbance, and a major earthquake had occurred recently. "We are currently conducting rescue operations. Based on the situation, it has been confirmed that this energy is emanating from a female corpse buried underground." She continued, "Wang Daozong, you and the immortal maiden are with Dai right now. I will add you to the group shortly where we will share timely intel." Wang Sheng focused in, replying, "Got it. Contact me immediately if anything comes up." Mi Yu hung up right after her report. Immediately after, he looked at Sai Lion and said, "Day." And the others instinctively looked over. Sai Lion was drinking water, and upon hearing him call, she responded. Seeing his serious demeanor, she said nothing and silently turned away. Then, the fox girl blushed. What did the two of them want? Was he about to evolve from a mere beast? Wang Sheng was at a loss for words, trying to shake off the boredom. "Day, let us talk seriously." He then got straight to the point. "Day, you know a lot about the underworld. This information is crucial. If possible, I want to record a video myself." Sai Lian then disappeared in a flash, leaving behind only the words. Wait a moment. A little while later, there was finally some movement from Sai Lian's room upstairs. She stepped out dressed formally, her demeanor composed as she looked at the two of them. "All right, let us start filming. How do I look? Day, does this work?" Wang Sheng was speechless, while the others happily raised their thumbs, saying one word. Like. Wang Sheng then grabbed the camera and, following Sai Lian's lead, explained. The underworld we speak of is a realm of reincarnation. The day the heavenly court opens for the sinners is referred to as the little underworld, and exists in a different space. The only entrance is the Ghost Gate, located 300 feet underground. Sai Lian continued seriously in front of the camera. The Ghost Gate typically has thousands of ghost soldiers stationed, preventing cultivators from approaching. Of course, currently, the ghost soldiers have all followed the heavenly court on their mission, so there are no ghosts left. As for last night, if the third princess were to reincarnate, there would surely be auspicious signs, not bursts of energy. Suddenly, Wang Sheng's phone rang. He thought it was a message from Miao Yu. Seeing the text on the screen, Wang Sheng could not help but be startled, especially Kong Zuan, who was eating a pastry but was also shocked to the point of turning pale. Switching scenes to Bingdu Mountain. Miao Yu quickly called him to inform him. Wong Daozong. The portal suddenly appeared behind Bingdu Mountain. Are you at the mountain? Miu said. But nothing's there. However, anything living or dead that gets pulled inside will just vanish. Just like a traditional portal. Wang Xing quickly replied. Got it. I understand. Everyone was projecting images onto the TV when Miao Yu continued. I suggest that the team prepare for an operation to check it out. The technician was anxious, saying, sending someone in now is like sending them to their doom. Your group is still monitoring the situation. The doctor continued. We must assess the situation inside. And only with a response plan can we let the living in. The man beside him said, in a situation like this, sacrifice is unavoidable. Qi Ling remained calm in the face of this crisis. She looked over and asked, can the Kim Dan monk enter the kneeling gate? He replied nonchalantly. We are willing to give it a shot. If we do not go in and check, we want to be at ease. The professor chimed in. That sounds great. I suggest just a few of the Taoist masters go in. Little he then asked. Wait, Little Fiu, are you really not going over to help? Wang Sheng, still observing, added. The kneeling gate situation is definitely suspicious. Over there, on the surveillance monitor, 4 cultivators start to move inside. They stand before the mysterious door, observing for a moment. As it radiates a dense aura, the pull of it is so strong that it feels like it wants to swallow them whole, forcing the cultivators to stabilize themselves for quite a while. One of them shouts a signal, and the others quickly agree. All right, the white-haired monk then reached out, gradually approaching the door. As his finger made contact, it felt like he had touched a massive curtain of water, sending ripples through the air. And just like that, they all stepped into the depths of that hellish door. Wang Sheng, feeling a bit anxious, asked Yiling, can the Golden Core stage even enter the little underworld? She recounted that 1,000 years ago, soldiers could not reach the Kuai Gate with just the Golden Core. But now, as long as they were not too weak, they might withstand the pressure from the underworld's aura. Hearing this, he could not help but think. The Yin-Yang sect had been erratic for years, rising and falling in just 2 or 3 years. Now, with the Kui Gate appearing, there could be something even bigger happening behind it. He felt disappointed with himself. It seemed his memories from his past life were useless now. As he turned back to the monks, everyone cheered as they saw the 4 figures at the door. They are out. They are out. The white-haired monk laughed and announced. Inside is indeed the underworld, but they did not notice something strange behind them. Wang Sheng and the whole group suddenly sensed it. She, who was already afraid of ghosts, widened her eyes in shock. Finally, the monk noticed something was off. He jolted around, his instincts screaming, this is bad. What he feared even more was that he could not wield any spells from within his body. The door suddenly exhibited strange phenomena, and those golden lights made the 4 monks stagger. It seemed that after they entered, the inside had been stirred up, resulting in such anomalies. Wang Sheng could not help but ask a scion, what is that? She guessed. Maybe it is a remnant thought left by the minister of the Ki Gate, or perhaps a spirit from the Kui Gate. We should notify them. The current sect is still too weak. After a moment, He Lean's gaze wandered, her voice hesitating. However, just then, the mischievous Healy screamed, Little Haiwen Hein, are you scared of ghosts? What is there to be afraid of? The strength of a ghost cultivator is weaker than 70–80% compared to monks at the same level. A few moments later, at Wang Sheng's villa, the sky had darkened, but the lights inside were still on. Healy seriously stated, absolutely no reckless actions. Although the celestial immortals sealed that place when they left, the yin energy inside is too heavy, and it might have nurtured some incredibly powerful ghost. Wang Sheng questioned. Elder sister, did not you say there were no ghosts inside? Why is that now? Healy responded. The ancient demon's cave. The professor could not help but wonder about what this kid was. At that moment, Wang Sheng's phone suddenly rang. The professor, not understanding her words, asked back. Missy Hing. What did you mean by that? Healy explained. That ghostly enemy. Basically. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng was distracted by that call, wondering to himself, who's it? Why have not I seen this number before? Right after that, Viveng then quickly picked up the phone, and a familiar voice came from the other end. Hello, you. My junior. He recognized it immediately. Sister. You changed your number. Why did not you tell me? Thin Alam replied. I moved to another city after graduation, so I had to change my phone. Sorry about that. Ving Thing did not beat around the bush. Sister. Are you in some kind of trouble? Just let me know if there is anything I can do to help. At that moment, Thien Lama seemed to be in a complicated mood. She fell silent for a moment, as if struggling to find the right words. Soon after, Thin Lam spoke up. The Ghost Gate has appeared in Mao Mountain, and the government has started sending people to set up a base in the minor underworld. Currently, 27 people have entered the Ghost Gate, and are approaching the entrance to the Yellow Springs. Hearing this, he could not help but feel startled. His voice was slightly strained as he asked, "Senior, could it be? Is Iksu not coming back?" Hearing this, Thin Alum asked back in confusion. Thin Lam thought he was joking and laughed. "Am I an alien or something?" She continued, "Aren't you still at Mao Mountain?" Ving Thing replied, "I am still in seclusion. Have not made it over there yet." Their eyes exchanged silent glances. He quickly got to the point. "Senior, this should be confidential. How did you find out?" Thin Alam was quiet for a moment, then sighed as if deep in thought. After pausing, she asked him, "Yung Thang, have you ever heard of the Earth-concealed sect?" Hearing this, he quickly pressed the record button and turned up the speaker for everyone to hear. Ving Thing curiously asked, "Senior, are you saying you are a specialist from some hidden sect?" Divan Lam continued, "You could say that, but the Earth-concealed sect is not just any sect. They are descendants of immortals." Then she began recounting a story. When he hung up, Ving Thing quickly sent this information to Qi Long, who was surprised by the news from his senior. This Earth-concealed sect was established by the ancient immortal underworld, and they have been responsible for guarding the minor underworld all these years. He replied, "That is right. They possess treasures that can monitor the situation in the underworld, and even a sealing location on the Yellow Springs Road, which can be unsealed from afar. Then countless ghost soldiers will appear on the Yellow Springs Road, ready to take down the Taoist masters entering the underworld. And they have been responsible for guarding the minor underworld for years." Meanwhile, Qialong quickly proposed a solution. "I will notify the investigation team to avoid entering the Yellow Springs and send someone to contact your senior." After a brief pause, she continued, "As for other matters, we will decide after we get in touch with the Earth-concealed sect." Finally, after exchanging all the information, Ving Thing quickly closed his laptop. After a brief pause, she continued, "As for other matters, we will decide after we meet with the Earth-hidden sect." Finally, after finishing their discussion and passing on the information, Ving Thing quickly shut his laptop. He sighed warily, his mind racing. If the Earth-hidden sect is in the Great Flower Nation, finding them should not be too hard. The real trouble is how to deal with that female immortal, who has gone mad trying to find another way in the underworld. He recalled that the powerful Halayan sister could directly counter the weapon, launched with her semi-immortal strength. Ving Thing felt a bit drained. If a celestial being went insane, it could really turn the world upside down. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone rang again, a notification for a new message. It was from Quan Hyven, and it seemed like she wanted to tell him something important. Quan Hyven's message was that the senior immortal was left with only a flicker of her soul, and if she did not reincarnate, would she disappear? Is there anything we can do to help her? Ving Thing thought to himself, my senior sister thinks just like me, and here I am, just a cultivator stuck in the dance stage. Quickly typing out a response, he continued to think. If they wanted to help a celestial being reincarnate, he messaged Quan Hyven, saying that all living beings are born and also perish, and that the female celestial was gravely injured and likely nearing the end of her time. As he read this, Quan Hyven's expression turned somber. Ving Thing added, given our current abilities, all we can do is light some incense and pray for her. Reading the line about lighting incense and praying for her, Quan Hyven's eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed she had an idea. Acting on her thought, the two of them began to prepare the incense. Quan Hyven and Ving Thing knelt seriously, praying to the heavens for the female celestial being and wishing for her to reincarnate and not be swept away by evil. The smile on He Line's face stiffened as she secretly broke out in a sweat, thinking, are these two really serious? Soon after, the investigation team organized protection for their senior sister, but since she was not involved in cultivation, the clan did not put too much pressure on her. However, they also did not give her much of a voice. Right now, the only thing she could do was provide Vijung Thung and the others with some intel about the hidden electric sect. Sister Long quickly called V Thung, praising her clever senior sister. Sister Long knew that her senior sister intended to borrow their strength to reorganize the hidden electric sect, which currently believed itself to be the orthodox path of the immortal way, and that was quite dangerous. However, at this point, Sister Long hesitated for a moment. He continued, just now she mentioned you exactly 21 times, which is more than the hidden electric sect and her father combined. Vivling Thung could not help but break out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Sister Long teased, look at you, like a shadow by Little High inside. Even a branch of plum blossoms can reach out over the wall. Ving Thung replied anxiously, in my heart, my master is the only moon. She won't let go. What can I do when the night sky is filled with stars? Feeling helpless, he thought, if my master gets angry, then my teacher is nothing. Sister Long conferred with him, suggesting he reach out to her. She felt that she must have a solution. After all, being the descendant of a celestial being, if they could align the hidden electric sect with the righteous path, It would naturally be a good thing. On the other end of the line. He grimaced, circling back to his master. After gathering information from his master, he called his senior sister again. And perhaps because she had found a solution, her mood seemed to improve. Viveng Thung cheerfully asked, "What are your next plans, sister? Any ideas?" Thien Lam blushed and said, "Actually, I need you to help me with something. And I hope you won't be mad." "Okay." Vig Thing Thing turned to grab the cup of water from Quan Haiyan's hand and continued, "As a disciple of the Daoist sect, I value calmness and won't get angry." He happily took a sip, saying, "Brave girl. Go ahead and share your thoughts." On the other end of the line, Thien Lam quickly said, "How about you pretend to be my boyfriend and meet my dad? We can use the excuse of meeting the parents to try and convince him." Hearing this, his face went pale, almost like he could swallow the whole cup. Ving Thing coughed a few times to respond. The seniors looked skeptical, worried that her family would not believe them. He suggested, "How about I introduce you to a handsome guy? That way, saying you fell in love at first sight won't raise any eyebrows." Thea Lam, curious, asked, "Who's it? Send me some pics. I need to see if they need Photoshop." Immediately, he quickly messaged the group, his cultivation team. "Muasen Lu Van Tra. Can you help with a mission sometime?" He quickly replied, "Sure. Get ready for a trip. I just broke through and want to go out a bit." Hui Kin chimed in. "Let me finish this game before we talk. I just broke through too," he said. "Brother Yo Quff. The timing is not quite right yet." Changing topics. Seeing Ving Thing hesitate, Ventretti directly said, "Just say it. I will definitely help you out." He cut to the chase. "Send me some selfies. They have to be super good looking and cool." Hui Kun and Thin Trong were both taken aback. Thien Trong quickly said, "When did you change the type of guy you are into? No more celestial beauties for you." Hui Kun reminded him, "You are a disciple of Zio Mu. Remember the principle of Dazeng Buv Tretinong." Thien Trong rolled his eyes, saying, "If you need my selfies, I might as well not wear anything at all." Hui Kin quickly reminded him, "You also need to consider if Liu Zio Haiyan is willing. We can T-force this." He read the messages, sweating a bit, thinking, how are these two typing so fast? After a flurry of messages, Vifengvung said, "Li Vuheng, let us chat privately." Shortly after, he received a message with over 40 photos. Surprised, he thought, "Is this a model?" Hillian next to him excitedly exclaimed, "Oh wow, nice." He let out a sigh of relief. Who would have thought? There are different styles of beauty out there. But the fake boyfriend thing is sorted now. The next day, in some eastern city of Zai Ho Quff, dawn was breaking. The three were sitting together eating and chatting. Ian said, "Dia Lent. I have never heard of that name before." While licking her ice cream, she recounted, "I know there are a few bloodlines of celestial beings training in the mortal realm, but I did not expect they have been here all along." Ving Theng looked out the window, thinking, "I will find out soon enough, just wait and see." She continued, while licking her ice cream, "I know there are a few bloodlines of celestial beings training in the mortal realm, but I did not expect they have been here all along." Ving Theng gazed out the window, thinking, who would have guessed that Ta En Tong is hiding in Fun Ho City? Looking at the traffic passing by, he could not help but exclaim, "Wise ones hiding in the bustling city. That truly makes sense." As he was lost in thought, the cafe door swung open. A stunning couple walked in together. The tall, handsome guy next to the shy, graceful girl looked like a perfect pair. The moment Vithung saw them, he cheerfully raised his hand and shouted, "Senior Van and Chia." Thien Lam also smiled and happily looked at him. "Everyone's here now, right?" Van Chi blushed, raising her hand to look at Ving Thung, saying, "It seems that this is Van and Chi's first time doing this, and he can't hide his confusion. He fiddles with the way he is supposed to act, jumping, leaping, and using fancy words, but ends up getting all mixed up." Helian nods in approval, saying that this version of little Liu T is not any less impressive than his seniors. Vic Thing beams, saying that Zio Haiyan really attracts all the attention, and there is no one better suited. The two of them sit down at a private table, and next to them, Thien Lam orders a hot cup of coffee. He lowers his voice, asking if their senior sister has really thought through what she will say to her dad. Thien Lam chimes in, saying she will talk to him first. Later, do they want to join them? Vithung frets, asking if her dad is bringing a bodyguard. She guesses probably not, since this time it is under the pretense of meeting her boyfriend. While they are chatting, a slender hand taps his shoulder. Kwon Hyven raises her phone, saying that if conflict arises, they need to be ready to deal with her dad. Ving Dung then quickly covers the screen of Kwon Hyen's phone with his hand, whispering that if necessary, they can take action. But they should not hurt anyone else. The Enting is not about being a rogue cultivator. They have a duty to protect the realm. And they can ignore reason. Just as he finishes speaking, the door of l'anicap swings open again, and a man strides in. Thien Lam glances over and immediately stands up with Ven and Tre. Her father, the man with a kind face, smiles at her, saying,
"Hey,
kiddo, finally decided to come back and see your dad." He Lin gives a quick glance and assesses him, saying he is a decent-looking middle-aged man. Vevung Thung whispers for them to let the older generation talk first. Later, their mentor will pretend to be Liu Van Trie's elder when meeting him. Helian looks at Van Tri, smirking and thinking it is not good. Little Liu's acting is not great. How can she not fear being exposed? Vigthung grimaces, suggesting that the other side might misunderstand this as a tense situation. The father on this side, Thinalamus dad, chuckles, remarking that the handsome guy there is to blame for easily charming his sweet daughter. Ventre shyly responds, saying, "Uncle, you flatter me." At the same time, the Vingthing hears a notification in his ear that their group will arrive in 5 minutes. He feels satisfied, thinking their mentor is on the way. And once everyone arrives, things should go smoothly. Suddenly, a loud crash sounds, startling Ventre as he stands up. The man laughs, saying, "Whoa, whoa, why so careless?" He quickly closes, patting Ventron on the shoulder, saying there is a hand dryer in the bathroom, and that he will take him there to sort it out. Ventre internally groans, realizing his dad has locked down his spiritual energy. He feels frozen, and the man reassures him, saying, "Come on, do not be shy with your uncle. I will watch the door for you. Just dry off a bit and you will be fine." Thinon Lam urgently shouts. Vthing Thung must have sensed something was off, as he quickly draws his sword. Before leaving, he says to Helene, "Big Sis, I need a favor." She does not need to hear everything. She gets the gist and replies, "Go ahead. Just let me know if you need to step in. Taking down a golden core cultivator won't be a problem for us." At this moment, outside the bathroom, Ving Thing stands by, listening intently as an angry voice bellows from inside. "Who sent you to get close to my daughter?" The man huffs, raising his voice. "Do you really think I am not aware of the cultivators around here, Lu Vaintry?" Suddenly, a door creaks open from the outside, causing the man to pause slightly. He looked at Ving Thung as he entered and demanded, "Who are you?" Ving Thung respectfully introduced himself. "I am Ving Thing, a disciple of the Silent Master. Here to pay my respects to the sect leader." The man gritted his teeth, realizing who he was. "You. Thin Lam has mentioned you more than once. I have even had people digging up information about you. It seems like all your masters are tied to the government. Is this special investigation team targeting my sect?" Ving Thung calmly replied, "If your esteemed sect had not dealt with the progression cultivators and the little underworld, we would not have come to bother you. The Earth-hidden sect usually keeps to itself. But the sudden chaos at the Ghost Gate is a serious matter." Before he could finish, the man interrupted him with harsh words, filled with disdain. Venichi was left on the ground, and the man turned his attention to Virung Thung, declaring, "I will take you first. Have your master come and explain this." Maintaining his composure, Viving Thung proposed, "If you want to fight, how about this? If I am lucky enough to win just once against you, can we negotiate peacefully?" He stood tall, speaking clearly. The man scoffed at Ving Thung. "Don't kid yourself. Even if you manage to block 10 of my moves, I will concede. What do you say?" At this, Ving Thung's expression hardened. "Then I guess I will have to offend you," he quickly shouted, recalling what the fox spirit had instructed earlier. If he needed to withdraw, he should make a sound. The man stared blankly, momentarily unable to move, just staring at Vigrong Thung. At that moment, the Ving Thung's sword was pointing straight at the man's throat. "Don't think this is a game. My cultivation level is low. I can only seal you momentarily," he said, watching the man's reactions. "But do you think my sword can actually hurt you right now?" The man closed his eyes, accepting his fate. The young hero has shown his skills. I will concede. Though it is true you borrowed the strength of the Great Sister to control me. She is not only unaware of the Great Sister's abilities, in fact, he mistook my earlier display as my real strength. The Earth-hidden sect is really overestimating itself, underestimating the level of intelligence gathering. Meanwhile, Venetier is providing him with information, showing him the official website of the Alliance. Or maybe they think that by not participating in the struggle, they can just keep to themselves and live peacefully. Ving Thing pondered. But for a power, that is just way too overconfident. Suddenly, a voice called out, "You must be the Honorable Tham Sai. Right." He turned around in surprise. A woman stepped forward, introducing herself. "Hello. I'm Shilong." The man stood up. "No need for formalities. Chi Long. Let us get straight to the point. I can see you have grasped part of my intentions for coming here." Immediately, Chi Long sat down and asked, "We are primarily concerned with 2 issues. First, Is there any threat existing in the underworld? Second, can the Ghost Gate return to its original state? The judge was surprised, thinking she might ask if we could grasp the cycle of reincarnation. The group at the separate table fanned themselves with their hands to catch a breath. He recounted that the Hidden Realm sect was merely the descendants of the celestial beings from the underworld. What we could do was simply monitor the various locations in the underworld. The underworld contained a massive amount of sealed power, and there were definitely threats related to the secrets of the sect. Upon hearing this, Lang quickly set her cup down. She spoke up, saying that if the Ghost Gate could not manifest, it would be considered a secret of the Hidden Realm sect. However, with the Ghost Gate appearing at Mount Bundu, it could impact the stability of societal order. With that, Lang became serious, urging the sect leader to make a choice: cooperate with us or stand against us. Thien Lam advised his father, sharing intelligence is the foundation of cooperation. If it were not for the Ghost Gate, we would not even need this meeting, Dad. If anything from the Ghost Gate appears, we must take responsibility for knowing and not reporting. The judge began to explain that the underworld is actually a parallel world to the mortal realm, and the Ghost Gate is the intersection of the two worlds. Once the two worlds touch at Mount Bindu, the surrounding area will turn into a land of the dead. He added that within the 18 layers of hell, there are countless vengeful spirits and demons. At this point, his expression grew complex. The hundreds of cultivators who sought to seize the underworld over 1,000 years ago might not be completely dead. Lang seemed to understand the gravity of the situation and asked, "Can you elaborate?" The judge continued. Years ago, the heavenly and earthly energies were sealed, but to ensure the cycle of reincarnation continued, the celestial beings left some energy in the underworld. Those poor souls, unwilling to return to being ordinary humans, intended to force an attack on the underworld, which shows just how chaotic things were back then. The Hidden Realm sect bore the responsibility of protecting the underworld, yet they suffered heavy losses, only to find themselves bitten back by the barriers of the temples. Able to access the site to break the cycle of reincarnation, these cultivators eventually vanished, likely having willingly fallen into the 18 layers of hell, where the energy still remains. He continued, "Now perhaps you understand why we do not want to engage with the cultivation world, right?" Lang interjected, mentioning that back then, there were at least tens of thousands of cultivators remaining, and individual actions cannot represent the entire sect. She then asked, "But if the underworld has a way to allow celestial beings to reincarnate, what happened to that female celestial now?" The judge pondered. Pausing for a moment, he recalled the devastation she caused. It was as if she had nearly toppled the entire underworld. According to the judge, when the female celestial entered the underworld, the Hidden Realm sect felt a surge of energy. After she entered the reincarnation cycle of the underworld, the celestial energy within glowed brightly for several days. But a few days later, the celestial suddenly let out a long cry, then broke through the barriers of the 10 Yama kings. She then descended into the 18 layers of hell, turning the underworld into total chaos. The Hidden Realm sect originally intended to enter the underworld following the ancient path, to connect with the celestial being. But when the celestial suddenly erupted, the entire underworld was flooded with celestial energy, leading to continuous earthquakes around Mount Bundu. After that, the elder and Lang stood up to shake hands, signaling that he is now an ally of Fady. The elder continued, "I can invite the government and the Grandmaster into our clan, but it's not just my decision alone. I can't guarantee if I can convince the others. Plus..." Pausing briefly, Lang interjected, "If the clan master needs us to do anything to persuade the elders, just say the word." "Over here," Van Chi observed while lowering his voice. "Fai Inja. What do you think?" Ving Thung spoke up, sitting back and watching. Hearing Ving Thung say that, Van Chi could not help but wonder, "Are not you going to take action?" Ving Thung replied, "Whatever our capabilities. That is how it is. We just need to follow the organization's orders." Shortly after, Lang spoke up. "Fai Inja. Please let the two of them go again. We need to quickly resolve the issue at the Hell's Gate. Master will also gather with you." Ving Thing immediately stood up as soon as he heard, "Yep, Master." The image of Vikozio Trafung immediately became serious. Right after that, he excitedly said to Quan Hyan, "Senior sister, let us go say hello." And she quickly agreed. "Okay." While everyone was greeting each other, the elder smiled at him. "Today I have truly learned from the skills of Fianeng Zio Trafung. They are indeed divine, and the Earth's first title truly lives up to its reputation. If I had kids with even a fraction of your talent, I could have retired a long time ago." Thien Lam was stunned. Is Earth's first really that impressive? Van Chi proudly pointed at Quan Hyan. "This girl, who is currently ranked 21st on the heavenly list, has reached the golden elixir stage. But when she was at the refining stage, she could already face off against golden elixir practitioners. Suddenly being praised like that." Quan Hyan blushed instantly. "No way." The two of them, father and son, felt like they were struck by lightning. Thien Lam was startled. Is senior sister really that amazing? Her father could not help but marvel. Truly. Heroes emerge from the young. Suddenly, the elder stepped forward and patted Vijing Thung on the shoulder. You are quite the talented young man. He laughed heartily, not holding back his praise. Surpassing a whole realm with just one finger made me feel utterly inadequate. If it were not for that finger, I probably would not have directly agreed to collaborate with the investigation team. Ving Thung decided to confess. Actually, it was that silver-haired girl sitting with Vinabui. The beautiful young girl with stunning wisdom and a stunning silver mane is actually a fox spirit. She followed the Sect master back then, who was none other than the Dragon Master Engichi Thao Liam Feng, and the great intellect of the 3-in-1 Zen Master. You should know, this fox spirit exudes an impressive aura. And that finger move from Vian Bai Owi was merely a casual demonstration of a body-fixing technique from this esteemed elder. Ving Thing whispered. Avinabai has deceived me. Please do not blame her. The elder forced a smile, his face twitching with anger. This kid has potential. Soon after, the elder let out a breath and looked at him. Let us not talk about this anymore. Later I want Then Lam to take you to the clan grounds for a tour. Besides, I want to discuss some side matters with you outside. Ving Thing looked confused, unable to hold back a gasp. The two quickly went out to meet privately. Thong spoke up. Please, elder. Go ahead. He slowly lit a cigarette and said to him. Fai Inja. It is about some matters lying there. Thian Lam is quite resistant to cultivation. I hope you can persuade her for me. The elder's face was now very serious. Completely different from when he met Thian Lam. Wang Xing continued. Senior, if the older sister has made her choice, I think you should respect her. He raised his eyebrows. Are you saying that she should only live to be 60 or 70? Well. He paused, cutting himself off. The older sister is an adult and has the right to choose her own way of life since she was young. The older sister has been in a special environment, but still has not followed the path of cultivation. There must be a reason for that. Meanwhile, Qian Lin was happily chatting with the two comedians. After a moment, he continued. Besides, if this knot in her heart is not resolved, even if she practices, it might be really tough. Wang Sheng respectfully looked at him. Cultivation requires virtue first, then the heart. And finally, the law. You probably understand this better than I do. If there is nothing else, I will head back first. He did not wait for a response. Turning and leaving, while the old man quietly stood behind, he chuckled, scratching his head, talking to himself. This kid just schooled me. I was going to gift him some magical artifacts. Why is he rushing off like that? Wang Sheng naturally overheard and could not help but sweat. Internally screaming, was I trying too hard to show off? Why did not you say something sooner? Is it too late to turn back now? Meanwhile, everyone had quickly gathered and was on the bus. Yanzi spoke up. Xiao Sheng, what should we do next? You do not need me to teach you anymore. Right. He was taken aback. How about you just keep teaching your disciple? He glanced at Wang Sheng and said. Do I really need to teach you this? How did you deal with those islanders last time? Just do it the same way again. Wang Sheng scratched his head. That was the hidden sect's business. Not a dark history of ours. Let us just keep talking about beautiful principles. Then he turned to Qian Lin, leaned over, and whispered, in front of the older sister. Master, let us not talk too much. The old man mischievously winked. Borrowing magical treasures from them is already a bit tricky. Considering we have changed the rules, let us just go all out. If anything happens, I will take the blame, Wang Xing said. Sweating. Yep. Master. At that moment, Qian Lin's phone suddenly rang, and she looked confused, not knowing who was texting her. After checking her phone, Glyn said. Don't you worry. Master Yanzi, Dad has managed to convince our family's elders for now. We will discuss the specifics once we get there. Wang Xing felt relieved. After all, Uncle Shen is the head of a clan, so stabilizing those elders should not be a problem. He looked out the window and thought. Next, we need to see how the master and the other Daoists are doing. As he admired the rural scenery, Wang Xing could not help but be amazed. Who would be thought that a hidden sect with a 1,000-year legacy would be hiding in such a humble village? As the vehicle drove deeper in, Wang Sheng felt that the hidden sect indeed had its unique charm. Just moments later, the bus carrying everyone came to a halt. This place is the service center for Fudu village, and everyone had already gathered outside. Shen stepped forward, welcoming everyone, but everyone else looked tense. He smiled brightly at everyone, saying, "Thank you for waiting." Wang Sheng stepped off and quickly scanned the group. 6 golden core practitioners and over 10 at the peak of the void refinement stage. I wonder if the older sister was right about the hidden sect being a bit too ambitious. The younger generation's talents are evenly matched, which really gives them an edge in cultivation. Shen has already invited us, so let us not linger here. Let us go inside for some tea. Lu Thing Thung scanned the room, thinking to himself, with this level of power, 2 years ago they might have been treated with caution by the government. But now they were completely outmatched by the Dao sect. And just like that, everyone quickly moved inside together. The servants soon brought in drinks, all steaming hot, in the room. There were several servants in ceremonial attire. Enro. The M laughed heartily, busy and unable to properly host. The guests politely responded. You are too kind. The Mem Cyan took a sip of tea and continued. Let us get straight to the point, and talk about the matters of the underworld. We have a few elders who have always disagreed. Let us hear their opinions first. He turned to the elder beside him. Elder 2, please speak first. Elder 2 continued. I believe there are 3 major issues with cooperating with the government. He began rambling on. Our sect is the successor of the immortals. And this guy is like this, while the Dao sect is like that. Ving Thing Thung held his teacup, lost in thought. In times like this, it was best to leave the arguments to the strongest debater, like his master. After a while, he still had not stopped, talking about reincarnation in the underworld and all sorts of things. Suddenly, a voice whispered in Ving Thung's ear. Don't he drink? It is poisoned. Helian casually glanced over. The body-destroying powder, colorless and tasteless, can obliterate the original spirit of a person. It has harmed many cultivators in the past. Ving Thung communicated back. Can the big sister neutralize this poison? She replied. It is not too complicated. And besides, they did not drink much. Just a little reminder should be enough. Ving Thung could not help but be surprised. Was all the tea poisoned? But looking at the Sham family, he speculated that if it was all poisoned, then the people across from them had probably drunk more. They likely were not the ones who poisoned it. Helian seemed a bit anxious, scratching her cheek. It is good thing I came along today. Otherwise, Arxian Zine would definitely be in trouble. Vithung quickly interjected. Big sister, can you help me with something? Helian promptly replied, considering how well-behaved you usually are. No problem. I have locked this place down. Anyone who tries to leave the village will be tracked by me. Meanwhile, while they are talking, I am aware of what Elder 2 is worried about. Actually, the government's stance is. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, as Vidlung Thung pretended to stumble and fell to the ground, pointing at his rolling cup and exclaimed. This tea, it is poisoned. Tian's face hardened at this moment. As he could not comprehend what was happening, it appeared that he was clueless. Right after, Lian Fine Trong stood up. How could it be? But before he could finish his sentence, someone beside him exploded in rage. The anger of the speaker began to boil over, shaking the very tiles beneath them. His furious outburst startled Tian, the M-sect leader. My disciple has gotten into trouble today. The speaker clenched his teeth in anger, declaring, I want to let this go with the Ziha N-sect. Immediately, Vigthung broke into a sweat, foaming at the mouth. Collapsing unconscious, Quan Hyun quickly rushed over to support him. The Grand Elder of the Sword Sect worriedly approached. What is wrong with him? And immediately sealed off the area, preventing anyone from leaving. One of them angrily rolled up his sleeves and shouted. The Liha N-sect wants to cause trouble. They must be tired of living. Venanchichi continued checking his inner energy and discovered. This is the ancient poison that destroys the spirit. Do Yuia N-sect want to keep us all here? Facing the excitement of everyone in the room, Tian lowered his voice. Elders, this is definitely a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. He then picked up the cup for inspection. He glanced suspiciously at the 2 elders. Uncle, why would the sect leader think we poisoned anyone? How could I do something so vile? Immediately, Tian ordered. Quick, everyone check your cups for poison. Anyone who drank, hurry and detox. Quan Hein was worried for him, glaring at the group with a fierce look. Then, the Ving Thing raised his hand weakly. Looking at Quan Hein, he whispered. Thank you, senior sister, for detoxing me. I am okay now. Ving Thing smiled happily, thinking how he could not bear to be away from senior sister. But if he kept acting, he might blow his cover. Seeing he was fine, she could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Quan Haiyan glared at him. You scared me to death. Your acting was too over the top. You really tricked this nasty piece of work. Are you really okay? Yununti quickly approached Fog Thung, concern etched on his face. Me see, he asked. Puzzled, this poison is extremely lethal. How did you detect it? Little Thung, Ving Thing recounted his story to his master. He live in. Yingwenti quickly stepped forward, thanking the senior for saving their lives. And He Lian coolly replied, no need for formalities. I could not let little Haiyan get into trouble. Right after, he turned to Tian. Sect leader, keep everyone here in place while we check for poison. He then reported. Senior Sayit. Senior T, keep watch in the air. If you see anyone trying to escape, capture them, no matter the cost. The 2 elders stepped forward. Master Bivne, could you give our sect a little time? He insisted, If we do not catch the poisoner, I will take full responsibility for the incident. Goonie agreed with a serious expression. All right. But you have 20 minutes. He then grabbed his phone and urgently called Ember Wong Guite from the investigation team. Mo Guite quickly replied, reinforcements will arrive in 2 minutes. If Master Baeking Khan can break through the encirclement, he should do so immediately. We can blow up the area outside the village in 30 seconds to apply pressure. Ving Thing sighed. No need for reinforcements or explosions. For now, we are fine. Quan Hein winked subtly at him. Is this the backup Senior Nying prepared for Master? Ving Thing beamed. Of course. Just then, everyone started reporting, suspecting a third party was secretly poisoning them. Fortunately, we caught the issue in time, and we are deploying drones to scan the area. If anything suspicious pops up, report to us immediately. Helian fiddled with her phone. 30 miles southwest. Nia Fingvent, Nam Kim. It seems to be the same group from last time. Hearing this, Ying and T's face turned angry. Have you guys allied with the Jami Dang sect? Someone from their side spoke up. How could we? We know the Jamdung sect is not good. Why would we partner with them? Tifayan. Tingalin stopped his family members. This is not the time for bickering. He quickly turned and said, Uncle, Aunt, stay here and find out who poisoned us. Everyone else, follow me. The Dromeeting sect wants to harm us. We can't just sit back, Tianlin said. I am going along with the others. Those evil spirits are no joke. Ving Thun gazed out, deep in thought. The Yin-Yang sect really is full of restless souls. If it were not for our senior sister, I fear we and the hidden sect would be stuck here for good. Outside, everyone was shouting, demanding everyone hand over their phones for checks. Anyone with outside contact was a spy. It was a chaotic and stormy day for the hidden sect. And suddenly the skies darkened, but they still had not found the mole. And at the same time, a huge argument broke out. Is it really that men are in such a low position these days? I am asking you to take care of the kids for him. You treat me like this again. I can forgive your betrayal of our love. Let us get a divorce then. Is this how you treat our marriage? The three of them, including Ving Thung, stood frozen, realizing they had just exposed several affairs. You laughed and explained to Mu Gai that those people had messed up a few things. Look, one husband and one wife. This era does not seem so bad after all. Helian's sad figure made her scoff at herself. Once, she even thought about becoming a concubine for Master Than Lam. And now she really was underestimating herself. Her emotions quickly stabilized. Helian looked at Quan Hein and boldly asked, Little Hein, how do you feel seeing this? Quan Hein fell silent. His face as red as a tomato. She turned to Ving Thung and said, Don't be scared. In the face of this strange behavior, Ving Thung could not help but sweat, his heart screaming. Senior sister, his face went pale. What does this mean? Are you telling me to be brave and chase girls? Or are you going to knock me out? Immediately, he shifted his focus and looked at He-Line. Big sister, let us not talk about this anymore. What is the situation with my master? Don't worry. I am right here at school. Those deep-rooted guys can I escape. Suddenly, Eveline's gaze froze. She quietly closed her eyes, murmuring, It is. The fight has started. Lu Ving Thung looked at her, feeling anxious. Big sister, what is going on? You were flustered, observing Kun Hein's expression, your mind racing. Although the master went over, if the opponent fought back desperately, it would definitely create a significant mess. Vithing Thung was sweating, constantly thinking, what if the hidden sect and the yin-yang sect had been secretly collaborating all along? Then, at that moment, your eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, Helene excitedly exclaimed, The rookies fight so spectacularly. Seeing you pass out, she corrected herself. The masters are fighting so spectacularly. And just like that, Helene took on the role of the commentator. She narrated everything she saw with clarity and coherence. According to Heveling, after being struck by the speaker, they were now starting to fight back. Ving Thing looked at Quan Hein. Senior sister, usually letting big sister play those fighting games is not good for her mental state. She nodded vigorously. Helene continued her commentator duties. And at this point, the speaker had successfully suppressed the enemy. She looked over directly. The opponent had escaped her spiritual sight. Everyone held their breath. Ving Theng frowned, staring at her. He live in. What is wrong with you guys? You anxiously asked. Big sister. Can't you find the enemy as signal anymore? Elian calmly replied. That is right. Two of them used the Earth Veen translocation technique to run away, but my master caught one. Uncle Ba stepped forward respectfully. If it were not for Elder E, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thanks a lot for the help, but Helene was cold, saying there was nothing to worry about. She disdainfully asked Wang Sheng why these so-called high-level hidden world practitioners always had to say thank you. He awkwardly smiled and replied, Maybe they just can't figure out how to express their gratitude properly. Thanks to the crowd working together, they quickly captured an elder and the poisoner from the Yin-Yang sect. Just as mentioned earlier, if it were not for He Lion, the enemy's plan would have succeeded this time. The interrogation would officially begin only after the special investigation team arrived. But thankfully, this operation of the Yin-Yang sect had pushed the Earth-hidden sect closer to the government. During the meeting, everyone was extremely agitated. Who would have thought that while we intended to practice in secret, trouble would come knocking at our door? The two elders spoke up, urging to let go of events that happened over 1,000 years ago. Many things needed to be revealed now. Another voice chimed in. That is right. We are in a different era now. Enduring does not mean anything anymore. The source sitting next to them could not help but frown as night quickly approached. The cold air set in, making the dry leaves rustle. Wong Shang and his group walked down the road, with Qianlin speaking up first. Maybe the issue could be resolved smoothly. I really do not know how to thank everyone, Wong Shang continued. But no need for thanks. There might be conflict later. He looked at Qianlin and added. After all, we mainly came this time to borrow a treasure from your side for research. Seeing Qianlin walking ahead, he could not help but ask. Senior, do not you want to cultivate anymore? She hummed in response. Qianlin then turned around and said, I feel very happy with my life right now. Besides, starting from now, I do not need to worry about family matters. I can focus on being a rich kid's office worker, find a trustworthy husband, and have a child. He Lian suddenly stepped in, cutting her off, saying that even if she wanted peace, her looks would not allow it. Her future life would definitely face many dangerous situations, so she still needed to be cautious. Wong Shang and the others quickly chimed in. Senior, do not mind it. Big sister is just looking out for you. Internally, he secretly guessed that He Lion did not seem to like Qianlin very much. Upon hearing this, Qianlin did not say anything further. She quietly looked at He Lion and replied. All right. At that moment, Sister Huli had already turned away, switching scenes to the Shen family home. Everyone was currently gathered there. A familiar voice rang out. Elder Shen. The artifacts related to the underworld left by our ancestors are all here. Elder Shen explained the mural and the wall painting, saying, we can monitor the underworld situation based on this painting. However, when these two flags are combined with a secret technique, they can command ghost soldiers. He Lian curiously asked. Is the image in the painting of the underworld really that large outside the wall? The person beside Elder Shen happily explained. Underneath that wall is the entrance to the 18 levels of hell, which is structured like an inverted tower. He Lian let out a sigh, glancing at the Shen group and asked. Come on. Are you all blind or just pretending to be clueless? After that, she looked at the painting and said, a small black dot has appeared on it. It seems like something has been released from hell. Hearing this, Shen Tuan could not help but be startled, his demeanor becoming more urgent. This is bad. As he spoke, fear crept over him. Indeed, there were still demons lurking in hell. We need to hurry over there. Everyone here is sweating bullets. At night, on Mount Bavu, the thick foliage casts an eerie darkness that sends chills down one's spine. At the gateway to the underworld, a frantic voice rang out, reporting that another disturbance had erupted in the nether realm, with minor earthquakes occurring nearby. Helicopters hovered above, and those on the ground continued to relay updates. A massive wave of demons from the 18th layer of hell was gathering, heading towards the gates of the underworld. All team members prepare. Non-combat personnel need to retreat immediately. Inside the helicopter, everyone was on edge. The source relayed urgently. Boss Shen. The demons are likely targeting the gates of the underworld. So I stood up, determined. Then I must release the demon troops right away. The source quickly reassured. No need to rush. Based on the energy signals, these demons are only equivalent to low-level cultivators. If we can use our firepower now, let us hold off on the demon troops for the time being. Quan Hoen sat nervously, terrified of these dark forces. Wang Xing quickly comforted her. Don't be scared. Senior sister, those are just monsters. Quan Hoen instinctively nodded. The source chuckled. Don't underestimate the strength of the great Ho nation. Let us assess the situation first. Sui added. You are right. Let us wait here. Hai Lion patted her back encouragingly. You do not need to stress. With so many cultivators around, they might not even need you to fight. The source glanced over, worried about Quan Haiyan. After a moment, he smiled and added, you do not need to come to Mount Daocho for now. Don't worry. Master can handle this. Wang Xing made an effort to reassure her. Senior sister, there is no need to be afraid. Quan Hoyan tightly shut her eyes and shook her head. Suddenly, a warm hand gently took hold of Quan Hoyan's, catching her by surprise. His face radiated sincerity as he looked into her eyes and softly reassured. You are safe here. In response, Quan Hoyan gripped his hand tightly, quickly regaining her composure. At that moment, her face was set with determination. Perhaps this was the strength of love. Suddenly, her gaze wavered, as if Quan Hoyan sensed something. She quickly stood up, And Wang Xing asked anxiously. Senior sister, what is wrong? Quan Hoyan immediately pulled out her phone and began typing furiously on the screen. Then she quickly showed it to Wang Xing. The message read, she is looking for me. She needs help. Wang Xing asked in confusion. Is it that fairy? The source spoke up worriedly. Quan Hoyan. Did the fairy specify what she needed? Is she just calling you for help? Is there something catastrophic going on? Wang Xing continued. And just as he spoke, a massive force slammed down onto the little house below from the sky. The scene shifted to a simple room, where a coat hung on the wall, looking incredibly modest. Thien Lam sat on the floor, looking utterly alone. Her body hunched as she hugged herself tightly. Thoughts swirled in Thien Lam's mind as she wondered. Did you really? Just then, Thien Bei entered softly. Young master. It is getting late. You should get some rest. Do not stay up if you are feeling weak. Thien Lam smiled politely and said. Thank you, Auntie. I will wait for more news. At that moment, Thien Lam's phone rang loudly with an incoming message. She opened it to check, her face blank as she stared at the screen. At the entrance to the underworld, both she and Thien Bei looked together, the phone's light illuminating her dazed expression. Thien Lam looked at the group of demons causing chaos and told herself, Is it begun? On this side. A loud voice commanded, Fire. And immediately, a massive explosion erupted at the gates of the underworld. The commanding voice continued to echo, initiating firepower to suppress the entrance to the underworld. And at this moment, smoke and flames filled the air. Fighter jets took position, and 2 bombs were dropped. And just like that, a thunderous explosion erupted, resembling a natural disaster, the ground shaking violently. The scene around them was engulfed in a sea of fire. Auntie 30 remarked without hesitation. Those bombs are incredible. Thien Lam replied. Modern weapons can destroy the entire ecosystem of the Earth. This place definitely has its uses. Back with the demons. Urgent notifications rang out. Units. Pay attention. The second wave of evil has exited the underworld. Standard munitions are ineffective against them. Please proceed with regular bombings. I repeat. Proceed with regular bombings. Shortly after, a report came through. The 6th round of regular bombings has been completed. The smoke covered the sky, and everyone was assessing the explosion results, with enemy casualties counting at 1642, Type 2370, and Type 30 transitioning to a secret base. The crew was at the temporary command center on Mount Bundu. One of them spoke up. The conventional bombs have gone through 1 round of testing, but the Type 3 targets are still not eliminated. Another rushed to respond. I suggest we initiate tests with other standard weapons. The professor interjected. I oppose that. The nuclear energy is too immense. It could potentially accelerate the underworld into facing the pressure of the surrounding space. Chilang's face grew serious. The latest update. The female fairy who escaped in the underworld has contacted the immortal. She is asking for our assistance. Upon hearing this, the professor was taken aback. What? Number 001 has reached out to us. Do we have more information? Chilang shook her head. Continuing. Just a simple message asking for help. And her tone was urgent. Right now. We need to quickly deal with the demons outside, and get the monks into the inner realm. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she prepared to test a small amount of nuclear materially against the entrance to the underworld. Clear a path for them. At that moment, bombs roared through the sky, and the demons grew even stronger as the weapons unleashed were more powerful. Meanwhile, the helicopters of the team quickly approached the target. Tien stepped out to observe, noting that 90% of the demons gathered at the entrance to the underworld had been eliminated. The strength of the Great Huo government truly was remarkable. At this point, countless large and small craters had appeared at the gates of the underworld, caused by the bombs. Inguni was constantly worried. Clearly the government was cautious about triggering a chain reaction, which is why they were limiting the power of the nuclear bombs. While the damage radius could cover the demons, it probably would not be enough to inflict serious harm. Elian asked curiously, why did not you use this against me back then? Little fairy. Vthung scratched his face. Because when this type of weapon detonates, it affects the surrounding environment, especially right after you just emerge. Just a moment. You keep talking. There are several nuclear warheads with even more power waiting nearby. Hearing this, Helian quickly imagined it and could not help but shudder. Vthung curiously asked her, do you think the hidden weapons and the ghostly energy from the underworld will affect EAAT? Helian replied, Yep. It will have an effect, but as long as we do not use too much force, we can maintain relative stability. Vthung advised. ZIT. You are actually the one most capable of helping that fairy. We will have to see the situation later. If we can avoid taking action. We should. Aline tilted her head and said nonchalantly. Got it. You are even more chatty than Lum Dao Trafeng. With that, she quickly transformed since Ihao Trafeng Than had returned. Aline instructed him to adjust his breathing and stabilize his mindset first. if the investigation team comes to check the situation. That'll be enough. At the same time, Ving Thing turned to Quan Haoyan and said, "Senior sister." She looked at him gently and simply responded, "It is up to you." The smile on his face froze, and Ving Thing watched her reply. Okay, he could not help but sigh, secretly lamenting that with his low cultivation, he could only play the role of a manager. But no matter what, he was doing it for his senior sister. So he would just do it. Quan Haoyan then sat quietly, closing her eyes to stabilize her inner energy. Ving Thing gazed at her calm and stunningly beautiful face, unable to help but be mesmerized. His face turned as red as a tomato as he joyfully thought, once the issue with the Kuomen Quan is resolved, I definitely have to find a chance to at least flirt with senior sister. Even if it is just a little, he silently vowed, no matter what, even if senior sister rejects me, it is time for me to take this step. Remembering Quan Haoyan's face, Ving Thing told himself, dragging this out forever is not the behavior of a man. But then, he worried again. What if senior sister really rejects me tomorrow? No way. There is no reason for her to reject me. Right. I just feel like I am setting my sights too high or something. About half an hour later, your helicopter quickly landed. After arriving at Mao Mountain, it did not take long for everyone to finalize the list of people heading to the underworld. Tridalong spoke up. We all know the specifics of the situation. And now I will announce the action team. Quan Haoyan was on the list. This was a given. She mentally hypnotized herself, telling herself she was not scared. Thone Ding Ding Ting Quad effectively counters ghostly energy. So of course, Master Nu was also on the list. The two elders from Li Han and Tong, who were equally powerful and could mobilize ghost soldiers, had to go as well. Additionally, there was the combat preparation team and the Golden Elixir Grandmasters from various sects. But surprisingly, among the 20 people, there was no mention of a minor AH sign, which is Wudang Thung himself, and this left him feeling hurt. The Ving Thing asked in disbelief, Helian Senpai can't go either. I hope Nguai can explain. Based on our comprehensive consideration, it is better for Helian Senpai to avoid contact with ghostly energy and dark forces as much as possible. After a pause, Ving Thing hesitantly looked at Quan Haoyan, but then he turned to Quan Haoyan. Senior sister, you are trying to muster the courage to reassure me. Right. It is. Nguyen T, sensing his worry, laughed and said, Little Thung, do not worry about Little Haoyan. Do you think my cultivation is fake? You still can't be at ease. Master, your disciple can help a bit too. He patted his apprentice on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. I know you want to help us. But then his expression turned serious. Just remember, this is not a stroll through the underworld. Even this task alone will drain a lot of your essence. Moreover, the malevolent energy around the underworld is denser now. Just defending against it requires a massive amount of mental strength. You grit your teeth, countless thoughts swirling in your head. If only I were at the Golden Core stage, along with a top-tier flying sword. The government would definitely be begging me to step in if the master can't even protect his senior sister. It would only cause more trouble. But their goal this time is to help that female corpse. If she has lost her mind. Thinking about this, Wong Sheng looked distressed and exclaimed. But master, based on our deductions, is not that female corpse likely to be under the 18th layer of hell? Could this be her subconscious plea for help when she can no longer hold on? Maybe she is. Seeing his disciples panic, the master shouted. Wang Sheng. Those words seemed to strike a chord with Wang Sheng, and he quickly fell silent. The master placed a hand on his shoulder and lowered his voice. Your mind is in chaos. If we can't prevent the influence of the little underworld on the human realm, do you even realize the disaster that could bring right now? What you need to do is wait here. This world won't to stop just because someone is missing, even if it is just one more person. It still won't change anything. How many times have I told you this? You still can't be at ease. But master, the master interjected. It is. I have already made a calculation. And it is not dangerous. Then he turned to leave but called back. Plus, we have our own firepower. Seriously. If things get rough, we can just use a few nuclear bombs to flatten hell. Alright. I am off to gather the others. Stay put and do not wander around. Understand. A delicate hand stepped forward, gently gripping his. Quan Haoyan stepped forward, trying to reassure Wang Sheng. And finally, his mood began to stabilize. Wang Sheng quickly declared, Your disciple is here, waiting for master to return victorious. Then, he handed Quan Haoyan the sword, instructing, Sister, make sure to warm up the frostblade for the sister. She replied, Got it, while Helian sat there yawning, watching the two of them. Bemused, he continued, Sister, do not forget to use the talisman from the heavenly offering and the Liu Wenji if you encounter any trouble. Quan Haoyan responded. I know, Wang Sheng added. Sister, definitely do not try to act tough. Stick with master and listen to him. Don't take risks on your own. Here, take this top-tier flying sword. Suddenly, a light figure swooped in beside him. Quan Hoyan embraced Wang Sheng tightly, her face glowing with warmth and peace. Her action made Wang Sheng feel more at ease, and his expression softened a bit. Wang Sheng's warm hand quickly reached out, pulling Quan Hoyan close, terrified of losing her. Suddenly, a gentle light carrying Quan Hoyan's aura enveloped Wang Sheng. Memories began to flash before him like a slow-motion film. The first time he bowed to his master and saw her, pure as a dream. That gaze he felt he could never forget it in this lifetime. Then I remembered the time she leaned on my shoulder, comfortably drifting off to sleep, and the image of us lying together on the bed. Days turned into months as we trained and fought side by side. We spent so many years peacefully next to each other. Her face was vividly etched in my mind, and this memory made me Yung Thang, unable to tear my gaze away from her. But as I came to, she had quickly slipped away, and I scrambled to catch up. He live in, on the side, casually watched the two lovebirds parting ways. I gazed up at the helicopter flying high above, and her gentle image resurfaced. She smiled at me, waving goodbye as if to reassure me. The girl in my heart, Yung Thang, gradually faded away. Helian noticed me standing there, lost in thought, and spoke up. Stop staring. The car's already left. I fell silent for a moment before speaking. Big Sis. Pausing for a beat, I continued seriously. Is there a way to help me break through to the Kim Dan stage faster? Helian sighed lightly with a smile, saying, there are plenty. But you at least need to reach the late Kim Dan stage before we can talk. Right now, even if you force a breakthrough, your cultivation won't progress for years, I replied. Better than just standing around here. Restless? I am about to break through to the late Ektu Dan stage, and I will need your help afterward. Seeing my stubbornness, Helian could not help but chuckle. You are crazy. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Are you trying to earn a spot to join my team? That way, if little Hein is in danger, I can step in to save her. Tell me, is there a way to quickly reach Kim Dan with a high success rate and low side effects? At this moment, spoke up. Sister, can I borrow some Ling Line? Consider it an advance on my salary. The more, the better. Meanwhile, I was still quiet, with tanks and combat vehicles lined up ahead. Hours passed. Suddenly, Hui Kin barged in, carrying a bag and a book. I came looking for you. The investigation team asked me to bring some spirit stones over. I was meditating and was surprised to see her. Hui Kin. When did you get here? Immediately. I stood up and walked closer. Hui Kin handed over the items, saying, I have been here sitting in meditation with my master. What is this? Are you getting ready for a date with the immortal lady? I did not deny it. There was some truth to that. Right after, I quickly formed a seal and said, Hui Kin, you should move over to the side. I am setting up a formation. As I channeled my inner energy, I asked, is there any way to return the ghostly forces to their original position? My power swiftly collided with the ground, creating a formation right after. Hui Kin observed the formation as she replied, I have never heard of that. But this is something that celestial beings create. In front of her, we are just mere mortals. There is no way we can do anything, she said honestly. Honestly, it feels quite ridiculous. Training hard to reach level 30 only to suddenly, despite reaching level 30. Now a bunch of monsters at levels 50-60 are ready to slaughter the newbie village. Helian could not help but burst out laughing beside me. Looking over, I could not help but admire. You are not too bad yourself. You can break through while casually playing the game. No one can do that anymore. Helian asked in surprise. Can you really cultivate like this? Are you playing some online immortal game? As he spoke, his eyes lit up, and he went on and on. Aziz has achieved enlightenment. Everyone thought the little monk was just playing a trick on them. In reality, the essence of online games lies in the interaction between players. Especially when you encounter those keyboard warriors who just can't stop trash talking. We raid the tower. He fights in a group. Whatever. I am farming in the jungle. Every time I have an epiphany, my mindset shifts, and breakthroughs just happen. Helian and Vikrung Thung were left speechless. She could not help but think, can it really work like that? Unable to hold back, she shouted, who dares to belittle the teachings of Buddhism? You are driving me nuts. Aziz has achieved enlightenment is really about the state of the mind. Ving Thung said with a bitter smile. I have had some insights into cultivation lately. You two keep talking. He closed his eyes and murmured to himself. The state of mind. Maybe this will help me break through in my practice. At that moment, a large yin-yang circle appeared. Ving Thung was still deep in thought. The pure yang cultivation is not just about forcefully building up yang energy. It is about maintaining the balance of yin and yang. His internal energy quickly shifted to the extreme yin-yang, focusing on cultivating his own yang energy while preserving his yin energy to keep the balance within. Sword techniques were dancing in his mind. V Thung recited the mantra. No extreme yang. No overbearing. No excessive force. No unipolarity. He continued to mentally rehearse the sword techniques, aiming for that overwhelming power like thunder, but also wanting it to flow smoothly like all living things thriving. Forcing the cultivation made Wang Thing a bit fatigued, and he took a deep breath. Outside, a tremendous power shot up into the sky. This was what you would call true cultivation, the method that the ancestor was most proud of on this site. Hui Kun was astonished. Is he really trying to reach the golden elixir level like this? He Lian looked at him and could not help but burst out laughing. You guessed it right, night fell, and everything returned to a peaceful silence. This night felt really long for Wang Thing. Before long, dawn broke, and the sunlight streamed right into the tent. Wang Thing slowly opened his eyes, feeling a bit drained. The seals around him had been loosened. He had been sitting in that position all night, and now Wang Thing had broken through to the late stage of the Void Dan. But he still was not satisfied, letting out a disappointed sigh. Just a little more. Helene walked over. In one night, you leveled up twice. Isn't that enough? You are not worried about backlash. The moment he saw Helene, he could not help but feel anxious. Any news coming in? She replied. Everything is normal. Helene continued. After entering the underworld, the little one received a message from the female immortal, warning them to be careful on the way. She will do her best to suppress things until they arrive. Hearing this, Wang Thing was taken aback. Suppress? Suppress what? Helene said calmly. Who knows? Maybe it is some kind of curse. Hui Qin chimed in. Maybe it is not a curse at all. He thought about the appearance of that fairy and added. I once discussed this with some investigators. It is very likely that the female immortal is suppressing herself. Hui Qin mentioned seriously. The body could eventually decay if she uses too much immortal power. Helene speculated. If she overuses her celestial energy, it could indeed cause her long-dead body to crumble. Could it be that she needs a new body? Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng's face darkened. Helene continued. Perhaps wanting to borrow Xiao Xuangshuan's body without a second thought. Just thinking about that gaze and face. Suddenly one day it felt so foreign. Wang Sheng could not help but get angry with himself. He gritted his teeth, trying to hold back his emotions. Right after that, the sword quickly flew back to him. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand, his back cold and lonely, worry unable to hide in his eyes. Immediately, Wang Sheng turned his back, saying, I am going to practice my sword a bit more. Heling and Huaijing could only watch in silence. He stood alone in the empty tent, lost in thought. When his senior sister finished weaving, the foundation was also based on the pure Yang sword technique, but stepping onto the path of Yin and Yang balance. As a sword cultivator, perhaps the sword intent should also be about condensing the alchemy. Then, he slashed out a line. The sword in true essence. The heavenly sword of the Big Dipper and the pure Yang secret were all part of his path. Merging the sword intent with the pure Yang technique was the ultimate key. The essence of his own way. Thinking of this, Wang Sheng had an epiphany, his eyes widening sharply. A sword ray shot up into the sky, and thousands of sword energies quickly spread out around him. Healing sighed. With Xiao Xuanshuan not here, I am the only one to take your place in the field. Huaijing looked at Wang Sheng, puzzled. Was not he supposed to wait after just leveling up? How could he suddenly break through at the very start? Healing explained. It is not that easy. Right now, he is just preparing for alchemy. If he were to disturb the golden core now, his heart would have crumbled long ago. While practicing and thinking, the pure Yang sword blocked. One side, two sides out. The sword path, though different from pure Yang, seemed impossible to separate alone. Should these two things merge? And how to achieve that fusion? Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of something. It was unclear what Wang Sheng had discovered, but he looked towards the sun, silently rejoicing. That is it. Immediately after, he formed a seal. Inwardly comprehending. The solar Big Dipper. The stars contain different paths, but they are all part of the star's way. The heavenly sword of the Big Dipper is the sword of the Emperor, the light of the Big Dipper itself. He released the sword from his hand, the void shattering. Just then, a powerful beam of light shot through. Wang Sheng's body immediately floated in the air, emanating strength from his sword. Time flew by during his training, and soon it was night, the sky filled with twinkling stars. For some reason, the swords in the box suddenly began to tremble. All the nearby swords were affected. Shaking violently, the two monks looked around, noting that it had been a long time since they had seen such a strange phenomenon. Huaijing looked on, bewildered. But above, what kind of enlightenment is this? Healing could not help but speak up. This kid, what a path he has chosen. Following the way of Master Qing Lin, a warm glimmer appeared on her face. After he finished training, everyone returned to the tent. Healing called out, You really are not going into seclusion anymore. You are rushing. No need for that. Though my mother agreed to let me into the ghost gate, I have wasted quite a bit of time. We need to pack up quickly and see if we can catch up with the others. Master and senior sister. You smile brightly at your friend and ask, Hui Kin, do you really want to dive into the underworld with me? Hui Kin, full of spirit, replies, Little monk not only drives, but can also provide the purification of evil spirits with the Dharma. The Buddha's teachings counteract the dark energy, so little monk will definitely not be a burden to everyone. Helian quickly interjects, Little monk, do not worry. We are good to go. Her sudden outburst catches both of them off guard. She carries a bunch of specialized equipment to ward off bad vibes and continues. The practices of Buddhism and Taoism differ, but they won't be affected by the dark energy. While we breathe in the underworld, the Buddha's light that Hui Kin absorbs will purify the negative energy. Everyone quickly hops into the car, Kum says, feeling the vibe from the unknown. Little monk can also experience the Earth Store Bodhisattva's presence. Buckle up. This ride might get fast. Once everyone is ready, Hui Kin starts the ignition, pauses for a moment, and shouts, Let us roll. Their vehicle swiftly exits the campsite. At that moment, the police radio crackles to life. Attention. We have established communication with your vehicle from Transit Station 1. We will continuously provide guidance within the underworld. Please keep the in-car communication system active. Over. The scene shifts back inside their car. Hui Kin maintains a serious expression. Hold on tight. We are about to charge in. Vithung confirms. Got it. As they enter, Hui Kin feels a flicker of anxiety. Mumbling, May the Buddha protect us. Ving Thun glances around and can't help but say, The underworld feels so empty. Suddenly, the notification screen lights up. Ving Darfeng. No anomalies detected ahead. Dao Trafeng requests to speak. He looks at Hui Kun and says, Connect. The screen quickly replies, Understood. Please hold. As the call connects, a booming voice comes through. Have you made it to Golden Elixir? What have you done? Did you embarrass yourself in front of your seniors? He does not even take a breath before lecturing. Haste makes waste. I have reminded you countless times not to do stupid things. What are you thinking? Vigthun groans. Master, let me explain. Then he adds with a wry smile. Actually, it is like this. On the other end, a powerful voice cuts in. Unmute. Let me talk. The elder chimes in. Good. Why are you rushing? The most important thing in Taoism is patience. You are rocking the boat now. What will you do later? Another elder angrily retorts. Didn't you just step into the Golden Elixir stage yesterday? Are you aware you are overstepping your bounds in your cultivation journey? Another Golden Elixir practitioner adds. Exactly. When did we have so many Golden Elixirs that you needed to call for help? Next. He continues. Let me just say a few words. Shortly after, Ving Thing endures a barrage of scolding. Sweating nervously, he fearfully speaks up. Seniors, please hear me out. The voice of a girl chimes in. Little Hyen, you should also talk to him. Her eyes glisten as if she is about to cry, and she gently addresses him through the intercom. Junior brother. Hearing her voice, Ving Thing feels a warm surge in his heart. He reassures her. I know. Senior sister. The elders, after hearing this exchange, are left bewildered, thinking, is that it? Is it over? At this moment, the girl lowers her voice to him. Little Thung, I understand you are anxious about something, and I feel for you too. But if you have made a mistake, Vi and Xiaoxuan are facing their child, and right now, their convoy has come to a stop somewhere in hell. He lets out a sigh and advises the kid, do not numb yourself. Wang Xing stutters. Master. Master. Over here. He smiles brightly and explains. Master, do not worry. I am really not exceeding my potential. It is just my advancement that has taken off. Helian chimes in. Everyone relax. He is following the extreme sword path. Nguna curiously asks. Senior, what is the extreme sword path? She explains. Basically, it is the pinnacle of swordsmanship, turning oneself into a sword, becoming a sword master or something. Wang Sheng, hearing this, can't help but feel annoyed. He has to calm himself. Why does that sound so familiar? Stay calm. You can't beat your senior sister. Stay calm. Do not look for trouble. Yingwenti can't hide her excitement. Maybe this is your chance. Xiao Sheng briefly summarizes what happened when he broke through. Wang Sheng quickly recaps the whole process, and after a while, Gunanti laughs and says, I am humbled, though my gratitude can only be expressed by 3 people. In terms of the number of Golden Core experts, it is not any less than several major sects. Self-strengthening sneers. Only 3 people. Only your master is following the old path, which is a bit mediocre. Du Auntie laughs so hard she could stuff a grapefruit in her mouth. Does not matter. As long as my disciple is strong. That is all that counts. Wang Sheng hears his master praising his disciple like this, and he can't help but chuckle awkwardly on the other end. Xiaoxuan steps up and extends her hand, saying, Junior brother, Ndu pauses for a moment before handing her the walkie-talkie. The high-pitched sound of the walkie-talkie comes through with 2 words. Danger. He instantly understands the sentiment and reassures. Senior sister, do not worry. If anything like this happens again, I will be careful. Gun replies. All right. I have worried for nothing. Just do not forget your original aspiration to cultivate. Gundi is both happy and worried. With 2 disciples like you, the paths you choose are so strange. I truly do not know how to guide you anymore. Hearing this, Wang Sheng feels a bit heartbroken. He stutters. Master. He Lian looks out the window, unable to help but sigh. Master. You are really something. Suddenly, a voice comes through the other end. The Taoist leader from Team 2 has already engaged, and he quickly says, head over there for support. Wang Sheng ponders after hanging up. His original aspiration for cultivation seems to weigh less than the ideals he values now, sword in hand. Fists clenched. Carefree. Eternal life. With master and senior sister like this. Thinking of this, his face is filled with determination. Wang Sheng wants to continue with everyone on the path of cultivation. But a sudden tremor stops him in his tracks. Ahead of them, a striking green light is erupting continuously. Weekend exclaims loudly. The immortal light is erupting. This is the 3rd time already. The 3 quickly get out of the vehicle to get closer to the immortal light for a better look. Wang Sheng frowns. They can't afford to delay any longer. They need to get over there immediately. He lands next to Heline, urgently saying, Big sister, I will carry you over. Just try your best to limit using your powers. Heilin agrees. Fine. After all, I am an old lady nearing 2,000 years old. Just as Wang Sheng moves to support her, another tremor erupts. More terrifying than the last, the immortal light is erupting more violently than ever. The light pouring out like a flood. Wang Sheng clenches his teeth, thinking, what on earth is that great immortal doing? Could it be? Is this the process of a celestial immortal's demise? Vigving Thung observed the celestial being while calculating in his mind. If that great immortal was connected to his sister's fate, he probably would not try to steal her body. Senza could not hold out any longer. So he called her over to give her a little advantage. Wait. Alian's expression shifted slightly. She furrowed her brows and fell silent for a moment. Then she said to Viong Thung, Little fairy, it seems my demonic energy has been stirred up by this environment. Senza, can't he absorb too much? Vithing Thing looked at her with concern and asked, can you keep it stable? Heilin was quiet. Right now. Li Li Kai could harness power equivalent to the nascent soul stage, but not for too long. Moreover, just a little action could trigger my demonic nature. At that moment, Hui Qin shouted from below, Fairy, the silent Daoist is looking for you. He turned to Hevelin. Let us head down first. Those evil demons have probably been dealt with by the nuclear bomb already. Besides, before the heavenly realm leaves, they want to spare the vicious demon lord in hell. Lian looked dejected. Right. Contact the master first. He quickly connected to the radio. Master. What is the situation ahead? Ningana quickly responded. Nothing much for now. But that celestial being seemed to have pushed the 18 levels of hell out. He recounted the situation. Right now, that water basin has formed a mountain shaped like a volcanic crater. According to Elder Zihanentung, the 18 levels of hell are structured like an inverted pagoda. And that place is the first level of hell. Ving Thing could not help but worry. Master. Do we need to explore the 18 levels of hell? Ningani replied. It has not been decided yet. But the consequences left behind in the underworld have been relatively handled. There are only a few minor ghosts left. Let the kids know they do not need to rush. Just take their time coming over. Ving Thing quickly got into the vehicle. Master. We are heading over now. Right now. Elder Livin can temporarily unleash the strategy of the nascent soul cultivators. He responded. That is great. But as we get closer, the demonic energy will intensify. If we can avoid fighting, let us do that. All right, I will gather with Team 2 first. He added. You do not need to rush. Remember to absorb a few insights along the way. Soon after, he quickly hung up, and Nungana felt a bit anxious. The young man spoke up. How about we let Fairy and Elder Line come over? At the same time, a small hand gently tugged at his sleeve. Ningana turned around. Quan Hyman handed over the phone with the message. Master, we can do this. Ningana spoke up. Our second elder, the ghost soldier, has a time limit. 5 minutes before that monster arrives. Be ready to shift. The second elder fell silent and replied. Okay, I will go prepare. Another elder chimed in. Why do these monsters keep wanting to come to this underworld, after breaking out of the 18 levels of hell? From the strongman's perspective, there must be something here that attracts them. If we run into someone powerful, do not resist. As he said this, he could not help but feel excited. We just need to defend the underworld and wait for the firepower from the rear to support us. Nungana quickly instructed his apprentice. Little Hyen, step back a bit later. She resolutely replied. If I do not fight, then my junior brother has to. As the elder sister, I have to take responsibility. Seeing her say that, Ningana could not help but chuckle softly. Just a few minor ghosts. After that, he looked over at the crowded demons and thought to himself. Even though he tricked the little brat, the kid probably won TB mad. Right. With that thought, he turned and said, the second elder can handle the summoned ghost soldiers. But we need to lead them properly. The second elder spoke up. Rest assured, elder. After saying that, he held up 2 flags inscribed with spells in the air, and a line of blue text appeared. The second elder continued. The ghost soldiers all have intelligence. And then a beam of light quickly manifested. He continued to explain. They can independently assess the enemy. And just as he finished speaking, the ghost soldiers materialized. As soon as they were summoned, they quickly drew their bows. Aiming at the horde of demons, a powerful voice rang out, urging the troops to hold the line and prepare to shoot. On this side, the ghost soldiers stood at the forefront, drawing their swords, the sharp blades ringing out. The leader of the ghost soldiers shouted, how dare these demons invade the underworld? Let us wipe them out completely, both body and soul. He yelled as he looked at the demons, commanding his troops. Shoot arrows. Advance. Immediately after, hundreds of ghost soldiers charged forward, their momentum fierce as they clashed with the demons. The scene shifted to the underworld, where a vehicle was speeding along, the sound of harmonious music playing from the radio inside, and the monk Weijing excitedly saying, Nat. Gifting a spell to eliminate bad luck, Wong Shang leaned against the car door, observing the surroundings. Looking puzzled. This road feels way too peaceful. It just does not seem right. He Lion, sitting in the back, caught snippets of the conversation and asked, what does not seem right? Your master is pretty reliable. Every time he teaches you, it is always spot on. Hearing this, he realized she did not get his point, so he clarified. Big sister. I feel like the message from master earlier was not quite right. After saying that, Wang Xing fell silent. Contemplating. Perhaps master and the others have been in the underworld for a while now. Logically, they should have tried to enter the Tenyama Kings by now. Questions kept swirling in his mind. He wondered about the odd behavior of his Master S group. Why had not they mentioned it earlier? Could it be that they have not even escaped the underworld yet? Seeing him say nothing, Xiao Lion poked his cheek teasingly. Missing little Xuan. Ah. Didn't I expect you to be a lovesick little Taoist too? He thought helplessly. What is going on here? Huai Jing. While driving, did not forget to comment. Amitabha. Even the beauty fades. Love in the mortal world is truly a karma. A fate. She then playfully ordered. Stop listening to all this Buddhist talk. Play some sad love songs or something. To lighten the mood. And he eagerly chimed in. Sure. Hold on a sec. The scene shifted to Daoist Master Yan, where the group was fiercely battling the evil demons. The Grand Elder of the Sword Sect announced the situation loudly from above. Daoist Master Yan. There are too many demons. The ghost army is about to collapse. After saying that, he jumped down to fight alongside everyone, leaving Daoist Master Yan's group momentarily stunned. A loud, serious, and trustworthy command from Daoist Master Yan rang out, ordering everyone behind him to take action. After giving the signal, he led the elderly down into the battlefield, and the others quickly followed him. Joining the fight, Daoist Yan's gaze was resolute, his movements decisive as he quickly raised his hand to cast a spell. Following that, a surge of light enveloped the ground, and everything seemed to shatter apart. From high above, a radiant light begins to form the symbol of the Tai Chai, enveloping the crowd and the demons below. Haowen is not one to hold back either. She fiercely sends the evil spirits flying from the ground up into the air. Master N and the two above her soar over, and he shouts a reminder. Little Haowen, be sure to regulate your mana to keep your strength up. All you need to do is stabilize the yin and yang energies for us. Maintaining the yin-yang ho-ungayan formation is enough, she replies seriously. Got it. Then, the three of them land in the center of the battle, the immense pressure pushing those nearby away, creating an open area right in the middle. The stern-looking man and the strong-looking woman place their hands on the shoulders of Master Engen. Above them, the three are surrounded by talismans, and the two channel their power into Master Engen, whose hands begin forming seals with lightning speed. Suddenly, he raises two fingers and shouts loudly at the swarm of demons. In an instant, a blinding beam of light erupts forth, containing an immense amount of power. The demons caught in its glow begin to dissolve, until they vanish completely. The light swirls like a tornado, sweeping away all that is evil and filthy. The scene shifts to Vig Thung, who is still sitting in the car. The lively sound of music fills the air. He is at a loss for what to do with the antics of the two beside him, as they use the communication device to play music instead. You two are something else. Hui Ken replies casually. Don't stress. It is just for fun. He live in. Sitting in the back, excitedly chants. Let us party with this farewell song. Ving Thung looks at the two and can't help but chuckle, thinking, How many sad love songs has Gayata bought this time? After this is over, I need to take Vi out for Karak for 3 days and nights. Just to keep her from getting all gloomy and possessed. Tiu Lin ignores him, fully immersed in singing along to the music playing in the car. Suddenly, something catches his eye, making him widen his eyes in surprise. It is 3 drones flying across the sky, and Ving Thung stares in disbelief. He mutters, "Drones. Something must be going down in the underworld." Immediately, he presses a button on the control panel to contact the Central Transmission Station for updates. Central Transmission Station. This is Vigwithung. He anxiously asks, "What is happening in the underworld? Are there any casualties on our side?" The voice from the other end responds, "The battle situation in the underworld is stable. We have not suffered any strategic losses. A group of demons just broke out from the 8th level of hell and disrupted the seal. Master Engen is dealing with them using the terrain of the underworld. Currently, we are under no pressure. We just need to wait for the bombing team to arrive in the underworld to end this fight." Master Vijong. Master Engen is not worried, so he instructed us not to inform you of any related news. Hearing that there is no danger, Ving Thing breathes a sigh of relief, replying, "Thanks. And if anything new comes up, please let me know." Aline pipes up from the back, expressing her presence with sarcasm. "Just bring little Hyan along for a little bit of fighting and killing. The master still cares for you the most." While driving, "Who we can ask? Have not you contacted the Grandmaster?" Wong Xing calmly replies. "The master is currently in a fierce battle with demons, so do not distract him. He used to worry a lot. But now that he knows what is happening, he can finally relax." Suddenly, Helene reaches over and pokes his cheek, interrupting his words. She suggests, "Hey, little Phi, let us have a chat about something." As if she could read her mind, he calmly replies, "If there is nothing important, big sister can just go ahead without me. Just keep your emotions in check. Do not let them get too wild." It is clear he understands her feelings well, which makes Tiu Lian sigh in admiration. No wonder he can figure out what little Hyan is thinking. He really gets women's emotions. Hongxing disagrees, explaining it is all written on big sister's face, but then he suddenly blushes and asks, "What do you think is the best way to confess to sister?" His question catches both of them off guard. After a moment of silence, Heelin excitedly slaps her thigh and says, "So you have finally decided to take action. You two have such a great connection. Dragging this out is not the way to go." Even while driving, Hui Kin chimes in, "You definitely need some roses. Find a big square. Set up a heart-shaped candle display. Bring a bouquet of roses. And shout that you want to take care of her for life." Little Phi would definitely be in tears. The other two roll their eyes at this, making him break out in a cold sweat. She quickly dismisses it, saying it is not practical. For a gentle, quiet kid like Tiu Han Hein, it could backfire. Wang Xing adds, "How can a cultivator be so calm?" Helian turns to him and asks, "Even though little Hein Hein likes you, he is pretty clueless about romance. What do you think?" He replies, "As long as we understand each other." She chuckles at that. "All right, I will leave this to big sister." He says, "That one call of big sister is not something you can just brush off." He remains completely unfazed and thanks her, to which she casually replies, "No big deal." Suddenly, she imagines the two of them together and mutters, "But if they become a couple, won't I have to watch their lovey-dovey scenes every day?" Her comment leaves the other two speechless. The music is soothing, but her movements are anything but gentle. Each decisive move she makes takes out another demon. After taking her hits, the demons gradually dissipate into thin air. Her serious face scans the surroundings as she unleashes attacks on the remaining demons. The Grandmaster speaks to the person next to him, saying the demons have been held off for long enough, and now they just need to wait for the next round of bombing. Let us let the demon soldiers collect their trophies. Let us take a break before we head into the 18 layers of hell, and those 11 great earth mounds. The man next to him says that the 18 layers of hell keep piling up, and the female corpse is definitely down there. The Grandmaster also raises a question, wondering what exactly is down there. Drones fly overhead, and he watches them while saying, "We will find out once we go down." The planes then drop bombs from the sky to eliminate the remaining demons. The Grandmaster continues, "We will know more after this." The demons, seeing the bombs, are left wide-eyed in shock, scrambling to find a place to hide in panic. The bombs dropped one after another, exploding and wiping out demons left and right. Some were blown to bits, while others were consumed by flames, vanishing into thin air. The stern Taoist leader commanded, "Form groups of 3, quickly clear out the evil spirits, and gather 9 teams." The scene shifted to the underworld, where the group was assembled in front of a massive city gate. The master gazed at the gate, clasping his hands together. Aji Buddha, wondering why the murderous aura of these fiends had not completely dissipated. Moreover, it was gathering in the 18th layer of hell, where many mysteries lay. Perhaps that bloodlust was clinging onto the shattered layers of hell. The Taoist checked his watch and suggested, "Everyone, let us head back to the city and rest for a bit. After we recover, we will investigate the 18th layer. I will check if there is anything unusual happening outside the ghost gate." Suddenly, he noticed his female disciple gazing off into another direction, calling out, "What is it?" "Xiaohuan." He heard the elder's voice calling her. She turned her head, politely shaking her head. "Is not." Then, the girl pulled out her phone and started typing furiously to explain. She wrote that the Underworld Exploration Team felt the balance of yin and yang in the 18th layer of hell seemed to have been disrupted by something. Yin energy was overwhelming, and the already weakened yang energy was being pushed out of the 18th layer of hell, ready to break free. After reading the message on her screen, the Taoist murmured in confusion, "What is breaking free?" Then, as if realizing something, his eyes widened in shock. A surge of power erupted from the ground, forming a whirlwind. But the man shouted out in question, "Is the seal about to break?" From that force, a hoarse voice echoed, "Who are you?" "Whom?" "Or we? We are here to kill. To wipe them out. The underworld belongs to me. And the essence is ours." The grotesque monsters slowly emerged, and the voice continued with a mad tone. "Yep. Kill them all. No one is allowed to take our essence. No one." The Grand Elder of the Sword Sect shouted. "These demons are as powerful as the martial artists at the Void Dance stage. Could it be that the seal on the 7th layer has also been compromised?" He then turned to the Taoist, saying, "Master, we have suddenly detected an unprecedented surge of energy from the 18th layer. It is time." At the same time, the watch on the Taoist's wrist lit up, announcing a shocking news alert. "It is higher than the peak of the era." This revelation left the group in shock. What? The source of this strange power had blasted the ground apart, creating a pit for the demons to crawl up from, forming a terrifying scene. The Taoist quickly regained his composure and shouted a warning. "It is a great demon. Everyone, be careful." The force seemed to morph into a gigantic hand lunging toward them. Zhang Ziqing hurriedly recited a spell to summon the talismans, anxiously asking, "Master, what should we do now? Do we need to request nuclear weapons for backup?" As the situation grew tenser, he gritted his teeth in anger. Immediately after, he waved his hand, commanding everyone to take action. "We retreat. Lead this thing to the official road and blow it up." The group responded in unison. "Got it." The Taoist then charged into battle, a plan forming in his head. Thinking that using nuclear weapons here could easily destroy the seal beneath the demon's kiss below is breaking free, retreating might be the best option. This big demon seems to be linked to the Masters of the River Sect and the landowner from back in the day. Suddenly, a mysterious voice cuts through his thoughts from behind, saying, "It seems like you all can't go any further." Incointa turns around to check, only to be surprised by the fact that there is no one there. The mysterious figure has quickly retreated into the distance, but is still surrounded by Ngenti's group. He sighs, noting there are some strange folks here. He looks at them, pondering, which one should I snack on first? The scene shifts to Mao Mountain, where the temporary command center is located, and a meeting is underway. Distantly monitoring the battle, Chiti Lang glances at the mysterious figure and asks, "What is going on? Who is that?" Professor Mun flips through documents, analyzing. The black energy is strikingly similar to what appeared at the Wine Rock Temple. It is not just dark energy. It could very well be demonic energy. Another man beside him clenches his fists to stay calm, asserting, It has to be them." He angrily tells Chi Lang. Those masters from Xivi Mun deliberately invaded the landowner's territory, breaking into the 19 layers of hell 1,000 years ago. And they are still not all dead. Scene shifts back to the fight between Ningen NT and the mysterious figure, where they are engaged in a fierce battle. The immense power radiating from both of them creates a clearly defined opposing force. Then, an explosion erupts between the two, sending them flying in opposite directions. Ingen lands on the ground and stumbles back a bit due to inertia, but he quickly returns to a fighting stance. After clashing with the mysterious figure, he concludes that this person might be a Grandmaster turned demon, but their strength is at most at the peak of Golden Core stage. Ngenti's group does not give him a chance to rest and keeps launching attacks. Suddenly, the mysterious figure unleashes a bizarre technique that causes the space around him to tremble violently. Evil spirits, as if summoned by his command, start flocking toward him. The Grandmaster sees this and urgently shouts, "Inquinenti, this demon is calling forth the evil spirits. We will hold them off while you quickly take out this demon." From the pit below, a massive demon rises, straining to escape its narrow confines, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to crumble. This scene is also clearly recorded and sent to the temporary command center, where the three leaders are anxiously following the developments. Inquenti has managed to capture the demon's neck, but for them, the real threat is the giant evil spirit behind it. The man in glasses suggests, "I propose we nuke it." Professor Mem hurriedly waves his hands in denial, saying, "No way. A nuclear weapon would likely destroy the seal of hell below. Who knows how many other evil spirits are hiding down there? And Shilong immediately orders. Activate the western missile stationed at the inner gate of the Demon Pass, targeting that giant evil spirit. Use air detonation to eliminate the target while warning the Benta cultivators before the missile arrives. The missile is quickly adjusted to position. And she gives the command. Strategic Missile West 321. The missile is activated the moment her command echoes. Fire. All missiles launch simultaneously, soaring towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, the trio from Vang Thung is still on their way to their master. A voice crackles over the walkie-talkie, announcing, Ving Dao Master has encountered a demon capable of controlling evil spirits, and the giant evil spirit in the Golden Core realm. Team leader Qi Lang has ordered the use of Western missiles to support those silent Daoist masters. Realizing the current situation on the Master's side, he glanced back at the person behind him, signaling, and the big sister understood his intention immediately, nodding in agreement. Suddenly, the car that was speeding along slammed to a halt. Aline kicked the car door open, while Ving Thung anxiously opened the door, thinking, who would have thought a giant demon would show up in the Jin Dan realm? If the big sister can get there in time, she might be able to confront it head-on. He held back his spell but kept pondering, a strange premise. In a situation the big sister did not anticipate entering. Right after that, both of them soared into the sky, with Vivnung Thung instructing, Big sister, follow me. Do not use your powers recklessly. Helene carefully held onto him, replying, got it, and they flew off, leaving Hoikin shouting helplessly behind. Are you picking on a monk who can't fly? Meanwhile, we shift to Daoist Ngaint, who is locked in a fierce battle with a mysterious figure. The master is channeling the power of the Buddhist scriptures to attack him, saying, those who see my body awaken to body. Those who hear my name abandon evil to pursue goodness. Those who understand my teachings gain wisdom. The image of the Buddha materializes with his chanting, the light of the Buddha quickly annihilating the demons, while he remains focused on his incantation. Knowing that his heart will soon transform, a blinding light radiates from the statue of the Buddha, shining down on the giant demon. But then, Nam Vung, wielding a sword, shouts loudly, Tc Jani Ezen, hold back that giant demon. Trandankatatung immediately unleashes his spell, responding, got it. Suddenly, a massive weapon forged from spiritual energy appears. The weapon emits light, flying toward the Buddha statue, who, seeing the suffering of the beings tormented by the demon, feels compassion. Suddenly, the statue moves, its hand clenching tightly around the weapon. Then, the statue of the Buddha opens its eyes, its face slowly transforming from serene to furious. The once compassionate figure has turned into a wrathful deity, using the powers of the immovable king to slay demons and exorcise evil. The giant demon, not to be outdone, clenches its fist tightly. It then swings a powerful punch at the Buddha statue with astonishing speed. The statue of the Buddha is pushed back from the unexpected blow of the demon. Moments later, the Buddha statue has to spit blood from the pain of the hit. This statue was created by the great master in his transformation. And now, due to injuries, it has completely dissipated. He fell backward but was caught just in time by Quan Haiyan, while Master Love immediately stood up to engage in battle. Shielding the other two, he shouted loudly, others, quickly take care of those evil spirits. Nen and Chen Nam and trudging to Tupper rushed forward, with Tapping excitedly saying, we are just buying some time. Charging bravely, he added jokingly, if we can handle this, we will be out of here. If not, remember to come save us. Haha. Then, Tran and Setru burst into laughter, thoroughly amused. Haha, this is great. But Nun and Chuzan Nam quickly sensed something was off and shouted, this is. He observed the movements of the massive monster Emaquat, which had now set its sights on them. At that moment, the creature raised its hand, unleashing a force that sent them both flying. Tritongate Sipao did not react in time and got hit by the force. Hurtling backward, Nen and Chen Nam anxiously called out as he watched him go. Tc Jani Ezen. Suddenly, a brilliant flash erupted, channeling immense power aimed at the giant monster. The Buddha statue had returned to join the fray, swinging a blow that caught the monster's attention. After being knocked back, Tsipung fell freely. Fortunately, the Grand Elder appeared just in time to catch him, exclaiming, Ningju Titi. Two Tai Chai diagrams appeared above and below, tightly encircling the monster in a yin-yang bind. From a distance, it looked as if the diagrams were placed in her hands. After thorough preparation, Quan Han unleashed her technique, the Seng Kamaban. Then her hands with the yin-yang circles pressed together. What happened next was astonishing. The giant monster seemed to be squeezed by an invisible force from the Tai Chai diagrams. The Grand Elder, who was holding to Si Tavo, could not help but exclaim, to think you can subdue the great demon. Batin Tinti is truly impressive. Trauma Nam. however, was not at ease. Instead, he felt more tense. This is bad. The great demon's power surpasses the Golden Dan stage. He could also see the precarious situation Quan Hein was in right now. Taining. She can't hold on for too long. Trabo Long in the command room was anxiously asking when the artillery support would arrive. The support staff behind her quickly reported. It will take another 15 minutes. Immediately, she signaled for the monks waiting for orders to prepare to enter the gates of hell, to assist the group of spiritual masters. Professor Ma also notified. Team Leader Chi. The second request for nuclear weapons has been approved. And Commander T immediately took action. We promptly switched from conventional warheads to nuclear ones. Soon, the authority to detonate will be transferred. A female member behind received new information and hurriedly reported. Team Leader. One of the previously fired missiles is showing incorrect data. The drone captured some images. Lang Chi ordered. Switch the video to the big screen. The serious staff member replied. Yep. Then she worked the keyboard to display the video for everyone. As soon as the screen lit up, the authorities present were left stunned. Unable to believe their eyes, a surge of power suddenly erupted within the monster, revitalizing it against her attacks. And then it effortlessly shattered her formation. The monster's movement sent a backlash against her, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood and fall back. Exhausted, the Dao Master was extremely worried about her condition. The situation around her was perilous, as she was surrounded by numerous demons while also being severely injured from the backlash. In this tense situation, a beam of light suddenly appeared. The light swept through each demon like a scythe, slicing them into countless fragments. Ving Theng timely appeared to protect her, pulling her into his embrace and calmly said, "Hold on tight to me. Senior sister." Though injured, she gazed at him intently and smiled, responding, "Okay." Just then, the giant monster's massive and terrifying hand reached out. Ving Theng immediately channeled his inner strength to shield her from its attack. The monster's strike was devastating, shattering rocks and debris everywhere. A blinding light erupted, filling the entire space. The image of Heathline appeared, taking the form of a fox in a fighting stance. He Lin unleashed her magic. Her tail, eyes, and the crescent symbol on her forehead radiating a red glow, while countless missiles began firing from the sky. In an instant, Hylian leaped with incredible speed, her movements swift and graceful. She bared her sharp teeth, preparing to launch herself at the monster. She opened her mouth wide to clamp down on the monster in a flash, her fangs sinking into its flesh. Alian quickly overpowered the monster, gaining the upper hand, while thousands of demons rushed up from the pit below. On Vihung Thung's side, right behind Heafling, everyone was fighting fiercely against the demons emerging from the pit. Ving Theng Vung and Quan Hein looked up in astonishment. In front, He Lian was struggling against a massive green monster. Behind her, two men were casting spells against the demons, while one stood guard. The monstrous figures resembling humans charged forward. At this moment, Ving Theng raised his voice, while Quan Hein stood beside him with a serious expression. "If the hair of Senior Heline starts turning red, please recite the free will mantra of the Sword Sect loudly." "But do you know the Minju sword technique of the Sword Sect, Senior?" The senior glanced at him and replied. Yep. Ving Theng continued, raising his hand in thought. "If the free will mantra does not work, then which sword technique should I unleash with all my might?" For Senior Heen, seeing through the strange phenomena of Minju was the most profound impression left by Master Than Lam. While everyone was struggling against the monsters, the surrounding dust was swirling thickly. Some people already had their clothes torn to shreds. Quan Hien suddenly spoke up. "I am going to help my master. Please keep an eye on Senior Heline here." The source of power still had internal energy, casting spells that created countless hands attacking the juniors. He thought, "This is reckless. I was hoping to absorb the essence of these juniors to restore my power." But unexpectedly, the spiritual power of this junior is actually able to suppress the dark energy within me. The junior looked incredibly fierce, with a distorted face and a deep purple body. His face was blackened and grimy. He spoke to the source. "Junior, I am. You perform magic." A beam of light emanating from his hand. Then, the source punched and yelled at the junior. His master looked at him with disgust. "Get lost." His punch was incredibly powerful, sending it soaring into the sky and creating shockwaves with a bluish light after the hit. Once again, the source charged at the junior, thinking to himself, "What kind of bizarre offspring are these? I can't linger here any longer. I will head back to rest before coming back to deal with these juniors." The master hurled the junior far away. Thousands of swirling arcs appeared in the air after his strong push. Suddenly, countless blue light spears appeared in the sky. All of them razor sharp, they pierced through the junior's body. He barely had time to raise both hands in a defiant gesture. This is the technique of the 7-star sword formation. Vithing Thung suddenly appeared, holding a sword in his left hand, his face radiating authority, while the junior floated in the sky. with thousands of light spears piercing through him. At this moment, Ying landed next to Vying Thung, calling out to him. Taiyu Thung. Ving Thung turned to him in surprise. He turned and respectfully greeted his master. Master. Ingquini spoke again. Don't let Senior Heline fall into madness. Let us hurry down to help. Vying Thung, with a serious expression, handed his sword to his master, saying, Master, use this TV heavenly sword. Ving Thung presented his sword, which emitted an enchanting light, surrounded by tiny blue sparkles. Took the sword, smiled lightly, and said, All right. Losing face in front of my disciple is already done. After speaking, Ying Nt and Ning Fa Thung took off together. The master slightly furrowed his brow, speaking with a steely tone. Although my spiritual energy is a bit lacking right now, I have trained with the Tia heavenly sword before, so I might still be able to unleash it. The image of the monster appeared, looking in pain. Its face tilted up as if the lower part was being bitten through. Elian's sharp teeth were gnawing on a piece of monster flesh, her entire body drenched in crimson. She bit through the meat, lifting her gaze slightly, desperately trying to hold onto the monster's carcass. At that moment, He Lian looked utterly feral, as if she was simply following her primal instincts. Taiyan glanced at the communication screen, his expression a mix of horror, as it displayed He Lian tearing into her prey on one side. Chi Tilong's face was blank, marked with scratches, her voice quick and frantic, as she urged for faster action. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her face reflecting sheer astonishment, as if she could not trust her own eyes. She exclaimed, This is the true power of the demon at Tai Ham T. The bureau chief responded, raising his hand in thought. So are we just going to let her unleash this chaos day and night without any consequences? Professor Memho sighed, looking conflicted as he coughed lightly, suggesting that once this was over, they should consider how to make amends. Under the gray sky, Achevan Nam, T.C. Janie Ezen, and Hoi Kun were channeling their inner strength to cast spells, their hair standing on end, their garments billowing, each radiating a gentle glow. Helene now appeared terrifying, her eyes pitch black and deep, her entire being exuding an ominous red hue, her sharp fangs bared, spiraling out of control. Suddenly, her eyes began shifting back from black to their original white. Her eyes widened, slowly returning to their normal state, her face relaxing into a more serene expression. Out of nowhere, Vig Thing jumped in front of He Lian, saying, Big Sis, it is, you can stop now. Concerned for his master, Ngayenta quickly interjected. Little Thung, come back here, now. Vivring Thing reached out, gently stroking He Lian's soft red fur. He smiled and spoke in a soothing, persuasive tone, continuing to pet her fur as he said, Big Sis, are you really thinking about looking for Dao Trafang Thang Than Lem? If I could fly, I would definitely take you to find Dao Trafang Than Lam. A burst of red light suddenly emanated from his hands, tiny sparks dancing in the air around him. A dazzling red light enveloped the entire space. In an instant, He Lian transformed back into her human form. Her eyes still closed, she called out his name, her shaking hands reaching towards Virong Thing, Little Fayang. He grasped her trembling hand tightly, assuring her, I. Ving Thong looked at He Lian, his gaze serious, affirming, Big Sis, do not worry. I will do whatever it takes to cultivate and become a celestial being. He Lian felt dizzy, covering her mouth as nausea washed over her, saying, Quick, give me some water to rinse my mouth. That was really intense. Ving Thung chuckled softly, lifting He Lian's jacket, while a few scrolls conveniently arrived in his hands. At that moment, Ngayenta gradually descended back to the ground, and Isijeving suddenly exclaimed, With just a little time like this, there is no way we will get a reward. The main guy quickly shut up, his face scrunched up in distress, thinking, Come on. Not now. It was unbearable. Meanwhile, Tixing was flailing his arms, trying to speak. Guandi smiled calmly at Vung Thung, He Livin, and Quanhain, saying, This battle is going to be a tough one, but we also have 2 strong reinforcements. Everyone, recover your strength quickly and get ready to explore the 18 layers of hell, he urged, and everyone turned to him in unison. Guandi held a glowing object in his hand. Looking at Ving Thung, he gently said, Contact the outside. Let them know we are okay. Tell them to send the detailed structure of the 18 layers of hell. After hearing that, the kid immediately complied. Yep. The sky had turned a deep purple now, and dark clouds billowed ominously from somewhere below. T.C. Janie Ezen, V. Yung Thang, and countless others were sitting still, channeling their inner energy, streams of light radiating around them. He Livin, with her pink eyes wide open, asked, How long until they can recover their cultivation? Ving Thung was answering Hefri Line while studying the ring his master had given him. A Quan Haim beside him, also examining the ring with an excited expression. Probably about 2 hours. He replied. He Lian's eyes widened. As if she had just discovered something intriguing, she turned to Ving Thung, a smile on her face, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Ving Thung shot her a puzzled glance. Thinking. What is up with that look? Big Sis. He recalled the scene of a feline transforming from a fox back to her human form. Thinking silently. She won't want me to take responsibility for that. Right. Peeking out from under her dress was He Lian's fluffy white tail. Ving Thung continued to think. Even though he had seen her body earlier, he had not noticed any details. He Lian spoke up, if that is the case. How should we handle it? Van Lam. Vithing Thing looked up at her with an awkward smile. Quan Haiyan, standing next to them, watched the two with a curious expression. He thought, no way. I am the guy who has a senior sister already. Then he glanced at the senior sister with stunning sea blue eyes. She smiled fiercely back at him. He mused, how can I be enchanted by Big Siz's beauty? He Lian laughed, pointing up at the sky. Should we sneak out for a little stroll, just for fun? And what about the Reincarnation stone? Aren't you curious? There are countless oddly spaced stones in the sky. Ving Thun closed his eyes and sighed lightly. Looking exhausted, he brushed his hand against his shirt. In contrast to him, the cheerful Hu Haiyan had bright eyes filled with excitement. Ving Thun looked toward Ing Enti and the second elder. He called out, Master. Second elder chuckled and replied, if you want to go, then go ahead. Just so you know, it is restricted up there. You probably won't see anything. Ing Enti looked up at him and said, Tai Yu Thung. Remember not to mess with the Immortal S stuff. Vithung Thung smiled cheerfully, channeling magic into his sword. Behind Hu Haiyan, joy-filled her face as Vig Thung said, well then. He continued, we will take a quick look and be back. And with that, Hu Haiyan and Vyang Thung's sword soared into the sky at the little underworld. The scenery here was a bit desolate, and the demons were temporarily absent. Viving Thing looked ahead and said to He Lian, Big Sister, the outer circle is the palace of the 10 Yama kings. And the one in the middle is the Reincarnation Hall. She quickly replied, let us head straight to the 10th hall. But be careful. There are restrictions around. She observed and noticed that only the frontal restriction seemed to have a gap, and Ving Thun quickly agreed. Got it. And so the three quickly followed He Lian's guidance. The 10th hall emitted a chilling aura. In the center, there was a large plaque with bold letters, emanating the cold breath of the underworld. As they ventured deeper, there was another large plaque filled with writing made of leaves. Hu Haiyan looked up, unable to help but exclaim in awe. It is so high. Ving Thing saw Haiyan approach the plaque, studying something, and he felt a bit worried. Calling out, Big Sister, she said. This explains the origin of the underworld. The heavenly realm was breached, and the immortals scattered. Before leaving, they took a piece of the root from the 6 paths reincarnation table to bring to Earth. She stared intently and continued explaining, and that small root is the reincarnation stone, from which the little underworld was formed. At this point, He Lian was eager, saying, I am going in to find that piece of divine secret. You two hurry and follow. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished behind the plaque. Ving Thing hesitated, calling out, Big Sister. Wait. Seeing her like this, Ving Thing sighed and chuckled softly. Big Sister is so eager. I wonder if she will run into trouble with Master Than Lem, right? Related to Master Than Lam. Big Sister could not hold back any longer. Moments later, He Lian shouted, the immortal plaque is empty. Wait, there are only 2 people here. The two hurried over to take a look. Little Hu Haiyan, she is an immortal. Her nonsensical words left both of them wide-eyed, as they did not understand anything at all. He Lian in there was proudly leaning on her cane, saying, this little fox fairy has accepted 2 reincarnated immortals as my little brothers. Ving Thing leaped over while saying, Big Sister, even reincarnated immortals need to cultivate gradually. With this talent of hers, it is a sure thing for senior sister to become an immortal. Speaking of which, he suddenly paused. Wait a minute. Behind the 2 of them, He Lian smiled brightly. Who would be thought? Little fairy, you are also a reincarnated celestial being. Wong Sheng looked bewildered. Wait, if I were reincarnated celestial, that female immortal would have recognized me right away, He Lian speculated. What if you were just a minor soldier wielding a spear? It is understandable that they did not recognize you. Curiously glanced at the board and could not help but be startled. He Lian spoke up. Wait, how come we can find this past life? Wang Xing shrugged. Maybe it is a mistake. Let us check senior sister's abilities first. The past life does not matter. Anyway, in this life, I definitely have to give it my all and see if I can become an immortal. He said that, but his mind was racing. Not finding a past life means I do not have one. He started to doubt. Could it be that I was reborn just to polish the light of the minor earth talisman? He lie and read aloud. In the east, there is an immortal named Hua King, a flower of the divine in the eastern star domain, a celestial being of the east. The great Emperor Kingwa who saves the suffering, her past accomplishments. Once guarding the eastern heavenly gate, slaying 76 powerhouses from various star domains who invaded our heavenly court. In the 12th battle, she emerged from the forbidden realm, carrying wounds, continuously cutting down strong foes until she fell due to severe injuries. Celestials often protect their souls to return to this world. Their souls are nurtured over years in the Reincarnation Stone, and now they have reincarnated as a lively spirit. Lion was even more excited than she was, continuously buzzing with energy. Celestial beings. Following the great Emperor of the East, Hua King, you were so impressive in your past life. The lively spirit could only blink a few times, but no matter what, the lively spirit was extremely proud and declared, I am who I am. Lion could not help but look at him curiously. Not finding a past life? Could it be that you really do not have one? Little fairy. Wong Shang appeared indifferent. What is so strange about that? The minor Earth Lord has not been active for 1,000 years. Are not mortals still born? Get sick. And die just like usual. He exhaled lightly. Continuing. Most people do not have a past life or a future. Just live for the present. Hearing this, Lion smiled brightly. You are surprisingly insightful. At this moment, the lively spirit was holding her phone and tearfully overwhelmed. She still had something to say to her junior brother, but the phone had run out of battery. Wong Sheng, sensing her feelings, stepped forward, grasping her hand with a gentle gaze. He softly said, Senior sister, it is all right. No matter who you were in the past. Right now you are the immortal responsible for the beauty of the cultivation world. Our master's disciple. After a brief pause, he continued, she is the senior sister of Wang Sheng. A wave of indescribable happiness surged in her heart, and the lively spirit smiled gently, then let out a soft At that moment, Lion resembled a 1,000-year-old fox spirit. A troublemaker. The vibe expert specializing in feeding dog food. Finally, she could not hold it in anymore and blurted out. We have not even officially confirmed our relationship, and you are already shoveling food into his mouth. Are you planning to fatten up my big sister? Wang Sheng chuckled and changed the subject. Let us go check out the Reincarnation Stone. Shortly after the three of them entered the Reincarnation Chamber, they finally reached the place of the words. Wang Sheng called out, Master. He looked at his disciple with warm eyes. Little Shang. Finally you all have returned. Right after that, Wang Sheng quickly descended to the ground. While he even looked around, he swiftly reported the situation. Our master just arrived at the Reincarnation Chamber. He then glanced over at the chaotic scene and continued hesitantly, noticing that the Reincarnation Stone was shattered. Upon hearing this, all four elders were taken aback. Ngunan frowned and said to everyone, Let us go check it out. At the Reincarnation Chamber, the stone still stood tall, but now it was completely soaked. At this moment, the cracks on the stone were becoming thicker by the second. Not only that, but a giant hole had also formed right in the middle. After looking, Ingwenti asked Shiline, was this caused by that female corpse? She spoke up, that is right. It is possible she knew she could not reincarnate, so in a fit of rage, she acted. Pausing for a moment, she glanced over at the two younger siblings. Because in the celestial records there are only two names, Tiu Fi Ing and Tiu Hao and Hein. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Ing and Ti's jaw dropped. Little Shang, are you also a reincarnated celestial being? He looked at the cunning old fox who was covering his mouth to stifle his laughter. Feeling anger rise within him, Wang Shang silently shouted in his heart. Big sister. Seeing him like this, she poured more fuel on the fire. Compared to Haiyan Haiyan, Tiu Fiang is truly not simple. Laughing loudly in admiration. Fai Inja. Indeed. Even the man felt a bit itchy. Fai Inja. You are not trying to say that I am a heavenly general. Right. That is a bold claim. It is very likely that the celestial being has a name on the celestial tablet. The two elders gasped. Could it be some incredibly powerful figure? Thousands of questions from everyone made Wang Shang blush in embarrassment. He was sweating bullets. Everyone. I might just be an unknown person. Lucky to have reincarnated. After all, the celestial records do not mention what rank I hold. Oh no. He silently complained. Big sister. Are you messing with me? Tisiprum could not help but wonder. Because it surely can be that the Zodiac Emperor reincarnated. Right. Your sword style looks like it belongs to the Zodiac. Leading the discussion, Yenti analyzed. The Zodiac sword style is merely a technique passed down by the Zodiac Emperor to our founder. We can be sure of anything. Then, he suddenly turned serious. Everyone, let us not forget the main issue. How about we investigate from here to the 18th layer of hell with the master's guidance? He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Soon after, Everyone mounted their magical steeds and soared into the sky. He Lin could not help but burst out laughing. These people are so interesting. Chuncha Nam exhaled and said, "Do not be so gloomy. The 7 layers inside have been empty for a long time. Plus the elder from the earth-hidden sect will help us." Looking at the elder smiling brightly. "That is right. Reaching here feels just like coming home. Fellow Daoists, do not be polite at all." After he finished speaking, Hui Kin, Tc Jani Ezen, and Chanam were all left speechless. Not knowing how to respond, Ingamanti spoke. "Everyone, let us think of a way to resolve this. We can't keep that female celestial waiting any longer." Then, he turned to instruct his disciples. "Taiyu Thung, Taiyu Hyman, you two are in charge of the rear guard." And both quickly replied.
Yep.
Tixipum excitedly approached you, saying loudly,
"Hey,
did you brush up on your skills? And what about that reincarnated fairy? Must have gained a ton of insight. Why? Even drinking water could unlock realms." The Ving Thing awkwardly scratched his face. "I am just like you guys. No memories from my past life. And besides, this life's potential is already set in the womb." Nguna was grinning ear to ear, surprised that Tu Hyun's soul, trapped for 1,000 years in the reincarnation stone, finally managed to reincarnate. Reflecting on the past, he could not help but feel a twinge of regret. No wonder she was born with such weak foundations. After pouring 16 years of effort just to keep her alive back then, the Taoist Association's funding was always short for buying herbs. So I had to hustle on the side just to make ends meet. He live in, without holding back. "Told you. I heard from an investigator that they are wholesaling martial arts manuals and the holy spring water from the Martial Mountain." Right. Feeling a bit guilty, Ing Enti suddenly coughed. Ing Thing Thung noticed his master's embarrassment and quickly changed the subject.
"Hey,
are you worried?" Suddenly, he glanced over at Quan Hein, who had been brought back by the celestial realm. But why was he left with this vague feeling about his own reincarnation? He speculated. Could it be that returning to my 17-year-old self after all this time is just a sudden awakening of memories? With that thought, Ving Thing clicked his tongue. "Well, whatever. I do not have any evidence to prove I am back thanks to the little underworld." Realizing that you were staring intently at her, Quan Hyven turned to face you. In her eyes right now, all she could see was the handsome young man in front of her. While you continued to think that if you kept mulling over it, it might disrupt your focus and affect your cultivation. The two of you held hands and moved forward together. The celestial path ahead was vast and slow, with only the sword in hand. Vivung Thung was determined, no longer thinking about demons but focusing on what lay ahead. Suddenly, while on the road, Inguna halted, shouting out a warning. "Everyone, be careful." The group quickly reacted and stopped, and Ninganti explained. "Something's about to come out." A beam of purple light resembling 2 eyes was scanning everyone in every direction. A familiar voice rang out. "This is the transfer station. Master Engen, we will maintain continuous communication with you and alert you to any dangers." The group gasped in shock. Ninant could not help but speak up. "Understood." The voice on the other end continued. "The 18 layers of hell have a special magnetic field disrupting our communications. We have not yet found the special passageway mentioned earlier." Ing Enta kept moving forward. The government officials continued to instruct. "You all need to check for yourselves. If you can find it, you might be able to locate the way down from the outer ring." The elder chimed in. "No worries. I know where that path is, just follow me." He took out a compass and instructed. "In a bit, try your best to fly close to the ground. You never know. There might be some undiscovered traps." Meanwhile, a soft, delicate hand tugged of Ving Thung's sleeve, making him turn around. Quan Hein was trembling, pale as a ghost, sweating buckets. Recalling his senior sister's fierce enemies, he gently squeezed her hand. Senior sister, or should I say, the big sister, is waiting outside. Though he was scared, Quan Hein stood firm. Thing looked at her with determination. "Then let us go down together." He leaned side behind them, teasing, "I am getting old. Can't you at least help me a bit? You kids are blushing like ripe tomatoes." He proudly turned to Hushlin. "My senior sister is over 765,400 years old," making Quan Hyun want to explode with embarrassment, while Helian burst into laughter. Nguenti sighed helplessly, trying to ease the tension. "You two, be serious." Ving Thing then straightened up.
Yep.
Soon, everyone entered the first layer of hell. As you might have heard, this place was a torture chamber filled with fire pits and iron hooks, and there sat a certain big sister, calmly munching on snacks in the midst of such danger. She glanced over at the bustling shop and asked,
"Hey,
is your mind finally at ease? Right now, both you and Little Fee you are reincarnated immortals. Perfectly balanced." Looking at the two relaxed sisters, Wang Shen could not help but feel a bit powerless. thinking, are you two just chilling here? Self-strength glanced around and guessed. This must be the first level. The second level of hell. So why can't I see the net all over the ground? The two elders chimed in. That is right. The little underworld may be small, but it has got everything. It is like a complex of immortal underworlds. However, we need to be cautious. The underworld spirits can be quite sensitive, and we must tread carefully to avoid trouble. Then everyone moved closer together, and the two elders had some doubts. The main path is right here. But how do we open the seal? Everyone was curious, asking what was underneath the seal. The elders explained. It is a surveillance pathway through the 18 layers of hell. Think of it as a sightseeing elevator. After that, he closed his eyes to feel the surroundings, which were unusually quiet. Suddenly, the elder gasped loudly. Oh. The spirit of the underworld here says someone once tried to break in. We do not know if the inside has been compromised, Self-strength speculated. It is probably those cultivators who broke into the underworld 1,000 years ago. He quickly added. Let us go check it out. Let us open the path. The elder immediately drove a wooden stake into the ground, strong enough to shake the earth. Then he began to chant a spell, and the rope tied to it quickly began to glow with a golden light. Just then, the elder was surrounded by his magical device, resembling a talisman. The door swung wide open right after he finished reading the spell, revealing a pitch-black interior. Golden lotus platforms floated out, looking pure against the dark underworld. Lion and Quan Haoyan, feeling a bit scared, hid behind him. The elder called out, ladies and gentlemen, please. And so, those lotus platforms took them on a tour through the layers, arriving at the 8th layer of the ice hell. After gliding through several levels of the underworld, everyone fell silent. Zhang Nan looked around and spoke up. The 8th layer still holds its share of malevolent spirits that have not been cleaned out. Ziqiang squinted, his gaze fixed on the ghostly figures in the icy peaks ahead. There were heaps of people skewered by sharp ice, their bodies still stuck in a gruesome display. Wong Sheng thought to himself. Those unfortunate souls must be the ones from the sect trying to invade the underworld. Just like the rumor said, I fear they might have turned into demonic spirits now. He thought, feeling a twinge of sadness. Quan Haoyan, frightened, tightly shut her eyes. The elder, having guarded this place with his family for many years, sighed deeply at the sight and said, let us keep going down. In no time, they reached the 18th layer of the sword hell, where the grim scenery persisted. The elder announced, we are almost at the 18th layer. There is an exit below that leads straight outside the underworld. Suddenly, a loud noise startled everyone present. Lion exclaimed, there are so many dry corpses down there. Amidst the mountain of dry corpses, Lion recognized that some still had faint breaths. A cold sweat broke out on her forehead as she warned. Little Haoyan, do not rush. That dry teacher is no longer human. You could say he is neither man nor ghost. Lian uses her magic to reveal the deep truth beneath the surface. Source of the speculation. These people are indeed the ones who ventured into hell all those years ago. Ving Theng observes closely. They seem weak but stable, clearly still alive. What should we do with them? From the eager strength, he thinks maybe they have already turned into ghosts. Let us just take them out. One swift strike should do it. But a voice speaks up, warning against it. What if there is a senior from a prestigious sect among them? One of the real masters among them speaks up. Gee, even ants know the will to live. And those guys just want to survive. V Thung frowns, countering that every sect has its rules. If you can harm others just to save yourself, then what are you if not evil? Goonie chimes in, saying this matter should be decided by the elder of the Hidden Earth sect. The second elder angrily snaps back. If we do not kill them, how can we quell the hatred in our hearts? But I can take responsibility for this. Let us bind them first, and take them outside to hand over to the Electric sect and the Daoist community for questioning. Vivring Thing looks around, then says, they have been alive for 800 years in the Golden Core stage. Everyone turns to look at him. Lian steps forward and then glances back at him. Little Thung, I will seal them first. No sooner does she say that than she rushes in, unleashing a wave of energy. He can't help but ponder as he watches Hefi Lin. They have lived in the underworld for over 1,000 years. So regarding their cultivation level, they are probably above the Golden Core stage. Vithong Thung's brow furrows as he thinks about this. If they find a chance to restore their cultivation, the consequences would be dire, and the Daoist community would likely be thrown into chaos. Lian's power quickly creates a dense area of orange energy. She is sweating now and turns to say, all right, the seal is ready. I have reinforced it. Anyone below the transformation stage can escape. The group of Daoists watches her warily, hands poised for action. Lian quickly understands the situation. My hair has not even turned dark enough to be considered demonic. Is it really that bad? The Daoist turns to instruct. Master, please take these seniors up first. Elder, how do we break the seal under the 18th level of hell? He asks. I have the spell. Just wait a moment. He replies. Then, He pulls out 2 red tokens from his robe. He grips them tightly and recites an incantation over the central altar. A surge of energy emanates from them, radiating a pure, gentle light that is incredibly beautiful. Soon, a mysterious formation appears on the altar. A long beam of light shines down from the heavens, resembling a stunning silk ribbon. A door flickers behind the light, and it slowly opens. Wudang feels the tension rise. He wonders if beneath the 18th level of hell lies the remains of some giant monster battle, or if a ghostly woman is about to explode with uncontrollable power. Or something else entirely. Decisive wonders, is it stuck? This thing should not be broken. Those guys do not seem to have much strength left. Chinam and maybe the constant tremors of hell are affecting this place. Let us try pulling it out. Decisive quickly sticks a talisman to his foot, while Cheon Nam draws his sword from behind. The two of them grip the knot tightly and pull together with all their might. 2 streams of inner power collide, harmonizing like yin and yang. Finally, the passage opens up, and Decisive exclaims loudly, "All right. It really worked." The source descends quickly. "I will go down first to check it out." Wudang watches closely, not taking his eyes off that passage. The source is somewhat surprised. There is a pure aura of divine energy here. Could it be that a celestial being is down below? Suddenly, Kwon Hon hastily pulls on Wudang's sleeve. Confused, he turns around. "Sister. Hurry up." Wudang panics and thinks, "Got it. The celestial maiden is warning us." Immediately, he shouts loudly, "Master," causing everyone to jump. Below, Wudang uses his inner strength to shout again, "We need to leave, fast." The celestial light bursts forth, and a slight tremor quickly follows. Wudang anxiously yells, and then he and Kwon Hyen rush down. "Master." Suddenly, a powerful hand yanks both of them back, and everyone stops singing. He Lin yells in frustration, "What are you doing? You want to get yourselves killed over there?" Kwon Hon's gaze turns intense, and she almost screams, "Run." At this moment, the celestial light bursts forth again. Wudang sweats profusely, looking at NT, shouting, "Master." The shockwave is immense. NT and the others can dodge in time and have to brace themselves. Wudang, unwilling to accept, says to Icholin, "Sister, Master and the elders." She snaps back, "Shut up. Whoever escapes is lucky. We need to get to the 17th floor now." As she speaks, Icholin pours all her strength into dragging the two of them forward, moving faster than the celestial light erupting behind them, and in no time, they reach the 16th floor of Hellfire. Lin shouts angrily, "How annoying." At this moment, celestial light keeps shooting towards them, and she wonders, "Is it not done yet? Is it not done yet?" Lin grumbles, as she hugs both of them and dashes outside the area of celestial power. But for some reason, the celestial light changes direction, aiming straight for her. That green light viciously leaps over the flames, targeting the 3 of them. Lin uses her tail to shield Wudang and Kwon Hyen, but she takes a hit herself. Wudang gasps, "Sister." Fragments of celestial light rain down, and after hitting Lin, everything goes still, using the last of her rationality. She warns, "My power is running out. I can't control the demonic energy that is about to merge. The burst of celestial light will only last a moment. When it stops, you all run. Don't mind me if I do not make it out." As she says this, sweat pours down Lin's face from holding back the pain, and she weakly whispers her final words, "Just kill me." Kwon Hon anxiously supports her shoulder, looking at Wudang, saying, "Thon Didyong, the Celestial Maiden." He quickly realizes the Celestial Maiden means her pure power can help Big Sister. Hearing this, Wudang does not hesitate. He places both hands on Lin's back, starting to channel his inner strength. As long as there is breath, there is hope. Wudang focuses. "Big Sister, cooperate with me. I will suppress the demonic energy for you." Down. Lin still struggles. "You are the water, and I am the beautiful lake spirit." Both cute and stunning. After a while, the area calms down, and the celestial light finally stops pouring out. Wudang glanced over anxiously. The vengeful spirit of this level had been chased away by the celestial light, and he wondered how his master was doing. Lin stretched her arms, surprised that Xiao Feiyu could actually suppress his demonic nature. Why had not he used this sooner? Kwon Hyen recounted. The female immortal said that the pure yang power subdues all demonic traits. "How could you guys not know that?" he thought to himself. The 3 no-mind monks did not mention it. And back when I was just a little illusion pill, I had no idea I could help Big Sister. Kwon Hyen kept tapping frantically on her phone, looking really anxious. She frowned, raised her phone, and the female immortal said this outburst was about to be suppressed by her, but she could collapse at any moment. And I needed to come help. Master is fine for now. Just pushed out of the 18th layer of hell. Most of them are severely injured. The previous celestial light bursts were because the Earth's spiritual seal was about to be broken. Hearing this, Wudang could not help but ask in surprise. The Earth's spiritual seal. One of the heavenly realms. The three spirits seal the immortals of the heavenly court. Used to suppress the earth's vitality, the celestial energy bursts this time were not caused by the female immortal. Rather, because she has been suppressing the earth as spiritual seal. The little Earth Lord has not emerged to wreak havoc in the mortal realm. Ving Thing felt confused. What could we possibly do about this? Suddenly, Quan Haoen gently placed a kiss on his lips. Her face flushed. At that moment, Ving Thing also stopped being grim. Their lips lingered apart. The warmth still enveloping him. The air around the two was thick with the scent of romance. Quan Haoen chuckled softly and said, Ving Thing. Blushing, touched his lips and asked her, Senior sister, you want to help the female immortal? Right. A big question popped into his mind. What does this mean? He Livin, standing beside him, blushed as well, interrupting their conversation. The female immortal has been calling for you guys. It might be related to your reincarnated immortal bodies. But now the passage to the 18th layer of hell has been breached. And I will take you down. Helion looked at him and continued. You. Keep channeling pure yang energy to me. The next day, three figures shot up into the sky, leaving only a bright red light in their wake. At that moment, in a familiar little house, not long ago, when the celestial light burst at the earth-hidden sect, Theno Lam stood at the door, murmuring, Underworld, below the earth. Reincarnation stone, earth spirit seal. She continued with a serious face. I have seen it all. I have seen everything. She stood there for a long while, dazed, staring at something in front of her that emitted a strange purple light. Suddenly, a hand reached out toward her, a gentle white sleeve calling, Thela Lam. As she looked at the figure in front of her, a look of longing appeared in her eyes, and Thin Lam spoke. Is that you? The woman smiled gently at her. My dear Thin Lam, I am your mother. But not quite your mother, she said softly, reaching out to embrace her. Then she gently advised. Thela Lam. Be strong. If the little Earth Lord breaks into the mortal realm, the people of Va Ho will suffer. Whether you want to or not, you must accept this fate now. Tears streamed down her cheeks. And Then Lam remained silent. She continued. If you want to blame someone, blame us for being so ruthless. Behind her, there are countless others dressed in white, radiating an otherworldly aura. Thien Lam quickly asked the burning question in her heart. Did that guy really hurt you while cultivating? Her mother smiled gently. Silly child. How could that be? At this moment, she revealed something to her. Thela Lam. You were supposed to take your mother's surname. We are the rightful heirs of the great Earth Sect. As she spoke, she looked at her little girl and continued. And at that moment, the circular mark on Thine Lam's forehead began to glow. A pure light illuminated the dark night. She started to be led by her mother to an unknown place. The scenery around them felt incredibly foreign. Thin Lam could not help but curiously ask, Where is this place? Her mother replied, The deepest part of the underworld. Above it lies the 18 layers of hell, and below is the spiritual prison. You can understand that it seals away all the spiritual energy generated this year on this planet. Seeing her dazed expression, her mother sighed. All right then. We still have some time to go over the details with you. Thina Lam took a closer look at the figure before her and asked. She, her mother replied. A lady trying to find a way to channel life in the minor underworld. She is reading a celestial book. The figure looked familiar, and she thought to herself. Why is it just the two of them returning? What happened to Ho Kan? And who is that guy? Thien Lam could not help but get closer. The text above spoke of reading this. Thien Lam was astonished, as the name on that page was Wang Sheng, along with his senior sister. Her mother continued. I do not know why the life transfer stone in the minor underworld has been consumed by the strength of the book. Therefore, the prince's battle flag has fallen, unable to be reborn again. Including herself. Looking at this, her mother added. That day, the prince, in his grief, shattered the life transfer stone, breaking the seal of 10 halls, which also caused the spiritual blockade to be lifted. Because of this, the 18 layers of hell were flooded with primordial energy, gradually rising. When the prince realized this, he immediately used himself to block the spiritual seal. She continued. Although the prince temporarily suppressed the spiritual seal, this is not a long-term solution. Once the primordial energy pushes the minor underworld lord into this realm, the 3,000 forms around the Pingdu Mountains will collapse instantly. At this moment, the face and body of that person would gradually fade away, and the dark energy of the underworld lord would disrupt the balance of yin and yang on this planet, leading to unimaginable casualties. She showed her the events happening inside the minor underworld. We were jolted awake when the second elder was attacked by the ghostly soldiers. Right now, the protective barrier has not fully recovered, and this is when we need people the most. The image of He Lion and Wang Sheng's group appeared. And mess. Tinu said. If we could wake up sooner, things would not have reached this point. Thien Lam recognized instantly. Shocked. Wong Shang. Thien Lam was frantic. What should we do? How can we help them? Her mother calmly replied. Don't panic. The protective barrier has not fully recovered yet. We still need to wait for over 10 more minutes. Then, she took her hand and said, Come on. You are the lucky one among our ancestors. I will guide you. And right after, both stood before a set of pure white garments with a heavy heart. Thien Lam asked her mother, What should I do? Jiang opened her arms, looking at her and said, Surrender your soul to the protection charm. Thien Lam's back looked undeniably lonely as she quickly pieced it together. Do I have to die here? She gazed at her little daughter, tears streaming down her face. Yep. Just like us. After a moment, she continued, But the power of our souls will transform into a barrier for you. In the future, you will master everything within the charm. So you won't disappear because of this. You hand over the corner where the wall suddenly appeared. She continued, This is also the only compensation we can offer. Just for the descendants. And at that moment, Thien Lam slowly picked it up. Switching scenes to Taiyan, a voice quickly rang out. Reporting. The group of disciples from the master has found everything. The rescue team immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That is great. Suddenly, her father's phone rang. He could not help but wonder if it was Thien Lam. As he answered, a sorrowful voice came through. For years you have said so many hurtful things to me. And I have never scolded you. Taiyan was taken aback. Thien Lam. What are you suddenly talking about, Dad? She cut in from her side. Dad. I can only suppress the underworld. Right. He quickly grasped the issue and shouted. Who told you these things? Don't he do anything stupid? That outfit is fake. The voice on the other end kept calling out. Thien Lam. Thien Lam. Do not. But at that moment, she had already pressed the sharp object to her neck. On the other end, her father kept shouting. Thien Lam. But she had already dropped the fake phone. Her mother's voice echoed. My dear. At least we lived a slightly longer life together. But you did not get to experience anything. She laughed through her tears, answering in her head. No, Mom. I have been living happily for over 20 years. She continued. After you wear this outfit, you will lose all feelings for a very long time. Otherwise, your soul won't be able to withstand this power. Do you have any regrets now? Blood began to trickle down her neck. Thien Lam thought. If there was regret, maybe there was once. But now it does not hurt as much. She remembered the time she was saved by the prince during a car accident. Thinking, if I had expressed my feelings back then, maybe that summer could have been a great story. At this moment, in the 18th layer of hell, this was the knife residence of hell. He Lien was slowly descending, and the wandering spirits rushed towards her, their mouths gaping wide open. As she landed with incredible speed, the impact caused quite a commotion. And Lien, seeing the crowd of spirits, felt annoyed and quickly shouted. Get lost. No sooner had she spoken than a powerful explosion shook the ground violently. After Helian's blast, there were no spirits left around. Viveng Thung quickly speaks up. Big Sis. Hurry. Recover. I will suppress the demonic energy for you. Helian swiftly channels her inner strength. Got it. As he transmits power to her, he glances over to the gathering of demons. They are getting closer, whispering to one another. Blood essence. I must drain every drop of their blood essence. We will take them down. My body is nearly withered away. Devouring this fox spirit will definitely boost our power. Helian seems to lose it at this point. She angrily advises. You two. Go help that celestial being stabilize the forbidden earth spirit. Remember, you are a reincarnated celestial being. You can definitely do what ordinary people can. With that, she leaps away. And Vivnathung shouts back. Got it. Big Sis. You be careful too. Helian quickly transforms into a fox, her eyes blazing fiercely at the demons. You think you can mess with Tu Fai Yang and Taiyu Hon Haiyan? With that, Illumin roars, positioning herself as a barrier before them. Ving Thung charges in, slicing through demons to clear a path. He turns to Quan Haivan. Sister. Hurry up. We are almost there. She quickly responds with a grunt. Suddenly, two wicked demons appear beside him, rushing in so fast that Vujing Thung can brace himself. Their sharp claws nearly graze him, and Ving Thung internally screams. Oh no, as they attack simultaneously. Thankfully, Quan Hein manages to intervene just in time. But it seems these two demons are too powerful. They team up and attack even more fiercely. Just like that, the protective barrier around Quan Hein starts to visibly crack. In no time, she is knocked down, and Vidong Thing quickly catches her. Quan Hein feels a wave of pain washing over her. Unable to hold back, she spits out a mouthful of fresh blood. Because these demons are at levels 17 and 18, far surpassing Kim Dan. Even if the two of us team up, We might not hold them back. Realizing this, Vihong Thung quickly scoops up his sister and rushes to where the celestial being is. As soon as they arrive, he shouts, "Celestial lady, elder," but all he gets in return is silence. 2 faint traces of celestial energy remain, and the surrounding space is utterly quiet. With no response to his words, Ving Thun can't help but wonder. Could it be that the celestial lady can't move, because she is suppressing the forbidden earth spirit? Then he glances behind him and thinks to himself, let us take care of these 2 demons first before anything else. With that thought, he scoops up Quan Hien and darts away, leaving the 2 demons behind. Of course, they were not going to let you go easily. In no time, they launched themselves into the air, chasing after you. Ilash, you managed to shake off 2 demons, who looked around frantically, but could not spot you anywhere. Up in the air, other demons gradually started to appear. Wang Sheng hid behind a large tree, urging Quan, his senior sister, not to move around too much and to recover her strength quickly, to give her time to rely on her movement technique for protection. We need to push straight into the Stone Head Mountain to assist the fairy. Suddenly, for some reason, the girl stood up and ran towards you. Wang Sheng paused, his heart racing from the embrace, thoughts swirling in his head. Senior sister, why are you being so proactive all of a sudden? But then he quickly steadied himself, leaned closer to her and whispered, Senior sister, let us go over there to help. Is there anything we can do for the fairy? Quan Huan said nothing and just continued to hold him tightly, greedily inhaling the scent of Wang Sheng's body. He did not say anything either, but a happy smile spread across his face. Soon after, they both turned back towards the fairy's original position. However, the number of demons had increased significantly. It seemed they had gathered earlier to wait for your return. As Wang Sheng arrived, he was immediately surrounded. But at that moment, a powerful beam of light, infused with a pure aura, shone down on the 2 of them. An ethereal figure appeared, and the girl called out with a clear voice, is someone here? Those clear eyes and the familiar mark on her forehead. It seemed like she was someone he knew. The scene shifted back to Xi Lion, who was currently fighting off countless demons surrounding her. They eyed her like she was a delectable treat, all of them grinning wickedly as they closed in on Xi Lion. The figure in the pure white robes quickly descended. She raised her hand to the sky and chanted loudly, Ghosts of the 4 directions, evil spirits of the 8 directions, committing sins in the underworld, shall not be forgiven. With that, she pointed directly at the swarm of demons, releasing an aura of divine power. The fairy continued, the evil spirit shall turn to dust. And immediately, her power transformed into ferocious bolts of lightning that struck down. The surrounding spirits were swiftly obliterated, their bodies scattering everywhere. At that moment, Xi Lion was also affected, thrown helplessly into the air. A whole swarm of demons was quickly annihilated with a snap of the fairy's fingers. Xi Lion, still in her fox form, saw how the demons were being blasted apart and kept retreating, using the others around her as cover. Then, the fairy quickly landed in front of Xi Lion. Wang Sheng anxiously thought, it is not good. The senior sister is near the Japanese demon, unable to distinguish friend from foe. At that moment, he called out loudly, Senior, I hope you will show mercy. Just as he predicted, Xi Lion was fierce, her claws poised as she growled at the fairy. It seemed she heard what he said. She extended a finger, and immediately, a gentle purple light formed into a small circle. She stood before Xi Lion, softly radiating her power, seemingly trying to soothe her. Xi Lion's eyes quickly softened, as the fairy had no malice towards her. In no time, Helion stretched and instantly transformed back into her human form. Her body, enveloped by the aura of that celestial maiden, likely prevented her from unleashing any dark energy. The celestial maiden waved her hand again, her movement gentle and soothing, clearly effective for Helion. In just a moment, she swiftly resolved everything. Ving Theng and Quan Hien flew over on their swords, and she landed near them. He exclaimed in surprise as he recognized her. Sister. Thian Lam said nothing and shot straight toward the pyramid. Ving Theng watched her happily and told Quan Hien, let us follow her. With her around, we probably won't need to help anymore. The Ving Theng silently pondered that this senior sister might have some connection to the underworld. Not only able to deal with those evil spirits, but also able to easily control the demigod foxes. Her power surely rivaled that of the celestial beings. As Thian Lam ascended, a massive explosion erupted above, and she quickly flew out of the pyramid. He could not help but marvel. She has got this under control. No doubt about it. Ving Theng and Quan Hien stood there, eyes wide in confusion, questioning in their minds. Is that it? After finishing up, Thian Lam twirled a few times in the sky. Then, she respectfully addressed someone. I am powerless. I still apologize. Your Highness. Inside the exploded pyramid, a small golden glowing orb replied. No worries. The celestial lineage you inherit comes from the powerful Amti clan. Not everyone walks the path of celestial warriors, especially someone relying on the spirit world to harness the powers of the minor underworld. That alone can stand against the true celestials. The three slowly ascended as the voice continued. But that does not mean you possess the strength of a true celestial yet. Hearing this, Ving Thing could not help but be amazed. Thinking, a powerful clan. Like Grandma. A Quan Hyven and Vig Thang then landed, and the voice inside rang out again. Hawa Khan, you are here. But the disaster I caused still requires your assistance. At that moment, Quan Hyman gently closed his eyes as if the voice had just called him. He glanced over at Thine Lam beside him, and the voice echoed again. It is unclear why. But before your highness entered the underworld, the Earth Spirit Seal was already in a state of disarray. The Celestial Maiden was channeling her internal power, while continuing to communicate telepathically, relying solely on the 18 levels of hell to suppress it. Yet there was still no surge of energy. It had little to do with your highness. Time is short. Let us not dwell on that anymore. She then slowly opened her eyes and looked at him, asking, Who are you? Ving Thing hesitated. Senior, we have met before. The Celestial Maiden interrupted. I am asking who you were in your past life. Ving Thing replied. I probably was not a celestial being in my past life. Then he asked, Senior, do you have a way to seal the Earth Spirit? The Celestial Maiden said it was just a risky attempt. Hearing this, Ving Thing could not help but ask back, How do we try? Suddenly, at that moment, a beam of green light shot straight up into the sky. For some reason, he was flung outwards at high speed, and Ving Thing exclaimed in shock. Senior sister. Quan Hyen merely turned around, looking at him with a gentle smile. Saying nothing, as I watched Quan Hyen being pulled away from me. Of course, he was not having it. Wang Xing quickly formed a seal. His sword energy shot out, chasing after Quan Hyen, awning in on her waist. In no time, it wrapped around her waist. Trying to hold her tight, Quan Hyen was momentarily stunned. He yanked her forcefully back towards himself. For at this moment, there were only Quan Hyen and the shallow forest path. Pain erupted as the energy coursed through Quan Hyen, causing a few drops of blood to escape her lips. Wang Sheng had finally succeeded in pulling Quan Hyen back to him. She understood what he wanted to do. Tears streaming down her face as she stared at him. Wang Sheng remained silent, only offering her a gentle smile. Just then, he flew closer to that pyramid, his mind racing with thoughts. Even if he had to give himself a sudden blow, his senior sister used just enough strength, afraid of getting hurt. While he plotted against her without a second thought, risking her injury, Wang Sheng said nothing. Suddenly bowed his head with a soft chuckle. Danti, the shallow forest body reacted, trembling as she raised her hand. For reasons unknown, the strong woman had lost all her emotions. Now looking at him with difficulty and saying, Wang Sheng, please do not. She really wanted to rush in and stop him. But her elders held her back, leaving her helplessly watching. Wang Sheng approached the mouth of the golden pyramid and said to Shallow Forest, Sister Dan, help me get my senior sister out later. Being down there with the princess does not seem safe. The golden light from that fairy below brightened, and she asked him in surprise. You know what I want to do? As Wang Sheng jumped down, he replied, the only two possibilities for you sending your senior sister over there are, you might temporarily help her recover her dual cultivation, judging by her recent actions. That option is off the table. As he said this, he narrowed his eyes. Or do you want to borrow someone else's body to quickly unleash her heavenly fairy energy? It is only possible through a hidden path. Wang Sheng stared at her, unafraid to expose her. Recalling their last meeting when her brow had a hint of death energy, this body might not allow her to unleash her full power. So she needs someone completely relaxed to absorb her fairy soul. But in the end, that person would surely vanish, their level being too low. I wonder if my guess is right. It seemed he had guessed right. The princess pondered as she floated up, saying, I am only half sure. The two of them quickly faced each other, and Wang Sheng spoke up, I will fully cooperate with you. But I do not understand. Why must you insist on sending my senior sister over here? Why can't you just swap with someone else? She explained slowly. Right now, the strong woman only has her spirit form. If I will need her to clean up the mess. While anyone else who has even a little stray thought could ruin everything. That tiny glimmer of hope could turn to laughter. This is the responsibility of us immortals. I know you can do it like Hua King. But you do not need to risk your life for this. Just focus on cultivating. Wang Sheng frowned in rebuttal. So my senior sister can die for this. Right now. You are forcing me to choose between myself and my senior sister. The princess fell silent, simply smiling. And then the tears on her face began to glow. It was as if she agreed to her exchange. Now her soul began to manifest. The light slowly enveloped him. And Wang Sheng thought with satisfaction. Thank goodness I had not confessed to my senior sister before. A gentle smile spread across your face. At least this way. Later on, the senior won't be so heartbroken. Up here, when she wants to jump down, the elders just slam her back to the ground. And she helplessly screams. No way. Because that princess started igniting the fire inside you. She advised, relax your mind. Spread your energy. Don't cling to life. Do not fear death. Wang Sheng thought. What is there to cling to or fear? This life is a gift from the heavens. You felt satisfied thinking. Compared to the useless death in your past life. This time, you can exchange your life for your seniors. Worth it. At this moment, a fierce golden light erupted. Master. Mistress. Dad. Little Diao. And all the friends who promised to come to the island to work. Wang Sheng kept thinking in that stream of light. Well then. If there is a connection. Wait a minute. I will turn to dust with no chance of reincarnation. Could it be that the heavens let me do this again, just to wait for today? That power is becoming more and more destructive. You encouraged yourself. Your eyes slowly closing. Okay. Let us sprinkle a little gold on your face. Maybe it is fine. The divine light illuminating the entire Little Diao manor. Over here. The fierce Xuan was gripping Wang Sheng's sword energy tightly. Tears streaming down her beautiful face. You left a message. Senior. Do not forget my part. Along with immortality. The pyramid was now fully restored. Erupting like a volcano continuously spewing divine light. After the rain comes the sunshine. Finally. The Little Diao manor was kept peaceful. After that mission, Wang Sheng also sacrificed. Leaving many flowers and incense in front of his grave. The smoke rising high. Ho Jing stood before the grave and spoke. Amitabha. What is lost is lost. What remains is just memory. The pain for his little brother is undeniable. One must speak the truth. After a moment, he asks. So what is the deal with the roses from the immortal? Qian Zheng, crying like a river, explains. Don't get it twisted. We can't tarnish Wang Sheng's pure reputation. I just think he is such a bright guy. He definitely likes vibrant colors like this. Wenzi's, what a pity for the mute fairy. They were so close to achieving their goal. But I heard my uncle say. Right now, the mute fairy is emotionally unstable. Quietly guarding the place where the Silent One sacrificed herself. The hardest thing for her to accept might be that the Silent One sealed the Great Spirit seal in her place. It was meant for the mute fairy to peacefully transition. Meanwhile, she just stands there, silently staring at the ice block, her eyes filled with complexity. Over here, Wenzi looks up at the sky and sighs. If I were there, taking the Silent One's place, there would be one less heartbroken person in the world. Hui Jing steps forward to comfort him, while the little monk trails behind, not paying attention. Later, the Silent One could become the ancient forest of our Daoist world. Truly Amitabha. With one standing and one kneeling, the scene is incredibly solemn. Chen Zheng hears this and cries even harder. Can we just not bring it up anymore? I have finally accepted this heartbreaking truth. We have to wait for the mute fairy to get her emotions in check. No way can we let her feel like she has no friends anymore. Plus, someone of her status. There will definitely be a bunch of shameless guys thinking about her. As he says this, he cries and vows. In the next 3 years, anyone who dares to pursue her, I will take them down myself. Ho Jing remains silent. Dude, you are being way too over the top. Amitabha. When that time comes, I definitely have to bring the little monk along. Wenji is at a loss for words. These matters are strictly personal for the mute fairy. It can't be like this. Chen Jing yells. I do not care. Right now, I am the widow of Wang Sheng. No way I am letting his little bro take the spotlight. It has got to be me. They all call me the loser of the Daoist world. Well, let me show them what a loser really is. In the distance, the man is led forward by 2 people. He is sorrowful. His eyes are sunken, talking to himself. If I knew you would end up like this, I should not have taught you about loyalty and righteousness back then, my dear disciple. My heart aches for you. And I do not know how to comfort you. Just let her stay in the underworld with you for a few more days. He gazes at his disciple's grave. His heart breaking. If you had another chance, and came back to the martial world to pay your respects, maybe I would have already become an immortal. That time, I would teach you true immortal techniques. He coughs repeatedly after saying a few more words. Still worried. He adds, Dad, you are still injured. Take care of yourself. The man's face is pale as he speaks. It is. Let us head back to the headquarters to investigate. Those ancient practitioners we brought back from the underworld have woken up, and we need to discuss how to handle them. The helicopter is waiting. And he does not forget to add. The half-immortal has returned to her mountain villa. No little commotion allowed. No one should approach her. This matter can only be discussed between us and the Daoist world. Transitioning to the place where he sacrificed himself. The snow and ice cover the area densely. The place where the pyramid once stood has turned into a mountain of ice. And the body of the prince is lying there. His lifeless sword still remains, gleaming just like the noble heart of its master. On that sword, there is a figure charred black like a piece of coal. None other than the prince himself, who fell here after that epic battle. Suddenly, a tiny foot lands gently at the tip of the sword. It is the princess, appearing like a little fairy, her small figure frowning at him. 3 months have passed, and he still has not woken up. Just how weak can you be? Suddenly, the sword starts to glow. Oddly enough, its bright white color shifts to a deep, mysterious black. It sticks close to where the prince's body rests, as if trying to convey something. At that moment, his charred body unexpectedly reveals the smooth, fair skin underneath. A voice echoes in the statue's head, invoking the newly revered divine authority, calling upon the essence of all things to understand the spirit. Then, the earth and rocks burst apart, and a familiar gaze opens wide. Filled with questions, this is a voice that resonates only with the virtue of unity and the path to transcendence. The words about mastering the way only lead to longevity. The one inside gradually begins to break free. He guesses these words refer to the essence of the celestial sword. He awakens after a long slumber, and the black stone covering him has completely vanished. The prince gazes at his own body, wondering if he is truly not dead yet. The princess perched on the sword speaks up. Of course, you are not dead. The prince stands up, bowing respectfully, grateful for her life-saving grace. She looks at the sword and continues. If you want to thank someone, thank this sword, for it has no spirit or impurities. Perfect for housing the souls of extraordinary beings. I used the shortest time to refine it, combining the celestial soul to create a powerful formation that can block the earth's spirit. Pausing for a moment, she adds, therefore, it was not really meant to end in death. My celestial soul does not react to the earth's spirit, so we can all continue to live. He looks down at his abdomen, his meridians shattered, his core almost in ruins. He is definitely gravely injured this time. The prince can shake off his thoughts, but at least his spirit has expanded over 10 times, which is not too shabby. The princess speaks again. The wounds on your body are just from my soul temporarily residing in you. This place is filled with vital energy. In about 1-2 months, you will be completely healed. The prince can help but chuckle bitterly, calling her directly by name. Since when did our relationship become so familiar? Plus, her way of speaking is rather easy to misunderstand. Does not she know? Giovanni closes her eyes and continues explaining. Ever since I entered your body and merged our souls, we have formed a bond. Then, she looks at him seriously. In your presence, you have no privacy from me. You were born into this. Upon hearing this, the prince is taken aback, staring at her in shock. She continues. Do not worry. I will keep everything about you a secret. And besides, I already know who you are. Wang Sheng anxiously begged Jine to clarify. She replied calmly. I can't say or point it out. If you can progress further on your path in the future, then I will tell you. Just focus on your cultivation for now. Even if your mother asks, I won't disclose your secrets. He chuckled, wondering who taught her this half-telling style. Giovanni casually responded. My father taught me. He loves to do this, making people feel uneasy. He was taken aback that she could read his thoughts and lamented. With you like this, we can't stay together. Seeing his reaction, she tiptoed and flew up. Giovanni pointed at his forehead, saying, Now, I won't be able to know what is in your heart anymore. She explained. To seal the spirit of this forbidden land, I transformed into a spirit and merged into this sword. Now, I am its sword spirit, she proudly declared. Though it is your sword, I am not just your sword spirit. If there is a way in the future, of course, I will leave, he said with a wry smile. You do not need to worry. If you have become a lifeless sword spirit, then this sword rightfully belongs to you. He could not help but ponder. What does she mean? Is she afraid I might treat her like a servant? She landed back on the sword and continued. No need for that. What is yours is yours. When I became the spirit of this sword, I will fulfill my duties as a sword spirit. Plus, if you can help me find treasure from the heavens in the future, I will do my best to benefit you. She returned inside the sword and added. Lastly, I need to focus on healing my wounds. And you will have to find a way to speak to Hua King, who is waiting outside. Earlier, she thought you were dead. Her heart is cold, and that is not good for the future. Although this place is sealed by me, there is no need to worry. In just 2,000 years, we can leave. Upon hearing this, he was stunned. Just thinking about it made him feel overwhelmed. 2,000 years. By the time I get out, my senior sister's child will be walking. Just the thought of it was unbearable. So Wang Shen quickly pushed that thought aside. He then smiled widely and asked, Jiao Van, is it possible for you to help me transmit my thoughts? She replied, this place has been sealed by me. Unless someone is at a higher level than me, no one can transmit thoughts. It sounded like a thunderclap to him. He helplessly fell to the ground, thinking, even the great ones are out of options. What can I do? At that moment, a beam of light shot across the sky, as if something was being reborn. Wang Sheng laughed heartily. 2,000 years. I am finally out. A familiar and harmonious voice echoed. Junior brother. Wang Sheng joyfully exclaimed. Senior sister. Are you here to pick me up? The woman cradling the child smiled and said, That is your master Wong. His eyes seemed ready to pop out. It felt like the entire world was crashing down. Moments later, out of sheer fright, Wang Xing jolted awake, drenched in sweat, dazed and confused. He wiped the sweat from his brow, reassuring himself that it was just a dream. Thank goodness it was just a dream. Immediately, he gathered his internal energy, reminding himself that even though he was trapped in this forbidden zone, the spiritual energy here was over 100 times denser than the outside world. Just a thought, streams of spiritual energy flowed into his body. Training in this environment could be seen as a blessing in disguise, making his survival through this ordeal worthwhile. His golden core was quickly recovering, and his Danshan was returning to normal. And under the purifying waves of rich spiritual energy, his wounds healed rapidly. Perhaps because a powerful being had once entered his body, expanding his aura several times over. His internal strength began to consolidate, and with it, flashes of profound understanding kept sparking in his mind. Wang Sheng let out a sigh. Breaking through, and then comprehending it was like boarding a ship before buying a ticket. An irresponsible yet thrilling experience in cultivation. All he could say was to take a moment. Wang Sheng smirked slyly, thinking, please come visit a few more times. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed, leaving him puzzled. Why did he hear thunder inside his body? With his cloud-like aura, he activated his internal sight. He shut his eyes tight, sensing a new energy flowing through him. Wang Sheng could not help but wonder as he looked at the sword that was glowing incessantly. His golden core was already perfected. Were these storm clouds? Why were they appearing in his body? The cloud spirit explained. These are the tribulations for your golden core, indicating that it has reached perfection and is free of impurities. She looked at his cocoon-like body and continued. Recently, you could enter seclusion for comprehension. With a bit of luck, you could easily break through to the late stage of your golden core. Wang Xing pondered. Is the fairy not appearing because she thinks I am not dressed appropriately? Meanwhile, he was still in his Taoist robes. He suddenly remembered a pair of branded boxers and exclaimed. Oh right, fairy. Do you know how my senior sister is doing? The cloud spirit replied. She is keeping watch outside. The spirit was now hesitating, her heart aching as she touched the cold ice. The cloud spirit inside continued. You are not even 100 yards apart. Wang Xing's heart ached as he asked. Is there any way to let my senior sister know I am still alive? The cloud spirit said. Unless the barrier is broken, there is no way. He felt an overwhelming sorrow. Helplessly thinking. 100 yards now, that felt like an unbridgeable distance. Suddenly, Wang Xing remembered something, exclaiming in his mind, that is it. The cloud spirit guessed his thoughts and asked, what do you want to do? Wang Xing plopped down to think. Although he did not know where the storm clouds came from, it seemed they could appear out of nowhere. Or perhaps they were merely a manifestation of spiritual energy. He poked his Danshan, sensing that the energy might contain elements capable of triggering heavenly tribulations. But what exactly were the conditions for that? A perfected golden core would lead to storm clouds. An exceptional elixir taken out of the furnace would also attract them. A beam of light shone down, and he speculated. Could it be that attaining a certain quality would summon storm clouds? She drew a line high up, her thoughts still circling in her mind, incredibly tight yet subtly carrying different principles. The cloud spirit emerged from the sword, saying, stop overthinking it. He looked at him stubbornly and said, this is not something just anyone can handle. Outside the little underworld, beautiful rays of light were soaring, just like a scene from a fairy tale. Quan Hoin still wore that white outfit, standing there observing before exclaiming. Brother. He chuckled softly, gazing up at the sky, muttering to himself. With all this commotion, anyone outside would feel it. Giovan could not help but feel amazed. Using the Jin Dan stage to unleash the heavenly might vision, if I had not seen it with my own eyes, I would think this was just a wild tale. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, probably from overexerting himself, the last words he uttered. And Venung Thung slowly collapsed to the ground. Giovan was left speechless. She thought he was being way too reckless. Lying on the ground, the Thing Thung still could not help but worry about Quan Haiyan. He asked. Jiao Vun. How is my senior sister doing right now? Jiao Vun, sitting cross-legged on her sword, replied. She is currently asleep in her own reed grass. Suddenly, his face turned pale. As if he had seen something shocking, a pair of yellow eyes appeared out of nowhere in the central sky. Ving Thing asked her with some worry. Jiao Vun. Just now I felt like there were eyes in the sky staring right at me, Jiao Ven explained. That is the heavenly might, or what you might call the manifestation of the great Tao. Simply put, when the Tao you comprehend threatens the great Tao and the stability of the entire universe, it will send out a warning. She looked into the glowing eyes and continued. This is just the first time. But if one does not repent and goes beyond 3 times, it leads to the great Tao's heavenly tribulation. Depending on one's strength, the heavenly tribulation can vary, but the great Tao's heavenly tribulation can easily wipe out an entire galaxy. Hearing this, he could not help but shudder. Oh no. According to Hui Kun, the heavenly tribulation adjusts its attack damage based on levels. The Great Dao's heavenly tribulation is like directly deleting your account. And then blowing up the server on top of that. Seeing him pale, Jiao added. While I do not know how many people have comprehended something that leads to the Great Dao's heavenly tribulation, there is no need to risk it just to inform Ho Qin. Ving Thing asked her with a worried face. Fairy. Do we really have to take 2,000 years to get out of here? Jiao glanced at him. We can slowly break the Earth Spirit seal. We could have you leave within 20 years. But doing so would mean you would lose the benefits of your current cultivation. Do you really want to do that? Hearing this, he could not help but grin. The essence is produced by this world. It is not just mine. If society thrives together, the future looks bright. Jiao smiled lightly at him. Your analogy is quite interesting. Vithumung began to train with enthusiasm. For him, cutting down from 2,000 years to 20 years was actually a fantastic deal, even though he missed his senior sister. He could not rush anyone now. All Vithung could do was continue his cultivation. Of course. While searching for pointers, he was always thick-skinned enough not to overlook the guidance from Jiao Ven beside him. She had been by his side all this time, pointing out the areas where his swordplay still lacked fluidity, and explained the details to him. However, after experiencing the heavenly might vision, perhaps his senior sister already knew that he was still alive, as long as Quan Hai knew. His master, parents, and friends would surely find out too. With a celestial guide and a massive influx of divine energy flowing into you. You have been training for 2.5 years. Wang Sheng's spiritual experience has undergone 2 transformations. Now enough to rival a celestial cultivator in the realm of heaven. There are 4 realms of the Dan stage. Yuan Dan, Qian Fu, Jin Dan, Dangs. Therefore, your focus is on comprehending the Tao of heaven, waiting for the Jin Dan realm to fully open the Qian Fu. Your spirit is dazzling, destined to become a heavenly palace, a connection of souls, existing in the realm of heaven. Wang Sheng sits in meditation, calculating all of this. At this moment, his soul quickly breaks free, heading towards the place of connection. A thin beam of light gently glides through the layer of ice. At this instant, his soul can pierce through that layer of ice to the outside. Meanwhile, the connection remains seated in meditation, patiently waiting for him. As Wang Sheng lands, the thought of his senior sister flashes in his mind. He gazes at the girl he has longed for, offering a soft smile, waiting for her. The connection has her eyes closed, but it seems she hears Wang Sheng's voice and gently smiles back. 3 years later, Wang Sheng's original form has finally restored to its former glory. At this moment, he remains focused on cultivating, radiating a powerful aura of celestial energy. Not only that, but the contours of his face have sharpened as well. He quietly muses to himself, is this really my celestial realm? Then, Wang Sheng gradually opens his eyes. Looking ahead, at this point, Jiao Yun has also changed a bit. She looks at him and explains that his primordial spirit has left his body, and the celestial realm is now present. You have taken a step closer to immortality. Hearing this, he can't help but ask in confusion. Wait, I have entered the celestial realm already. She, with a serious tone, responds. With my guidance and the divine energy from this place, is entering the celestial realm really that difficult? He pretends to laugh awkwardly. I just feel like I do not have a sense of my true self. Upon hearing this, Jiao Yun blushes slightly and shyly continues. You have just entered the celestial realm. You need to transform your spiritual experience into spiritual awareness first. Then nurture your primordial soul in the celestial realm. Only when you reach the peak can you step into the Yuan Dan realm. So do not get too cocky. These 3 years, Jiao Yun and he have grown closer. Their conversations less serious than before. She is much more relaxed now, and their topics have gradually become more comfortable. What she enjoys most is sharing interesting facts about the celestial realm from back then. Jiao Yun continues. Even though the ancestors of ordinary folks were quite reckless, if not for the rules of the heavenly court, their descendants would be everywhere by now. She adds. Of course, the Buddha's existence is a given. My father was once supported by the Buddhist sect. Furthermore, the Emperor of Destiny and the Emperor of the Causal Realm are indeed blood brothers. Jiao Yun excitedly recounts. Their mother is a supreme powerhouse. She can't help but reminisce. The celestial realm has so many powerful figures. Perhaps too many for even the heavenly court to meddle with. However, the heavenly court was indeed once the strongest force. Right after that, Jiao Yun points at him fiercely. Hurry up and cultivate. Reach immortality quickly. That way, when you meet my sisters, they won't tease you and make you their sword spirit. Wang Xing jolted. Quickly losing track of time, he laughed joyfully, thinking that he could casually mention the 2 words spirit sword, which showed that the fairy had really opened up her mind a lot. At this point, Wang Xing still could not help but ask, Fairy, what about my senior sister? Has she broken through again? Jiao Yun gracefully floated up. She had recently made another breakthrough and could separate from the celestial realm at any moment. Wang Xing fell silent, deep in thought. Initially, he had intentionally caused a celestial disturbance, But he wondered if his senior sister had received his signal. If she knew he was alive. Why did not she come out? Jiu Yun looked up and said, Hu King has already left. Catching Wang Dao off guard once more, he felt a bit disappointed. Thinking. So she is really gone. Could it be that something happened in the Taoist world? Did someone attack my master? Just then, a wave of celestial energy rose into the air, and Wang Sheng helplessly comforted himself. Well, as long as it is not about my senior sister going on a blind date or something, it is all good. A familiar figure in a white robe soared through the sky, and before her stood Kai Lin, who was still guarding the place. As soon as she saw the fairy, she respectfully said, Old lady will take the fairy outside now. Soon after, two figures moved together towards the gate of the little underworld. Before Kai Lin sent her off, she added, Right now, the little underworld has no soul spirits, and I am the only one left in the netherworld. The fairy can come and go as she pleases. She looked up into the void, instructing Colin, If I want to come back later, I just need to call your name in the Bingdu Mountains. Not knowing what Kai Lin was thinking, she suddenly bit her lip tightly. Then she slowly called out, Kai Lin, which caught the old lady off guard and surprised her. Her gaze shifted from fierce to gentle, as if Kai Lin was also contemplating something in her heart. Kai Lin suddenly turned around and said, The fairy of the abyss might have noticed that the aura in the little underworld has been increasing over the past 3 years. I wonder if the fairy remembers when the spiritual energy barrier first recovered. And suddenly there was that celestial pressure. It seemed that Kai Lin still did not understand, so she continued to explain. Celestial pressure refers to the great Tao's warning. If a cultivator breaks the rules, they will be warned by the Tao. In the Forbidden Land, if a living being triggers the celestial pressure, it is likely that someone is going against the heavens. At this point, Kai Lin respectfully bowed, saying that whether it was the celestial pressure or the gradual lifting of the earth's spiritual barrier, it seemed that someone was guiding it all. This also means that the remnants of Jiao Yun, the prince, have not perished, and those remnants must surely be entrusted within the body of the metaphysical envoy. Because of this reasoning, Kai Lin speculated that perhaps they were all still alive. Hearing this, Kai Lin's gaze could not help but widen as she stared at Qian Lin in disbelief. Suddenly, tears streamed down Kai Lin's cheeks uncontrollably, revealing that her years of waiting had perhaps not been in vain. The scene shifted to a picturesque mountain, where white clouds floated lazily in the sky, and here, the statue of Wang Sheng stood tall, basking in the sunlight. Exuding an incredible aura, the onlooker gazed at the statue, feeling a pang of heartbreak. Thinking, It has been 3 years. I have been so fortunate to have such a master. The sorrowful Lunta poured out his drink. Voice trembling, After you left, I could not bring myself to visit, fearing I would break down right here. We were friends through thick and thin, walking the path of the sword together. Now, separated by life and death for 3 long years. How time flies. Everyone here can hide their heartbreak. With that, Lun Ti spilled the drink onto the ground. Falling silent, I raise a glass in your honor. Suddenly, from a distance, he spotted a familiar figure. She called out loudly. It was a command. The command was out there, and over here. Quan Haiyan soared in on her sword. She quickly knelt to pay her respects. Master. Yu Mend helped her up, and little Haiyan stood up, because the master could not take care of the two of them. You have been through so much this year, but the master will help you get through this tough time. Little Thung surely would not want to see you in despair. Yet, despite her master's well-meaning words, her face was bright, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. But Quan Haiyan could not find the words. She shouted out, Master. And then her hands went wild, flailing about. Finally, unable to hold back her frustration, she pulled out her phone and started typing furiously. Moments later, Quan Haiyan showed Yinan the message she wanted to convey. The junior has not died. It was said that he and the female fairy are still alive. They will definitely return. Yuan seemed skeptical, letting out a deep sigh of despair, but he still forced a smile to comfort her. Little Haiyan, we need to learn to face reality. Avoidance won't solve our problems. Is your heart still at peace? Quan Haiyan glanced around, sensing the heavenly aura and the energy from the underworld rising steadily. She was resolute. The fairy had evidence. If Master did not believe her, he could just ask her. And NT, with tears in his eyes, exclaimed, Little Haiyan, do not be like this. It breaks my heart to see you so upset. Chi Vivian could not help but rush over to hug her tightly, crying as he said, Senior sister, I believe in you. I am sure Haiyan will be fine. Quan Haiyan stubbornly tried to explain. He is really still alive. I swear I heard him call my name. But he sighed again. The more you say, the less sense it makes. Seeing that no one in their little trio believed her, Quan Haiyan looked over at her 3 good friends for support. Hui Qin, ever the optimist, said, Agitate. With the Buddhist protection, Fiang must have been reborn in a peaceful realm. Venify. Feeling powerless. Said. The fairy's words are not wrong. Fiying will live on in our hearts. The Feng cried. We hope Fiying is with us. Countless heavenly lords. Quan Haoen watched them, her mind spinning. Frustrated, she crushed her phone in her grip, and then fell silent. Meanwhile, at Donghai Bay, where chaos ruled the 5-deity sect, Helene was so overjoyed she could cry. Little Haoen, you scared the big sis half to death. It is good to be out. It is good to be out. She pulled her beloved little sister into a tight embrace, fussing over her now that she was safe. I will fly out immediately to find everyone. When you are sad, you need to talk about it. Do not go down the dark path like Big Sis did. Quan Haoen replied with a light smile. I know. Italian turned to the group, asking, by the way, what are you all doing here? She answered plainly, preparing to fight against NZO. Italian exclaimed with excitement. Finally, not just bickering anymore. Now this is what I am talking about. We are all cultivators. Can't we settle things without a fight? Quan Haoen asked. Genuinely confused, Chi Vian sat down and began rambling. Well, let me tell you what is going on. She recounts that 3 years ago, the Great Hua Kingdom sent a delegation of cultivators to visit and discuss issues with the Yang Dao, but the talks went nowhere and ended in conflict. After that, tensions began to escalate, and other countries, aiming to limit the Great Hua Kingdom's power, secretly started backing the cultivators of the Yang Dao nation. While the Great Hua Kingdom was trying to keep things under control, they only made themselves seem more vulnerable. Year ago, a major television network in the Yang Dao nation decided to interview a newly promoted elder from the Yin-Yang sect. This elder started openly recruiting high-quality young people to help them embark on the path of cultivation. This action was a serious challenge to the orthodox stance of the Great Hua Kingdom. So with the government's tacit approval, on that day, more than 10 sects rushed to the Yang Dao during the live broadcast and took out the so-called elder. Death was quite gruesome, stabbed through from behind by a sword. After that, they caused chaos while breaking through the encirclement of the Yang Dao's experts, eventually escaping. That slap was loud, but it only fueled the Yang Dao's rage towards the Great Hua cultivators even more. Following that, Yang Dao cultivators kept provoking, and the Yin-Yang sect received various forms of support. On the other hand, due to the constant provocations from the enemy, Mao Mountain unleashed a large area biological weapon. Having studied Yang Dao for 2.5 years, I am not kidding, but I single-handedly took down nearly half of the Yang Daoist cultivation community. Quan Haoen recalled that sly smile of his, and she could not help but shiver a little. In the end, after 8 months of escalating accusations between the two sides, the Yang Dao cultivators proactively sent a declaration of war, which the Great Hua cultivators happily accepted. And just today, the elite cultivators of the Great Hua Kingdom were preparing to head to the Central Sea area of both nations for a decisive showdown. The scene shifts to some location in the South China Sea, where the Great Hua sects are set to battle the Yang Dao cultivators. The surprised voice of He Fiven rang out. No way. Back then, Tiu Fai did not come back alive. She paused, and added, moreover, if he is still alive, then our soul bond should still be intact. She leaned her head against the mountain-like chest of Quan Haoen. Tiu Hoen Haoen, come live in the villa with me this time. I feel so lonely on my own. Quan Haoen pouted, holding the phone in front of her. I want to go wait outside. You can just leave me here alone without a phone. Helian looked at the phone with a pang of sadness, thinking, my silly little sister. Deep down, she realized that while Taiyu Hein Haoen seemed fine, she had some deep-seated obsessions regarding this matter. Helian guessed that perhaps in her heart, she had already formed an image of Tiu Fai. Suddenly, a gigantic creature surfaced from the water. A panicked voice shouted, Senior, be careful. That is a ferocious beast raised by the Taoist rebels of the Yang Dao. Helian's eyes instantly turned red as she glared at the creature with a cold snort. The aura and internal power radiating from her gaze sent the beast into a panic. Immediately after, it shrunk back and dove into the water. Quan Haoen stepped forward in silence, and He Livin curiously asked, Tiu Hoen Haoen, where are you going? She turned around, rolled up her sleeves with a sly grin, and said, let us throw down. Helian laughed stiffly, warning her, go on. Do not get hurt. Those guys are nothing but small fries. Just a few minutes later, the water was teeming with the remains of the monsters. They had been completely wiped out by the legendary Quan Haoen. The surface of the sea was calm once again, with a large seagull soaring high above. Below, Alian's big boat kept moving steadily, dressed in a bikini. She was soaking up the sun like she was on vacation. She told Dung, I have been preparing for this for half a month. In no time, the task was done. This was the legendary 2-hour recharge and 3-minute call. As she spoke, she set the coconut she was holding down on the table. Avlian stretched and continued. And those guys dared to come to my doorstep and bully me. They only managed to take out half of us. If it were the folks from Than Lam, they would be wiped the floor with them already. Mamuungite, sitting beside her, chimed in. Given the current situation and the different global environment, we need to project a peaceful image. Helian took off her glasses, her expression turning serious as she contemplated the situation with the little Hyan. This outing was not a waste after all, but Delian speculated that she might be stuck in the little underworld for a while. As they shifted scenes, two familiar figures reappeared. Theon Lam quickly reported that during the 3 days the ferry was gone, the spread of energy in the little underworld had slightly increased. It seemed someone was probing how much energy the barrier could withstand, gradually increasing the energy spread. The two landed near the Royal Tower, and then Alam continued. I still need to go back and observe the energy distribution. Once the underworld accumulates too much energy, it will need to be released. If the ferry has any issues, just call me by name. After hearing this, Kwon Hon smiled at her and said, Thank you, Thela Lam. Now being formal, bowed and said, No need for that. Kwon Hon sat on a large ice block, making hand signs, and whispered, Junior brother, are you in there? Can you hear me? No one responded. There was no reply at all, but she pressed on. I am waiting for you to come out. Inside, Ving Theng was focused on his sword training. Her thoughts echoed. No matter if it takes 10 years or 20 years, I will wait for you to come out. Wherever we go, we won't be apart anymore. She closed her eyes, while he, at that moment, was drenched in sweat. Just like that, there followed a segment that was not too important. Time rushed by, and after the great battle at sea, another 2 years passed, with Gait rushing in, the Taoist master. The ferry has declined this operation, but she sent you a letter. The Lord stood up in surprise and exclaimed, What? Get it to me now. He held the letter, shaking with thought. Little Hein had locked herself in the little underworld for several years. He had hoped to use this chance to let her out for some relief. This letter better not be a goodbye note. The content surprised him. Kwon Hon humorously wrote, The rescue team is tired. They need to rest for a bit. If you really can't fight anymore, just come and call me. Okay. He read the letter, feeling helpless. Being a master was definitely harder than being a junior brother. Raising a daughter is a whole different ball game. But still, it is nice to receive this letter. It proves that the girl has ventured out. And if she feels that guarding the little underworld could be more enjoyable, her master can't force her to do anything. Meanwhile, 10 years have passed since the Great War of the Immortals in the Great Hua, and here we are, beneath the 18 layers of the little underworld. At this moment, Wang Sheng is totally confused about what is happening. His whole body feels frozen. Suddenly, his eyes snap open, radiating a sharp aura. Right after that, he leaps up, his skin glowing with a golden hue all over. It seems like he is bursting with powerful energy now. Jiao Yun speaks from within the sword. Your enlightenment this time is just perfect. She quickly emerges from the sword and continues. The spirit confinement here has almost fully lifted. We can finally get out. Wang Sheng can't help but feel ecstatic. Really? Jiao Yun speculates that perhaps the spirit elder noticed I was breaking the confinement. Over the years, she has been outside, gathering and channeling spiritual energy. That is why we have a way to leave this place early. Jiao Yun reminds him. I told you before. The lifeless sword is the eye of the three origin immortal formation. She points at the sword and continues. After it releases the formation plate, the vital energy has not exploded yet. You need to use it to cut through the surrounding immortal essence immediately. Then we can burst out of here in time. As soon as Jiao Yun finishes speaking, he quickly grabs the sword. Wang Xing reflects, being trapped here for exactly 13 years. And finally, he can see the sun again. He wonders how his master and parents are doing. And what about my senior sister? Back then, she took the initiative to kiss me. After getting out, I must take responsibility for her, protect each other and cultivate together. Just then, a powerful beam of light bursts forth. The spirit elder, upon witnessing this phenomenon, guesses that after 13 years, the immortal energy has once again erupted. Could it be? Suddenly, a blade of sword energy rushes toward her, startling the elder. The elder recognizes it instantly. It is the flying sword left by Wong, the immortal scholar. Inside the bell attached to it, a green light bursts forth, and at that moment, a figure gradually materializes. A familiar silhouette slowly appears before her, exuding a pure aura. Wang Sheng speaks up. Although he is prepared, he is still being buffeted by the waves of vital energy crashing against the immortal essence. He anxiously asks, But Jiao Yun, this kind of commotion really won't shake the little underworld? Will it? She replies. But I have consumed too much spiritual energy. I need to return to the sword to rest temporarily. You do not have to worry about anything else. Leave it to the immortals guarding this place. At that moment, the elder quickly appears, startling Jiao Yun, who discreetly acknowledges the elder. Wang Sheng, the chivalrous one, is surprised, calling out, Senior sister, as soon as he sees her. He asks. Senior sister, it seems like my Sifu is not here. Do you know where she is? The elder quickly points out. A few days ago, the little underworld became unstable. I was worried she might get hurt, so I made up an excuse to send her away. Right now, she is waiting in the Hidden Earth sect, so do not worry. Chivalrous 1. Wong Shang suddenly remembers. That is right, Jia Yun once said. Senior sister, as long as you keep cultivating, in a few hundred years, you will be able to escape this suppressed state of the soul and spirit. Hearing this, it felt like a jolt of electricity coursed through her mind, causing Men Bai to pause for a moment. But she kept her emotions in check and replied coolly. The officer cares, Men Bai continued to point out. Going through this door means the officer can return to the mortal realm. Ving Thing looked at her with respect, smiling as he said, Senior, take care. If anything happens, just call the hidden sect and they will come find me. Immediately after, he gazed towards the exit, lost in thought. 13 years. Finally, I am getting out. Then, Ving Thing took flight on his sword, soaring through the air. Over here, the door to the small underworld was in turmoil. Everyone, along with the crowd, stood tense, each of them on edge. Her face and that of the elders never left the door. Suddenly, a familiar figure she had been yearning for appeared. Just as Ving Thung stood smiling in front of her, Quan Haiman's heart raced, realizing how warm and cold this heart felt. Meeting him again made her acutely aware of the bittersweet pain of separation. She covered her mouth to hold back the sobs as tears streamed down her cheeks. Quan Haivan quickly leaped, soaring toward him. They had been apart for exactly 13 years, and both understood the feelings they held for each other. He reached out, taking the soft hand he had secretly longed for, hesitating as he said, Senior sister. The crowd nearby erupted in panic, shouting, What the heck? Is this a ghost? The spirit of Vikao Tra Trong has escaped from the underworld. Quick, grab the talisman, prepare the demon capture array. Don't he harm Vihago Trifang. What nonsense is this? He is alive. This is a living person. Ving Do Trafang is still alive. Everyone quickly gathered around him joyfully, confirming, he is really alive. He is still here. Talk to man. The good-hearted are surely protected by the heavens. And here he is. Quan Haiwan gently placed her hand on Ving Thung's face. Both of them blushed as they looked at each other, the atmosphere crackling with awkward tension. Quan Haiwan whispered to herself, He is alive. Still warm. Ving Thing held her hand tightly, his voice pained. Senior sister, it has been tough. She rushed to embrace him, and Vidring Thung buried his face in her soft hair after longing for so long, while everyone silently rejoiced for them. At that moment, a voice blared from the phone screen. He is alive. No way. This has to be fake news. It is obviously a photoshopped fan pic. Right. How could someone in the dance stage withstand this? Following celebrity news does not mean it is true. Asked the investigation team. The news quickly spread to the investigation team. And for everyone, this morning was full of surprises. And Chi Long gasped loudly, nearly spilling her drink. What? He is not dead. Is it really him? Her secretary stammered in response. Yep. The hidden sect just sent confirmation. She quickly collected herself, realizing that Bikazu Yo Trafang was on a mission, and the current signal was weak. Find a way to inform him. The secretary quickly replied. Inside, she could not help but feel overjoyed. He is still alive. That is great. That is great. Meanwhile, at the filming location for a program about cultivating sounds at some television station in Zai Hokuf, a man shouted loudly. The cultivators of Zai Hokufer are attacking our cultivators in Saros on a mission. This is an utterly shameless act. You guys are colluding with the Saros Empire to do something wrong. The guy sitting there casually asks. Colluding? Do you even know what that means? So you went to Saros to stir up trouble. And my masters caught you fishing and gave you a lesson. So it turns out to be someone I know. At this point, you are known as a large-scale weapon, specializing in verbal battles. Rank 12 on the local leaderboard. Chen Chang Vin Viao continues. This is just a plot against you guys. Are you really colluding with each other? Speaking of which, Chen Chang's face darkens. A few years ago, we supported you a lot. If you claim to be weak, then it is more appropriate to say that the strong should unite. Right. Jin Chang now decides to fight back with words. How about I teach you a new phrase? Dad unites. Mom protects. That is definitely closer to colluding. Right. Out there. You are just shaking with anger. But hey, do not bully people too much. Chen Chang waves his hand nonchalantly. Calm down. You guys showed up on our show to expose us. Is not that bullying? This is just... Wait a second. He pulls out his phone and freezes in shock. Chen Chang quickly stands up and shouts. Holy crap. The two guys jump at his sudden outburst. He holds up his phone and yells. That man is back. That man is back. Do you guys know? Immediately after, he rushes forward. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, then scram. I am done here. He yells to the director. Get the bill. The other two still do not understand what is going on. Scene change. Deep in a desert somewhere in the northwest of the Great Hua Kingdom, Nguyen T, with a sharp face, is battling a monster. With his attacks, its body is quickly riddled with holes. At this moment, Nguyen T channels his inner energy to finish it off. Another investigator shouts a warning. Be careful, unspoken Dao Master. At the same time, a swift sword strikes toward the giant monster. It screams in pain, blood gushing everywhere. Nguyen T widens his eyes in shock and mutters to himself, this sword energy, how can it be? Ving Thingyan and Quan Han quickly arrive to join him. He gently calls out, Master. The old man is startled. Little Thung, after days apart, the boy struggles to explain. Master, I am really not an imposter, and I am not some manifestation of inner demons. Nguyen T raises an eyebrow. I am just checking if you have any hidden injuries. After examining, he is surprised. Strange. Why can't I see your cultivation level at all? Ving Thung sheepishly replies. Master, I am at the peak of the heavenly ascension stage now, half a step away from the nascent soul. Hearing this, the teacher can't help but feel pleasantly surprised. Followed by a hearty laugh that is even better than finding gold, he proudly declares, this time, I really can teach you anything else. Kwon Hoen looks curiously at the sword behind him. This sword is so strange, it seems unusual. So I will just take a closer look. Ving Thing immediately realizes what is happening, laughing as he retrieves the sword and warns. Sister, do not touch it. Nguyen T wonders. Little Thung, your lifeless sword is radiating Dao energy. Vivung Thung recounts that Jiao Van is currently deep asleep within the sword. That is the situation after Vung Thung explained everything. Nguyen T finally understands. So that is why you managed to survive. He looks at the sword, not denying it. Yeah, Jiao Van is not one for socializing. And this is something only the three of us know. Suddenly, Nguyen T seems to remember something. Startling him, he quickly asks her, Little Hyen, you have known for a while that Little Thung is fine, right? Kwon Hyen playfully questions back. Well, I did say it, but no one believed me. Nguyen T chuckles shyly, scratching his head. That is good. That is good. Right after that, he pulls out a new smartphone from his pocket. Nguyen T tells his two disciples, this is the latest model. Just press the button on top to unlock the screen. Check it out online first. The outside world has changed quite a bit over the years. He quickly shows him how not to fall behind. Press here. Like this. As Vigthing focuses intently on learning, he reads a ton of comments about the Great Hua cultivators, the Great War of England, and the hidden sects releasing energy formation techniques, locking the vital energy within Great Hua territory, introducing new popular cultivation methods. The bloodline limitations in Great Hua can be cultivated, which can extend lifespan, while the energy of Great Ho becomes increasingly shallow and rich, attracting foreign demons and monsters. Reading this, Ving Thing can't help but smirk at himself. Sure enough, over 10 years have passed, and he has fallen behind. Kwon Hyman covers her mouth, giggling as she shows him, heartbroken for the sacrifice of Vigong Phi the Daoist over those 10 years. 3 points that the talented youth should learn from Vidong Phi the Daoist. Her undying spirit in the sword path. The sword language will forever follow the discussions of today's heroes. Little Phi and the legendary hero, Little Na's father. He can't help but chuckle sadly to himself. Damn it. I let the chance to pursue the sword pass me by. Nguyen T happily explains. To keep everyone remembering you. The government has put in a lot of effort these past few years. That is right, he replies. Have you called your parents yet? I did. And I feel really guilty for making them worry and hurt. Continues. A tree wants to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. You want to nurture, but your parents can't wait. Next, you should just take some time to go home. There is nothing urgent for you right now. Over here. The Ving Thing blushes as he sends a message. Master, can I pursue senior sister? Nguyen T hears this and can't help but burst into laughter. Soon after, he quickly conveys. Little Hyen, your junior brother has something to say to you. Seeing Nguyen T's mischievous smile, Vithing Thung blushes. Thinking, Master, you are plotting against me. Quan Han is also looking over, and he is blushing and sweating. Vithing Thung's whole body trembles. He resolves in his heart. All right. I will just give it my all. The prince then grips the sword tightly and declares loudly. Master. Senior sister. In a moment, his confession turns into, let us just sit together and cultivate. Enjoying the blissful chatter. While he, on the other hand, looks utterly dejected. You hit yourself, silently lamenting your missed chances, scared of fading away. The road ahead is blocked by the mountain of despair. and the words are stuck in your throat. Yuanzi could not help but be curious. Asking about your situation. Having been locked up for years. Has your path in cultivation diminished? You recount everything. All else is fine. Especially your swordsmanship, which has reached the mastery level. The two of them listen intently. And Wang Sheng continues. But it seems the understanding of the celestial sword's destiny has hit a snag. Perhaps you need to spar with some masters to truly grasp it. Yuanzi chimes. Indeed. We currently have quite a few formidable enemies. However, things are a bit better domestically. Back then, the ancient cultivators released from the minor underworld have now all been restrained. He grows serious mentioning this, as they are now under government surveillance, obediently acting as high-ranking elders in their sects. Wang Sheng fully understands. And you also suspect these people are ticking time bombs. But with the government holding the reins, there is no way they would let such powerful masters go unused. Yuanzi laughs cheerfully to reassure you. It is, once our cultivation rises, we won't have to worry about their chaos. You can't help but ask again. Master, were you referring to strong enemies from abroad? Yuanzi sighs. Yep. That is right. Right now, we have urgent troubles surrounding us. The biggest threat comes from those legendary races. Recounts, the two most famous legendary races. You have heard of them. The dragon and the werewolf. While they also have their cultivation systems. Their true strength lies in their bloodlines. He reflects. Previously I fought a werewolf, though I won. It took quite a bit of effort, Yuanzi says, rolling up his sleeves for the two of you to see. On his arm are 3 deep claw marks, and Yuanzi mentions. Later I found out that werewolf was regarded as quite a formidable character. However, recently the werewolves have been pressured by the dragons. So there are not any troublesome descendants left. Quan Wan and Wang Sheng see the wounds on his arm, and both can't help but feel a bit anxious. Yuanzi smiles, easing the tense atmosphere. Once you break through to the Yuan Ying stage, you can challenge them, creating some pressure. There are many interesting masters outside, ready to broaden your horizons. And it would be great to take your sister along for a world tour. Quan Huan quickly supports this, while Wang Xing contemplates. All meals covered. Now that sounds good. Soon, the plane lands. And Wang Xing looks around, captivated by the scenery. Everyone is here. They have been waiting for a long time to welcome you. The emotions are palpable. And they can hide the tears in their eyes. When Wang Xing died, everyone was heartbroken. After hearing the news that he is alive, they all felt joy for him. Wang Xing gazes at his familiar faces before him, tears streaming down his cheeks. Everyone, I have returned. A small foot runs quickly to Wang Sheng. Miao Yu cries out. Master Wang, you're okay? That is what matters. Startled, he replies. Miao Yu, it has been so long. Hui Jing steps forward, laughing joyfully. Amitabha, I told you Fai Yu could not log out early. Who knew you would stretch it to 13 years and come back to life? Everyone happily asks. Fi Yu, you need to tell us where you have been all these years. As they all pat you on the back. What should I do about your memorial statue? Do you need me to smash it for you later? Depending on Anteen's explanation. It is basically a gravestone made for you back then. So it really should be destroyed. I will call home and have the clan take care of it to lift your bad luck. A familiar voice boomed across the area. Where's my bro? Where is he? Chen Zhang dashed in like a rocket, continuously shouting, Bro! I thought you were dead. Suddenly, his face slammed into something like a glass wall, and Tianzhang quickly morphed into a mess. Right after that, he plummeted from a height at a dizzying speed, the ground rushing up to meet him. The Bars ruckus aggressively blocked Wang Sheng's path. I have to protect my junior brother. I will knock away everyone else. I am the ultimate big sister. Chen Zhang laughed until he cried, pointing at his face. I am the #1 fan of my bro. You know, everyone here could not hold back any longer, and soon bursts of laughter filled the air. Wang Sheng happily threw an arm around Chen Zhang and said, Let us head down first and talk. This heartwarming scene is just too good to miss. At that moment, everyone was overjoyed. Shouting, the hero did not die. The legend returns. The crowd gathered in full force. Music blaring, as they celebrated the return of Master Fai. Qi and Zhang, excited, jumped up and cheered. Party. Over here, the bar was also lit. Eyes sparkling as they drooled over the food. Wang Sheng looked at the two, unable to help but sweat from the awkwardness of it all. It has been years, and everyone has grown up so much. He quickly turned and said, I will just take a sip of water and respond. 13 years. We have just been cultivating. He continued, I do not know about others, but Qianzhang has become way more reliable now. Ventri chimed in. Exactly. He finally found his groove. Hearing this, Wang Sheng innocently asked, What groove? Qianzhang, with a mouthful of food, chimed in, cursing and arguing. You know, the usual. Hui Qin recounted. In these past years, Our verbal sparring with him could not have happened without Qian Zhang's contribution. Ventry added. Thanks to Master Fi's excellent performance, we managed to gain the upper hand. He grinned. That is just what I do. Suddenly, a voice from behind Wang Sheng made him jump. Senior brother. Chi Ven approached gently, saying, You are alive. That is so great. He looked her over, smiling softly, thinking, that little kid who cried back then has really changed. She is starting to look like our master. Then, she teasingly winked at him. You have no idea how much suffering your big sister has endured for you these past years. Now that you are back, it is time for both of you to achieve your true potential. Right, Wang Sheng sweatily replied. I am trying my best. He could not help but think. Forget what I said earlier. She is looking more like our master now. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Wang Sheng leaned over to Qi Van and whispered, You showed up at just the right time. I need your help with something. Little sister, she immediately blushed and said, You can handle that yourself. Why ask me to do it? After that, she turned crimson and stammered over to the bar. Sister, I have a quick question for you, Wang Sheng encouraged from behind. Come on. Little sister, you got this? Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached him. Wang Sheng could not help but feel bewildered. The crowd was quite large. It turned out to be the group from Qiao Lung. She patted his shoulder and said, Little Sheng, it is great to have you back. Master and senior sister were really worried about you. Wang Sheng smiled brightly in response, realizing he had made Master Niang anxious. Chi Long quickly inquired, Has anything changed in these years? Is there anything you need now that you are back? We can discuss any conditions, because we do not know how to reward you. Wang Sheng did not hold back, saying, If that is the case, could Master Niang help me out with a tech sword? The double sheath is a bit inconvenient. If possible, I would also like a few more non-spiritual swords to keep just in case, and also the latest popular phones. And if you could push for the magical talismans to be a bit more powerful. Some potions and charms too. Just a few of those would be great. He added, causing those around her to sweat nervously. Zilang pondered. Wang Sheng was now a celestial cover cultivator of the peak realm, and the government would surely do their best to recruit him. He slyly continued, By the way, it might cost some money. Zilang understood him better than anyone. He knew Wang Sheng was just asking for a few perks that matched his status. This way, it would save face for the government while skillfully declining many positions and responsibilities. Little Sheng had indeed matured quite a bit. She handed him a small card, saying, This is your allowance from Master Niang. It is unrelated to the state. Just load it directly onto your phone and use it freely. Right after, she quickly added, Time's running out. We need to head back now, and hurriedly left. He could not help but grin, thanking Master Niang and saying goodbye. At that moment, Ziwen leaned in and whispered, Senior brother, did you find out anything? Ziwen shyly recounted. Senior sister clearly knows the steps before a kiss. She understands that is what couples do. But when it comes to what happens after, she seems a bit clueless. Plus, she turned red as soon as I asked. It is like she is completely in the dark. Wang Sheng looked at her struggling with her innocent meal and wondered where all that reading me material for senior sister had gone over the years. Ziwen replied teasingly, Senior brother, you do not mean. Wang Sheng quickly cut her off. What? Don't think like that. Do I look like a beast to you? Suddenly, a loud voice echoed from afar, startling both of them. Little Phi language. Where are you? Little Phi language. He lion joyfully ran over, exclaiming, Little Phi language. Big sister misses you so much. Wang Sheng felt a surge of joy. Finally, the great elder supplementing senior sister had arrived. He lion unabashedly raised her hands and shouted, Little Phi language. You really make big sister miss you to death. Suddenly, Wang Sheng looked into her eyes, a warning ringing in his mind. This is not good. As he gazed at her bouncing chest, he could not help but mentally scream, Big sister, do you want to die? Or do you want me to die? Wang Sheng's face turned red, his mind in chaos, thinking he was about to get into trouble, whether he would be embarrassed to death or beaten by senior sister. He lion quickly changed her expression, and with a pop, a soft explosion echoed. He lion transformed into a childlike form, hugging Wang Sheng tightly and biting him fiercely. He cried out in pain, Big sister, what have you been stimulated by? Right after, Little Lion leapt down with a bounce, hands on her hips, smiling brightly. It is really you. I can't believe you are still alive. That is awesome. Wang Sheng laughed goofily. The heavens won't take me. The earth won't hold me. I can only go back. Quickly, Quan Hoin scooped her up, constantly patting her head, and the adorable He Lion burst into laughter, saying loudly, Little Hoin Hoyan, do not scratch me. It tickles too much. Lian's laughter echoed throughout the area, drawing everyone's attention. She could not help but shout, It tickles too much. Everyone had gathered, and the party was filled with a joyful atmosphere. As the party wrapped up, after bidding farewell to his master and mistress, he said goodbye to everyone else and headed to the airport with his senior sister and big sister to go home. Before that, he did not forget to call his parents, Dad. Wong Shang cheerfully said, seeing his parents emotional. He smiled and reassured them. Aren't I back now? They replied, tears in their eyes. We are just so glad you are home. Can't you see how emotional Dad is, locked away for 13 years? The outside world thought he was dead. Of course. His parents were heartbroken and desperate. Even though his master and friends would occasionally visit, it still hurt them deeply. Wong Shang's dad continued. It is good you are back. Now stay home for a while and stop running around. He turned to the little girl and said, Little Diu, do not hide anymore. Say hi to your brother Connie. The little girl stared blankly at the screen. And Wong Shang thought, this is my sister all grown up. No wonder she is mine. Beautiful and lively. With delicate features. She is definitely going to have a line of admirers. Wong Shang awkwardly greeted her. I am Wong Shang. Little Diu. Nice to meet you. The little girl shyly replied. Nice to meet you. Brother, he happily said. I have had a bit of a complicated time these past few years and missed out on your growing up. I will make it up to you. And this is my senior sister. Helene quickly chimed in from behind. You can also call her sister-in-law. His mom was surprised to see Helene and asked, You two have grown up so fast. Already have kids. Why do you have gray hair? His dad beamed. My lovely granddaughter. Grandpa's going to buy you a present right now. The little girl excitedly joined in. Grandpa. I want the newest games and a ton of ice cream. Wong Shang could not help but feel helpless. She kept begging. A lot of potatoes and a soda. His dad cheerfully said, Sure. Grandma and Grandpa will get you everything. Meanwhile, at the Saros district in the northern Great Harmony Nation, on the flight, two strangers with matching identities were sitting and checking the information. The first one said, So the flying language master is still alive. Sully, sitting close by, asked in shock. What? The flight attendant quickly placed a glass of water on the table. The first one excitedly continued. It is the flying language master who was with you at that international exchange event years ago. He is still alive. Look, just as she spoke, the glass of water suddenly emitted a strange light. Both of them gasped. Thinking, this is bad. But they could not dodge it. An explosion on the plane occurred right after, leading to casualties among the passengers. The scene shifted back to Wong Shang's home, where a question echoed in his mind. How can I bridge the gap with a 13 or 14-year-old girl? His dad was waiting to joke around with Helian, while his mom was as close as ever to Quan Haiyan, making her blush. Wong Shang stood on the balcony with his sister, internally shouting, Online. Waiting. This is urgent. While waiting, you were sweating bullets. How have you been lately? Little Sis. The girl touched the flower in front of her and replied, It is. Well, you could not help but facepalm. Wondering what a dumb question that was, Little Sis fell silent for a moment, glancing at her brother, while you kept banging your face against the flower bush in front of you. Suddenly, she spoke up. Hey. About that? Big bro, how powerful of a cultivator are you? Wong Shang felt like he had grabbed a lifeline. Excitedly answering. Not bad. Are you interested in cultivation? The girl replied. Yeah. The exercises we do during breaks at school are cultivation techniques. I heard if you are physically fit, you even get picked to train. You asked further. Don't your parents let you cultivate? Wong Shang thought. That is strange. There have been quite a few cultivators around Little Sis in recent years. He looked at his younger sister, silently guessing, at the very least, Master must have considered training little Ju. Why is not she practicing? The girl recounted. They never outright said I could not. But the cultivators who often visited our house wanted to take me up the mountain to train. A few years back, Mom and Dad even asked for my opinion. But she gently touched the flower. I was really afraid Mom and Dad would end up lonely old folks, so I did not go. Seeing his sister understanding things to this extent, he could not help but feel a pang of heartache and fell silent. Viveng Thung ruffled her hair. Di Zhang said, It is all because I have had my own troubles these past few years. Little Di blinked and asked, You had troubles? I only know you became a hero saving the world. Ving Thung began to close the gap with his sister. What is all this fuss about? He looked at her, grinning, his hand channeling energy into his sword aura. It is. I am back now and will stick around with everyone more. Right after that, he and his sister shot up into the sky. Before that, the light of the sword aura circled around them a few times in mid-air. He and his sister were soaring through the sky, and it was her first time. So she tightly grasped her brother's hand. Ving Thung made a gesture with his hands and told her, Let us have some fun. Little D. She looked around in awe. The girl could not help but excitedly shout, This is awesome. Bro. So cool. I bet I could win first place in the Cultivate and Showcase challenge, he asked in distress. What is this Cultivate and Showcase thing? I have been locked up for too long. I am a bit out of the loop. Little D proudly explained. It is a super popular reality show about cultivation that is blown up in the past few years. If you do not get it, no worries. I will help you catch up. Suddenly, Little D darted past him with a serious face. But hey,
Bro,
is it true that your senior sister is Emma? We are at a disadvantage here. How did you even manage to pursue someone like her? He broke into a sweat. Thinking, kids these days know way too much. At that moment, their dad shouted, You two, stop playing outside. Come down for dinner. The two kids obediently replied, feeling elated to see their parents healthy after being locked away for 13 years. But what made him even happier was how close he had gotten to Little D in such a short time. Just then, a news segment flashed on the TV, announcing international news. A passenger plane departing from the capital, Saros, was suspected to have been attacked by terrorists and exploded. The reason Little D looked tense was that she was feeling a bit anxious. But her true personality was quite cheerful. She even took the initiative to prepare food for him. The TV continued. 192 passengers and crew members aboard the plane have been confirmed dead, while the rest are reported missing. Their dad glanced over and said, These past few years, things outside have gotten crazier. But we have been living in peace. Suddenly, his phone buzzed loudly, and Ving Thing immediately knew. Emergency mission. He thought in surprise. Can they really send missions like this now? Emergency mission levels. All cultivators with abilities rated above level S. If you wish to accept this mission, please press the green button below. The announcement is that a group of people was attacked on a plane, and among them, 3 crucial national treasures are now missing. The mission this time is to recover the artifacts and save the people. Ving Thing could not help but be surprised. National treasures. Quan Hyman looked over and asked if he recognized them. Suddenly, Ving Thing's gaze shifted to his family, who were anxiously worrying. Right after that, he immediately pressed the button to refuse the mission. Ving Thing happily picked up a bowl and said, Let us, I just escaped danger. Now I need a few years to recover. I won't be bothered by anything. Let them handle it. That evening, after dinner, he stood alone at the table reading the news on the Justice League forum, the Taoist consultation platform, and the Fairy Task Board. He could not help but marvel over 13 years. The government's management of cultivators had become more and more sophisticated. Ving Thong originally worried that the Fairy Task Board would issue some shady missions for cultivators. At this point, he smirked mischievously but thought, with his master in charge, there probably would not be any issues like that. Inside, Helene shouted,
Hey.
Little Phi, stop studying and come play cards. Watch this big sister win against everyone today. Ving Thing chimed in, gambling is not great. How about we switch to something else? Starting to protest fiercely, he chose potions, while Tiu Daibu wanted to draw turtles on her face. Helene laughed so hard. Thankfully, it was just turtles on her face and not writing on her legs. Hearing her say that, the three of them could not help but be stunned, especially Ving Thong, whose face turned dark in shock. He wondered, Big sister, what on earth have you been up to in these 13 years? After a while, his dad announced, The room's ready. You kids can rest or practice. Helene quickly chimed in, Uncle, I want to sleep with Tiu Daidu. Ving Thing mischievously thanked his big sister for her help. His dad could not help but laugh at Helene calling him uncle. Thinking, Uncle, she is old enough to be the great-grandma of my great-grandma. Helene held his hand and advised, Everything I could do, I have done. The rest is up to you. Ving Thing could not help but feel excited, thanking his big sister for her support, thinking if he failed, it would be a dead end for him. Both of them then grinned mischievously. Tiu Daidu covered her mouth, laughing at how her brother could still chase after his senior sister. Turns out, he had some help. That night, Ving Thing neatly placed his sword on the table. After that, he discreetly glanced over at Quan Hyan to gauge the situation. In his mind, Ving Thing calculated that it was finally time today. He had to take the first step towards a serious relationship with his senior sister. Quickly, he sat down beside her, and they both fell silent. Ving Thing blushed and leaned closer to her, softly saying, Sister, sister. He could not help himself, reaching out toward her soft hand. They quickly clasped each other's hands, and he slowly said, Suddenly, just as it was getting intense, the phone rang, startling both of them. Ving Thing glanced at the screen, thinking, I can't ignore my master's call. As soon as he answered, the conversation got straight to the point. Have you two seen the news? It is about the incident with the Saros airplane. Wong rose and spoke. I have seen it. We have received a mission issued by the Celestial Order. Master, has something happened? He fell silent for a long moment before saying, There was a little incident, But you do not need to get involved, Gon asked him. Little Wong, do you remember the female swordsman from the Kalan Empire who fought against you? Wong quickly recalled and replied. I have a bit of an impression, Gon continued. Over 100 years ago, we lost quite a few national treasures overseas, among which 3 were acquired by her family, by the way. He added. Right now, we are in an alliance, and her family intends to return the treasures to us to avoid enemy forces chasing them down. They disguised themselves along the way. However, unexpectedly, something happened around Saros. Currently, the first rescue team is looking for their whereabouts. Wong could not help but feel curious. Master, what treasures are they escorting? It seems the government is really worried. Gon recounted. The 3 treasures were originally housed in the Imperial Museum of Kalan. According to the records, one is a relic, another is an ancient Taoist scripture, and the third is a scroll of lemon. The most valuable among them is that ancient scripture. It seems to document doctrines comparable to the celestial tablets. The 6 celestial tablets, associated with the celestial maiden, came back to Earth South. The Tao Cultivation Research Institute has been tirelessly studying and interpreting them. And now that there is a lead, of course, the government is taking it seriously. Hearing this, Wong's face showed indifference. So that is what it is. Gon could not help but wonder. Little Wong, it seems you know about those celestial tablets, he said with a smile. That is right. The celestial maiden once mentioned the tablets to me. What I can say for sure is, he guessed that understanding the contents of these 6 celestial tablets would require, not just talent and insight, but a cultivation level akin to that of the great emperor. Gon quickly understood. The importance of this matter can be lowered by 2 ranks. Tomorrow, you can shoot a video summarizing it, and I will pass it on to the research institute. Then, he led the 2 and immediately contacted the first rescue team, saying, I have no idea what is going on over there. Just hearing Gon shouting loudly. What the heck? He urged the 2 with an urgent tone. Little Wong. Little Huan. Hurry here. It is time to fight. Wong recalled the mystery of those celestial tablets. He must have learned about them during a conversation with Celestial Maiden at that time. Wong had curiously asked. Celestial Maiden. Why is the balance of yin and yang so hard to cultivate? Celestial Maiden quickly explained. The 3 transformations once granted the original 6 path to the celestial realm. The yin and yang doctrine is one of them. The 6 stone tablets were brought back from the Moon Palace with me, and they are the original 6 paths. She recounted that those 6 celestial tablets are the root of all chaos. It was because her father grasped the great Tao completely that he became mad. Later, the great Emperor Jiwei sacrificed his life to retrieve the tablets, and only a few could see the small hints of mystery. Perhaps, in the beginning, the Emperor foresaw that the celestial realm would eventually fall, so he brought the tablets back along with my remains. But those 6 great paths are not something just anyone can grasp. One's own Tao is the foundation for everything. Keep cultivating hard. At this moment, Wong could not help but reflect. Those 6 celestial tablets hiding the cosmic Tao are truly not something we can reach in the present. He lifted his sword, his mind still in a daze. But little did he expect that this distant unattainability would trigger an international conflict. Moreover, the master is this angry. Could something really serious have happened? Before they left, the 3 could not help but worry. Little thing. Why did this suddenly happen? Wong Thing said casually. It seems this situation is a bit serious. The master's anger is clear, and it is not appropriate for you 2 to linger, he said sadly. While he does not want you to get into danger, what you are doing now matters. If you can contribute a bit to protect the country, it is worth the skills you have learned. Aunt quickly pushed her husband away, with a teasing tone saying, Okay. I understand. Do not worry. After all, your parents are not too worried about you. Last time was such a big deal, and you were just fine. You are tough, my son. Hearing her say this, Wang Shen could not help but burst out laughing. He then asked He Lion, Big Sis, are you going to stay here for a few days? Or are you heading back to the villa to wait for news from us? He Lion casually replied while eating. If you 2 are going to fight, you definitely have to take me with you. You 2 go ahead. I will catch up after I finish my meal. Wang Thing then looked at the restaurant and asked, Sister, can you fly? She nodded in agreement, and they both held hands tightly and stepped forward. He gently said, as soon as he finished speaking, both of them charged off into the sky, disappearing from sight. He Lion could not help but be startled, watching them go so fast. This guy's strength is starting to become unfathomable. Little Arju wondered, is my brother really that impressive? He Lion, while eating, replied, just average. Compared to Master Than Lam back in the day, he is still far behind. You can really compare like that, considering his age. He is definitely quite impressive. Then, she licked her hand and said, All right, if I do not go now, I will lose track of them. He lion quickly transformed back into her original form, her body becoming more plump. She playfully turned around and licked her hand, saying, "Thanks for the treat. Once this is done, I will go with little Fi for some free food and drinks." After saying this, she vanished into thin air, and his parents waved goodbye loudly. "Take your time. You are always welcome." Little RGU, truly a celestial being. The little girl stared at the departing figure for a moment before speaking. The couple remained silent, waiting for their daughter to continue. Her eyes sparkled. "What do you think, if I dye my hair silver like Big Sis? Would not that be awesome?" Switching scenes to Wong Thing. He was walking while on the phone, asking, "Mao Mountain, what exactly happened? Why is my master so angry?" Mao Mountain recounted, "Not long ago, over 600 foreign cultivators ambushed the rescue team we sent. I will send you the video to show you the specific situation. You will understand after watching it." In the video, he was covered in blood, struggling to hold on. The ground around him soaked with fresh blood. A masked figure stepped forward, declaring, "Zhang Zheng, an outstanding instructor from the Special Combat Unit of the Great Harmony Nation, ranked 62nd on the Taoist list." He then coldly asked, "Do you want to die or live?" Zhang Zheng, trembling, replied, "I am injured all over. But thankfully, my legs and spine are fine." With fierce eyes, he continued, "If you want to fight, then I will fight to the death. Do not think I will take your insults lying down. Do you think I am unaware of your plans?" At this moment, his eyes were filled with blood tears. "That guy, the death battle. It would not be that easy. You are the only big fish in this trap set for me." As he spoke, he could not help but click his tongue. The Great Harmony Kingdom was truly developing at an astonishing pace. This was just the first step, he smugly continued. "In ancient times, you all knelt before the coalition forces. Today, you must kneel again." Immediately, the monsters surged forward, and he continued, "If you just say one word asking for mercy, you won't need to endure this pain any longer. Asking for mercy is so hard, but all we need is one propaganda video to spread it around." The man still refused to back down, despite the pain. He cried out defiantly, "I would rather kneel to hell." At this moment, Wang Sheng was so furious he could hardly contain himself. Gripping his phone tightly, he glanced at the chaotic scene with righteous anger. "Sister," just like Master said, and she was equally fierce. His eyes burned with determination as he spoke each word slowly. This was the beginning of the war. At this moment, on the border of the Great Harmony, Saros, the snow fell heavily outside. The two powerful auras of the 191 were clashing against each other without pause. Two girls were fighting relentlessly under the snow, and the one in purple seemed to be the enemy. Together, they combined their strengths and launched an attack toward the target. A hint of malice flickered in her eyes. It seemed this opponent was formidable. Below, a crowd was firing continuously, causing the masters to flee in panic. The white-haired guy with sharp teeth looked at the mess below and could not stop laughing. Great Harmony cultivators. What a bunch of useless trash. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared, and Wang Sheng bit his lip, sweeping a long sword through the air. The two guys were startled when they saw him, clearly surprised by this attack. In the blink of an eye, both were struck down by an overwhelming force. Even that girl could not hold back her pain and cried out. A thick fog quickly enveloped everyone, offering temporary safety. The girl took one look and guessed. It is a spell. It is reinforcement. Someone is here to help. Wang Sheng thought quickly. Sister will bring reinforcements soon. But until then, he closed his eyes, knowing he had to do everything he could to reduce the number of enemies. Wang Sheng quickly realized there were shinobi from the Peach Blossom Nation and medieval European knights here. Not only that, there were also burly men in camouflage. Half human, half beast with sharp green faces. And let us not forget the tribal warriors clad in animal skins, wielding long spears. Along with a couple of grotesque, blood-sucking monsters with wings. Jiavan quickly appeared to assist, and Wang Sheng mentally calculated. At least there were a few different enemy factions here. Moreover, it was clear these folks were targeting the Flower Nation, if that is the case. He shouted, "You all can stay here forever." Just a short while later, his side reported some good news. "We have a senior coming to help, and they are using lightning techniques. They have pushed back the enemy's vanguard. Get ready to regroup and counterattack." This area was surrounded by mountains, deep and secluded. The source of the energy here was engaged in a fierce battle. His eyes filled with ferocity. He was fighting a monstrous creature alone, its blood splattering everywhere. But it seemed that its strength was not to be underestimated. As the group behind him was getting injured, they talked among themselves and then charged in, ready to kill this guy. The source of power quickly built a protective barrier, and the people behind him had pretty much lost all will to fight. The giant wolf held a sharp object in its hand, roaring for its father. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed and sliced through the blood bag in its grip. The beam of light shot straight at the wolf's chest, catching it off guard, unable to react in time. The source of power sneered. Come on. That move is so obvious. Do you think I am blind or something? But then suddenly, he felt something shift. The wolf was dead. But there were still plenty more around. And at that moment, a vampire appeared in the sky. The source of power sized him up. Calculating, this monster was not too shabby. Fighting him would mean he could not keep his focus on protecting the others. He felt that right now. He could only barely seal the mountain and then take him down, bringing fire and fury to the sky and earth. At that moment, a wave of energy exploded, sending the wolves flying. They were momentarily confused. But the source of power suddenly broke into a light grin. Then, he could not help but tilt his head back and laugh loudly, saying, "Just hold on tight." Everyone there was baffled, not understanding why he was laughing like a madman. The source of power declared, "We have got some serious reinforcements coming." At that moment, the prince's sword soared through the sky right in front of the vampire. He did not realize what was happening until the sword was practically in his face, making him freeze in shock. The prince thrust the sword forward, but the vampire quickly dodged behind him. However, he soon realized that the prince's keen eyes were darting back, swiftly swung his sword around him. The vampire, gathering his inner energy, conjured a red orb that appeared rapidly. The prince aimed his sword fiercely at him, attacking with all his might. Meanwhile, the vampire countered with his own strike. The two opposing forces clashed relentlessly, and it was anyone's guess who would come out on top. Then, a thunderous explosion echoed, shaking the very ground beneath them. His sword sliced through the vampire's power, piercing straight through. Not only that, the blade found its mark on the vampire's heart, and he let out a pained growl. The vampire's gaze locked onto him, eyes wide with shock. Moments later, sword strikes like spider webs filled the sky. The vampire's minions were shredded to pieces. Observing the scene, the source of power could not help but think. Though the young prince had been trapped for 13 years, his body had been cleansed by spiritual energy for exactly that long, making him one of the top cultivators of the great Harmony Nation. He looked at his disciple, realizing that these past years, he had not just been enhancing his cultivation, he had also mastered the essence of divine transformation, reaching new heights. The vampire, meanwhile, split into three, preparing to unleash more strength. But the source of power knew at a glance that just one monster was no match for him. The prince's sword energy surged forward, with hundreds of blades soaring through the air. At last, the razor-sharp blade plunged aggressively into the vampire's skull. Wong Sheng's face remained stoic as he gripped the sword tighter, driving it deeper, with fresh blood gushing out relentlessly. Just then, a massive explosion erupted, scattering the vampire's body parts everywhere. One of its arms was sent flying before being picked up and taken away. The master was dead, and the minions quickly scattered in a panic. Wang Sheng looked at them with disdain. Vampires, in the end, were not they just bats? But of course, Wang Sheng would not let them off the hook. He decided to chase them down and wipe them out. His sword energy surged forward, annihilating anything in its path. Wang Sheng thought to himself, "These little bats are just the manifestations of those bloodsuckers' souls." He could not help but gaze up at the sky, pondering the legacy of the bloodsuckers. What could it be? Wang Sheng quickly resolved to behead the two of them right away. Then, Wang Sheng shouted loudly, "Leave no survivors." Immediately, he complied, saying, "Yep, Master." With that, he dove towards the vampire and its minions, the earth and rocks around him flying into chaos. From the sky, a four-armed stone statue appeared, adorned with an eye-shaped flower symbol. A hazy woman manifested, saying, "I will hold off this powerful cultivator. You all need to run." At first, Wang Sheng was slightly dazed, feeling a wave of malice wash over him. Gripping his sword tightly, he quickly regained his composure, thinking, "Here comes another tricky attack." A purple figure shot towards the bats at lightning speed. That irritating blonde wasted the precious Wang I left for me by my ancestors. Who the heck is that Eastern cultivator? Why is there no information on him? One of the bats exclaimed. Lord Wong even died at his hands. Your treasure is not wasted. After we return, the old Wong will definitely compensate you. We need to get out of here. Today feels like a nightmare. That moment, Wang Xing felt completely frozen, unable to move below. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, startling them all. The bat turned in a panic, asking, "What is going on? Is it divine punishment?" The blonde woman quickly realized. Down below, we need to go. The Wang I can't contain him. Meanwhile, the force that had been freezing Wang Sheng slowly dissipated. He mustered his strength and felt everything shatter like smoke. Wang Sheng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking, just now, I was worried those bats would seize the chance to attack me. I did not expect them to turn tail and run. But was that sealing force really magic? Or something else entirely? Yuanzi rushed to his side. Little Sheng, you showed up just in time. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble today. Little Xuan and the other cultivators have arrived. You do not need to worry anymore. Remembering the blonde girl, he could not help but feel regret and said, Master, I let the key figure slip away. Yuanzi speculated. That might be the eye that was gouged out after the Wong bloodline died. Being able to resist it means you can face off against the Wong bloodline. The biggest threat to Daho right now is those Wong bloodlines. Do not feel discouraged. An elder stepped forward, grinning broadly, marveling at how powerful the sword techniques have become. It really puts us old-timers to shame. Locked away for 13 years. And now, those techniques have soared to new heights. Impressive? Truly impressive. Yuanzi humbly interrupted. Elders, please do not flatter him too much. Young people can easily lose their motivation. Yuan, standing beside, could not help but pinch him hard in annoyance. Wang Sheng cried out in pain, tears in his eyes. Senior sister, please spare me. Yuanzi continued. Let us keep searching. If we encounter any enemies, we will take them all out to avenge the lives lost from our Daoyu Great Flower Kingdom. Then, he hastily advised. Little Shang, Little Haiyuan, you both should come along, but be sure to stay safe. Wang Sheng spoke up. Master, the rescue team and several other senior male cultivators. Yuanzi recounted. Though the main cultivator from Daoyu is gravely injured, he is still holding on. As for the others, Wang Sheng paused, heartbroken, adding, aside from those we have rescued, everyone else has been killed. At this, a flicker of anger and sorrow crossed his face. Moments later, Wang Sheng and Haiyuan quickly mounted their flying swords. Soaring through the air, they spotted a herd of elephants ahead and aggressively chased after them. Below, someone fell. A group of masked assassins and lurking figures were hiding in the forest. Wang Sheng darkly instructed. Sister, when it comes to killing, we can hold back. Haiyuan quickly responded with a grunt. He mournfully reflected. Having been trapped in the underworld for 13 years, he had still practiced his swordsmanship. A sword's reputation has no beginning or end. It is to ensure that no one dares to bully the Great Flower Kingdom, so that our families can live in peace. Suddenly, a powerful wave of sword energy shot out, unleashing 100 slashes towards the horde of monsters. He resolutely thought, anyone who dares to provoke us must be eliminated. At that moment, the communication device buzzed. Wang Daozong. Ahead. You are entering a small border town of Saros. Your recent battle with the blood-sucking demon has drawn the attention of the Saros army. They request to negotiate with you. Wang Sheng quickly agreed to connect. I am a cultivator from the Great Flower Kingdom, and this territory belongs to the Saros Empire. A voice on the other end questioned. You are declaring war on the Saros Empire. Please cease your indiscriminate actions. The people I have killed are not from Saros. You can quickly verify their identities, Wang Sheng added. 10 minutes ago, dozens of rogue cultivators infiltrated this city and slaughtered my rescue team. If you want to help, immediately seal off all exits and search for any suspicious individuals. The other party stubbornly insisted. You have no right to kill on our territory. Please refrain from causing a crisis, or we will formally protest to the Great Flower Kingdom. Wang Sheng showed no mercy, replying, I am not killing indiscriminately. This is simply revenge. Soon after, torrents of power rained down towards the tower. The townspeople looked up at the sky. Bewildered by the phenomenon, waves of sword energy burst forth, slicing through the air like a storm. The vampires were swiftly pierced by the sword strikes. Caught completely off guard, the name is worse than the shame. Those light warriors strike directly like a thunderbolt that could sever one's spirit. The ground is now littered with the clothes and blood of the fallen. Wang Sheng coldly sheathed his sword. Counting this was the 26th opponent. Quan Hoan watched his expression, unable to hide her worry. Junior brother. Wang Sheng looked at her with a gentle smile. No need to worry. I am not weak enough to fall to these enemies who have lost their sanity. Suddenly, at that moment, his phone rang. Wang Sheng pulled out his phone, surprised to see it was Master Aunt calling. Jiang Lang could not help but ask. Little Sheng, you have become a celestial being. So how did you manage to pull off the heavenly tribulation? He explained. I still do not have my nascent soul. Wang Sheng awkwardly continued. That was just a minor technique I grasped over the years. Nothing impressive. Master Aunt, where did you see me during the heavenly tribulation? She sighed. Continuing. You have attracted quite the attention online. Basically, our elegant, gentle image as cultivators has been completely shattered. However, you are defending the dignity of the Great Hoa Kingdom, which has been noted and recognized. But your recent hunt for the blood-sucking demon has drawn the attention of Prince Wu Chi Vat from the Blood Clan, and he just arrived in the capital of the Saros Empire. He asked in shock. The blood-sucking prince. Fighting fairly. Jiang Lang elaborated. According to our intel, Wu Chi-vat is the current prince of the Fat family among the known princes. He ranks third in power, still weaker than an ancient prince who has never shown his face. The bloodsucker you killed earlier was only a count. A bit weaker than Wu Chi-vat. Jiang Lang could not help but worry. Honestly, if it were not for how effortlessly you took down that bloodsucker, she continued to instruct. Right now, I will guide you and Xiao Hoan to head back immediately. I want to speak for too long with you too. Just wait there. I will inform your master and some skilled experts to support you. Wong Sheng got straight to the point. Master Aunt, I want to know what the government's stance is. Do I need to secure a victory? She replied. Yep. But I do not want you to feel too much pressure. Whether for my sake or to secure a future for the cultivation world. Wang Sheng gazed into the distance and replied. If the nation needs it, then I will win this battle. But there is no need for the master to step in. The time for us to gather is also the time for their experts to gather. We can't afford to delay. If possible, it is best to force them into battle with me, Jiang Lang responded. Then go ahead and try for a swift victory. Support will arrive afterward. As for the provoking the enemy you mentioned, I can have someone give it a shot. Just not sure if it will work. Right after, he quickly hung up. Wang Sheng immediately told Quan Hoyan. Sister, lead me, so I can quickly recover my spiritual energy. She happily agreed. Sure. And so, Quan Hoyan raised her sword, helping him ascend into the skies. Wang Sheng could not stop thinking. After his energy recovered, the Great Huo Kingdom had never taken any aggressive action against foreign cultivators. He silently circulated his inner power, his mind still calculating. But that did not mean the Great Hoa Kingdom was truly a weakling willing to let others bully them without retaliation. Towering on the blue planet for 5,000 years. What battles have not been fought? Those renowned powers hastily passed through. Just 5 months in time will tell. Who is the true ruler of the Eastern Realm? And who is the most formidable traveler of this era? Cultivation is for immortality. For freedom. While mastering the arts is to protect the path. To safeguard oneself and those beside them. If a cultivator is born in the mountains, raised in the mists, then one cannot fault their dedication to the way. You close your eyes. Your inner strength surges rapidly. But I was born in the Great Ho Kingdom and grew up in this land. Wang Sheng, filled with determination, vows to live with the blood of the Great Hoa Kingdom and die with the spirit of the Great Hoa people, not just to fight, but to win. In the sky at that moment, a strange figure stands there. Who are they? He is the prince of the bloodline. Joyfully poised, suddenly, his eyes sharpen, and his eyebrows furrow with vigilance. From afar, 2 beams of light like stars gradually appear. Wang Sheng and Quan Hoyan swiftly soar on their swords, both remarkably calm in the face of a strong opponent. He turns to remind her. Sister, just watch the fight. And while Quan Hoyan is worried, she simply nods in agreement. Even though he is not afraid, Wang Sheng knows he can't underestimate his enemy. He closes his eyes and calls out. Jiao Yun. She quickly appears beside Zhenin, and he feels reassured if they encounter a celestial being, he can protect her and let her escape unharmed. Hearing this, his tension eases a bit. Wang Sheng grips his sword tightly and says, Thank you. The image of the prince quickly materializes on his blade, and Wang Sheng furrows his brow as he sizes up his opponent. Channeling his inner strength, his eyes glow red, revealing 2 sharp fangs. Just like that, both rush forward to clash with each other. A fierce battle erupts between the 2 powerful foes, with his sword energy relentlessly slicing towards him, while claw attacks are continuously unleashed. Wang Sheng grits his teeth, saying nothing, just attacking like a whirlwind. Meanwhile, Vita is both parrying and counter-attacking vigorously. Quan Hoyan, buying him, refrains from joining the fight and stands by to observe, but she can't help but feel anxious. Is this the kind of face-off that her junior brother is engaged in? The sword techniques he had previously described, so fluid and transformative, are nowhere to be seen. Before long, Wang Sheng's sword thrusts deep into Viet's chest. That moment, his hand also pierces Wang Sheng's chest. Both are quickly thrown back, creating distance between them. Immediately after, he snorts coldly and channels his inner energy, a fierce red aura gathering. Wang Sheng keeps a close watch on his opponent's movements, remaining on high alert. Looking at him, Wang Sheng smiles faintly, thinking, so this is the prince of the bloodline. The power radiating from his heart makes him calculate. Previously, he had heard that cultivators from Great Huo could use various magical techniques, and had been on guard for quite some time. Now it seems that was just some minor trick to deal with the common folk. Vivid appears startled. Just then, the male Dao of Thunder strikes down simultaneously towards him, catching Vet by surprise. Wang Sheng smirks, thinking, it is time to end this. Let the beast learn a lesson. With that thought, his gaze turns cold. This is the 3rd sword intent he comprehended while trapped in the underworld. Transitioning to Snow Mountain. The atmosphere here remains ominously dark. The The source of the energy rushes by, asking. Command Center. What is the current battle situation over at the Phi language? He can't help but worry, even though in a direct confrontation. The Heavenly Guard could basically suppress the royal bloodline. The strength of Guzi Viide is top tier among the royal blood. And it seems that little Shuang will have to fight tooth and nail, just to keep up. Mangayat cheerfully announces. Master Thanga. No need to worry. The satellite just got a whole series of images. Upon hearing this, he stands in shock, his movements slightly delayed. Mangayat brings good news. Master Wong has unleashed a new divine technique, and is gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, Wang Shuang raises his sword high, causing Vit to break into a sweat. He channels the essence of the heavenly tribulation sword intent, slicing through effortlessly. In no time, the opponent can hold on any longer. Unable to withstand this blow, Vit's body quickly disintegrates into fragments. But then, eerie red remnants appear in the sky, looking incredibly sinister. As his body falls, Vit can't help but think angrily that he just started and already faced off against the prince. Waiting for the prince to catch his breath before sneak attacking him with some cunning tricks. He is fuming, cursing under his breath. Those shameless martial artists from Huaxia are absolutely unforgivable. Then, unable to contain himself, he shouts, I will tear your body apart and grind your bones into dust, using your blood to feed the lowest slaves. At that moment, many remnants appear from the sky. Wang Shuang stands silent, gripping his sword, fiercely glaring at Vet and his cronies. He dances through the air. And at that moment, a net of sword energy materializes in front of him. Suddenly, Wang Shuang notices something and fixes his gaze on Vet. Vet is trying to slip through the defensive net, while Wang Shuang grits his teeth, thinking to himself that he wants to chase after him. Vifite roars. I will make you pay for this, just wait. Wang Shuang immediately launches his sword in pursuit. He is determined not to let the enemy escape. He leads the charge, instructing his senior sister to wait here for the master, and the others to handle things. Senior sister quickly complies, looking at him with encouraging eyes. Being careful. Meanwhile, Mangayat is busy monitoring the camera while reporting. Mu team. The royal bloodline has been defeated and is fleeing. Master Wong is in hot pursuit. Mu team. The satellite has detected a large number of Maka soldiers appearing at the western border, estimating around 40 of them. Everyone starts to worry. We have tried to contact Master Wong, but he did not bring his phone, might be due to the intense chase. Mangayat instructs. Immediately contact the Immortal of Babel and ask for her support. The security personnel quickly report. Mu team. The speed of Master Wong's pursuit and the royal bloodline is too fast, way beyond the limits of our ordinary gifted cultivators. Mangayat paces anxiously, continuing to reach out to Master Wong while also reporting the unfolding situation, checking to see if the Saros Empire is willing to assist, using laser weapons to stop the royal bloodline. I know a bit about Master Wong's personality. If it is his plan, he won't give up until he succeeds. She feels an overwhelming sense of unease. Master Wong, check your phone. At this moment, the lot has flown to the vicinity of Western Saros. He was furious, gritting his teeth. Damn it. Those cultivators from the Great Hua are so hard to deal with. Just a little more patience. Once I find my kin, we can trap and take him down. Suddenly, a fierce blade of energy slashed through, cutting his wings to shreds. He barely had time to turn around when your sword strikes began to carve a formation in the air. Lot was truly exhausted and on the brink, his eyes darkening, losing all vitality. Wang Xing showed no mercy, not even blinking as he struck hard. Blood spraying everywhere. Lot, unwilling to accept defeat, shouted loudly, You will pay for this. But before he could finish his sentence, his body disintegrated into countless pieces. Wang Sheng scoffed inwardly. With such weak power, how did these blood clans manage to survive the purge by the celestial beings back then? Let alone become representatives of the hostile forces against Huaxia. Determined, he thought, no matter what, these harmful beings cannot be spared. Below, the crowd was shocked, retreating in fear. The prince? He just died like that. How is that possible? He was one of the 6 most powerful blood prince clans alive. Half an hour later, an announcement rang out. Little Shang, we just received intel. Because you just hunted a blood prince. There is now a massive gathering of blood clans at the western border, clearly coming for us. What do you all think? He answered calmly. Master, I stand by what I said. Whatever the Great Ho needs me to do, I will give it my all. Zealing at it, they have proposed a few ideas. First, you and the others should return and study the next steps. Then we will plan our counterattack. Of course, if the other party has a feasible plan, let us hear it. We will seriously consider your suggestions. Wang Sheng calculated before turning to the group. If we are talking strategy, does senior sister have any thoughts? She suggested, Yin and Yang give rise to all things. Balance is key. Too much Yang leads to collapse. So we must transform with Yang. Wang Sheng did not understand any of this. Zealing explained. What little Xuan means is that we can collaborate with the hostile forces of the blood clans to deal with the other blood clans. This suggestion is worth considering. But what we really need to discuss now is how to handle the gathering blood clans in the West. Wang Xing smirked. Master, if that is the case, I also have a plan. The group roared with anger. For Prince Lot's revenge, those detestable cultivators from Great Hoa must be crushed to dust. Let us band together. Once we avenge the prince, we will take advantage of the chaos to invade Great Hoa and turn the entire place into our battlefield. First, we need to drag that Great Hoa cultivator, Musia, out and turn him into the lowest blood slave, slaughtering his kin right before his eyes. Wang Sheng looked at the group. Senior sister, my powers are more than enough, she asked worriedly. Do we need to fight against students from other countries as well? Wang Sheng looked over. Think about it. It is only a matter of time before this escalates into a battle. After all, there are only so many cultivation resources on Earth right now. The energy is so chaotic that nothing is visible. But once it stabilizes back to normal, all issues will erupt into the open. Instead of waiting for that moment to strike, why not hit them now? We will gather more resources for future growth. The flick of your sword just now startled Jiao Yun, who quickly appeared and asked, What is going on? Wang Xing casually replied. Nothing. Just a slip of the hand. I was afraid you guys did not know that the spirit formation can be activated. She glanced over at the fallen figures, asking if they had not taken a break and were just monitoring the others. Immediately after, she merged back into her sword. Wang Xing sighed. This elder seems to be more interested in me and my senior sister. Right after that, he instructed Guang Xuan. Senior sister, just stick to the plan we discussed earlier, she resolutely replied. Be careful. Then, he charged straight towards the fallen creatures alone. His expression remained calm. They swarmed like ants, each one more terrifying than the last. Without hesitation, Wang Sheng soared forward on his sword with fierce intent. He gathered his internal energy, a surge of power quickly manifesting at his fingertips. With the vigor of a young sprout, Wang Sheng broke through the encirclement solo. One of the fallen creatures shouted loudly, claiming he was the one who killed Prince Oti. Seeking revenge for the prince, Wang Sheng swiftly unsheathed his sword, a green glow radiating out. Around him, thunder had amassed in droves. Wang Sheng scornfully remarked, Is this all you have got? They could not even drain my energy. That force felt like a vacuum, continuously pulling the fallen creatures in. Wang Sheng poured in more internal energy, letting out a mighty shout as thunder continued to strike down. Each wave of powerful lightning took down a good number of the fallen. Wherever his power swept through, they shattered into pieces. Wang Sheng observed while contemplating. Most of the blood demons attacking him were counts, with only a few dukes among them, but they definitely would not rely on numbers to attack me. I can feel it. He scanned through the lightning, sensing something lurking among those dragon-like beings. Could it be a prince-level creature waiting to strike? Thinking of this, he chuckled softly. No matter what, Wang Xing calculated in his mind. As long as he could lure all those blood kin over here, the sky would be clouded with them. That would be our victory. Guangshuan was also gathering her internal energy. Preparing, she reached out, channeling a stream of power. Guangshuan fell silent as a sphere quickly formed before her. The 10 fallen creatures were now in a panic, looking up at the sky, asking each other, what is going on? Where's this mist coming from? Guangshuan began to set up the formation, chanting in her heart, Soul Rescue Formation. Activate. The large dragon-like creature calculated. Once trapped, it feared none would escape. He spoke up. I warned you long ago. You can go anywhere. But there is one place you cannot. The Great Harmony. Over 1,000 years ago, we revealed our ambitions towards Great Harmony, but back then, our strategy was dozens of times stronger than it is now. Shortly after, he continued to gather energy, a circle of red light rapidly forming. He added, as a result, when we approached the borders of the ancient kingdom, only a lone man appeared before us, defeating everyone in the blink of an eye. From that moment on, our blood clan began to decline, driven back by those brutish people to the fields. One of the fallen spoke up. My lord, should not we get revenge for the prince? We have already lost so many of our kin today. The old dragon elder shook his head. Even if I go myself, I can't guarantee that I can get anyone out. I might not even be able to escape. From now on, we need to focus on becoming one of the remaining 5 clans, and king, their prince. The best he can do is offer them up as compensation. Just as he thought this, he suddenly sensed an imposing aura approaching. From the shadows, a figure slowly emerged, radiating a dense, fierce energy. The prince was furious, channeling his inner power, causing everything around him to lift into the air. The old dragon elder and the fallen felt a wave of fear wash over them from this presence. He looked at the prince, silently assessing. This person's strength was definitely greater than his own. The old man gritted his teeth, thinking, damn that great Hua. How many monsters has he really nurtured? Eventually, he stepped forward respectfully. Esteemed Eastern cultivator, we inadvertently offended you. It is all due to Gukshi Von's personal decisions. Our once peaceful existence has now been swallowed by darkness. I deeply regret it. Prince maintained a wary gaze on the old man. We have already declared war against you. But he smiled gently, saying, that was just an action representing them, not the entire blood clan, just like now. Are not we having a very peaceful conversation? The prince spoke up, if that is the case. Let us have a little duel. He drew his sword and said, we are just settling the score. Not fighting to the death. How about it? The old Makadong responded. Daoist. The blood clan is currently living peacefully within their own estates. There is no reason to go to war with Great Hoa. Previously, the clan that dared to provoke Great Hoa Nation was the Fat clan. And they will surely face severe punishment from our blood clan. He smiled brightly at the prince. Let us not be angry over old grievances. Since we are all living on this planet, we should not be enemies. The prince remained resolute. If you want to fight, then let us have a match. The current generation of blood clan princes is too weak. He added, you are not bad. My master is on the way here too. If this continues, we might not have a way to carry on. Hearing this, the old man could not help but break into a sweat. This guy still has a master. How much stronger could he possibly be? The elder muttered. Using the term battle is a bit too serious. It is just an exchange, a friendly match. Moreover, I will use the resources of our blood clan to showcase your heroic side to the whole world. The prince quickly turned and left, falling silent for a moment. Then, the prince spoke up. All right. You choose the time and place. If you dare to run, then I will visit each of your clans to check in one by one. His words dripping with deadly intent. After he finished speaking, he turned his back and left without saying another word. Meanwhile, the shadow behind the prince swiftly vanished. Jiao Van appeared and said, I can feel it. Those Western blood clans have retreated. The prince let out a sigh of relief, realizing he had been tense for a long time. Trying to stay strong, the girl laughed joyfully and said to her, thanks to your guidance, I was able to use psychological tactics to scare that old monster. Pretending to be a master is also a skill. If I had known earlier, I would have studied performance with my master. Giovanni saw him like that and was momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. After a pause, she continued, that old man is a member of the ancient royal bloodline. In terms of power, he is on par with a half-immortal. Giovanni warned. Anyone brave enough to face him alone is clearly asking for trouble. Wong Tang chuckled awkwardly, saying they had no choice but to push forward. At that moment, he told Giovanni, our formation can only hold for 3 days at most. Wong Tang sat down on the ground and added, if that ancient royal does not leave, it will be our biggest headache. Luckily, she noticed he was wary of the Dao sect. Otherwise, I would not have dared to take the gamble to see if I could scare him. Giovanni frowned and said, if you can intimidate him, we might really have to fight it out. He chuckled innocently. Well, that is all right. Even though the chances of winning are slim, they are not zero. For now, we have temporarily dodged the bullet. As for the battle he mentioned, let us push that back until I form my nascent soul. Then we can fight. Giovanni shot him a glance and reminded, you should quickly elevate your strength so I won't end up being laughed at by the other girls. He awkwardly changed the subject. Let us go gather with the senior sister first. Meanwhile, at some military base of Saros, a soldier rushed over to report. Commander, we have received intel. The blood-sucking demons have completely retreated. The commander glanced over and asked, you have been studying the Daoist world of the Great Hoa Kingdom. Do you know who that mysterious master is? The soldier quickly reported back. He is probably the young sword cultivator who amazed everyone over a decade ago. The disciple of a certain silent Daoist. That person seems to be the female cultivator Dongfang Shanxi, also a disciple of the silent Daoist. They have both been missing for over 10 years. The soldier continued. Cultivators from the Great Hoa Kingdom like to hide in remote places. When they go into seclusion, it can last for years or even decades. Who knows when they will pop back up? Do not mess with anyone from the Daoist world of the Great Hoa Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the commander could not help but widen his eyes in shock. He shouted so loudly that he dropped his cigarette. The bloodline destroyer. The royal princess, what is that name? The soldier stammered. Commander, what do you mean? He fell silent for a moment and continued. Regardless of whether the Great Hoa Kingdom wants to downplay this or use it for propaganda. Considering our position, only by forcing powerful factions to confront each other can we gain more benefits. After a pause, he added. Besides, we need to repay our debts, before his time. That soldier could not help but swallow hard. Switching scenes back to the sky. Several beams of light were on the move. The Grand Elder spoke up. Silent Daoist. What is the situation like now? The speaker replied. I just received intel. An ancient royal of the blood clan has appeared. The Grand Elder said anxiously. Then let us speed up. We can let those two kids hold the line alone while we old folks hang back and take it easy. Suddenly, Something in front of the speaker made him pause in shock. In the distance, two familiar beams of light are racing towards us, growing larger by the second. Master, you look just as shocked as I am. Xiao Huan. Xiao Shang. As soon as everyone spotted the two, they landed anxiously, bombarding them with questions. What happened? Are you hurt? Where are those bloodsuckers? Even the earth statue seems furious. Today, we are going to confront them head-on. No more hesitation. We are cutting to the core to eliminate this tumor plaguing humanity. Yanzi quickly checks on the kid, curiosity bubbling up as he asks, Xiao Shang, have you faced off against the royal prince? The kid honestly replies, we did not have a direct confrontation. Hearing this, Wang Sheng's expression turns serious. But he can sense the strength of the prince. Let us head back quickly. The kid suddenly recalls. Right. Has anyone seen Senior Hellion? After a brief pause, he corrects himself. I mean, Senior Hellion. It seems she left before us, after entering the Saros Empire. We have no clue where she is now. Maybe we should ask the investigation team. He quickly contacts Ma Yu. The signal goes out. Waiting for the other side to accept the call, Ma Yu starts crying, stammering through a series of words. Wang Daoxing. The phone of the big sister uses the Great Ho National Network. And as soon as she entered Saros, she lost contact. Plus, a few years back, we downgraded our monitoring of her. He adds, we do not even have a tracking device. Just earlier, the team leader scolded me about this. I can't help but worry big sister is not lost. Is she? Just as he pulls back his thoughts, a loud voice from Hellion rings out. Xiao Fiyu, where are you? Get over here and see what I have discovered. This is a gold mine. He collapses to the ground, frustration bubbling over as he thinks. Here I am risking my life with my senior sister. And big sister is out there treasure hunting in the snowfield. You better share some with me later. The night sky here is filled with stars, a scene so romantic, yet they are not even remotely interested. Hellion stands before a block of ice, inside of which are two people frozen solid. Wang Sheng and everyone rush over. As soon as he lands, Hellion yells angrily, communicating through sound. Xiao Fiyu, what are you doing? I asked you to come with Xiaohuan. Why did you bring so many old geezers along? The treasure is only a couple of items. He argues back. Big sister. Is it really appropriate to call them old? Jiao Yun chimes in. What if they are a bit older? As a cultivator, how can I discuss age? It is all about the heart and mind. Whether the outside is fake or not completely depends on your mindset. Wang Sheng says helplessly. You are right. You are all correct. Hellion looks taken aback. Wait. Which wise person in the heavenly realm is in Xiao Fiyu's company? And Jiao Yun. Originally, I was from the past. Now I am just the sword spirit of Fiyu. Hellion beams flatteringly. So you are the princess of the heavenly court. Your Highness. With such noble qualities it is truly impressive that Fiyu can survive. I myself am trapped in a lifeless sword. Jiao Yun responds. It is just that he is lucky. While I am cultivating, if danger rises, I will manifest to help you. He smiles wryly. Great. Now I am just a soft target for the two of you. As soon as he lands, he calls out. Big sister. Hellion walks closer, unable to hide her admiration. Xiao Fiyu. You have done well, after a while. Bring along a few more old masters trapped in your mind, she cheerfully continued. Who knows? A few years from now, we might just send the spirit into the heavenly realm of the main character player. Wang Sheng spoke up. Big Sis, stop joking around. What on earth did you discover? Elian quickly chimed in. It is not really anything special, just a relic, an ancient scripture, and a scroll painting, two ice statues. As she spoke, she pointed at the two figures frozen stiff behind her. As everyone looked closer, they recognized the people inside. Both of them truly looked like statues at that moment. Yuanzi curiously asked her. Elian. Senior. What are these ice statues? Elian hurriedly explained. They were already here. I did not do this. The Grand Elder observed. This ice ceiling seems to be a spell formed in an instant. Likely a secret technique from the kingdom of Gay Lan, Yuan said. This action seems like Xiao Hui wants to kill Delay. Xiao Sheng. What do you think about this? Wang Sheng guessed. It is highly likely there is a spy from the dark forces among them. The other person discovered it, but this is just our speculation. We should unfreeze them and ask. Quan Huan had her own judgment. She quickly took out her phone and called, appearing on screen. The essence of what she wanted to convey was that Delay is trustworthy since she used to be an envoy of Gai Lan, while Xiao Hui is just a bodyguard. Elian clapped her hands in admiration. Little Hunwan, have you turned into a detective? She happily said, while waiting for my junior to emerge. I have read a lot of detective-themed comics. There are some volumes with logic and art that are top-notch. Elian joined her hands and said, please recommend me. Great Elder. Hearing the conversation between the two women, Yuan Zia and Wang Sheng were left speechless. Wang Sheng pulled his master aside and said, Master, I think we have a way. How about we? After hearing everything, he quickly agreed. Alright, let us do that. Immediately after, Xia Lion knocked hard on the ice covering Delay's side. Very soon, the ice gradually began to vaporize and melt away. Delay's face turned red from being in there for so long in the cold, and her whole body was soaked. Delay hurriedly said, Master Wu, this place might be a trap. It was set up by them. He smiled reassuringly. No need to panic. The matter has been resolved. Little Huan, get her out of the ice. Let us leave this place for now. Soon after, Quan Huan gently wrapped a cloth around her, realizing she was a bit too hasty. Delay obediently complied. Wang Xing looked on and asked, Master, do you want to check if she is lying? Is Yuanzi's claim true or false? Asking her will reveal everything. The two quickly turned to the other girl. Seely, just as she broke free from the ice, her sword viciously thrust forward. Yuanzi stepped forward. Miss Seal. Your words startled her and made her turn around. Master Wu. Master Fei. Wang Sheng pretended not to know anything and asked, Miss Seal, where's Delay? Seela glanced away, saying, She. At the time of the incident, I was blown away by the shockwave of the explosion. Yuanzi and Wang Sheng exchanged glances after hearing this. Silently communicating, quickly commanded, Seize her. And just like that, invisible ropes tightened around her. Switching scenes. After the interrogation, they discovered that Seal was indeed a spy planted by the dark forces within the Seozan clan in order for her to continue hiding after the incident. The bomb was even set to explode right in front of her. And everything unfolded just like the news reported on a TV. The plane exploded, putting all the passengers on board in grave danger. But unexpectedly, that relic suddenly unleashed its power, safely bringing the nearby customers back to solid ground. Dill immediately became alert, tearing off the protective talisman and leading Seal and 3 precious items away. This incident made Seal believe their plan had been exposed. Right after, she swiftly launched an attack on Dell. Luckily, Dale's reaction time was not slow. He quickly activated the protective relic, freezing the two of them in place. Ultimately, they remained in this state, caught off guard by a wandering clown. The scene changed somewhere in a military base. Yuan Ziyi is standing deep in thought. Wang Sheng and Guangshuan walk, and noticing him, they call out, Master. Yuan says, We did not intend to get involved in matters beyond our borders. Yet unexpectedly, the enemy came to us first. What is said about peace needing to be prepared for chaos rings true. We have been complacent in our tranquility, forgetting the core of our cultivation lies in purity. He then turns around, flashing a bright smile at them and says, All right, let us head back. The rest will be handled by the investigation team. Both of them quickly bow their heads in agreement, saying, Yep. Wang Sheng worries quietly, thinking, the master seems calm, but it is clear he is still seething inside. As his disciple, I really need to clarify things with him. Suddenly, he yells out, startling both of them. Yuanzi chuckles and continues, By the way, after today's events, Xiao Sheng, you can say you have gone international. You should be careful whenever you go out now. He is taken aback, saying. Soon after, a flood of information bursts forth on social media. The one who controlled the thunder, the blood-sucking demons defeat, the firstborn of the divine punisher, the enforcer of divine wrath, the son of the god falls, the sword wielder, king, phoenix, and more. He can't help but frown and think, what is this? Guangshuan shows him a series of comments, and she can't help but feel amused. Wang Sheng clicks his tongue, thinking, well, as long as they are happy. He suddenly remembers and asks, Right, Master, I once watched a documentary video. Who exactly is the guy leading the ambush? That demon-faced senior. Yuanzi replied. We have confirmed his identity. He is the young master of the Yin-Yang All Things sect. He recounts. Back then, when we were cleaning up the Yin-Yang All Things sect, the practitioners gradually split into 2 factions, one being the peaceful faction we supported. The other side has joined the dark forces of the West. That young master is a typical representative of this faction. And I have heard he has some dark masters as his godfathers. Wang Sheng is determined. Today's events will definitely make them pay. He pats Wang Xing on the shoulder, saying, That is only natural. But I just received information about a small matter that needs your attention. Yuanzi quickly says, You need to make a trip. The sooner you go, the sooner you will return. The details are such that after hearing them, he is laughing and crying at the same time. Master, do I really have to go? Yuanzi insists, It is mandatory. You disciples should take a trip together, and it will be a good change of pace. It is morning at the Wong family home, and little Diu is lost in thought on the balcony. Suddenly startled, All 3 of you are back, she exclaims joyfully, but her brother, confused, asks, Why are you on the balcony? Where are Mom and Dad? She smiles bitterly, They are inside. But it is not a good time to go in. Her dad is struggling on the ground, saying, "Listen. I am explaining this has nothing to do with my dreams. Is not he Athena's father? He is a man. And auntie is just berating him. You are something else. Still thinking about Athena at your age. Isn't she from that old cartoon we used to watch? That warrior with the celestial horse. I do not care. You definitely have issues." Her dad tries to butter her up. Yep. "Dear wife, please do not be angry. It is not like I am trying to extend my lifespan, so menopause is coming later." Auntie snaps. And he groans in response. This is terrifying. Her mom is not done yet, brandishing her teeth like a weapon. Looking like she is not going to let him off easy today. Our married life can go on like this? He laments. Listen to my explanation. Hearing a loud noise outside. Her mom quickly glances over. Wong Shang pops his head through the door with a big smile. Dad. She rushes over joyfully. Xiao Shang. You are finally home. My whole bulletin board is filled with stuff about you, his dad excitedly asks. Xiao Shang. Are you really that powerful now? He awkwardly explains. It is just using my magic skills. Not like I can actually control thunder. She beams with pride. My son is the best. Soon. The family sits down to chat. With his mom and the clown getting along well. While Kun Hon quietly listens. Lilju says, Bro. You are really awesome. You took down a royal bloodline and sent that ancient prince packing, causing such a ruckus in Sero City. Wang Sheng is surprised. Wait, is this news already spreading? She replies. Not really. Just a couple of photos of you in action. I saw that stuff on your friend's circle. The Kunjang. He says, his jaw dropping. His bros chat group is buzzing. And Huijing says, those evil cultivators are really pushing our big flower around. Since there is no fun games lately. Let us team up with some friends and hit the other realm together. Ven Fi chimes in. Fiyu is about to become a powerful nascent soul expert, while our generation is barely managing to get in a golden core. Talk about a tiger's vow. The teen Zhang asks. When did you break through? Man. Take it easy. I need to go into seclusion. You are at the top now. The Qian Zhang quickly writes a song praising him. Great flower of ours. Those evil cultivators have no home. As the other realm comes to invade, we have our swords to protect us. And the royal bloodline gets cut down. The royal bloodline retreats. And the silent disciple of the Daoist master keeps slashing through countless bloodlines. Raising the banner of our great flower. Veneziska. Little sister. Even though you are a bit of a drama queen, this is not really refined. You deserve a good roast. Lunity adds. Why not let me write a piece about it? Wang Sheng looks at the group. Feeling pleased. Thinking. Seems like even after all these years I have been away. They have still been looking after little Ju for me, if that is the case. Thinking of this, you quickly unfriended that certain someone. Vong Theng watched the girl smile brightly and reminded her. Be careful with your friends. Bad ones like Thethia and Trong are no good. Just let your brother pick your friends. Friends are one thing. A solid team is vital for cultivation. Vong Theng messaged everyone. My master assigned me a task. Anyone want to join? Just a heads up. It is a secret mission. So keep it on the down low. Unfortunately, I am currently in seclusion. Can T join? Ho Kin chimed in. Amitabha. It has been ages since our team has been active. I am itching to get back in the game. Ung Long and Sichlin will also join. And of course, Din Trang would not miss it. Where there is Brother Thang, there is me. Let us hear it. Brother Thang, what is the mission this time? You said. My master mentioned we will be escorting some seasoned scientists to the Yuk for an academic exchange. Din Trang was excited. A trip to the Yuk. Everyone else got the message loud and clear. The very next day, they quickly arrived at the airport. And the plane was getting ready for takeoff. Vong Theng could not help but wonder. What is everyone planning to do? Hui Kun replied cheerfully. Amitabha. If it were just us going, it would not be a big deal. But the important part is that we are going with you guys this time. Ung Long spoke up. Exactly. We figured it is better to be prepared. Right. Brother Vong, wherever we go, something big is bound to happen. Especially with Thien trudging along for the ride. He is the common enemy of the Yu. So you can bet there will be some wild assassination attempts. Ambushes. And all sorts of dirty tricks. Thieven Tajung laughed heartily. Do not worry. Brother Thang. We want to hold you back. If anything urgent comes up, we will still have your back. You could see the guy rambling was giving you a headache. But Quan Hoen stepped in to back you up. Helene excitedly asked. Little Phi. Are you going to blow up some mountains this time? Or are you planning to deal with the 4 great hidden villages? You replied, just going there to soak in hot springs, admire the cherry blossoms, and wait for the scientists to finish their work and return to their cozy homes. The Trang chimed in confidently. Do not worry. Brother Thang. You know he does not go looking for trouble. Trouble usually finds him first. Wong Thing frowned and asked, "Can you guys not make me look bad?" Then, suddenly remembering something, his eyes lit up. Wong Thing asked then trudging, "Are you willing to bet? If something goes wrong this time, I will fulfill one of your requests. But if everything goes smoothly, you guys help me find a suitable master for little Dipe's cultivation." The Introng grinned mischievously. "You said it, brother Thing." Everyone was excited and agreed. All hands went up to join this betting game. Hui Kun had not even finished his sentence when everyone began to shake. And the announcement rang out. The plane was experiencing some turbulence, so please fasten your seatbelts. There is no need to panic. Wong Thing could not help but groan. Is it really true that I have a knack for attracting trouble? A few hours later, at some airport in the Yuk, the plane touched down quickly. Everyone approached you and said, "Master Fiang, a little turbulence like that is actually pretty normal for international flights." You began to explain that we established a Kwai flow, which led us close to the national border, causing the flow of primordial energy to create complex and erratic situations. Wong Thing frowned. So the issue really lies with the Kwai flow. You glance over at the crowd behind you, clearly snickering and setting a trap for you to fall into. Wang Sheng speaks up, asking what brings you to England this time. Are you here for a scientific conference? He continues, since we are the ones who understand the essence of this field the best, having the most in-depth research and achievements. But in some areas, foreign scholars have outpaced us. He goes on to say that our technology is not up to par, and we can only work hard to learn. We can't act like we have accomplished anything significant while looking down on researchers from other countries. Wang Xing beams with enthusiasm. Engaging with everyone and moving forward together, this spirit is truly commendable. Hearing you say this, he excitedly rushes over and asks, "Hey, come on, spill the beans. Are you the reincarnation of a celestial emperor?" You are taken aback. Wang Xing can't help but frown, having just talked about advanced science and technology. And now he is asking you this. Quan Hoen chimes in. There have been widespread rumors that the two disciples of the Celestial Master are both reincarnated deities. And we have already learned about your mysterious origins. He interrupts. Given your talent and understanding of swordsmanship, knowing about the celestial sword, and even being able to control heavenly tribulations, we can't help but speculate like this. Dao Van sends you a message, saying, you are not, so stop guessing. Just focus on your path. The answers will await you ahead. You heed her words, and Wang Sheng seriously replies, not. Wang Sheng can't help but send a message back, thanking you, Jiao Yun. He reflects, regardless of whether it is a celestial reincarnation or an earthling, I am just Wang Sheng, the disciple of the Celestial Master, loving sword techniques and cultivating the Tao. He then grips Quan Hoyen's hand tightly. Looking at Quan Hoyen, he smiles happily and says, sister, do not worry about the past. Let us just focus on the future. Soon after, everyone walks out of the airport. Zhuai Jing approaches you and asks, are we still counting your fish business? Wang Xing forces a smile and replies, of course. Before heading back, I will settle everything. I do not believe that in this peaceful world, anyone would randomly want to attack us. Zhuai Jing shout, damn. Congratulations to you for achieving success. With a continuous flow of compliments, the group from the island approaches, scolding, damn. You can just leave the island. It is not a place for relaxation. And hey, the celestial thugs are ready for an 800-round showdown with us. Wang Xing glares at him, while the celestial thug pretends to look the other way. Zhuai Jing questions, what is the deal? Pai Yu, are we still counting your fish business? Wang Xing stubbornly replies, of course we are. How could we not? He decisively states that because of the trouble this guy caused, it is not under the fish business. He shrugs off the responsibility, suggesting they get in the car first and let him handle it. The celestial thug yells, Wang Sheng, you can just leave me behind. Retort, stop wasting time. Hurry up and settle this. The celestial thug quickly responds, got it. Then he irritably glares at the group and loudly proclaims, fake. After a few days of silence, you stick out your tongue defiantly, making the island crew turn pale. Wang Xing cracks his knuckles. Did you forget what my nickname is? I am the undefeated walking firecracker. Let us get this started. The celestial thug quickly pulls out a talisman, while you form a seal and channel your internal energy. You slyly stick the talisman on your chest, and the celestial thug grins with satisfaction. Right after that, he started shouting, Kambawanako Abasulassalabasu, as if he wanted to rival the ocean waves, claiming the gutters were as powerful as hydroelectric dams. Kambawanako Abasulassalabasu. Wang Xing saw him standing there, deep in thought, and realized this guy had truly found his calling. He looked at Qianzhang and thought, in the world of martial arts, I might be at the top of my generation, but in the League of Keyboard Warriors, there is still a gap of 999 heroes between me and this guy. Moments later, those guys were left dumbfounded, and Wang Xing turned to say, Qianzhang cheerfully replied, sure. Qianzhang laughed loudly and called out, Someone go find more players to join us. I hope you guys can keep up with me. If you want to take me on, hurry and send your troops my way. He smirked and added. Besides, my idol rarely visits the British Isles, and I do not want his trip to be boring. One of them furiously swung a strike towards Wong Shang, shouting, "Get out of the British Isles." He raised his gun, aiming to shoot, while Tianzhong stared in shock. Suddenly, a fierce beam of light shot back at the group from the British Isles. Once they saw this phenomenon, their jaws dropped in disbelief. It was as if lightning struck them. Looking at the crater in the ground, one guy exclaimed, "The one who controls the heavenly tribulation has come to our British Isles." Wong Sheng looked at them with a fierce gaze. While they buzzed with chatter, was him, the fiend who just slaughtered the Wong bloodline. Using heavenly lightning to obliterate a major city of Ceros, a terrifying figure alone had wiped out one of the major families of the bloodline. No way. The girl from afar exclaimed, "He is so handsome." He turned to warn Chen Zhang, "No more of this. Don't use me to send messages." "You got it," Chen Zhang grinned, buttering him up. "Don't worry. I am just borrowing your aura to scare them off. The stronger you are, the more they idolize you. Who knows? You might already have a fanbase." In the sky at that moment, a plane was flying steadily closer. It was low enough to see the green trees surrounding them. A green vehicle quickly arrived to pick everyone up. Inside were Wang Sheng and the others. Each focused on their own tasks. Some were silent, while others were chatting away. The driver handed over the phone, saying, "It has gone viral now." Wang Sheng asked, "Viral? What has gone viral?" The news from the British Isles quickly reported about him, stating, "The one who undertakes the heavenly tribulation has suddenly appeared, and the British Isles face unprecedented danger. Our practitioners need to unite." They emphasized, "We must band together to deal with such a powerful enemy. No fighting. No fighting." The elite players spread the word. "No fighting." He read the information, feeling a surge of excitement, while Chen Zhang could not help but cheer. "You are the best." Wang Sheng, frustrated, he quickly grabbed Chen Zhang by the collar. Wang Sheng's face was flushed with tension as he asked, "Am I really that scary? Isn't this your fault?" And Chen Zhang felt a bit nervous. "Wang Sheng, this really has nothing to do with me. I am just tagging along. It is all those keyboard heroes leading the charge." Seeing that Wang Sheng was still angry, Chen Zhang continued, "Think about it rationally. If we really go there causing trouble, do you think the British government will give us visas?" Hui Jing sees the tension rising as they rush to the rescue. Riding fearlessly. With all this commotion, there is no doubt the Yukuk will send someone to protect us. Right now, their government is most afraid of the two nations, practitioners clashing. After all, the last two fights set their economy back over a decade. While they were passionately arguing, a sudden loud shout startled him. Everyone warned the driver. "Watch out. There is someone ahead. We are about to hit them. Brake now." Looking ahead, someone stood in the way, raising his hand to cast a spell. At that moment, Eileen quickly raised her hand as well. Her movements were light, yet they sent that guy flying. His face smashed against the car. The impact was so intense it distorted his features. The driver lost control from the incident, and the car sped uncontrollably. Inside the car, everyone was panicking. Hardly anyone dared to sit down, all sweating and wide-eyed. Right after, Vong Theng told the driver, "It is. Keep going. He is a strong practitioner." That blow won't hurt him. Hearing him say that, the driver let out a sigh of relief, and the engine roared back to life. The vehicle carrying Vong Thang and the others sped off again. The evil practitioner remained motionless, hands clasped, gathering his internal power. Meanwhile, Hui Jing quickly prepared to strike. With a loud Amitabha Buddha, the evil practitioner unleashed his power. Long could not help but be bewildered. "Hui Jing, you have gotten stronger. You are too humble." "Amitabha Buddha, it is an honor. I have mastered long-range skills over the past few years." Chan Zhong chimed in. "He ranks 82nd on the world leaderboard." Hui Jing sighed. "Amitabha Buddha, this evil practitioner is so stubborn. I can't stand seeing him like this. Why do not we break his legs next time? His actions are really annoying," Chan Zhong encouraged. Agreeing, Exiling voiced her opposition. "That is unreasonable. After all, we did not come here to fight." Vong Thing exhaled. "Is there any official body in the Ukate that handles situations like this? If there is, let us report it." Chan Zhong replied. "There is a division for practitioners, and I will contact them. They said they would send someone to handle this and also mentioned they have sent someone to the airport to pick us up." The next day, everyone quickly got out of the car, and the atmosphere down below was quite bustling. Suddenly, Vong Theng spotted the evil practitioner from before blocking his path. Now following them here, his clothes were torn to shreds, and he emanated a terrifying dark aura. Quan Hoen was ready for a fight, her face serious. Hui Jing and Long were also on guard. Wong Thang looked at Quan Hoyan and said, "Sister, leave it to me." Immediately, he gathered his internal energy, and sword quickly manifested behind him. At the same time, he unleashed those sword energies towards the evil practitioner. Practitioner stood still, tears streaming down his face like a child. Wong Thang and the others could not help but gasp. "Wait, he is crying," the guy explained. "I am a senior officer from the UK's Special Operations Department, responsible for handling issues from the Great Ho Nation. Under your control, the Heavenly Tribulation." Hearing this, Wong Thang and everyone here were shocked. Just before passing out, he managed to say, "Welcome to Island England." And so, everyone quickly took him inside the hotel to rest, leaving Chen Cheng utterly baffled. This was so strange. Hui Ken wondered why this Island England sorcerer approached us in such a weird way. Yin Long explained. Standing in front of the bus, he wanted to look cool. But unfortunately, he got knocked aside, and then kept trying to prove himself out of anger. Wang Xing added, "Let him rest here. Leave a message saying he can contact us directly when he wakes up. I checked his injuries. They are all skill-related. Resting for 1-2 hours should heal him up." A member of the special investigation team chimed in. "We can handle everything here. Your rooms are on the top floor. Please go up to check in." Qian Cheng was running around, shouting, "Awesome. The presidential suite. Incredible views. And there is a pool on the balcony. Thanks to Brother Shang, we get to stay here. The pool looks pretty nice. Why not throw a barbecue party tonight?" He Livin, annoyed by his loudness, snapped, "Shut up." The food talk made Quan Hyman drool uncontrollably. Right after that, a powerful punch aimed at Qin Cheng's head startled him. After dealing with the guy, Ian said, "You guys can go out tonight. We will have our own barbecue party." Miss Vanikich said, "Let us rest for half an hour first. Then we will go buy swimsuits and prepare for the barbecue. The bathrobe of the sorcerer looked a bit like our hand clothes. We can choose some nice outfits." Exichlin Fan Fanch agreed. "Sounds good." Jin Trunning grinned. "Everyone, let me set up a fantastic night for you." "What do you want to do?" Ying Long replied. "I heard there are some great bars around here. Why not go try them out?" Hui Ken added. "I also heard there is the largest gaming experience center in the East. After drinking, we can go play some more." Jian Trung shouted. "Guys, are you serious? There are legit special businesses here. Are not we going to enjoy them? Aren't you all planning to relax?" Just then, a soft hand quickly landed on Chin Trending's shoulder. Elian asked curiously, "What do you mean by these legit special businesses?" Meanwhile, everyone quickly settled into their accommodations, and the three girls headed off to swim. Sechlin spoke up. "Sister, let us be a bit humble." She stood up, looking around, and added, "After all, this is Island England. The West has made peace with us, but it can't compare to back home." Helene said confidently, transforming into a more vibrant version of herself. "What is there to be afraid of?" She wore a pink bikini that showcased her stunning curves. Helene said with a playful tone, "Here, it is just how I like it. Those guys who ran into us better watch out. They would get taken down." Quan Huyen stood silently, just gently poking her cheek. He Lin quickly glanced back, seeing Quan Huyen shaking her head repeatedly, pointing around. He Lin listened but felt a bit irritated. Okay. I thought we would have a fight when we came here. After waiting so long for Tu Fi to come out. She was not really afraid of losing control, she just did not expect it to be this dull. Suddenly, Helene's gaze intensified as she stared intently in one direction. She did not say a word, just quietly tuned into the sounds carried by the wind. Chi Len noticed something was off and approached her, asking, "Big Sis, what is it?" Her expression was dazed. Indeed, this place was chaotic, and there were even people boldly practicing dark arts and raising demon beings. Heleine quickly gathered her inner strength, her red eyes scanning the surroundings. She turned to Chi Len and the others, asking if they wanted to go check it out right now. Dark cultivation in the country is on the brink of extinction. Opportunities like this do not come around often. Both of them stood there, dumbfounded, unsure how to react. Eileen grinned slyly, enticing them with the thought of grabbing some snacks to take home. When it came to food, Chi Lin was all in, saying, but he added, "I am not going. I do not want to hold you guys back." The scene shifts to a small restaurant, the atmosphere incredibly tranquil. Inside, 4 people were silently enjoying their meal, with Young Long and Hoi Kun intently focused on Chan Chang. Ho Kin could not help but wonder, this guy can stay like this forever, right? Wang Xing chimed in. "Don't he worry. Big Sis knows how to keep it under control. This must be some kind of calming technique. Probably just a light punishment for him. Who knew this dude's resolve was so weak?" Chan Chang responded. "Brother Shang. Come on, that is a bit much." Hearing him finally speak, everyone was taken aback. So Chin Chang began to ramble. Even if my cultivation level is low, my heart shines bright like the moon in the sky, as pure as snow stretching vast and wide. Having a true heart means that even if the body understands the roar of dragons and tigers, our minds remain as pure as ice and jade, without needing praise from others, leaving only a chill across the heavens and earth. Wong Sheng could not take his bragging anymore, and covered his mouth. But in the end, all three could not hold back their laughter, tears streaming down their faces. Just then, in the midst of their joy, Wang Sheng heard Jiao Yun whispering, "There is a cultivator raising demon beings outside. About 100 lie away, and they are using ancient secret techniques. Do you want to check it out?" Wang Sheng wondered. "What is a demon being?" Jiao Yun, riding on her sword, continued explaining. "It is a type of weapon that uses the blood and souls of living beings to nurture itself. If cultivated successfully, it can injure the physical body of true immortals. The demon being I just checked on is not bad, but it is just a beginner and can really harm anyone yet," she told Wang Sheng. "We should not get involved without proper preparation. Let the local cultivators handle it." He fidgeted with his fingers as Van V intervened, asking, "Right. Why are there so many dark arts circulating in this world?" Jiao Yun replied thoughtfully. "Half of the reason lies with Heavenly Court, and the other half is due to cultivators straying from the right path. Initially, we aimed to teach these cultivators how to confront and eliminate their enemies, so we decided to provide them with some opponents." She recalled the times when she taught, where Heavenly Court managed the three realms and countless beings through life and death. Of course, including evil immortals and dark deities. Back then, Lono decided to let some minor gods and practitioners test these dark arts, while secretly monitoring them to prevent a catastrophe. The way to raise this soul-eating demon was originally called the blood-transforming divine blade, a serious threat to the natural world. It is one of the dark arts from the remnants of Heaven's Court, and just mentioning it brings to mind the iconic white-haired figure. At this moment, Viving Thing silently gazes at the heavens, contemplating the blood-transforming divine blade. Ving Thing reminisced. Over 10 years ago, Heaven's Court was hunted down by the Yin and Yang sect. Back then, a dark practitioner wielded a strange demonic sword. Could it be the same dark magic that nurtures this demon? And here he is, casually enjoying a meal, blissfully unaware of the chaos about to unfold. At the same time, Helian called him. Ving Thing could not help but wonder. Did not she say she was at the top floor of the hotel with her senior sister? As soon as he picked up the call, Helian exclaimed, "Little Phoenix, hurry back. I have found a treasure." Vithung felt his curiosity pick. "Wait, are not you eating right now?" Elian laughed as she recounted. "While I was out grabbing a Coke, I spotted some bizarre artifact. It looked so intriguing, I had to rush back and check it out." Hearing this, the Vingthing broke into a cold sweat. He helplessly covered his face and said, "Please, if that thing has even a hint of darkness, keep your distance. Don't mess with it." He Livin, noticing his reaction, cheerfully asked, "Hey, how did you know it was dark inside the restaurant?" Vingthing pondered deeply. It seemed he did not just have a sharp tongue, but also an uncanny knack for attracting trouble. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley, a corpse lay covered with a white cloth on the ground, surrounded by fresh blood. The corpse's hand was particularly noteworthy, skeletal and twisted, not resembling a normal person at all. A burly man with a booming voice interrogated, "Officer Akimi, I'm giving you the authority to take down this murderer." A young man lit a cigarette and replied. He resisted arrest. "According to Special Operations Protocol, we have the right to eliminate him." He exhaled slowly, looking down at the corpse as he continued. "Moreover, this is a transformed demon that has killed over 40 people, all of whom are lawful citizens. And this guy keeps shouting, 'Where's the weapon?'" Akimi calmly asked, "Is the weapon really that important? How do you know it was a blade?" He narrowed his eyes and added, "Why do you assume the killer only used a single blade after all those attacks?" The man began to sweat profusely, shouting, "Officer Akimi, you know my rank. I am a high-ranking official in this country." He stammered, "Tell me where the killer is right now, or I will strip you of your rank and authority." Akimi smirked, raising his cigarette to question him. "No more disguises." He exhaled deeply, making it clear. "In 6 years, we have had 32 similar cases. Over 1,600 victims fell to that blade. Right. That weapon has gone missing. You can relieve me of my duties now. I won't waste my energy on this any longer." The man stormed off, not forgetting to shout back, "You will realize how serious tonight is." Akimi stared at the corpse on the ground, reflecting on how he admired the working environment of the Special Operations Division of the Great Harmony Nation. A masked individual stepped forward and said, "Captain, our camera footage has revealed some clues. It might just be the person carrying the demonic blade." Upon hearing this, Akimi reached for the data to take a look. Whatever it was, just seeing his electrified expression, it was clear something unusual was afoot. Akimi warned, You go take care of something. Erase all evidence related to this photo. The other person could not help but wonder why we are doing this. Captain. Even if we do not want to spark conflict, bringing back a murder weapon seems pretty justified. Akemi spoke up. For us. The best news is that the monk from the Great Hoa Kingdom can destroy this blood-sucking dagger. Tonight's sky does not seem calm at all. In the hotel room, everyone quickly returned. And that dagger was trapped by the barrier. Wang Sheng observed for a moment and said, "This feels just like back then." Does Qin Zheng still remember that night when Guai Hang was captured at the hospital? Qin Zheng weakly replied, "It seems like that dagger. But did not the government confiscate it for research? Maybe it is not the same dagger. But if that is the case, the yin-yang cult still has remnants." Wang Sheng pulled out the data and said, "According to the intel, some organization from the great American nation helped with this research. And they have got at least a dozen similar blood daggers in their possession. Moreover, this dagger has devoured the souls of over 1,000 people, forcibly taking on the original form of a demonic weapon." At this point, Quan Hoing quickly grabbed her phone and said, "If we know all this, why are not we stopping it?" Hui Jing chimed in, "It is not that simple. If we want to be the heroes abroad, there will be many obstacles waiting for us." Wang Sheng looked at him and asked, "How should we handle this dagger?" Longs. "Destroy it. This thing causes a lot of harm, and it keeps emitting a dark aura." Suddenly, a loud shout erupted as Ashley fiercely interjected, "Wait a minute. You can just decide to destroy it. I found it. So who are you to say it should be destroyed? This dagger has immense power. And it is similar to the techniques. A good dagger is not just about who wields it. Right, Sichelin. Standing beside. Tried to calm her down. Big Sis. Just relax. Wang Sheng turned to her with a pained smile. Big Sis, please sit down. We really can't keep this dagger. He live in. Frustrated. Sat down. Fine. I will listen to you. But seriously, it is so hard to find a treasure like this. Sechlin let out a sigh of relief. Chen Zhang walked over and asked, "Brother Shang, what is it?" Wang Sheng looked at him. "Even though we can to keep this dagger, if we just destroy it, the trail of the other dozen daggers will be lost as well." Wang Sheng suddenly had an idea. "Maybe we can use this dagger as bait." At that moment, Wang Sheng's phone buzzed. It was Jilang calling, and she got straight to the point. "The Phoenix. Did you guys manage to get a demonic dagger?" Wang Sheng broke into a cold sweat, thinking, this broken phone not only spies on the holder but also forces communication. Once this is over, I am changing phones immediately. Wang Sheng honestly showed her the phone screen. "Yep. Master. The dagger is right here." Zilang's voice came through. "Immediately destroy it." Wang Sheng felt a pang of regret, sighed, and replied, "Okay." He quickly drew his sword, thinking he originally intended to use this dagger as bait. Let us see if we can catch another demonic dagger. But since the master said so, then let us just destroy it. With that thought, he fiercely swung his sword at the dagger. It quickly tore apart, with a dark aura radiating from the center. Ving Theng stood firm, while everyone else watched in silence, the ominous energy growing stronger by the moment. Noticing the sword starting to heal, Quan Haiyan stepped in to assist. The blade that had been split in two was rapidly mending, but now it was enveloped by Quan Haiyan's dark energy. She gently lifted it up and brought it outside, and soon after, the dark energy carrying the wicked sword shot off into the distance. A loud explosion erupted, lighting up the sky like fireworks. Qi Long let out a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Now, we need to use that cursed sword for our research. Previously, it had been discovered that this cursed sword was causing trouble in various places, especially in Africa, where reports were frequently coming in. Hearing this, Ving Thing asked, "Master, who currently possesses these cursed swords?" Qilong explained while reviewing documents. The Carrington Weapons Corporation, the staunch arm of the Dark Faction, also supplies technology to them. These cursed swords are considered unprocessed crime assets of the Yin-Yang sect. But we will talk about that later. Right now, your situation might get tricky, she continued, though I have not received any intel yet. This cursed sword is definitely tied to the Carrington Corporation. Zhang Yilong could not help but respond. Isn't he that a country of pirates? Hui Qin raised his hands and said, where there is military power from the Empire, there is bound to be the shadow of this corporation. They surely left a way to maneuver. Right now, Senza has locked onto our target. Helian casually sipped her drink and remarked, the guy who interacted with us is climbing the ranks. There are 74 weak cultivators heading toward this hotel, probably attracted by the commotion, and Shalong looked at him and said, right now, move the professors. At this critical moment, do not trust the British government. Remember, the Carrington Corporation is the enemy. That encounter in the snowy field was just a low-level experiment from them. If they plan to retaliate, you need to think carefully about how to handle it. She insisted, do your best not to harm the civilians. But if we have to fight, we must hit them hard. Vithung quickly interjected. Guys. Outside. There are some masked figures lurking around. Right after calling Chechlong, the Ving Thing swiftly ended the call. Inside the house, everyone was still unsettled. Ving Thing spoke up. Big sister. Please protect the elderly. He expressed his concern. Please move them to a safer hotel. The one run by our people is the best. Chiu. Senior brother. Shout for the others. And everyone else. Assist big sister. Zimi Long and Sichlin quickly responded in unison. Got it. Vivan Trijong, feeling defeated, thumped his knee and said, Brother Thing, I will take a quick nap here. Then I will join you. As soon as he finished, he sprawled out. Outside, Akimi quickly jumped onto the balcony of Wang Sheng's place. Quan Hoyan was reading a book, but immediately recognized her and snapped her fingers lightly. Instantly. Outside, Akimi struggled against her extreme yin and yang energy, shouting in a panic. Akimi Mio. Wang Sheng looked over at the crowd. Everyone discreetly nodded to each other. Then he looked over at Quan Haiyan and said, Senior sister. But she did not even glance back, casually munching on snacks and giving another light flick. Immediately, the situation outside unraveled quickly, leaving Akimi in a state of shock. He sighed in relief, then neatly placed his shoes by the door before stepping inside. As soon as he entered, he got straight to the point. Everyone. I can't hide this any longer. We have captured images of the two ladies at the crime scene. His eyes were dark like a panda's, and his face showed clear fatigue. I just came to confirm something. Is that cursed blade destroyed? Wang Xing confirmed. Just now. When the eldest sister went out shopping, she picked up a cursed sword on the way. I saw it was too much trouble, so I destroyed it. Akimi sighed in relief. Great. I will immediately change your hotel to avoid unnecessary chaos and conflicts. I am really sorry we can't provide stable, comfortable accommodations for you. Wang Xing chuckled. Akimi, are you feeling a bit awkward in your current role? Outside the window, a group of masked individuals was waiting, led by an old man with graying hair. Akimi was taken aback and stepped outside to ask, Master, why are you here? He replied, Akimi, the next discussion with the cultivators from the Great Flower Nation is assigned to us. You have worked hard. The rest does not require your involvement. Meanwhile, Wang Xing exchanged glances with everyone. The lion did not care and directly entered. Akimi protested. Master, we can't fight them. Akimi's master responded. This situation is beyond your control. We will handle things from here. Wang Sheng, Quan Hoyan, and Hui Jing stayed behind to observe the situation. Zen and Akimi, do not worry. We won't do anything to disgrace our nation. But the Empire of the Great Rice is approaching. We must give them an answer, Akimi said anxiously. Wang Sheng observed, pondering, and based on the tone and expressions, the current situation did not look promising. Look over at the celestial field buzzing with energy, and can't he help but feel a pang of regret, thinking to yourself, too bad the translator is dead to the world. Otherwise we could at least know what they are up to. Then, the old man suddenly shoves you aside and says, now, get out of the way. If we can assert our authority here, we will have to make some tough choices. Akimi quickly finds himself overpowered by two guys. Blood drips from his mouth as a blade is pressed against his throat. Wang Sheng steps forward, thinking to himself, he used to regret missing that epic cherry blossom battle. But who would have thought he would get dragged into this now? You boldly ask. Are you here to hold us accountable for that peach tree incident? Wang Sheng smirks. Plotting. All right then. Let us see what they have to say first. Instantly, the old man channels his energy, his voice dripping with menace. I hope you will cooperate with us. The aura of dark energy surrounds him as Wang Sheng sighs. Contemplating. Looks like it is time to take action. Akimi panics and shouts. Master Wang, please hold back. He means no harm. But inside, the old man is silently lamenting. This is bad. The master is not one to keep up with news or the internet. Completely unaware of what is happening with Master Wang, he glances over at the group about to channel their energy. And Akimi knows if the master stubbornly tries to challenge them, the consequences could be unimaginable. Thinking that, Akimi yells, Master. They are but before he can finish. A massive wave crashes toward them. The cosmic yin-yang formation already in play. Akimi's master is not spared either. He quickly gets submerged in water, gasping as the pressure pulls him down. Akimi, sitting on the ground, watches with worry for his master, feeling helpless since it is clear their side started the fight first. Witnessing the scene unfold, Hui Jing and Wang Sheng are equally terrified. The group murmurs a word. Seize them. At this moment, those guys are not just submerged anymore. They are sliding down as if on a water slide. Moments later, those guys drop from above like fallen leaves, and Akimi is taken aback. He rushes to the balcony, shouting, Master. But no one answers, thankfully. They do not fall all the way down but get stuck on the wall. The old man is shaking in anger but can escape the situation. Wong Xing steps closer, saying, "This is just a warning. We are here to escort our scientists, not to start a war. But if you want to fight, we are in no matter the consequences when we get back." Wong Xing sincerely says, "Akimi, there are some things I think you understand. How things unfold often depends on the whims of certain individuals." Just then, he reports, the scientists have entered the elevator, and Senior Hu is monitoring from the upper floor. Wang Xing turns to head inside and says, "All right, it is time for us to leave. Senior sister, Hoi Jing, do not stray too far from me." Ho Jing is carrying Chan Cheng on his back, saying to you, "Akimi, it seems like a large modern army is heading our way." Wang Xing does not dwell on it much. He swiftly grabs his sword and heads out. From what he observes, this nation really does smell like trouble. Just like the empire of the Great Mei. Even though you did not make it difficult, it seems this old man still loves to fight. He shouted, "Step aside. Aki Mio." You blocked his path and asked, "Master, do we really have to provoke the great Chinese empire?" You struggled to convince him. "Master, right now, the best option is to avoid conflict. Even hold back the imperial army. They trample on our sovereignty, using our people's lives for research. And it is just shameful." Before you could finish, a sword was thrust menacingly against your throat. Akimio quickly found himself subdued by the two guys. Their swords crossed right in front of him. The old man turned his back and coldly said, "Akimio, you have been restrained by the great Chinese empire's sorcerer." The old man threatened, "Don't get in our way, or we will wipe you out right here." The swords were pulled back, and Akimio knelt down. You still did not give up and continued, "Master, those young sorcerers from the great Chinese empire are no pushovers. Their strength far exceeds what we imagined. So please do not underestimate them." In front of such a powerful opponent, he felt the frustration was not in vain. The old man leaped up and said, "Aki Mio, before the great Chinese empire, you can't even lift your head anymore." With that, he and his black-clad entourage quickly left. Aki Mio, feeling helpless, knelt there in silence. After a long moment, he took his phone out of his pocket, talking to himself. How will this turn out? Only in the minds of a few people. The scene shifted to the group of Wang Sheng. The elevator was slowly moving. Qian Zheng was still on edge, and everyone else was a bit tense. Wang Xing spoke up. "I did not expect this time we would not only poke the British Isles but also the Great America wants to come after us. That is just how they are, year after year." Chen Jing rubbed his eyes sleepily. "What is wrong with me? Why am I feeling so drowsy?" Wang Xing tossed a potion over and explained, "You have overexerted yourself. Take this to regain some strength. We are about to fight." Qian Zheng chuckled and quickly caught it. "Thanks, Xing," and popped it in his mouth. Right after taking the medicine, his body regained strength, and he stood up straight. Qian Zheng, full of energy, started to roast himself, finally ready to work alongside Wang Sheng. "Those little kids from the British Isles really know what I mean." Hue Jing spoke up. "This time it is mainly due to the antics of Senior Heelin and the immortal Buding picking up a demonic artifact. So it is not like they actively cause trouble. Just do not blurt anything out. We must fight with reason," Wang Sheng added. "Exactly. If we are going to fight, we have got to have a good reason." Quan Haiyuan observed you. Her cheeks flushed. Wang Xing continued passionately, "So that later, the other side has no choice but to bow their heads and admit their mistakes. They will have to face blame from all sides. But remember, we absolutely must not harm the civilians." She thought to herself, "My junior brother is growing up so fast. I am gradually falling behind him." At that moment, she could not help but feel distressed inside. Her dignity as the senior sister was completely gone. In no time, the elevator quickly descended, and the doors began to open. The old man had just come down, blocking the door and saying loudly, "Strong sorcerers from the great Chinese empire. Please wait here for a moment and cooperate with our work." Qin Zhang quickly spoke up, questioning their work, asking, "What exactly do you all do? Are you just lapdogs for the American empire? Or are you just human shields?" He could not help but glare at him, realizing that Qin Zhang's words were spot on, not very tactful at all. Today, they were not changing the topic. And there would definitely be some people settling scores with him. Of course, Qian Zhang was not backing down. Brother Vin Vao chimed in. "I am terrified of you guys." He then turned to Hui Kun and said, "Monk, they just mentioned wanting to burn down your Thianlong temple, and even mess with your connections. Trying to wreck your whole setup." The masked group flinched and raised their hands in denial. "Not me. I did not say that. Stop talking nonsense." Ho Kin slowly pulled out his talisman and asked, "Do you really think I do not understand English?" Hui Kin looked at them with a sly grin and continued, "Fine. I accept this challenge. This thing, when the holy light surrounds me, is quite charming." As he drew his weapon, A powerful aura enveloped Hoa Qin. Masked figures could not help but panic, shouting, "Practitioners from the Great Ho Nation. This is the British Isles. Stop your reckless behavior. Practitioners from the Great Ho Nation. This is your final warning." Qianzhong laughed heartily, speaking grandly, but in reality, he was itching to strike first. The masked group urged them to stop immediately, or they would take action. Qianzhong, with a mischievous look, asked, "Come on, Brother Thang. Do not we need to help the monk?" Wong Thang reassured him, "Do not worry. Their strength won't touch Hoa Qin." Right after that, Hoa Qin swiftly leaped forward, his body radiating a brilliant light that made him look dazzling. The onlookers from the British Isles could only stand in shock, completely unable to comprehend Hoa Qin's moves. He was disappearing and reappearing. Surrounded by protective light, they were basically nothing but a joke. After dodging a barrage of attacks, Hoa Qin let out a deafening shout. As soon as he finished, he lunged forward, driving his dagger straight into his opponent. A powerful punch to the face made that guy spit blood. Chen Zhong commented, "Hoa Qin still prefers this straightforward, practical style of attack so boring." Wong Thing added, "It looks simple, but every move Hoa Qin makes has already calculated the opponent's movements. They can't escape." Qian Zhong, with a tired smile, teased, "You can't even handle one monk, and yet you fools dare to try and keep us here." Wong Thing continued, "Hoa Qin has been holding back. After all, we are in the British Isles now. We need to think about how this will play out later." Chen Zhong added, "But for those heavily injured, whether they can practice again is still uncertain." The old man, sensing the situation was going south, shouted loudly, "Use the formation. Kill him." Immediately, a thick cloud of smoke appeared in front of Hoa Qin. Hoa Qin then clasped his hands together, and a golden light emerged. He slowly ascended into the air, his dagger ready for action. Hoa Qin announced, "Nemo Agedabut. If you all remain stubbornly ignorant, I won't hold back any longer." Qianzhong suddenly grabbed a megaphone and yelled loudly, "Are you all deaf or something? Our Master Qian has already said, your real strength is just a cheap trick from our great Ho nation's Daoist techniques." Vithing Thung shielded in front of the commotion, feeling utterly bewildered. Where on earth did that loudspeaker come from? The Yin Trung over here was still screaming, "Get lost already. Do not make us look bad here." Then, Thin Trindung turned around with the charm in hand, asking him, "An Thung, I am itching to do something too. Can I?" The Ving Thung grinned and replied, "Goat, man." At that moment, he could not help but think, how strange. It seemed like the elite troops of the Great Mei Empire had been held back by the Sakura police. Speculated, could it be that there were internal conflicts within the Sakura nation? But for these officers to dare stand in front of the elite imperial troops was truly shocking. Inside the elevator, Akimi was on the phone reporting, "Team leader, Akimi Mio. About what happened tonight. We absolutely cannot let the cultivators from the Great Ho Nation get attacked." Right after that, Akimi quickly hung up the phone. He thought to himself, everyone who could call has already done so, and yet no one can help with the Vietnam situation. Right now, it is just me against the world, trying to keep things under control before the storm hits. He slapped his own face a few times and said, "You got this? Hold them back. Protect your country. You got this?" Akimi silently resolved, "No matter what happens now, even if my master and fellow disciples are all killed, I must endure and not let that young cultivator unleash his wrath on the entire city." The elevator quickly descended to the first floor and then stopped. Akimi firmly resolved, regardless of the situation, I must not break down. Absolutely not. In the dark, a familiar cheerful voice echoed, "All right, follow the rhythm. 1 2 3 4, dance with me." Tainzong excitedly exercises with that group of guys. He shouts, "Keep your waist loose. Move gently. Yep. Just like that. You guys are doing great." Next, as night falls, witnessing this scene makes him freeze in disbelief. Tainzong stands in front of the group, all covered in charms, and continues, "Hey uncle over there, do not be shy. Shake that beer belly of yours. Come on, strong and proud." Right after that, they are hit with gunfire. The group starts shooting relentlessly. Tianzong and Huai Jing find themselves in the middle of the encirclement, both raising their energy, using their internal power to block the attacks. Tainzong's face remains calm as he tosses out talismans. They both stand within a solid protective circle made by his charms. Realizing they can hit the two, the shameless group quickly shifts their target and starts shooting upwards. Tainzong anxiously shouts, "Stay strong." At that moment, Wang Xing grabs his sword and charges in, facing those bullets head-on without a hint of fear. At that same moment, an explosive blast erupts. Smoke and fire fill the air. Huai Jing excitedly yells, "This little skirmish won't hurt us. We are breaking through now." Tainzong laughs heartily. "Let us get to the action." Over here, the brawler quickly joins the fight. Her fists sweep across, and countless enemies fall. The brawler thinks fiercely. How dare they bully my junior? I will take out the bad guys. The radio crackles to life. Regular soldiers are no match for these elite monks from the great Ho nation. Heavy weapons are mobilized. These monks are no joke. We must keep them here at all costs. From within the clouds, a beam of light shines down like a beautiful star. And then, after that beauty, a powerful force with explosive force shoots out. That is the power of sword energy. The blade seems to slice through the air as it rushes down from the sky. At this moment, tanks and military vehicles are sent flying, but it does not stop there. The sword energy descends like a rain of fireworks. Tonight, seems that many from Wang Sheng's side won't make it out alive. As streams of sword energy pierce down relentlessly, Wang Sheng appears like a demon, standing firm with his sword amidst the smoke and flames. His face is serious, his eyes sharp as he gazes at the enemy. Zong excitedly shouts. Wang Sheng, you are too strong. Hui Jing cuts. Can you quit with the flattery? You are the one who has been screaming all afternoon. Wang Sheng's eyes are eerily intense. He looks like a grim reaper from hell. That night, the stars shine brightly in the sky, while flames blaze fiercely below. Just a few minutes later, the area turns desolate. Bodies and wrecked vehicles litter the ground. Hui Jing looks around, feeling a bit touched. He clasps his hands in prayer. Bless us. I hope you all can repay your sins in this life soon and reach paradise. The celestial beings are coming down to mock us. And now they have defined us as evil cultivators on their broadcast. In this situation, the monk is still kind-hearted, chanting sutras for their salvation. Do you really see all beings as equals? The celestial being asked further. What now that we have made it this far? Hui Qin speculated. This might escalate into an international dispute. Vi Grung replied. They have been caught crafting demonic swords. And yet they send their troops against us. We can even fight back. We have to reason with them. If they are not used to reasoning, we will teach them. Kwon Ho nodded in agreement. Vi Durung continued. I just contacted Big Sister. Some scientists are preparing to return home tonight. Let us tidy up and get out of here. Thien Trong smiled and replied. Sure. I will go check the room for any loot we can grab. Jiao Ven emerged from the sword, shouting. It is. She explained. There is a military base over there. And it looks like they have been up to some wicked stuff. Right now, there are objects flying out, heading our way. Jiao Ven emphasized. There are a lot of strange flying devices. Hearing this, Ving was taken aback. They are even bringing out secret weapons. Is the Great Mei Empire trying to wipe us out? He asked Thin Trajang. Do we need to investigate their base? Viving replied curiously. Investigate what? Hui Qin speculated. Fiang wants to gather evidence of their crimes. How will they announce it? Ving stepped forward, saying, let us split into two teams. Hui Kun and Thin Trang will distract them. He looked at Quan Haiyan, then flew up, saying, Sister, provide covert support. I will attack from above and see if I can create some chaos. Guided by him, Quan Ho naturally followed without question. Just as he hovered in the air, his phone buzzed. Qi Long, sounding worried, said. Fai Inja, we are already aware of the situation. What is your next move? Everything is still under control. Ving then focused his internal energy and replied. As long as we are not causing trouble, we will be fine. Qi Long added. Of course. It is not a problem. She continued. We have publicly condemned the Great Mai Empire, criticizing them for using military force against 4 ordinary citizens of the Great Ho nation, namely you guys. As she spoke, the communication device was hit by gunfire, losing signal, and all he could hear was static. Vikrzung shouted. Wait. Master, the signal is bad. What are you saying? At this point, he smiled to himself. Continue fighting. Sure. Let us do it then. A massive lightning bolt struck down from the sky, and the enemy's fighter jets could not hold up. They all went down in flames. Vivin Trijong, watching like it was a show, exclaimed. Ving has not even reached the Yuanying stage yet. If he really gets to that point, aren't we just going to trample the old master's house? Hui Qin chimed in. Ji, do not say that. Fiang has great respect for the esteemed elders. Hui Jing could not help but be amazed, feeling that the current state of Phi language was like a shout. And before even leveling up, it had already done the graduation god outfit. Chan Zhong chimed in. I agree. This comparison by Brother Zhong needs no adjustments. Suddenly, the senior sister moved forward without saying a word, leaving Xin Zhong a bit stunned. This straightforward senior sister directly used her hands to shut down a few small reconnaissance drones from that guy. At this moment, at the military base of the Great American Empire, Wang Sheng quickly mounted his sword and flew close to the enemy's stronghold. He looked around, remaining silent as he observed for a long while. Jiao Yun could not help but ask. What are you thinking about? Wang Sheng replied. I am wondering how far I need to go. Right now. We are the ones taking the initiative. No need to slaughter the enemy, but we need to consider public opinion after this. So we must find evidence of the crimes of the Great American Empire. Even though the Carrington Group is backed by the Great American Empire. Without evidence, we will always be in a passive position. Jiao Yun was puzzled. But is just cleansing the barbarians. Why think so much? Does your stance really match up with the phrase calm and composed? Wang Xing smiled wryly. After all, this is not ancient times. With over 7 billion people, the relationships are a bit complicated. Wang Xing quickly remembered to ask. Right. Jiao Yun. On Earth, there are some ethnic groups categorized by skin color. So what about in the infinite star field? Isn't there a division among races too? Her face was full of nostalgia as she explained. It is related to the fluctuating powers within the infinite star field. And it is a bit complicated. Jia Yun continued. Before the celestial realm rose, the place with the most intense destiny and vital energy was historically held by the Daoist sect. But there were also some divine cultivators who did not acknowledge the three pure ones, practicing without following the orthodox path, relying on faith for their cultivation. However, those people had tremendous power, roughly equivalent to the celestial immortal of the supreme herb. She remembered clearly. Back when the celestial realm faced disaster, there was a great army of divine cultivators. But they were wiped out by a single strike from the Emperor of Destiny. She continued. Once you leave the forbidden area of the immortals and step into the true three realms, you might encounter them, Dao Yun recounted. Compared to the outside, this place is indeed extremely peaceful and serene. She pointed directly at him. When traveling outside, you can't lack the killing intent. Because all living souls are competing for resources. If you do not manage your emotions well, I won't let you go out there looking for death. And definitely do not mention bringing along a flower girl. Got it, Wang Xing responded with a wry smile. Oh man. This kid is asking to be schooled. Just then, 4 strange beams of light charged aggressively toward Wang Xing. He quickly dodged, recognizing at a glance that these were laser cannons. The high-tech weapons of the Great American Empire. The 4 lasers missed him and shot straight up into the sky. And at the same time, thunder seemed to charge up and roar. Wang Xing quickly guessed. If this shot does not hit us, instead it helps charge the tribulation. Could it be that attacking the heavenly tribulation will enhance its power? At that moment, he swiftly drew the sword from his back. He raised the sword toward the sky, allowing it to absorb the barrage of thunder strikes. Meanwhile, the security room was monitoring him closely. A secret order was issued, targeting him. Immediately after, the commander shouted loudly, "Fire!" A fierce red beam shot straight towards Wang Xing at lightning speed. His face remained unchanged as he spoke. If you refuse to wake up to reality, then do not blame me. With that, he swung his sword aggressively toward the source of the attack. Above, thunder and lightning relentlessly rained down on the city, with terrifying explosions echoing everywhere. Specialized aircraft and fighter jets, not to mention people, suffered heavy losses. Meanwhile, at Wang Xing's home, his mother cheerfully said, "Is Haxiu up? Your brother just made the news while you were asleep." His father laughed heartily. "Your brother is truly the pride of the Wong family. And even Dago is here." Xiaoju sat on her bed, reading the news. The little girl pondered silently. Is my bad friend really that powerful with his talismans? Is my brother, the monk, that strong when he is gaming with me? Glancing at the news, she could not help but marvel. Is my future sister-in-law really that beautiful while fighting others? Joyfully rolling on her bed, she exclaimed, "But the coolest one is still my brother. He is so awesome." Suddenly, Xiaoju spotted a headline. A prodigy in the first-person perspective challenge takes you straight to the military base of the Great American Empire. On the screen, he boldly announced, "Hello, dear viewers tuning into this livestream. I am a disciple of the 3 great Daoists from Mao Mountain. Here with Wang Xing, the prince consort, who is traveling in England." At this point, his expression turned serious. "Unfortunately, during our sightseeing, we discovered an enemy cultivating a powerful energy source, and my brother Wang Xing destroyed it in one blow. After that, we unfortunately encountered the retaliation of the Great American Empire's army, which is the trending video right now," with a proud face. He continued, "Everyone knows my brother Wang Xing despises me like an enemy. The opponents wanted to kill us, so of course, we had to fight back." Brother Vin Vao laughed loudly. "And they still ask me who Wang Xing is. First warning of the heavenly calamity. You know." And Xiaoju could not help but feel helpless. Daoist Tianzhang really talks too much. Tianzong continued, "Now, let us show everyone the results around here. This is what Wang Xing achieved." He added, "Soon, Wang Xing will come down here, and we will get to hear all the sounds that will broaden our horizons." People have always lacked evidence to prove that the Great American Empire is conducting dangerous research. But we just found 2 identical weapons here. Today, let us expose the secrets hidden in this military base. Quan Hyman issued an order, and one of them, Lien Ven, Step back. The entrapping shouted. The Sakura Nation is thinking about cutting the live stream. We still have a few people who are free. No worries about going around. We do not have time to waste. Those usual infrastructure designs are nothing to see. Let us just take the elevator down to the underground. After the video ended, Tiuaru quickly set down her phone, feeling extremely queasy. Studying the living human as a subject for transformation, merging human bodies with beasts, she could not help but feel nauseous, her head spinning. Although the experiments conducted by the Great Mai Empire were indeed wicked, what the Hun Chun Dao school captured was way over the top. At that moment, the girl fell into deep thought, wondering if those people and her brother were still fighting the enemies so we could live peaceful days. Just then, a voice came from the TV. Do not harm my love. Tiuardu was in her room when she heard a call. Dad. We are back. Soon after, she warily collapsed onto Quan Hai and slapped. Her dad brought over some fruit, worriedly asking, Taiyu Thung, what is wrong? Are you hurt? She smiled brightly. Just a little dizzy. It is nothing serious. Her mom turned to Quan Haiwen. What is with all the news? Was it you guys? She quickly replied with a grunt. The two parents could not help but feel sad. 13 years ago, they sacrificed so much, and only recently returned to face all this chaos. Our little Thung has really grown up. Both of them looked at the boy snuggling on Quan Haiwen's lap, lost in their thoughts. Both people get angry at the same time. It is a game changer. They have learned how to pretend for some perks. But hey, having bad intentions without taking action, that is not gonna cut it. You gotta hustle and act fast. Little Arju quickly came out. Bro, why are you back so soon? Thung relaxed his body and replied, I finished my work. Of course. I had to come back. Seeing the girl hesitate and fumble, he quickly called her out. If you have something to say, just spill it. Thing guessed, looking at little Arju's expression. Could it be that she saw that video from yesterday, and now has a different view of him? Hearing him say that, her eyes lit up. Then came a barrage of questions from little Arju about Zio Quaff, and she just would not stop talking. Thing stayed silent, pretending to faint to dodge the questions. Little Arju spoke up. Brother. She paused, turning to look at their parents. What is going on? Their parents were sweating bullets, thinking, is this really our daughter? Ving Tuayu, only 13 years old. Quan Haoen passed the phone, saying, when we act, we do not really think much about the consequences. Little RGU, you are thinking it all through. The thing is, they have got their mentors thinking things through too. This time, it was their mentors who came up with the plan, so maybe it won't be too big of a deal. Ving Thing chimed in. Exactly. The mentor said we can keep going. Just as she was about to say more, the girl suddenly got all tangled up in pain. Her mom shouted, Little RGU, you never pay attention in class. And now you are researching world affairs. Her dad lamented. You are still so young. Why worry about stuff like that? Why do not you ace your political exam instead? Little RGU indignantly explained. Us teens care a lot about international affairs. You know, Zimaye even has a genius level average. Ving Thing jumped in. Dad. Little RGU was just curious. That is all. He quickly remembered and said, oh right. Master and big sister Tom will be coming over this afternoon. Let us order food for them. Her dad quickly ran off. All right, time flew. And now at Ving Thung's parents' house. Nguna spoke up. First off, do not worry about how things will unfold next. Little Thung, you guys did pretty well this time. Little RGU. Yung Thung. And Quan Hein just nodded, sitting quietly to listen. He advised, but be gentle with your actions. Do not go offing those researchers. They will definitely keep studying. Ving Thing seriously replied. I understand. Master. Tun Vien added. Little Thung, the thunder technique you used seems unusual. Is there something special about it? He smiled wryly and explained. If I could talk about it, I definitely would. Master, I just stumbled upon it by chance. Hearing this, her face turned extremely serious. He continued. When I stumbled upon it, I encountered the Heavenly Guard's vision. I could not go deeper into my research. Meanwhile, Gunta fell into deep thought, remaining silent for a long time. A ton of Ven kept listening to him, not saying a word from start to finish. Ving Thing went on. The Heavenly Guard's vision 3 times will abandon the righteous path. Jiaven once said that when he was alive. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed from within the sword, and it seemed like Jiaven was not happy. He got a knock on the head. His horns shot up instantly, while Quan Haoen stifled a laugh, and Tiu Radiu sat beside him, confused about what was happening. Ingenen seemed to have caught on. The old man cleared his throat dramatically. He added, if that is the case, let us just put it aside for now. Mamuun Guide. Give us the latest update. She cheerfully stood up, took out her phone, and reported that the American Empire is mobilizing troops in the waters of Nzioquof. The fake ones want to start a war with us, and protests have erupted in Nzioquof. The 4 hidden clans seem to be up to something. Following that, a series of documents came in, and Guite continued. Meanwhile, most countries are starting to condemn the American Empire, and the American Empire has stated that they too were deceived by the Carrington Group. Vingthang could not help but be impressed. Taiyu Daidu. You guessed it all, the girl modestly replied. It is just that the great experts at Zian Manesh analyzed it correctly. Ying Ent eagerly asked him. Taiyu Thung. What do you plan to do next? I think it might be best for you to focus on your cultivation. 2 warnings from the heavenly tribulation are enough to scare the number 4 guy. It is better if you do not show your face for now. He recalled that strange laboratory room and could not help but worry. Vingthang bluntly said. Master. I am worried that those blood-eating beasts are lurking everywhere. He asked further, about the 2 newly discovered demon blades. Would not the Heavenly Long have gotten one from Ziyite to give to Mung Guyet? Mung Guyet looked puzzled and asked back. 2 blades. Isn't he there just one? Vithung was momentarily speechless. Looked over at He Line, questioning her. Zit. She was visibly nervous, sweating as she avoided his scrutinizing gaze. Finally, she could no longer hold back and exclaimed, Stop looking at me. Helian reluctantly said. It is not with me. I already gave it to someone else. He pressed on. Zit. Who did you give that demon blade to? Heverleen still could not look him in the eye, and she smiled awkwardly. Well, there is that cultivator from the island nation who is in quite a bad state. The one named Akumi or something. Since we both know a bit about weapon refining, we turned that demon blade into a soul-eating spear that could unleash its true power. And then I gave it to him. She calmly reassured him. Do not worry. Right now he can only unleash the strength of a chaotic golden core, so he won't cause any major problems. Vingthang asked curiously. Master, does the island nation have any chaotic golden core experts? Ying Enda pondered for a moment before responding. I have never heard of any. Just thinking about Akumio going insane one day after successfully refining something gives me chills. Vingthang felt a headache coming on. This is going to be fun. If that guy wants to make some changes. Who knows? It might turn into a bloodbath. He Lian laughed nonchalantly. What are you worried about? They will just wear themselves out from within. Nabi, I am really hungry. Hearing this, he could not help but let out a sigh. Yeah, you can't keep a tiger as a pet. It is not a big deal after all. Everyone quickly gathered to eat, and Ninkani asked him. Taiyu Thung, to reach the Pure Yang realm in the Golden Core stage. What do you want to pursue next? Just a moment. The cunning master continued. If you can grasp that realm, it will greatly aid your path to cultivation. And it could also significantly benefit your nascent soul. As Wang Sheng ate and listened, he could not help but wonder. What about Yangshen Gaiaxuan? The master explained that the so-called Yangshen Gaiaxuan is best achieved by fully refining the pure Yang Kai. He proudly recounted how you still possess this pure Yang Qi, which will save you a lot of hassle later on. Unlike your master here, who has to exhaust every bit of it because of your master's wife. Wang Sheng, sitting beside them, could not help but feel irritated. Wang Sheng frowned in thought, always feeling like his master was bragging about something, but he had no proof. Suddenly, Meng Yuan spoke up loudly. Master Wang, we want to promote your position in the celestial rankings to level 8. Is that okay? Wang Sheng could not help but raise an eyebrow. The master casually said while eating, that is not bad at all. If little Sheng ranks in the top 3, no one will complain. Moreover, considering you are stronger than the elder who rescued him from the 18th level of hell. He picked up some food for the table and asked, is the elder one of those male cultivators who came back from hell? Meng Yuan added, the investigation team regarding the incident in the southern abyss has made some mistakes. So the higher-ups decided to form a special task force. She explained that their main responsibilities include managing cultivation affairs, preventing cultivators from committing crimes, and promoting the public practice of techniques. She picked up a piece of green vegetable and continued. Recently, the task force has proposed several plans, all aimed at maximizing the use of elder as sects to ease the surrounding pressures. She continued, just when it seemed like the higher-ups were about to agree. Master Wang, you went underground, pushing those proposals back to square one. Perhaps those plans that involve those people will not sit well with you. The master, upon hearing this, glanced over to see how Wang Sheng was reacting. Then, he casually suggested, don't worry about this, just focus on your cultivation. And if trouble does not find you, then let the horses run free in the mountains. Wang Sheng felt enlightened. He quickly grasped his master's intention. Soon after, he looked at him with a light smile and replied, Yep. Master, I understand now. After finishing his meal, he relaxed and tuned into the news. According to reports, after destroying the military base of the Great American Empire, Master Wang did not stay long. Currently, A series of residents from the England Taoist nation around the Great American Empire's military base have started protesting. Upon hearing this, Wong quickly turned up the volume. His parents exchanged glances, silently communicating without uttering a word, each understanding the other's thoughts. Wong found it amusing and remarked to himself, "This series of experiences. Looking at myself. Well, this is quite extraordinary." The TV continued. Although the senior officials of the England Taoist nation condemned the actions of the Great American Empire, they remained tight-lipped about Master Wong's actions. Some experts commented that this time, the England Taoist nation has quietly allied with the Great China to counter the Great American Empire. Suddenly, he glanced at the plate of melon that had already been sliced and placed on the table. His dad, with a dangerously serious face, asked him, "Hey, kiddo, you want some fruit?" Inside, he felt a warning bell go off. That smile from his dad. It could not mean trouble. Right, his dad spoke up. "How long can you stay home this time, kiddo? I know the energy out here is not as pure as in the mountains. If I am bothering your training, you can just hang out with us for a couple of days before heading back up." Feeling a bit more relaxed, Wong sighed in relief. It was just this. He quickly reassured his dad. "It is all good. I am actually in a bit of a rut right now. I need to chill for a while. I can stay home for about 2 months. It has been years. I should take care of you too," he said, playfully poking his dad's belly. Wong grinned mischievously. "But you have got to keep up your training. My progress with the cultivation method is barely acceptable." His dad chuckled. Got it. Got it. Just relax. Your mom and I are good for another 150–160 years, still pretty spry." Then he quickly set the plate of melon down and picked up an apple. His expression turned serious. "Kiddo, this little one mentioned wanting to train with you. What do you think about that?" His eyes lit up with excitement. "Wait, little Ju wants to train now." Wong burst out enthusiastically, followed by a long-winded lecture. His dad sighed. "Calm down. Little Ju wants to train with you so you can guide her." Wong chuckled wryly. "Dad. I mean, decent? But I really do not know how to teach anyone to train." His dad advised. "If little Ju wants to train, just help her out when you can. But do not pressure her too much. Also, I want you two to spend more time together. Building your bond is important. You know, back when we wanted to have a kid, we thought if you could become an immortal someday." He passed the apple to Wang Sheng. "Without someone by your side, it can get pretty lonely." Hearing this, Wang Sheng felt a pang of sorrow. His dad ruffled his hair. "How about this? While we wait for little Ju to find a mentor, you can take her along to learn the basics. Once she is skilled, she can train with her master. I believe in little Ju. She is still young. Who knows? She might end up with some charming guy later and forget all about you." Wang Sheng smiled brightly, reassuring his dad. "Don't he worry. I will take good care of little Ju. Tomorrow, I will go look for a mentor for her. Who knows? Maybe we will all break through together, and you and Mom will live even longer." His dad lay back on the couch, reminiscing. "Back in the day, I had dreams of living forever too. But you know, people eventually grow up." Then came another long-winded rant. Wang Sheng groaned. "Dad, are you okay? Who can sit through such a long speech?" His dad smirked. "I am just having a deep conversation about life with you. Sure, I might be rambling a bit, but you need to understand." Wang Sheng, lost for words, asked, "Dad, with your Buddhist beliefs, have you ever thought about trying to cultivate the Buddhist path?" His dad playfully swatted him. "Don't talk nonsense. It could actually work. You know," Wang Sheng stubbornly continued. "Who knows? You might just become a Buddha right away." His dad glanced at his wife, who suddenly perked up, her eyes signaling him to get to the point. Right after that, he coughed a few times to catch his breath before speaking. Your dad laughed and continued. "But, little Zonkai is just a girl. Eventually she will marry someone else. And on this journey of life, there will always be distance between you kids. So that is the point." As he said this, his eyes burned with intensity. "Wondering what is going on with you and little Hyan right now. Your mom and I are not getting any younger, but I still want to hold my grandkids." Wang Sheng chuckled to himself. So this is what they were waiting for. Then he reached for an apple, bringing it up in conversation. He smiled brightly, peeling the apple with his bare hands, and asked, "Dad, how did you and Mom fall in love back in the day?" His dad replied, "What do you think? It started with getting to know each other. Then dating, then sharing a bed, and finally marriage. Is not that a pretty natural process?" Wang Sheng's face turned as red as a tomato as he asked, "Between step 2 and step 3, is there a specific method?" His dad paused, then remembered. "Right. You were 17 when you started training on the mountain." Then, his dad pulled out his phone from his leather pocket. The two of them sat together, and he blushed while pointing at something On the third page. Showing a green statue in this editor. The password is 666. And what is inside is really effective. He cheerfully patted his son on the shoulder, saying, "Come on. If you do not understand anything, just ask me. We do not need to hide anything from each other." His mom, hiding behind, chuckled mischievously and whispered, "You are doing great, Dad." Wang Sheng quickly rushed outside, feeling overwhelmed with silence for a long moment. Wang Sheng blushed as he thought, the content his dad was hiding is a bit too much for a newbie like me. But, with both of our lives adding up to nearly 70 years, how can I not understand this stuff? After that, he opened the door to the room, still lost in thought. The main issue right now is that he looked at little Hyan, innocent and sitting on the bed. His mind was racing. His senior sister would not understand this. How could he possibly trick her into doing something wrong? His face suddenly heated up, and Wang Sheng felt a jolt of electricity run through his body. Little Hyan radiated an aura of purity. The moment he laid eyes on her, it was like love at first sight. Wang Sheng could not help but turn away, his mind racing. Could it be that the pure yang energy is getting stronger, leading to this overflow? Right. His master once said that, after entering the fourth stage of the Yuan Ying, breaking through 1T100 cultivation. But his sister's path might not need to wait until after Yuan Ying. Then, he shook his head vigorously, telling himself to forget it. It is better to wait. He was not completely lacking in masculine charm. With that thought, he shyly approached the bed, saying, "Sister, you just keep meditating. I will just sleep over here to not disturb you." Wang Sheng thought to himself. In the long run, he could still cultivate to success with his sister. Little Hoyan was still sitting there, while he buried his face under the blanket. However, Wang Sheng vaguely heard voices from outside the room. His parents were pressing their ears against the door. His mom asked his dad, "Why is there no sound? Didn't you give that precious boy the long-awaited talk?" He smiled, saying, "This needs the right atmosphere and timing. Do not rush it. Do not rush it." He fell silent, tightly closing his eyes to block out the noise, while his mom outside sighed anxiously, wondering if cultivation would lessen those desires. Wang Sheng quickly sat up, feeling a bit conflicted. "Come on, dear. Let us just hit the hay. The kids can handle themselves. We do not need to stress over this." He sighed, thinking to himself that considering all this, his parents must have really thought it through. At that moment, Quan Hoyan suddenly blushed and looked at him. Wang Sheng returned her gaze, feeling a bit shy as he spoke up. "Senior sister, you are teasing me now, for some reason." Quan Hoyan took the initiative to sit on the bed. She placed her hand on Wang Sheng's, causing him to freeze. The warmth from their palms intertwined, and he stammered, "Senior sister." Suddenly, he gathered his courage and placed his hand on her cheek, a face he had missed so much during his confinement. Quan Hoyan stared at him, her cheeks flushing, and the atmosphere became undeniably romantic. She shut her eyes tightly, her lips plumping as if waiting for something. Wang Sheng, feeling bold, leaned in closer to Quan Hoyan's face. Just then, a sharp voice broke the romantic tension. "You are not even married yet, and you are already planning such grand gestures. This is a bit inappropriate." Wang Sheng glared, frustrated. "Come on. Your Highness. It is a new era. Nobody cares about those old customs anymore." Jiao Wan interjected loudly. "Inconsiderate. What does it matter what era it is? Hua King is a celestial maiden, with a name written in the heavenly records. You do not even have a marriage certificate, no wedding ceremony, and you have not reported to the heavenly court." Quan Hoyan blushed and looked at Jiao Wan, saying, "It is not like that, Jiao Wan. I'm Hua King." Hearing her say that, Jiao Wan was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. In the end, she compromised, realizing it was indeed inappropriate. "Forget it. I want to interfere. You two keep going. I will just seal off any external interference." Wang Sheng internally groaned, but the romantic vibe was already gone. Outside, her little fox was angrily banging its head against the wall. He lion gritted her teeth. Little Hoyan is almost there, and then this golden barrier pops up. I can't take it anymore. I want to seal that celestial sword. Little Ru asked curiously. "What sword? What is going on? Can't they just talk it out?" He lion quickly explained. "That celestial sword has some serious ties. There is a big shot behind it." She paused and continued. "That big shot just interrupted little Hoyan's moment. People these days are having kids without getting married. What is her problem?" The knave girl chimed in. "I think the celestial sword has a point. Their big brother is already married." "Right." Little Ro could not help but question. "Just because everyone else is doing it does not make it right." He lion plopped down on the bed in frustration. "You are not wrong. But watching them hesitate is driving me nuts." He lion slyly licked her fingers. "Seems like if I want them to take the next step, I will have to sacrifice a bit of my celestial talent." Little Ru blinked, confused. "What do you mean by sacrificing celestial talent?" He lion chuckled. Little Rue, I am a fox spirit who is cultivated for 1,000 years. Didn't anyone tell you? The girl shook her head repeatedly. I do not believe you. Big Sis, do not trick me. Lean quickly transformed herself into a fox. Saying to Xiaojie, check this out. The little fox form with 9 tails looked incredibly cute, and she proudly asked, what do you think? Suddenly, the girl slammed her hands down on the bed, startling Helene. And Xiaoju's gaze was filled with an irresistible desire. Helene quickly realized and shouted, Xiaoju, you are plotting against me. The cheeky girl replied, Big Sis, just a moment, just a tiny bit. Transitioning scenes. The whole family was out eating together. Wang Sheng thought to himself. Even though he was not cultivating right now, his senior sister should not linger too long in the mundane world. A week later, he would persuade her and Helion to return to the mountains to cultivate, while Ming stayed home to take care of their parents along with Xiaoju. On the other hand, Xiaoju was starting school, and she had to gradually say goodbye to her friends. After all, while cultivating with him, she could not go to class yet, and needed to understand the path of cultivation and prepare for apprenticeship. Wang Sheng was still sitting alone in his room, thinking, Ming has been stuck for 13 years, truly a once-in-a-lifetime situation. After a short period, he found himself unable to suppress his level. The original plan was to wait for the storm in Yingdao country to pass, and then find a quiet place to break through to the Yuanying realm. Just as he was lost in thought, the TV blared with the news that had been missing for days. Where is the executor of the heavenly tribulation? Wang Sheng nearly dropped the glass of water he was drinking. The screen was filled with images of him. The celestial rankings were being updated, and the Thunderbolt was now in the top 10. The god's illegitimate child will surpass the old celestial master of Mao Mountain. External forces were uniting to launch an attack, suspected to target the executor of the heavenly tribulation. Wang Sheng could not help but feel helpless. It had been 2 months, and he still could not get a break. Xiaoju patted his shoulder. You got this? Big bro, he told himself, reflecting on how ironic it was. At first, he thought the model of heavenly tribulation was a pointless skill. Yet now, it had become a crucial part of the external threats against the Great Harmony Nation. Wang Sheng wanted to be modest but still needed more time. Even though the storm outside showed no signs of stopping, he decided it was time to leave and prepare for secluded cultivation. This time, Xiaoju would be leaving with him too. Their parents would, of course, be a bit worried. But with the long night ahead, they should quickly decide on the departure date. The two siblings quickly took flight with their swords. This trip to the mundane world, though they had not become immortals yet, had filled him with hope, with a few other reasons. The power of the Great Harmony was increasing, and for now, nothing would affect his cultivation except for one lingering worry. Looking back at his little sister behind him, he could not help but agonize over whom he should find to be a master for Xiaoju. At this point, he had some influence. Xiaoju was seen as a potential prodigy in the eyes of others. There was a strong hope that Xiaoju would be accepted as a disciple. Currently, neither his master nor senior sister had a sect that would take Xiaoju in, but they might accept both him and her. Whoever they chose would represent which sect his master was aligned with, and this could not be taken lightly. Wang Sheng calculated that the martial arts ranking and the capable mentors were all present, acknowledging that while the mountains lacked top-tier teachings, he could borrow techniques for Xiaoju, Mao Mountain. While Van Qi insists on taking care of little RGU, it is easy to disrupt her cultivation by living together with her peers. As for Long Hessen, it is all about fire prevention, thief prevention, and heavenly troubles. Just forget it. The Ving Thun continued to think, if there is no other way, he would have to send little RDU to join the Pure Yang sect. His senior sister has been cultivating for years. Right. Yet she still has not transformed into a female warrior. He made a silent vow. If it is just about cultivation techniques, he has some pure yang methods that could work for his little sister. Vivering Thung and his sister continued to ride the sword through the clouds. Suddenly he asked through his voice transmission, Jiao Vun, do you want to take on a disciple? She shot him a questioning glance. What? You think I would not enjoy being the master of your little sister? Ving Thung scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Of course it is fun. How could it not be? I just did not expect you would think about that. I am thrilled. Really? Jiao Ven explained. I need to find myself 2 disciples too. With my current state, who knows when I will fade away. Passing on my knowledge to the next generation is a good thing. Bing Thun calculated that right now Jiao Ven was a lifeless sword spirit. Who knows when she would manage to break free. In this situation, it is only natural to consider passing her knowledge to future successors. He cheerfully added, when we get to the villa, I will have little Du who officially bow to you as her master. What principles do we need to pay attention to? The Jiao replied, no need to be too fancy. Keep it simple. Ving Thung was overjoyed. Got it. But what about the outfits? What should little Du wear? And do we need any decorations for the ceremony? She huffed back. Didn't I just say to keep it simple? Giovine suggested. Let us find a secluded spot. I will materialize and just give her a few pointers. Ving Thing could not help but ponder. In this day and age, no one seems to care about formalities anymore. So why do not you keep it simple too? Don't you realize that since that night, the number of times I have held my senior sister's hand has decreased? Thinking of this, he quickly composed himself, saying, let us focus on the main issue first. We can deal with the rest later. Shortly after, little Du was brought into a health screening machine. The doctor reported that his sister's aptitude was pretty good. She just had 2 shortcomings. Her affinity for elemental energy was at 90 points. But her understanding of elemental properties was lacking. He listed out that only metal, fire, and earth met the requirements, while water and wood were only at 20-30 points. Ving Thing interrupted. Doctor, can you give me a chart? The doctor cheerfully replied. Of course, just wait until the payment is done, and I will hand over the report to you. After all, when choosing cultivation methods, you will need to consider this. Ving Thung quickly pulled something out of his bag, and the doctor silently observed. The doctor could not help but be surprised. Isn't this the artifact from over a decade ago? You have managed to master it to this degree. He was a representative of heavenly tribulation, a divine beast protecting the nation, wielding that shabby artifact bag. Ving Thing was taken aback. Isn't this pretty handy? The doctor quickly turned away, saying, you are not embarrassed to represent the country like this, are you? Come on, let us get you a decent artifact bag made. Also, your combat robe and your sisters are all ready. Remember to take them with you. Wong Xing bowed his head. So I have to thank Uncle Ma then. After putting it on, he could not help but evaluate it in his mind. The fabric was quite similar to his old outfit, but the technology had advanced significantly. Not only can it block incoming spells, but it also enhances his ability to absorb energy and reduces kinetic shock. Wong Xing pondered, and with his body tempered by his tribulations, he felt like he could say, in the words of Wai Jin, that he was really something else. He smugly praised himself, saying that he was quite powerful now. The doctor handed him an item and continued. Given his current status, he had to admit it was way better than before. When he arrived at headquarters, they ordered that he should receive the best treatment, so I won't introduce you to anything else. This is the most special thing of today. He opened it for him to see and introduced. This is a specially crafted sheath for the lifeless sword. With enough budget to equip a series of cutting-edge items, the higher-ups instructed us not to worry about the budget, and to use the best materials to make the sheath for the lifeless sword. At this point, the doctor could not help but frown. Good. You are really favored by the higher-ups. And Wang Xing could only laugh heartily as he tried the sword sheath. He thought, they even sent this order to Uncle Ma. It seems the higher-ups are aware that Jiao Yun has become the lifeless sword spirit. Wang Xing drew the sword, not asking about this matter, but merely pondering a few thoughts. He looked at the sword in his hand and could not help but feel a bit smug. He had to admit, with real power, the treatment was indeed excellent. Looking at the sword sheath, he sighed. They really put in the effort, using so much Hoyu spirit jade. This was definitely more comfortable than using a sword box. Wang Xing then strapped the sword back onto his back, and the aura he exuded was truly different now. At this moment, Xiaoju was also dressed in a brand new outfit, and the little girl quickly stepped out. The doctor led the way, saying, "Wait, you really did not pick anything else. Your pendant and Xiaoju's earrings are the latest products from the researchers, capable of holding items up to 7 cubic meters." Wang Xing cut him off. "That is enough, Uncle Ma." "Thank you," the girl chimed in. "I do not need it for now. I must rely on my own efforts to cultivate. It is not about those external aids." The doctor could not help but praise. This understanding truly reflects that she is the sister of the representative of tribulations. While everyone was chatting, suddenly, a voice rang out, startling all three of them. Daoist Wong, the tall man, approached, cheerfully saying to him, "Hello. I am the team leader of the Special Affairs team, Xin Shen. It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time." They quickly shook hands, marking their acquaintance. Xin Shen said to him, "I just came here for work too. I heard Daoist Wong is also here, so I waited a bit to connect with a hero like you." Wang Xing smiled modestly, saying, "Thank you for your consideration." Team leader, he secretly thought. Is not the Special Affairs team the new department that Mu Yu mentioned? Remembering Mu Yu's words, she had said the Special Affairs team, our investigation team, and the war preparation team had merged into the Supervisory Bureau of Daoist Work. Although team leader Zhilang has now been promoted to bureau chief, the Special Affairs team is indeed here to inspect and balance the investigation team. Nathan continued, "Our special task force and the investigation team can complement each other. We are all here to contribute to the glory of the great Hoa nation. However, Daotrafeng Wan, if you have any requests, feel free to come find me. Here's my business card." Wang Xing quickly took the card. "Team leader Kun, if there is a chance, let us find a place to talk." Pausing for a moment, he continued, But right now, I have something important to do, so please do not hold it against me. Wong Sheng thought to himself. With technology advancing so rapidly, could this card have any tracking devices on it? Nathan spoke up. I am sorry for being abrupt. Please. Daotrafeng Wang. If you have any requests in the future, you can contact me directly. Wang Sheng was polite. Thank you. But as he walked away, a sly smile crept across Nathan's face. The doctor personally came to see them off. But soon Wang Sheng vanished from sight. Nathan pretended to be serious. Looks like Daotrafeng Wang has a bit of a bias against us. That is not a good sign, the girl following him said. Team leader. Daotrafeng Wang is quite close with Captain Mao Yu of the investigation team. Honestly, we should not waste too much effort on him. Instead, we should focus on the easier targets. Nathan interrupted. You do not understand. To us, he is an important figure. Our relationship with the investigation team has always been a partnership. All for the nation and the people. As they walked, he explained. In the cultivation world, it is not just about seniority or high cultivation levels. Influence matters too. Daotrafeng Wang stands at the top of the younger generation in the cultivation community. His words carry more weight than those of 10 seasoned veterans. Remembering his face, he added, I want to win some goodwill with him. It will be easier for us to push through our plans without obstruction. Wang Sheng silently assessed. This team leader Kun seems like just another old dude to me. But I guess our relationship won't go much further than this. Half an hour later, they arrived at his private villa. Xiaodu just arrived. Lying? Hi. Big sister. Senior sister. Halayan Vuivi came out to greet her. Finally, you guys are back. Wang Sheng walked into the house. His face dark as he asked. Big sister. What is going on? He thought to himself. If it were not for knowing that Big Sis insists on chanting the scriptures every day to purify her aura, I really wonder if she has fallen from grace. Alayan Vuivi chimed in. Come see. Come see. Here is the treasure my big sister has been keeping for years. Wang Sheng looked at the little girl fondly and asked. Xiao Diu. Do you have any requests regarding cultivation techniques? He looked over and replied. Just the usual. Please. Wang Sheng cleared his throat a few times, and then handed her a piece of paper. Cultivation is a serious matter. He read the paper and assessed. You are not suited for water or wood attributes. Your compatibility with fire and metal is decent. Then, looking at the little girl. Xiao Diu, you seem down. Does that mean you can only walk the path of a female warrior? Wang Sheng quickly clarified. It is not a big deal. It just means some spells might be less effective for you. The little girl, with tears welling in her eyes, said. All right then. I will follow the path of sword cultivation and elegant sword techniques. You are not seriously considering sending her back to the sword sect. Are you? Giovan quickly interjected. I will just teach her the sword terminology myself. If the sword sect gets upset. At this point, Giovan became all fired up. I need to ask their master. Can she even cultivate? You can't help but chuckle internally. Your Highness. You are way too enthusiastic. V-Thing helplessly pondered. Can she reason with Elder Thanfeng? Would he even reply? If he were alive, he could personally teach Taiyu Dai. Right. V-Thing affectionately ruffled his sister's hair. All right. I will teach you sword techniques. But you have to take it step by step. Plus, I will find an incredibly talented master for you. You need to work hard at your cultivation. Okay. The little girl was excited. Big brother is the coolest. V-Thing turned to Fshi line. Big sis. Can you take Taiyu Dai to get cleaned up and change clothes? First. We will have her pay her respects to the master. Echelin asked with a gleeful grin. Wait, does that mean I am the master? She then burst out laughing. I want to take on a disciple too. Meanwhile, Giovan's sword was radiating a fierce aura. Startling Echelin, she paled in fear. Oh great. So I am paying respects to this big shot. What a way to ruin my fun. She sadly took Taiyu Dai's hand. Come on. Taiyu Daidu. Let us get you all cleaned up and smelling fresh. Soon after, your sword was set neatly on a red pedestal, with Vidring Thung standing beside it, looking incredibly dignified. Kun Hein called UNT, wanting him to join in on this ceremony. A look of happiness crossed UNT's face as he silently watched from start to finish. At this moment, Taiyu Dai knelt down, presenting a cup before the sword. The little girl was entirely sincere, holding it with both hands and bowing her head. Then, the cup was placed under the sword's tip. The sword quickly began to glow. And finally, Xiao Vian appeared. She looked at Taiyu Daidu and said gently, Today, I want to take you as my disciple. Taiyu Daidu. To pass on the sacred teachings of the heavenly path, as per my order, I ask all of you to witness this, so that if anyone asks where my disciple hails from, they will have no doubts. Yuminti spoke up. Rest assured, Senior. But, If outsiders ask who Taoist master is, how should we respond? Xiao Ven explained. I am the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor. Attained enlightenment in the lotus of Jiaoqi, having cultivated for over 100,000 years, and have gained immortality. Taiyu Daidu, if you have become my disciple, you must understand 3 things, as they are crucial. I am telling you this today, so that you know what path you will take in the future. The little girl bowed her head obediently. Yep. Disciple understands, Xiao Vin continued. First, I am currently just a spiritual entity. I can teach you cultivation, but I cannot pass on my powers. Your path ahead will be fraught with difficulties. Second, the heavenly realm is in great danger right now. Once you leave this realm, everything will be an enemy. If you become my disciple, your options for retreat may become limited. Third, if you are my disciple, one day if you can return to the heavenly realm, make it your mission to restore it. Do you agree? Tiu Do bowed her head. The disciple will obey. Xiao Vun smiled with satisfaction. Good. Then today, I will accept you as my personal disciple. She placed her hand on Xiaoju's head and continued. From now on, you must understand the principles of respecting your teachers, honoring heaven and earth, revering your parents, and paying respect to the 3 pure ones and the celestial deities. Never be unfilial to your mentors. Never argue with your elders. Never bully the weak, and never slaughter indiscriminately. You must understand righteousness, loyalty, and filial piety. Realize that the growth of all living beings is not easy, and know that the great path is indifferent for the sake of all beings. Yuanzi silently witnessed this, and Guanhuan could not help but feel joy as well. Dao Yun continued. If one day you can pluck the fruit of immortality, it will mean you have not let my efforts go to waste. Wang Sheng looked on and thought, is this the Bodhi summit in Buddhist teachings? Could Guan Yun be giving Xiao Ju something to elevate her potential? He was pleased and thought, I have to say, the methods of the immortals are truly unimaginable. Immediately after, Guan Yun quickly withdrew her hand. She instructed everyone. First, I will rest for a few days, so you all take care of Xiao Ju. Soon as she finished speaking, Guan Yun's spirit entered the sword. Wang Sheng respectfully bowed his head and said, Understood, I get it now. Then, he made a silent gesture for everyone to go outside. Wang Sheng quickly stepped out, and Yuanzi spoke up. We were all worried that Xiaoling's talents were not extraordinary. Who would have thought her talents could actually be upgraded? However, Guan Yun must have paid quite a price for this. Wang Sheng replied, Do not worry. I have prepared 10 top-tier swords already. Once the Wuling sword absorbs its energy, it can quickly help Guan Yun recover her strength. He could not help but praise. Truly have learned to speak sweetly. All right. I still have a meeting to rush to. I will log off now. Wang Sheng asked again. Master, has not your leave been approved by Master Niang yet? He sighed. It has been approved. Then she said something about the couple sharing joys and sorrows. So now my vacation turns into overtime. The 3 of them could not help but be speechless. The words of layman echoed. If only someone could take on a few tasks for me. I could also get some rest. Guanhuan quickly logged off. She looked at him slyly, absolutely not letting Master have the chance to assign tasks. Wang Xing raised his finger in praise. Well done. An ET Lion chimed in. This couple really shares a spiritual connection. Time quickly shifted to the evening, and the lights were still on in his villa. Xiaoju was sitting seriously practicing her inner energy. She seemed very interested in cultivating. Soon after, her eyes slowly opened, and Xiaoju looked around and asked him, Brother, where's my master? Wang Xing happily pointed at the sword. Right here. How do you feel now? He thought to himself. How many people would cry tears of joy at the grandeur of this master worship gift? With the spirit state already at this level, how much more benefits would there be if a true immortal accepted a disciple? Xiaoju stared blankly, rubbing her head, feeling like there were so many things in her mind, all at once too much to digest. Wang Sheng reassured her. Just sleep for now. We can study later. I have even tidied up your room for you. So let us get you to bed. Shortly afterward, the little guy quickly led her back to her room. Wang Sheng watched the 2 leave, his scheming mind racing. Little Diu was sleeping in his room, his face flushed red. He thought, guess I have no place to sleep now. I might as well find my senior sister and meditate together. That seems only fair. Right. Suddenly, something cold pressed against Wang Sheng's cheek. Startling him, he turned to find Hai Lian holding a chilled soda can, and he quickly dodged, exclaiming, Whoa, that is freezing. She gently popped the soda can open and silently stared at him for a moment. Then, Lion spoke. Little Phoenix. About that princess from the heavenly court. Something is off. She messed up my chances with little Huan Huan before, and I felt something was wrong. She patted little Di's shoulder, saying, Sure. There are plenty of rules in the heavenly court, but she knew about my situation with little Huan Huan and still acted this way. That is just shady. And now she is putting in so much effort for you. It is hard not to wonder if she has feelings for you. Wang Xing chuckled wryly. Big sister. You are overthinking it. How could a celestial maiden like her even look at a little cultivator like me? She just wanted to remind me a bit. Then, Helian fiercely grabbed Wang Sheng's arm and shouted, if you dare do anything wrong to little Huan Huan, just wait and see if I do not twist your arm off. Ouch. Big sister. How could I ever do something wrong to my senior sister? Please. Go easy on. Lion frowned and muttered. I trust you. But those girls around you, each of them packs a punch. Can you really guarantee that one day you won't get drunk and stray? Losing control, he sighed heavily. Big sister. What is going on in that head of yours? Wang Xing playfully nudged her shoulder, adding, maybe it is just the game addiction making you overly cautious. You should cut back on gaming a bit while we wait for the little drunk to wake up. I bet you are off gaming again. Research shows if you stay cooped up too long, your brain won't develop properly. Helian shrugged it off, turning her face away. Is that? The games I play are all about communication anyway, Wang Xing replied. I can blame you. Really? With me and my senior sister not around for years. You have been through a lot. I will clean up your room. Just try not to game too late anymore. She turned to leave, thinking at least he had some conscience and recognized how much effort she would put into his situation with little Huan Huan. All right, you go ahead. If you need help, just ask. I will definitely lend a hand whenever I can. Suddenly, Hylian seemed to remember something and paused. Then, she shouted loudly. Damn it. You are the one who has been cooped up in that room acting like a fool. Wang Xing laughed heartily. I did not say that about you. Quan Hoen was confused, turning into a silly person. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the United Kingdom, where the weather today does not seem too great. Inside the house, a bloody corpse lay on the ground as the girl glared menacingly at the person in front of her. Do you want the power to change everything? Do you want to transform this hopeless country? All you need is to offer a sacrifice of your soul and fresh blood, and you can gain that kind of power. In no time, a massed army charged in. Akimi, after killing so many officials, what exactly are you trying to achieve? They crossed their arms, enduring the pain, acknowledging the contributions of those before them, possibly keeping the person intact. The man took off his hat and shouted, what do I want? Don't you all get it yet? He was so thin he looked like a walking skeleton as he yelled. This country is doomed. Only by destroying everything can we create a beautiful and peaceful nation. At this moment, Wang Xing was deep in thought, cultivating his nascent soul, uniting his whole being, and allowing his spirit to stop at the realm of innate talent, breaking through the golden elixir, gathering his 3 souls and 7 spirits, using bamboo to form the foundation for his ascension. His soul was soaring, declaring that his spirit was almost complete. But the way he cultivated required equal importance on both the spirit and the physical body. He quietly calculated, wanting to unleash the utmost potential of his power. Besides having profound magical energy and a strong spirit, he also needed a robust physical body to withstand the backlash from his own magical attacks. While meditating, it felt like he was on the verge of enlightenment. He had learned how to use heavenly tribulations to refine his physical body, but even this method had its limits. With that thought, Wang Xing's soul returned to his body. From now on, he needed to focus on how to continue refining his physical form. Of course, Jia Yun had advised him to give up sword cultivation and pursue the path of spirit language, but he had firmly refused. He slowly opened his eyes, realizing that if he did not seek, what was the point of learning the sword? If he did not believe in the path, why even practice?
Yep.
His soul had completed the initial stage of fusion, solidifying into his phantom. Next, he would merge his soul into the Kai Si and start breaking through to the nascent soul realm. He quickly opened the door and walked in at the same time Quan Huayan approached. Wang Xing shyly said, Senior sister, I want to prepare for my nascent soul breakthrough. Is it okay to do that around here? Quan Huayan quickly replied, you can break through here. I can protect the area. He reconsidered. Actually, maybe not. Breaking through the nascent soul could cause a ruckus. What if we wreck this place? We would not have anywhere to stay later. She quickly suggested, how about we go to the mountain? I will act as your guardian during the breakthrough. He agreed, sure. We can arrange things to make it work. Wang Xing cheerfully added, first, let us head downstairs for breakfast and think about where we should really seclude ourselves. As soon as they saw the two coming down, Xiao Yu cheerfully said, good morning, big brother. Wang Xing quickly sat down and asked her, have you started cultivating yet? Xiao Yu beamed and replied, my master has taught me. Yesterday. She placed her hand on my forehead, and suddenly my mind was flooded with so much information about cultivation. I even learned some spells to fight others. And my master prepared everything I need to cultivate at each level. Ving Thing chuckled in disbelief. The way of teaching from the immortals is truly convenient. He ruffled her hair and said, getting this cultivation technique is a stroke of luck for you. But there is one thing you can't forget. The obedient girl chimed in. Go ahead. I am all ears. Ving Thing shot her a stern look. Last night, I ordered all your textbooks and workbooks for the 9-year compulsory education program. You need to dedicate at least 4 hours a day to study. Little RDU gasped in shock. It felt like lightning struck her. Bro. You are so cruel. At that moment, Helene walked in with a big smile. Guess what? Your big sister has achieved something amazing. She quickly tossed Veng Thung aside, and the little girl speculated. Big sister's this happy. It can't be. The bomb incident in England has blown up. Right. Helene said excitedly. Little RGU. How are you so smart? She cleared her throat and began. Here is the international news. A brief update from our station. Helene continued dramatically. In England last night, the demon king of assassins beheaded 172 people, including 68 government officials and over 100 hermits. Little RGU and the group listened intently, recalling how just last month, the demon king had wiped out 3 cities in a single night. Ving Thing pondered. While using such a method to drain the power of the cultivators in England sounds sneaky, and lo, there is a deep blood feud between England and Great Hoa. He calculated further. Plus, Akimi Mio does not kill innocents indiscriminately. Just let him be. Helene was smug. What do you think of my Chijuem and Enziao killing spree? Ving Thing replied. It is not a bad plan, but big sister, you should probably ease up on this kind of thing. You do not want to lose control. She huffed back. Get it? Stop nagging me already. She patted little Argayu's head. If you want to go into seclusion, go ahead. Just let me take care of things. I won't let you starve to death. The little girl said, her face scrunched up. But is it too much to ask for a little food on the side? Evelyn replied sweetly. Of course. I will let your brother go first. And then big sister will show you what the bustling world is all about. Ving Thing silently panicked and thought. Big sister. Please do not lead little Ru astray while she is trying to walk the righteous path. Since there were no natural caves near the villa, I could only choose a spot in this mountain to go into seclusion. Ving Thing sat quietly under a large tree, completely alone and at peace. He closed his eyes, beginning to comprehend the Tao in preparation for his breakthrough. To ensure his safety, his senior sister had set up a 6-island formation around him. With magical arrays covering the grass, no mosquito could slip through. Outside the formation, there were 300 meters of protective barriers, allowing him to finally focus on his seclusion. Soon after, his soul began to separate from his body, ready to transcend. This time, the upgrade was not just a breakthrough in realm, it involved some unusual phenomena during the process. I need to remember everything to discuss it with my senior sister and master later. His eyes shone brightly. Seamless fusion of the original spirit, the Tao, and the essence of self. This is the hardest step to becoming an original infant. It is all about how to perfectly combine the complete original spirit with my own Tao. At that moment, a brilliant beam of light rapidly converged, still lingering in the void, as pure young essence surged forth, breaking through the alchemical process into the infant stage. Your whole body feels like it is soaring through the air, solidifying into your nascent soul. Your innate talent will keep evolving, eventually transforming into the pinnacle of your spirit. A small glow radiates from your hand, marking a new step on your path to immortality. At the mountaintop, strange phenomena occur because of the boy's immense power. The king ascends in meditation, seeking the fruit of immortality, with no desire for reincarnation. Little Ju observes the sky in awe. Big Sis. It seems like all the energy is flowing toward where my brother is in seclusion. My brother has been in seclusion for half a month now. Nothing bad should happen. Right. He lying casually plays a game and says, relax. Little Ju, do not worry. Big Sis has been through this before. When breaking through to the nascent soul, it can be easy to end up crippled. But what is done with my brother's breakthrough. The girl remains worried. The path of cultivation is fraught with danger, and nothing is guaranteed. He lying counters. What do you mean fraught with danger? My brother is a lucky charm. Don T stress. He jumped off the spirit peak and did not even get hurt. It is going to be harder for him to die than to live. She sits back, adjusting her glasses, and continues. That saying about surviving a major disaster leading to good fortune is not just nonsense. He lion smiles brightly at the girl. Just chill here. If you do not want to cultivate, let us watch a movie with Big Sis. This worry of yours is totally unnecessary. Little Ju quickly cheers up. I want to watch One Piece. My legendary story just set sail. He lion happily agrees. Alright. The scene shifts to Mao Mountain, where a massive temple stands basking in sunlight. Van Zi stands outside holding something, still hesitant to enter. His attitude is very cautious as he says, Master, this is the recovery golden pill I refined for you. The inner door swings open quickly, but no one is seen yet. A voice calls from inside. Sorry to bother you all, but I still do not see anyone. A surge of internal energy brings a box floating in. Van Ji bows and asks, What did you say? Master. If you have no further instructions, your disciple will return to report. The voice from inside replies. Van Z. Earlier during my cultivation, when my fervor soared, I entered the void and heard your discussions. They say a cultivator has begun breaking through to the nascent soul stage, and that person is about your age. Is that true? Van G responds.
Yep.
I have a decent relationship with that cultivator about to break through. However, my cultivation level is quite shallow. I can compare myself to him. He opens the box and continues. With talent like this, 1,000 years ago, it was rare to find even one in 100 years. You do not need to worry too much. The tides of cultivation will push me onto the shore soon enough. There is no need to worry about the cultivation realm being insulted by outsiders. You can go now, the elder says. And Van G quickly leaves. He mutters to himself. Nascent soul. Even though there is no need to worry at this moment, after over 20 years of cultivation, I must reach the nascent soul stage. So I still have to be cautious. The elder squints at the pill. Looks like we can postpone dealing with those outsiders any longer. Time swiftly passes. And on the 27th day of Wong Shang's seclusion, a little creature sits perched on a tree, waiting for him. Her face relaxes as she gazes at the sparse clouds. Suddenly, a voice drops down beside her, startling her. Master. The elder speaks up. I have consulted the great celestial master of Mount Long Hu, and even he is unclear about the current situation with Little Thing. According to ancient texts, the primordial spirit manifests after the golden elixir breaks, leading to strange phenomena in heaven and earth. Moreover, Little Thing had absorbed a substantial amount of the world's primordial energy before. So during the upgrade, it is odd that the phenomena have not occurred yet. He gazes into the distance and continues. Little Thing is the first cultivator in this era to break through to the primordial spirit realm. What kind of danger he might face is anyone's guess. But it has been so long without any sign of him achieving the primordial spirit that it is genuinely strange. Far away on the mountain where Veng Thung is in seclusion, everything remains eerily calm. As if nothing is happening, the spot where he sits is even more unnervingly quiet. Veng Thung can't help but wonder. It is bizarre breaking the elixir to become a spirit. Is not it supposed to be like cracking open a golden pill and having a baby pop out? He is momentarily perplexed about why it is taking this form. Yet, streams of power continue to swirl and flow into his body, and Veng Thung can feel them distinctly. He can't help but keep pondering. Could his golden elixir really transform directly into a child? If Veng Thung is filled with curiosity, could this be the original form of the primordial spirit? He raises his hands to support it, not fully understanding what is happening. But this golden elixir child will help him ascend to the primordial spirit. It seems this method of breaking the elixir is much better, more aligned with the essence of the primordial spirit. Light begins to appear where he sits. Nothing has gone wrong so far, proving this method is completely fine. So he decides to go with the flow and continue his meditative insights. After some more time, Vithung has been in seclusion for 36 days. The elder and Quan Haiyan still stand at a distance, observing him while down below. There is Tu Tu and He Lian. At this moment, He Lian looks a bit anxious. Should we go check on him? I heard Daomaster Than Lam is over there too. And many cultivators are breaking through to the primordial spirit. Without a doubt, the integration of the primordial soul and one's own Dao has occurred. Tiwunu gasped. Big sister, you are scaring me. Brother will be fine. The elder ponders. Little Thing is comprehending his own Dao, also walking the path of swordsmanship. Furthermore, before entering seclusion, his innate talent was already complete. It is impossible for his own Dao to harm him. He expresses some concern to Quan Haiyan. But we really can't wait any longer. We at least need to see him. Taiyu Haiman. Let us break the formation nearby and check it out. Quan Haiyan looks at him. And at this moment, she also voices her concern. Okay. Suddenly, a phenomenon from the sky causes everyone here to hold their breath. The elder glances over and instantly recognizes it as the heavenly tribulation. A fierce bolt of divine lightning strikes down towards the mountain where he is sitting. The sky darkens. And he can't help but shout. It is massive run, the elder warns. If the heavenly tribulation thinks we are here to help Little Thing, it might escalate the intensity dramatically. Everyone quickly takes to the skies, distancing themselves from their position. The elder turns to Heelin and asks, Senior, will breaking through to the primordial spirit really trigger the heavenly tribulation? She recalls, I have heard that if the quality of the golden elixir reaches a certain level, it will provoke the golden elixir tribulation. But back in ancient times, the number of monks causing the golden core tribulation was minuscule, and the nascent soul tribulation. Never even heard of it. Hearing her say that, Ingen felt a little more at ease and let out a breath. He calculated that to survive the heavenly tribulation meant facing envy and jealousy. Little Thung's nascent soul should not be underestimated. This could actually be a good thing. Palin hugged the little die happily, saying, Someone representing the heavenly tribulation is overcoming it. This is too interesting. I need to take pictures to capture this moment. Meanwhile, the so-called heavenly tribulation was growing larger. its power becoming increasingly fierce. Little Dido could not help but feel a bit scared, snuggling into Heaven's arms and shouting, "Big brother." At that moment, the innkeeper also looked worried, gazing in that direction and calling out, "Junior brother." Heelin was curious. Vyung Thang. Wait, is he dead? Little Dido's eyes were brimming with tears. Big sister. You said my brother is dead. She forced a smile and retorted, that has nothing to do with me. Right then, the spot where he sat was shrouded in rising smoke from the earlier shockwave, surrounded by roaring flames. Ving Thing's spot had a large crater, but oddly enough, he sat there calmly as if nothing had happened. A soft blue light enveloped him as he continued to meditate in silence. The onlookers could not help but feel anxious as they landed nearby to observe, but everyone was taken aback by the scene. Especially Yin Guan, who was stunned into silence, thinking, this is... Little Thang is truly facing the tribulation. This kid. After emerging from the mystical Longfeng forbidden land, normal logic no longer applied. The wind began to pick up, and the flames on the ground grew larger. Shortly after, another lightning bolt struck down towards him, rocks and debris flying everywhere. Yet Ving Thing remained unharmed. One strike after another. A regular person would definitely crumble under this. But he just sat there, unbothered. Over here, someone was casually filming a vlog about the tribulation. As she live in, holding little RDU proudly in her arms, laughed loudly. Who dares to say there is no heavenly tribulation? This guy is even more arrogant than our master Than Lum. If I were the heavenly tribulation, I definitely would not be able to take it. I would have to smash that arrogance of his. Dark clouds continued to gather in the sky, and Healin could not help but curse. Is this because of my earlier taunts? It looks like I am about to deliver a serious blow. Meanwhile, the circular protective barrier around him quickly vanished. Epheline could not help but worry. Little Fayang should be able to handle this. Right. He was slowly opening his eyes, contemplating that this heavenly tribulation was on par with the one he had previously purchased a room for. He began to close his eyes again, gathering his inner strength and strategizing. Yet, the structure of this tribulation was a bit intriguing. Perhaps it could help him upgrade his heavenly tribulation sword intent. Just then, a bolt of lightning, even larger than the earlier ones, came crashing down from the sky, blinding everyone who instinctively shielded their faces. Little Ryu pressed her face against Hadalian's chest, tugging at her. Adrian looked down as the little girl, tears streaming down her face, said, Big sister. You said my brother is dead. She forced a smile, adding, that has nothing to do with me. Over here, Wang Xing soared into the sky, while Daoyun quickly shifted her focus, allowing his original spirit to take flight. This was a massive opportunity for him. From Wang Sheng's core, a small sword energy emerged, wielded by a tiny figure, a fair-skinned boy. The little guy shot up high, blasting straight into the sky like a burst of yin and yang. Just like that, this boy kept soaring higher and higher into the void. Then, the boy clasped his hands together, channeling his power into a shimmering glow. That large sword kept slicing upward into the void right after he activated the spell. Yep. The light of his power ascended into the void, creating a small lightning bolt. Not far from the ground, that circular shape began to expand, growing bigger and bigger. After that, the tiny boy rapidly descended towards Wang Sheng, quickly reaching out to grab it. Wang Sheng cradled that glowing sphere in his hands, a manifestation of his original spirit reaching a grand state. The sky quickly brightened, and Wang Sheng looked at that surge of power, feeling a bit downcast, saying, well, I wonder if my master will get mad at me. Pausing for a moment, he noticed the ground was pockmarked with holes everywhere, and thought to himself, she probably won't be too angry. Right. Wang Sheng scratched his head with a sheepish smile, saying, guess I might be in trouble for messing up the environment, and she will make me pay for it. After his breakthrough, everyone headed back to the villa together. Wang Sheng rambled for a bit, essentially summarizing how it went down. Even though it differed quite a bit from the ancient texts, it was clear that he had indeed reached the original spirit realm. Yuanzi could not help but be astonished, wondering how it was possible to bypass core formation and directly transform into an original spirit. He speculated that perhaps it was due to his innate talent being so complete, merging his original soul with his own path. Thus, there was no need to break the core. They could fuse. This might explain why, after absorbing the original energy, there had not been any intense reactions for a long time. Elian, the little drinker, woke up and whispered, how can it be that simple? Did that little fairy eat some divine treasure or something? Like Lincoln with a 10,000-year legacy or whatever? Wang Xing could not help but sigh and ask, Big Sis, do you act like those are just carrots growing in the ground? Quan Huan, who had been silent, suddenly caught his attention. Sister Master, he called out, seeing his progress. Quan Huan felt a bit anxious. She was determined to start putting in the effort to focus on her cultivation today. Wang Xing encouraged her with a wry smile. Sister Master, you got this? He Lion chimed in teasingly. Little Huan wants to uphold the dignity of the senior master, and is determined to catch up to you. Yuanzi spoke up. Anyway, it is great that you managed to break through. Your cultivation has already surpassed Wushi's. I do not need to teach you anything else. Just remember, do not be arrogant, do not rot, and take things steady. Absolutely do not be reckless. Quan Wan and Wang Sheng quickly stood up and bowed, saying, We understand, Master. He turned around and stretched. If there is nothing else, I need to get back to work. When will this running around end? He Lion chimed in softly. Little Huan, as a person, you must learn to let go and say no. Yuanzi looked at her with a wry smile and replied, Yep. I understand, Master. After that, he dashed off, leaving only his shadow behind. Wang Sheng called out after him. Goodbye, Master. You can't help but think. Right now, Yeho might be the only one who has reached the nascent soul stage. My master taught me not to be arrogant or impatient. Probably worried I would lose my way. Suddenly, Vitheng Thung spotted something that completely took him by surprise. A powerful golden aura radiated from Tu Daidu. He broke into a sweat, thinking, how long have I been in seclusion? Tu Daidu went from having no foundation to the spirit gathering stage already. At this rate, he must be done. Zio noticed his reaction and boldly placed her hands on her hips, asking, Got something to say? Vingtheng quickly stepped forward, saying, Wait. Taiyu Daidu. Taiyu Daidu. She groggily woke up, rubbing her eyes and asking him, What is it? Big bro. Vingtheng said nothing, just flashed a bright smile as he looked at her and gave some advice. Don't rush. Vingtheng suddenly remembered. Oh right. I need to let them know. He quickly called his brothers, saying he would broken through, not to worry, and to keep up their own seclusions. Everyone was genuinely thrilled and congratulated him. Vingtheng continued. The nascent soul is finally formed. The boulder in my heart can finally be lifted. After finishing up, the two sat together to meditate. But he really did not expect that while he was in seclusion, someone was already plotting to promote him without a care in the world. Everyone jumped into the group chat tonight, discussing the essence of the flying language in his harem. But Vingtheng did not respond. They were plotting to spread rumors that V. Jinuangthang had reached the heavenly soul stage so everyone could cheer for him. Vien Trang excitedly typed. Thung, you are such an idol. We gotta help promote him well. Ven and Chi quickly chimed in, while Hody Kin sat in a gaming cafe typing away. Ji. Lieho has birthed the first nascent soul. It is worth celebrating everywhere. Meng Guide also chimed in. This time, we have to make it a big deal. The next morning, the whole office was buzzing. Did Virung Fai just have a smooth breakthrough? Netthumb's secretary spoke up. Yep. It is likely he just broke through not long ago. The investigation team has already started spreading the news. Should we apply some strategy? He sat quietly, seemingly calculating something. Then, Nethum quickly ordered. Let us push for Vao Trafan's promotion hard. He saw her looking fierce and explained. I know you all want to compete with the investigation team, but do not let the desire to confront each other be so obvious. We are serving the country, working for the people's benefit. All right, you go handle it. Then, the secretary said nothing more and quickly headed out the back. At that moment, a paper crane flew into Notthumb's office from who knows where. A voice echoed from the paper. The world now has a nascent soul. We can't wait any longer. Nate Lime, after reading the letter, said to himself, this guy must be getting impatient. Right, back at his villa, while the world outside was buzzing from V. Jingthing SS nascent soul breakthrough. The cultivation of a pair of siblings was still ongoing. They sat facing each other in a very serene room, practicing together. Vingthing Feng felt light as a feather and quickly opened his eyes, immediately wondering what was going on. Here I, Nguyen An, stepping into this realm and feeling the emptiness. Right after that, I caught a glimpse of a familiar shadow and glanced over. Vingthing thought to himself. That is Tu Daidu sitting in the middle of the lake, channeling her energy. He could not help but gasp in disbelief. Wait a minute. Is Tu Daidu breaking through her cultivation level? He could not believe his eyes. How long had he been in seclusion? No way. Tu Daidu's cultivation speed is insane. This cloud brand is just ridiculous. He quickly flew over there, initially worried that his rapid progress in this forbidden area would lead to hidden dangers. Vingthing stood with his hands on his hips, observing her. After Tu Daidu received her master's teachings and bit down hard, it was clear she had gotten rid of most impurities. He examined his little sister closely and speculated that at this rate, in 1 or 2 months, she could break through to the next level. Honestly, Tu Daidu is not only talented but also super cute. In 2 years, she will definitely become a stunning beauty. He could not help but worry. With so many cultivators today disregarding rules and boundaries, there would surely be plenty of guys chasing after her. What if she ran into some creep? Now, the overprotective brother in him was awakening. Ving Thung chuckled as he made a resolution. If anyone dared to mess with his sister, even if he was handsome, he would make sure to take care of him. Suddenly, a familiar sensation washed over him. Ving Thung jolted, thinking, this feeling, could it be that his senior sister is finally out of seclusion? At that moment, his spirit felt light and carefree. His tiny soul quickly zipped through the window, joyfully shouting, "Senior sister!" At the same time, Ving Thing noticed his senior sister blushing as she gently kissed his body. Her sweet, delicate lips slowly moved closer to his face. Ving Thing blushed on his side, his breath quickening. She quickly turned away, and he regretted thinking, "Senior sister, could not you have waited just a few more seconds to surprise me? I mean, come on. Let a guy savor the moment." Meanwhile, he also quickly gathered his energy. Preparing to break through, Ving Thung slowly opened his eyes. His previous memories were still fresh. He looked at his shy senior sister and thought, judging by her demeanor, she clearly knows that kissing is something couples do. But how much does she really understand beyond that? He schemed playfully in his mind. Perfect. Let us test the waters a bit. Ving Thing smiled brightly at his senior sister and said, what if this leads to a pregnancy? What would we do? Her face turned bright red, and she anxiously rubbed her stomach. He felt utterly helpless. Indeed, it seemed like they were still stuck on the whole kissing leads to pregnancy cliché from movies. Afterward, everyone gathered for dinner, and Heilin could not help but tease. This kid is something else. I did not expect you two to be in seclusion for half a year. Ving Thing replied, I just upgraded to the nascent soul stage and still need to stabilize my level. So I took a bit more time. He set a lavish spread of food on the table and continued, by the way, has there been any news in the Great Harmony Kingdom during this time? Heilin quickly responded, oh yes. And it all relates to you, thanks to your friends. You have been dominating the top spots on major websites for the past 6 months. Here comes the brilliant genius once again. The next Yuaning after the 3 masters of the sword sect Mao Shan and Long Hu Shan. And guess what? The latest rankings just dropped. Jianta stood strong at 4th place, surpassing his mentor. While the silent elder has been off the grid for 6 months, was it from pressure from his disciple? Or the public's judgment? Wang Xing's eyes nearly popped out. Whoa! Are these headlines for real? Are you telling me they can fly their swords over there and hack their keyboards? Healy quickly snatched the phone back. Okay. If you have finished your seclusion, what is next? You are not really planning to go there and hack their keyboards, are you? Right after that, he quickly pulled his phone from his pocket. Wang Xing continued. This means there is actually something we need to take care of. Wang Xing quickly messaged the fixed sect group, asking if anyone wanted to join him to the north of the Great Wall to hunt for demon blades. He looked over at his senior sister, asking, hey, are you really going to stay home and practice? His senior sister was determined, saying she could not fall too far behind, and she smiled brightly as she spoke. Wang Xing replied, that is fine. You just focus on your training here. Whenever you have time, you can teach little Ju a thing or two so we can smash those blood blades and get back to you quickly. Immediately after, Li and little Ju looked over, and he was so scared he quickly corrected himself from saying senior sister everyone. Little Ju tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Big brother, are you really going to deal with those demon blades? Wang Xing explained. Master said there are still a dozen blades wandering around. If we leave them like this, who knows what trouble they will cause. It is better to deal with them sooner rather than later. Li quickly chimed in. Little genius, can I come with you and big sister? I want to have some fun too. Little Ju added, big sister absolutely cannot go. That would be putting my brother's interests at risk. And it could mess up his relationship with the distinguished senior sister. He laughed with tears of joy. That is right, my dear sister. You really know what is up. The day after Wang Sheng broke his seclusion, the weather was looking pretty good. The private jet quickly landed at his villa, and everyone was already waiting there. Wang Sheng was reluctant to let go of his senior sister's hand, saying, I am off. And she gently replied, come back soon. Little Ju could not help but worry. It is dangerous out there. There are all kinds of evil cultivators. Big brother, stay safe, and do not eat anything random. Even heroes can get caught up in temptation. He lovingly ruffled his sister's hair. Did you read the extra materials I gave you? You have read Water Margin. Right. She giggled and replied, I have actually read way too much Romance of the Three Kingdoms. He then waved goodbye to everyone and took off into the sky, saying, all right, I am heading out. His senior sister smiled softly, looking up at Wang Sheng and saying, be safe. In the blink of an eye, he was already at the door of the jet. As soon as Wang Sheng entered, he saw everyone gathered together and called out, hey. Everyone's here. Jue Jing spoke up first. Amitabha. The little team has finally assembled. Chen Zhang quickly added. Brother Shang, so that you and the distinguished senior sister can get closer. We four have not come to find you until we were all gathered. Is that subtle enough? Wang Xing paused. Four of you. Lei stepped forward. Master Wong, we meet again. Wang Xing looked at her, feeling like he had lost touch with the Jiang clan for too long and did not recognize her anymore. As soon as they exchanged greetings, Dilly started rambling. Elder Wong, last time I was lucky to have you with me. Otherwise I would have been toast at Seely's hands. I heard everyone wants to search for the blood-embodying demon blade this time. The tribe leader specifically instructed me to assist you all. She tightly held Wang Sheng's hand and continued. Elder Wong, do not worry. I am fluent in 6 languages and know the geography of the world. Plus I can heal with pure light. I can definitely be a huge help on this journey, she said confidently. All right, then. It looks like you are in for some hard work, said Wenji, stiffly asking. Is there a plan behind letting this foreign girl join the team? Hue Jing chimed in. But bless, we are all just accessories of the foreign language. Someone quipped. Why do you care if it is Den or Daisy? It is. We are all just mooching off each other. So who are we to judge? Right after that, Deely turned and smiled brightly at the 3 of them. She quickly regained her serious demeanor and said, I am sorry to bother everyone, but I really need your help. The others quickly responded. Not a bother at all. It is for the people. We all have a responsibility to protect the common good, and just like that, the specialized aircraft zoomed through the sky. However, on the plane, Deely kept sneaking glances at Wang Xing, her cheeks turning red while he wore a goofy smile. When Z was reading the news and asked, Where's our first stop? Hue Jing frowned and said, Looks like we will have to call our esteemed senior sister here. Qianzhang thought the same. Shall we bring in the senior sister then? Hearing Wenji's question, Wang Xing spoke up. Africa, the Great Plains. Upon hearing this, Qianzhang had a moment of shock. Then, he suggested they pull out a mic and sing a song on the plane, and so, Qianzhang started singing while swaying his body. The green fields. My destiny. The wind blows. Flowers and grass dance everywhere. Wang Xing watched this scene, utterly speechless. A hand gently landed on Qianzhang's shoulder. The familiar warmth startled him. Wang Xing smirked mischievously and asked, Are you trying to enter the nice guy mode now? I know you are just reminding me. Wei Jing interjected to diffuse the tension. No need to provoke. Qianzhang is just being kind. Hue Jing chuckled. Exactly. Just then, an announcement rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at our target country, Wang Xing stated. I just finished reading the combat plan sent by Master Nuan. We will hold a quick meeting over there. As they disembarked, the group discussed the first target, the King Demon Blade, which had recently emerged in a minor conflict between 2 tribes. It was held by a warrior of one tribe who sought local help to forge the blade, a tactic used by the Carrington group this year. Wang Xing pulled out his phone to show a picture. This King Demon Blade has beheaded hundreds. It is one of the most powerful blades currently, he continued seriously. This will be our first battle with the King movement. Let us prepare things properly. I will handle the ambush. Hue Jing asked in disbelief. Brother Shang, you are already a Yuan Ying, and you still want to ambush. When Z chimed in. So what do you think we should do? Just throw down a heavenly tribulation bomb from the sky. And Qianzhang grinned deviously. Isn't that how it should be? If you cultivate to a high level, you should pursue the elevation of your realm. Otherwise, all that hard training for breakthroughs is pointless. Vanchi quickly pulled out a talisman. This one specifically for a real jerk. Wang Xing continued. Our target tonight is the Southern Than Demon Blade. We need to wrap this up and get out immediately. So we must not raise any alarms with the enemy from the get-go. At that moment, the captain quickly announced. Wang Daozong. We are nearing the target location. The plane door is opening. Wang Sheng stepped forward and added, even if we are going after a rabbit, we need to give it our all to ensure this mission goes smoothly. Just let me handle the ambush. Without hesitation, he jumped down first, sword in tow. Tainzong and the others watched, and he commented, the energy levels here must be several times lower than those in the regular villages of our great Hua kingdom. The brothers who had not cultivated were already targeted by a nascent soul master. Just thinking about it feels absurd. A few minutes later, a familiar beam of light swiftly returned from the distance. Wang Xing leaped up, holding something in his hand. Much to everyone's astonishment, Tainzong stepped forward to ask, Brother Shang, that was quick. Did you run into a master? Wang Sheng replied succinctly. On to the next target. He tossed the item to Tianzhong, instructing, hold on tight. This is a shard of the demon blade. He could not help but feel uneasy. That was fast. Did we come here just for a vacation? At that moment, golden lights flickered in the sky like festival lanterns. Sounds echoed. Target detected. Target detected. And immediately, the group grabbed their guns and moved. The voice crackled over the radio. This is a cultivator from the Great Hua Kingdom. Wong Fiyu is the one holding the calamity of the Great Hua Kingdom, the offspring of the wild beasts of the gods. Wang Xing stood tall, glaring at the group, saying, "Bring out the demon blade, and I will spare your lives." Someone inside shouted in panic, "Run. We do not stand a chance." The one-eyed man spoke up calmly. "No one is unbeatable. He is not a god." One of the soldiers reported. Suddenly, energy signatures appeared outside the base. They are also cultivators from the Great Hua Kingdom. The enemy had 3 confirmed identities, all classified as level A threats. Dust filled the air as the trio advanced like ominous specters. Seeing the determined looks in their eyes, the others felt a wave of confusion. They were really here, and we need orders. We need the next command. Hurry. Officer, hand over the demon blade. He insisted. You are still stubborn. Handing it over would mean sacrificing our dignity and the honor of the Empire. Do not you care? The other shouted. Research like this, which goes against humanity, can never represent the honor of the Empire. We must think of the youth at the base. Over 1,000 lives depend on us. The officer shouted. Are we really so cowardly that we can't even muster the courage to fight back? Just as he spoke, a deafening explosion rang out in the room, and quick reports followed. The target is descending rapidly. It is Wang Sheng. He quickly drew his sword. Still had not done anything. The other person panicked and raised their gun. But Wang Sheng's power sliced through the gun itself. Standing amidst the dust, Wang Sheng looked like a demon. You look at the crowd and calmly say, hand over the demon sword, or I will let you die. The other guy is scared out of his wits. But what is even more shocking is that the leader is on the verge of tears. Both of them shout in unison. Yep. In note, you have got the sword in hand. And at that moment, Ving Thing soars into the sky. Everyone below sees you like a shooting star. You dart towards the 3 people. And as soon as Thin Trong spots your figure, he joyfully exclaims, Brother Thing. Hui Kun wonders aloud. Aren't we just going to take them out right now? V Thing replies. We could, but it is not necessary. I just warned them. And now we are heading to the next leg of our journey over the Mediterranean. We can T-fly recklessly, looking up at the sky. The plane is hovering in the area, but no one dares to attack anymore. The Even Tren can't help but be curious. How did you warn them? Brother Thing. You explain. I just let them know our goal is to destroy the demon sword, not to kill anyone. Ven Shi chimes. Directly threatening the great empire, and it actually worked. That is definitely out of the ordinary. Viving Thun continues. The situation here seems simple. But things are about to get complicated. And we will need to put in some serious effort to handle it. Meanwhile, Wei Yil has also woken up, yawning and asking, where are we? Why are we here? Have we started the operation yet? Ving Druo Trong. Ving Thung looks at her and says, we have left Africa, and are now approaching the territory of the Light faction. Zili asks stiffly, can't I help at all? Hui Kin interrupts her. You have already helped a lot. At least you are not adding any extra burden on us. The other two nod in agreement. Wei Yil looks like she wants to cry. Not adding a burden is helping. Ving Thung looks at her and says, next, we will need your support. The 5th area is a bit chaotic, and is easy to hide the demon sword. We do not have enough manpower. So we will have to rely on the strength of the Light faction. Wei Yil quickly responds. No problem. Which city are we talking about? He smiles cheerfully at her. The capital of crime. Bigalen. Wei Yil quickly takes on the mission. Got it. Bigalen. Then she pulls out her phone and starts dialing furiously. At this point, Lo freezes. Unable to believe that this is already the 5th call. Tears welling up. Levi Layman. I just closed my eyes for a second. And Vidring Vio Trafang has already taken care of 4 demon swords. Looks like I am just a mascot. Having me around is not a big deal anyway. The other 3 frown. And Ving Van says, we feel the same way. In the morning, at the headquarters of the Special Investigation Team, a voice booms. Where is the assembly of the Light faction? The Secretary Tregolong responds. As we approach Bigalen, we have confirmed 2 demon swords there. And the Light faction is responding to our call to coordinate actions with the team led by Vinduo Tranerfang. She asks further, has the Dark faction reacted at all? The girl beside her says, they received a notification from the Carrington group and are currently gathering experts. As they walk away, the girl continues, a large number of Dark faction experts are heading towards target number 7, which is the Duchy of Campinenien. In the past civil war, the enemy invested heavily in creating conflicts to spark internal strife. Now, to draw attention, the Grand Council leader has even gathered 3 cursed swords in that very spot. The 2 quickly arrived at the door of the room, and Zilang continued, urging the Campi Duchy to prioritize their efforts to complete their actions in this civil war. The secretary raised a brow, questioning whether our director really wants to wait until their civil war breaks out before letting the Grand Council leader take advantage of the chaos to act. Zilang responded, her thinking is not bad, but she is not considering the bigger picture. What the Dark faction and the Carrington group want is the chaos that will validate their own strength. Her gaze drifted off as she pondered that they need to eliminate one side before they can stop the remaining enemy. As soon as they entered the room, Zilang continued, saying to keep gathering information and immediately report if they spot any ancient princes. Even though we can only observe for now, we need to ensure that the council can get information right away. The secretary quickly complied. Understood. The scene shifted back to his villa. We're early in the morning. A loud singing voice filled the air, and the one belting out that loud song was none other than He Lion. Quan Huan and Ang Xiaoyao could not help but cringe, and the little girl curiously asked, "Is Big Brother really going to be away for another 6 months?" She could not help but worry, thinking that the world outside is treacherous, and her brother is not the cunning type. He is likely to get hurt. He Lion looked over and said, "My brother is not the sly type. He is far from it. You all have no idea how treacherous that guy really is. Just because he looks sincere does not mean he is not thick-skinned," she said confidently. "I am risking my life here. I can feel his thoughts anytime." Little Lion could not help but admire her. "Big sister. You can really sense what is in Big Brother's heart. He must truly care for Sister Day. Right? Has he ever thought about cheating?" He Lion continued. "Not yet. But then again, our little Huan Huan's charm is unbeatable. He would not dare be insincere." Hearing this, Quan Huan felt a bit flustered and covered her face. Coughing a few times, she looked seriously at He Lion, handing her phone over and asking, "What should two people in love do?" After a moment, Quan Huan asked again, "What exactly should they do?" Both of them were left speechless. Little Ju covered her mouth, coughing up a storm from laughter. Then, she cheerfully replied, "Well, it depends on what age they are." Right after, she leaned in to whisper to Quan Huan and said, "A whole new world of understanding just opened up." He Lion naturally heard everything and could not help but give Little Ju a playful flick on the head. "You are still so young but know so much." Little Ju shyly replied, "We have been immersed in this kind of information on social media since we were kids. We definitely have to be exposed to it. The teacher also said we need to accept it properly. We can just brush it off or ignore it." Quan Huan, feeling cheeky, poked Little Ju's cheek. Her own cheeks were also a bit flushed as she asked, "What is the deal with negative numbers?" The shy little girl stuttered, "I am not really sure about this either." While the other girl was just as confused, she complained about the situation. "This little fool. When we need an explanation, he is nowhere to be found." Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, the setting here is not much different from Earth. Wong Shang, once again, swung his sword and severed that left sword in two. He quickly sheathed his sword, marking the end of one task before moving on. The four of them could not help but look grumpy, while Huijing wondered aloud, "How many times is this now?" Chan Cheng looked dazed. "I do not even want to know." While Wenji did not need to know, and Del was too scared to ask. Switching scenes. At the 6th target location somewhere in the Duchy of Kemi, Wang Sheng announced, "I have received intel about the next target location hiding 3 cursed blades." Chan Cheng stood up, exclaiming, "This place does not look that big. There are only a few million people here. And the Carrington group wants to cause a massacre." Wen Zi pulled out a talisman and said, "Just hearing about it is enough. No need to babble nonsense." As the talisman was placed on his forehead, Qian Cheng immediately fell silent and stood still. Del sighed. And Qian Cheng must be a bit too lively right now. She quickly pulled out her phone, her expression serious. "Right now, we are in the Duchy of Kemi, where the old, corrupt regime is on the brink of exploding into chaos. People everywhere are protesting non-stop. It seems like there is a disconnect between the government and the citizens." Dill continued. "The Dark Vanguard has assisted another regime here. Through public opinion, they have stirred up most of the population. The old regime of the duchy has previously applied for protection from the enlightened parliament. And we have sent support, but the support troops we sent were wiped out in one night." Dill could not help but sigh at this point. "The power of the Dark Vanguard is too great. We have completely lost our grip on leadership." Hue Jing expressed surprise. "But AG, evil can never suppress the righteous." Wang Sheng raised his cup to his lips and added, "According to intel, the strong from the Dark Vanguard here are still of the bloodline. Our current movements have been exposed. We might even face an ambush along the way. These 3 cursed blades might be the bait. We suspect there will be a fierce battle." Hue Jing pondered. "It seems our previous stealth tactics are no longer effective." Bill interrupted. "Are we going to drag Grandmaster Wong along with us? Or not going at all?" Hue Jing replied. "We have been following for so long now. Would not it be a pity not to go?" Qian Cheng quickly chimed in. "If it really comes to that, I will protect everyone, and the others can handle the rest." Wen Ji pondered. "Then what is the point of us going there?" Dill added. "When the time comes for the main force to fight, we can't let them go down to the ground." "Right. The main force you are talking about is none other than Qian Cheng." Wang Xing evaluated his sword and said, "All right. The target and route have been determined. So let us get ready to set off." Del asked curiously, "Master Wong, what kind of challenge are we completing?" Like finishing a mission within 24 hours. Or are there other requirements? At that moment, Wang Sheng could not help but remember the gentle figure of the quiet girl back home. You said it is a minor issue. Just handle it quickly so we can return and focus on training. With a steady inner strength. We have been apart for 13 years. The fairy and I. And after my retreat, it is time we finally meet. Another talisman shot straight towards Tianjing. Everyone looked stunned, turning to Dell, who had an unusual expression, with tears streaming down her face. She said, "How could the Prince Charming in my heart be a Taoist? And worse, a Taoist who grew up with me." The three of them stood there, dumbfounded, like they would have been struck by lightning. The scene shifted and now everyone was at sea. Tianjing wondered aloud. Did not we just have 10 nautical miles left to our destination? Why are not we flying there? There is no investigation team coordinating the flight. Wenshu explained. Without them, we would be 100% intercepted. This way, at least we can get a little closer. Huai Jing, steering the boat, pointed ahead and said, "But it seems like we have been spotted." They were just a stone's throw from the island. While the boat continued to glide over the waves, a familiar face stood in the distance. Silently watching them, Tianjing could not help but ask, "Who is that?" Dill froze in fear. Stammering, for some reason, Dill was terrified of him, beads of sweat forming on her brow. "It is the old prince," Tianjing sneered. "Is that really the old prince? He is not nearly as impressive as the previous generation." Huijing chimed in. "If you are going to compare, it should be to the likes of the High Elder. After all, they are from the same era." Wang Sheng remained silent, and Wenshu commented, "These Blood Clan guys rely on sucking blood to gain power. They are already on par with demons." Dell asked, "Is it really reasonable for everyone to stay so calm?" Suddenly, Wang Sheng's eyes widened as if he spotted something. He quickly leaped forward, charging straight at the old prince. In no time, he landed right in front of him. Faced with a formidable enemy, his expression remained unchanged. Wang Sheng slowly descended, standing face to face with the old prince, who had an ideal height. He silently gazed back at Wang Sheng, no longer the intimidating figure he once was. Tianjing's camera began recording. What we thought was an island in the distance was actually the old prince's demonic vessel. Tianjing got excited, saying, "Wang Sheng, goat, blow that creepy thing away." Wenshu was at a loss for words. "You brought this along. We have really become the surveillance team. The lackeys of the fairy." Dill quickly glanced at Wang Sheng, her expression turning serious. Dill exclaimed, "Oh no. There is another prince nearby with 2 attack dogs." The 3 of them seemed to have set an ambush. Looking incredibly cunning, Dill realized their target was us. They must want to capture us to threaten Wang Dao. Huijing gathered his inner strength and clasped his hands. Right after, a surge of inner power transformed into a massive Buddha figure, and he declared, "Little monk is breaking through the barrier." Wang Sheng stood tall, staring down the old prince, his eyes unwavering. The crown prince spoke up. The monk from the great flower nation respectfully said, "Here we meet again. But I wonder what brings us together this time." At that moment, a massive hand appeared behind him. With a loud crash, he was knocked down into the sea, water spraying everywhere. The crown prince fell silent. Last time in Saros, showing respect to this person truly felt like a waste of emotion. The monks of the great flower nation today were just unbearable. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "You speak our language well." Water sprayed onto his face. The prince drew his sword slowly and asked, "Do you know how to write the word death?" The ancient prince continued, "I believe there has been a misunderstanding here." At this moment, fear crept into his heart. How could this be happening without a single wound? At the same time, a loud noise erupted where the ancient prince stood. Before he could regain his composure, a sharp object shot up from the water, resembling a massive sword. The ancient prince lost his balance and tumbled down. It seemed he realized he could not match this opponent, and he quickly turned to flee. The prince halted his sword, watching the crafty elder intently as he shouted, trying to run. He unleashed a powerful sword strike, sending a surge of energy straight into the water. The elder dared not look back, caught off guard. The prince's sword energy was razor sharp, slashing fiercely at his wings. Fresh blood sprayed out quickly, pain coursing through him as he grimaced. But strangely, the blood that splattered formed a net-like pattern. The ancient prince declared, "Cultivators from the Great Hua Kingdom, we still have a chance to reconcile." The prince scoffed, raising a finger dismissively. "Oh please," he thought, gritting his teeth in anger, realizing that this cultivator from the Great Hua Kingdom wanted a life-or-death showdown. At this point, he quickly transformed his form. But the prince would not just sit back and accept defeat. He soared toward the prince, shouting, "If that is how it is, then bring it on." Meanwhile, the group watching from the sidelines was enjoying the unfolding drama. Huijing asked, "Can anyone feel that?" Venhe replied, "The spiritual energy is completely disrupted. We can't tap into it at all. Ding Trinjiang looked around, lamenting. Where did those 3 bloodsuckers go? Huijing glanced over. Startled. The scene before him was chilling. A torrent of fresh blood from the 3 individuals surged out of their bodies, forming a massive blood orb. Huijing shouted, "This is bad. They are up to something." This moment, the ancient prince was relentlessly siphoning the blood from those people. Meanwhile, the prince's sword energy continued to pierce toward him. The ancient prince was stunned, realizing he had miscalculated. He thought this cultivator from the Great Hoa Kingdom was just putting on a show. Now, he was worried. He never expected such true power could actually suppress him from a distance. A woman rapidly flew towards him, calling out, "Ancient prince." She held the blood orb in her hands and said, "Please accept this offering from my clan, which we dedicate to you." The ancient prince felt a surge of joy inside, thinking, "This is perfect. As long as I absorb this power, I can attain ultimate strength." For now, this cultivator from the Great Hoa Kingdom only has one path left: death. She quickly passed the blood orb over, and the prince caught it. Suddenly, when the prince struck hard, it shattered, all of it dissolving into nothingness. The sword energy shot out in a fierce arc through the air, sharp and aggressive. Moments later, the energy quickly returned, heading straight back to him. The prince watched silently. It seemed like tonight was going to be a long one for them. The dragon demon looked confused at the prince. What are we going to do now? He was so furious he was grinding his teeth. Suddenly, that massive hand swept through the air with force. He decisively squeezed her throat, startling the female dragon demon. He roared loudly, "Then you shall sacrifice yourself to me." She never expected he would use himself as a sacrificial offering, refusing to accept it. But he did not care. A torrent of fresh blood was quickly drained away. She was no longer useful. He let her lifeless body fall freely. After recharging, he felt like he was reborn. The shape of the prince continued to morph. The prince quickly advanced toward him, and the prince's gaze shifted to him. He moved swiftly, his eyes blazing as he looked at the prince as if he wanted to devour him whole. The prince concentrated his energy. The sword aura flared around him. The prince shouted loudly, starting to summon pure yang lightning. His eyes lit up brightly as he turned towards the vampire, sword ready to strike. Then, he unleashed a powerful strike that suppressed everything. The vampire was battered, screaming continuously, his eyes shooting out sparks of lightning from him, not giving him a moment's rest. The prince quickly swung his sword. He nimbly dodged this way and that, leaving the prince somewhat flustered. Below, everyone could only catch a glimpse of a fierce lightning strike in the sky, and Xinjiang could not help but exclaim in awe, "This is definitely the amazing prince." Huijing was wide-eyed in disbelief. "Oh my Buddha. But alas, this little monk lacks culture. A saying that travels across the world." Vanchai observed thoughtfully. The heavenly tribulation sword technique alone could make the flying language proud on this globe. But the real trump card of the flying language is forever the sword in his hand. At this moment, the vampire prince was sliced in half. Huijing continued, "In fact, in the rankings, Heaven's top must be that the flying language deliberately does not want to take the #1 spot. With this power, even the senior heavenly master would not surpass him." Chen Zhang replied, "We are disciples of Mao Mountain, but I seriously feel like my ancestor would not stand a chance against him." Suddenly, from the monster's mouth, 2 small bright eyes lit up. The little bat quickly took off, and a voice rang out, "Oh no, that vampire prince wants to run." The prince stood still, calmly extending 2 fingers forward, shouting loudly, "The most lethal sword." Instantly, the sword obeyed and soared into action. The bat was quickly pierced. Its body shattered with a loud explosion. The other 4 continued to act as scarecrows, finishing the job. Mission accomplished. Moving on, during the special investigation, the intelligence report came in. Director. Communication with Master Wang Dao has been cut off, and an unstable surge of primal energy is detected near the Kempi Duchy's waters. It is confirmed. The ancient blood prince has launched a surprise attack on Master Wang Dao, who was connected to the surveillance satellite network. But all we can see is a blurry image. Zilang could not help but frown in thought. The young master is the top power of the Great Hoa Nation, and a key component in threatening the enemy. If this battle fails, the consequences could be unthinkable, especially since they are overseas and we can intervene. Miao Yu joyfully reported. Director. The reconnaissance satellite just showed that the ancient prince's energy signature has vanished. But Master Wang Dao's primal energy is intact. He has killed the ancient prince. Zilang quickly ordered to monitor the nearby enemy situation and to issue a danger alert to the aerial units. Miao Yu responded with a yes and then hung up. Zilang could not help but think. One of the ancient blood prince's temporary representatives was actually killed by the young master. It is hard to believe that after the young master rose, he would directly help us eliminate this major worry. I really do not know how to reward and commend him for this. Meanwhile, at a port in the Kempi Duchy, the group quickly boarded the ship. Wong Sheng sat on the boat, quietly focusing his internal energy. Dill could not help but ask in surprise. Master Wang Dao, did you really kill the ancient prince? Wang Sheng replied.
Yep.
That is right. You are using sound transmission to command. Speed is of the essence. Huai Jing. Contact the investigation team and tell them to continue with the original plan and send reinforcements to us. Huai Jing quickly responded. Got it. I will reach out to them now. 1Z worriedly asked. Are you hurt? Aerial unit. You still have your eyes closed, but you replied through sound transmission. Just a bit drained. Just wait here for news from the investigation team, while I recover some energy. Huai Jing held the phone for a moment before quickly reporting. The investigation team has dispatched 2 supply trucks to assist us. And they have just arrived at the port. Wang Xing smiled and said. Great. Let us move quickly. The trucks are rolling out. Everyone in the back of the truck suddenly fell silent. 1Z glanced at Wang Xing, wanting to say something but hesitating. Qian Zhong quickly noticed, looking at his younger brother with a grin. Then, Jian Zhong shouted. Brother Shang. Little Li wants to ask if you could teach him a bit of thunder magic. 1Z jumped forward to cover his mouth. Wang Xing quickly agreed, smiling brightly. Sure. Let me ask. 1Z awkwardly replied. Sorry for the trouble. Aerial unit. While Qian Zhong beamed over here, Jiao Wan appeared in the sword. This magic requires a strong body. After mastering the profound thunder techniques, you will know how to unleash it yourself. 1Z respectfully bowed his head. I see. Thank you, Senior. Wang Xing chuckled. I have to ask you, by the way, when I killed the ancient prince, did the elder not come to assist? Jiao Wan answered nonchalantly. If you can win, why would you need my help? The truck continued rolling, and Jiao Wan added. Your path ahead is still long. I can't keep you tied to me. Ving Thung chuckled, replying. I am just looking for results. Jiao Vun chimed in. The price we pay is to face that trial. Right. It makes me a bit uneasy to chop down those evil spirits. Ving Thing suggested. It is. Maybe I can just use the flying sword from the sword sect. Jiao Vin shot back. Not necessary. As your sword spirit, I should handle what a sword spirit needs to do. The 4 others stopped glaring at them while they talked. The 3 could not help but shudder with realization. After all, the sword spirit earlier did not take action. If she teamed up with Fei Yinj, unleashing their true power, would not that wipe out the prince in the blink of an eye? Jiavin continued. So hurry up and cultivate. Once the timing is right, I will take you to the land of immortals to train. Vivung Thung felt grateful, thanking the elder for helping him soar higher. He secretly guessed that the elder wanted him to seize the opportunity and boost his power. Suddenly, the vehicle slammed to a halt, throwing the people inside off balance. Dean Treng could not help but wonder. What is going on? Over the radio, a panicked voice blared. You guys are in trouble. Outside, the sound of gunfire and fighting erupted. The civil war in the Kempi Duchy had begun. Upon hearing this, Vivung Thung was startled, feeling alarmed. The terrifying name, Song, has appeared. Are we heading for a major battle? Outside, the sounds of gunfire and chaos were relentless. Smoke and flames engulfed the area, creating a scene of destruction that looked straight out of the Middle Ages. Dean Treng complained. Is not peaceful development better? Why do we have to dive headfirst into chaos like moths to a flame? But if this kind of turmoil has erupted in the United Kingdom, I guess I would not mind seeing it. Ving Thing soared high on his sword, surveying the chaos. He remarked, the United Kingdom is in considerable disorder right now. It seems that the cultivation world has split into 2 factions. An internal strife is breaking out. I have locked onto the position of the 6th evil sword. Hui Qin, Vivin Trenjing, and our buddy, Ving Thing instructed. We will strike hard from the front. I will aim down from above. Vien Trang quickly pulled out a talisman, ready to make a move, and said, all right. Hui Qin also swiftly armed himself. Vithingvung said, Videntra, you and Missy Ayla go help the civilians caught in the flames of war. The people are just sacrifices to the dark forces and those with ulterior motives. We should rescue as many as we can. Ving Thing added, before we leave, you 2 should not go too deep. There are still many experts from the dark forces in this city. Our goal is the evil sword. After dealing with it, we will move to the next target. That monster just saw you and shouted. The one who holds the heavenly calamity formation. He quickly formed a seal, his gaze resolute as he looked at them. As the monsters flew by, a storm surged, lighting up the sky. Hui Kun and Thivin Trong charged forward. This dark force is truly disappointing. These monsters dared to challenge the mighty Vidung Thung. Hui Kun speculated that the news of Fiang killing the ancient royal clan had spread, scaring them to death. Regardless, a quick victory beats dragging this out endlessly. Meanwhile, the 2 of them, Vyung Thang, swiftly leaped, flying straight through the grand mansion. He used lightning-fast speed to ride the sword energy straight in, shattering the glass. When the 2 guards realized he was there, It was too late. Sword energy sliced through their necks. He coldly watched as their bodies fell, leaving a long gash on the ground from his sheer power. From that gash, a sinister aura began to seep out, and more cracks appeared in the ground. Up above, a skeletal figure wielding a sword descended, but Vidring Thung quickly sensed it and stood still, his expression darkening. He swiftly drew his sword, and as soon as it left the sheath, its power surged. Vidring Thung quickly slashed upward toward the skeleton, aiming straight for it. It was no match for him. Its grotesque face was swiftly split in half. It was never meant to be a challenge. And soon the skeletal figure was shattered into pieces. At that moment, Giovine appeared. Her voice as she remarked how they had refined the blood god's sword to such a level. Then, a surge of energy transferred into the sword, and Giovine continued, saying that if they were going to fight, they might as well finish it and eliminate the blood god's sword entirely. She added that he should not get caught up in trivial matters. Living like a deity was the main path. Vidring Thung, standing amidst the chaos, reassured her, saying, "Don't worry. I won't keep you waiting too long." After completing the mission, everyone quickly hopped back into the vehicle. At this time, Meng Guite reported, "Vindro Trong, we have already destroyed 8 cursed swords. We are more than halfway done. The remaining 4 swords are hidden all over Europe, and we have started moving to the designated location. It seems Carrington Group is willing to take risks here. That is good for us. At least it saves us some time." Meanwhile, Meng Guite continued, "Vindro Trong, we have received intel that Carrington Group has deployed 2 large thermonuclear warheads. They are probably trying to lure everyone into a trap, regardless of the horrific cost, aiming to wipe us out." Hui Qin responded, "Is it really a joke that the Carrington armed group has such weapons?" Venetra sighed. "Right now, the urgent task is to figure out a way. It is true that seeking wealth in a dangerous situation can be risky." The Ventron could not help but ask, "Brother Thung, can you handle nuclear projectiles? Or do you have some sort of plan?" Vidring Thung chuckled lightly. "No specific, but I do have a couple of ideas. I have heard the scenery here is quite beautiful. How about we take a break and relax a bit?" Time flew. And before they knew it, it was the second day at a resort by the Aten Sea. Vidring Thung and his crew were lounging in the sun, looking utterly relaxed. Ventri glanced over and asked, "Is it really wise for us to be here?" Thung replied nonchalantly, "If they want to dig a hole, we are going to stand right at the edge. All the cursed swords are under the watch of the investigation team. They can escape." Hui Qin chimed in, "True. Why rush? Whether we strike or not is not up to us." The Ventron added, "Do you think Carrington and the Dark Forces know we are chilling on this sunny beach? Will they catch wind of it?" Ventre spoke up, "Not to that extent, but they might drop a few reconnaissance tools." Meanwhile, lounging in a bikini, she flaunted her slim figure, catching the attention of countless gazes. Zhang sat up and asked, "Brother Shang, what do you want to do tonight?" He closed his eyes and replied, "Cultivate, gain enlightenment, and practice my swordsmanship." Zhang could not help but frown and ask, "Brother Shang, did not you say you wanted to relax?" He answered, "Then let us find a quiet place and take a nice long nap." Zhang and the other 2 were left dumbfounded by this. He thought to himself, Brother Shang's life really is boring, just cultivation and his sister. The scene shifted to a dark room where 3 indistinct figures were gathered around a round table. And one of them spoke up, "Right now, we need to consider whether the Dark Alliance even needs to exist," said the woman disdainfully. "What does this Viking king mean? Is he scared by that letter from the great Ho nation?" Hearing her, the other person slammed his hand on the table in anger. He shouted, "The Viking king has never feared a strong enemy. He just hates those who stand still and do not know how to move forward. Just a letter from the great Ho nation has trampled on us and humiliated us. And yet you all do not even know how to retaliate. Does such a union even need to exist?" A sharp hand quickly shot up, signaling him to calm down. The man spoke up, "The truth is, we have no one who can defeat the cultivators from the great Hoa nation. Our clan has suffered heavy losses. This is a lesson learned." Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. "Don't you all want to hear how to resolve this issue?" In front of a familiar mask, he continued, "Don't you want to know the weaknesses of those cultivators from the great Hoa nation?" This guy was none other than the young master of the Yin Yang sect. The scene shifted to night at a brightly lit high-rise hotel. Wong Sheng stood on the balcony, checking his phone for messages. Suddenly, he saw something that made him jump. He thought to himself, "Little sister, and even my senior sister all replied to my messages. But my master is in seclusion due to several breakthroughs. Everyone seems fine. But I can shake this uneasy feeling. What is going on?" At that moment, Jia Wen appeared and asked, "What are you worried about? Are those Manzi still struggling with their boundaries?" Wang Xing recounted, Over 100 years ago, those Manzi always talked about the decline of the Zongyuan dynasty, and after many years of hardship, we finally achieved the prosperity we have now. They are all civilizations on Earth. It is just temporary guidance. We can treat all countries the same. Just as he was saying this, Zilang called. He quickly picked up, wondering why he was calling at this hour. Zilang asked, "Hey, is there a problem?" Wang Xing replied, "It is not really urgent, but I felt an unclear sense of anxiety. So I wanted to check if anything happened with my master over there." Zilang, while looking at the records, said, "Everything is currently normal. Everything related to you is fine. Just wait a moment. I will gather more intel and call you back." Wang Xing kept thinking, suddenly feeling restless. Clearly, something was off. This could not be ignored. But this time it should be nothing bad, since it had nothing to do with my parents, master, or senior sister. Suddenly, Zilang's phone rang at the same time. She quickly picked up the phone, and just as she started to say, "Hello," the urgency in her voice had her standing up. Zilang yelled loudly, causing him to break into a sweat. Something serious was definitely going down. He hurriedly shouted, "Who? Where? What is happening?" Zilang announced in the stillness of the night. "Listen up. We just received word that a dark force has begun slaughtering civilians. They have killed many citizens of the Great Ho Nation, initiating 68 massacres and taking over 2,600 hostages in just a few short hours. Additionally, over 3,000 people have died, and 16,000 are injured." Zilang was frantic, saying, "This situation is too grave. I have mobilized all mid to late stage cultivators to assist. Everyone, act according to the situation. If it gets too dangerous, do not do anything reckless. Wait for our main forces to arrive. Then we will discuss our next steps." Ving Thun quickly stood up and replied, "Got it, master," before swiftly hanging up the phone. Just as the conversation ended, Vien Trung erupted in a fit of curse words. "These guys, are they trying to threaten us?" Hui Qin chimed in. "Looks like the enemy is really trying to push us into a corner, forcing us into a trap." Venishi anxiously asked, "What is the plan?" Ving Thing pondered. "The way they are acting could either provoke the other nations, or disrupt the Great Hu government. If necessary, I will go to stop them and buy us some time." Clenched his fists, thinking they should first head to the incident site. Perhaps this would be the final battle for our cultivator community against the dark forces. The helicopter quickly transported everyone to a mountain. It was late at night, and they landed at Kuilei Mountain, one of Kalantan's secret locations. Just as Zilang said, many hostages were taken and were currently being moved down. One of the captors spoke up, "Are you sure that if we do this, we want to anger the cultivators of Great Hoa?" The young master replied, "Don't worry. The cultivators of Great Hoa are managed by their government. Every official is deeply tied to the overall interests. They must be aware that we have some very special weapons. There is no way they would let such valuable fighting forces go to waste." He could not help but sigh. It is truly unfortunate that they are opposing us. Meanwhile, on his side, everyone was already on the move. Awaiting updates. Vien Drouot Trong. We just received a negotiation video from the Dark Camp. And one of them is about you. I will forward it to everyone now. Hearing this, Ving Thing quickly took out his phone to watch. The young master stated, "We had no choice but to resort to this method. The cultivators have become a significant threat to world peace. In Great There is a saying, if the tribe is in danger, all must unite. They see no difference between light and darkness. To them, we are all just a savage tribe." Everyone focused intently on his words, realizing that if they continued to act recklessly, they would surely return to being slaves. "To those who walk in the light, can you consider standing on the same front as us? I hope you can be a bit more straightforward about this, speaking of which," and starts to threaten. "If not, we will continue to do what the dark cultivators are meant to do. Right now, the only way to save these hostages is for Wong to voluntarily give up his cultivation and come here to negotiate with us. If he does that, we will release the innocent people of the Great Hoa Nation." He continues, "Of course, you could choose to send your strongest cultivators to attack, but you better believe what I am saying. The moment you step outside your borders, we will directly kill these hostages and blow up our secret weapons. You dear folks from Great Hoa, the lives of thousands of people are at stake. So you better think this through carefully. This time, it is you who pushed us too far, forcing the dark forces to unite. Wong, I am sure you can watch this video. These people are about to die because of you. Why are not you rushing over here?" After hearing the entire video, Chine's rage ignited. "Damn it. It is clear we are being forced. They are the ones pushing us. Think that just by taking hostages, we will obediently comply. The dark cultivators have been pulling this stunt for ages." Deal looked at him and said, "Wong Daoist, stay calm. If we continue like this, we won't achieve anything." They took hostages to negotiate. and we can agree to some of their terms. Wong spoke up. That is highly unlikely. Our government's stance will never bow down to dark cultivators like them. Wong insisted. If the government chooses to compromise, it will only make them more arrogant. If they taste even a little sweetness, they will think they have found our weakness, and the consequences could be even more severe, risking countless lives. Wong urgently said, I must go over there, as soon as possible. Huai Jing shouted after him. Think carefully before you act. Wong chuckled lightly. I value my life too much to seek death. Meanwhile, at Jilang's office, an urgent announcement rang out. 6 Daoists from Kongdong Dao have arrived at combat base number 28, ready for battle. Currently, 60 cultivators are gathered at the assembly point. Has the first support team been dispatched? Everyone reported back. Director Jilang. At this critical moment, the investigation team must be ready to support our fighting team. She spoke up. The forces from various sects are still gathering. We need to focus our strongest formation. The souls and remains of those who sacrificed on the battlefield are still warm. We can't afford to make mistakes again. Another person reported. Director Jilang. They have clearly stated that if we take action, they will kill the hostages. The opponent definitely has satellites watching our movements. Do we have any tricks to fool them? Zilang furrowed his brow and said, Now is not the time for questions. If you have suggestions, speak up. If not, just cooperate with the investigation team and follow all orders. The person quickly interrupted. I suggest splitting into 2 paths. One branch goes through the lower part of Saros, and the other heads south. The person next to him added, The battle plan has already been discussed. Changing it now would waste a lot of time. He stopped growing in rank. So why not choose another rescue option? Right now, we have assembled the top 10 strongest monks into the ultimate team. Not only can we evade the enemy's surveillance, but we also move at lightning speed and can unleash thunderous power to take out those pesky monks in one strike. Today, Trodelang's office is buzzing with energy. Trodelang spoke up. Team Leader 10. I agree. You can skip the paperwork with my signature and go straight to the higher-ups to present your plan. If you can convince them, you can use your strategy directly. But I want to remind you of something. Team Leader 10. Trodelang continued thoughtfully. The stronger the monk, the more trustworthy they are. Hearing this, the silent monk was taken aback. His fierce gaze softening, he replied, I understand. I will carefully consider the feasibility of this plan. Trodelang responded, Great. I am looking forward to your good news. The secretary then asked, Team Leader, do we need to submit an application to the higher-ups? The silent monk replied, Not yet. The mindset of Deputy Minister Trelin is quite clear. In fact, whether the seniors break their promises or not depends entirely on one word from Director Trugyur Lang. He quickly ordered, You go inform all departments to fully coordinate with the investigation team. If the investigation team lacks manpower anywhere, send someone over immediately. The secretary promptly executed the order. Understood. She turned and went off to carry out her task. The silent monk could not help but ponder. What exactly is Trodelang afraid of? Moments later, we switched to Trodelang's office. She was still in a meeting, and the most unpredictable factor was the enemy's secret weapon. What strategies does the combat team have in place? The other end replied, We have 3 plans. But we need to identify the location of the nuclear weapon, so the experts can approach the vicinity of the warhead. Another person chimed in. The most effective way is to deploy dense nanorobots to directly attack the control center of the nuclear warhead and destroy it. The other reacted sharply. Director, should we ask Velo to find a way to buy us some time? If we can buy time while they massacre the hostages, we can be even more proactive. Trodelang tensed up. I have contacted Fai Yang and shared our info with him while letting him know our arrangements. As per everyone's plan, let us first pinpoint the location of the nuclear bomb. The screen on the other side buzzed. Got it. As the meeting wrapped up, Trodelang quickly pulled out her phone to contact Vung Thung, but to her surprise, the person who answered was not Vung Thung. Huikin said, Ji. Hello, Deputy Minister Chi Lin. I am reporting that Fai Yangyo has suddenly gained enlightenment and is currently breaking through his limits. Does Director Chi Lang want to issue a combat order? Just tell Buntang directly. Trolang's face turned serious. Wake Fiang up. I need to speak to him directly. Hui Qin hesitated. This is a bit awkward. Director Chi Lang. Directly interrupting his breakthrough might lead to chaos. She did not press further. Sighing. All right then. Where are Liu Ven and Trin Yell? Both quickly approached the screen and asked. Here. What mission do you have for us? Director Chi Lang. She asked sternly. Where's Phythiv and Trung? The whole group jolted at that moment. Deely, unable to lie, broke out in a nervous sweat, saying, This is, Hui Qin replied honestly. Monk Tridrong. He absorbed way too much spiritual energy before, and now he is basically floating in the air. At this moment, Dean Trung was just like a gigantic balloon. Hearing this, Chidi Lang was left speechless. She continued. So the one floating there is Phi Thin Trung. Right. He awkwardly adjusted his disguise and spoke up. I told you. That is useless. Qi Lang asked seriously. When did Feingi rush over there? Hui Qin quickly reported the exact time. 16 minutes ago. Dila nervously explained. About that, Master Ving said that, only by sending troops can we eliminate the threat of nuclear weapons and rescue more hostages. So he left us here to draw the enemy's attention while he uses invisibility to get through first. We felt that Master Vang's plan could work, Shang said. Everyone. Just keep pretending. And then she hung up. Over here. She anxiously tapped her fingers on the table. Qi Lang then ordered to send more people to support Fai Enju's actions. To draw the attention of the enemy. Also, I will announce the actions of Bakauk and Budungun Master. On this site. An urgent message rang out. Fairy Bing. The demon hunter He Tine Hace. And Fiang Master's sister are heading to base 28 and will arrive in half an hour. Qi Lang continued. Fi Enju's actions are considered a secret operation until the hostages are successfully rescued. It cannot be revealed even a little. On the other end, Dee spoke. I can't help but worry, rubbing her temples. Why is this kid so worked up? She wondered to herself. How many people can he save alone? At this moment, was Wiedering Thing still flying around? Zio Vian appeared, looking at him and said, even you are not sure. Right. Ving Thing replied. Nothing can be guaranteed. But before they gather all the hostages from different places, this is the last chance. He explained while dodging the wind. I will sneak over there. Perhaps I will stumble upon something unexpected. Zio Vian recounted. Back when the heavenly realm returned to the sky, it was actually because we sneaked a path that changed the situation. Now, you are considered a disciple of the great emperor. You should learn more strategies. Remember, if you want to master the celestial sword of fate, it is not enough to just practice during seclusion. Ving Thing replied with a bright smile. I am just a monk, as long as I cultivate myself well. That is enough. I do not want to get involved in anything else. He frowned and continued. But all I want is to have no regrets. No matter what, I will take full responsibility for my actions. Yovine asked with some concern. What if your movements get exposed? Ving Thing answered. Then I will just go straight through. Don't worry. I won't do anything reckless. If I sense something's off, I will pull back immediately. Zio Ven felt satisfied. Then it is not arrogance. She guided him. Veer slightly to the west. The enemy is still moving people around. And there is a pretty big gap in the western defense. The enemy is within my spiritual sensing range. Do you want me to scout a bit? He smiled warmly. Sorry for bothering you. Fairy. About half an hour later. On the Okili mountain range. Wang Xing stood high. Observing. They had gathered the hostages at the foot of the mountain, while everyone was up top, armed with a device that could soar into the sky. Dao Van closed her eyes to sense the surroundings. The entire mountain was hollowed out, and the internal structure was somewhat complex, housing around 3,000 troops. She added that their strength was on par with the demon you took down earlier, with 4 cultivators among them. Wang Xing asked while observing. Have you located the positions of the 2 nuclear bombs? Dao Van replied that based on the weapon you described, they found hundreds of them. Upon hearing this, Wang Xing could not help but ask in disbelief. Hundreds. Dao Van gestured in the air for illustration. Something like this. Like that. She let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully. Based on the description, they were probably just regular warheads. Wang Xing looked into the distance and continued. It seems the enemy is determined to kill me with those nuclear bombs. Or perhaps to trap the great flower cultivators into rescuing me. He kept calculating. Although this strategy was cruel, the one who devised it lacked foresight. Little did they know that the detection ability of a golden core cultivator could reach thousands of forms. And even less did they know that Jiao Van's sensing could be much broader and detailed. Right after, he took out a talisman, holding it between his hands. It was time to take action, Wang Xing said to her. Jiao Van, help me conceal my breath. Jiao Van quickly responded with an affirmative grunt. In the air above, planes were continuously flying back and forth. Suddenly, one was preparing to land in a secret bunker beneath the forest. As soon as the plane was spotted, the door of the bunker swung open. It looked small at first glance, but it was big and deep enough for a plane to fit through, and still had plenty of space left. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Xing quickly descended after it. He surveyed the surroundings, thinking to himself, indeed, a dog will jump around when it is overly anxious. The Carrington group has really spent a fortune to deal with me, having actively created such a large base. His figure swiftly flew through the night on his sword. Wang Xing calculated further. And since Jiao Van mentioned there were also several royal-level experts here, it was best to avoid causing a stir. He pondered that ultimately, this stealth attack only mattered if the nuclear warheads were destroyed and their whereabouts exposed. He glanced around, regretting that he had not learned how to modify nuclear warheads. Otherwise, once he found them, he could have detonated them directly. And that would have been that. With that thought, he closed his eyes to listen to the sounds around him. He sensed 2 blood demon swords and an old woman whose power was unclear, moving towards the observation room. There was the guy with the devil face, who wanted him to cripple his cultivation, which was equivalent to the level of golden core. Wong Sheng calculated that the cultivation method was not the Dao cultivation method, but it was similar to the 8th level achievement of the Yin Yang Wanwu Sect's young master. He slowly opened his eyes, searched everywhere, yet still could not find the warheads. He had to think of a new plan. Wong Sheng slowly contemplated that the longer he delayed, the higher the chances of them being exposed, and the significance of sneaking in here would gradually fade away. Soon after, he spoke behind him. Jiao Van. Try to see if there are areas where mortals are gathering, preferably a place to rest. Jiao Van spoke up, directing him.
Yep.
Not far ahead there is a spot for mortals to rest, and every room is occupied. He calculated. It is midnight outside, so it is normal for them to be sleeping. Let us keep searching. The older they are, the more special treatment they get in single rooms, meaning their status is higher. Jiao Van began to close her eyes, focusing intensely on her surroundings. Finally, her gaze landed on a small room, and she excitedly exclaimed, "Found it." Immediately, he followed her guidance, the sharp slowly slicing a large hole in the ceiling. Wong Sheng gently descended, and the person inside remained sound asleep. Jiao Van directed, placing the lifeless sword between his eyebrows. "I can probe his memories, resonating his memories with yours." Wong Sheng closed his eyes and followed Jiao Van's instructions, relying entirely on her. The old man was still lying on the bed, fast asleep, probably due to his old age. Jiao Van curiously asked, "Did you find any useful information?" He replied, "He is one of the pioneers of the human experiment, and it looks like he has caught a big fish this time." Wong Sheng looked at the other man. Although he only knew the location of one of the nuclear warheads, he had grasped their entire plan. Essentially, they were trying to lure me in to wipe me out with a nuclear bomb. He calculated, if he failed, the dark forces of the Shadow faction would spring into action, looking to eliminate him at the foot of the mountain. Then, they would lay in wait, using the second nuclear warhead to cause casualties among the Great Harmony cultivators, waiting for the battle to end, and pinning the blame on the Great Harmony, accusing us of using special weapons. They would exploit this to defeat the neutral forces, launching an attack on the Great Harmony's cultivation faction. He still felt their inner strength was laughable. These guys considered cultivators to be complete fools. Jiao Van asked in surprise, "Aren't you going to kill him?" Wang Xing said, "He must have a device on him to monitor his own status. Right now, I can kill him. I will leave a pure yang energy in his body, so I can take his life anytime later." He then cast a circular object onto the old man's forehead. Wang Sheng stepped outside. Now knowing the location of a nuclear warhead, he could not delay any longer. The thing posed a threat to everyone for as long as it existed, so he had to act secretly and destroy it first. He quickly positioned himself around the corner, keeping an eye on the situation. At the same time, Wang Xing unexpectedly ran into an acquaintance, and he could not help but feel surprised it was him. Wang Xing tightened his grip on the sword, thinking to himself, "This is definitely an unexpected harvest." The dark young master spoke up. "Have we received news about the target's appearance yet? Also, have the Great Harmony cultivators taken any action? The detection device still has not picked up any signals from the target, and it seems the Great Harmony side is following our instructions." With no further movements, he was so engrossed in the conversation that he did not realize Wang Xing was very close to him. The door swung open, and he continued, "If that is the case, give them a reason to act. That thing is probably heavy artillery." The young master said, "Now's the time to send them a direct greeting." He stood in front of the camera, speaking loudly, "It is past the time. Wang Xing, I am very disappointed in you, the one who abandoned thousands of the Great Harmony people. Is this what you call a righteous monk? Is this the grand path you are chasing? I have over 3,000 hostages to play with, but of course, my patience has its limits. And everyone here has heard that if you do not show up soon, I might just increase the number of lucky ones each time. Wang Xing, is your swordsmanship really so weak?" He recounted. "That man broke into the well. Where did the fiery passion from back then go? The people of today are truly disappointing." At the same time, he commanded, notifying the drone squad to kill any 10 people they wanted, and remember to send back clear footage for future use, so get moving. At that moment, blood had already stained the ground, and who knows when he acted. Just as Wang Xing landed, one of his sword strikes pierced straight into the man's back. Fresh blood splattered, and seeing him made me shudder. Wang Xing. The lackey saw him get stabbed and quickly recoiled. The young master shouted, "Nice one." Swiftly, his sword flew towards that weapon, resembling a pen that kept drawing sharp sword strokes all around, and in the end, that weapon could not withstand the sharpness of the sword, and shattered into pieces. At the same time, two giants rushed toward Wang Sheng. But he leaped up to dodge. He quickly retracted his sword energy and aggressively charged towards the two. Hundreds of sword tips stabbed ferociously at them. The yin-yang markings on his sword kept glowing. Wherever the sword flew, the ground and stones were shattered, exploding with a loud bang. Right after that, he firmly gripped the long sword in his hand. Wang Sheng could not help but think. Using the magical weapon's communication feature attached to the projectile, it could self-block external signals. Thanks to the magical weapon's office seal once more, everything became easier, eliminating half the danger. Thinking this, his gaze turned even more piercing. Wang Sheng continued. Next, he looked at the young master crouched on the ground and said, "It is time to settle the debt." Wang Sheng coldly declared. The young master of the Yin-Yang sect, with the surname Yun, named Yang Ning, is the only son of the sect leader. That man led his followers to the island nation of England after the Yin-Yang sect collapse. Turning to the dark side in the west, he then tried to mobilize forces everywhere, creating terror for the cultivators, and has now successfully convinced the high-ranking members of the Dark Camp to control the cultivation world. That man was behind the Snow Mountain battle and today's hostage situation, all planned by him alone. And at this moment, his devil mask was also revealed by Wang Sheng. The young master of the Yin-Yang sect screamed in fear. "Don't kill me. You can kill me." He screamed for his life. "Wang Sheng, if you kill me, you will definitely regret it. I have all the intel you want to know." Before he could finish, Wang Sheng struck him in the forehead, blood spraying out. Wang Sheng looked at him collapsing, coldly saying, "It is time for a one-time kill. Old debts and new ones are finally settled." Wang Sheng lightly landed. Daoist quickly warned, "A monster is approaching. Be careful." He replied, "I know. I remember receiving information about that old white-haired guy." Footsteps moved swiftly toward you. She is Luna, the longest-lived and most powerful member of the royal family, with blood ties to the dragon lineage. Wielding control over another projectile in her hand, Luna looked at you, parting her lips to reveal two sharp fangs. Vyung Thang. Meanwhile, from another door, an object emerged. He glared at you, the one who killed the Yin-Yang general. At that moment, two more figures appeared in the sky, and the purple one continued. "And you killed my grandson." They looked at you menacingly, saying, "I know you are strong, and you could become even stronger in the future." Lana laughed, her voice dripping with malice. "I will make sure you die here, no matter what." Your hands quickly grasped twin swords as Wudang Thung let out a cold snort. On the other side, the purple monster charged forward swiftly. He launched an attack, and you swiftly raised your sword to block it. The others leaped in unison, while Lono bared her sharp teeth, looking at Wudang Thung with a ravenous hunger. That moment, you closed your eyes to feel their movements. Your sword began to move, and Wudang Thung chanted loudly. "From the depths of the abyss, I summon the command, yin and yang, the duality of life." Lona looked at you, startled. "This is not good." Wudang Thung continued to dance in the air, as thunder began to converge around him. Then, Wudang Thung fiercely launched his sword toward the enemy. A beam of light erupted, causing the others to instinctively shield their eyes. Luna's sword could not withstand the pressure, quickly cracking under the force. The blade swept through, with an explosive sound accompanying it. At the same time, it pierced through Lona's side, shocking her. The other two noticed the situation was dire and rushed in together. Wudang Thung stood tall, single-handedly dominating the area. The purple one looked bewildered, asking, "Where is he? Why can't I see him anymore?" Immediately, you fiercely swung your sword. Wudang Thung leaped into the air, landing on top of the purple one and thrusting down. Meanwhile, Luna quickly struck again, but you dodged effortlessly. As Wudang Thung soared on his sword, he assessed the situation. Realizing that the combined strength of the three still outweighed his own, you calculated, as long as they can't defend, the threat is minimal, but caution is still necessary. It is. You glanced at Ala. She is the most formidable opponent among the four. Lana, on her side, was also sizing you up, thinking, although this is just a preliminary test, this Daho warrior can withstand our attacks. No wonder the Yin-Yang general keeps reminding us to see him as our top priority target. Then, she extended her hand, assessing Wudang Thung for a moment. Determined, with blood trickling from her arm, she vowed, no matter what, today he must die here. The infiltrator from the dark side quickly transformed her arm into a weapon. Losing an arm, Lana declared loudly, "We must eliminate him, no matter the cost." At that moment, inside the door, a figure fell, and armed men approached. Around you, enemies surrounded on all sides. Wudang Thung glared fiercely and resolutely declared, "Bring it on." At this moment, reports are coming in that 5 powerful energy sources have appeared above the Okili Mountains, and one of them has been confirmed to belong to the Taoist Master Wong Fu. The other 4 include 2 of the royal bloodline, along with the evil demon Shadow and the Flame Monarch. Zilang spoke up, reporting on the assembly situation at Base 28. Staff quickly reported that several Taoist masters from the heavenly domain, including Jingde, Yuzi, and Huxian He Lion, had arrived. The silent Taoist master will arrive in 3 minutes. The assembly has reached 60%. Zilang ordered them to set off immediately to provide support at the Achille Mountains. Just then, Aishin shouted loudly, "Wait!" Zilang remained silent. Team leader Kun, "You still do not have the authority to counter my orders," Ishin yelled. According to regulations, subordinates can completely cancel orders from superiors if those orders are unreasonable. It takes over 2 hours to get from base 28 to Orkway. Yaishin would also take 2 hours. They would be of no help in this battle. All because a cultivator disregarded the rules, risking the lives of other cultivators and thousands of hostages. Zilang would not back down. They were in a balanced situation, and gaining even a minute could increase their chances of helping Wang Feiyu. Team leader Kun, do you really want us to watch as the top masters of the Great Hoa are stripped of their cultivation by those evil cultivators? Aishin argued fiercely. This is not a siege. It is a blatant act of indiscipline by a cultivator, acting recklessly without considering the consequences. He should pay the price for his own reckless actions, not jeopardize our hostage rescue plan. Zilang seemed to lose it. She slammed her fist on the table and shouted, "Ni! The battle potential of Wang Feiyu is worth the risk we are taking." Aishin yelled back, but at the same time, he is also the most beloved disciple of the section chief. Right. Zilang ordered to revoke Nu Aishen's eligibility to participate in this mission. She sat down and continued, "Carry on with the orders. All cultivators assemble and prepare to move at the fastest speed." Another reported that the deputy minister had intercepted a signal from the Great American Empire sent to the Achille Mountains, stating that the detonation of the delayed nuclear bomb would occur exactly 1 minute from now. She calculated. The nuclear bomb was provided by the Great American Empire to the Galington Group, and there must be a backdoor in the bomb. Their current situation was not favorable. They indeed launched the bomb remotely. Zilang could not help but worry and clenched her fists. "Right now, we can only rely on you. Over here. You need to quickly take off." 3 attackers struck at him simultaneously. They saw him as a formidable opponent. An explosion quickly occurred, shaking the area. Wang Sheng swiftly darted through, easily dodging those attacks. He quickly soared up, simultaneously turning his head to look back. The demon with massive wings charged at him, unleashing a fiery attack filled with dark energy. Wang Sheng rapidly approached the target. At that moment, he launched his sword straight towards him. The speed of the sword was too fast. He could not react in time and was pierced. Behind him, another enemy from a different lineage quickly rushed in. Wang Sheng waved his hand, sending a wave of sword energy flying. Lina swiftly stepped up, standing in front of him to block the attack. Your sword quickly flies off to another place. While Lina continues to charge forward, Wang Sheng can't help but feel a chill. He knows this woman will come to interfere, and he just dealt with one painful blow to eliminate future problems. Jiao Wan appears and says, "In the small town below the mountain, I sense a feeling of dread. Could it be the explosives you mentioned earlier?" Wang Sheng jumps in surprise, asking, "What? Are the bombs already set off?" Jiao Wan closes her eyes to feel it out. She says, "Not yet, but it gives me a really bad vibe. Like something terrible is about to happen." Wang Sheng breathes a sigh of relief. "That is good. It seems like the timer has just been activated." Speaking of which, listening to Jiao Wan recount the events, Wang Sheng can't help but worry. He calculates that there is no time left to mess around with these people. He has to deal with the bombs immediately. Jiao Wan curiously asks, "If you have no faith in this, why do you still want to go?" At the same time, he quickly darts up into the air with his sword, and Wang Sheng casually replies to her, "I got a bit carried away, and you keep nagging me. If you know the current situation is uncertain, then why carry on?" He responds, "I told you. I was just a bit too excited." He grits his teeth, his brows furrowing together. "I can save them. Why would not I go?" Jiao Wan seriously asks him, "What is the plan?" Then, he pulls out a tiny coin-shaped object and continues, using a magical tool. The 4 of them quickly chase after him, but they can't see him anywhere. Linotter. Pursue him. We must not let him escape. One of the guys flying through the air quickly reports, "Lord Wong. Just now, my subordinate received news. The explosives in the small town have been activated. It will detonate in 1 minute." All of them are taken aback upon hearing this. "What?" Lina calculate. "Aside from the explosion being in my hands, the bomb has been activated on its own, set to explode in less than a minute. It seems someone is hiding in the shadows and making a move. They want to push us and the Great Hua cultivators into a state of mutual destruction. But if that kid could die here, it would not be without benefits for us." Shifting the scene to Wang Sheng, Jiao Wan observes that the talisman on his movement is a bit unstable. It probably won't be of much use. Mortals live a hazy life, but he has a chance to pursue the path of immortality. Which one is more important? Wang Sheng replies, "They are just innocent people, inadvertently turned into pawns to deal with me. If I can save them, then why would not I?" Jiao Wan asks, "Did you find that truck?" She closes her eyes. I will try to see. Everything around me at this moment feels like a slow-motion film in her mind. Jio1 sees a large container and points to Wang Sheng. It is next to that. He quickly glances over. Sweat pouring down. This is bad. There is no time left. The timer for the bomb has 5 seconds left. Jiao1's? In 5 seconds. We probably won't make it in time. Aren't you afraid of dying here? With 4 seconds left, Wang Sheng coolly replies. As if we are definitely going to make it. Jiao1 asks further. But if you really die this time, will you regret it? Wang Sheng frowns and says. Of course. But I won't turn back out of fear of death. Why are you asking me such questions? Miss Immortal. Can't you be a little more positive? Right now. It is down to 3 seconds. In the second. The crowd panicked, shouting to run away. A nuclear warhead. We are all gonna blow. With one last second. The Jia replied. I was just thinking about how you would feel inside. Watching a madman throw themselves into danger, knowing they might die, is strangely fascinating. The Ving Thung reassured them. Do not worry. I've got a strong survival instinct. Finally, time ran out, and a massive explosion roared. Debris flew everywhere. And Gio Ven exclaimed. The heavens and earth are hard to mend. The dust was thick. And everyone in the investigative team held their breath, sweat pouring down. But everything remained intact. They gasped in surprise. The small warhead has not detonated yet. The enchanted artifact must have absorbed the nuclear warhead that was about to explode. Cheetalong commanded. The combat team is ready to proceed with the original plan. And the Taoists quickly headed to Mount Achille for support. Nit Lam swiftly replied. The order has been sent. She sighed with relief. Thinking. Just a few seconds allowed me to pinpoint the warhead's location. Based on this deduction, the next move should go smoothly. This little guy really knows how to surprise others. Chichilong remained silent. But the danger still loomed. Meanwhile, Ving Thing Thung could not help but breathe easier. The situation had improved significantly. Gio Ven turned to him and asked, Can you relax now? Ving Thung smiled and replied. Thanks to your highness for lending me this magical artifact. It is the only reason I am still alive. Or else I would be toast right here. What he held was a ring, inscribed with a unique phrase. Gio Ven explained. My ring of wisdom contains many treasures, with a total of 12 layers inside. Although the current debt can only unlock the first layer, it can still contain the nuclear warhead, preventing its destructive energy. Ving Thing responded. Yep. Thank you for saving my life, fairy. He thought to himself. The first layer of these treasures holds Jiao Van's clothes and jewelry, enough to fill an entire shopping district. He could not help but groan inwardly. Surely the nuclear warhead would not ruin those outfits. Right. Maybe I should take a gamble here, Jam said. You do not need to worry about the debt. But I have good news for you. Ving Thing was taken aback. What is it? She explained. The recent impact has affected the seal of the second layer. I am going to activate the second layer of the ring. Your spirit can now penetrate the second layer, allowing you to freely use the treasures within it. The second layer is for celestial items, the kind that is forbidden in the mortal realm. The celestial items are priceless treasures you will definitely need. But let us not dwell on that right now. Those demons have realized you are still alive, so they have gathered quite a few human and demon hybrids. You would better act fast. Otherwise, those innocent people will suffer, and in the end, you will be the one at a disadvantage. Over here, Lulnai was teaching those who were pursuing her a lesson. She asked Gio Ven, do you have any suggestions? Gio Ven suggested, let us use some celestial spirits to protect these mortals. She continued, but the condition is, you have to hold off those 4 high-level demons. Vithingthung said, fine. I will leave it to you. Gio Ven will guide you. Just relax your mind, and I will temporarily take control of your body. Lulnai here could not help but wonder. How can the so-called 10-person projectile that boasts about its power destroy the world? It still did not work. The terrified guy replied. Noble Wong. We do not know about this either. This answer made her dissatisfied. Lulna gritted her teeth in anger. At that moment, a beam of light shone down from the sky onto the city, and upon seeing it, Lulna recognized it immediately as the divine technique of Zaia. Over here, the blood-sucking creatures quickly huddled together. But in front of them, a radiant light kept shining. One of them spoke up. How dare those ordinary humans sacrifice themselves? What is the mastermind behind this plan thinking? It is inexplicable. The purple guy explained. The Liaiha nation really cares about their lives. I warned you long ago not to mess with Zaia. The two who just woke up from a deep slumber should have remembered the power of Vai Ang from thousands of years ago, but perhaps they had not seen it for 2 days. Around 2,000 years ago, this eastern giant had collapsed due to being too old and rotten. And the moment they were at their weakest was when their people continuously sacrificed themselves, always preserving that flame. The other guy continued. Now, the flame has suddenly reignited with a vengeance. Lana spoke up. If that is the case, do we still have a chance to unite with them? This is a sacred battle for our dark camp. The outcome will determine our survival. She raised her weapon to the sky loudly. Our current enemy is just one person. But he is incredibly powerful. After a moment's pause, she continued. Moreover, Ziho will soon send reinforcements. Probably hundreds or thousands of cultivators. And of course, our reinforcements will arrive quickly too. Will not commanded. Kill him, then prepare to engage Ziho's main forces. First, defeat those cultivators that have been driven out of Ziho. Then launch a major offensive into the cultivation world. Do not give those cultivators time to strengthen their powers. People will never know how much despair those limitless cultivators have brought us. They continued. That guy is one of the strongest experts in Ziho. Killing him is the only way to obliterate the cultivation world. This world does not need a third force besides light and darkness. They quickly took up their weapons. The sound of swords clashing as your blades swung down fiercely. Bodies fell to the ground like rain. At this moment, Ving Thung was wearing a pendant from Jiao Ven around his neck. He stood tall, staring straight ahead. Ving Thing asked, Jiao Ven, what can you do right now? She replied, the power of the super sword relies on your magical energy and sword skills. But I can help you conserve wasted magical power. He smiled brightly and asked, what if it is someone else? Jiao Ven continued, you can surrender if you want. If you do not use the lifeless sword, I can directly help you escape. If your soul is injured or in a coma, I can directly take over your body. Ving Thing could not help but feel satisfied. This sounds good. He recalled. The demons and knights do not pose a significant threat to me. I still need to eliminate the opposing ancient prince first. You have to calculate. Right now, they still have not united as one clan. Or else it will be even harder to deal with. Jiao Ven warned. You must remember. We can't let those 4 demons attack the main formation. Otherwise, the formation made from celestial grade materials will crumble quickly. Ving Thing replied. Got it. Jiao Ven might not know. But when I was younger, I admired the knights and martial arts novels so much. You just realized, now that you have become a cultivator, you can experience what it feels like to be a knight. Jiao Ven spoke up. Ever since I rebuilt the Forbidden Demon Hall, I have gone through all your memories, guess if I know or not, with a cultivator's abilities. You can do anything now that is what you call a celestial hero. On the ground, countless corpses lay scattered. Ving Thung said, let us fight first. We can summarize everything afterward. You frowned and said, too bad you do not have electric powers. Ving Thing looked up at the sky and continued. Otherwise, we could have called for help from Master and Mistress before my magic runs out. Jiao Ven asked. Guess what? Do I have the ability to unleash electricity? At this moment, in the little hell, everything was still peaceful. Men B was sitting in quiet meditation when suddenly she felt an uneasy sensation and opened her eyes. Ving Thung. Right after, she shouted angrily. Those demons are so bold to insult His Highness Jiao Ven. They really do not know fear. Over here, Ving Thung was relentlessly slashing through the evil cultivators in front of him. He could not help but think, after fighting for so long, those 4 big fish should show up by now. Right after, Ving Thung wielded his sword and shot straight up into the air. At the same time, a massive explosion shook the ground, causing the earth and rocks to shatter uncontrollably. Luna could not help but exclaim, with so many opponents, he is still unharmed. The celestial sword truly lives up to its reputation. Ving Thung smiled contentedly, thinking he must have exhausted quite a bit of his magic. That is why he showed up to take his own head. She looked at him fiercely and said, but today you must die here. On Qialonga's side, there was a quick report. Director. The Dark Bureau is launching a major attack on Vlone Vo trapping. The main force consists of those 4 monsters, while the others are attacking the formation. Chi Halong could not help but have a headache. They want to strike at the heart of the formation, distracting it. And only when they have hostages can they take the initiative, or force the formation to submit. She asked further, where is the remaining cannonball? Another staff member replied, the energy fluctuations are coming from the enemy's base. That cannonball has probably been stored inside the spatial artifact of Vyo Trenting. It must be that Vikao Trachung took the cannonball away, revealing their whereabouts. Another girl reported. Director. The transport plane has taken off, and is expected to arrive on the battlefield in 72 minutes. International flight routes have been opened, and the escort team has also set off. Another person chimed in. Right now Vikao Trachung is being attacked by over 10 masters. How can they hold on for another 72 minutes? An old man with gray hair interjected. Currently, the highest cultivation level in the realm is only nascent soul. And even true immortals take some time to reach there. Our efforts right now, the speed of gathering, the speed of support, have all hit their limits. Others are reporting. Deputy Minister. The latest 6 satellites have arrived at the Okili Mountain range. Live images are being updated. And the Heavenly Sword system is ready. Heavenly Tribulation number 2 and number 3 are complete. Chai Lang speaks up. Good. Immediately receive the images from the field. Ready to support Wong Daozhang at any moment. While over here those 4 guys are still teaming up to take him down. Wong Sheng's sword flies swiftly ahead, his speed making it impossible for them to catch up. Alone, Wong Sheng faces all 4 of them. And they are no pushovers either. An aggressive strike comes at him, but he dodges it in the nick of time. Right after, Wong Sheng swiftly leaps behind the dragon demon's back, landing a fierce blow that severs his arm. The arm falls, causing that guy to stagger a bit. Lina rushes over to assist but is too late. Meanwhile, Qi Lang gives the order. Heavenly Tribulation 23 will lock onto the target attack of the flying language, which is the biggest dragon demon. One person speaks up. The opponent's speed is too fast and erratic. We can't lock onto the target with the naked eye. It is tough to determine. Chai Lang Fra. We have to lock on, but not manually. Let the system decide the right moment to strike. Provide the system with complete target information. They hesitate to say this violates certain agreements. Chai Lang assures them. If there are consequences, I will take responsibility. The agreement is made by people. We will deal with it later. The secretary cheerfully speaks up. Director. An elder from the Earth Concealment requests a connection. Regarding the Taoist priest of flying language, Chai Lang responds. Go ahead and accept it. As soon as the line connects, someone in traditional attire quickly bows to her. Qi Lang gets straight to the point. Has someone from the underworld shown up? Replies. That is right. The immortal has headed towards the northwest. We will soon reach the base, where the masters aiming for the Dao are gathering. And the person he mentioned is none other than Granny Meng. He continues, requesting Director Chai Lang to notify in advance so they can prepare to enter the underworld. Chai Lang quickly agrees. All right. I will have someone contact the masters in the realm right away. Right after, she swiftly gives the order. Heavenly Sword. Launch. Over here, a beam of golden light shoots up into the sky, causing the ground to explode in bursts. Wang Xing glances over and guesses. Is this the Heavenly Sword? The beam of light shoots strongly for a moment before fizzing out in mid-air. At that moment, the limbs of the dragon demon were severed, lying sprawled on the ground. Meanwhile, the purple demon howls in pain. Looking up to the sky, hundreds of sword energies simultaneously stab fiercely at his body. Lina sees the situation and feels a twinge of fear. Not good. Immediately after, Lina swings a strong strike at Wang Sheng. But of course, he won't let her have her way. Wang Sheng swiftly dodges the attack. At the same time, Wang Sheng redirects his internal energy and delivers a powerful strike towards the 2 demons. Both of them are startled, howling in pain. The sword of Wang Sheng came crashing down with a powerful thud, shaking the ground beneath them. The demon could not handle it, and blood burst forth as he cried out for help. Lina. Save me. Wang Sheng could not help but smirk at the scene before him, satisfied with his success. But then, from behind him, a sharp red spike pierced through his heart, catching him completely off guard. Wang Sheng quickly reacted, twisting to distance himself from Lina. But in that moment, a wave of pain shot through him, making him grit his teeth hard. Wang Sheng fell from the sky, the speed of his descent causing the ground to tremble violently. The demon, feeling triumphant, thought, the one wielding the heavenly sword is injured, now's the time to finish him off. The crowd surged forward with renewed energy, shouting loudly, we obey. At the same time, hundreds of energy swords shot through the air from nowhere. They were caught off guard, and most of them fell victim to the surprise attack. 2 demons quickly channeled their inner strength, creating a protective barrier around themselves. Wang Sheng struggled to get back on his feet, thinking to himself how fortunate he was to have the battle gear prepared for him. Otherwise, no matter how strong he was, that last blow would have left him severely injured. He raised his brow at Linai, who coldly stated, I only have 2 friends, and you just killed them. As she spoke, she lifted her purple-tinged arm. Lina's eyes glowed with a deadly aura as she fixed her gaze on Wang Sheng. I want you to pay for their lives. As soon as she finished her words, Lina opened her mouth, revealing her sharp teeth. It was a grotesque sight as she bit down hard on her friend's arm, blood gushing out. Wang Sheng remained silent, looking at her before channeling his inner strength to the wound on his chest. In no time, the injury healed as if nothing had happened. The bloodstains vanished. Wang Sheng's expression turned serious. He stepped forward slowly. Blood still splattered on the ground beneath him. From Lina's wings, a grotesque face emerged. The area around her turned a deep crimson, and she fiercely summoned her weapon. Her eyes were now glowing red, filled with fury. Red veins bulged from Lina's eyes as she clenched her teeth, ready to fight Wang Sheng to the death. Wang Sheng stood below, keeping a close watch on Lina's movements. After observing for a moment, he said to Jiao Yun, it is finally here. The ultimate power of Makadong. She replied, I will use my spiritual energy to support you. Lina appeared like a grim reaper, weapon in hand, waiting to take his life. In an instant, Lina vanished without a trace. Before Wang Sheng could even react, her scythe was already swinging towards him. Wang Sheng quickly used his sword to block the attack. Lina was terrifyingly powerful. He was knocked back, crashing to the ground. Blood spilling everywhere. Lina shouted angrily at Wang Sheng. I want you to pay for my friend. Wang Sheng charged back at her, roaring. You monster. You are not worth the trouble. In the next moment, the two figures collided, their energies lighting up the sky. The purple demon commanded. Everyone else, get out of here to avoid the fallout. The blue demon could not help but be astonished. The power was so immense that even we could not interfere in their fight. I would heard about Lai Nai's ancient strength long ago, but I never expected that young cultivator from Great Hua to be such a presence, sending shivers down my spine. Meanwhile, Wang Xing was calculating quietly, because this Wong body only knew how to cut, even though it had not gained any advantage from its own strategy. But in terms of power, she could easily overpower him. You still need to focus your internal energy and think about the most refined moves. Right now, his sword techniques were ineffective. The heavenly tribulations only disrupted the rhythm of movement. So if that is the case, it is time to ditch those tricks. At that moment, without letting him gather his thoughts, Lina struck fiercely. Wang Sheng thought to himself. Her sword technique split into 3 smokes. Her heavenly sword intent borrowed strength from the heavens and earth as her technique. The earthly sword intent, the sword's purpose was to defend. The sword of a human becomes stronger against formidable foes. The harder it gets, the more determined you must be to push forward. The sword in his hand was merely a manifestation of himself. The real fight was with the heart, spirit, soul, confidence, and self-reliance. Only then can one stand firm in this world, unafraid of thunder strikes and torrential rains. Living as a human, you do not retreat before heaven, nor before the earth, even less before anyone else. As he said this, he swung his sword, forcing Lina to take a few steps back. Right after that, Wang Sheng delivered a powerful strike toward her. A fierce beam of light also rushed down, quickly reporting that the heavenly sword had locked onto the target. The timing was right. Wang Sheng seized the moment. Now was the time. Suddenly, a sharp aura shot forward, startling Wang Sheng. Followed the trajectory of the missile, wondering if the dark forces actually dropped the warhead on the town. A massive explosion quickly erupted, shaking the entire area. Wang Sheng could generate such a massive impact. If he had one more strike like that just now, the formation would be in serious trouble. Jiao Yun spoke up, reassuring him that he had already done his best to protect them. But his cultivation was still too weak. He had already reached his limits. Wang Sheng stubbornly thought that limits were meant to be broken. At that moment, Lina slowly rose from the explosion, her wings nearly burnt to ashes. She looked at Wang Sheng with deep hatred, as if she wanted to devour him alive. Wang Sheng began to falter, thinking that if his strength ran out. Jiao Yun chimed in. So what? You still concentrate your internal power. The 10 sword energies swirl around. Wang Sheng continued. If I truly fall, then take me away. The purple demon shouted, blocking the cultivator with the heavenly sword. Don't he let him escape the queen's grasp. As he finished his words, both demons charged at him together, and Wang Sheng struggled to fend them off. Meanwhile, Lina seemed to go berserk, her clothes torn to shreds. A wave of dark red internal energy surged forth, growing stronger by the second. Lina charged fiercely, pushing back that golden light. Over here, Wang Sheng was still battling the 2 demons. He glanced at her, his mind racing, wondering what she was planning to do. Suddenly, as if a light bulb went off in his head, he realized something deep inside him was screaming. Not good. Up in the sky, the heavenly sword was descending once again. Wang Sheng guessed she was trying to destroy it. He quickly pushed the 2 guys back, calculating that he could not let her destroy the heavenly sword. Otherwise, he would soon find himself back in a 3-against-1 situation. At that point, forget about protecting everyone else, he would be lucky to come out unscathed himself. Lina was gradually pushing back the golden light, charging forward with fierce momentum. Jiao Yun warned him. Those missiles were coming again. Wang Sheng was taken aback. In the shadows, it seemed they had figured out his weakness was not him, but the more than 2,000 hostages. He deduced they would keep bothering him, constantly draining his magical energy. They would trap him here until the formation was broken, putting the hostages in danger again. By then, they would regain control over the hostages, messing with his willpower. But no matter what, that was the best way to control him. With that thought, he focused his energy. It looked like Wang Sheng was giving it his all. At that moment, a massive explosion erupted in the sky, shaking the entire area. From the flames, 2 beams of light shot out rapidly. Wang Sheng still focused his energy, creating a barrier, but it seemed useless. In the end, he could not withstand that powerful force. Blood quickly spurted out. Wiping the blood off, he said to Jiao Yun. Thankfully those guys from the dark camp saw the projectiles coming, and were scared enough to run away. If they had trapped me like before, I would not have had a way to block those projectiles. Jiao Yun continued. But they will be back here soon. What is your plan? The people around shouted. You need to go? We are just ordinary folks. There are plenty of us already. If It will be a huge loss for the great Hua. Daomaster. We can thank you enough. Just hurry up and leave. Wong Daomaster. You have done so much for us already. These evil cultivators are despicable. I have got to go out and take them on. Amid the uproar from the townsfolk, Wang Xing shouted. Everyone. Calm down. Jiao Yun also urged him. Staying here won't help, she said. Wait until you have transformed and passed the heavenly tribulation. Then come back for revenge. She looked at Lina and could not help but ask him. Even if you could stop this attack, what would you use to protect the formation behind you? That massive thing in the sky was slowly descending to the ground. Wang Xing observed it and said, Jiao Yun. Use my body to protect them. I want to give it a shot. She really could not understand his stubbornness. Momentarily speechless, in the end, she stopped urging him and just reminded him. Do not forget to leave yourself a way out. Right after that, he focused his strength and channeled his internal energy. A powerful force quickly surrounded Wang Sheng. The demon observed the situation and could not help but wonder. Strange. Why is there wind? Suddenly, he shouted. Wait! That is the Kuai of that great Hua cultivator. That great Hua cultivator was absorbing the Kiwai from everywhere within 100 miles around. Wang Sheng then stretched out his hand. The power surged forth. Behind you, on your body, another powerful Wang Sheng appears. This is the technique. The original spirit body. Wang Sheng's soul rises up. Jiao Yun. From here on out, it is all up to you. His sword energy is immense. Aim straight at Lina. The strength catches her off guard. Lina grits her teeth, trying to withstand it. Meanwhile, that demon is getting bolder, taking advantage while the vampire queen distracts the Grey Hua cultivator, slaughtering the Great Ho folks. Over here, Jiao Yun quickly merges with his aura, slowly opening her eyes. Seeing the scene before her, she can't help but think, if only I had taken over this realm back then, I would not have to resort to this, but this realm consumes so much energy. How long until I can master it? Jiao Yun clicks her tongue, then grabs her long sword and charges in. Thinking, if it has come to this, I will just go with fate. She fiercely swings at the falling enemies in the sky. That demon quickly closes in, sneaking up from behind for a surprise attack. A brutal strike comes from behind, aimed squarely at Jiao Yun. At this moment, she finds it a bit hard to defend herself. After all, the body of Wang Sheng is just human strength. The demon bellows orders. He is running out of strength. Just destroy his body. The vampire queen can win the battle. At the same time, a powerful surge of internal energy erupts from beneath the ground. The two demons freeze for a moment, quietly observing the situation. But what shocks them the most is that the vampire queen has lost. Jiao Yun collapses to her knees. The soul of Wang Sheng is also descending. Frustrated, Jiao Yun thinks, I did not have much left to begin with, and now I am being blamed for not succeeding. But hey, what did you say earlier? Wang Sheng refuses to give up, stubbornly getting back on his feet in the midst of the dust. He struggles to stand firm. Wang Sheng pulls out a small gourd. Thinking, I can still give it a shot. Jiao Yun quickly intervenes, saying, you have done your best already. Do not push yourself any further. He tilts his head back to drink. Thinking, after all this fighting, am I really going to abandon those below? That is just shameful. If it comes to that, how can I accept it? How can I just let it go? Moreover, with that thought, his face turns serious as he points his weapon to the sky, saying, I still have my sword techniques. Lina is now left with only one wing. She and the two demons charge toward him at once. Her broken arm quickly regenerates, and in an instant, it is back to normal. Lina, with a steady face, points at Wang Sheng and commands, kill him. Following her order, a swarm of enemies rushes fiercely toward him, wave after wave. Meanwhile, behind Wang Sheng, a group with guns quickly takes their positions, and on top of that, the dark cultivators using sinister techniques also advance. His expression becomes more resolute than ever. He stands defiantly against the enemy's pressure, staring them down. His aura instills fear in them, and at the same time, the sound of hurried footsteps approaches. All the townspeople have gathered, and their actions leave him momentarily stunned. Wang Sheng was incredibly moved. Speechless, one girl among them, tears in her eyes, said, thank you for coming to save us. You need to go now. You can't take on all those dragon spears alone. A seemingly intellectual guy chimed in. Yeah. Just go. At this moment, everyone had lost their fear of death. Rallying together. If one more person can live, that is a win. I was just thinking of reincarnating to learn magic and wipe out this whole crew. Wang Sheng thought, facing such dire circumstances. Never before had Wang Sheng felt so powerless. He clenched his fists, standing still in silence. Meanwhile, Lina coldly spoke up. Enough. She quickly raised her hand, gathering her strength. Then, the female dragon spear wielder pointed her hand toward him, and the crowd cried out, let them all die. But despite that, they were just ordinary folks, paralyzed in fear, waiting for the end. Wang Sheng swiftly leaped from behind, whispering, "Jiao Yun, help me." His arm reached out, desperation screaming inside him. "Help me." At that moment, a purple aura shot down from the sky, intercepting Lin Na's attack. Jiao Yun, upon seeing this, declared, "It is all right now." A familiar small hand gently blocked Lin Na's bloody strike. Jiao Yun's cold voice echoed, "Grandma, do not release anyone." Grandma coldly replied, "As you wish, Your Highness." Then she turned towards the demons. "You evil spirits, refusing to heed the teachings, slaughtering innocents, bullying the heavenly court, and humiliating the princess. You deserve to be shattered into pieces." Just after Grandma's proclamation, a beam of purple light surged forth. Meanwhile, at the gates of the underworld, strong auras quickly poured out. Finally, the cultists and everyone else arrived just in time. Upon seeing them, Wang Sheng's body relaxed immediately. He could not hold on any longer and collapsed. A familiar hand quickly wrapped around him. Startling Wang Sheng, it was Quan Haiyan. Helian anxiously asked, "Little Fiyu, are you okay?" "Big brother, are you alright?" Little Du also worriedly chimed in. Wang Sheng's voice was weak as he tried to say, but then he could not help but cough violently. Seeing him in such a state, Quan Haiyan could not help but glare at the others. Quan Haiyan stood up and firmly said, "Little Daidu, I am counting on you." Which made the girl shiver. He Lin rolled up her sleeves. These foreign Taoists are asking for trouble. Quan Haiyan fiercely threw a powerful punch at Lai Na, not saying a word, but her eyes were filled with rage. Lina struggled to defend herself. The fury of a woman is indeed terrifying. Helian swiftly clawed tightly onto her wings. "How dare you bully our little Fiyu? Today, I will tear you apart." With those words, she effortlessly ripped Lai Na's wings. On the other side, the demons roared angrily. Retaliating, a familiar figure stepped forward. "You vile creatures. Do not you know the sky is high and the ground is thick?" This person was none other than the Grandmaster of Mao Mountain, the old celestial master. Yuan Yingjing, Daoist King Long still wields his sword. And yet you dare harm the people of Dahua. He is the master of the sword sect, the Azure Dragon Daoist. Yuan Yinki. Over here. The fine for the master and the weirdos in his hands is flying in. He glared fiercely at the demons, thinking our great Hoa is easy to bully. This is the master of the martial arts, the true practitioner. Yuan Yinki. Yep. Stunned completely. What kind of magic is this? These ancient beings are so powerful. We need to run. We can move. Where are the Fire Flame Lord and the Demon King? Why have not they come to back us up yet? At that moment, a hand swung fiercely towards the demon messenger, teeth gritted in rage. Daring to bully my disciple. I will make you pay double. The one attacking is then undead. Yuan Yinki. Wang Sheng observed the situation, unable to help but sigh. With the Daoist master's help, this deadlock can finally be broken. Jiao Yun appeared. I have used up quite a bit of my spiritual energy. I need to rest for a few days. Wang Sheng spoke up. Thanking you so much this time. Jiao Yun. Cultivating a spirit body is not easy. Jiao Yun will need to rest for a few months to regain her strength. She closed her eyes. It is. After today, I can only stay within the lifeless sword. I do not feel discontent anymore. Jiao Yun said this and quickly returned to the sword. He was silent, thinking that after today's battle, perhaps the cultivation world of Great Hua could peacefully cultivate for another 15-20 years, relying on the abundant spiritual energy of Great Hua. The strength of the cultivation world will definitely rise again, but by that time, there won't be a need to worry about foreign battles anymore. We will have to consider transcending to become immortals on Earth instead. Exaudi looked at him, worried as he fainted. Wait. Everyone. Come here. What is wrong with Daoist Wong? Did he get injured? Hurry. Call someone. Daoist Wong has fainted. Then, from the haze, he heard a voice that made Wang Sheng open his eyes. Wang Sheng listened in silence, then could not help but wonder. Who is singing? Floating on the mountain, the wind and rain. The sound of a lute. His body felt light as a feather. Wang Sheng could not help but wonder. Where is this? By a large river, in the distance, a man was leisurely rowing a boat. Wang Sheng observed the man wearing a conical hat, thinking to himself, is that the Emperor of the Zodiac? He slowly lifted his face and smiled gently at him. The Emperor of the Zodiac continued. I never thought there would still be someone practicing the Zodiac's celestial tribulations. In my entire life, I have never taken a disciple, thinking my Dao Seal would be lost. Then he pointed at Wang Sheng. You are quite good. Wait until your Zodiac celestial sword is perfected. You will find the traces of my Dao Seal I left behind. It will be beneficial for your cultivation. Wang Sheng panicked and rushed over, shouting loudly. Emperor, where is the heavenly court now? What exactly is the Dao Seal? At that moment, he jolted awake, having fainted for quite a while. Dyer could not help but worry. You finally woke up. How do you feel now? Wang Sheng quickly struggled to stand up and said to the girl, I am. Suddenly, a soft hand quickly touched Wang Sheng's face, startling him. She leaned in close to him, and Wang Sheng exclaimed, "Senior sister, I am fine. I have mostly recovered." The innkeeper remained silent, his face pressed against him without moving. Ving Theng quickly touched his forehead, thinking, did I just have a high fever? But showing concern does not necessarily mean I have to feel the heat on my forehead. There are other body language cues too. For instance, the Ving Thong quickly thought about that cute pillow, wishing he could bury his head in the innkeeper's lap and just relax. As he thought about this, a wave of happiness washed over him, causing Ving Thong to grin mischievously. At that moment, Inginda walked in and saw the blushing scene. He could not help but cover his mouth and fake a cough. The elders immediately followed suit, coughing one after another, while the two youngsters, blushing, hurriedly turned away. Ving Theng quickly composed himself and stepped forward, addressing his master and the elders, saying, "No need for formalities. Let us talk over here." The old celestial master then asked with concern, "Is Fiying hurt?" Ving Theng replied, "Nothing serious. Just a bit exhausted earlier. Thanks for worrying, elders." He smiled brightly at them, saying, "With such an old master like you, it is impressive how Fiyang Yu stood up to those monsters and protected thousands of mortals. I am truly in awe." Nginda shot a glance and replied, "Elder, no need to praise him." He continued, "Young people often lack stability and can get too cocky." Ving Thong stepped forward, bowing his head. "Master is right. I wonder how the situation is right now." The head elder spoke up. "The battle has been over for more than 4 hours now. The elders stayed here waiting for you to wake up. The Dark Faction's evil cultivators have been completely wiped out, so you can rest easy now." Ngun recounted helplessly, "That rebel princess, Ona, managed to break through some of our traps. But we did not leave her with even a trace of her soul." Ving Theng could not help but wonder, why did the elder leave her anything at all? Isn't it better to just cut her off completely? He continued, "If we are victorious in this great battle, we should not leave any loose ends." Nginda sighed. Right now, she not only has a large portion of the evil cultivators' souls but also brought along a whole team of undead. Speaking of which, let us correct that to the Blood Clan's products. After hearing this, Ving Theng's face darkened. As long as she is happy, that is what matters. Nginda organized. "We plan to split into 3 teams to sweep through the foreign evil cultivators. This time, the Western Dark Faction has suffered heavy losses. Elders, do you think we should take this opportunity to eliminate them completely?" Everyone chimed in. "Let us see what you think." Ving Theng quickly replied, "Master, you and the elders decide this. However, I have one more thing to report. The DL Levane has repeatedly asked for assistance from the Light Faction, but there has been no response. I suggest that this time, while targeting the Dark Faction, we should not overlook the Light Faction." The Thanlong Elder added, "The Light Faction is clearly trying to sit back and reap the benefits, plotting something else." The head elder replied, "But they still hold a significant position. If we act recklessly, it could severely damage the international reputation of our great Ho nation." The old celestial master laughed heartily. "I have a way to conceal my presence and create an illusionary scene. I will share it with you all shortly. Obviously, we can't be too public about it. A little discreet adjustment will do just fine." Hearing this, the elders could not help but jump in surprise. The 4 seniors quickly started whispering, agreeing that what the Heavenly Master said made sense. "But we should get rid of the heavy sinners sooner rather than later. No need for too much finesse. Pushing them down like this protects us from those with sinister plots who deserve all the punishment they get. In fact, taking them out means we won't have any inner demons to deal with." This suggestion faced the indifference of the evil. Who needed cultivation? What good would that do? Wang Sheng, feeling helpless, thought, "Can you guys stop gossiping about bad stuff right in front of the juniors? Don't you care about your image?" After discussing, you all quickly contacted the investigation team to start stirring things up. The cultivators participating in the grand mission quickly split into 3 teams, each tasked with sweeping away the remnants of dark forces. This operation was dubbed the Sword, signifying that the sword had been drawn from its sheath. There would be no backing down until the evil was wiped out, and the sword returned to its sheath. But what he did not expect was, after a brief moment of hesitation, the senior sister decided to trade places with her junior brother and seek revenge for the people of the great Hoa nation, choosing to leave him behind and face the dark forces instead. After all, this was a war among cultivators, unrelated to the mundane world but still entangled with it. Only by winning this war can everyone cast aside their worries and enjoy peace for a while. Quan Huan looked at him, cheerfully saying, "Wait for me." Wang Xing smiled happily. "You got it." That evening, the air on the mountain was a bit chilly, and everyone was still out. Wang Sheng introduced his little sister, saying, "Sao Zhua, look, these are the seniors from our great Hoa nation." Suddenly, Wang Sheng spotted something in front of him that left him in shock. He thought to himself, "What is that?" Zhao said. "Over there. The team is getting ready for battle. A squad is moving in to blow up this stronghold." Before that, a few masters were arguing about it. Wang Sheng, hearing this, asked in surprise, "What were they arguing about?" Xiao Zhuo replied, "It seems they were arguing because when they blew up the base, some documents were shifted, which caused the scientists without cultivation left at the base to get caught in the explosion." He asked Xiao Zhuo, "So what do you think about this?" Zhao said, "I think the explosion was great. Cultivators doing evil are dark cultivators. Those researchers doing evil things are no different from dark cultivators." Right after that, Xiao Zhuo launched into a theory that left Wang Sheng stunned. Inside, he was screaming, "Is this really my little sister, Wang Xue? Just 13 years old." Wang Sheng ruffled Xiao Zhuo's hair and said, "You are taking things out of context a bit, are not you? You are coming up with all these grand theories. Just focus on cultivating and stop binge-watching Three Kingdoms." She huffed, "Bro, I have been studying military strategy lately, not watching Three Kingdoms." Her eyes sparkled as she continued, "You and I will shoot right off the planet and out of the galaxy to reclaim the glory of the heavenly path. I have even thought of a name for our team, the Tiger Brothers. What do you think?" At this, Ving Thung could not help but flick Tiu Dei's forehead. Right after, he affectionately ruffled his sister's hair, reminding her gently, "Sharing the wisdom of the Tao," he said. "No matter what you want to do later, your cultivation is the foundation. You need solid skills to convince others. You know, instead of spending all day daydreaming about military strategies, you should invest some time solidifying your own Tao foundations." Suddenly, as he was speaking, a loud voice called out from below, "Big Brother Thung." Ving Trung was waving from the top of a vehicle. "Big Brother Thung, we are here to pick you up." Ving Thung quickly landed on the ground, and the moment Thin Trenka saw him, she burst into tears. "Big Brother Thung." Hui Qin shook his head and said, "Come on." Fi Ying said his injuries are not serious. "So what are you crying about?" Ving Trung covered her face and sobbed. "You do not understand. I ran from the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere with you, and this is the best chance to show off, and I missed it." With that, Vivin Trang shouted, "I am so frustrated." Ven Shi quickly tossed a talisman over. "Stop being so loud. You are disturbing Fai Nao's cultivation." A familiar figure approached. Ving Thing looked over and said, "DL." Dielu looked apologetic. I tried my best. But the leader of the enlightened faction did not accept my suggestions." Vithung smiled. "You do not need to feel bad. Overall, the outcome is still good. But I fear the enlightened faction will face some trouble ahead." He quickly asked Tiu Daidu, "Right. Are the Daoists currently active? What about those cursed swords? Have they been dealt with?" The girl replied, "They have been destroyed by Master Than Long. Right now, there is only one left in the England Dao country." Viving Thung recalled the person he met in his dream and said, "If that is the case, let us temporarily hold on to it so that the England Dao country can continue to be chaotic. Once the cultivation world there sees the celestial sword as their hope for strength, we will go and destroy it." While he was deep in thought, a voice called out, "Ving Dafeng, our bureau chief has sent a request for contact. He needs your input on something." Hearing this, Ving Theng suddenly felt a bit worried. Surprising Delev as well, he quickly replied, "Got it. Let us get in the car and talk." Shortly after, Ving Theng hurried inside to meet Qi Lang privately. Qi Lang could not help but praise you. "Little Shang, you did great this time. Thanks to you, we did not suffer any major losses." Wang Xing smiled happily at her, replying, "Mistress, you are too kind." She continued, "This time I called mainly to ask for your opinion, since you are one of the direct parties involved. That nuclear warhead explosion is related to the military. How do you see the great Mai Empire manipulating this?" Hearing this, Wang Xing pondered for a moment, thinking, "Right. Before that major battle, I almost forgot I was killed by a nuclear bomb." Suddenly, he was wide-eyed. Nuclear bomb. What a disaster. Wang Xing could not help but think, "How did I forget? There is a big bomb here. Inside the military vehicle." There was no one around suitable for him to exchange information with. Qi Lang noticed Wang Xing's deep pondering and asked, "Do you have any opinions?" Fi Yu started, laughing nervously, thinking, "Are they talking about that nuclear bomb?" You quickly steadied your thoughts and said, "If war breaks out, then let it be. It has already taken up everyone's cultivation time. Handle it however you want." Wang Xing thought, "Well then, about the bomb and the pendant, I will wait for the masters to come back and then discuss it." Chilang spoke, "Peaceful development has always been our principle, and it won't change in the future. After all, outside of the strategic significance, it does not matter much. According to uncertain intelligence, the British Taoist circle will retaliate against the Great Mei Empire soon. A large number of agents from the Shadow Organization will be sent to assassinate the Carrington employees involved in the human experiments across the country. Right after that, Qi Lang quickly hung up, saying he had work to do first. And someone would take care of your return. The little drunkard next to him could not help but fidget. His master was way too scary. During the last meeting, it was not just you. Everyone heard everything, suddenly, without any clue. And Qin Zheng gasped in shock. He asked again. Wait. The Shadow Organization is causing trouble at Carrington. Is that for real? Seeing the grim faces of Hoikun and Van Qi, Qin Zheng could not help but feel uneasy. What is with you two? Why are you staring at me like that? Wang Sheng looked at him, helplessly letting out a sigh. Moments later, Wang Sheng handed Qin Zheng something in his palm and said, Here. A walnut that has been shelled. You might as well snack on this. It could still save the day. Shortly after, everyone was seated on the plane. And to their astonishment, news about him was flooding in from outside. The little drunkard chimed in. You have to see how the monks from the Great Ho Kingdom are taking revenge on the evil forces that wiped out dozens of cities. Ho Kin read aloud. Shaken. One person is taking on the entire dark faction for hours. And the cultivators from the Great Hua are furious and joining in. Van Chiat. Yeah. Those cultivators from the Great Hua want to wipe out all our practitioners. Chen Jing replied. The foreign media feels just like our tabloid trash. All just fishing for likes. Wang Xing tiredly looked up and said. Seriously? They must have already counted the casualties from this disaster. The three of them listened to him, suddenly falling silent. Chen Zheng focused on reading aloud. Over 2,000 citizens from the Great Hoa have perished, and around 14,000 from foreign lands. All victims of the massacre when the dark faction struck. This data was released by the investigative team half an hour ago, so it is likely accurate. Hoikin continued. These evil practitioners are lawless. Heaven and earth won't forgive them. He then asked, What do you think? Seniors from the Monai sect. Hearing this, he could not help but ask in surprise. What do you mean? The three of them laughed slyly. Isn't the little underworld fighting back? Toss those sinners into the 18th level of hell. Let them go through boiling oil, a forest of knives, and ice mountains. Just to teach them a lesson. Hokin replied. Now that is an idea. If we have an 18th level of hell, why not put it to use? Qian Zheng added with a grin. Plus, we could livestream it. Let them know who they are messing with. Little Diu nodded in agreement. Wang Xing chuckled darkly. The evil practitioners that directly participated have been wiped out. We do not even need to worry about that. Besides, the little underworld was left by the heaven court. The celestial beings there are not really connected to us. Chen Zheng grinned slyly. Mun. Wang Sheng. Everyone knows you have a good relationship with the celestial beings of the underworld. If you mention this, it will definitely work. Finally, Wang Sheng was convinced. He said, I will talk to my master first and then consult with the sect leader. The four characters over there were excited, continuously high-fiving each other. Meanwhile, the scene shifts, and the speaker is sitting on the plane. He chimed in, So that is how it is. I will let everyone know. He continued, As soon as the guests arrive, the Reapers will immediately bind the souls of those wicked ones. Tyan chimed in, Our earthly sect fully supports this. Besides, the celestial being of the underworld has already shown their stance. Her exact words were, However many evil souls you have, just bring them to the 18th level of hell. They will be easily accommodated. But the rules are strict. The celestial beings of the underworld must do their jobs properly. No stepping out of line. Right now, the underworld does not have any judges, and Yama can pass judgment on these evildoers. The old celestial master questioned. None of us have become celestials yet. Who can be a judge? At this point, Atayan quickly remembered. He paused for a moment, then he said, It could be any celestial being. The flower fairy is a deity of the heavenly court. That guy has attained immortality. And according to the heavenly books, she is the only one qualified to intervene in underworld affairs. V. Yung Thang, upon hearing this, was taken aback. Wait, are you suggesting that my senior sister should be the judge? Ving Thing Feng felt a headache coming on as Tyan continued. Logically speaking, only the flower fairy is qualified to get involved with the underworld. Anyway, Lord Cloud is resting now. We should leave her alone. Plus, if the flower fairy is a judge, we could always be her secretaries or something. Isn't he that what secretaries do? Right. Secretary V. Gong, Thin Trending could not help but chuckle. If there is work to do, that is what secretaries are for. Gunantu spoke up. Since that is the case, how about we send my two disciples to handle the sentencing? This is also a warning to outside forces. So they won't just seek revenge later. Tyan happily said. The underworld has plenty of ways to interrogate. Just make sure when you capture souls, you do not catch the wrong ones. The old celestial master found this quite amusing and eagerly wanted to hear more. Tyan began explaining that only those with real sins could be sent to the 18th level of hell. For instance, little Diu sitting right next to him chimed in cheerfully. Brother. Ving Thing looked over, What is it? She excitedly asked. Brother. Does the great assistant need a little assistant? Ving Thing affectionately ruffled her hair. Your cultivation level is too low. Little Dido pouted. Fine. But when the time comes, it is Big Sister who will use her powers to keep you safe from the little underworld's ghostly energy. A moment later, an announcement came. Everyone. The plane has landed safely. You can disembark now. Ving Thing replied. Thanks for your hard work, the person quickly added. However, Master Vijong, you need to be careful. Ving Thing stopped in confusion. Wait, what? As he stepped off the plane. He wondered. What did that guy mean by telling me to be careful? Soon after, everyone quickly moved down, and as Vijong Thing's feet just touched the ground, a shrill scream pierced the air, startling everyone present. Ving Thing was quickly pushed aside as a crowd of girls rushed in, shouting, Master Ving is back. Ving Thing was surrounded by their cheers. Master Vijong, thank you for saving us. Master Vijong, I love you. Master Vijong, you are so handsome. You are my entire family's idol. He was dizzy from the shaking, and Ving Thing raised his hands. Everyone. Calm down. Suddenly, a bold girl stepped forward and kissed him on the cheek. Ving Thing froze, and the crowd fell silent in shock. Right after that, the other girls jumped in. Oh man, if I can't kiss, that is just too much. Tianjing was taken aback. Oh my god, are all the girls going wild like this now? Ho Kin chimed in. We can let our guard down around them. Embarrassed. Van Chi was sweating. Who wants to take the risk without a guarantee? Sao Du immediately turned around. Whereas Sister Delia had transformed into a wild girl, running over and shouting, oh, I want to kiss Master Wong too. It would be so worth it. The four were left speechless, completely lost on what was happening. Exodi looked at the seniors and said, do not take any pictures where Sister can see. That would be a disaster. Hui Kin could not help but praise. Xiao Du really understands the situation. Having a little sister like you is priceless. After a moment, Wang Xing could barely stand. He mumbled, these fans are way too enthusiastic. Xiao Du worriedly stepped forward. Are you okay? Wang Xing continued. The event is over. The little team can disperse now. Does anyone have any plans next? Van Chi spoke up. Hui Kin. The reason you came back was to help them escort Phi Yu. Right. What is next on the agenda? Ho Kin replied. Azita. Buddha Bemintang is planning another trip to Europe. Let us see if we can achieve something more. Qian Chang, feeling pleased, said. Then let us take it from here. I will leave Master Shang in your care. Xiao Liuzi. Xiao Du happily agreed. Right. If the pride of the Dao sect, the New Age sword cultivator, is weak and gets ambushed, that would really be a major problem. That moment, Delia seemed to have something on her mind. Looking up at the sky, her expression was a little complicated, and she fell silent, saying nothing more. Just then, lost in thought, her phone rang. The caller was none other than the clan leader. She quickly answered. Hello, Dad. On the other end, a loving voice chimed in. Oh, my little angel. The monks from the Great Ho Nation have started pressuring our side. Although our family is not in their crosshairs, we still hope to make a good impression with the Great Ho Nation. What do you think? Delia seized the opportunity. Dad. I feel that our relationship with the Daoist community in Great Ho Nation is not strong enough. How about we arrange a political marriage? I can make some sacrifices. And then came a lecture from him, specifically stating he could not possibly marry his precious daughter off to anyone else. She was startled and quickly hung up. Ho Kin moved closer, wondering what she was thinking. Delia replied casually. I was just thinking about how to get close to Master Wong. Her words made Hui Kun jump. Realizing she had misspoken, Delia panicked and shouted. She hurried to clarify. Oh no. Master. Please do not misunderstand. I was just thinking about some stories. Right. Stories. Hui Kin, sweating, asked. Delia, I have some Buddhist scriptures here. Would you like to learn about them? He silently cried out in distress. A person like me with a special certification should not be involved in these kinds of romantic matters. But since the fairy is not good at expressing herself, I feel like I should do something. Right. Hearing this, Delia could not help but blush, feeling a bit flustered as well. The scene shifts to Viang Thang's villa, where everyone is enjoying a barbecue. Thien Trang and Taiwardu are busy in the kitchen. While grilling, Thien Trang turns to ask, Hey Thang, what do you want to eat? Taiwardu chimes in. I am starving after running around all day. I seriously admire you guys who can skip meals. Su just lies back and relaxes. It is all good now. I did not realize how tense I was before, but now that I can finally relax, I realize that even a monk can feel hunger. Suddenly, a voice calls out, Is Phi here? The arrival of this person catches him by surprise. It is Lady Yu and the others. La speaks. Master Wong, in this short year since the seal was broken, you have contributed immensely to the peace of our great Hua kingdom. We have come to pay our respects. Wong Tang steps forward. You are too kind. It is just what I do. He smiles and continues. Master Fei, you are too humble. With a bright smile, he adds, in truth, we fully acknowledge your achievements. Those who cultivate generally are not after fame or fortune. But your contributions to the nation and its people deserve recognition. This time, you have saved thousands of hostages, resolved a disaster, and dealt a heavy blow to the evil forces outside. All of this merits reward. A glowing medal catches him off guard as the old man continues. Xiao Tang. This is the Medal of Valor that our organization has decided to award you. Be sure to keep it safe. Zilang steps. This medal is not just an honor. The investigation team, special affairs team, and combat preparation team all have equivalent authority. There will only be 6 of these medals awarded in the future, and you are the first to receive one. He laughs. I originally thought your master would be the first to get this medal, but it turns out you beat him to it. Wong Tang humbly replies. How about giving it to my master first? Zilang raises an eyebrow. This is not a child's play. This decision came after numerous discussions and meetings. Wong Tang quickly responds. I understand. Chunzhong observes the expression on Wen Zia's face, curious about what he is thinking. Chunzhong chimes in. Don't he tell me you are jealous? Wen Zi replies. I might be a little, but that is just because Fei Yu traded some favors for it. Are you jealous? Chunzhong sincerely responds. This is the organization's acknowledgement of Brother Tang. I am just proud of him. Right after the medal ceremony, everyone quickly takes their leave. Zhang says, my lifelong goal is to earn a medal like that. Wen Jie. If you sacrifice yourself heroically in some event, then they might award you a martyr's medal. Chunzhong grumbles. Can you take me a bit more seriously? Meanwhile, Xiaoju is sweeping the house. While Del is cooking in the kitchen, the atmosphere is warm and cheerful. Chunzhong beams. Come on. Let us keep the party going. Brother Tang. You keep thinking. We can handle these little things. Wong Tang responds. Thanks for all your hard work. Everyone. He silently thinks. I can't believe this Medal of Valor gives me access to the secret center of the investigation team. Without hesitation, he decides to check it out, smirking to himself. Wong Tang feels a surge of satisfaction. There are some files he has wanted to see for a long time. The scene shifts back to his villa. And it is now morning. You are looking at the list of cultivators from the Great Hua Kingdom. And inside, Wang Sheng thinks to himself. He never expected the number of cultivators from Great Hu to reach 6.2 million. This is just the count in the spirit-gathering realm. However, the cultivation world is becoming more open and standardized. So these cultivators are quite similar to ordinary people practicing common techniques now. But the real focus of attention among cultivators today is only a bit over 600,000. Yet many of them are seasoned masters. If the benevolent emperor found out there are hundreds of thousands of cultivators now, there'd really be hope for a counterattack. Before he could finish his thoughts, the door to his room swung open. He Lion cheerfully called out. The great fairy is back. Little Pio, little Juju. Come here. I brought tons of treasures for you too. The girl quickly responded. Coming. Coming. He Lion hugged little Juju joyfully and said, let us head upstairs and enjoy ourselves slowly. Wang Sheng could not help but wonder. What treasures did senior sister He Lion bring back? He Lion grinned mischievously. Little Pio, let us deal with the guest behind first. Hearing this, he could not help but look confused. Guest. What guest? At that moment, a gentle hand reached out to his forehead and rubbed it. Wang Sheng was taken aback. It was actually Guan Xuan. He asked curiously. Senior sister, what is going on? She sighed in relief. No fever. Wang Sheng smiled, realizing senior sister was still worried about his health at that moment. The source of the introduction said to the seniors, this is my disciple. Please. 3 Daoists. Go ahead and rest. The old celestial master smiled warmly. Sorry to trouble you. Wang Sheng was shocked. Master. Even Chen Zheng was startled when he came out. Soon after, everyone settled down together. Chen Zheng gently brought out water. Everyone. The tea is ready. He awkwardly lifted the tea high and said. Grandmaster. Daoist. Please enjoy the tea. The old celestial master spoke irritably. Don't embarrass me here. Everyone knows your character in the cultivation world. Turn your face to the corner. Chen Zheng obediently followed the order. Yep. Obeying Grandmaster, Wang Xing looked on. Intrigued. Thinking how Tian Zheng could be frightened like this. This old celestial master must be the oldest ginger at Longhu Mountain. And Yuan Zi looked at him worriedly. Little Sheng, extend your hand. Let me check your pulse. Guang Xuan, sitting beside, watched anxiously. He furrowed his brow and asked him. Little Sheng, have you ever unleashed your nascent soul? You directly triggered your vital energy to forcibly activate your nascent soul power, Wang Sheng admitted.
Yep.
Master, Wang Sheng smiled bitterly, thinking he could hide it. But his master found out. Yuanzi felt a bit guilty. We chased you too hard. It was tough on you, Wang Sheng spoke up. This is not your fault, Master. It is just that I underestimated the cultivators from the dark faction. Then he suddenly remembered. Right. Master. The three Daoists wanted to show you something. He quickly placed a small talisman with a hexagram on the table. And immediately, the old celestial master asked curiously, "What is inside this?" Wang Sheng replied calmly. "The second artillery shell from the dark faction." His words were casual. But the three elders turned pale at that moment. Soon after, the old celestial master used his power to examine the mechanism inside. He was shocked. This thing is quite powerful. No wonder I searched for so long but could not find it. Turns out, you took it long ago, Wang Sheng asked Yuanzi. Master, how is everyone planning to deal with these warheads? Yuanzi replied. We will turn them into the government. Hopefully, we can learn some techniques from the great Mei nation. The head of the penalty department spoke up, saying, well, the hermits from the Dao country can't feel safe either. Dan Long chimed in. Instead of that, we should think about how to completely eliminate the remnants of the Dark Camp and the Great Mei Nation. The penalty head hesitated slightly. But the technological strength of the Great Mei Nation is too overwhelming. We can start a full-scale war. Dan Long interrupted. But we can't just sit back and let them run wild. The old celestial master laughed heartily, saying, for years, while external threats kept us distracted, our internal conflicts spiraled out of control. We have always waited for a chance to break this deadlock. Who would have thought we would get a chance to shatter the seal and slay the chaotic demons? I am really excited. But you are curious. What does the celestial master mean by that? Yuanzi quickly reiterated. Little Shang, did not I tell you before? About 4 years ago, 3 ancient royal bloodline princes showed up, while the Great Hua still has not seen any nascent soul cultivators emerge. At that time, many people in the secret circles believed that the balance between us and the West had been shattered. The pressure on the government was immense since a war could break out in the cultivation and spiritual worlds at any moment. The penalty head continued. The little one has already killed an ancient royal prince in the border duchy of Kemi, boosting the morale of the cultivation community. It also gave us, the skeletal faction, a moment to breathe easy. We wanted to seize that opportunity to wipe out the dark faction. But just as we were about to act, they began slaughtering hostages. Killing indiscriminately everywhere. It is truly a disgraceful death. Wang Sheng pondered seriously. No wonder the dark faction is so desperate to eliminate me. It turns out I shattered their delusion of invincibility. Sinzamadao was just a trigger, the old celestial master continued. During those years of immense pressure, I also considered whether we should seek help from the 15 supreme elders of the clans. But once we start, more problems will definitely arise. And I had many concerns back then. Thinking of those from the supreme clan, Wang Sheng could not help but wonder. He then spoke up. I dare to ask, could it be that those 15 supreme elders really have some issues? The penalty head explained. You know their faces, but not their hearts. If they have infiltrated the little underworld, who can prove they have no malicious intent? Who knows if... Back then, they concealed anything while inspecting their souls. Dan Long lamented. Exactly. Most in the cultivation world used to refer to those supreme elders as ancient criminals. But they have become less frequent in recent years. Team leader Tan has also repeatedly suggested sending them out to quell external threats. This is indeed a bit unusual. The leader remained silent, also a bit hesitant about this matter. After much consideration, she made a decision. After all, in recent years, there have indeed been some signs proving that these supreme elders might really have problems. My wife once said that Tan Yishan's motives are not actually flawed, but his perspective is a bit one-sided. For instance, when I just arrived at the base, I received the news. Tan Yishan had long opposed us coming to rescue the little one, and even clashed with my wife. Upon hearing this, he felt a bit angry. If so, this team leader Tan has developed a prejudice against the disciple. It is great to hear you say. You do not need to get involved in this. The inner demons will self-destruct eventually. Just wait a bit longer. Once the current cultivators reveal their true power, these inner demons will fade away naturally. The old master chuckled. You are right. But it seems this important mission still relies on the translation. The humble response came. You are too kind, Master. Even I can't fully grasp it anymore. Kung Long recounted. These 15 esteemed elders are all ancient beings. Back in the day, despite many events unfolding, they chose not to interfere in the mortal realm's affairs. And they feel no familiarity with today's grand scene. They still can't understand what era we are in now. If they truly interfere with the cultivation world, the consequences would be unthinkable. We must never forget this, the old master replied. This is something I have always worried about. The translator agreed. Exactly. But there is still something our master feels. The two kids had no clue about the esteemed elders. but they were forced to sit and listen, obedient like little lambs. After a long pause, the old master spoke. It is getting late. We should be on our way. The translator stood up too. I have some matters to attend to, so I will head out first. Little Sung, remember to rest well, the disciple replied. Understood. I will see master and the esteemed elders off, Helene shouted from the upstairs. Hey. Those old guys are gone. Right. Come on. Everyone. Come here and grab your share. Venetiabi asked about the food. Has Hodi-kun not come back? Did he go to the Heavenly Dragon Temple? The Intradung replied with a bright smile. Why worry about him? One less person who does not belong to us just means more for us. At that moment, the half-immortal sister could not contain her excitement. Saying loudly, Tata. Welcome to my treasure trove. Everyone rushed in, but it seemed only Thin Trung was truly intrigued. Elian proudly asked. What do you think? Thin Trung was taken aback. Sister, were you two just fixing things up? Helene waved her hand dismissively. What is a little bit of this? Come on. Big sister will show you guys something amazing. Little RDU excitedly grabbed the hands of the others. Sister, let us go up to the 3rd floor. I have redecorated it too. Ving Thung and everyone followed, and he helplessly said, let us go check it out. As soon as they arrived, all three were left speechless, especially Thin Trung, who was drooling with envy. This was the room of a tavern, impeccably arranged with a vintage style. Next was the room of Vitahu RDU, styled with a European flair. Accompanied by the size of the financially challenged, Helene quickly tossed over 2 large bags. Here. Keep this for the two of you. Venxian and Thin Trung opened the bags, and both could not help but gasp in awe. Thin Trung turned around excitedly. Sister, are all these for me? Evelyn replied fiercely. You do not need to return anything. He quickly hugged the bag, replying, I want it. Thank you. Big sister. Standing before a room, Helene looked over in shock. She silently observes, her expression a bit serious. In front of the room, there is a red sign that reads, "Esi." Curious. Kwon Howen opens the door, and Helene gasps, Dante open it. The scene shifts to Hori Kin, who is currently focused on teaching. Ixil. Form is not different from non-form. Non-form is not different from form. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Receiving. Action. Consciousness. Things extinguish in this way. XLIT is the concept that truth is neither born nor dies. Neither dirty nor clean. Neither increasing nor decreasing. He is learning a meditation course. Right after, he smiles and asks, Lady disciple, have you grasped anything? Hui Kin can't help but groan. I have been drawing on all day. To keep the vibe. I can't say it. I have really pushed it too far. Suddenly, even though there is no wind outside, a chilling aura makes him shiver. Hui Kin looks outside, wondering, what is going on? It feels like I have forgotten something important. The scene shifts back to Ving Thang's villa. He bangs his hands on the table, excitedly saying, Hey, what is all this treasure in the room? Did you plan on robbing the entire Chuzhou? Helian sweats nervously, explaining, it is just a little loot from dealing with the bad guys. Right. Over 100 years ago. How the Westerners treated us is how we treat them back. Plus, we helped handle the Western dark factions. Collecting some fees is no big deal. She snaps her fingers and continues. And it is not like I am hoarding all the treasure for myself. Her phone buzzes with a flood of messages. He live in. You are truly righteous. Helene is indeed my virtuous mentor. Next time I get the chance, I wish to fight side by side with you. Thing Thung can help but feel a headache coming on. But do not you think we should tell the others about this treasure? He live in. Now on the verge of tears. Replies. I know it is wrong. I just did not want to share the good stuff with anyone. Can we keep it to ourselves? With so many treasures. It will be good to have some capital when we leave Earth. Thung sighs. But the dark factions we wiped out. Those spoils should definitely go to the families of the righteous. Besides, hoarding all these treasures is not going to do us any good. What if we trade some of these treasures with the clans for magical artifacts? As he finished speaking, Lion gently patted He Lion on the head, like comforting a little puppy. Wang Xing continued. Big sister knows that in the future, the Daoist sect might face fierce battles, and magical artifacts will boost the cultivator's strength. This is a rare opportunity for the host. In the end, she had to compromise. Fine. Just follow along with you. Wang Xing looked over at Van Qi and Thian Truong, both of them gazing at him with eager eyes. Wang Xing spoke up. The price can drop by more than 20%. It can't go any lower. Running a business is not easy for us either. Wang Xing feigned a helpless expression. With kids and elders at home, we need to have food on the table. He Lion quickly chimed in. That is right. That is right. There are kids and elders. And when she got to this point, her face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He Lion immediately kicked out in anger. Shut up. What do you mean kids and elders? Thian Truong and Van Qi echoed. What the heck? We still have stuff to do. Their inner thoughts screamed, let us get out of here to avoid the backlash. Over here. Wang Sheng smiled brightly. Big sister. I did not say anything. He Lion was furious. Stop right there. Let this big sister give you a proper beating. A little while later, he was sprawled out on the sofa. Finally done. Exhausted after 3 days in the little underworld. Time to take this chance to rest. Big sister. Come look. My brother's body is burning up. He Lion casually ate an apple. It is nothing. That is just his original spirit recovering on its own. He practices a pure yang technique. So it is a normal phenomenon. At that moment, a soft hand quickly pressed against his forehead to check on him. Little Yi casually said, Big sister. It seems like my brother is cooling down. He Lion flashed a sly smile. No way. That is nonsense. He continued. I suddenly remembered this as a reaction of the technique. A pure yang type definitely needs a pure yin mental force to help him balance out. Hurry up. Little Hoin Hoyan. Carry him to the room and then do this and that. Hoyan quickly picked Wang Sheng up with concern. He secretly complimented. Big sister is super helpful. Meanwhile, He Lion and Little Du could not hold back their laughter any longer. Hoyan quickly understood the expressions of the two at that moment. Her face turned as red as a tomato. Feeling like someone just splashed cold water all over her, Wang Sheng could not help but lament internally. Another failure. He fell silent. But you know what? The days are long, and one day, he and his senior sister would achieve enlightenment. The sky quickly brightened. At Wang Sheng's villa, the atmosphere was incredibly calm. He was still deep in sleep on the bed. But his clothes were nowhere to be found. Ving Thing finally woke up. Slowly opening his eyes as the sunlight streamed into the room, he immediately sat up. Stretching. Feeling like he had just had the best sleep ever, his spirit seemed rejuvenated. But then, he quickly glanced down at his bare body. Ving Thing could not help but think. This battle seemed to have expanded in scope. And his understanding of the Sword of Destiny and the Yin-Yang Sword was almost complete. He was not too far behind. However, in that dream realm, the Heavenly Monarch had told him to seek out the hidden treasures he had concealed. What could it be? Did the Monarch use a different form to store those treasures? Or was his current understanding just too shallow to grasp the Monarch's methods? Seeing him lost in thought right after waking up, Quan Hyun softly called out. Junior brother. Startled to see Quan Hyun, Ving Thing exclaimed. Senior sister. He quickly looked left and right, surveying his surroundings. Ving Thung was confused. Why was he sleeping in his senior sister's room? He thought he had been brought back to his own room. Regaining his composure, he quickly asked. Senior sister, how long was I asleep? Quan Hyman looked at him and calmly held up her hand. 5 days. Suddenly, Quan Hyman glanced at his bare body, her face turning red. And Vivling Theng remembered. He had no idea why he was completely naked, without a scrap of clothing to cover himself. At that moment, a mischievous glint sparked in his eyes. Ving Thing immediately stood up, making Quan Hyun jump in surprise. She yelped and then hid behind a screen. While he thought to himself, why is my senior sister so adorably shy? Namenti, hearing the commotion in the room, spoke up. If you are awake, stop dawdling. You said you only needed 3 days. But you slept for 5. Hurry up and get ready. We need to head to the underworld. Ving Thing exclaimed. Yep. Master. He quickly got dressed, while Quan Hyven tidied up his hair. The two of them looked like a sweet couple, and she was incredibly gentle in her movements. Ving Thing felt a smile of happiness spread across his face as Quan Hyven pampered him. Suddenly, without knowing why, he casually said, Senior sister, let us get married. The moment he said that, Quan Hyman froze. Stopping what she was doing, his face was flushed, and he thought, how embarrassing. Why did I blurt that out? Was her reaction because he had been too casual and skipped any formalities? Or had she never thought about this? As his face burned like a tomato, and seeing Quan Hyun not respond, Ving Thing sneaked a glance behind him. She did not refuse. Instead, she gently wrapped her arms around him from behind and softly said, wait. Both of their faces turned crimson, and V Feng felt a surge of joy. Pressing on. Senior sister, if you did not refuse, does that mean you agree? Quan Hyun then closed her eyes, as if waiting for something. At that moment, Vivling Theng turned around, and their heads bumped into each other. She quickly pulled out her phone, tapping furiously on the screen. Quan Hyun earnestly said, wait until I figure out if I am Ho Qing or Quan Hyun, a celestial being or a cultivator on Earth, or until I accept that I am Ho Qing reincarnated as a celestial being. Then we can inform our parents about this and invite Master to bear witness. As Vering Thing read on, curiosity got the better of him, and he could not help but ask, how could that be? Quan Hyven tapped the screen, her words leaving Vivnothung momentarily speechless. Promising to be together through thick and thin, She might as well have been confessing her feelings to him. Ving Thung's heart swelled with happiness, his gaze towards her overflowing with love, but Quan Hien furrowed her brows, still feeling like all of this was just for show. After all, were not the master and disciple like father and child, and the senior and junior siblings close enough? Why did they have to become husband and wife? Ving Thing could not hold back anymore, asking her a question. Thinking, if all else fails, let us go all in. He looked at her seriously and said, if the master took on another disciple, and he happened to be a junior, what would that make our relationship? And if the master took on yet another disciple, would not they be our junior sisters? What then? At that moment, Quan Haiman slammed her hand on his shoulder in frustration. She glared at Ving Thung, uttering the words, marriage, and he felt a surge of joy, success within reach. Ving Thing stepped closer, softly saying, sister, once you accept yourself as the flower of the generation, and we clear the air, let us get married. He pulled Quan Hein into an embrace, promising to wait for her. After all, the path of cultivation was long and filled with promise. They would never part ways. She happily let out a soft sigh. In the morning, in someone's room, it seemed the owner was still asleep. And that someone was none other than Not Them, who was awakened by a strange noise. A shadowy figure, barely discernible, spoke up. Tenon, at a time like this, you are just sitting around doing nothing. You really think old folks like us can't keep up and you can fool us? Net Thumb quickly sat up and said, first off, I have my own standards. He buttoned up his shirt and continued. Second, I am not your subordinate. We are just collaborating. And right after that, Net Thumb slowly got out of bed, adding, third, you should not be here. This is a rule we set beforehand. Hearing this, the old man smirked in disdain. A rule? Ah, Tenon. Now that you have some status, you have started looking down on us old-timers, have not you? He unleashed his inner energy, saying, you should know, with this transformation, I could crush you right here. As he spoke, a menacing aura coiled around Not Thumb's neck, yet he remained calm, saying, what I promised, I will definitely deliver. You just need to be patient and wait. Impatiently, the old man replied. Before, you told us to wait, saying that Mandichi could pressure the cultivation community into inviting us back. But now, those Manji evil cultivators have already been wiped out by a sword cultivator named V Feng Fai. How long do you expect us to wait? Ni Thumb continued. The evil cultivators could not withstand a single blow. This is beyond my expectations. But do not worry. I have prepared a comprehensive plan. He quickly inhaled the smoke. Ni Thumb continued. I promise you, I will deliver on what I said. But I hope you will keep your end of the deal too. The other guy chimed in. Teamheimne. Do you really think we can't escape this mess? Don't worry. We are not interested in your ideals or your path to power. All we want is a little face saving. He added. Years ago, the Heavenly Master placed a curse on us. And I want the current Heavenly Master to personally lift this curse. We want the current sect leader to kneel before us and respectfully call us ancestors. I will give you 3 more years. The last 3 years. As soon as I finish speaking, his shadow rapidly disappears. At this moment, Net Thumb sat alone in a quiet room, feeling exhausted as he leaned back and let out a long sigh. Just then, a knock echoed from outside, and Net Thumb warily called out, then got up. The secretary opened the door and walked in. Chief, I brought what you needed, he replied nonchalantly. Just put it on the table. Concerned, the secretary asked, Chief, you look a bit off today. Are you feeling unwell? Net Thumb rubbed his temples. It has just been a lot of pressure lately, she gently asked. Do you need me to help you relax a bit? At that moment, a sly grin appeared on his face as he glanced at her. Immediately, the secretary jumped into action. While outside, a little bird chirped incessantly. Net Thumb shouted, Ouch, ouch, ouch. Slow down. You're gonna break my back, she reported. Chief, the investigation team is about to go live in the underworld. I heard they want the team leader and the silent fairy to temporarily act as judges. What should we do? Net Thumb waved it off, saying the important thing right now is gaining the support of the hidden sect. Ju Thin could not help but wonder. But the leader of the hidden sect is very wealthy. He is not likely to waste his resources on us. Net Thumb explained. Shen Taiyan is a businessman. As long as there is enough benefit for him, he will come knocking at our door. The hidden sect is crucial to our plan. Without their support, making any changes will be much harder. Then he quickly changed the subject. Ju Thin, go down a bit, she asked. Where to? Net Thumb replied. To that spot you usually go to. Exactly there. Meanwhile, in the underworld, familiar figures quickly flew. Over here, at the 5th level of the Yama Hall, everyone landed swiftly. Vithung was a bit surprised. I can't believe we have made it here. At that moment, The atmosphere in the Yama Hall was incredibly grim. Director Naganti announced. Fairy Hokan has entered the hall. Standing beside him, Tatayan held his position as the technical advisor. Ving Thun quickly opened the door. The assistant had been waiting outside. At this moment, she wore a robe that concealed her figure, radiating an intense aura. Thing Thun can to help but get lost in thought. How can my senior sister be so beautiful? Ningadi urges everyone. Come on. Or do you want me to be your assistant for another round? He snaps back to reality. Ah yes. I'm coming. After she sits down, he raises his voice again. Today, Hukung Tingzichit is acting as the judge of hell. Just as Nungana finishes speaking, a beam of purple light appears from above. Quan Hyan raises her hand, and a pen materializes. The judge has taken their place. The adjudicator is here, and the enforcers are ready to escort the criminal. Below, 4 people quickly step forward in unison to respond. First up is the fine for the sect leader. He channels his energy into the vial in his hand. Moments later, a dense stream of purple mist pours out from within the vial. In no time, the demons collapse onto the ground. The judge continues, explaining that the rules of the underworld dictate that once a person dies, they become a wandering spirit and must stand trial for their sins. Wang Sheng contemplates this, while the elder offers a reassuring word, saying that as long as the senior sister holds the adjudicator's pen, they will soon understand how to handle what comes next. But how to deal with it specifically remains a mystery to everyone else. Seeing the worry on his face, the adjudicator shoots him a confident wink. She then expertly takes the adjudicator's pen and begins to write. As the characters form, a powerful aura envelopes the adjudicator. Wang Xing thinks to himself, perfect. With the senior sister in charge of the writing, I am in the right place to deliver the judgment. He then speaks up, declaring that the demon named Mai Li participated in the plundering of the Great Harmony Nation, killing nearly 1,000 people, and was ultimately slain by the elder of the sect, Master Fa. In life, she committed heinous crimes, and her body turned to dust after her demise. However, to serve as a warning to other evil cultivators, her soul will face 3 years of torment in hell before it dissipates into nothingness. He looks at the adjudicator and adds, my lady, if you find it appropriate, please approve the sentence. The adjudicator nods, then swiftly circles the judgment in the record. Mei Li is immediately condemned, destined to suffer in the darkness forever. Below, powerful hands grab her and pull her down, causing Mei Li to cry out in pain. The judge then loudly calls for the next criminal to be brought in. During the proceedings, both of them work together in perfect harmony. Meanwhile, the judgments continue, and several demons are being pushed down to their fates. The adjudicator, while writing, glances over at Wang Sheng with nostalgia. Memories of that youthful boy from years ago come rushing back to her mind. Back then, Wang Sheng clumsily hiked up the mountain to ask her to be his mentor, introducing himself as Wang Sheng and asking for her guidance. Whenever she cooked delicious meals, he would happily eat and never forget to thank her. Then she recalls 13 years ago, when Wang Sheng selflessly put himself in danger to protect her, and she apologizes when he emerged from the little underworld. She could never forget that image of him joyfully saying, senior sister, just recently, he had proposed to her with such sincerity, asking, senior sister, let us get married. They exchanged glances, sharing a moment filled with the sweet scent of love enveloping them. Everyone fell silent, yet they could see the sincerity in each other's eyes. The judge covered her mouth and reminded them, can we please keep it professional while we are working? Over 10 hours later, the judge began summoning again, leading the next criminal into the courtroom. A bloodline descendant of the ancient royal family, Lina appeared disheveled, followed closely by 2 guards trying to prevent her escape. Wang Xing shouted loudly, the demon Lina, leader of the Blood Clan's freaks, are responsible for the plundering of the people of the Great Ho Nation, killing countless innocent lives in an unforgivable crime. Lina was tightly bound, screaming, Wang Sheng, you could just kill me directly. Right after that, 2 guards on either side pressed her shoulders down forcefully. Wang Sheng spoke, if you want to kill someone, you will have to wait until they suffer the punishment of the 18 layers of hell below. Once inside, it is a living nightmare. He shot a cold glance at her, saying honestly, for you, death might actually be a release. Lina screamed, is this your idea of respect for a powerful opponent? We have battled each other before. Even if I am defeated now, I deserve to die with dignity. Hearing this, Quan Hoing could not help but burst out laughing. The loud sound shattered the heavy atmosphere, and everyone turned to look at her. She quickly straightened up, regaining her serious demeanor. Wang Xing then asked her, in your eyes, do you think powerful beings are just you and me? You are also someone who has lived since ancient times. Surely you have felt the aura of true power before. Right now, I am just a nascent soul stage cultivator, and you can't even beat me. Do you have no shame calling yourself powerful? Besides, we are not just opponents. We are enemies. I have never held back against an enemy, to warn the rebellious Blood Clan. You will endure 30 years of torture here, changing to a new layer of hell every year. After 30 years, you can let your soul scatter. As soon as he finished speaking, light from hell enveloped her. Lena screamed in panic. You do not have the right to do this, Lena yelled maniacally. Let Satan judge me. I will only accept judgment from Satan or Hades. Her form was quickly sucked into hell, and in an instant, she was gone. The words continued. The initial 2 hours of judgment have passed, directly broadcasting nationwide to deter any evil cultivators plotting against the Great Hua. For the next while, we can focus on our cultivation in peace. Wong Sheng quickly stood up. Master, if everything here is settled, I want to go to the Reincarnation realm to see the old lady of the immortal realm. The words quickly approved. Go ahead. This time you owe your rescue to the strength of the old lady of the immortal realm. So make sure to thank her. Right after that, he swiftly leaped outside. It was unclear what Wang Sheng was thinking, but his expression had turned serious. Soon, Wang Sheng arrived at the Reincarnation realm, the home of the old lady. He had no hesitation and flew straight inside. Then, he quickly landed in front of the immortal tablet. The stains were still there, the holes still present. Everything seemed like it had just happened yesterday, only he had changed. He looked up. The immortal tablet was glowing. Wang Sheng called out loudly. Senior. Jiao Van quickly revealed herself. And although Shen Thi and Lam would gradually control the inherited powers of the immortals, there would still be many hidden dangers ahead. Maybe after she recovers, her personality will change dramatically. Or perhaps she will transform into the spirit of the minor underworld. But there is really nothing anyone can take away from this. Wang Sheng felt a pang in his heart as he recalled that day. In a moment of crisis, his senior sister sacrificed herself to endure the powerful call, so that the minor underworld could stabilize once again. She always dreamed of finding a normal person to marry, to live a simple, happy life. You gripped your hand tightly, but in the end, you became the embodiment of an immortal, bound by the 6 desires and emotions. But this was her choice. All I can do is hope she finds her true self again soon, so she can wield her celestial powers at will. Right now, I am still 2 major hurdles away from becoming an immortal, transcending and overcoming tribulations. Once I achieve immortality, if I can help my senior sister, I will do everything I can. Jiao Van could not help but glance over. Someone who could think like that is truly wonderful. Over here. Everything you said was heard by the powerful spirit, and she felt a bit touched, whispering to herself. Wang Sheng. After the ritual with the powerful spirit was done, the affairs in the minor underworld were also wrapped up, and Wang Sheng quickly took his leave. He soared through the skies with Quan Haiyan, riding the winds. He turned to her and said, Senior sister, let us fly slowly and enjoy the scenery. Quan Haiyan looked at him and could not help but burst into a bright smile. He happily thought that from holding hands to sharing embraces, his relationship with his senior sister was now incredibly good. Even if they had to avoid topics unsuitable for kids, there was no rush. He gazed at Quan Haiyan. After all, what he desired was what his senior sister wanted, not just his own wishes. Suddenly, he curiously asked her, Senior sister, when do you think you will break through to the nascent soul stage? Quan Haiyan was taken aback by this question. She looked at him and said, I do not know. Wang Sheng quickly pieced it together and asked, Are you stuck at a bottleneck? Quan Haiyan nodded, her face clouded with sadness as she traced letters on his hand. Recently, I have been forcing my understanding too much, making my progress really slow. I do not know if it is because my comprehension is not enough. My cultivation speed has lagged so far behind that it feels like I am just falling behind. Wang Sheng quickly reassured her, saying that here, having cultivated for 30 years in the underworld, she definitely would not be outdone by her senior sister. How about this? When we get back, let us discuss a bit to see if we can inspire some insights for you. Quan Haiyan was momentarily confused by his suggestion and asked, What do you mean? Wang Sheng explained. It is just about clarifying our understanding of the Tao. You also have a solid foundation in pure yang cultivation, so having 2 perspectives on sword intent might help you. Quan Haiyan quickly understood, and she happily nodded in agreement. When the 2 of them returned to the villa, the sun had already risen, and both figures hurried inside. They landed on the 2nd floor. Looking rather worn out, you did not even get a chance to rest, and Quan Haiyan quickly took charge. Right after that, both of them entered the room and locked the door tight. She quickly sat up straight and said, As for the Tao discussion, Quan Haiyan has made up her mind. To protect the integrity of the master sister, I am taking the risk. Wang Sheng immediately notified the fixed group of immortal practitioners about the situation with Quan Haiyan. Everyone buzzed together discussing how to help her break through to the immortal realm, and Qin Zhang could not help but chuckle. Who would have thought they would have to brainstorm ways to help the strongest sister break through? At this point, after reading everyone's messages, Quan Haiyan quickly replied. Quan Haiyan briefly mentioned that the younger disciples could not escape by themselves. Then, feeling embarrassed, she corrected that to say the younger practitioners could not escape by themselves. In fact, Everyone had already seen the message before she retracted it. Wang Sheng looked at her with a helpless smile. Sister. And at that moment, Quan Hoen blushed. Meanwhile, in another chat group, Qian Zhang wondered about the whereabouts of the girl De Li. Hui Jing recounted that after he enlightened her, De Li became aware and stopped bothering Wang Sheng. Qian Zhang teased, since he did not see him that day. He thought Hui Jing had sacrificed himself. Van Qi reminded him to check the stuff that He Lian sent over, and of course, Hui Jing did not refuse. Shifting scenes to Tianzhang's sect, for some reason, he found himself kneeling like that early in the morning. In his hand was a medallion made of gold. He stared at the object in his hand for a long time, lost in thought. Qin Zhang clenched his teeth and pondered. Not long ago, he was one of the top talents in the cultivation world. And even if he could not catch up to the Ascension and Master's sister, he should not be too far behind. But his master was about to enter seclusion, and asking him for guidance was incredibly difficult. If he wanted to break through, he could only seek the ancestral master. Just then, the old celestial master came out and interrupted his thoughts. Qin Zhang, did you come to find me for something? Qian Zhang felt a bit flustered. He stammered. Ancestral master. My master is in seclusion, and I wanted. As he spoke, the old master quickly understood and burst into laughter. The ancestral master knows you are friends with Fei Yu and Bu Yu. Do you feel like you are too far behind them? Feeling worried and deep in thought, Qian Zhang got excited. He did not have many friends, just those few. And now he and Xiao Liaozi had fallen far behind the three of them. He always competed with Xiao Liaozi, thinking that just keeping pace with him was enough. But when it came time for ascension, he realized he was just a chicken, unable to contribute anything. Master, do you know that day, when we were rushing to the promotion spot, we could have gotten there 2 hours early, but no one knew how to face him. So we just hid in the car, too scared to fly over. I ask for your guidance in my cultivation. I am not hoping to catch up with him by promotion, but at least when facing a powerful enemy, I want to be able to support him. Protect him, not cower behind like a coward. Hearing this, he quickly replied that if I have used the celestial command to request help from the sect, everyone in the Tiger Mountain will do their utmost for me. For the past 3 years, I have been in seclusion by your side, and I will guide you in your cultivation to help you unlock your potential. He gestured. Hand over your phone, and the disciple quickly complied, obeying the master's order. Immediately, he crushed the phone into tiny pieces in an instant. This left the disciple stunned. He certainly did not expect this. Without making him wait long, he dragged the disciple to the ground, saying it was time to start cultivating. The guy could not help but silently mourn. Over 600 of my 3D pig movies. Meanwhile, at Wang Sheng's villa, he was lounging around, yawning. Soon after, Wang Sheng pulled out his phone and started playing with it. A message from the fixed cultivation team catches Hui Jing's attention. He wonders what that heavenly essence is up to since Thing has not seen it around at all. Wang Sheng replies, did not he say he was going into seclusion? Hui Jing is shocked. After knowing him for so many years, he could not believe the longest time he has ever gone into seclusion was just 2 days. When Ji chimes in, his normal life is such a mess. His mind is not pure. He might even be possessed. Wang Sheng feels a bit anxious, saying, let me ask Meng Yu to check this out. He quickly sends a message, asking if Meng Yu is free to find out where the heavenly essence is. She replies, hang on a sec, I will go ask. According to Wang Sheng's investigation, there are 2 rumors. One is that the heavenly essence leaked some pig movies and got grounded, or it has been taken by the ancestor for training. Everyone agrees the second explanation sounds more plausible. Wang Sheng feels relieved for his friend. Having the old master teach him directly means when the heavenly essence appears next, it will shake the world. Hui Jing respond. He will get stronger and also a pain in the neck. Wenjie, if that is the case, I should go into seclusion too. Hui Jing questions. By the way, has the immortal maiden broken through her seal yet? Speaking of which, he turns to look at her. Huan Huan is still intensely focused. Her face is serious, and beads of sweat are starting to form. Seeing her struggle like that makes Wang Sheng uneasy. He says, once one knot is untied, another one appears. Hui Jing comforts her with a few words before diving into his own cultivation. At this moment, Wang Sheng quickly gets off his chair, moving quietly so as not to disturb her. Hui Jing pats her head gently, saying, senior sister, remember to take it easy with your cultivation. You do not have to push yourself too hard. Huan Huan soon perks up, happily biting into an apple. Hui Jing breathes a sigh of relief. Thank Buddha. That was a close call. He muses to himself, surely he won't connect the dots. Suddenly, a voice from behind breaks through. Finally out for a stroll. Being cooped up in that virtual world is not great for you, he recounts. There were 2 little monks who snuck out to go online, but their master caught them and lectured them. They asked why Hui Jing was not punished. Thank Buddha. Even he considers the management of our temple. When online in his room, just say he is in seclusion. Hui Jing speaks up. It is a small thing. But master, since you are related to Fuang Tru, stop calling him sir like that. If someone hears you, they might think you are controlling the heavenly dragon. Fuang Tru looks at Hui Jing seriously and asks, so can we confirm this now? Hui Jing replies, yep. No matter how big the challenges he faces, he will quietly develop in a way that benefits him. That is a sign of good luck on him. And besides, he has grown into a pretty decent person. Sticking around him is definitely the right move. Master Tramangyam spoke. But sometimes, even great fortune is not always a blessing. 100,000 years ago, the wicked beings in the heavenly realm rose up and attacked. The heavens fought back. But somehow, the fate of the heavens was ultimately sealed in this world. Once the flying language leaves this forbidden realm, the luck of the heavenly realm will generate and converge with him. At that point, he will only have two paths ahead. Either he gets trapped in his own unfortunate fate, or he accepts the great fortune of the heavens and soars straight up to the sky. Hui Qin listened, unable to suppress his thoughts. Then, calmly, he said, if that is really the case, we need to make that day come sooner. Hui Qin spoke up. Master, want to play around? I will lead the team to the top spot. He was met with panic. Please consider the consequences. Hui Qin sighed. All right. I will just head back to my room and play then. Just as he was about to leave, a loud noise suddenly stopped him in his tracks. Hui Qin exclaimed. Whoa. Why did it break through all of a sudden? He looked on in disbelief. Thinking back, why on earth did I foolishly take on a disciple like this? That evening, at the villa of Wudang, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. He called out to his source, asking, Master, is there anything I can do to help my senior sister, who is stuck at a bottleneck? The answer came. To help her break through to the origin core, there are only two ways. First, advise her to suppress her realm until she accumulates enough power for the breakthrough, trading time for safety. Ving Thing remarked. Master, I think my senior sister is eager to break through soon. She has been pushing herself too hard. He continued. Then there is only the second path left. Let her come into contact with a cultivator skilled in balancing yin and yang techniques. That might just give her a boost in energy to help her gather more insights. Ving Thing focused his inner energy, and a tiny bagua compass appeared, containing the sword in his hand. Ving Thing smiled brightly. Master, do you think I can manage this? His source replied. I asked. Some people have it, some do not. Some may not have it yet, and some are still waiting for it. What does that mean? Ving Thing, feeling dizzy, muttered. What the heck? His source burst out laughing. I told you to read more, and you really took my words to heart. Ving Thing felt embarrassed. Master, his source continued. When your senior sister finishes her closed-door training, take her out to explore. Experience the beautiful northern scenery. It might help her understand the way of the universe better. Ving Thing quickly nodded. Yep. Disciple understands. His source added. The balance of yin and yang. Surely there are skilled masters in that field. After finishing the conversation, he promptly placed the sword on the ground and sat up straight. He thought to himself, I have to seize this opportunity to cultivate and break through, making my power even greater. I must ensure that when my senior sister breaks through to the origin core, if any danger rises, I will be there to support her. Suddenly, at that moment, a voice rang out. Little flying language. Helian leaned in close and asked, Why are not you asleep? What are you doing here? Ving Thing turned red. I just had a video call with my master. You pinch your nose and turn to ask her. Big sister, have you figured out a solution to what we discussed before? Helene mischievously replies. What is it? Are you trying to enlighten little Hyan? Ving Thing helplessly reiterates. It is about cultivating the nascent soul. Helian glances over, worried about her sister's chances of breaking through to the nascent stage. Ving Thing reminisces, recalling how dangerous it was for his senior sister back then, when she attempted to form her core. The balance of yin and yang was incredibly difficult to manage. Almost a 9-to-1 chance of death. He thinks deeply. Now wanting to break through to nascent soul is several times more perilous than before. Helene shakes her head. I am out of idea. I can't even grasp the path for little Hyan. Anyway, there is a protective barrier. So if it does not work, just tell her to switch to a different cultivation method. Plus, Hyan is the reincarnation of a heavenly flower. Who knows? She might just stir up some divine luck in the future. Upon hearing this, you find yourself deep in thought, staring into the mirror. Inside, Hyan is still focused on her breakthrough. Ving Thing watches her intently, as if he fears she might vanish. Just then, Hyan slowly opens her eyes. Ving Thing enters at the same moment she steps outside. Their eyes meet, and Hyan blushes shyly. Ving Thing speaks up. Sister, little Rgu has recently started practicing sword techniques. Can we take her out for a stroll at the sword sect? She really wants to spend more time with you. But you have been in seclusion every day, so she has not found the chance. As he says this, he secretly thinks that using this excuse to lure his sister outside for a bit should work. Soon, Hyman happily agrees. And Wudang Thung can help but feel thrilled just as he thought. The scene shifts to Van and Chi, who walks while deep in thought. It has been nearly 9 months since he lost contact with the Theon trying. And living without his constant chatter has been a bit of an adjustment. Aside from not knowing his friend's current situation, he has made significant progress in his flying and silent skills, as well as his cultivation. Van and Chi's face reveals a hint of sorrow as he contemplates. He stops, considering that in this small area filled with monstrous presence, he might have become the weakest link. He stands before a familiar place and calls out loudly, "Master, this is the elixir I prepared for you." At that moment, the medicine box in his hand suddenly flies up on its own. The door swings open without anyone touching it, and a voice comes from inside. "Is that you?" Van and Chia. Suddenly, lost in thought, Van Chi falls silent. Then, he exclaims loudly, "Master, I have been facing many difficulties in my cultivation lately. Is there any way to speed it up?" The voice from inside responds, "Why should cultivation be rushed?" Vinci continues, "I am a foolish disciple, and I ask you to forgive me, Master." The old man smiles warmly. "All right, those who often visit this old man still show me respect. Consider that a compliment to you." He tosses something over and says, "In this jade box is a secret technique I discovered during my training. If you find it useful, feel free to try it. But remember, do not boast about it. This technique is not part of our Mao Shan lineage." Venchi bows his head. "Yep. I understand. I will never forget your great kindness, Master." The scene shifts to Thai Sun, at the Sword Sect, where a towering rock formation stands tall. Atop that cliff, there is a massive ancient building. Ving Thing speaks up. "So what is the scene at Shushan like?" Little Du can't help but ask, "Why did we suddenly come to the Sword Sect?" "Big brother, to learn. You need permission from the Sword Sect. Back then, your brother was lucky enough to study here because of a twist of fate." The girl is intrigued. "A twist of fate? What exactly happened?" "Big sister Mao, tell me the story." Hearing this, the innkeeper suddenly blushes, and Miss Lick glances over at Vu Thung. He secretly watches Lick to see her reaction. The innkeeper begins to recount. The Sword Sect Sword 72 has so many talented sword practitioners at the river gate. Yet they all failed. Junior brother had a showdown with the 7 emotions, sword intent, and the benevolent, sword intent, clashing head-on with the generals. Finally, he faced Elder Thanfong from the Mount, where both sides battled with swords and junior brother received recognition from Elder Thanfong. Little Du listens, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Ving Thing chuckles. "It is not that simple. You know, when telling stories, it is hard to avoid embellishing a bit." Little Du says, "With so many people, how did you manage to get through the formation?" "Big brother." Ving Thing grins sheepishly. "It must have been luck, plus my master's guidance. You still have internal strength. This Thanfai sword was gifted to me by the senior elder, Than Lin of Sword 72 back then. This time, I am bringing you along to pay respects to him." Little Du is very excited and exclaims, "Maybe Elder Kim Line will give me a sword like that too." Ving Thing laughs brightly. "Are you daydreaming?" The girl pouts, losing some excitement. Ving Thing picks up a sound from afar. Since he leveled up, his hearing has sharpened. Ving Thing warns, "The elders of the Sword Sect are coming, so mind your appearance." Soon after, the elders arrive, and Ving Thing steps forward respectfully to bow to them. The Sword Sect elder joyfully exclaims, "Finally, we see you, my dear." Ving Thing responds, bowing to the elder. Loon runs over and whispers, "When are we having the banquet? Do you need the Sword Sect to help organize it? You and the Silent Fairy are both role models in the immortal realm, so we can't take this marriage lightly." Ving Thing laughs. "I am here because my little junior sister has admired this place for so long. I want to learn the sword techniques of the Sword Sect." Luanzi glanced at the girl, a mischievous little spirit with a bright, fearless face. Luanzi laughed heartily. "So that is how it is. Just give us a call next time. No need to make a special trip." Wang Xing said, "Let us take the little spirit over here to broaden her horizons, and let her taste the legendary wine of the Great Sword Mountain." Luanzi joyfully replied, "Please come in." Inside, the disciples of the Sword Sect were practicing their sword energy together. They all stood still, yet the sword energy kept soaring into the sky, twisting beautifully. As soon as they spotted the visitors, everyone quickly fell into line. Luanzi excitedly said, "Hey, as the elder, you should not just clap. Step up and give them some pointers." Wang Xing hesitated, thinking to himself, these disciples are not exactly high level. The heavenly sword energy is not easy to master, and you can't just dance around with it in front of the Sword Sect. He quietly observed for a moment, while Wang Xing's gaze swept over them. Soon after, He handed his sword to little Ju, who shyly asked, "Aren't you going to demonstrate your sword techniques without a sword?" "Brother," Wang Xing replied, "just watch and you will see." He then took a deep breath and said, "Get ready to be amazed." He gathered his internal energy, and a beautiful green sword quickly appeared. Luanzi and the sword sect were left stunned. Is that the heavenly tribulation sword intent? Wang Xing thought to himself. Using the excuse of little Ju learning to take the senior sister out for a fun break, playing around with little Ju, he hoped to inspire her to break through her own cultivation with the heavenly tribulation sword intent. Then, he leaped into the air. Dancing like a true performer, Luanzi was thrilled, even though it is just basic sword moves. The profound truth hidden in each motion is simply breathtaking. At this moment, Wang Xing firmly gripped the sword, his internal energy radiating powerfully. When he finished, everyone cheered excitedly. "Great job, Lu. Your swordmanship is truly extraordinary." Luanzi spoke up. "Elders, if you want to discuss Phi US performance, feel free to come up to the stage." Wang Xing reflected on how he once learned his sword intent from the elders, which helped him refine his own. Thinking of this, his face turned as dark as a pot's bottom. At that moment, a figure quickly approached him. "Fi Yu, the dragon of the azure, spoke. Let us have a little exchange. Shall we?" Wang Xing sighed internally. Master Dragon was his master's senior, and was not holding back on his appearance to avoid rejection. Vig Thing silently gazes through the bustling tavern. But having his senior sister nearby to sense the ethereal energy is a good thing. Soon after, they both step forward, ready for action. Van Long quickly leaps into the air, his face serious and determined. Ving Thing draws his sword, swiftly dodging the incoming attack. A massive explosion erupts, lighting up the sky. The two masters face off, with Vivni Thung wielding the celestial sword of destiny. Van Long strikes with a powerful move, the wind swirling like the sun and moon. They battle fiercely, and it feels like their swords are in perfect harmony, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The disciples of the sword sect watch the duel in awe, their mouths agape. Little Ardu cheers. "My big bro is amazing." The tavern buzzes with pride. The junior brother wields his sword more beautifully than meditating. Who would have thought he would reach such a high level? The senior sister needs to catch up fast. Meanwhile, everyone wonders why Elder Fiang and Elder Than Long are only dueling with swords, and not using any sword techniques. Exactly. Aren't they masters of sword techniques? I thought we would get to see some eye-opening moves. Vivring Thing thinks to himself. Looks like Than Long has noticed that some sword masters overly rely on sword techniques. They seem to overlook other sword techniques. After all, sword techniques are just supportive methods. To truly comprehend the way of the sword, one must grip the sword, feel the essence, and integrate the path into their being. Than Long can't help but praise. Incredible. In just 3 years. Who in the world of sword cultivation could rival Fian Goose's sword? Ving Thing lands swiftly. Senior, I have received your teachings. Than Long beams. In the days to come, I will be going into seclusion. Unless something major happens, do not bother me. He quickly walks away, deep in thought. Suddenly, Than Long a sword. Than Kim lets out a sharp sound. Looking at his broken Than Kim, Than Long can't help but sigh. Fiang has not shown his full strength yet. Truly impressive. With the level of the celestial sword of destiny, it seems he far surpasses Elder Vode. Ving Thing calls out loudly. Senior, I want to transfer sword techniques to my little sister. Than Long replies. That is right. Little RGU is a disciple of the celestial beings. She can cultivate the sword techniques, which is a testament to our sect's recognition by the celestial beings. He can't help but laugh heartily. Night falls quickly, and at the Great Sword Mountain, little RDU asks in confusion. What is this place? Ludi explains. This is the sacred ground of our sword sect. V-Thing asks. Little RGU. Do you know who the owners of these swords are? She replies. I do not know. He explains. 100 years ago, the Enhyo kingdom attempted to invade Zieho. Our warriors, at that time, had not fully restored the natural essence of the world, and the cultivation methods were merely distant theories. The sword sect left behind a few from previous generations. The younger generation could only use swords to fight back against the Enryo invasion. And in the end, only these broken swords returned home. Do you remember when you asked me why the Daoists hate the Enryo kingdom's cultivation world so much? He pours a drink on the ground and continues. It is because many Daoists born in that era carry grudges that can never be erased. Right now, we can't talk about vengeance anymore, but we can at least revisit some of the oppression and humiliation from that year inflicted on Ndeo Kukf. Everyone could not help but sigh sadly. And Vidring Thung continued. The best I can do for our fallen predecessors is just this. 4 figures stood atop the mountain, each carrying their own burdens. Ving Thung spoke up. He looked at the little drunkard and smiled. I will lead everyone to meet the senior. Tron Line, a powerful aura surged from within the crevice, and Thangding Then and the others quickly reached the entrance. He explained. This is the 72 sword formation. At that moment, the sword on his back also reacted. And Vivringthing turned around to say, Giovanni is awake now. Luna could not help but ask. Who are you talking to? Vingthing responded. Let us go inside. It feels like there is an enemy presence in there. Vingthing added. We can't go in. This is the testing ground of the sword sect. Protected by a formation, Giovanni said calmly. Then breaking this formation should be easy. Right. He looked at her incredulously. This is the most important sacred ground of the sword sect. Do you really think we can just break their formation? The Giov replied. I remember this aura. Who does it belong to? Upon hearing her, Vingthing could not help but ask. Who? Giovanni recounted. He is a divine general under the command of the Emperor of Destiny. Like a reliable right hand serving the northern region at the North Star position, he occupies a heavenly rank and holds the position of the literary star in the heavenly court. Vingthing could not help but wonder. But how can the literary star remain in this position if it is so important? Luinti interjected. Exactly, Giovanni questioned. Does the literary rank represent weak cultivation? She explained. During the prosperous era of the heavenly court, those with lower cultivation were made heavenly generals to earn military merit. True experts were the brains behind the literary officials of the heavenly court. Wong was also a literary official back then. The true inner workings of the heavenly court are those literary officials who usually stay low-key, assisting the main authority in maintaining the order of the three realms, meaning they do not show their talents. Vingthing chuckled awkwardly. So that is how it is. I have learned something new. Lune exhaled deeply. I wonder if our ancestor is still safe. He looked at Giovanni and said, Amo Ophirum. Would like to ask the senior. Saying this, Luna bowed. Can we break the grand formation here? Giovanni asked. Is not this the sacred ground of your sect? Why would you want to destroy it? Luna decided. Everyone knows that 15 years ago, the small underworld experienced a shocking upheaval, ultimately bringing back 15 ancient cultivators. These 15 ancient cultivators are at least at the second stage of transcendence. But among these 15 high-ranking elders, none belong to our sword sect. Although the high-ranking elders are restricted by the divine envoy, if they lift their restrictions and reintegrate into the sect, our sword sect will definitely be suppressed in the cultivation world. We once wanted to invite the senior Tren online from the 72 swords to alleviate the pressure caused by those 15 high-ranking elders. Giovanni asked. Tron line. Vingthing explained. The senior Tron line is the sword spirit of the Southern Sword Master, left here by the Southern Sword Master. Luintis spoke up. Although the senior Tron line agreed to join the battle, a Tron line cannot break the grand formation, as it was set up by the ancestor, the Southern Sword Master. Even a whole bunch of Yuan Ying cultivators from the Heavenly Court can't break it. So I wonder if we could trouble the senior to break the formation. After hearing this, Jiao confidently replied. Of course. That is doable. Lunze could not hold back his excitement. That is fantastic. Please wait while I call the sect leader and the elders to come here right away. Moments later, the group of sword cultivators approached quickly from a distance. Thanlong and the elder sword cultivator looked ecstatic. Everyone was eagerly anticipating this moment. As Thanlong arrived, he said, Sword Fairy, we urgently request your help to break the Great Formation and liberate Elder Zhenling. Jiao winked and replied. Of course. I won't refuse. He anxiously asked. Can the Elder really break the formation that way? It won't backfire on us. Will it? Thanlong reassured him. I sent someone inside the formation to consult with Elder Zhenling. He will help us suppress the sword formation from within. Hearing this, Lunzi felt a bit more at ease. He quickly leaped into the air. In an instant, he soared high. With everyone below gazing up in awe. Then, he drew his sword, ready for action. Without waiting long, he swung his sword down hard against the rock wall, creating a massive explosion. Not stopping there, he channeled his internal energy, causing a stream of sword energy to extend from his hand. Another strike aimed at the hole, creating a huge splash. Giovanni directed the sword energy into the rock, then asked, What is next? Use your strongest sword technique to activate the Great Formation here. Then just explode the sword energy from within. He added. Lunzi was surprised. Is it really that simple? It feels like we are blowing up a mountain. Jiavan continued. The key is to calculate the situation and the foundational nodes. He quickly brushed his hand along the sword blade. All right, Lunzi, just follow my lead. He thought, as a sword cultivator, he would not dare ask too many questions about things he did not understand. He just needed to act. He quickly gathered his internal energy, tracing a few lines in the air. No one could see what he was doing. But at that moment, a massive beam of light suddenly burst forth, making the elder sword cultivator marvel. The depth of swordsmanship is incredible. It is no wonder that previously, he alone could defeat the entire Western Dark faction. In just a moment, cracks rapidly appeared along the cliff, and beams of light began to shine through. Lunzi could not help but feel uneasy. He was startled into silence. Observing the situation, Lunzi thought to himself, sensing the sword formation responding to the intent of Jia Van. It is starting to move now. And the elder is relying on us from the outside. Right at the cracks, a long sword shot out, piercing directly towards Lun Zi. He could not help but pray for luck. As the light of that blade shone directly in Lun Zi's face, he quickly used his best sword technique to counterattack. His sword fiercely struck forward, and that golden sword shattered completely. Dan Long was astonished. The swordsmanship and cultivation level here are truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Xiaoju and Quan Hun were also in awe. The cracks in the mountain gradually became clearer, eventually forming a vast web. The mountain exploded, a rush of sword energy bursting out. The sword sect formation was finally broken. He looked at Lun Zi with a bright smile.
Good.
It has been a long time. At this moment, why has the sword sect turned so quiet? The sword sect's spirit formation bowed respectfully. Thanking the prince for his assistance, the elder said, I still need to trouble you with the little sword, to which Jiao Ven replied. No problem. Everyone in the sword sect bowed their heads. Not daring to look up at him, Ving Theng could not help but wonder. Isn't this elder the legendary figure from back in the day when he was cultivating in the world, strengthening the sword spirit, after he showed respect to her? Jiao Ven replied nonchalantly. You think everyone is as reckless as you? He replied with a smirk. At least I am not heavy-handed. Jiao Ven shot back. Looks like I will have to keep a closer eye on you. Especially with that flower girl around. You are already in the tiger's mouth, Jiao Ven warned. Otherwise, I fear you might attract a few other female cultivators. Ving Theng quickly panicked. I am just a bit clumsy. Suddenly, a shockwave erupted, pulling Ving Theng's attention away. Where the sword sect's spirit formation stood, a fierce beam of light slammed into the mountain. Jiao Ven said coldly, well, I am here. He would not dare speak carelessly. Immediately, the sword on his back began to shine brightly. Ving Theng and his crew looked at the shining dragon and nodded respectfully. Ving Theng, along with Quan Haivan and Little Argue, quickly approached, standing in front of the sword spirit sect's entrance. He looked at him and said,
Good.
It has been less than 20 years since we last said goodbye. And you have changed so much. Tell me what you have been through. Ving Theng responded respectfully. Elder. About that, I have a question. Are you well versed in the ways of yin and yang? The elder was surprised and exclaimed. He continued, yin and yang. Here. There are indeed two schools of swordsmanship related to yin and yang. Ving Theng was overjoyed. That is fantastic. At what level is the sword technique? The elder replied. Of course. It is at level 8. Among the sword techniques you obtained last time but did not check out. Everyone quickly moved towards the sword at level 8. Ving Theng asked. Elder. The grand formation has been destroyed. How should I address you now? The elder simply replied. Just call me Nameless. He was curious. My young friend. May I ask what difficulties you face with the yin and yang teachings? Ving Theng replied. It is my senior sister. She has hit a bottleneck in her cultivation and wants to break through to the nascent soul stage. But the risks are too great. The elder quickly said. Let your sister unleash her true power so I can see what level she has reached. Ving Theng was thrilled. Great. Sister. Be the target and give it your all while I watch. Quan Haiyan seemed a bit tense. Violence with family is not something to take lightly. He quickly rolled up his sleeves, looking eager to take some hits. Ving Theng spoke up. Sister. Trust me and unleash your full strength. Quan Haiyan, fired up by his encouragement, gave a small and nodded quickly. Suddenly, she raised her hands, and her stance shifted to hold the position. Quan Haiyan quickly set up a formation, and a massive amount of inner energy surrounded her. This is the technique. The yin and yang harmonizing great formation. He braced himself, realizing that balancing his sister's yin and yang cultivation must not be underestimated. Even though she is currently just a late-stage celestial realm practitioner, her skill level is still 2 tiers below mine. But when it comes to surpassing levels, it is as easy for her as breathing. A man can't let himself lose face in front of the girl he loves. With that thought in mind, he gathered his inner energy, preparing for the afternoon session. The dual forces of yin and yang in this technique slowly split into 2 powerful sources of energy. Those 2 circles momentarily transformed into the shape of droplets. From a distance, Wang Shang watched as she seemed almost done. Whispering to himself, here it comes. The technique remained calm. She closed her eyes and struck. The 2 yin and yang extremes had now turned into 2 massive fists. Wang Shang received a hit, unable to withstand the force, and was pushed back. The sword sect's Zenling quickly activated his protective energy. The attack echoed through the mountains, sweeping forward with a thunderous sound. Immediately after, she exhaled deeply and slowly opened her eyes. The technique looked at him with concern and rushed over. Wang Shang smiled brightly, relieved that his senior sister truly was as strong as he had hoped. Hearing the praise, the technique could not help but feel happy. Wang Shang then asked, did you notice anything? Senior. The sword sect Zenling replied. The yin and yang complementing each other have not stopped you yet. You have controlled those forces to this extent. If you can stabilize this, what could the celestial realm do against her? He responded. If she reaches the original immortal realm, she might sweep through anyone at her level. The sword sect Ling added. Your natural sword talent has really caught everyone off guard, yet your senior sister is just as astonishingly talented. Wong Shang replied. My senior sister is the reincarnation of a celestial being. He was taken aback, exclaiming, What? Little Jan. That is quite bold. Quickly, Little Yo stepped forward and asked, Hey. Your arms are shaking. Are you okay? He pretended it was nothing, shrugging it off and saying, What are you talking about? Truth is, his hands were indeed shaking. I will never admit that the little love tap from my senior sister was incredibly powerful. Shortly after, Wang Sheng asked Jianling Zhen, Senior, do you have any suggestions? Now that he knew the background of the technique, he replied, I can just point you in any direction. Immediately, he reached for a large cauldron in the distance. It resembled a bagua furnace, and Jianling Zhen silently placed it in front of him. Inside that cauldron, a bright flame blazed fiercely. 2 ancient military texts appeared before the technique, saying, Let your senior sister comprehend these 2 sword techniques. She looked at him a bit apprehensively, and Wang Sheng stepped forward to encourage her. He reassured her. It is. Last time I came through here according to the 72 sword rules. Everything here is visible. As he said that, her motivation surged, and Wang Sheng burst into laughter. Senior sister, stay calm. Then she respectfully approached the sword sect and bowed her head. Once finished, she hugged the 2 secret manuals in her arms and bolted away. Jianling Zhen sighed at him, saying, Kid, stop pretending. Your senior sister has already left. Wang Sheng did not hide it, realizing nothing could escape the senior's eyes. At that moment, he finally spoke. Those punches from my senior sister could severely injure an unsuspecting, nascent soul practitioner. He quickly gathered his inner strength and brought over a few wooden chairs. Then, he sat down and said, Cultivation is ultimately a personal journey. Although you really want to help your senior sister overcome this tough phase, in the end, it is all on her. The sword sect's Lin Zhen glanced at you, suggesting that if you truly want to help her, let her cultivate at her own pace. Naturally, success will come more easily that way. Wang Sheng fell silent. He understood this principle, but deep down, his senior sister had a bit of a competitive streak. As he thought of this, he could not help but sigh. Wang Sheng pondered. Her thoughts were usually quite simple. She just wanted her cultivation to catch up to his. The sword spirit of the formation sect chimed in. Your path to cultivation is about achieving eternal freedom. Each person's path is different, there is no need to compare. Wang Sheng responded. Senior, you are absolutely right. He focused his inner strength, and his hands radiated a green glow. He calculated. Although the wounds on his hand were just superficial, he had pushed himself to endure the full force of those 2 strikes. If he let that energy run wild, losing the protective formation here could lead to some serious trouble. Suddenly, the sword spirit of the formation sect spoke up. Cultivation, he casually asked. Have you ever heard of the concept of fate? Wang Sheng replied. Being too obsessed with fate feels a bit vague and elusive. He continued. For an ordinary cultivator, it really is vague, but for true masters, fate is a critical issue. I have pursued the sword master for many years and heard that he has discussed this with celestial beings several times. He recalled that when the celestial emperor faced his downfall, the heavenly court was besieged and attacked by powerful beings from various star realms. One of the main reasons was that during the heavenly court's peak, they claimed the fate of heaven and earth. He questioned. So if the heavenly court was attacked, the fate must have dissipated. Right. Hearing this, the elder replied calmly. Not all. The sword sect's Lin Zhen continued. This is a certainty. Back then, the celestial beings could not figure it out either. But they had indeed enjoyed the protection of fate, while staying in this world for thousands of years. Even those gravely injured could rely on a sliver of life to recover. And the Emperor of Destiny even broke through his limits multiple times. If this place were not a forbidden area for immortals, the celestial beings would not have been in such a hurry to leave. Wang Xing chuckled. Elder, why did not you mention all this last time? I have been here for quite a while. He smiled brightly. Back then, your cultivation was too shallow, and discussing these matters would only affect your mindset. As he said this, the elder's eyes glistened with tears. It is not like now. The heavenly energy is still flowing in the Tao. While you have already gathered a significant amount of fate, it is a pity I am just a sword, without the means or energy of fate, so I can't extract too much from you. He then placed a hand on Wang Sheng's shoulder. But you do not need to worry too much. Your fate is strong enough. As long as you stay by your senior sister's side, you can surely draw on her fate, and maybe she can turn misfortune into fortune. Wang Sheng recalled the message from Huai Jing and thought, it seems like someone has said this before. Wang Sheng could not help but ask, may I inquire? Elder, what exactly is fate? He replied, for each realm, the significance of fate varies for every immortal. Right now, your luck can be seen as a golden opportunity. and the energy surrounding you will subconsciously draw you in. If you can withstand this incredible fortune amidst the grand forces of heaven and earth, the benefits will be immense. The sword spirit sect master narrowed his eyes, looking as if he might burst from the tension. Seeing his serious demeanor, Wang Sheng could not help but ask, "What will happen?" The sword spirit sect master's expression darkened as he stared at you, saying, "It ends badly." At this, Wang Sheng's face shifted dramatically, unable to hide his shock. 7 days later, little Dao learned the heart method and the essence of sword techniques from Wang Sheng. Meanwhile, Quan Huan was about to finish mastering and certifying 2 sword styles. After brawling with the sword sect spirit master, made significant progress with your own yin-yang sword intent. After finishing your training, the sword sect spirit master was now sitting calmly at the center of the cave mansion. The 3 of them approached him, clasping their hands. "Elder, we apologize for the trouble, but we must take our leave today," the sword sect spirit master spoke softly. "Good. And this fairy here. I have something to say," he said. Practitioners of the balance of yin and yang have been rare since ancient times, simply because this path is profoundly deep and mysterious. If you find this path blocked, do not force it. Remember, all great paths lead to immortality, the sword sect spirit master reminded. While practicing this way, remember not to be too greedy, nor set your goals too high. Understand each step, and know that every crucial moment comes with a price. Wang Sheng was astonished, thinking to himself, "A price?" Wang Sheng admired him even more and respectfully said, "Thank you, Elder, for your guidance." Just then, the sword sect spirit master added, "If you all are leaving, you can go without a farewell gift." With a flick of his hand, a spirit pearl appeared. Wang Sheng stared in awe as the spirit pearl floated toward him. Little Dao immediately exclaimed, "This? Big brother, can I keep it?" He recalled how excited she was when she first saw the spirit sword in Quan Huan's hand. Just like now, Wang Sheng could not help but sigh. "Take it. You can refuse a gift from an elder." Little Dao joyfully stepped up to the sword sect spirit master and said sincerely, "Thank you, Elder." Suddenly, he seemed to notice something about her and furrowed his brows. The sword sect spirit master continued, "Although the matter of energy is dangerous, do not dwell on it too much. Having great energy is good, not having it is not necessarily bad. The most important thing is your own guiding heart." Wang Sheng frowned, deeply pondering. Guiding heart. After leaving the sword sect spirit master's cave mansion, it was already late afternoon. Wang Sheng and Quan Huan flew back to the sect on their swords. He suddenly turned to Quan Huan and asked, "Senior sister, did you gain a lot this time?" She thought about how much she had collected from the 2 sword styles and nodded with a smile. "Great," Wang Sheng replied. "Then let us not waste our time at home. Let us go out and enjoy a bit. Next, we will head back to Wudang Mountain. Master has contacted a few elders skilled in Tai Chi, and they have agreed to spar with us." Hearing this, Quan Huan quickly took out her phone to check. She pouted as she read the newly received message, feeling completely capable on her own. No need to rely on anyone else. Then, Quan Hyven tightened her grip on Vogue Theng's hand even more. He smiled and advised, rubbing against her, affirming that this was good for both of them. The senior sister wanted to break through her limits. She had to accumulate a lot of experience to grasp more. Quan Hyven replied. Listening carefully, Ving Theng was smitten by her attitude, thinking to himself, "The senior sister is just too adorable." The sword strapped to Ving Theng's back suddenly glowed, prompting him to turn around. It was Jian, who was surprised and asked Ving Theng, "Does the current sword sect's spiritual formation lack the cultivation methods?" He replied. Yep. Jiao Van blamed herself, saying she had overlooked this. The sword sect's spiritual formation had lost its past memories. Of course, it also lost the 5 previous lifetimes. If she would have been more attentive to these details earlier, she would not be in such a predicament now. Quan Haiyan, on the other hand, furrowed her brows, saying, "This path I chose myself back then, so I will continue to walk it." Jiao Van, with a serious expression, replied, "If the accumulated experiences of those before you can help you achieve results twice as good with half the effort, and boost your confidence when overcoming challenges, then why not take advantage of that?" Vithung quickly interjected. Jiao Van, "The senior sister just does not want to bother anyone. Do you have any yin-yang balancing techniques?" Jiao Van responded, "I have never practiced that path, but during the Great War back then, there was a master who was well versed in it. I know where the teachings he left behind are." Hearing this, he looked at Jiavan with curiosity and asked, "Where?" She lifted her hand and pointed in a direction. Viveng Theng followed her gaze. Where they looked was the moon, quietly hanging in the high sky. She said, "Over there." Ingon from the other side of the screen exclaimed in surprise, wide-eyed, asking, "To the moon palace." Vyung Thang, with a serious face, looked at the communication device while responding to his master. Beside him, Quan Hein was also staring intently at the screen, Ven Jiao said that in the Moon Palace. There were complete teachings left by the Heavenly Realm, containing quite a few yin-yang balancing techniques. Nguyen from the other side of the screen spoke hesitantly, troubled by the situation. Ving Theng's expression remained calm, his brows slightly furrowed. Thinking, "It seems like my master is worried about us going up there for some reason," he immediately replied, looking up at the sky, starting to channel his inner strength. "Master, I just calculated that the average distance from the moon to Earth is about 300,000 km, and with my power, I can lead the senior sister there." Nguyen responded loudly, saying that he did not need to worry about that. What he was concerned about was the implications of this later on. One hand placed behind his back, he held the communication device carefully with the other. The tone on his face suddenly turned serious. He squinted at the screen and said, "Everyone knows the Moon Palace is a vital location for cultivation, but it is also known that it has not been opened yet." Ka recalled the scene, stating that the government currently controls most of the cultivation resources, squeezing the lifeblood of the teachings. If the Moon Palace were to open, the teachings would absolutely rally together to excavate. Everyone would want to share, and at that point, the power of the various factions would expand, likely causing quite a stir. An image of a negotiation flashed before them, with both sides arguing loudly. Wang Sheng's face had a hint of despair as he sighed. Why are there still so many issues here? The master closed his eyes, shook his head in frustration, and spoke, "If news about Nguyen Gong gets out, other cultivators will definitely blame you for always using the heavenly realm for your practice. It easily stirs up conflicts between cultivators and the government." In a moment, he opened his eyes, furrowed his brow, and looked ahead with utmost seriousness. The current state of cultivation seemed stable, but there are underlying instabilities lurking in the shadows. On the other end of the line, all three Wang Sheng, Quan Hoyan, and Xiaodu listened intently to their master. "Of course, for you all. This is a great opportunity from the heavenly realm. You should seize it now." His expression softened, and he smiled lightly while reminding them, "It is crucial to keep this under wraps, better to be sneaky about it." Wang Sheng, feeling upbeat, turned to look at Quan Haiyan, who was also beaming with a bright smile. He said, "Master, how do we explain this to the outside? Your senior sister can easily break through to the nascent soul stage by isolating herself and sneaking away. Just make sure not to attract anyone's attention." Suddenly, Wang Sheng's yin-yang sword radiated a warm, golden light. He noticed the light emanating from his sword and stared at the dazzling golden glow. Seeing this, the master asked curiously, "What is going on?" Little Sheng, Quan Hoyan, standing beside him, was equally surprised, her eyes wide with confusion as she looked at her junior brother. Wang Sheng imagined a palace thousands of miles away on the moon, smiled slightly, and said, "Master, as Jiao Yun mentioned, it is not a blessing left for the sect, but a fallback plan prepared by the immortals for themselves. It is all about the legacies of the great masters. The heavenly realm is essentially what the celestial beings left for themselves." The master replied with a serious expression, "So that is how it is, if we really get cast out by the sects. Waiting for the immortals to return would not make sense. However, this situation can't be explained to the legacies." Strangely, both Quan Hoyan and Wang Sheng sighed in helplessness, and the master on the other end felt the same. He thought, this is not going to be easy to handle. Suddenly, the little girl tugged at Wang Sheng's sleeve, trying to get his attention. Xiaodu looked at him with sparkling eyes filled with anticipation and said, "Can you say a few words?" "Big brother." Wang Sheng shrugged arrogantly and lifted his chin, replying, "Go ahead. We do not censor our words at home, only strictly monitor early romances." At that moment, Xiaodu looked at him with a not-so-friendly expression. She stated, "The current situation is that the Moon Palace can only be opened by your master. You and senior sister cultivating together will make the legacies feel it is unfair." The master chimed in, praising the little girl. "That is right. Xiaodu is indeed clever." Xiaodu smiled sweetly and continued, "The fundamental conflict here lies in the dependent relationship between the sect and the heavenly realm, whether it is recognized and accepted by both sides or not. The current sect does not feel like it belongs to the heavenly realm, especially if they demand unreasonable shares of the treasures. But look at her, proudly raising both hands toward the clan leader. We can't forget that the senior sister, who is the immortal of silence, has another identity as well." She glances at the little girl with an unwavering expression. Wang Sheng's face tightens in an instant, his brows furrowing as if he just heard something shocking. Yanzi's eyebrows also arch, her emerald eyes looking down, deeply contemplative after hearing what the little girl said. The image of the clan leader in a blue and white silk dress appears, looking incredibly beautiful and majestic. But right now, she has this expression that says, "Who am I and where is this place?" Wang Sheng agrees internally. Indeed, the other identity of the senior sister is crucial at this moment. Yanzi smiles and says, "Little girl, you really are clever. It is a pity you have already taken a master. Otherwise, I would be made you my sworn sibling. The little girl blushes and replies. I just thought of it. The master on the other side of the screen breaks into a gentle smile and says, as for the Moon Palace, it is better if no one around knows about it. You all try your best not to touch the treasures left by the immortals. As long as this does not go public, it should not cause any immediate issues. Suddenly, Jiao Yun speaks up. Why sneak around? Just boldly go to the Moon Palace. What can those Taoists do? Wong Sheng raises his eyes to look at the immortal girl. She continues. There are many treasures I can still control. This guy is currently my sword master. And the Moon Palace will definitely yield some benefits. Wong Sheng looks at her with a troubled expression. Jiao Yun continues, grinning with a menacingly intimidating smile. As for the others, if they want to claim the Moon Palace, let them try it themselves. The three of them look at her cunning expression, thinking, isn't Jiao Yun a bit too much? Has the master prepared some kind of trial they can't pass at the Moon Palace? Under the starry night sky, everyone falls silent in the face of Jiao Yun's threat. Guzi clasps his hands and says, Immortal girl, do not rush to blame. People's hearts are like this. We can't criticize too much. The Taoist successors see themselves as the heirs of the heavenly realm. If they all have immortals in the future, it is hard to avoid seeking a way into the Moon Palace. She responds calmly. If they find a way into the Moon Palace, then I won't interfere. The Taoist legacy of this world truly comes from the Celestial Palace. But it is just a small part of the heavenly realm's inheritance. Jiao Yun continues. If these successors enter the Moon Palace and receive the blessings of the Celestial Palace, they will also have to face the great disasters that the immortals of the Celestial Palace encounter. After hearing this, he ponders for a moment, and she reminds him, before confirming the whereabouts of the Celestial Immortals, I will not open the Moon Palace to the successors. With that, Jiao Yun turns and flies toward the clan leader, stating that she is the true deity of the Celestial Palace coming to cultivate in the Moon Palace, perfectly justified and reasonable. She pauses and casts a warning glance. If anyone wants to stir up trouble, do not blame me for being ruthless. Wong Sheng interjects. All right, Jiao Yun. If anyone obstructs the Celestial Immortals in their cultivation, they are my mortal enemies. We obviously won't shy away from complications. But if we can avoid them, it is better to focus on cultivation. Jiao Ven looked at him, then fell silent, unsure of what more to say. After that, she flew back, leaving a parting shot. As for this matter, Tai, you all can handle it however you want. No need to worry about what others think. The source continued through the screen, saying, in short, the fewer people who know about this, the better. Later, I will inform your master, but she will probably think the same as I do. Li Thing turned to Tu Daibu and reminded her that he still needed to talk to He Lin, telling her to keep this secret as well. Tu Daido responded, I will definitely keep it under wraps. After careful consideration, the source said, all right then. Let us keep the number of people who know about this to just 6. No one else can find out. He then seriously instructed Ving Thung and the others to be cautious once they reach the destination, and to think things through carefully. The source chuckled and added, in cultivation, you can be reckless or overly ambitious. It is not just about the techniques. The most important thing is your own understanding. Ving Thung replied, I got, Master. The next morning, Heaver Lian scolded Ving Thung. Are you heartless? Have you really decided to abandon your big sister? He just chuckled in response. Big sister. This is not because of you, she said in frustration. Don't worry. Once you two leave, I will set up a formation around the house. He Lin continued irritably. What do we care about those other sects? Who dares to mess with you too? I will tear down their mountain gate. It seemed she thought of something and grinned mischievously at Vevrong Thung, saying, but, He Lin patted his shoulder and continued, whether it is worth it or not, just make sure you decide wisely. If it is a subpar treasure, do not bring it home. It would be embarrassing. Thong thought to himself. The big sister. Has your conscience been tainted over the years? You are talking about inferior treasures like they are heavenly artifacts. Why do not you just sell me off too? With that said, He Lin happily pushed him aside. All right. To Tiu Han Hein. Tiu Ro Yu. Let us head out and stock up. She placed her hands on her hips and added. This time. Who knows how long you two will be gone? We need to be fully prepared. Tiu Ru curiously asked. Big sister. Are we going shopping? What are we buying? He Lin replied. We are getting food, toys, clothes. And we also need to buy a dozen backup batteries to keep Tiu Haiyan's phone charged. Kwon Haiyan chimed in. Got it. At the closed-door training session in the Moon Palace, Ving Thing addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, today I will tell you what you need to prepare for a closed-door session in the Moon Palace. Is it a detailed plan, a large technical team, or just a perfect ingredient for a rabbit stew? Ving Thing concluded. None of this matters to cultivators. Then he looked at Kwon Haiyan and hesitantly said, The third point depends on the situation. Ving Thing immediately slammed a photo down on the table. Of course. The first thing we need is information about humans landing on the moon. For example, the US. Lunar exploration plans and some of the Great China's moon missions are materials we need to look into. He casually tossed it aside and continued. Naturally. These things hold little benefit for us. V. Thung shared his calculations. That is why I have laid out 3 steps. Step 1. Quietly take off. Step 2. Fly straight to the moon. Step 3. Try to avoid facing it. Before he could finish his sentence, he was knocked down by a cloud rock. She continued for him. It is really that simple. Have you learned it yet? If you have, let us take the next step and fly to the moon together. Speaking of the moon, in ancient Chinese culture, the moon holds great significance. Like Shang crafting divine medicine. The blue sea and the clear sky are the backdrop of countless myths surrounding it. But in reality, the moon is not that special. When the gods came down from heaven, they opened up countless stories on the moon. Later, the heavenly realm fought back, leaving the immortal world behind, which became the desolate domain of the current moon palace. In reality, during the golden age of the celestial realm, the moon palace truly existed right on the surface of the moon. Tales of the moon rabbit soaring up to the lunar palace really did happen in the center of the universe. The homeland of the celestial beings and spirit world within the tri-world system under the celestial realm's governance. The sun and moon are the 2 most important stars in the sky, representing yin and yang. The god ruling over the moon is known as the moon deity, whose cultivation is profoundly deep and hard to challenge. There is also a stunning beauty known as the most beautiful woman in the 3 realms, the embodiment of yin in the balance of yin and yang, holding a position in the heavenly realm just below the heavenly mother. After the celestial realm faced calamity, the deities stayed in the human world, and the legends about the moon palace spread among the people. As both the sun and moon of Earth correspond to the solar system, thus, the moon deity is involved in tales like the bizarre case of the moon rabbit, and the myth of the moon goddess, and the cinnamon tree that are still recounted to this day. The narrative echoes that the moon palace is a place of heritage and significance, so actions here must be taken with care. She warned, if anyone dares to joke around, I won't hold back, Wong Xing replied. Understood. But I have one question. Did the moon deity survive the calamity of the celestial realm? He silently cried inside. Turns out there are no rabbits in the moon palace. So would not that mean we are missing a meal for the senior sister? The narrative states that back then, when the celestial realm was surrounded from all sides, many celestial beings who escaped the siege were hunted down by those powerful beings. The ones who made it to this world were only a handful protected by the great emperor. Our eagerness to counterattack stems from the fear of what might happen to them. Wang Xing listened and took notes. Understanding that he would need to change the plan to go to the moon, then he proudly held up his plan. No extra troubles for the country. No wasting resources of the organization. And 2. No controversies. No stirring up trouble basically. A quiet trip to the moon, and no hassle. As night fell, everyone gathered on the rooftop. Wang Xing instructed. Big sister. We are heading out. During this time, keep an eye on little Diu. Eshi Lin did not care much. Just go. Remember to bring back some local specialties for the 4 big sisters. Hearing that, Wang Xing chuckled and said, well then, we are off. With that, the 2 took off on their swords, soaring into the sky. And Shi Lian sighed and said to the girl, Little Diu, your brother and sister-in-law have run off, leaving us to rely on each other now. Little Diu immediately lit up. Finally no one is watching over us anymore. Big sister, you are in charge now. She put her hands on her hips and said, first, let me activate the formation, so no one notices they are missing. Little Diu, have you grown up yet? The girl scratched her head. Not yet. Echi Lin raised an eyebrow and continued. Then how can big sister take you out to play? Stay at home and sing or play games. Then she jokingly added. Right. Cultivation can't go backward. That is serious business. Your brother even asked me to keep an eye on your cultural studies. I agreed. Little Diu, you better step it up. Atria Lion let out a breath and looked towards the 2 of them as they left. She silently said, Little flying language. Remember to help big sister investigate if Master Than Lam is in the moon palace. If we can find the stuff Master Than Lam left behind, it will make it easier for me to track him down later. They quickly soared to the final layer of clouds. After breaking through the atmosphere and into space, Wang Sheng glanced at Quan Hoyan and hesitantly said, Sister, let me take you flying. She looked at Wang Sheng and gently nodded. Together, he could not help but reply joyfully. All right. He grabbed Quan Huyan's hand and pulled her along beneath the glittering stars. Wang Sheng led her straight to the moon, in Zilang's office. She turned to the source of the problem standing right in front of her, asking, Are they off on their trip already? He smirked and replied, They have probably reached outer space by now. No need to worry. With his current cultivation and abilities, Little Sheng can easily fly to the moon. Zilang set down his pen. Don't you worry. It is not them. They are in seclusion, and in an emergency. We will have one less option available. She stood up, saying, the special ops team has been very active lately. I really can't figure out what he is up to. But I have a bad feeling he is going to stir up a lot of trouble. The source of the problem questioned. Isn't it enough to just dismiss Shen Shan? Lang shot him a glance. This is not something you can resolve with just a few words. He is only one rank lower than you. You do not have the authority to fire him directly, she interjected. Besides, he is the head of the special envoy team. With impressive achievements, his personal abilities are strong, and he has support from higher-ups. You can just dismiss him completely because of his biased views on certain issues or disagreements. He nodded slowly. Yep. Director Lang wanted to use subordinates for his own interests. But dear, others might not prioritize this issue as much as you do. Then he squinted, adding, I do not think Shen Shan is really the honorable type. Lang glanced at him. Let us hold our horses for now and see what he plans to do. If he truly has ulterior motives, it will eventually come to light. Even if our trio is powerful, we are just tools. Those officials controlling the private sector want to affect this decision. Trust me. As Lang finished speaking, he placed a hand on her shoulder, reminding her, get some sleep. Use the medicinal pills sparingly to restore your spirit. Then he sighed. If we keep working like this every day, when will our second child make an appearance? Lang was furious upon hearing that. She frowned, saying, if you want a child, why did not you ask the master for one and then marry someone else? Isn't Master Tin Van still waiting for you? No need to wait until I am gone. I will be the witness for you too. He was flustered. Do not bring up me and Tin Van again. We are clean. Quan Hoing quickly squeezed his shoulder. All right, let us drop this topic. We have a long life ahead of us. Get some rest. I will sort things out here and come back to find you. He glanced at Lang for a moment, planning to wait until she fell asleep before leaving. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Meng Gaiet peeked in, asking, Master, should I turn off the lights? Quan Hoyen turned her face to look at her and softly replied, You are in the way. Meng Gaiet quickly pressed the switch, plunging the entire room into darkness. He could not help but feel a bit sorrowful. Even though we meet often, we barely get any time alone together. Then, his expression hardened, and he cautioned, You better not pull any stunts. Meanwhile, at the location of Wang Tang and the others, the distance to the moon had significantly shortened. Right now, we are cruising at 10 kilometers per second, and we have still got 80% of our energy left, so we won't run out of power before reaching the moon. Keeping up this speed will take us about 6-7 hours to reach the midpoint between Earth and the moon, after which we will start to slow down. Although, it would not hurt to maintain our speed. But the United States and China have a ton of satellites monitoring the moon, so if we keep this up, we might easily get spotted. Wang Daojing's mind was racing. Wang Tang quickly reminded Quan Haiyan, who was flying in circles around him. Sit. Enough playing around, he joked. Sit. Once we reach the moon palace and find some useful techniques, you should meditate right away. Stop worrying about when you will break through. It will happen when the time is right. Then Wang Tang continued. We need to think about what comes after we ascend to become immortals and head to the forbidden area. If you are too anxious about your training, I will just have to keep guarding you here on Earth. Quan Hoyen turned her head, calmly looking at him as she replied. Don't wait. Hearing this, he reassured her. Let us take it easy. Do not worry about being slow. We can go step by step. Quan Hoyen nodded slightly, seeming to agree with his perspective. Without waiting for Wang Tang to react, she pulled him to speed up toward the moon palace. Wang Tang silently lamented. His sister was indeed very gentle, but she could also be incredibly stubborn. Once she set her mind on something, not even 9 of him could change it. The two of them steered their swords closer to the moon, and he announced, We are almost at the moon, to which she simply responded with a hum. Then they maneuvered their swords around the moon, searching for a flat place to land. Wang Tang observed the ground beneath them, puzzled. Even though they had reached the moon, the spirit sword remained inactive, and he had no clue where the entrance to the moon palace was. Suddenly, he stomped hard on the ground, as if testing something. The unexpected sound and his strange action caught Quan Haiyan's attention, making her curiously watch him. He ignored her gaze and continued with his own thoughts, raising his hand to cast a spell. Using his current position as the center, he spread his spiritual sense to explore the surroundings. Quan Hoyen watched him intently, her eyes filled with admiration and awe. No wonder he is my junior brother. He was scouting the area for danger, so daring yet so cautious. He had really learned well. Not caring about the admiring gaze of his senior sister, Wang Tang smirked wickedly, convinced that recently, the flag of the United States must have been nearby. He still had a few cans of paint in his magical toolbox, and once he spotted the flag, he would paint it bright red. After waiting for what felt like forever, Quan Hoyen had unknowingly dozed off. Meanwhile, Wang Tang was feeling quite pleased with himself. Even though he lacked the power to do much, he had made it to the moon. And yet heaven still had not given him a chance. He was determined to execute his plan. Forget it. First, the forbidden area. He would plant his red flag across all the major planets in the solar system. The void sword suddenly lit up and emitted a soft sound while vibrating. It flew around the sky in a circle before shooting off in one direction, while Jiao Ven's voice rang out, signaling, "Follow me." Ving Thung immediately turned to call out to the people behind, "Sister." Then the two of them hopped on their swords, curiously trailing behind the void sword. As he controlled the sword, he marveled, surprised that flying on the moon consumed only 1/10 of the energy it did on Earth. Moreover, the moon was filled with spiritual energy. Too bad he could not see the legendary cinnamon tree. The two of them swiftly soared over a vast, desolate landscape of the moon. Suddenly, the void sword halted and pointed straight down to the ground, prompting them to stop and observe. Giovanni briefly announced, "This is it," she seriously instructed. "The only entrance is here, where the greatest amount of energy will be channeled into the void sword." He responded, "Got it." Suddenly, Giovanni appeared, her entire body enveloped in a golden light. She floated above Wudang Thung, her hands weaving a spell that focused on a sphere in front of her chest. Once she gathered enough energy, she unleashed it straight towards the barrier ahead. The force so powerful it shattered the wall. Ving Thung continued to channel power into the void sword, thinking to himself, "Giovanni is borrowing the void energy to absorb my magical power even faster. Even if I knew how to lift the seal to open the moon palace, it would still consume a massive amount of spiritual or magical energy." Suddenly, a massive gate materialized out of thin air, becoming clearer by the second. The power from it gathered into his hands, and as he observed it, he could not help but exclaim, "The pure spiritual energy is so abundant. It is replenishing the magical power I previously expended." Giovanni was still casting her spell, her brows furrowing slightly. She signaled the two behind her, "Get closer." Her gaze suddenly changed, the two pupils transforming into different colors, as if reflecting the vastness of the universe. She gradually approached the gate, and the power flowed into her body. The closer Viding Thung and Quan Han got to the gate, the heavier they felt. The sword in their hands, growing heavier and pressing down toward the ground. He gasped in shock, thinking, "This is celestial attire. Could it be a seal left behind by the immortals?" Giovanni's eyes remained tightly shut, her mouth continuously casting spells, causing the energy sphere to grow larger. Suddenly, her eyes slowly opened, resembling the gates of a galaxy welcoming a distant traveler. Facing the anxious looks of the two, Giovanni slowly spoke. "Step inside." Standing calmly before the open gate, she said, "The seal is lifted." Thing turned to Quan Hein and called, "Sister." She nodded in agreement. "Okay." The two of them clasped hands and stepped toward the opening gate. The gate seemed to sense them, its light shining even brighter. The tavern keeper squinted against the blinding light, shielding her eyes with her hand. Once she got used to the dazzling glow, she slowly opened her eyes to see. The scene before her left her speechless, exclaiming, "So beautiful." Before them stood an awe-inspiring wall, and the path beneath their feet emitted a soft light that made the landscape even more enchanting. Even Wong Sheng was taken aback, realizing they were in the heavenly realm. He looked up at the sign above the gate, mumbling, "It says a fairy realm." The two of them soared on their swords, gliding past towering architectures in disbelief, wondering, is this really just the fairy realm? The surroundings of the fairy realm gradually became clear through the mist. Here, laurel trees appeared, enveloped in a strange light. The tavern keeper suddenly pointed in a direction and exclaimed, "Over there." Wang Sheng followed her gaze, his eyes widening in astonishment. A gigantic tree dominated the vast space, and he marveled, "It is enormous. Could this be the legendary laurel tree of the Moon Palace?" As he observed, he noticed a house perched on one of its branches, and he exclaimed in shock, "No way. There are people living even on the branches." The two of them flew around the tree, taking in its grandeur. Wang Sheng could not hide his awe. He had always thought the fairy realm would be vast, but he never expected it to be this majestic. He wondered how many celestial beings could fit in such a place. Suddenly, Rawan flew in from behind and heard his remark, responding, "Over 800,000. She went on to explain in more detail. "This is the highest tier, and it is also where the heavenly soldiers train. The halls on the laurel tree are all for female fairies to cultivate. There were over 200,000 female fairies who once resided here." Wang Sheng listened intently, and when he heard the staggering number, he could not help but ask, "Over 800,000 celestial beings?" Rawan replied slowly, clarifying, "To be precise, there are over 200,000 fairy beings, more than 500,000 original fairies, over 80,000 true fairies, around 6,200 celestial fairies, 397 golden fairies, and 61 supreme golden fairies. There are 9 great Lu golden fairies. That is the peak of our strength, even counting the celestial maidens who are usually unfriendly in battle." He listened seriously, gathering information and then asked, how many celestial beings were there during the height of the heavenly army? She recalled and responded, it seems the heavenly army, directly commanded by the old heavenly generals, was about 60 million. If we include the troops from the 4 great emperors, it is roughly 80 million. Hearing this felt like a thunderbolt striking him. How could they still lose? The tavern keeper over here was still counting on her fingers. 10,000. 20,000. 30,000. She remembered the fierce battle between the two sides. Recalling, they failed the thousands of alien races launched a simultaneous attack, pooling their total strength at 3 times that of the heavenly realm. At that moment, his father turned to ashes. The heavenly realm suffered heavy losses, and there were many traitors colluding with the powerful alien races, because his father angered the 3 pure ones. Many celestial beings in the heavenly realm endured the 5 calamities, significantly weakening their power. The mutants also swarmed towards the heavenly gate of the celestial realm, but even so, when those strange tribes attacked the 4 heavenly gates, they suffered more than 90% of their forces. Otherwise, breaking through their final encirclement would be incredibly difficult for us. After saying this, she turned to look in one direction and added, otherwise, how would the celestial realm dominate the 3 realms and command the myriad races? Do you know how vast the territory of the infinite cosmos is? He answered frankly. No idea. My brain can't handle it. His eyes rolled around, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, and he sighed. Indeed, my previous life was way too shallow, striving for cultivation now. Within the celestial realm, the origin was no better than a bulletproof shield. The guy next to him snickered at him secretly. Wong suddenly got serious again. Right. I remember Master Liuxin once said that only a few thousand celestial beings made it to Earth. Jiao Yun became more serious, replying, besides the celestial soldiers and female immortals serving in the celestial palaces, there are nearly a few thousand renowned celestial beings listed in the celestial books. Hearing this, he imagined himself trembling in the encirclement of those mutants, like a little chick getting beaten up by a group. You know, he thought, with Jiao Yun and the others as support, Earth could cultivate a large number of celestial beings. But if it were now, just stepping outside would be like walking straight into a death trap. The guy next to him shook his head continuously. Junior brother. Junior brother. Wang Xing was jolted awake and confusedly asked, Zhao, what is it? Senior sister. Seeing Jiao Yun silent, he turned to ask, Jiao Yun, what is wrong? She looked at the magnificent palace of splendor ahead, and then turned back to invite the two of them. Why do not you come to my palace and hang out for a bit? The two of them followed Princess Jiao Yun's invitation, gazing at the palace. The closer they got, the more breathtaking its beauty became. Wang Sheng looked at the splendid palace with excitement, thinking, if it is convenient, why not? Jiao Yun's palace seemed to be more upscale than the others, and the guy next to him could not help but smile awkwardly at his reaction. The two stood there dumbfounded when they heard Jiao Yun say, then I, along with Hua King, will search for the yin-yang cultivation method. I will head to the revitalizing lake to see if I can extract some cultivation resources. Not seeing a response, she thought the two of them had not heard clearly and repeated, then I, along with Hua King, will search for the yin-yang cultivation method. I will head to the revitalizing lake to see if I can extract some cultivation resources. After saying this, without waiting for the two to react, she flew off, leaving them behind. Wang Sheng watched her retreating figure and thought, Jiao Yun. Is she teasing me with that? Then the two of them chased after Jiao Yun towards her palace, passing by a large river on the way. They both landed on a bridge, where a small boat was anchored, rocking gently despite the waves and wind. A voice rang out guiding them. Hua King, hop on this little wooden boat. Seeing her hesitate and not move, he encouraged her. Come on. Senior sister. After his encouragement, she mustered her courage and carefully stepped onto the little boat. Jiao Yun, beside her, reminded her, the path will reveal your true form. The cultivation method that aligns with her path will appear on its own. Whether she can grasp it or not depends on her fortune. The guy next to her, feeling pumped up, raised his hand in a gesture of determination and responded. Aha. Slowly, she sat down in the boat and relaxed her body to begin meditating. A yin-yang hexagram appeared on the boat where she was seated. Wang Sheng, up on the shore, watched intently, his face clearly showing concern. He thought about the long journey he had taken, flying from Earth to the moon. If his senior sister did not have any celestial techniques related to yin and yang, then making this trip would be nothing more than a small effort. But if it affected her mental state, that would be a real problem. With that in mind, he quickly invoked a probing technique to assist her, hoping that this place could really help his senior sister break through. But as soon as he cast the spell, it was immediately blocked, leaving him stunned. His spiritual sense had been rebound. Jiao Wen, standing nearby, felt a bit angry at his reckless behavior. This was the territory of an immortal. How far did he think his spiritual sense could reach? Wong quickly chuckled awkwardly to explain. I was just worried about my senior sister. Suddenly sensing something unusual near the hexagram, he turned to look. Columns of light erupted from beneath the water, shooting straight into the sky around where she was sitting. Mysterious tokens surrounded by these light pillars were heading toward her. Jiao Wen reached out, and a token immediately fell into her palm. The source of power from it dispersed, forming a halo of light around her body. Then, suddenly, it charged straight into her third eye and spread throughout her body. Wang Sheng remained focused, unable to hide his worry. Zhou Wen reassured him. Don't he worry. This place is called the Fairy Lake Forest. The lake contains spiritual energy. He watched as she calmly sat in meditation among the columns of power, Zhou Wen's voice still echoing in his ears. If she shows any signs of losing control, the spirit lake will pull her out of the enlightenment state in time. Even though she said this to ensure Jiao Wen's safety, he still felt uneasy. Wang Xing stood like a statue, and Jiao Wen quickly sought to divert his attention. If you want to look for techniques, you could also enter here. There is another boat over there. But without hesitation, Wang Xing immediately refused. I am not in a hurry. His gaze remained fixed on Jiao Wen, his voice slow and firm. Just do not disturb my senior sister.